I clearly awakened countless clones, and each step of a clone would help my body lose 5 kilograms. Yet this was mocked by the entire school as useless power. Turns out in an era where everyone can awaken skills, new combat skills are actually highly sought after and useful. After seeing my own state, I awakened a support skill for clones. The Hunter Association Hospital immediately expelled me, as they don't need a useless person here, to avoid disturbing the next genius's appearance. Upon returning home, I tried to cast magic in my body and shouted to summon a clone. Immediately, a magical aura appeared before me, revealing a naked version of myself, confirming that the clone was identical to me. I touched its shoulder and found that the clone's tactile sensation was exactly like my own body. Even the younger brother below had the same size. Helpless with this scene, I then dressed up the clone, mentally commanding it to kneel. The clone immediately knelt down, showing that as long as I thought about it, it would unconditionally obey. But at this moment, a strength increase notification appeared. After reading it, I realized that the clone's training stats would be reflected back into my body. To confirm, I let it continuously lose weight without eating or drinking for 1 day, losing 100 kilograms and even gaining some size on the younger brother below. Through using clones, I recognized the superiority of this skill. If a clone was injured, it wouldn't affect my real body, even if exhausted or dead. It would instantly disappear without leaving any consequences. The limitation is that clones can't split further, but that's already more than enough. As long as I have mana, I'll train until death. In everyone's perception, a 0.1 point increase in ability per week is already a miracle. Well, I just need to stay at home. I can gain dozens of points each week, all thanks to the clone's training to exhaustion and then summoning again. But right now, a series of payment demands appeared after having clones. I never stepped out of the house before, only using my clone for training while playing games at home. Now I have to make my clone work instead. So I found a job on a job listing and got a suitable company. To ensure the clone could communicate with outsiders, I brought it to the workplace. After teaching basic etiquette, we started working together. But after half an hour, I was exhausted and chose to give up. Then let my clone finish the remaining work. At this point, I realized that all employees here had awakened strength skills. That's why they could handle heavy lifting tasks. During breaks, my soul seemed to leave this tired body. When the manager approached and asked if we were university students, I nodded and confirmed being an excellent student. Hearing that, he proposed another job as a tutor for his daughter. Each lesson would pay 200,000 Vietnamese dong. After hearing this, I immediately agreed. The next morning when I arrived at the manager's house, I was surprised to find that my video had been restricted from earning money. So I had to reluctantly hide it. Please understand me. The next day, Sanja met Hyeon's father as scheduled. Arriving in front of room 306, he wondered if this was the right place. Inside, there were loud shouts. Why did Dad decide everything like this? He pressed his ear close and listened curiously. Hyeon's voice continued. Dad asked him to come over, called back, and told him to go home. Despite his father opening the door and stepping out, he still opened it, saying Dad is going to work. If you don't like it, just say so. The door hit Sanju's face. He was stunned. Oh, and tears were streaming down his face. The unexpected situation made Hyeon freeze for a few seconds. Her face also went blank. Sanju entered the house, holding a cold towel on his head, looking at them in confusion. Dokchiel stood opposite him, trembling. I'm sorry, Sanju. I didn't see you. You have no choice but to look. It's hard to see with your current state. So he slowly replied, it's fine. A carefully cut apple was placed on the table, and a gentle voice asked, this is Sanju. She smiled and teased. You've been sick too much lately. I can't recognize you anymore. Sanju smoothly replied, yes, it's been a long time since we met. Recently, I did some exercise. Then he put down the towel, changing the subject. Sanju spoke softly and politely. Are you Hyeon? The young lady's hand paused slightly. Hyeon sat quietly and respectfully replied, yes, sir. You're gentle. Hello, I'm Jong Sanju. From now on, I'll be guiding you. I heard you want to get into university when your father retires. Meanwhile, the parents nearby watched their daughter play and couldn't help laughing. Whispering softly, they looked at her shyly. She was still arguing earlier. Haeyeon's voice was weak. Yes, that's right. She shyly avoided eye contact. She felt regret in her heart. So embarrassed. I bet he heard everything I said just now. But you're contradicting what I think. Don't worry about it too much. Stay calm and guide me. Are you in 12th grade right now? Before we start, let me see your grades, okay? Haeyeon jumped in surprise. Yes, sir. After a moment, Sanju held up the test scores with a surprised smile. The average score is only 6. The atmosphere in the house suddenly became tense. She covered her face with her hands while her parents exchanged glances. Calm down, acting as if nothing happened. She slowly stood up and put on an extra coat. Then she quickly ran out without looking back, shouting loudly, I have to go work now. Thank you, Sanju. The mother was also startled, yelling after her, Hey! Sanju finally looked away from the test scores and focused on the person in front of him. Haeyeon felt his gaze and felt a bit awkward, not knowing what to say. He quickly diffused the situation. It's okay. Sanju smiled faintly, admitting it. Back in the day, my scores weren't that high either. She was quite surprised. Really, he said with a confident smile. Really, let's do our best, Haeyeon replied hopefully. Okay. Hearing this, Sanju started planning his schedule. We'll start today, 2 days a week, Mondays and. Back at the apartment, Sanju stepped inside, took a deep breath, and assessed that he still had much to do. He recalled how he pointed out the key points for her to focus on quickly. He opened his closet, hung up his coat softly, and sighed with relief. She's smarter than I thought. Then he walked towards the computer desk, pulled a chair out, and observed the screen. Number 1 must be at work already. Sitting down, Sanju picked up one phone and put another down in thought. I gave him the dormitory phone, but if there are more copies, preparing many phones will be troublesome. He accessed the Hunter web search page, tapping his fingers as he wondered if he should look for related skills on the Hunter website. The screen immediately jumped to a sale, telepathy skill, selling magical techniques. Title, highly recommended summoning skill. Details, can link senses with pets and summoned creatures. Objects can share vision with each other. It's very useful for animals to gather experience points alone. Price 100 million guons. Just looking at the last line made Sanju spit out his drink in shock. Unbelievable, 100 million. Switching to something else. Title, telepathy skill details. It's a widely used telepathy skill. Strongly recommended for leaders, very useful to send messages through the mind within a certain range. Price for 100 million guons. For 100 million, he grimaced and laughed weakly, tears streaming down his face. It's true that only things more expensive are worth it. The cheaper ones don't even make sense. Sanju rested his chin on his hand. Looking at the screen, he scoffed. With so much money, buy a house already. Skills and abilities. I'm exhausted, leaning back. The more he looked, the more he felt defeated. Only during the decision season would he have enough to buy these skills. Are real hunters able to afford such things? Do they really have that much money? This is still a low price. Sanju remained silent, struggling to look at the balance of 233,200 gun. It's not even worth a fraction, so he immediately got up and went straight to bed, cursing his life, saying forget it. He crossed his arms behind his head and looked at the ceiling, wondering idly if he should become a janitor. He picked up his phone and scrolled through some fake hunter gossip news, like the life of an A-class hunter or how the number of hunters had reached 1 million. Sanju sat up, wobbly as he analyzed his skills. This is a great skill. With it, I can easily assign clones to do small jobs. He stretched out his hand and grabbed his coat, speaking clearly. Alright then. With a smile, Sanju put on the coat and looked excited. Hunt if you must. A few beeps sounded faintly in the air. Blue blocks appeared irregularly. The system prompt flashed up. Life force unlocked. Infinite darkness. an unexpected question approached. What is a hunter? In 2000, space portals suddenly appeared all over the world. At the same time, numerous monsters began to invade en masse. This event was called the Great Disaster. It claimed more than half of Earth's population. From countless natural creatures like demons and oros, mermaids, stone quills, which only appeared in open-world games, to ancient knights and mages, faceless ghosts, mutated beast fighters. Red demon generals, these all had the potential to end humanity. However, alongside these monsters were mysterious superhumans with secret abilities. Humans unexpectedly gained supernatural powers or a myriad of other skills. As they led the fight against the monsters, it seemed that humanity was winning this war. Now, in 2023, people casually took over monster life forces and extracted mysterious core stones. Those who specialized in hunting these monsters were called hunters. So his phone screen turned sideways to show a video of the hunter test. The teacher's voice began to speak. If you pass this test, the government will issue you a license and allow legal monster hunting. Here are some tips that might help you pass the hunter test. Suddenly, Sanju reached for his fake earbuds and pulled them off. He paused to look at his surroundings in shock. Oh, is this a hunter center? The hunter center was a bustling high-rise building with people coming and going. Sanju stretched his shoulders and looked around, feeling refreshed. Well, it might be because I unlocked life force or not, but even after just a few hours of sleep, I feel energized. He started walking inside the building. There was a marketplace where an employee was showing off a golden sword to hunters. There were also weapon repair shops where they disassembled and replaced each part. And some people carried a cold, solitary aura with them. Sanju looked around in amazement. He seemed a bit dazed, thinking to himself that it didn't seem like many people were here for the test. The guide's voice came over the loudspeaker, announcing there were only 20 minutes left to register for the hunter strength test on the first basement floor. Thank you. Sanju hesitated. He felt uneasy in the basement level U. Later, at a room with name tags, it was the hunter certification exam room. He opened the door and stepped inside, feeling slightly alarmed as he apologized. The auditorium was packed with people sitting everywhere, each looking different. Generally, they were all distinct. Some looked like they had just robbed a bank. Sanju sat on his chair trembling, his lips tight, his mind in chaos. Why is it so crowded here? A few people laughed at him and chatted. He's apologizing now. What a crazy guy. Then heavy footsteps echoed on the floor. A large hand with scars gripped the edge of the table. The man was tall, wearing dark green military coat, his fierce gaze fixed on everyone. Introducing himself, I am Han Yang-hwan, a C-class hunter and proctor for this exam. Han was broad-shouldered. The test would include written exams, practical tests, and talent assessments. Anyone caught cheating will be disqualified from this exam and not allowed to take it next year. Do you all understand? His eyes were cold and stern. Here, we do not tolerate cheaters. Lines 31 to 60 repeat the last line for consistency with the output requirement. The crowd who were laughing just now suddenly stiffened, looking like they might get scolded again. Sanju was a bit startled and confused, feeling suddenly tense. The proctor's voice echoed from the platform as he announced something. Now, the exam is starting. Outside, the sky turned golden and a white car drove past the scattered remains slowly. A calm male voice responded, Yes, by the end of this month we'll have everything in place. In his ear, the Bluetooth headphones were playing a conversation. The driver continued to focus on driving while answering, Give me some time to organize. I've been in this field for more than just a couple of days. But on the other side, it seemed very angry, shouting like someone splashed water in his face, making him blink and only leaving muffled sounds. He was helpless, focusing back on driving, thinking about how he messed up because of this guy. This person is GM Agency CEO, and Sanju felt a chill down his spine. He grumbled, the exam fee hasn't even arrived yet, but there are still many expenses to cover. Looking at his watch showing 7:45 a.m., he guessed, it must be around now that the hunter's test is over. The car gradually drove onto the overpass. On the other side, the system notification flashed from a black wristband, congratulating him on passing the F-level hunter exam. Sanju was stunned and asked curiously, "What, is that all? People often say it's so easy. I wonder how easy it is. Turns out it's just like a driving test." Sanju remembered the theory exam questions were quite simple, only needing to remember a few things. It was when he started answering that he felt confused and uneasy. Yeah, 20 questions are done already? For the practical part, they gave ample time for practice, and it wasn't far from the bar. At that moment, Sanju cleverly asked the supervisor, "How long am I allowed to practice?" The supervisor answered carelessly, "Go ahead, do as you please." Finally, there was an interview, and the talent test was like a civics class. Myung Hwan seemed serious but still looked empty. He asked, "Have you ever shot anyone?" "Of course not." "Passed." Finished reminiscing, Sangyu walked with his head down. Hard to believe it was over. This job uses weapons and risks lives, yet the test is so casual. Looking up at the tall building, Sanju's thoughts drifted as if the government wanted us to do this. He took a deep breath, deciding to let go, no need to overthink it. Suddenly noticing some well-dressed men bending down on the other side of the street, smiling and handing out business cards. They laughed loudly, presenting their cards with both hands as if offering rare treasures. There were other hunters who approached proactively, making them smile awkwardly. Sanju was a bit dazed by the crowd. He wondered if they belonged to the organization that hires hunters. Suddenly, someone behind him called out, "Congratulations on passing the hunter's exam." Sanju took the card and muttered to himself, "What company is this?" He felt a bit embarrassed as King Junmo confidently introduced himself. "I'm King Junmo. If you need any items or quests, contact me for the best deals. We'd love to introduce our services to you." Hearing that, he blushed and thanked him. "Okay, thank you." Suddenly, his wristband screen changed, showing a notification. Skill replication level increased. Level to replication. Clone creation using energy for character duplication. The number of clones that can be summoned at once depends on the level. Currently, he could summon up to 2 at once. Junmo continued enthusiastically, "Our company is leading in this field." But before he finished, Sanju hurriedly ran away, saying, "Let me know later." Junmo smiled painfully, but his eyes were filled with tears as he tried to smile. "Okay, please contact me." He sighed and walked away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Don't forget about it, okay? Go home. The sky above is turning dark. Sanju hugged his face as he laughed excitedly at Jun, shaking his shoulders, looking at the top with a blank expression like a statue, exclaiming in awe, "The clones are really cool." On the opposite side, a face and body slowly appeared from behind the white smoke that was gradually fading away. He stood proudly looking at another clone of himself, full of anticipation. "I've been eagerly waiting for you, number 2. Then all three looked up at Sandy Yu's chart again, excitedly. Now they are all ready to become hunters. Junmo's voice echoed weakly in the car space. The last batch has been distributed. He casually threw the remaining invitations onto the co-pilot seat. Adjusting his collar, Junmo was a bit bored, hoping someone would contact him soon. He leaned his hand on the steering wheel, supporting his chin and looking out the window in silence for a moment. Remember that morning at Building No. 1 in South Korea, the official headquarters of Hessian Group. His face was covered with papers and documents with detailed data. The indifferent Long Feng took a sip of water as he directed. "Just follow the amount listed on that document." Junmo happily picked it up to read. In response, "Yes, sir." Then his eyes widened in disbelief. Looking at the content on the paper, total cost, 20,000 gun for Slim, 40,000 gun for Rabbit Horn, and 2.4 million gun for Dwarf Blood, Junmo found it difficult to believe. He casually said that this amount was a bit strange. The price of Dwarf Blood should be at least 5 million, sir. Then the department head cut him off with disdain, calling his name, Junmo. He smiled lightly and asked as if nothing happened, Haven't you been working for Hessian for quite some time now? Junmo hesitated to answer. Yes, that's right. Next, the department head's words hit him like a hammer on his neck, making him jump in surprise. The department head slowly placed the water glass back on the table and stood up, speaking with a leisurely tone. If we just follow the rules and do everything correctly, how can we expect to make real money? He approached, pretending to pat his shoulder, but actually subtly threatening him. I know Junmo is very honest, but don't be too sensitive about business matters here. All right? His smile was mocking. Junmo didn't respond, his hand tightly gripping the paper until it crumpled. Exhausted, he leaned his head down and lightly punched the air in frustration, laughing sarcastically. If I had known this beforehand, maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. Suddenly, his phone rang with a call tone. Junmo hesitantly pulled out his vest to get his phone from his chest pocket. He answered immediately. Kang Junmo of Company G speaking. The caller's voice came through the phone. Hello, this is Sanju, the one you gave a business card to. I have some questions for you. At a Starbucks coffee shop on the street, Junmo stepped in and casually looked around. Sanju noticed him and gestured with his hand. He also immediately caught his attention. As soon as Junmo sat down, he started sipping his drink. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Can't you see? No problem. I just got here too. He politely said. Let's order some drinks. Yes, the barista stood by the counter waiting. After a while, a cold cup of coffee was placed on the table. Junmo spoke up. So you want to go hunting in a safe place that suits newbies, right? Sanju replied succinctly. Yes, he was eager to ask more. Sorry, but could you tell me about your skills? Be straightforward and don't waste time. Junmo paused thoughtfully when he heard cloning. You analyze and consider carefully. Cloning, I've heard of it before. It seems to be an illusionary clone ability, but the clones are useless. HMPH, a new recruit with such useless skills won't amount too much when hunting. Just take off the lid and pour the coffee straight into your mouth. Junmo's eyes widened as he calmly took out the contract while speaking. That's quite an impressive skill indeed. This is the contract. Read it. He seemed to disbelieve what he heard. Did he just finish his coffee? Junmo introduced again seriously. My first hunting ground suggestion is a slim dump site. Slim isn't aggressive or dangerous, but when they die, they release toxic liquid. You need to wear a mask and protective gear. Those aren't easy to put on, so the downside is you won't be able to hunt there. Sanju snapped a picture of the contract. He chuckled in response. No problem. Junmo continued, another option would be hunting one-horned rabbits at that place. The time for hunting is abundant, but they're quite hard to catch, so you probably won't get much. But there are barriers around this area, which makes it a safer spot to hunt. Other low-level monsters like giant rats, but the two I suggested are the best choices if you want to ensure safety. He still didn't say anything, flipping through both contracts and comparing them. After a while, Sanju spoke up. Both options sound good. I'm quite satisfied with the item prices. Placing the contract down, he said, I'll accept this contract. Junmo smiled happily and replied, Thank you. Sanju, the hunter, opened a small notebook and scribbled. He asked again, So you like both hunting grounds? Can you decide on one? Suddenly, Sanju's voice became firm. No, he pressed his finger hard onto the contract with a strong downward force. Junmo widened his eyes in shock as his voice came from beside the table. When I said both, it means. The finger was gently raised. Following that, he looked round blankly. A Sanju with a faint smile and another Sanju before Junmo spoke in unison. I want to try them all out. In Junmo's memory, it was very nice to meet you. In the small room, he began speaking. I heard your skill is self-cloning. Across from him was another hunter with a Leaf Village Akatsuki-like style. He responded slowly. Yes. Junmo, as usual, showed interest. Can I take a look at that ability once? The hunter replied. Of course. Then he raised his left hand, leaving only the index and middle fingers, which snapped together sharply. Instantly, both sides of the hunter split into two faint shadows, quickly forming illusions. And in an instant, like rays casting a shadow, 4 clones appeared behind him, each standing differently. Junmo's eyes widened in amazement. The clones suddenly drew their swords. 4 clones spread out in 4 directions, surrounding the hunter, all pointing their swords at him. He didn't understand what was happening, feeling a bit dizzy. Wait, but there's no wait here. Sharp blades immediately lunged forward. From all 4 sides, all clones stabbed through the hunter's body. Junmo couldn't fathom this scene. He broke out in a cold sweat and frantically dodged, shouting loudly, "What the heck is going on?" The hunter's calm tone replied, "Calm down, please." Junmo looked back in shock. A question mark flashed through his mind. In front of him, what kind of injury did this hunter suffer? Whole and unharmed. The calm voice explained, "All of them are just illusions. Nobody is real." The hunter touched the hilt of his sword. "Maybe I can touch it." But when he lowered his hand passed through the illusion and continued to say that it couldn't cause any actual damage. Then, with a casual gesture, the illusions moved continuously, recreating actions that didn't match each other. Junmo stared at him directly, but this was an excellent way to attract monster attention. Junmo sighed and looked around, his voice lowering. "I think I've seen enough of your skills." Back in the present, Junmo's expression remained blank, realizing that the cloning skill he saw earlier was just an illusion. But what now? He looked at Sonju's clone, who had always been the one talking to him from the start. Recalling each action of the clone, even Junmo felt embarrassed. He had re-signed the contract, and he could still drink coffee. Junmo nervously assessed the situation. "This is the first time I've seen a skill like this." With a bit of confusion, he turned to Sanju and asked, "Are we twins maybe?" Sanju burst into laughter. He leaned against his hip, pointing at the clone with a playful smile. "Well, you got that right." "Haha," he said, "he called us twins." Laughing, he pointed to number 2 and introduced him. "This guy is my clone. I know you might confuse my skills with someone else's, but this one is the real deal." He laughed as Junmo chuckled. Suddenly, Sanju put his hand on Clone 2's shoulder, smiling slightly. "This fellow here is a clone of mine. You might have mistaken my skill for someone else's, but he's the genuine article." He seriously said, "Actually, I do have a female one, but she's at the gym now." Junmo was surprised. "Gym? Clones need to train muscles too?" Sanju proudly patted his arm muscles. "Right, if my clones are stronger, then I'll be stronger as well." He stood there, even counting the number of clones. Junmo praised, "This is amazing." Soro thoughtfully said, "This isn't just a regular hunter skill. He has great potential." Sanju interrupted his thoughts and said, "Let's get back to the hunting area. I have some questions for you." Junmo was startled. "Yes, sir." He curiously asked, "What if we enter multiple locations at the same time with the same person?" Junmo thought for a moment. It might be difficult to do that since each time you go somewhere, it's a separate entry. Sanju sighed, "That's not good." But he suddenly added, "I'll talk to the Hunter Association about this and make some adjustments." Junmo proposed an alternative. "Because I need to skin your collar and you should illustrate your skills in detail. Can you come with me?" Sanju ran his fingers through his hair. "Of course, but that can't be now." "Of course not. But I won't use my skill until tomorrow night because I need to recharge." Hearing this, he had no choice but to agree. "No rush. Let's meet at the Hunter Center in 2 days then." Junmo felt a bit awkward. "Okay, about the contract." Sanju happily held the stamp in his hand and replied, "I've already stamped it. I've already stamped it. I also checked the percentage in the second photo they sent me." Suddenly, Junmo stood up abruptly without saying a word, startling Sanju so much he jumped. Sanju narrowed his eyes. He cheerfully held out his hand again. "Lon's wrong. I'm very looking forward to collaborating with you." Sanju cleared his throat. He also extended his hand in a friendly gesture. In this way, the two of them reached an immediate agreement. Sanju replied lightly, "Me too." 2 days later, at the Central Hunters headquarters building, Sanju stared around dumbfoundedly. Then a voice called from behind him, "Hunter Sanju," making Sanju jump and turn around. Junmo adjusted his tie as he walked leisurely over. "You got here early, didn't you?" It's not even time for the meeting yet. He casually explained that he came early to avoid waiting, so the association must be inside the hunter's headquarters building. Junmo gestured invitingly. Most of the hunting-related equipment is stored in this central area. Let's go! They walked up to the number retrieval machine. 166. In the bustling lobby, people were coming and going. The machine continuously announced instructions. Hunter No 160 please proceed to Area A3. Hunter No 165 please proceed to Level B1. Hunter No 166 please go to Counter E4. A male staff member at the counter asked seriously, "Do you want to duplicate access rights for text areas?" Junmo stood by observing. Sanju sat on a chair describing his situation with a guide. "Yes, because my skill is cloning and I only have one identification necklace." The staff member understood and replied responsibly. "Please wait a moment. You are the first hunter after the jumper to request access duplication, so we need some time." He quickly called someone on the phone, the department head, asking where the permission form for duplicating access rights was. Searching through the documents over there, Sanju observed from the side and couldn't help but feel that it matched his expectations. It's not like usual cases. After a while, the staff member placed a thick document in front of him, politely saying, "Here is the permission form. Please go to the administrative office and equipment room to complete the necessary procedures, and you can also request a test in the demonstration skill room." The two looked at each other with wide eyes. So many documents. Junmo quickly took over, holding the documents as he instructed Sanju, "I'll handle this paperwork. You should go to the demonstration skill room." Sanju nodded. "Yes, thank you very much." They then split up. Junmo carried the documents and went to find the administrative staff. Meanwhile, Sanju headed to the demonstration skill room. In front of the evaluator, his expression was tense, but he managed. A stream of power surrounded him, white smoke swirling around him as it grew larger. Then a perfectly cloned body appeared before him. The clone was naked. Sanju was shocked and trembling. Even though the evaluator didn't say anything, she subtly pushed her glasses up and covered her amused smile with her hand. He wanted to disappear. Sanju checked quickly and ran away to another area. An older-looking engineer wearing glasses carefully worked on an electronic wristband. After disconnecting the soldering iron, he lowered his eyes to examine the wristband closely. Confirming in his mind, he nodded with a faint smile, instructing them to create a matching identification necklace. Now, the clones can enter hunting areas by scanning their fingerprints. Number 2 stood beside him watching indifferently. The engineer explained to Sanju, considering the nature of cloning skills, entering and exiting multiple locations at once is possible. And the clones can also enter places you've been before. Sanju understood. "Thank you." He took the wristband. Instantly, the engineer grabbed both shoulders of clone number 2, beaming with excitement. "This skill is really interesting too. As far as I know, not only has there been no precedent in South Korea, but this is unprecedented worldwide." Sanju fidgeted and smiled awkwardly, immediately hugging Junmo to run away. "Haha, we're leaving right now. Thank you for the ring." The engineer sighed regretfully. "We should have had a great test already. What a pity." Returning to the central mall, Sanju happily raised his arm with the ring, sharing the good news with Junmo. "The permission request is done." He smiled brightly. "Congratulations." "Walk over slowly." Number 2 was also equipped with a mask and a discreet hat beside him. Sanju felt relaxed. Finally, all preparations for independent hunting are complete. His voice trembled confidently. "Right," he casually asked. "Are you going to the hunting area now?" You answered immediately. "Yes, that's my plan for today." Song Junmo looked at number 2 and then asked curiously about him. "Why did you let the copy wear such a tight mask?" Sanju shyly replied, "Because it might attract too much attention. There are still quite a few people around in the center. Those talking at that spot were seen by someone on the upper floor." The dark silhouette smiled faintly, his voice echoing softly. He scratched his neck and chuckled. "I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's our Junmo. This guy is none other than the president of the Heesung Club, Shin Heesung. Suddenly, someone called out their name from above, getting closer to Junmo. Following that was a jump, and the figure behind the glass railing disappeared instantly. Like an arrow passing through several floors, the person landed on the lobby floor, dust flying around. As he stood up, he said with a slight smile, "It's been a long time. We meet again in such a place." Sanju frowned. This guy, he was focused. "I didn't know you were still working as a miner. You startled me, President Heesung." He looked up several floors and estimated that the person who just jumped down must have been at least a few floors below. Junmo felt uncomfortable, slightly resentful. He gritted his teeth and sincerely said, "Hello, sir." Heesung laughed loudly, waving his hand. "What does calling me mean?" Then he tilted his head, his deep gaze lowered to look at him, his hoarse voice asking, "Who is that name?" Junmo replied, "He's a hunter associated with our company." Heesung hummed, his eyes lingering on his body. "So, a hunter?" Then his gaze slowly dropped. Looking down, he continued, "Maybe you're the F-named one, right?" His face was slightly pained. He smirked without saying anything. Like a traditional play, he acted both roles, starting to laugh and cry with his hands on his face. He said, "It's hard for people far from home, sir. You tremble. Someone who once supervised hunters of C and B grades is now like this." Heesung laughed madly, unable to believe that the president of such a company would care about an F-named hunter in a sweater. Junmo narrowed his eyes angrily, but was stopped by Sonju's hand on his shoulder. He looked at him confusedly. He wiped away the exaggerated tears from his eyes, disdainfully laughing. "What a joke." Heesung revealed his superior aura and said through gritted teeth, "It seems this F-named hunter wants to say something to me." Sanju remained calm and smiled. Then he touched his nose and said, "No, just that I'm very honored to meet the president of a national top company." He replied with interest, "Oh, an F-named one with such keen eyesight. You can tell people too." Then he slightly raised his face, meaning more than that. Heesung blinked. Sanju continued, "And also the top company of the National Underground Prison, at the forefront in controlling hunting areas." He pursed his lips. "This little guy." But you didn't let Heesung speak at all. Without a word, he said that he was at the top in payment ratios. "I can't believe the president of such a company is praising me like this." Sanju spoke excitedly. "Now I'm so happy I don't know what to do." Hansung helped out, got praised for his bravery. Then he chuckled darkly. His whole body suddenly turned black. Right after that, Sanju was confronted by someone behind him with an ominous tone, wondering if his skills could match his courage. Sonju's eyes widened in shock, but there was no time to react. Someone immediately interrupted, addressing the man. The secretary rushed over, speaking loudly. "Here you are." Hansung sighed boredly. "Oh my, the troublemaker from our group is here." He left Sanju behind. He brushed past Sanju, muttering angrily, "Well, I'll just stay here today." Hansung's face brightened as he stared at Sanju with a teasing look. "What's your name?" Sanju didn't answer and left the question to him. "Why don't you find out yourself, sir?" He laughed mockingly and walked away. "This kid is really amusing. See you next time, Mr. Junmo." The secretary waited for him, criticizing him softly. "If you keep leaving like this in the association," Hansung interrupted, "your ears are about to grow eyelids." I know. Time passed like a dog running in the field. Sanju and Ren Ben got into the car. Junmo was driving. On their way, he awkwardly said thanks for what happened earlier. Sanju casually laughed. "I couldn't just stand there." Junmo asked curiously, "Do you know my relationship with the company?" Looking forward, he answered slowly, "I'm not stupid. I figured it out by investigating a bit about GM Corp, but there's not much info on it online." Sanju was once very rich and mysterious that night. "Why is there nothing?" He continued. "While investigating, I saw rumors about King Junmo's management. According to someone involved, he was kicked out of the Hansung Corp. On Sanjang's workshop post, some mysterious organization made fun of them. Someone said the representative is an old employee from Hansung Corp. The gates of hell are open for anyone who signs with GM Corp. Junmo laughed helplessly, so even that incident was posted online. No wonder hunters don't join our organization. Sanju recounted someone in the comments said never to join GM Corp as they will be targeted by Hansung Corp. As he spoke, he hesitated a bit and asked, "Why did you choose our organization then?" Sanju smirked naturally because of the payment ratio, right? Money! He didn't expect it to be 80 to 20. Junmo helplessly chuckled. Number 2 remained silent and calm in the back seat. Well, you added another aspect too. Moreover, if I can't handle any issues or problems within this industry or company, I can trust you. Junmo gripped the steering wheel tightly as he softly replied, "Thank you." On the other side, lively music echoed in the gym room. His hand gripping the barbell trembled slightly. White knuckles showed bloodstains. The man's legs shook and he stood up with effort, muscles and veins bulging under his strong skin. Number 1 lifted weights. The manager looked worried for him, biting his nails anxiously. A girl softly asked, "I could see danger in him. Will he be okay?" She whispered quietly, "Even though he does it like that, it's still amazing." The man had no choice. I tried to convince him, but he wouldn't listen at all. Suddenly, there was a phone ringing which caught number 1's attention. He immediately turned off the radio and placed it on the stand. With sweat dripping from his face, he read the message from Sanju. "Finish your homework and take a bath. At 4 o'clock, wait in front of the gym room." Following orders without delay, number 1 stopped training, turned upside down to drink water straight from the bottle, then left. The girl sighed with relief. It seemed he had trained enough for today. The tired manager covered his face. "Oh my!" Returning to the main body, slim chunks of red slim in the water here. In the cave, they were everywhere. Suddenly, a loud noise, and one nearby slim exploded. The hunter was dressed head to toe in protective gear like a ninja, holding a hammer stained with Slim's red fluid. He aimed the vacuum cleaner at the exploded Slim fluid. The container kept filling up until it opened the portal. That person stepped out. Sanju removed his helmet and sighed in relief. Junmo quickly asked, "How was it? The mask is really cumbersome." He replied, feeling like he had to breathe through multiple masks. He crossed his arms and laughed. Yes, even though the Slim hunting area is relatively safe, hunters rarely go there. You won't get much from it. Sanju stared at his damaged arm, softly saying, "I understand. I don't think I can do this for long." He quickly removed the container from his back. Junmo explained, "You can hunt until the container is full and then replace it in your rented locker. However, no matter how patient someone is, they can hardly endure 6 hours." Then he remembered, "I'm not sure, but people say you can last longer with a good mask and high-quality gear like new air masks and cooling suits. For example, the new air mask and cooling suit." Sanju firmly rejected, "I'm pretty sure I couldn't even do 2 hours. Forget about 6. Then Sanju pointed at his companion. "He's broad-shouldered, but what if it's number 2? Number 2 seemed to nod. Immediately after, a new air mask landed on number 2's face. The thick strap was quickly tightened. The protective gloves were put on as well. Sanju watched number 2 enter the hunting area like a movie poster under the evening sun. Junmo looked speechless and wished him luck. After seeing off, he immediately packed away the poster and turned to suggest something. "Next is the half-antler rabbit hunting zone." Junmo agreed, "Okay then, hunter." Sanju happily pointed at number 1 here. "Oh, there's nothing over there." He remembered he still needed to pick up number 1 from the gym. Over there, number 1 was still waiting by the gym entrance with glue on his face. He stood there waiting. After a long time, the sound of brakes stopping echoed. Sanju called out from the passenger seat for number 1 to get in. "Come on, number 1. It was already late afternoon when Junmo's car continued driving down the road. In the car, Junmo suddenly asked him, "So you call your clone number 1 and number 2, huh?" Sanju laughed helplessly. "Well, they were cloned, so if I gave them good names, it would be confusing." Behind, number 1 silently put on his helmet and mask used by number 2. He thought that made sense. Agreed. Yeah, anyway, their names don't matter. It's your skills that count. Yes. By the way, I heard people use guns to hunt one-antler rabbits. Genmo confirmed, yes. Sanju puffed out his cheeks. So, shouldn't I prepare some equipment like a gun or something? He remembered and comforted himself. Oh, don't worry about it. You can use your own gear too, but you can also rent them from the hunting grounds, of course, for a fee. Genmo added, but later on, you should prepare your own equipment, because the rented gear is only allowed in that specific hunting ground to make it easier to recover. Suddenly, a mix of sounds interrupted their conversation. Sanju was also drawn in. He wondered about the sound and Genmo laughed. Finally, we're here. It was a fairly dense military training area, Yujang's hunting ground. At the entrance, to Special Forces were standing guard seriously. In front of the gate, to Special Forces stood guard seriously. There are also people controlling and armed soldiers equipped with heat weapons. Sanji steps out of the vehicle, looking around at the scale of this place. This place is so vast, even Slim's hunting ground can't compare. Junmo replies, yeah, that's right, this is Yu Zhang-san's Monster Break hunting grounds. He thinks to himself, Monster Break, I've heard about it before. The black water stream emits powerful energy currents. Essentially, the gate isn't connected to the outside world. Inside this gate, countless bizarre monster species are targets for hunters to deal with. Therefore, most hunts happen after hunters enter through the gate. However, occasionally, giant snakes or demonic spiders will manage to escape from the gate. A monster passes through the gate, destroying its surroundings and turning it into a hunting ground. Amidst the ruins, with monsters crawling everywhere on the ground, the high gate continues to absorb energy currents. It's commonly called Monster Break. Junmo narrates, 5 years ago, during the Monster Break, most of the high-level beasts were wiped out. What remained were only E and F-class monsters. That's why this place is considered a rich hunting ground by hunters. But he still feels slightly annoyed by the noise around him. No one complains about the noise, right? He doesn't respond. The three of them walk through the base gate at their own pace. In the main hall, large screens display various monitoring areas on different walls. Below are some people working. Junmo points to a weapons trading area where he can rent equipment there. With a thud, a heavy wooden box falls in front of them. Inside is a rifle, night vision goggles, earplugs, about 400 bullets, and a ticket for the hunting ground as well. The rental guy holds up a rifle, his voice cold. Total cost, 70,000 gun. Sanju looks dejectedly at his card. The thick stack of bills, so expensive. He quickly slings his backpack over his shoulder. Junmo explains helplessly, that's because ammunition costs the most among all expenses. Of course, if you successfully hunt a one-horned rabbit, there won't be any issues. He continues with a friendly tone, the cost of a one-horned rabbit is equivalent to several Slim Essence. Junmo leads them up the elevator. Looking at the map in his hand, he says, our location is on the 3rd floor of Building F. Sanju laughs sarcastically. Even after entering the hunting ground, there are still different zones? They reach a door and Junmo turns to wait for him. Here we go! As they push open the door, a series of gunshots ring out, almost deafening both of them. He remains calm, instinctively covering his ears. Sanju is visibly startled, shuddering. They walk a few more steps and see hunters aiming from the balcony edges. One hunter clenches his cigarette in his mouth, muttering angrily, damn it, missed again. FCK! Another hunter is casually looking at the one-horned rabbit hanging before the gun. Beside him are several buckets filled with rabbit carcasses. Sanju looks a bit dazed. Junmo quickly guides him. Position 4. This must be it. He steps forward, just unloading the equipment box. The hunter next to him casually asks, do you have confidence in your shooting skills? Sanju holds the rifle and laughs confidently. Haha, what do you think I am? He examines the gun, showing off. I missed only 3 times during the hunter's shooting test. Junmo looks at him in disbelief. He is shocked to his core. He missed 3 shots from such close range. Sanju still feels extremely confident and smirks, saying, I feel a bit sorry for those one-horned rabbits. But with your earplugs on, Junmo loudly proclaims, those monsters won't escape the barrel of Uzong-san's eagle eye. And with that, he puts on his earplugs. Junmo pursed his lips, clenching his hand tightly until it turned white. He suddenly felt incredibly lucky. Luckily, everyone here is wearing earbuds. Through his binoculars, Sanju quickly spotted the shadow of a forest rabbit. He exclaimed in alarm, "I saw one!" Junmo was astonished upon hearing this. So fast, the sniper slowly brought his scope to the rabbit's head. His finger on the trigger twitched slightly. Now it's time for the hunt. With a loud bang, the spent shell casing flew out. 3 hours later, the sky over Yurangsan hunting grounds was completely dark. Only faint lights from windows in the tower could be seen. Sanju was shocked, burying his face in his hands and collapsing, his mind reeling with disbelief. I couldn't even hit one rabbit. He slumped over, weeping in disappointment. How can this be? Recalling the afternoon just now, everything seemed fine when aiming. But suddenly, both rabbit ears perked up and twitched. Right after a shot from the tower, at his position, the gun went off and the one-horned rabbit reacted unusually fast, dodging the bullet. Sanju was dejected. Just as I fired, they bolted away. Even when the older man left, Junmo looked shyly before speaking. It's late now. He could only give up. Yeah, you can go ahead if you want to. Looking at the dark sky in front of him, his voice sounded lost. I didn't even recover the money spent on bullets. Should I quit today? Sanju called out. "One." He immediately responded. "Yes." Looking at his phone, he instructed, "Hunt one-horned rabbits here and use a shotgun to retrieve them for us. Each time you shoot them, send me a message or call if you run out of bullets." After that, Sanju resignedly sighed, leaving the number 1 behind. He left with a sense of disappointment. I'm going home now. Returning home and lying in bed, Sanju stared at his system display, mana continuously increasing by 0.001. He consoled himself. At least number 2 is still doing well in killing monsters. His stats, strength from 0.709 to 0.732, reflexes from 0.515 to 0.518, health from 0.663 to 0.679, endurance from 0.553 to 0.563, mana from 0.13 to 0.137, aim accuracy from 0.311 to 0.312. Sanju silently assessed. His stats were still increasing. But he remembered the pressure from the Haisheng Guild leader who suddenly appeared behind him this morning. Closing his eyes and sighing, "There's a long way to go." Feeling tired, he stifled a yawn. Sanju imagined the one-horned rabbit mocking him. He thought hunting one-horned rabbits was a mistake. I didn't think it would be this difficult. Gazing blankly for a moment, he finally closed his eyes and fell asleep, muttering, wishing number 1 could at least catch one to save face. Time passed quickly. Sanju soon fell into deep sleep. While still in a dreamlike state, the phone beside him gently lit up. It vibrated continuously, displaying unread messages on the screen. All from number 1's account, with the same content until 4:31 a.m. App 9 summarized, there were 46 unread messages from number 1. Clearly someone was in dire need of help. A clear blue sky, white clouds drifting gently. Despite this, his mind was filled with thoughts and worries as he stared out the window. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket buzzed with a ringtone. "Hello, what organization are you from?" The voice on the other end rang out. "Are you the Sanju owner of number 1? Jun mowed up. "Yes, that's right," the other side proposed. "I'm the manager of Slim Hunting Grounds. Please hurry over to Sanju and help me stop the hunters there." His expression showed concern. "What do you mean by flag?" The voice on the other end was urgent. "He's been hunting in my area for more than 24 hours. Now he's not even keeping his wits about him." Junmo realized the situation was serious. He stood up abruptly. "I'll be there as fast as possible." Sanju yawned loudly. "I slept so well." He scratched his head, puzzled. Is it number 1 who's out of ammo already? He just turned on his phone. He was surprised. Oh, his eyes were still dazed and unfocused. Wait, why are there so many messages now? The light from the phone illuminated Sanju's confused face. Oh my god! Genmo had also arrived at the scene. He was completely shocked by a pile of containers filled with red liquid. He was extremely perplexed. What is this? How did he fill all these tanks in just one day? Everyone surrounded and tried to stop someone wearing protective gear. The red liquid seeped out through the breathing hole of the suit in a moment. Genmo quickly turned on his phone, but now wasn't the time to think about that. The other side answered after 3 rings. Hello! Genmo happily said, Hunter Sanju has some new information for you. I'm going to Slim Hunting Grounds and it's only been a day, but his clone filled up all the containers. I'm preparing to call in the cleanup team for monster carcasses, so could you give me number 1 Forest Hunting Grounds? Sanju replied back, that's great news. Can you also send someone to Yujangsan to clean up? Junmo thought he heard wrong. What? He looked worried. I think this pile of black rabbits is blocking the path here. The crowd was discussing excitedly. Wow, I can't count how many rabbits there are now. It's insane. Someone raised their phone to record. If I had 1 carcass, no one would notice. Everyone's attention focused on the man wearing a mask and helmet. Did he kill all of these? One person stepped forward bravely. This hunter! Your hunting skills are impressive. He presented a business card from the Brown Bear recruitment team to Team Leader Kim by Ong-sik. Here's my business card. He politely asked, have you joined any guilds yet? But the other party remained silent. The man was speechless, his hand trembling with effort to stay calm. Calm down, after all, geniuses are always weird. Suddenly, laughter echoed behind him. No, a group of people in suits happily said, even if we tried to chat with him for hours, he didn't say a word. The man was genuinely stunned by the recruiters from major guilds. He quickly regained his composure and accused, but all this time, I'm sure he said 1 or 2 words. But no one believed it. I told you he didn't say anything. No one noticed a person approaching the main character. Sanju softly said, number 1, keep hunting, and if the representative comes here, just leave the rabbit carcasses to him. Number 1 spoke again. Okay. As Sanju left, he patted number 1 on the shoulder with a compliment. Good job. The silent man blushed, his heart filled with joy. Without hesitation, he picked up his gun and loaded it again. People nearby turned to see what was happening. Is that number 1 hunting again? Truly, they were all talking excitedly. Hey, just sit there and watch how he hunts rabbits. Don't push me. It seems like he's going hunting again. Sanju returned to his room. He couldn't help but admire. I underestimated what the clones could do. Summarize the information. Currently, the clones have reached 50% efficiency. If we think simply, it means they can achieve half of what we can do. But something doesn't seem right here. There's a call. Teacher. But Sanju was still lost in thought, as if he were letting the machine handle it for him. The clones made decisions without hesitation and with high concentration. They seemed to be doing better than we expected. A loud shout interrupted them. Teacher! Sanju jumped, dropping his pen. Oh my goodness! Ian tilted her head. What were you daydreaming about just now? Sanju regained his composure and returned the paper. Sorry, I finished checking it. You did better this time than last time. Ian was delighted to hear that. Really, someone once told me that if you work hard enough, you can do anything. I'm curious too. What were you thinking about just now? Sanju replied nonchalantly. Nothing. Fragrance simply passed by the hunting ground and found something better than expected. Ian immediately stood up, her voice high-pitched. Teacher, are you a hunter? Sanju looked surprised. Huh? You never mentioned it before, but I'm just new here. Is Ian still shocked? I didn't know that. She sat down and started typing on her phone. Oh, teacher, do you know the hunter everyone's talking about today? Everyone is discussing him. Sanju was curious. Who? Ian held up her phone. The genius hunter with eagle-like eyes. One word made me spit out my drink. Wait, who are you asking again? Ian replied admiringly. Teacher, have you heard of the hunter on Wikipedia? Everyone is going crazy about him. The video shows him hunting over 200 rabbits. That alone is enough to set a new record. But he doesn't say anything. Everyone sees him as cool and mysterious. He's become the hottest topic on the internet for days now. In the video, countless people filmed and kept asking the person in the screen, "We're from the guild. What's your name?" "Hunter." The top one lowered his hat and answered quietly, "Yu Jong-san the Eagle." Everyone was confused. "What is it?" "It's a nickname, Yu." Sonju's mouth opened wide as if he had swallowed an egg. She's still focused on her phone, continuing to speak. "Cool, huh, teacher? Actually, I also want to become a hunter too." Sanju prodded. "You want to be a hunter, huh? Are you awake yet? Let's change the topic." Or Ian could speak shyly. "I have that license too, but I was a bit scared when I went to the hunting ground." Her lips seemed like she wanted to say something. She gently brushed her hair aside. "If you get good grades, can I take you on a hunt sometime?" Sanju replied without hesitation. "Sure, it's not that hard. But if you do well in this test, I'll take you there." The two Ian's faces lit up as she approached. Really, Sanju quickly dodged. "Yes, I know the safe hunting ground." She innocently showed her index finger. "Okay, teacher, I promise." Sanju sighed helplessly at the little girl. He reached out and raised his index finger. Ian laughed and gently reminded him, "Don't change your mind now. Don't go back on your word, okay?" "Alright, now focus on the test. You have to pass to get into university." Strange! The door opened. Ian's mother was washing dishes and saw someone leave. She asked Han, "Did teacher say you're doing well, grandson?" Sanju smiled politely. "Yes, I'm doing well." They talked animatedly without realizing Ian was listening by the door. She heard her mother ask again, "How are you studying, grandson?" Then Sanju spoke up. "At first, I was a bit worried, but Ian is very good at it. Don't worry about anything." Her mother smiled. "Oh my, what a smooth lie." Sanju prepared to leave. "You're still polite. See you on Monday, sir." Ian's mother tried to hold him back. "It's late already. Eat your dinner and go home now." He gently declined. "I have to be at this place already." The door closed again. After that, there was no more noise. Ian excitedly jumped onto her bed and hugged her stuffed bear. I got to learn from him now. Her hand created a ball of light. "That's why he's a hunter. Only then can we have smooth conversations." Her cheeks turned red. At first, she didn't like it because this was someone her father knew, but thinking about the time spent with Sanju over these days, he is very kind and teaches well too. Ian notices Sanju's good points and claps her hands to extinguish the light. He's handsome too. She takes a deep breath, stands up, sits back at her desk with determination as night falls over the city again. Sanju arrives at their meeting point. "I wonder if they've finished collecting the bodies?" Junmo notices him standing guard. He greets, "The hunter." Sanju replies, "You're here too, right?" Junmo nods. "Yeah, I need to check the progress as well." "Where did you go?" Sanju politely answers, "I went for tutoring." After a brief greeting, Junmo can't help but say, "I've mobilized search teams at multiple hunting grounds, watching the people working hard. This is my first time calling in so many rabbit one-horn search teams." The statistics are presented, totaling 352. Sanju exclaims, "There are a lot of them." Junmo asks again, "Did you check the money I sent?" Sanju takes out her phone now. "I sent it already. Sorry about that. I didn't get the notification, so I missed it." A number catches his eye. The account balance 32.720, 300 gun. Sanju's eyes widen in surprise. "I've never seen this much money before." "That's a lot of money." Junmo smiles. "Your skills seem to have passed level F. So I raised it to 83% for E-rank hunters." Sanju scratches her head and quickly accepts. "But I'm not an E-rank. Thanks a lot." Suddenly, a gruff voice interrupts them. "Hey, guys." Everyone's eyes turn towards the source of the voice. A burly man points at them. "You're that damn manager, right?" He targets number 1, the originally quiet person. Sanju leans back and shivers. Junmo steps forward. "Yeah, But who are you? The man laughs coldly. Cold eyes. Do you think I'm a hunter whose prey was stolen? Gata roars for justice. All the one-horned rabbits I targeted were taken by that guy. This hunt is a total loss. Clearly, Gata came here to complain. Someone has to make up for it? Junmo realizes this isn't simple either. He leans in and whispers, maybe we chose the wrong place. Sanju was equally shocked. I didn't know such people existed here. Think about it, then call Junmo and tell him my idea. You're being unreasonable, right? This action is considered disrespectful. The two of you were whispering something. The guy walked over, stretched out his hand, and reluctantly gave 10% of your bonus as a token gesture. Suddenly, Sanju feigned laughter, gritting his teeth in anger. What's so funny that you're laughing? Smile and cling to the leader. Don't worry, he won't be here for a few days. Whispering softly, he nudged Junmo. Manager, let's go. The guy seemed reluctant but complied. I'm not done talking. Where are you going? You bastard. Junmo was still processing. Where were we headed anyway? Sanju casually asked, shall we head to the nearby coffee shop? The guy couldn't hold back his anger. You. He raised his fist and demanded attention. Sanju seized the opportunity. Number one, come on. Number one chose to comply. You seemed like a limp noodle flying away effortlessly. Like a ball bouncing off a wall, you finally crashed into the wall. Number one winced in pain, eyes wide with bloodshot. The guy was startled. I didn't hit that hard. Sanju stepped forward with his camera in hand. Oh my god, this is brutal. You're intentionally making a big deal out of it. Everyone knows such violent actions won't be overlooked at the hunting grounds, right? Junmo hesitantly followed along. Right. Gata immediately sensed the collective gaze. No! Me! Sanju continued to stoke the fire. Number one, get up. That video will be terrible if it's posted on the Hunter website. Our star is in trouble. Uzong-san's eyes were attacked. Gata's face turned pale. Sanju approached to show the footage. Right, you're delivering a psychological blow. Let us leave, what do you think? The guy gritted his teeth. Damn it. All three of them left without a scratch, sitting at a roadside cafe. Sanju listened to Junmo's explanation with enthusiasm. Did he know about this already? Yes, I think the hunter we met earlier was a member of Hasung. Since Hasung is quite large, it has various types of people. Still, Sanju was curious, but how did you know he came from their group? He instructed, yes, please call all the photographers I have. We need many this time. Junmo recounted solemnly, as soon as I entered to collect the body, he stared at me. This might be a revenge plan. Sanju quickly recognized it. Hasung's work, right? Junmo sighed, yes, they probably thought your clone was another hunter who signed with us. Previously, hunters from GM Agency also faced similar situations. It's a bit embarrassing, but they usually don't extend contracts and leave. Currently, only a few elite hunters remain, including you. His face turned serious and wary. And I can't promise anything about stopping Hasung. Manager, don't try to change my mind. I know this, but I'm still joining. Don't worry. You interrupted him, leaving the manager speechless. Of course. Sanju firmly stated, I won't let those bastards bully us like this. I mean, I have a plan to get stronger quickly. You explain it quickly. Junmo listens grimly from start to finish. The warm and harmonious atmosphere continues as Sanju finally concludes. What do you think? His face trembles like he just discovered a new horizon. I never thought of it that way. He opens up his notebook calendar. So how about 2 p.m. tomorrow? Sanju has no refusal. Okay, the two are discussing. And the location? You decide. Meet at Sandy Market. Hunter's Supermarket. We're a building with 7-color rainbow towers. Weapons transactions have always been very popular among hunters from the start. But a general store has joined the hunting market industry and now holds a key position in it. That's why all kinds of equipment hunters need are always ready. The blacksmith puts on his armor, proudly showcasing the product. This is an armor made from titanium. It will definitely ensure absolute protection against any E-class monsters. What do you think? Sanju feels the armor on himself. Very comfortable. And it's very light too. I like this one. His hand rests at his side. And weapons. You're satisfied with the sharp dagger. I'll practice shooting better later, so this should be enough for now. He asks the store owner, "Can you provide to more armors like mine?" The owner agrees immediately. Okay, transaction complete. Your armor is packed into 2 suitcases. Junmo starts talking. You still need skills, right? Yes. Junmo double-checks for confirmation. The skill you're looking for is the close combat skill, correct? Sanju looks around. That's right, but I'm not sure if I can find it here. They head to a luxurious store. Take a look over there. Stop in front of a green jade glass ball. Inside, many other glass balls are lined up, but you're only interested in that one. Here it is. He glances down. The close combat skill name. This skill allows hunters to share their vision and senses with their pets and summon clones. With a shocking price tag of 129.89001, Sunju's eyes suddenly start tearing up. He gives a sly smile. Manager sir, I think it's time to invest in our relationship now. Junmo looks blank. So you want me to advance the funds? Yes. He wipes away tears and pulls out his phone. Alright then, I'm not sure if I can afford it. But I think I still have enough money to lend you 50 million won right now. Sanju looked a bit awkward. I think with installment payments, I can pay off the rest. Calm down. Don't worry too much. If everything goes according to plan, then we'll get this money back in no time. A huge sum of money suddenly poured into a ball of yarn. Open up the instruction string. Let's see, inject mana into the skill ball. For those who can't control mana, turn on the ball while keeping it in contact with your body. I'm just following the steps. This is the activation button. I don't even know how to control mana. The remaining hand touched the ball, placing it carefully. Eyes closed, pressing the switch. The ball then glowed brightly, lighting up the entire room. After a few seconds, the skill notification appeared. The close range skill has been created. Close range skill level 4. One shares sensory information with the selected clone. Sanju was surprised by this change. Everything seemed like a dream, and the ball disappeared. He gripped his hand tightly. Alright, now our new skill is ready. He stood up, supporting himself on his knee. Number 1 and to come here. Step lightly towards them. Looking at the well-equipped duo, he nodded approvingly. Good job. He was excited about the upcoming journey. Let's go. Recalling that moment, Sanju proposed. So as I said, I have an idea to make us much stronger very quickly. What do you think of the hunting trip result, manager? Junmo agreed enthusiastically. Of course, it's extremely wonderful. I've never dared to hope for such a result. You're impressed too. Yeah, we've never imagined this outcome either. Endurance, stamina. My clone's reaction time stats are only half of what I have now. But they managed to hunt over 300 one-horned rabbits, while I didn't catch any. And the incident just happened. I ordered him to take a hit from that hunter and perform as badly as possible. But it's still not easy to coordinate perfectly and react calmly before the punch. Sanju concluded if number 1 wants to hit that guy, he probably could. Junmo imagined, so your point is, despite lower stats, they have excellent body control. He proudly showed his thumb up. Exactly, and I want to leverage this strength. How? First, we need to locations. The training ground for me to practice using long-range and close-range weapons. The plan is underway. Hello, are you here to sign up? You're here to practice shooting and catching targets. I'll get everything ready now. 2 clones were sent to different locations. And of course, I will train them extremely harshly so they can reach their limits. The trainers have never seen such demands before. Let's start sparring immediately. You want a revolver, the sound of a bullet being cocked. The close-range weapon trainer was still in disbelief. Like this, you need to focus on hitting the stick until your opponent drops it. Even if you're a hunter, are you sure about sparring now? Both the long-range trainers kept asking, can you really hit that moving disc? Can you do it? Hitting a flying disc is much harder than hitting a stationary target. The clone's eyes were firm. I'm sure about this. The trainer could only warn them to be ready. This is a real revolver, not the fake ones used for training. Their eyes showed hesitation, so prepare, prepare. With a loud command, they started. Both sides entered combat. Close-range sparring is easy. Long-range requires millimeter precision. Both trainers were surprised, because then Sanju had already stated his needs. I need close combat skills. Junmo was slightly surprised. Close combat skills? Is that the skill to share your vision with clones? What are you planning to do with it? He smiled and explained casually. No, not just visual perception. Even sensory perceptions matter. Connecting smells, sensations, and other feelings is crucial. Imagine using this skill during sparring or shooting practice. Sanju always fights in real battles. He took a deep breath and activated the close combat skills. He immediately felt immersed. The deeper he focused, the darker it got. He mentally suggested that he could experience everything. Now he connected with the clone for close-range sparring. The opponent charged fiercely, the distance in the practice match. He dodged back, noting the joint angles, body balance, and every movement happening in an instant. He raised his staff, feeling the muscle movements and the flow of strength. Meanwhile, Sanju connected with the long-range clone, sensing breathing during shooting practice. Aimed at the target, a gunshot rang out as a bullet flew. The sandpaper shattered all the clone's movements. His long eyelashes twitched slightly. He opened his eyes. He had never felt so light. I can feel everything. Sanju tried the skill again, feeling satisfied with the strength in his hands. The new sensations. What happened to the clone? The pointer gliding over him. Gunpowder smell, recoil when shooting, fatigue from practice. His hand was trembling. Sanju felt like a puppet, though he didn't do anything. All these feelings were transmitted as if real. He was excited about this new skill, the genuine and subconscious feeling. The system interface appeared again. Sanju stretched his shoulders. It's good for today's combat and shooting practice. I wonder who number 1 is fighting. Maybe I can try connecting with him. He closed his eyes, activated the skill. His subconscious left his body. In an instant, he was in the training room where number 1 was sparring with someone. The trainer here looked strong. Sanju felt a bit apprehensive. Everyone else seemed surprised too. Today's trainer is fighting him. He's quite strong. Both were on guard, wary of their opponent. A sudden strike, a staff flew out. The trainer was at a disadvantage. His face showed effort, basic attacks, as if he had never learned staff combat. Number 1 easily dodged. His defense was indeed excellent. None of my attacks passed through. Another staff swing came. Number 1 quickly tensed his arm to block it. His eyes cold and rational. He focused all his strength to push the staff away, then struck repeatedly. The trainer looked shocked. Did you learn that move from me? He gritted his teeth in thought. Another strike, but missed number 1 again. The audience gasped as he blocked it. Number 1 seized the opportunity to stab with a staff, nearly hitting its mark. Though the trainer blocked, he still got hit hard. Suddenly his back hit the wall. Just then, number 1 leaped in. The trainer did a somersault and landed on the floor. Both Sanju and number 1 were surprised by this move. The trainer fell onto the ground. Number 1's staff was knocked away. A powerful strike followed. Everyone applauded. But the trainer isn't easy to beat either. It's a real test of strength. Sanju is crying and vomiting. He wipes his mouth. The coach is excited but slightly suspicious. That move was really dangerous, huh? He asks, do you want to keep going? Sanju is worried. Number 1, are you okay? You don't answer. His body moves. He jumps onto the coach's head. Everyone is wide-eyed. Even the coach didn't expect this. Even Sanju was shocked. Did he want to keep fighting? Number 1 landed softly on the ground after his performance. Turns out, he picked up a stick and challenged again. Huh, the coach smiled brightly. Alright then. Sanju nods, seems good now. Switching to number 2, he winks and leaves. As soon as he enters number 2, the sound of breaking glass echoes. A golden-haired guy boasts, did you guys see anything? The girl claps in admiration. You're so cool and fierce. Sanji Adenshi's expression, I'll just watch silently. Then he realizes, number 2 shot the disc of the person next to him too. His heart beats fast. Focus on the trajectory. The other guy is smirking. Buddy, give me more ammo so I can show off my skills to these girls here. The space seems quiet, only bottles floating around. Number 2 raises his gun, upper body steady. His body doesn't move, eyes focused on the flying disc. When the target is in sight and he pulls the trigger, the disc shatters. Gunpowder spits out softly. He nods. I got it. Every little detail in his eyes shows real determination from his training. Time pauses like a dog running in a field. When Sanju returns, his main body is already evening. He wakes up dazed but alert. Switching between the two bodies is exhausting. Suddenly his vision wavers. He clutches his face, feeling dizzy. Take a break. Sitting on the chair, he feels like he's back in control. Sanju checks himself. The movements of number 1 and 2 are impressive. Maybe it's because they don't know fear or worry much, so their focus is high. I guess we gained some experience. Next time, let's try practicing. Footsteps approach in the space. A familiar figure recognizes him. A cackling voice says, "Teacher." Sanju wakes up. "How about Ian?" He hesitates. "It's late. What are you still doing here?" She smiles brightly. "Just got back from the library." "You're joking again, right? Did you go out to play?" "Teacher Ian, no, I told the truth." They don't know that a group of people have been watching from afar. The black-haired guy smokes, looking fierce. Is it him? After several rings, the other end says harshly, "So you just let Junmo go like this?" "I'm sorry, I only wanted to scare him, but someone filmed it." The other side is quite aggressive. "What's going on? Was there a video of you beating someone?" Laughter echoes, making the guy jump. "I'll deal with this properly." The other side cuts off. "Forget about it. Don't say anything. Stay away from Yu Jiang's field. No matter what happens, you're not involved in the Haisheng Club. Got it? You're just a nobody helper. You're nothing but a janitor." He spoke to the wall for a few moments, then ended the call. Gapsu immediately wore a sour expression, his anger causing him to fling the phone against the wall. "What a scoundrel!" He went on to stomp and trample furiously. "You damn fool! Do you know who you're talking to, you miserable wretch?" At this moment, a mocking laugh echoed in. "What's wrong with you now?" A chubby man with a cunning look approached. "It's been a while since I saw you." Gapsu knew him well. "You're such an unscrupulous guy." His eyes were unmistakably predatory. "What's going on?" After listening for a while, he burst into laughter and smoked a few cigarettes. He was contemptuous of it. "You should just let him go, okay?" Passersby noticed them and turned around, taking an alternate route. His unscrupulous face mocked. "You fool! I knew you joined that number 1 club when I saw your excitement." Gapsu looked down like a dog. "Sorry, sir," he stammered. "Do you have anything for me?" "The group told me not to get close to Yu Jiang's grounds anymore." Gyun Seoke smiled and said this guy is straightforward. "Hey Changwon, do you have something for him?" The other person was indifferent. "I have a few part-time jobs here." Gapsu felt disheartened. "If there are any, okay." His eyes caught a familiar figure. It's Sanju talking to Haiyan. He whispered, "You're the scoundrel who filmed me." Gyun Seoke also glanced over. There seemed to be some doubt. "Are you sure?" Gapsu was about to run forward angrily. "I'm certain." Gyun Seoke chuckled. "Calm down, okay?" They moved closer. Gyun Seoke's chubby face appeared. "You said something." It was the fairy guy. Turning back to Sanju, Haiyan seemed curious. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" "Make up an excuse." "I'm just going for a workout." A voice cut in abruptly. "Hey, heard your little brother owes your cousin some money." The three unscrupulous men approached with a menacing expression. Haiyan and Sanju looked slightly scared. "Teacher, they are. He's hard to figure out." "I don't know either." "But you still recognize his angry face behind him." You whispered number 1 and number 2. "Sanju, why are you standing in front of Haiyan? What's going on?" Gapsu's eyebrows were tightly pressed together. Gata growled, "Don't act innocent." Goinseok quickly raised his hand. "I'm sorry." His face looks gentle, but his voice exudes a sinister tone. "I heard you have videos of your brother's reckless actions. If we delete it, we'll keep quiet and leave." Sanju held out his phone. If I delete this, will you let me go? Gapsu became anxious at that. You, Goinseok, are still mild-mannered. That's right, neither of us likes trouble. Halfway through, Sanju suddenly stopped. But how can I trust your word? Those words hit his core. He assaulted my eyes. Can you do that too? You're right, how could I let this go? But you're not smart enough to delete the video immediately after recording it, so what's the difference? You quietly signaled the Tuyon to find a good moment to run. Then you told the thugs, of course, there's a difference. Sanju went into defensive mode. I didn't expect to get involved in trouble this early. Sure. Do you have enough confidence to say that? I'll defeat all of you. Gyun-seok laughed like a harvest. You're really confident. He ordered his two subordinates. Give him a few hits. Gapsu charged forward. Then you'll have to kneel and beg me to delete it. Sanju was impressed by the move. But both of you are still too much for you. You couldn't react in time to Gapsu's kick. You painfully stepped back. His opponent didn't stop for a second and continued attacking. The Tuyon were agitated. Teacher, Sanju expanded his aura. You feel the pain. It hurts. At this moment, Hyan stepped forward, gathering a ball of light in her palm. Her voice was hesitant but brave. Back off. Sanju didn't want things to end like this. Hyan. And he paused, because Hyan's body was trembling with fear. Gapsu and Changwon's faces stiffened. Why are you a fake awakened one? Damn it! Jian-seok hit their heads to wake them up. Are you scared of a student, you guys? He turned to Hyan. What if not? He taunted, what are you planning? Hyan raised the ball of light. I said don't come closer. Jian-seok acted as if he didn't hear it. He approached. Or bite your lip? You! She took a risk and fired the ball. The blinking light ball hit hard. Smoke rose immediately afterwards. The local thugs were panicking, bro. Thick smoke enveloped his entire body. A disdainful tone echoed. There are more fakes in the market than fake goods. His tattered shirt revealed dragon tattoos on both shoulders. He blinked and came closer to Tuyon's. So don't get cocky. He raised his hand. You're still green. Sanju rushed out to catch the slap. You never gave up. It's not over yet. That damn guy. Then he forcefully knocked him down. His arm fell loose. Hyan looked blankly. Sanju was still extremely angry at this moment. The three of them held their faces, looking helpless. Gapsu raised his fist and charged forward. You little brat. He gritted his teeth to remind himself. Darian's memories returned. What I'm seeing isn't a human cane at all. Sanju analyzed Gapsu's attack as he saw him charging in. By observing his shoulder, I need to move quickly to dodge. He managed to dodge by moving sideways and threw a powerful punch. Sanju observed Gata from the waist down. He carefully analyzed Gapsu's body from the waist up to the hands. Sanju threw a very strong punch, knocking Gata away. As he pushed him off, another one charged towards Sanju. I can't dodge this hit. He was trying to hit me, but I managed to counterattack that guy. Double attack! That guy panted heavily. How? Sanju was also tired at this moment. Cough. Learn. Gyun-seok laughed maliciously. You know how to fight. He showed his scary demeanor, looking down on me. Fighting someone who doesn't know how to punch or kick makes me hesitate. Sangyu shivered with exhaustion. I'm still feeling the pain from that hit. He observed the chaotic scene and thought, I can retaliate, but if I'm still this strong, this is muscle strength enhancement skill, right? Sangyu raised his fist clearly. I can't let him hit me. He charged towards him. I'm here. But Sanju was one step faster and punched him in the face. He threw another punch. Gyun-seok groaned in pain, cursing silently as he struck hard. He took advantage of his distraction to sneak and attack. But Sanju anticipated it and continued attacking. I have to hit him hard enough to make him expend energy. He swung his hand behind, wanting to grab me, that damn guy. Sanju punched from under Gata's chin. That guy panted heavily. Boss, you suddenly paused and were slightly startled. Gyun-seok suddenly started sweating profusely. His muscles gradually grew abnormally. Gyun-seok roared in anger, Go to hell! Sanji Woo carefully prepared his defense. That's a big hit. I have to avoid it. Suddenly someone grabs your leg. Sang-ji Woo looks down in fear. Gap-soo grabs your leg and laughs heavily. His smile gradually distorts. Wretched, he delivers a powerful punch. You endure the pain from that punch. Or Ian turns back worried. No, Sang-ju's whole body hits the pillar. You clutch your stomach in pain. No, Sang-ju gasps for breath. It's hard to breathe. Goin-seok gloatingly approaches. Ha ha ha, you like that? Sang-ju is still exhausted and drenched in sweat. I need to breathe. Learn. His eyes narrow. He continues attacking, making Sang-ju despair. It's over. A huge scary explosion suddenly appears. He gasps and falls back. Sang-ju breathes lightly. It was In who rushed to help. That guy holds his stomach in anger. You bitch. The two of them charge at the same time. You should have run away, stupid girl. Suddenly some figures appear to help. She still stands there dazed when someone approaches. It's Sang-ju. Yoon-seok turns around in surprise. What? Suddenly Dong-in calls out. Hey, Sang-ju laughs excitedly. Finally, I can breathe again. He is still shocked. Damn it. He keeps that smile even though his face is covered in sweat. Sang-ju follows the pillar running up. He smiles at him and thanks this real test. Then Sang-ju kicks Goon-seok down hard. He gasps heavily. Learn. He groans in pain, almost using all his strength. Gap-soo is also tightly bound. A notification pops up showing muscle speed and endurance increase. Temporary clone skill level 3 test. Family test. Maximum clones available to summon are 3. No re-summoning allowed. Currently available to summon. Clone skill level 3 test. Family test. He smiles lightly. Haha. Then Sang-ju relaxes his body. From afar, two Ions run over. These are what I got. Teacher, play civilian transfer. He wonders, why didn't you run when you had the chance? Or Ian answers cleverly, I didn't think that wasn't what you wanted to say. If I weren't there to help you. Sang-ju looks a bit confused. That's true, but it was too dangerous. Her face turns red. I was very surprised. I didn't expect that famous rookie hunter to be your clone. Suddenly, Ian realizes, Mao Yu Jangzin. He reminds her, don't run around talking about this. She doesn't understand. Why? Don't you want to be famous? Sang-ju emphasizes again. This could happen again, and it's dangerous. She turned back to agree. I understand now. I won't tell anyone. Sang-ju looked up and asked, is this my house, right? Haeyeon confirmed with a hint of regret. Yes, we're here already. He still couldn't forget to ask. Are your hands okay? Can I hold the pen with that hand too? She turned back excitedly. I still have my left hand and it's fine, ma'am. Hi. Then Haeyeon suggested opportunistically. What if one of your students got hurt like this? Wouldn't you reduce their homework? Sang-ju spoke innocently. Didn't you finish everything in the self-study room already? She felt disappointed. He remembers all these details too well. Suddenly he called out, Hi, Yeon. Sang-ju blushed. Thank you. He scratched his neck and praised her. I thought I won him because of your help in blocking him. Haeyeon felt a bit smug. That's right. You've done a huge favor today, you know? Lion suggested that he should thank her when they sit down to eat some meat dishes instead of being hungry and empty-headed. He sighed in resignation. He understood now. There was no other way. Alright, I'll buy it for you. She smiled happily. Alright, I promise. Haeyeon said goodbye and went inside. He laughed and guessed she would eat a lot. Sang-ju left satisfied, but he suddenly stopped. Sang-ju felt strange. Why are you following me? You need to work hard. They stood still to report. It's late now. All the shooting ranges are closed. He bent down to pick up a branch. Sang-ju handed them over and suggested, you can do it in the park. A month later, on a starry night sky in a city full of stars. Yes, hunters from Sang-ju. Junmo widened his eyes as he listened to the phone. How's the plan going? The other end replied. It went perfectly. He looked at two green armored duplicates beside him in surprise. His hand fiddled with something green. Now even I can use a revolver to shoot them. Just leave it like this for now. Moreover, the skill level of the duplicates has increased. and I got an extra third duplicate. Junmo was elated. Congratulations! So you can learn faster now. Sanju is also excited. Well, that's right. According to the evaluation table, ability and strength increased from 0.73 to 1.432, agility from 0.518 to 1.218, endurance from 0.679 to 1.024, tolerance from 0.563 to 0.894. Magic from 0.137 to 0.237, Vitality from 0.31 to 0.315, Clone Skill Level 3 upgraded to Level 6. Percentage application for current clones is now at 53%. Sanju sees it smiling confidently. He would be surprised seeing this. He wonders aloud, isn't the average you rank about 1 point for points? He wants to ask more. So this is a bit sudden. But can I get 3 F-rank hunting areas for tomorrow? Junmo hesitates unexpectedly. 3 stars. Sanju asks again, it's really hard, right? He confirms quickly after hearing this. Who am I to think you are? I will give those hunting areas to you at any cost. He finds this amusing. Haha, our manager is indeed reliable. Zumo is very excited. When did I schedule it? Tell me about the schedule. I will have them train in the morning and take them hunting in the afternoon. He opens his carefully recorded notebook. Got it. So see you tomorrow. Sanju says goodbye. Good night. He happily turns around. So now, today is number 1, 2, and 3 in sequence. Upper half, lower half, cardio. Sanju points and quickly commands. Head to the park right away. Make sure you're back by 12 o'clock. He angrily reminds, hey, leave the gun here. Sanju is in disguise, planning monster hunting, easy quest monsters, museum library, new recruit guidance from the library museum. Part 1, analyze the battle tactics of the bridge monster. Just do this and you'll become a hunter. He observes carefully, noting that their training with clones shows they learned well. Unless body movement is impossible, they can almost replicate and recreate everything. Sanju calculates intently, so what if he learns about all these monsters and the accurate ways to hunt them too? From the video tutorial, it's great to meet my viewers. Today, I will explain the bridge monster's battle tactics, understand the situation, and then choose the right weapon. For new recruits, you can easily get materials like these to fight with them. Wunamu feels that the clones could follow instructions too. On the other side of the building, footsteps return hurriedly. Sanju notices his tired eyes. Oh, is it already 12 o'clock? He orders them tiredly and loudly. Those guys still aren't fully energized. Even working all day, they don't seem to get tired at all. Go take a bath and have dinner. Sanju watches the 3 of them prepare for an experiment. Giant rat, exotic fish, horned rabbit. I've mostly watched the F-rank monster tutorials. Now we need to check if they're really hunting by following instructions. He carefully checks and calculates. I'll go see what's happening and experience the hunt to get familiar with combat using my usual skills. And during breaks, learn about mana. According to Sanju's analysis, the progress of the hunt in this area. One note to check the battlefield situation and share practical experiences. 3 use familiar skills, rest, recover mana. Because my usual skills consume too much mana, I couldn't last long during the previous attempt. He calls to remind them. The manager will be here soon. He reminds them again. I'll be there for about 10 minutes. Junmo! They were eating when he called them. If you're done eating, get ready to go. Sanju arrives at the location. The manager, Junmo, has been waiting. Ah, you're here. He looks a bit apprehensive. They seem quite intimidating now. My face is also getting tired. Yes, even I feel uncomfortable being with them. Sanju continues to wonder, is the training area ready? Junmo nods confidently. Of course, I found 3 spots not too far from each other. Remind me of a few things. Great, take care of these guys for me. He turns to look surprised. Aren't you going with us? Sanju scratches his head shyly and says, I plan to participate by using my familiar skills. I also need to practice my mana breathing techniques. Just take those kids to the hunting area and let me know if the journey is smooth. Genmo nods in agreement if you want to do it that way, okay? The car starts up. He's excited to prepare. Time for us to do our part now. Sangyu walks while humming softly, exhaling slowly. He is very focused, relaxing his body and concentrating on his senses, filtering out distractions and focusing on himself. If you can remember the feeling when using your skill, it helps. That sound reminds Sangyu of how he feels when using a familiar skill. Yes, when using familiar skills or summoning clones, it feels like energy is emanating from his body. His body gradually changes. He breathes for 10 seconds and imagines circulating mana within his body. Sanju can clearly feel the energy at that moment circulating in his body. He takes a deep breath, feeling a change inside his body. Suddenly, Sanju's eyes widen as the power grows stronger. A notification appears. Received meditation skill. Meditation level 1. Mindfulness by stabilizing your mind. Mental fatigue is slightly restored. Mana growth rate increases slightly. Mana recovery speed increases slightly. And the effect of mana breathing improves. A man exhausted from a long journey. Impossible. Why is that monster here? Damn it. Damn it. He struggles to crawl with a bloody face. Damn it. Zit. But this is an F-level dungeon. We're only hunting some exotic fish here. That monster shouldn't be here. He hears the sharp sound of his teeth. The man is extremely determined. I have to report this to the authorities. It's getting closer. He becomes more frightened. Yes. His hands tremble even more. It follows right behind him. Blood splatters everywhere with a loud scream. The car door opens. Genmo steps out and introduces himself. This is the last hunting ground. Wastewater treatment plant. You tell them about it. There are invasive fish here. They're known for having strong jaws. Number 3 has also stepped out. I get it now. Genmo reminded me. Be careful. He picked up his phone and texted. Bring these 3 to the spot. We need to leave a message. All the clones have arrived. I admire him greatly. A hunter is hunting in 3 different places at once. Truly, this is an amazing ability. And he's inside the room himself. Genmo can predict how the hunting industry will react based on today's results. He's still very proud of it. At Sanju's house, I got the mana breathing skill from the guild. Truly a genius once in 1,000 years. The phone kept reminding him, making Sanju a bit startled. He felt the mana and continued to breathe. Be careful not to confuse meditation with the mana breathing skill. So they are different? He was a bit confused. I thought it would be hard to get the mana breathing skill too. It's just too exciting. Sanju checked his phone. Surely all the clones have arrived now. A message from Genmo. All the clones have arrived. He was satisfied. Alright. Maybe I should go to the training area too. He closed his eyes again. The familiar skill activated. The blade pierced straight into the monster's core. Sanju's mouth dropped in surprise. Oh, what is that? This is number 1. He was just hunting, you know? Sanju was a bit puzzled. It seems there are no issues so far. The guild really helped out. A giant rat-like creature rushed over. Sanju waited anxiously. I should know something now. An announcement was made about this type of animal. Giant rats are among the most annoying monsters in the elite category. The loudspeaker announced. So if you're planning to hunt them, I suggest forming a team. He wiped his glasses carefully. If you have no other choice but solo play, there are still ways to succeed. The loudspeaker gave orders. First, since they will charge straight at you, keep your distance and shoot. Gunshots rang out continuously. The loudspeaker continued. If you can't kill them all by shooting, and this is a close-range battle, it suggests targeting their skull. So number 1 did the same, aiming for the spine. A loud noise echoed. There's another terrifying aspect too. Of course, they are very lucky to be born like regular rats. He put on his glasses and got ready. If you've studied well, these will be valuable experience points. He reminded her, you think it's easy to aim for the ribs when they're moving? Don't destroy my video. You always say it's just some experience points. Number 1 raised his gun and aimed. A gunshot echoed. The bullet flew out. The mutated rat hit by the bullet cried out. From Sanju's observation, the clones could hunt like us and use our skills too. Number 3 is moving straight ahead now. And Sanju just realized something. In front of number 3 was a mutated scorpion advancing. It doesn't seem to be afraid at all. Because you know the reasons, they hunt without caring about their opponent's level. The attack from number 3 was successful in defeating the monster. That's why he can ensure and test hunting with familiar skills. Meanwhile, the system kept notifying him, your strength has increased, reflexes have improved, mana is up, endurance is higher, and stamina is better. Sanju concluded that as his stats increase, so do the clones. Suddenly, number 3's eyes flashed. Sanju was determined today he would clear out these F-class monsters. Immediately, number 3 charged forward to eliminate each one. At another location, someone's footsteps were slow and deliberate. Looking at the scene before him, the man wondered aloud. Hey, why is the hunting ground so quiet today? His companion noticed this too. I don't know, we should have run into a few by now. Just as he said that, something appeared before them. What's that? The man with the flashlight exclaimed in surprise. Hey, there are so many monster corpses here. How many do you think? He hurriedly urged everyone to hurry and put everything in their chests. The sun was shining brightly today, warming up the forest. After dealing with the monsters, number 3 stopped. Things have been going smoothly so far, but... Then he looked around, feeling something missing. Suddenly, Sanju opened his mouth and remembered, oh, oops. This made him pause in place, without gathering the monster corpses again, his thoughts. So Sanju had to mobilize them. Number 1, 2, 3, go back and gather the monster corpses quickly while number 3 stood still. Sanju urged them, stop hunting, gather all of them in the chests. Number 3 was very calm. But what if someone else has already gathered them? Suddenly, Sanju looked in a different direction, and he pointed out, I see some alien fish over there. Why aren't you gathering them? Number 3 rebutted, I'm not hunting those. If someone else wants to gather them, they should go and do it. Sanju was really upset. Hey, wake up for me. Each one is worth money. Don't play around like that. Number 3 had no choice but to comply. All right, I'll gather them. The fish that was just killed lay motionless on the ground. But Sanju realized, damn, it's not number 3 who hunted them, who cut them up like this. They're all torn apart. And suddenly, number 3 approached the fish, surprising Sanju. Then he gently picked it up. Isn't this an alien fish? Do we need to gather them? Only Sanju was visibly shaken by this. Lines 1 to 60 complete. What the hell is going on? It's really terrible. What number 3 picked up was actually a hand. Suddenly, there was an odd sound that caught his attention. Sanju immediately warned, there's something over there. This time, number 3 had to stand up seriously and check the situation. His eyes darted in another direction. The fish lying on the ground has completely lost its body. Number 3 was thrown into confusion. A tramp? What's happening? While he was distracted, something sharp brushed past him. In just a blink of an eye, it sliced off number 3's arm. The speed and intensity were shocking. It was too fast, too hot. What is going on? It hurts so much. Only after gritting his teeth did he feel the pain in his right hand. Sanju clutched his injured arm and screamed in agony. That's why he panicked and woke up. Sanju looked at his own arm with shock. It was still there, but it couldn't stop shaking. Sanju was so scared that he curled into a ball. Now he could finally piece together the situation. The connection had been severed due to the pain. At that moment, Sanju's phone rang. This isn't the beginning anymore. Genmo spoke from the other end of the line. Yeah, you Hunter. Sanju inquired about the situation. Manager, what are 3 through 7 hunting? His question surprised him, but he still replied that they were at the wastewater treatment plant in Incheon. What's going on? Genmo noticed something unusual. Your voice. Sanju had already gone deeper into it and urgently reminded him to bring numbers 1 and 2 there. I'm heading there too. On the way, I'll explain everything. Junmo immediately followed through. Okay, I'll be right there. What's happening? Sanju seriously revealed. There's a problem now. He emphasized particularly. A big issue. Right where Nova is. He's struggling with his severed arm, while the creature in front of him holds a glowing red sword. Number 3 gradually fades and collapses, while that monster still stands there stunned. At this moment, Sanju steps out to the car, but something stops him. Standing still, breathing heavily as if sensing something, he remained like a statue for a long time. Sanju's heart stopped. He lost connection with number 3. The notification pops up. Level 3 clone consumes energy to summon another one that looks like you. Maximum clones can be summoned at once is 3. Energy recovery time is 6 hours and 34 minutes. This is what Sanju is worried about. I still have to wait a long time before using this skill again. The guard asked, "Can I see your ID bracelet?" After checking, they allowed him to pass. At this moment, Sanju secretly hoped that the manager had arrived. Just as he wished, stepping in, he saw Junmo. Hunter Sanju, like a burden lifted off his shoulders. "Manager, you're here. You really are grateful. And numbers 1 and 2 too. Thanks a lot." It's only now that Junmo gets a chance to wonder. What's going on? Sanju reveals the situation. Number 3 is gone. There's a monster appearing, and it's very strong. Junmo is surprised by this. Huh? Another monster, right? According to what Sanju told me. Yeah, it has a fish head but also legs and arms. In simple terms, it's a merman. Junmo's eyes widen as he receives this info. So, I'll share more details now. I need to report this up top and temporarily close the place. And Junmo emphasizes that it's a merman monster, grade D. Even an E-Class Hunter team isn't enough to defeat it. Sanju nods in agreement. I understand. So report this to security to stop other hunters from coming in. Then Junmo hurriedly turns and leaves. Alright, so now I'll. Before he can finish, Sanju cuts him off. No, not now. You should clearly state the time after my clone enters the stone. This surprises Junmo again. Hunter! Sanju expresses his feelings. We can't just wait here. Plus, look me in the eye, Junmo. I want you to trust me. Sanju clearly devotes his attention like he trusts his clone. The system pops up a notification. Familiar skills are activated and numbers 1 and to start moving deeper inside. They begin their advance into the area. Sanju instructs the two of them. First, go to where number 3 disappeared from. Upon receiving the order, they immediately search around. Number 2 spots something and signals for number 1. The sharp teeth of that fish are open wide. As both find its position, they crouch down to hide. Found it, number 1 breathes a sigh of relief. Lucky us, we should take advantage of this opportunity to attack first. And Sanju calculates his stats are on par with an E-Class Hunter. But my clone only has about 53% of that. They're just F-Class for now. But you see, the merman isn't in top condition if we consider the hunting skills of the clones too. From this, Sanju believes with his coordination and the clone's help, it's still feasible. He quickly orders them to aim for its head. We need to take it down now. Instantly, numbers 1 and to start pressing the grass continuously. The fish is unprepared and takes a full hit. But there's no visible wound, leaving Sanju puzzled. Huh? You really don't believe me? Bullets? They didn't work at all? While Sanju is still stunned, the monster rises and roars loudly. The fish suddenly leaps high up, then dives down towards numbers 1 and 2. After dodging the attack, number 1 starts gathering momentum. Then he performs a skilled counterattack, and there are clear wounds on its body. Sanju was genuinely surprised. Just one slash from that sword and the Crimson Beast swung its weapon to retaliate. This blow made number 1 arch back in fear. Sanju silently exhaled in relief. Lucky because its body is so large it will have trouble swinging a sword through the forest. This time, the beast slashed and cut down a tree, going wild with erratic movements. Sanju was still reeling from the shock. Haha, no big deal, just need to hold back for a moment. Joking, forget what I just said. the large tree fell over, but the beast stood there defiantly. Number 1 and number 2 took advantage of its distraction and attacked from behind. They both tried their strongest moves, but it was disappointing. They didn't work. Instead, they agitated the beast even more. Sanju was frustrated. With attacks like these, how can he hunt down this big, fierce creature? But something just clicked. Wait, those shots earlier. Sanju noticed a crucial point. The first bullet bounced back, but the second caused some damage. Maybe? From there, he could deduce that targeting the wound again might work. And so, numbers 1 and 2 kept firing at the beast non-stop. Sanju was taken aback by what he saw. Alright, so he continued to be distracted. Delicious! Give it a few licks of lead. But before he could celebrate, the beast swung its fist at him. Meanwhile, numbers 1 and 2 dodged and fired back. Bullets were scattered all over the creature. Its blood stained his sword. Suddenly, the sword glowed as the beast lifted its head, clenching its teeth. The hand swung the glowing sword at number 1, catching him off guard. And he took a painful hit. Damn it! But the beast didn't stop there. It struck number 1 again with more pain. Sanju could feel its strength suddenly increase. The beast continued to swing wildly. Sanju's eyes met the glowing sword. Could this be why it reacted to the creature's blood? From that, he concluded that the beast was severely injured, just temporarily stronger. Number 1 regained his momentum and charged forward, but got pushed back by the beast. The beast hit him with its hard head. This nearly knocked him out. Now the beast's hand was still in his stomach. He knew it wouldn't end easily. His other hand held a sharp object, but if he had to bleed, he prepared to stab and be sure Mi would die. The needle pierced through, causing the creature to cry out in pain. But its large hand still tried to resist. Number 1 blocked it with a swift move. Then he sped up to overpower it. Now the beast was in such pain, its eyes were red. The beast swung at number 1 and hit his stomach again. His other hand drew out the glowing sword. This time, number 1 was seriously injured. Meanwhile, the creature continued to threaten with fierce roars. Just as it was about to strike, number 2 leaped in to block for number 1. Both of them then pushed together. As it attacked number 1, number 2 took advantage and struck. And he successfully gave it a painful cut. So the creature fell down, groaning in pain. Not only that, but its head was thrown back from the pain. Its body showed signs of collapsing. This time, lying on the cement under the ground. Finally, Sanju could breathe again. It's over! Both number 1 and number 2 have fainted. I can't go any further now. Then, exhausted, he checked himself. We're out of ammo. I think we've hunted enough for today. Let's stop here. Now it's Sanju's turn to work. I thought it was over already. I should inform the manager. Long tracks cover the entire ground. From number 1, we can see Sanju's surprised expression. Suddenly, his heart is in turmoil. Hasn't it died yet, Rico? Then he hurriedly instructed number 2 to follow the color trail. By now, Sanju's smile has faded away. It's over! That way leads to the main gate, the guard outside reported. Excuse me, I just received a report that there's a level 3 monster inside this area. So the hunting entrance has been sealed off. He became anxious. What? That means we can't go in now. Therefore, the guard had to reassure them. The hunting team from the association will be mobilized soon, so any changes will be notified immediately. He was extremely upset. What? But I spent a lot of time gathering this group together. Jumo remained silent, but hoped inside. Hunters from Sanju, you need to hurry up. Someone's voice caught Dumi's attention. Dumi. The guard panicked and relayed the message. Hurry up, gather forces and inform the commander immediately. Others also rushed. Alert! In front of them, a monster was charging at them. It opened its bizarre mouth ferociously. The military urgently ordered. Fire! Block that thing! Don't let it get close to the information gate. The monster's fire sword showed no signs of weakening. Despite continuous gunfire, it rushed right up to the door, and just then number 2 caught up from behind. In his hand was a small knife ready to slash. You're using all your strength to attack the monster. The sudden strike made it fall back in pain. At that moment, Sanju jumped out from inside. He pushed himself with all his might, and Sanju stabbed hard into the monster. It howled in terror and pain. Meanwhile, Sanju kept stabbing the knife into its head. The soldiers were gaping in amazement. The monster was gradually falling back. Number 2 wanted to cry out of emotion. On this side, a man from the association received a call. Yes, we're here. He stands upright and alert, checking his equipment as he scans the area. After finishing our investigation, we'll send a detailed report right away to you. Noticing the commotion in front of him after hanging up, he focuses on the crowd. What's going on? At their feet, the injured fish monster is covered in blood. The Child Association man frowns as he looks down, puzzled by this human fish. A soldier pushes through the crowd and asks him a question. You're from the Child Association, right? The Child Association man looks at him. Yes, that's me. What happened here? The young soldier reports with shock and alarm. Yeah. Sure enough, a D-class monster has appeared, but one of the hunters entered the information portal before the lockdown and managed to hunt it down. Hearing this, the Child Association man also looks puzzled. This isn't an F-class hunting ground, right? Why did you say there was a D-class hunter here? The soldier confirms again. It's not just a D-class hunter or a group of hunters. He furrows his brow. What? Pointing behind Sanju, the soldier explains that they're still investigating, but according to what we know, an F-class hunter killed the monster along with its clone. Looking at him and lost in thought, he sees how a single F-class hunter could take down a D-class monster. Then he looks at the wounds on the monster's body. All attacks were aimed at that wound. It must be because there are no specialized weapons. Meanwhile, Sanju is chatting with Junmo. The Child Association man notes. Is it really possible to hit a moving monster in that precise location? He looks on silently. Then he turns and announces they'll check if there are any more monsters inside the information portal. Finish your investigation before I return, the soldier shouts as he follows. The fish hunter below lies motionless in a pool of blood, dead without even closing his eyes. The Child Association man stands before the portal and sighs. How should I tell the association? If I just say I killed the D-class monster, it doesn't sound right. The system keeps displaying notifications. Sprinting skill has been set up. Sprint, shoulder lock 1. An additional buff effect is added while sprinting. Sharpshooter skill has been set up. Sharpshooter 1 passive. Increases damage when using gun-type weapons. Vitality state activated. Unlocked. Vitality 0.401. Shoulder lock 1 active. Focuses all power into one attack after activation. Strength increased. Endurance increased. Toughness increased. Strength increased. Seeing the injured duplicates on the chairs, he's wide-eyed in surprise. This time I unlocked a lot of skills. I was so confused that I didn't notice. Looking at the 2 injured duplicates, could it be they survived because of regeneration? Junmo looks back worriedly and asks, how are the duplicates doing? They seem to have taken some damage, he explains. But they need a bit more time to recover before I can summon them again, and I think letting them heal on their own will boost their regeneration stats. Then he looks at him and praises, but what's more important for you, young man? You're amazing! You took down a D-class monster completely. Sanju just smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Ha ha! It's a bit embarrassing to ask you to trust me after saying that. But really, things were very dangerous. He laughed nervously in agreement. That's serious. I'm not joking. I think you could handle defeating an E-rank monster all by yourself. He touched his crotch seriously as he commented. Probably because I've been progressing quite fast. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Oh right, the short sword. Sanju walked into the crowd, leaving Junmo confused behind. The monster earlier had a strange short sword. It absorbed blood. He looked puzzled. Come on, absorb it quickly. Then he was about to pick up the bloody sword for confirmation. Right, it started glowing after its red eyes appeared. I think it's dying, so that happened. Junmo stopped him from getting too close. Hold on, I think you should have the clones handle this. What if it's completely corrupted? Sanju paused and looked up at him. His face showed both worry and concern as he asked again. Completely corrupted, right? So I can't use this anymore? Then he let go with a smile to explain. Because items that are completely corrupted are rare, so their value can be estimated based on their effects. Sanju was so happy his hand turned into a crab shape. That's amazing! He then turned to him and asked, okay, I'll leave it to the clones to keep them. The cleanup team will take care of the rest, right? Junmo confirmed, yeah, you might be quite sought after for that. Since it's a high-rank monster, Sanju put his hand in his pocket and prepared to leave. So I think today is perfect. If I stay here longer, the reporters will swarm me. Suddenly, he remembered something and started searching his pockets. Oh right, you manage. So how much is this worth? It fell out from a human fish's head. He pulled out a crystal in Junmo's surprise. His eyes widened as he stared at the crystal, still looking at it intently with his gaze. He thought to himself that it was a low-grade crystal, an invaluable item, but seeing his excited face, he felt a bit sympathetic. Huh? How can we say in him like that? Sanju stared at the crystal intently. It's rare, right? It must be valuable. But Junmo had to explain reluctantly, apologizing, this character, I'm sorry but I can't give an exact price. It's a stat-boosting item, but it's not used much due to its severe negative effects, so it's quite cheap. Hearing that, he almost fainted and threw the crystal away. Seeing his reaction, Junmo comforted him. But what if other items are valuable? Don't be sad. You're crying now. Okay, thank you. Then he glanced at the human fish. So make sure to gather the remaining items. Thanks a lot. Junmo replied. Yeah, thanks for that. Elsewhere, a room door opened up. He stepped in followed by 1 and 2. He pulled his shirt off and sighed. Phew. Today was quite long. The two of them were lying on the bed, exhausted. On this side, he reached out to summon. First, I'll try calling back 3. Guys, just rest for now. A bright light flashed quickly. In front of him was a serious-looking clone number 3. Next, he took out some clothes and gave them to the clone. Hey, it's been a while, 3. Here are your equipment. Go train now. He nodded. Understood. Then he removed his bloodstained shirt. While putting on the new clothes, he sat next to the loot box. Now, let's open it up. Inside was that cursed sword. Next to it was a low-grade crystal with no value. Sanju concluded these were personal items he could take. Then he picked up the crystal and checked its info online. It had strength attribute. Stats of the crystal appeared. The crystal boosts lower strength. One can enhance strength by activating mana. He understood its effects. Increases strength permanently by 0.005. Limitation. Humans cannot use it. Warning. Overuse will turn you into a monster. He concluded this crystal is unusable for humans. It would work on summoned entities, but turn them into monsters? Sanju scratched his chin, seriously considering the benefits and drawbacks of using it. Imagining severely injured clones. Normally injuries or emotions don't affect him, but his eyes widened in doubt. What if they turned into monsters too? He thought about when he was a monster standing before Junmo waving his hand, causing Junmo to panic. Then the man pulled out a gun and aimed at Sanju. Damn it, turn back now. Sanju put down the crystal, knowing this was enough for now. Let's not touch it just yet. He brought the sword box closer, staring at it intently. Next is this sword. Recalling Junmo's warning earlier, I think you should have clones do this. What if it's cursed? Looking at it closely, he muttered, we kept it in a box to prevent any unexpected issues when bringing it back here. Selling it would be fine as it's worth something, but using it before selling might still work. Right, it was used before anyway. Then he turned to the clones on the bed and called out, Number 2, try holding this. He stood up obediently. Understood. Number 2 took the sword from the box. Then he raised it, surprising Sanju. Oh! The room fell silent in shock. He muttered, is that all? Number 2 was also stunned. I heard a voice. Then he closed his eyes, feeling confused. A voice, huh? System notification appeared. Skill activation. An ear-piercing scream echoed in Sanju's mind as he clenched his teeth. kill, bleed for us, hurry up, hurry up. The system then displayed, cancel skill. He fell to the floor, gritting his teeth in pain. Damn it, it even damaged my eardrums. Sanju looked at the sword number 2 was holding, seemingly unaffected unless the sound was extremely loud. If I touch it directly, who knows what will happen? That's why the fish went crazy. Then you give orders to Ren Ben. Just hold it for a while. He's obedient. MMHMM. Suddenly, the system notification pops up, increasing regeneration stats. You look at the 2 Ren Bens, number 1 bandaged lying on his back and number 3 lying quietly on the ground, looking confused as if resting to help them recover faster. Then you use yourself, closing your eyes with a bit of fear, but tomorrow we have to take them hunting. But now it's like this. Then you approach the pine forest and talk to those 2 guys. Today, all of us will meditate together. Unlock mana breathing. You can continue meditating even when I'm not here. They lie down exhausted. Okay. Sanju closes his eyes, emitting a green light and muttering. Tomorrow morning, the system notification shows, activating meditation mode. The next morning on the way to school, you announce, I'm going to school now. Outside the campus, people are bustling around. You look down at the long benches along the path, then move into class while sinking into joy. Ha! Blink and suddenly it's already after the holiday. Windows appear in front of me. It displays content, stats, strength increasing from 1 point for 3-2 to 1 point for 5-6, transformation. 1 point to 1-8 increases to 1 point to 3-1, health from 1.024 to 1.045, vitality from 894 to 913, and other stats. Sanju marvels, my stats have increased quite a bit, but I didn't even let them rest. Suddenly you remember something and another thing too. Tears stream down your face as you think, I didn't know I'd be so lonely all the time. And no one adds oil to my fire. Then Sanji enters the classroom. A muscular guy looks up to. Ha! You catch his gaze as well. Ha! Gieng laughs, wiping dirt from his face. Oh my! I didn't know you were in the same class with me. Your eyes widen. Why? You're in this class too? Then you pull a chair and sit next to Gieng. Hey. He blushes, teasing. I never noticed you before. I chose this department because I heard the professor is lenient and gives good grades. Sanju remains calm. I didn't know you paid attention to such things either. He asks, do you still train regularly? Of course. Who else like you? Girls look at me with surprise. The blue-haired guy turns to the black-haired one in confusion. Who is he? Senior from another world. She also widens her eyes. Didn't he used to be fat? The girls above also stare with gossiping looks. I didn't recognize him either, proving that the guy he went on a hidden date with is real. Gyondo crosses his arms, grinning slyly. Ha ha! You're famous now? You laugh weakly. But they didn't even greet me. Then you point at your face. Have I changed so much? He chuckles and confirms. You're joking, right? Met your parents yet? I bet they won't recognize you anymore. He just scratched his head awkwardly beside me. That's a tough one. Yeah, I'm planning to go home for a few days. Mr. Du folded his arms. I almost didn't recognize you on the street. Then he raised his hand and made a toast gesture, inviting me. Oh right. Finish your studies, then work at the bar. Bring some friends along too. He stammered to interrupt. I have plans already, you know. Hearing that, Jondo was alarmed and shouted. What did you say? He stumbled over his words again. I do have plans with someone else, so I can't go with you. Pointing a finger, he yelled loudly in frustration. You traitor! How dare you treat me like this? Going out with a girl, right? Out with a girl now sounds like a dream. He stood up and waved his hands frantically. No, not like that. Calm down. Anyway, I'm sorry. Explain to the others for me. Pointing at two people who were staring at him with pale faces from another table, he shouted loudly, spitting out saliva. Go to hell! They heard everything. Sanja was sweating profusely. Auntie, Chenyu and the others in the car are also in our class. Mr. Du shouted unhappily. I'll remember this. All of us will remember this day. A student reminded him. Really, Professor What is here. On a clear day at the Global Hunters Association headquarters WHA, employees were diligently working. A man on high ground observed the scene below. A guy wearing glasses spoke up. Oracle has calculated a disaster. The What chairman Michael Harris was surprised and asked, "About what?" The guy in glasses answered seriously, "There will be a portal formed. Thousands of monsters will pour out from it." Mr. Michael Harris frowned. "Have we confirmed the location where the portal opens?" The guy replied, "We only know the highest level of monsters and the portal is likely to open within a few days." As he spoke, he looked at a paper. The most probable location was. Then he bluntly said it was South Korea. Someone hurriedly stepped forward. Woonty was worried. "What's going on? Why such a big meeting today?" Just as he was thinking, someone called out loudly, "Woonty." Then Miha slammed into Woonty, startling him. After the collision, Woonty fell to the ground in pain and said, "Long time no see, Miho." Beside her, Miho was shocked with her hand over her mouth. "Huh, did you hit me hard?" A moment later, Miho turned around and said, "There must be something serious. Here we are on this day too." Miho's position is the 6th National Association, leader of YOLO Association. Gunty replied with a hand gesture, "I think so, and this is Kano's, the leader of the 3rd National Association." Both walked to the base. Miho sarcastically said, "By the way, did you grow mustache stubble for me?" "You look charming," Gunty stammered. "No, I've been really busy lately." By the time they arrived at the meeting room, everyone had already adjusted their seats. An old man's eyes widened in surprise as he saw them enter. "Yeah," he mockingly said, "who could it be? Isn't it Mr. Gunty?" Miho sighed, rolling her eyes at the self-important old man. Gunty turned to the door and asked, "What's going on?" Lao Hesong spoke sarcastically. "Why are you so cold? At least let me greet them first." Gunty replied tiredly, "If you're done, I'll go back to my seat." But Gunty's eyes narrowed when he heard Lao Hesong speak. Odin thrice. Lao Hesong had a smug expression. "I heard the Inkfish Society recently went there. They've been fanning the flames, but haven't received any new information in days. I can't hold back my curiosity anymore. So, is there any progress?" The representative of the Western Hang Association, Kim Yigan, spoke up. "Hey, that's enough with this." They both laughed loudly in derision. "Oh, they said it wasn't good. Sorry. I just can't remember things as well anymore." Hearing this, Gunty's face was filled with a deadly resolve, the flames of anger burning fiercely. Miho stood helplessly beside him. Just then, the door opened slightly. A guard in dark glasses announced that the association president had arrived. An old man with silver hair entered. This was the president of the Korean Hunters Association, Mr. Hun. Mr. Hun, seeing the lively atmosphere, asked, "What's going on?" Gunty sat down heavily after calming himself from his anger. The others didn't know how to respond either. Mr. Hun cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, there must be something important happening." He settled back into his seat, glad to meet everyone here. "First of all, I would like to thank you for responding to our call." Mr. Hun's eyes narrowed. Recently, the country received a warning from the Global Hunter Association. Lao Hesong secretly mocked in his heart. From Oracle Ha. Mr. Hun read the message aloud. "We received information that a monster gate is about to open and a wave of terrifying monsters will pour out from it. Due to concerns over potential rank monsters, we were asked to cooperate with the strongest associations within the country." The young hunter with spiky hair interrupted. "When and where are these events happening?" Mr. Hun replied, "Except for the possibility that it will happen domestically, we don't have any more specific information." Egon angrily slammed his fist on the table. "Are you asking us to protect the entire country without knowing the location of the gate?" Mr. Hun couldn't answer directly. "That's why we're here. To discuss this matter, all we know is that it will happen soon." The group loudly questioned, "We don't even have enough hunters to deal with internal issues anymore. How can you expect us to stop a disaster when we don't know the time and location? Are you paying our hunters for their work?" Mr. Hun grunted and scratched his head. Gunty suddenly interjected, "Sir, What if we do this? Seizing on the opportunity, Mr. Hun loudly asked, "What is it?" Puck's leader, speak up. Gundy calmly proposed that each association prepare a group of hunters ready to be dispatched at any time, check around their areas, and when the disaster occurs. All associations will concentrate their efforts at the location. Mr. Hun emphasized seriously, there are no exceptions. This is mandatory, and any non-compliance will face severe punishment. Mr. Hun wiped his sweat from his forehead. I think that's a good idea. Is anyone else suggesting something different? Otherwise, we'll decide by raising hands. All the association members raised their hands in unison. At least we can do this much. After all, we've been patrolling our areas for a long time anyway. Miho with her rosy face also raised her hand. Lao He-song with his sinister smile agreed. Mr. Hun seemed to have lifted a heavy burden. I guess this is the final conclusion. Mr. Hun decided, then let's follow Park Won-tae's suggestion. Please protect your areas well and maintain close cooperation at all times. Sang-yu's face showed signs of unease as she thought to herself, time flies on the first day and I have to go to class now. On her way to class, Sang-yu stopped abruptly, looking puzzled. He's got slicked back hair, looking quite arrogant. Yeah, you're my role model. Just give me your number and I'll go right away. Ian fidgets, brushing her hair. I said that already. I have a boyfriend. He still won't let it go. Don't do that. We can be friends. Give me your number, Sanju asks in surprise. Why are you here? Ian turns around in shock. Then she quickly slides into a seductive tone. Teacher, my love, are you here too? Sanju stares blankly, asking, my love? To avoid revealing the situation to Sanju, Ian immediately pulls him away. I've been waiting for you. Come on. The other guy stands there scratching his head, looking lost as he plays with a card near the street. Sanju's voice rings out, so he keeps pressuring me to give him my number. That's why we had to leave in such a hurry, right? Ian crosses her arms and says, me, I told you I have a boyfriend, and just at the right moment. Then Ian blushes and yells, by the way, I don't have a boyfriend. Sanju looks dumbfounded. Did I say anything? Sanju asks again. Yes. Why did you ask me to buy meat for you? I have school today. Ian answers. Oh, today is the school anniversary. Sanju realizes. That's why you're not wearing your uniform, right? What do you think happened? Ian looks like a satisfied white flower blooming. Why? Can I keep looking at your usual appearance? Do you want my number too? Sanju is furious, acting silly. I've been waiting for this long. No more questioning. Sanju puts his hand in his pocket. Then he pulls out his phone. The phone buzzes with a notification. All debts have been settled. Payment fees have been sent. The sender checks the details. Sanju is excited, shouting in his heart. Did we earn 50 million already? This split personality is on top form. Sanju confidently declares. Let's go! Which kind of meat should we choose? Get the expensive one. Ian asks in surprise, really? You eat a lot. Can you afford it? Sanju reassures her. It's fine, eat beef. I want Korean beef. Ian opens her mouth wide. That might be a bit expensive. Sanju generously replies, don't worry about money. At the Korean beef store, slices of beef are being grilled, with 200 people enjoying them. Ian yells happily. Wow, teacher, this looks so delicious. Sanju keeps grabbing and saying, that's right, it's delicious, no doubt. Ian looks at the price board. By the way, it must be expensive. Are you sure about that? Sangu confirms. I've already said. Don't worry and just eat. I'll take care of your hand only. Ian looks at her own hand after hearing this. Sang-woo calls out, excuse me, can we have some more beef, please? For people. Suddenly, everyone in the store starts holding their phones up. The staff brings out the beef with a notification sound. Yerim, daughter of SLNHWHA. At this moment, an emergency alert is being broadcast nationwide. People across the country should check evacuation sites and prepare essential items like emergency food. Repeat, this is a real situation. The warning sound continues to ring. This is not a drill. Monsters are everywhere in the country. Be cautious, everyone. The alert keeps repeating non-stop. At this moment, an emergency alert is being broadcast nationwide. The alert echoes throughout the entire beef restaurant. An urgent voice comes from the phone. All residents should check their evacuation sites and prepare essential items like emergency food. Repeat, this is a real situation. Someone screaming, "Damn this cursed place." Stop it! A man with glasses speaks. Yes, we can't do anything about it. He has his plan. Dog is still shouting non-stop. It's unfair. Why does he get to play around with women while we have to walk alone in the streets? The man with glasses responds indifferently. We're not even sure if he meets a girl or not. Like a slap in the face, everyone witnesses Sang-yu and a girl eating beef together, chatting happily. Seeing that, the man with glasses goes berserk. "I'll kill you, traitor." His friend next to him is scared. What's wrong with him? Dog-Ep's phone beeps several times. He looks at it in disbelief. What is this? His friend tries to comfort the young man, shouting, "That trash." His friend asks Dog if there's something wrong as he watches him intently on his phone. "I'm using this phone too." Dog-Ep's face changes. There might be trouble. Comments flood in from the public. Most are from clueless people who think they're about to die. Dog-E reads each comment helplessly. People online are going crazy, but no one at school is saying anything. Beside him, the glasses-wearing friend keeps shouting non-stop. "I thought you were my friend." His friend tries to calm the glasses-wearing guy, but asks if it's too quiet for an emergency signal or something. Sang-woo steps out of the restaurant and sees his friends outside. Sang-woo asks, "What's going on? Why are you guys here?" The three look uncomfortable. His friend says, "We were walking when we saw you eating." Dog Joe adds, "Who is the girl behind you? Your girlfriend?" Hearing girlfriend, both Dog-Ep's friends are elated, but Sang-woo denies it. "No, not like that. She's one of my students. I only invited her for dinner because she used to help me before." Sang-woo introduced them. "They're college classmates of mine. Greet respectfully, Mr. Jo Chan-yu, Jong-seung, Hye-in." "Hello, my name is Hye-in." C asked, "Oh, so she's your student?" "Hello." Sang-yu handed over a bag of meat. "Here you are." Sang-yu politely said, "We couldn't finish eating, so we asked them to pack the leftovers for us. You should take it home and eat with your parents if you're not going straight to uncle's place." Ian hesitated. "Yes, sir." "Thank you, teacher." Sang-yu continued asking, "Don't go anywhere else. Go home right away. Your dad must be worried sick." The two of his friends were stunned. "Oh, he really looks like a teacher." They both blushed. "Well, that's all for today, sir." "Is that it?" Sang-yu spoke up. "Don't wander around when there's a disaster warning." The three of them laughed at him. Mr. Deuce spoke first with a frown. Sang-yu gently pushed his glasses. "Isn't he too rigid, right?" In the car, Mr. said sternly. Sang-yu pushed his foot and shouted, "Shut up," then yelled loudly, "All of you go home now." The car turned around to take them back. "Let's go," Ian politely responded. "Next time we meet," Sang-woo sighed helplessly. "Really?" A crude voice echoed. "Ha-ha." A group of drunk people were joking around. Sang-woo frowned and thought to himself, "Am I too sensitive?" With sharp eyes, Sang-woo secretly observed. They were all behaving normally. Sang-woo turned his head to look at his phone. Jun-mo was calling from the other end, the hunter. Sang-woo asked, "Have you heard about the disaster?" Jun-mo replied, "Yeah, I was planning to call you about that." Sang-woo continued on the other line. "Did you hear any specific information about the disaster?" Jun-mo sounded tired, but said informally that the association is expected to be in this state for at least 3 months. Sang-yu was surprised. 3 months? Huh? Isn't that too long? Jun-mo explained. That's because they don't know when or where the spatial gate will appear. But there will be a large number of monsters and it could be quite dangerous. They even said that there might be a class monsters. So if the spatial gate appears in the capital, there would be many casualties. Sang-yu loudly asked, "If it's so dangerous, shouldn't the association provide more information to people and strongly urge everyone to be more careful?" Like what hunters from the association do. Junmo explained that with a 3-month deadline, if people stopped working for an extended period, the economy and important supplies would suffer significantly. And the association would be blamed for those losses. Sangyu clenched his teeth. Was it because of incomplete information? Junmo replied, yes. At least they warned the public about potential issues even if something happens now. Junmo put on a suit and continued talking with Sangwoo. I'm here where you hid. Hunting areas are also isolated, so no one can hunt in this situation. Sangwoo spoke up. Alright then, I'll go home. Tell the guards to stand down. Junmo responded. Same for you. As dusk fell, small apartment buildings turned on their lights. Sangwoo entered and asked, Number 1, Number 2, what do you think? Number 2 said with a confident tone, I'm fine. Number 1 spoke weakly, I'm not dead yet. Sangwoo nodded in agreement. It seems Number 2 is almost okay, but Number 1 isn't. His wound is quite serious. Seeing this, Sangwoo opened the system interface. The system interface displayed a message. Level 3 clone created. Reuse skill cooldown. No! Currently available to use. Sangwoo said, alright then. Recall Number 1 now. A golden light emitted and Number 1 appeared in the black armor. Sangwoo distributed the helmets and said, put on this new helmet so you don't get confused. Sangwoo looked towards the door. Number 3 had her eye too. Sangwoo continued, alright. Sangwoo added, let's go home then. In the elevator, Sangwoo thought to himself, it's been 3 months now. Then Sangwoo pressed the elevator button and said, Mom, we're back. Sangwoo's mother looked at the stranger in front of her in surprise. Sangwoo secretly gloated inside. She really didn't recognize me. His mother hesitantly asked, could you be Sangwoo? Sangwoo scratched his head and said, yes, I'm your son, Sangwoo. His mother exclaimed, oh my god, why are you so skinny? Did you starve to death? Sangwoo's father inside the house asked in surprise, what is it? Sangwoo came back then? Oh really, that's Sangwoo? His younger sister shouted loudly, are you back home now? Seeing this, his father jumped. Oh my god! Jinyu loudly said, you should have found your cute little sister as soon as you got home. Jinyu was surprised and asked, why are you standing there like that? Sangwoo smiled seeing his younger sister. Jinyu stood there in awe. Jinyu asked, who are you? Sangwoo was so happy he almost cried thinking of what Jiyong said. Even your parents wouldn't recognize you. Sangwoo thought to himself, Jiyong was right. Sangwoo's mother continued asking, anyway, did you come with a friend or something? Why are they all covering their faces? Sangwoo is taking off his shoes and says, they're not your classmates. Sangwoo turns around and orders, guys, take off your masks. When they remove their masks, the 3 of them jump in surprise. They hesitate to ask, what? A loud scream echoes. I'll explain it. Everyone suddenly understood. So you're saying that's a skill of yours? Sangwoo answers politely, yes, that's right. About a month ago, I joined the Soul Awakening program. You all know about it, don't you? Your mom looks surprised. Mom heard that most young people participate, but she didn't think you would do so too. Jinwoo collapses on the table. I want to do this too. Sangwoo's dad asks, so are you a hunter now? Sangwoo forces a smile. Haha, yes, but I didn't mean to hide it. Your mom speaks seriously. Son, isn't that very dangerous? Sangwoo immediately explains, but you see, everyone can see your skills. There's no reason for you to be in danger. Everyone calm down. They'll hunt for you anyway. Suddenly, Sangwoo remembers something and loudly says, oh right. Anyway, there's a disaster warning now. We need to go to the shelter. Your dad speaks up. Well, we're already prepared at home. But let's check how things are, Sangwoo asks again. Let's see. This disaster could happen anytime. Sangwoo's dad explains. I still need to go to work tomorrow, and we can't suddenly leave the house with our belongings. Sangwoo thinks to himself, Dad doesn't know how serious it is because society is still calm. At least they should be informed about the monster invasion. Sangwoo clenches his teeth in frustration. Then he sighs. Alright then. So from now on, I'll stay here with everyone. Your dad asks, so what about your studies? Sangwoo fumbles and says, I got a message from school to take the day off due to the warning. Sang-yu thinks, at least I can stay here even if I can't convince them. Sang-yu speaks up, let's have dinner with this then. Your mom asks in surprise, what is it? Is that meat? Sang-woo answers, I was eating at a restaurant and had to leave because of the warning. Your mom is concerned, so you must be hungry. Honey, bring some side dishes. Jinwoo beside him is excited, it's Korean beef. Amazing. Sang-woo feels warm seeing that and thinks he should have come earlier. Sang-woo looks at the humanoids. They should eat too, right? Everyone discusses how to enjoy their meal, but their hopes are dashed by Sang-woo. Oh, they're eating too, but this is a bit too fancy. Just give them some rice. A steaming hot dish is brought to the table. The meager yet delicious food flows by. All three siblings look upset at their plain, white rice bowls in front of them, surrounded by a lavish meal. Sang-woo speaks up, saying everyone must be hungry. Let's eat and thank the cook for this meal. Jinwoo sarcastically replies, what if Big Brother gains weight again after eating all four of you? Sang-woo's lips twitch as he says no. His mother happily adds, after all, it's been a while since we ate together like this. Jinwoo agrees, saying how delicious it is. Sang-woo feels a bit comforted. Just then, a loud explosion rings out. Darkness envelops the space, and his eyes gradually adjust. Sang-woo, covered in blood, looks around. He stands up, holding his head, wondering what happened as he takes in the scene before him. A horde of monsters is destroying buildings. Sang-woo wonders, what's going on? A giant monster roars amidst the chaos, opening its mouth to spew flames that destroy a building in half. Sang-woo remains speechless at this sight. Sang-woo frantically calls out, Dad, Mom, Jinwoo, everyone is lying unconscious on the floor. Sang-woo picks up his equipment, thinking, this must be number one. He used his body to protect us from the explosion. Sang-woo looks over and sees numbers 2 and 3 looking at him. Sang-woo rushes over to ask, number 3, are you okay? How about your hand? Number 3 clutches his hand, saying it stopped bleeding. Sang-woo helplessly holds his injured hand. Number 1 is gone, and number 3 is severely wounded. The door opens so quickly. Suddenly, his mother stands up, calling out loudly. Mom, everyone gets up. His mother frantically asks, what's going on? Are you hurt? Sang-woo answers, I'm fine. We need to get out of here quickly. His father looks terrified. Oh my god, our house. Sang-woo calms everyone down. The house isn't important right now, Dad. Sang-woo continues, I think it's because the door opened. Everyone is in danger. The streets are in ruins. Monsters are aggressively capturing people. Some people sit dazed next to their fallen family members on a truck. A monster with wings grabs someone from an apartment rooftop. They all thirst for blood, staring at everyone around them. By now, Sang-woo's family has almost finished packing. Sang-woo asks in confusion, did I put on the right clothes? Jinwoo answers vaguely, yes, but they're a bit loose. Sang-woo thinks to himself, number 1 used to wear it too. Jinwoo asks, is your clone okay? Sang-woo reassures him, he's fine. Don't worry, a monster with an incredible speed charges at us. Everyone is terrified and backs away. A green monster lies motionless under a bloody head. Sang-woo thinks it must be one that fell from the sky. The monsters keep falling down continuously. Sang-woo silently calculates, the door opened in the sky. I think this monster fell because it didn't know how to fly. Sang-woo grabs his sword, glad it's easier to deal with now. The notification system is up. Manga level increased by 0.001. Everyone's trying to open the door. Jinwoo shouts loudly, why can't it be opened? Sang-woo, help me out. Take Sang-woo's baseball bat and hit the door non-stop, saying it must be broken inside. Nothing moves. Sang-woo steps closer, tightly holding the bat. Dad, wait a moment. Your first reaction was confused, but you agreed eventually. Yeah, that's fine. Then he uses his enhancement skill with the baseball bat. His eyes emit a bright purple light as he forcefully hits the door. Finally, the door handle breaks. He then finishes it off with a cool kick. Clearing his voice, he says, let's go to the stunned family. At basement level 12, Sang-yu looks around in disbelief. He's confused. Look at that car. Everything is broken. Quickly regaining composure, Sang-yu asks Dad, how far is the nearest shelter? Dad answers about 2 kilometers away. Red-hearted energy particles appear everywhere. The twisted skeletons move non-stop. Some are even lying still on the ground. Sang-yu thinks to himself, lucky me. There are many monsters that fell but didn't get affected. Can we really walk 2 kilometers in this situation? Jinyu suddenly shouts, man, use the underground basement. There's a temporary shelter down there too. Startled by his sister, Sang-yu responds, we have one below us. Following instructions, Sang-yu leads the way. Let's go that way. A weak voice is heard from afar. Here you are. A man is crushed by a ground monster. He looks disoriented. Anyone? The injured man pleads, help me. The monster opens its mouth wide as if sensing the presence of people. It flips a stone to reveal the man underneath. Seeing this, the man's tears flow knowing his fate is sealed. That creature is a Demyth tier 4. The frightened man tries to call out, is anyone there? Help me. Sang-yu's compassion is momentarily halted by the plea for help. Dad warns Sang-yu, you must think carefully. Dad continues sweating as he says, let's go down. But inside Sang-yu, a voice screams, number 3 can't fight anymore. And even with just number 2, we can't save him. The man's cries grow louder. Is anyone here? Someone is here. His cries become more desperate. I'm over here. Hearing the calls growing louder, Sang-yu starts to contemplate. I can't be a clone to use the unified skill. If I die, it will be for real. Sang-yu's heart beats rapidly. His thoughts haven't stopped yet. But Mom urges him. Sang-yu, what are you doing? Let's go. The man, tears streaming down his face, looks miserable. He closes his eyes, waiting for death. Sang-yu is still in thought, but after a while, Sang-woo speaks up. Everyone goes down and make sure to close the door tightly when you come back. Mom looks surprised. Sang-woo, Jinwoo adds. Hey! Sang-woo orders. Number 2, follow me. Number 3, protect our family until the end. Jinwoo is furious. You're crazy. Didn't you see what happened out there? Go down now. Your dad turns to ask, what do you plan to do? Sang-yu smiles. Dad knows I'm a hunter. Jinwoo's voice roars as he sees his brother rush out. Brother. Sang-yu's heart still moves forward in this chaotic situation with the monsters. A hunter can only do one thing. Sang-yu rushes to where Cho monster is and swings a strike. The monster holds its face in anger. Sang-yu keeps telling himself, if you're a hunter, the Cho monster roars loudly. Sang-yu orders number 2 protect him. Number 2 replies, yes. For a moment, Sang-yu thinks, our job is to kill these monsters, right? Sang-yu taunts, come on, you dog. The monster stands still in shock when called a dog. It's like all the lights went out. Come on. He mutters to himself, go, dog. Number 2 holds a stone pressing down on a man. He carefully flips each stone. Sang-yu asks with concern, can you still walk? The man seems to be freed from some kind of bind. Thank you so much. The monster gets angry seeing its prey run away and roars. Sang-yu glances at Sang. This monster is really big. Sang-yu orders, number 2, get your weapon. Sang-yu feels around for something orange in his pants. We have to use everything we have. Sang-yu looks intently at the stone. There's no time to be picky now. He hands the orange piece to number 2. Eat this too. Number 2 grabs it, okay? Then he quickly bites into a large chunk and eats non-stop. After eating, number 2's eyes also change with bright orange ones. Sang-yu is amazed as number 2 lets out a howl like a tiger. Sang-yu is stunned as number 2 turns into an orange monster with yellow eyes. Sang-yu asks, are you still on my side? Number 2 replies, yes. Sang-yu thinks that appearance isn't joking around. The monster sees a Superman-like transformation and roars. No, you're not on my side. Sang-yu is happy, that's good. Thank goodness, my hands are still okay. The system power-up appears, your strength has increased. Your strength has increased, it keeps saying. Sang-yu thinks besides the stats boosting from cloning, there seems to be no other effects. Sangwoo challenges, let's get ready. The hunt begins, the monster slowly approaches you. The giant stone baseball bat is dragged across the ground. It angrily swings the bat high up. Luckily, Sangwoo dodges in time. Not satisfied, he retaliates. Sangwoo stands still as he sees the monster unharmed. As the monster reaches out to grab him, Number 2 rushes in with a quick strike. It's like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Line 60 completed. Sangwoo was stunned by what he saw. He thought, that sword is really sharp. The monster bled profusely from its wounds, clearly in great pain. Without hesitation, Sangwoo rushed to attack it. As he dodged, Sangwoo thought to himself. Luckily, the monster was much slower than the fishman. After a while, Sangwoo gathered his strength and leaped up. He struck the monster's head with all his might, causing it to lose several fingers. Sangwoo stood there in shock. How did its hand grow back like that? Before he could think further, the monster pushed him away a few meters. Sangwoo struggled and fell to the ground. He was amazed by his own injuries, admiring his recovery ability. Its healing capability is really strong. Sangwoo thought that its skin wasn't very tough. It could be easily cut through. Despite gritting his teeth, Sangwoo knew it healed too quickly. His eyes remained fixed on the monster. Damn! If that's the case, causing critical damage would be impossible. From a distance, Sangwoo shouted to Number 2, make it fall for a few minutes. Hearing this, he rushed over. He decisively slashed at the monster. The monster, filled with hatred, growled and roared like a pig being slaughtered. Sangwoo aimed his gun. Even if it healed quickly, he could still disrupt its vision. Number 2 continued to slash the monster mercilessly, but those wounds didn't faze the monster at all. The monster was in great pain and tears streamed down its face. The wounds it just inflicted seemed no longer healing. Its eyes bulged out. Seeing Sangwoo approaching, the fast attack technique had been activated. Sangwoo pushed through the smoke. This position is perfect. After feeling satisfied, Sangwoo swung his club at the monster's face. His eyes blazed with fury as he sent the monster flying. Finally, the monster was defeated, and his strength continued to increase. Sangwoo's hand made a cracking sound, causing him pain. He looked at his hands, wondering what caused this. But the power of this technique is worth its consequences. Sangwoo sat there thinking, it seemed stronger than the fishman slightly. Assuming the fishman is strong because it operates in its territory. These monsters are still quite powerful without any conditions. Sangwoo stood up. Come on, let's go inside. My sister must be worried. Sangwoo looked around nervously. Where is my phone? It must have fallen during the fight. Number 2, give me my phone. Number 2 replied, yes. Sangwoo secretly laughed, thinking about it. He would be thrown out with that appearance. As they were talking, Sangwoo suddenly looked far away in shock. A group of people being chased by monsters. Help! Someone save us! Seeing this, Sangwoo rubbed his temples. Damn it! The once luxurious city is now in ruins. Planes are flying around, cars crushed under piles of debris. A monster's foot smashed that car to pieces. It looked like a tyrannical dragon searching for prey. It could blow up an airplane from high above in a flash. Someone threw a flame onto its head. This is a mysterious figure. Then a Superman-like figure appeared. He's the ninfold Demon King. The red-haired man shouted loudly and clearly. Everyone got ready to go. Our target is their leader. A man with a deep voice spoke up. He boldly declared, don't let any other guild beat us. Just one flick from it is worth several months' salary for those guys, and that's an angry megalosaurus opening its mouth wide. It roared louder as more dinosaurs rushed towards it. The battle erupted. The airplane was shooting down in midair. Someone with a covered face said, we've arrived at our destination, now opening the ship's hold. The ship's hold opened. The guild members stepped out and captured Guanti of the Caners. Guanti frowned at the destruction. He ordered, everyone get ready, jump. A monster dived like a missile. The airplane quickly raised its guns and fired towards the red monster. Someone shouted, oh my, Megalosaurus is starting to leave now. Guanti continued, since some guilds are targeting it, we'll waste manpower if we do too. We'll prioritize evacuating survivors first. The airplane flew away, leaving the monsters behind. A hunter gleefully got an amber gem from the green monster. Another one was so scared he took a girl's jewelry that had been lost. Wunty stood high up, his face full of anger. The airplane pilot said, "We found several survivors at 700 eyes heading north. Please come and check on them." Wunty replied, "Understood, a group of hunters are being surrounded, including Sangyu." Wunty was surprised. That guy is a hunter. He looks tough. But there are still too many monsters for the two of them to handle. Woontai put on his mask. "I'll head north. The others are done." "Understood." Woontai ordered. "Follow the group and deploy rescue operations." They all agreed. "Yes, sir." Woontai put on his armor and jumped down. The others followed suit. Woontai dove down like an eagle with sharp eyes. Sangyu was tired, panting heavily. He thought, "Actually, I plan to circle back after killing that monster." A group of Godzilla laughed and rushed in. The people were frightened. A mother hugged her child tightly. "Hold on a bit longer, my child," Sangyu ordered. "Return to the basement of that apartment building quickly." The people were terrified. "There are monsters behind us too," Sangyu shouted. "Damn it! Number 2, cover from behind." Number 2 replied, "Understood." A Godzilla leaped and attacked a civilian. But before it could hit hard, Number 2 chopped it on the stomach with one swing. Sangyu didn't back down and kept firing his gun at the monster continuously. Sangyu sighed tiredly, thinking he couldn't use his fast attack skill anymore due to energy consumption. A loud boom echoed as 2-meter-tall birds appeared. Sangyu dodged while screaming. That ghost spirit rose again. The bird panted heavily, exhaling hot air. It exhaled a burst of scorching flames, making Sangyu shrink back from the heat. The bird looked towards the direction where the frightened villagers were. Number 2 quickly rushed to shield them. Their screams echoed as Number 2 tried to block their attacks. Due to the powerful attack, Number 2 coughed up blood. Sangyu used his staff to defend. He worriedly watched. "No way!" Number 2. A large claw suddenly lunged at the black bird. That foot crushed the black bird that was exhaling fire. A large tiger with sharp teeth trampled on the black bird. Sangyu looked in horror at the scene before him. The Godzilla-like creatures scattered in panic. Number 2 had vanished. Sangyu thought deeply about Number 2's outfit. He fell to his knees, waiting for death as he watched the tiger's claws approach. He was dazed, realizing it was too late. A long crack appeared. Sangyu closed his eyes tightly, accepting his fate, but opened them again when everything went silent. In front of him stood a man blocking the tiger's sharp claws. Before he could reach Sangyu, the tiger was decapitated by the electric saber. The villagers nearby gaped in shock. Guanti removed his mask and asked Han, "Are everyone okay?" Sangyu nervously looked at him. "You are." As the tiger's head fell to the ground, Guanti solemnly introduced himself. "I'm Park Guanti from Kainos." In a tightly sealed underground room, the door was firmly shut. Inside were people lying on the floor, injured and dazed. Jinwoo was worried. "Let me go, please. I still need to save my brother." Number 3 tightly held Jinwoo's hand. "I disagree." Number 3 didn't move as he firmly grabbed Jinwoo's hand. Jinwoo thought in pain. Why is he so strong? Jinwoo spoke uncomfortably. "You're not my brother's clone, right? Why don't you protect the original instead?" "I prioritize the orders of the human master, thus, I will protect his family." Sangyu's father loudly said, "Stop, Jinwoo. Everyone is scared." Sangyu's mother wept beside him. "Sangyu, why are you worried about your brother?" asked Jinwoo. "I saw everything outside already." Sangyu's father comforted, "Your brother will be back soon. Just trust the kid and wait. It's more dangerous out there." Sangyu's father continued to comfort him, "And that guy is your brother's skill. If my brother's clone is fine, I think he should be too." Jinwoo was worried, but Sangyu's father continued with how Sangwoo broke the door earlier. "Your brother must really be a hunter. Just trust him more." Sangyu's father kept comforting Anne. "If we go out now, it's likely that we will become obstacles for your brother. We shouldn't judge everything by emotion, okay?" Jinwoo slowly relaxed his hand. "Yes." Suddenly, a loud noise came from the door. The knocking on the door was persistent. Who's there? Save me! There's someone outside. Jinwoo widened his eyes in surprise. Could it be you, Sang-Yu's father, immediately? Woon-tae spoke up. I didn't do much. You saved everyone there. You're really amazing. Sang-woo looked confused, but I almost died too. Woon-tae asked, but you didn't run away either. If you wanted to, you could have left a long time ago. Sang-woo scratched his head. Well, how can I leave when there are so many people here? The voices of the villagers echoed. Human conscience is easily shattered in critical situations. You really are amazing. Thank you. Sang-woo blushed slightly, thinking to himself, that was great. Woon-tae looked at Sang-woo's embarrassed expression awkwardly. He then recalled the scene from earlier. Woon-tae put on his parachute gear. His eyes were deep and hard to read. He witnessed someone standing up against a gun. Thinking this, Woon-tae said inwardly, damn it! Gwanti's thoughts still lingered. What is that? He suddenly vanished, leaving only his clothes behind. And then a tiger appeared. Gwanti thought silently, no, it's a new monster. Then Gwanti rushed to the spot. Waking up, Gwanti was lost in thought again. What could that be? Maybe he turned into Monner. Gwanti asked out loud, are you a hunter? Sang-woo replied casually, yes, but not for long. Woon-tae asked, if it's okay, can I know your skills too? Sang-woo hesitated. Even though he saved my life, why should I hide them? Sang-woo was about to say that his skill is, but in his subconscious a connection had been severed. Sang-woo was alarmed and thought, I've lost the link with number 3. Not wanting to delay any longer, Sang-woo gripped his sword. I'm sorry. You should run as fast as possible. My family is in danger. Gwanti stood still and called out, going alone is very dangerous. Gwanti ordered Kane's rescue team locate my position and bring the survivors to safety. On the other end, Bravo team responded, we're on our way. Gwanti stood there in silence, pondering. He thought to himself, the gate is still open. Meanwhile, Sang-Yuthi was running fast, his hand gradually turning red. His eyes were changing. He activated the sprint skill. He ran quickly towards the hidden cave. A loud explosion came from somewhere else. The red-haired man was activating the fireball skill, and a fireball exploded directly at the monster. Someone shouted loudly, we need more firepower. Focus on one point. The monster is still very active without any damage. The red-haired man shouted, scatter, get aid. Their attack range is wide. Another person charged at the monster and swung. He thought to himself, damn it, its skin is too thick. My poison isn't penetrating. The red-haired man approached closer, more than we expected. This isn't a time for fighting. We need to cooperate. Someone from behind spoke emphatically. Cooperate on what? Both were stunned. Huh? The bald man said, excuse me, sir. Why are you here? The second old man chimed in. I came for the money they say is here, and they won't know about it. But the monster continued to scream. The bald man spoke up. Absolute power. Then no need to cooperate. A loud voice echoed. Jinwoo. Her parents were alarmed. My daughter is injured. Does anyone have medical supplies? Her father continued to shake her. Wake up, Jinwoo. Jinwoo weakly called out. Damn it! It hurts too much. Her mother's tears flowed freely. Jinwoo is still enduring. A loud noise echoed. The father turned to look at you. The door had a cut. Then it split in half. That firefly is still alive and stronger than before. Its voice still mimics human speech. Please. Everyone inside was shocked. Jinwoo was in great pain. Run, go fast. The firefly continued to scream in a fake human voice. I can't die like this. Both her parents held tightly onto her hand. Tears flowed down, and finally Yu returned to the scene. His eyes turned green, and the firefly looked back at him. Yu's father was amazed, then shouted loudly. Yu clenched his chest as if wanting to kill someone. Those inside screamed. Who are you? A hunter, right? The other person continued. Anyone can help us? Yu's eyes were covered in red. The firefly also growled. His parents wept uncontrollably. Jinwoo's breathing grew weaker. Sangyu could only save people where he was. He trembled with extreme anger and screamed as he charged towards the firefly. A strong impact occurred. The vicious beast raised its sharp claws. Sanji-woo launched a direct attack towards the beast, but it managed to dodge in time. This mistake made him even more furious. The beast stuck out its tongue with a challenge. No! Ji-yu! Sanji-yu tightly gripped his still bleeding sword. He stabbed it straight into the ground. The flaming blade roared. Sanji-yu gritted his teeth in intense anger. He returned to this sharp and fiery state of mind. All his strength was focused on the nearby monster. The vicious beast, with its sharp claws ready, stood in a fighting stance. Its claws were about to touch Sanju's angry face. In that moment of life and death, a girl rushed over and bravely took the risk to save Sanju. Gunty also arrived to prepare for rescue. The firefly monster glared at him with fierce eyes, its mouth open as if ready to attack. The girl who saved Sanju stepped aside and couldn't help but admire. Good save. Gunty gave the firefly monster a kick, making it retreat. The other girl helped Sanju bandage his wounds. His wound was severe, but he still couldn't give up and howled in pain. She wondered about this attitude. What is it? Is something wrong? At that moment, she only advised Sanju to rest and gave him more strength. Rest for a while. Mana skill activation. She concentrated all the mana she could and began transferring it into Sanju's body. He gradually relaxed, but his eyes remained wide open. His hand slowly softened and released the sword. Gunty worriedly asked her, "What's wrong with him?" She examined Sanju's condition and seriously reported back, "Honestly, he's not doing well. Please kill that monster quickly." He was spitting out a lot of toxins but still mumbling. Sanju seemed to be trying to convey some crucial information. On the other side, she immediately reminded him, "Don't talk, your wound will open up." Gunty silently listened intently, trying to hear what Sanju was saying. "Sister, I'm hurt." He grabbed her hand as if sending a distress signal. Sanju sobbed helplessly. He cried out, "Please save me." Gunty tightly held the sword in her hand, where her fingers were glowing with blue flames. He assured her, "Don't worry, I'm fine." The firefly monster was still fiercely trying to attack. Gunty vowed with determination, both he and his sister would not. The beast began going berserk. It leaped up in anger. Gunty remained extremely calm. He said softly, "I won't die today." Sanju wiped away tears, but his eyes still held a glimmer of hope and expectation to save his sister. Gunty comforted him, then bravely stepped towards the firefly monster with confidence. "Rest for a bit, this will be over soon." General Hun sat quietly listening intently to the urgent updates from subordinates about an emergency evacuation needed as situations were out of control among various factions. He placed his fingers on the reports brought before him after a tense and conspiratorial meeting. "The meeting ends here." A tall young man in glasses beside him spoke up to him, "And when we're ready, we'll prepare." General Hun responded with a faint nod. "Aha!" Suddenly, someone called out from afar, startling him as he turned around. "General." "That's Hasung." He quickly approached and asked for permission to ask a question. The tall man with glasses warned him angrily, "Be careful with your attitude, arrogant one." Mr. Kiss hurriedly pulled his shirt, trying to stop him, and turned to speak to the other. "All right, what's this about?" Hasung looked down on the tall man. He immediately said to him with a sneer, "Your concern is a bit too much. Can you go somewhere else for a moment?" The broad-shouldered man was terrifying. "This is important." The tall man could only swallow his anger. His superior's gaze made him hesitate to act rashly. In the end, they found a private place to discuss this important matter. "So are you planning to evacuate everyone immediately?" Mr. Kiss also honestly confirmed that information. He seriously explained, "Yes, we will inform about the expected damage from the invasion and evacuation of everyone. We must keep the losses as low as possible." Ha Dong immediately questioned him. Making Mr. Hun frown, he asked again, "Are you going to tell them everything?" "What do you mean?" He boldly approached the topic with a very arrogant attitude. "We don't know when this will happen. And in this situation, you plan to announce that there will be an rank monster invasion. Everyone, forget about work and run for 3 months to seal the entire city." All right. Has Sung deliberately put pressure on Mr. Hun so he could only remain silent? Can you handle the consequences of this? He faced him squarely and threatened with terrifying words. Everyone will blame the association. All those who lost their families or careers will gather and tear down this association. I don't know if your head will still be on your neck next month, let alone 3 months from now. Both turned away from each other. Ha-sung was still troubled. That's not good for you or me. But Mr. Hun caught him off guard. He asked straightforwardly, "So, what do you want me to do?" He came up with a plan to hide the truth. Don't tell them there will be an rank monster. Hide the severity of this invasion. His eyes showed extreme cruelty and his thinking was ruthless. I'm saying you should make them blame themselves for not evacuating in time and being too weak to protect themselves. Ha-sung looked at the sky. His expression turned gloomy as he retorted to Mr. Hun. "If it were me, I wouldn't hold a press conference or announce anything like that. Why do you have to arrange such a meeting like an idiot?" He was really annoyed by the cold-blooded way he spoke and scolded him. "How can you say that? Do you know how many people might die?" Ha-sung stubbornly said, "That's the good side of this." He punched his hands, breaking them one by one. His face was gradually losing its humanity. His words became even more sinister. "Monster gate you. Let it open. Will humans die? The more they die, the better for us." Starting with the Monster D, the army couldn't do anything. In the end, those lowly people could only defend themselves against our hunters. He grabbed Mr. Hun's shoulder and said to him, "You're mistaken here, sir. Do you think I'm asking for this?" Ha-sung immediately guessed his thoughts, causing him to sweat in worry. Everything was already decided. Mr. Hun closed his eyes tightly and began to lose his composure more. The bad news kept coming, making him feel frustrated and angry. Currently, the Megalosaurus Club is attacking the monsters, so the military officials are busy. On one side, Sonju's clones are flexing their muscles intensely for training. Above his clone, Sanju is leisurely lying on top and munching on fried potatoes. He has plenty of free time and likes to reason things out. "Come on, train more seriously." The speed increased, but this strength gain is too slow. Below, they obediently listen. Yes, because Sanju is so lazy, he came up with trickier schemes. This skill is the best. They earn money and train for themselves. The eternal cloning technique. My stats are increasing without doing anything. I won't have to worry about anything for the rest of my life. Suddenly, he received a message and immediately opened it to read. The manager has arrived. "I'm here now. Junmo!" Sanju jumped up and asked one clone to accompany him for protection. "Number 1, get up. Let's go earn some money together." The clones are very obedient too. Yes, Junmo eagerly awaits his arrival. "You're here, Hunter." Sanju cheerfully greeted him back. "Good morning. I also need to bring you to the hunting grounds for another round today." Junmo was surprised to see a different clone and asked Sanju, "Where's number 2? He calmly replied, "He's training." This idea pops up in Junmo's mind. Link suggested this to him. "Why don't you train too? If you train, I think you'll strengthen faster. Then your strength will double." Hearing he needs to train, Sanju tries to find an excuse to avoid it. He hesitated and replied, "Yes, but isn't it better if the clone does it?" "I don't want to." Link put on his most serious face and began explaining his plans. "Actually, I wasn't being serious when I said I wanted to be a hunter. I've earned enough from catching one-horned rabbits, and now there are many hunters in the association too. This is just my personal opinion." Junmo understood his point. He clearly expressed his view. "I'm only making a suggestion. Because you have great potential but aren't using it. You could become the best hunter." Sanju smiled. He honestly shared his aspiration. "The best? I just need to take care of myself. That's enough for me." Genmo couldn't persuade this stubborn young man. Link sighed. Then he made a subtle suggestion. After that, something sharp flashed past Sanju. So that's why his uncle had to bear such a burden. He immediately panicked and shouted, "Oh, what is this?" Jumo's face suddenly became terrifying. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and repeated the question vaguely. "That's enough for you." Then Jumo pushed him hard. He mumbled to himself, "Isn't it right?" Behind Sanju, someone suddenly bumped into a person behind him. Behind him, there were many people with strange and frightening faces. They kept mumbling to him too. "Isn't it right?" Sanju was still not fully aware. He stared in shock at the scene before his eyes. Those were his loved ones, but in strange shapes. They kept blaming him incessantly. "Sanju, you lazy apprentice. So finally, you abandoned us and left." And even his younger brother was there too. His younger brother cried out, "Brother, please, save me." Sanju was instantly petrified. He weakly raised his tear-stained face. Turns out it was just a nightmare. He immediately sat up and breathed heavily in fear. Sanju's demeanor became extremely agitated. He looked around with wide eyes, but he regained his composure when he realized he was in the hospital room. A voice asked Han Sangju about his unusual behavior. This made him even more surprised. "So you had a nightmare, huh? Are you okay?" Wunti cared for Sangju as he gradually regained consciousness. He reminded him not to move too much. Sanju held his wound and suspiciously asked about Gunti. "Are you Gunta, the one who brought me here?" Gunti showed great concern for him, just warning him to be careful. The doctor said he was in poor condition with a deep wound, but was fortunate. This act of bravery made Sanju extremely grateful. He thanked him. "Thank you so much, not only saving me once but twice." Wunti remained calm. He had something to say but stopped himself. "It's fine. There are many things I want to tell you, but I'll wait for another time." He could only schedule a meeting with Sanju later and prepare to leave. Now that his family has arrived, how should we proceed? At this moment, his parents rushed in anxiously. "Sanju!" Only now did Sanju truly calm down and look at them. "Father! Mother!" Wunti silently left to give the family some privacy. "Are you okay? That's why Mom said not to do that, right? Calm down, dear. He just woke up." The doctor entered and informed them of Sanyu's good health condition. "First, I want to say the surgery was successful." He read through his medical records. His conditions seem to have improved very well. "We will keep him here for observation, but with your rapid recovery, you can go home in a month." But what Sanju really cares about is the portal. Link asks quickly, "So what about the portal? How many days have passed since it opened?" His mother tells him about the situation outside, which has been for days. She says some of the higher-level monsters were handled, but lower-level ones escaped. Sanju slaps his head hard, wincing and saying he can't remember anything after fainting. But he suddenly remembers something important, his eyes widening. He still remembers his injured sister. He asks quickly, "Ju, how is Ju? How's she doing?" The doctor's face looks very sad and serious. His parents are silent, not answering their son. "Is Ju okay?" Sanju senses bad news. He panics and urges them to tell him. "Why are you all quiet? What happened?" In Ju's hospital room, she is unconscious on the bed. The doctor tells Sanju about her condition. "We treated her stomach, but she has a virus that absorbs mana and vitality." He presses his hand against the glass of the hospital room, his eyes filled with pain and concern for his sister. The doctor hesitates to explain what caused this. Everyone was infected by monsters from the portal. It's a virus that absorbs the host's mana and vitality. Ju lies motionless on the bed, looking very sad. The doctor mentions some possible outcomes for family members to prepare mentally. Most cases aren't serious. If their attributes don't match the virus, it will die without causing harm. But there are rare cases. The host's mana is suitable for the virus and it absorbs so much that Ju can't wake up. Sanju still can't look away. He asks if there's any way to treat her. The doctor speaks in a hoarse voice. "Her condition is like a vegetative state," he says. "With current medical technology, it's impossible." The virus has synchronized with the host's mana. Even healing magic won't work, so only continuous mana and nutrition can help. The doctor carefully explains to Sanju some difficult methods that might give Ju a chance of recovery. There's still a very small possibility if helped by someone with the Sanjur Ank's blessing or transformed tea tree or divine medicine from beyond the portal. Such items are extremely rare, and he guesses their cost is very high. I know that! His parents are heartbroken hearing this. The doctor also looks sad in response. Yes, but Sanju continues to look at his sister. He can't bear seeing her like this. He tightly grips the IV stand. If only he hadn't been curious and remembered when he fell while searching for rare items. His face was full of confusion back then. Sanju blames himself more as he looks at Ju. If he had prioritized protecting his family. Back then, Ju was in fear and worry. She stopped when her injuries were too severe. Thinking about this makes him even angrier inside, causing blood to flow. The doctor notices his condition and shouts. Sanju thinks of the fierce monsters like tigers if he was stronger. A fierce firefly if I were. Everyone starts panicking as they see more blood flowing. Sanju, bleeding, Kim nurse, stay calm. The doctor gently leans down to comfort him. His wound is still bleeding. Sanju didn't care, using his hand to block the wound and blaming himself. He thought he could have saved everyone and her. His eyes filled with tears as he blamed himself more. If only I had tried just a little harder. Sanju remembered happy family moments spent together in their hometown. Even his clones were accepted by them. At the family dinner, everyone was cheerful and laughing. Sanju sat quietly on the hospital bed, his mind filled with worries. His face showed clear signs of distress after an unfortunate event. Suddenly, Sanju looked over to see Haeyeon slowly enter. He was surprised by her sudden appearance. Haeyeon timidly greeted him as teacher. Haeyeon explained, apologizing for the abrupt visit. It's okay, Sanju felt a bit grateful. He also asked about her. Thank you for coming to see me. Is your family alright? Haeyeon told him about her family situation. Yes, the house was damaged, but we managed to get to safety. Sanju asked her a few questions. That's really lucky. Teacher was quite worried since your home is near danger. It was Uncle Duck-chin who told me you were here. Haeyeon explained how she found out. Seems like your father contacted my parents because he couldn't reach me, and they knew I was here. Sanju suddenly realized, now I remember I lost my phone. She brought him some nourishing food. By the way, Sanju wondered, why did you call me teacher instead of just Anne? Are you feeling okay now? Isn't this a bit inappropriate right now? Sanju warmly responded, just be yourself. It doesn't look like an M. Haeyeon blushed. Okay, teacher. She hesitated and wished him well. I still have to teach you more. Hearing this, he felt a bit uneasy. Sanju gently called her Haeyeon. She responded, yes. After thinking it through, he told Haeyeon about his decision. There's something I need to tell you. I won't be able to teach you anymore. Time passed quickly in the hospital over 2 weeks later. The doctor was amazed at Sanju's recovery, despite it being so fast. It's surprising that he could be discharged after such a short time. His bed neatly made. All the hunters are like this too. Sanju changed out of his patient clothes. The nurse was surprised. I thought you wouldn't. He took off the uncomfortable clothes he wore for 2 weeks. His six-pack physique stood out attractively. He placed his hand on his chest and slowly felt his improved health. At that moment, Sanju was a bit flustered about not wanting to teach Haeyeon anymore. Your sister? Yes, so I think it's best we stop teaching now. Hearing this, Haeyeon was surprised too. Sanju sadly apologized to her, but she remained cheerful and understanding. It's okay. Thank you for everything. Haeyeon turned away, firmly saying, it seems like I won't be hearing from you anymore. She said something so firm that made him think, I'll regret losing such a beautiful student. She will go to university with what I taught her. Yoon steps away calmly and openly says her next plan, go into college to find a boyfriend. Then Yoon turns back with a bright smile, advising not to regret anything later. Sanju has finished dressing properly. You're surprised by what she said. Regret, Sunju's parents are anxiously waiting outside the hospital room. Inside, Ju is still unconscious. Sanju must be even more determined now. I don't have enough time left. He steps out with a faint light and high hopes. Sanju no longer hesitates or doubts. Focusing, he won't allow any regrets. He catches a taxi on the street. While in the car, he still searches for information about Gunti. Inside Sanju, he thinks about his background. So this person is the club owner? A significant figure. Driver reports when they arrive, "We've reached our destination. Thank you, uncle." Finally, Sanju arrives at the location from the information. This is here. In front of you stands a magnificent high-rise building, the headquarters of the Willow Tree Society. He steps inside. The receptionist greets him enthusiastically as he enters. "Welcome. Can I help you with anything?" Sanju immediately offers. "I'm here to meet Captain Park 1T. She asks him, "Did you make an appointment beforehand, sir?" He hesitates. "Oh no, but he said he wanted to see me." Hearing this, she declines because it violates company policy. "Sorry, but if there's no prior appointment." Suddenly, a man's voice interrupts her. "Hold on." A tall man approaches and asks him, "Are you Sanju?" Sanju hesitantly responds, "Yes, that's me." The receptionist shyly says, "Sir, he is very straightforward. He is a guest here." Then he gestures towards the front, directing Sanju, "Let me show you the way. Come up with me. The captain is waiting for you." Park 1T suddenly looks up in response to the man's call. "Sir, what is it?" He informs his superior, "Mr. Sanju has come to meet you." 1T immediately greets him with enthusiasm and orders, "Alright, let him in." Sanju steps inside. He politely greets, "Hello." Park 1T is very pleased to see him again. He asks him, "It's great to meet you again. I'm so glad you're safe after your discharge. I thought you might have been discharged earlier than the doctor mentioned, right?" Sanju expresses his gratitude. He thanks him for everything he did for him. "So as soon as I was discharged, I came here. I want to thank you again for all that you've done for me." 1T modestly replies, but Sanju highly values it. It's not something obvious. He can't hide his gratitude and respect towards the benefactor who saved his family and provided quick medical assistance in that situation. "I feel so grateful beyond words." However, Sanju starts to question why he went to such lengths for them. This confuses 1T a bit. "I'm also curious as to why you did all of this for us." Moreover, Sanju is surprised by the treatment his family received from him. "I heard from the hospital that he provided private rooms for us." All the good things Sanju tells 1T about what he's done for his family make him a bit sentimental. "Even temporary accommodation for my parents and Jingu's medical expenses. Are these related to what I'm going to hear from you now?" He firmly holds onto his hand. 1T shares his own story, surprising Sanju. "I also have a younger sister, but she and her friends are missing." The more he talks, the more emotional he gets. He wipes his eyes gently with his hand, as if trying to hide his feelings. "That's probably why we can see our reflection in you. It's true that our personal emotions are in chaos, but we're not doing this just for him to feel grateful and obligated to repay us." Seeing this, Sanju also becomes a bit curious about the military's behavior. "Although I already felt indebted, why did you want to meet me right when I was feeling better?" He says with a serious face that he couldn't tell me before. Woolsey bluntly tells Sanju the truth about him, leaving Sanju in shock. "You're a copy who can do anything, right? Even the man who saved other civilians is just a copy." He could only admit honestly, "I wasn't hiding it from you either. But yes, that's my skill." Woolsey grips the table harder. He thinks to himself, "I was right." After confirming his own suspicions, Woolsey publicly states what he wants. "Let's get straight to the point. We need your strength. Please help us rescue our nurse team." Woolsey stands up. He desperately hopes for Sanju's support with urgency. "Just like how you saved other survivors without expecting a response, I'm not asking for your help to repay the personal favors we've given each other." The bearded man listens silently as his captain pleads, "But only you have the chance to save our sister and the rest of the team. As a brave captain, but the military must humble itself to ask for help. Please, I beg you. Sanju remains silent for a moment. He thinks carefully and recalls his previous words. My sister, she's injured. In that difficult and life-or-death moment, he was also powerless like this. Please, please save her. Sanju makes a very determined decision. He saved my family once, so he is willing to repay the favor, making the military extremely grateful. I guess it's now my turn. In this room bathed in sunlight like a rebirth and good fortune, they are both very happy. Yes, I'll do my best. Thank you. Sanju is still unsure about what he needs to do. Tell me what I need to do to save them. Then he's taken to a strange place that surprises him. Gunty explains his questions. D, where are we? This is the Kaner's training bunker. The room is designed very elegantly and gracefully. He warmly invites Sanju to use it freely. The furniture is quite sturdy, so he can use his skills freely. But Sanju questions Gunty's approach. Shouldn't we prepare ourselves for the rescue? He explains their plans as well. Well, there are two reasons why we should do this before that. First, the faster we proceed, the more chances of a successful rescue. However, we still have plenty of time. While Sanju tests the bottles of swords, Gunty tries to recall some important information due to his sister's ability. Team 1 can hold out for quite some time, so they have at least 8 months before they can't resist anymore. The second reason is the level of the dungeon. He explained in detail why he needed you, even though your team is one of our top groups with overall combat level B. But Team 1 suffered heavy losses and failed to escape from that dungeon, so I think the dungeon's level was close to A. Now, do you understand what that means? Sanju finally understood his intention. So you're saying it's too difficult for me to help right now? Wanty replied firmly. Yes, but there's another way. Behind A's broad back, he confided in him. You see, humans unleash incredible powers when they are about to die. Hearing his angry words, Sanju broke out in a cold sweat. The temporary release of power in critical situations can sever muscles or scratch bones. Naturally, it's proportional to the burst of stats. Gunty turned back with a cold and vital expression, clearly stating that what he lacked now were only stats. Up until now, you surpassed your combat senses obstacles. But in this mission, even your combat senses will reach their limit. Sanju froze on the spot. Woe remained silent. Hold on, Wanty gripped his sword tightly. He apologized to him. I also feel guilty towards you, but this is the only way. Then he turned back, his body gradually transforming dramatically as he grabbed a punch. You can resist if you want. Unprepared, Sanju shouted immediately. Wait a moment. Outside Gunty's company, a message between Gunty and Jumo. Hey, this is Sanju. Don't worry about me. Don't be concerned for me. I'll contact you soon. I'll take some time off hunting too. Alright, I understand. How are you feeling now? Now, I'm at the hospital too. But there's no problem. He seemed quite worried, biting his finger. His eyes were glued to his phone screen, always waiting for something. Finally, Sanju stepped out. Hearing his call, Jumo turned around with a joyful face. The hunter Jumo, but Sanju wasn't doing well. His face was bruised and his bones were protruding. It looked pitiful. Seeing his deformed face, Jumo couldn't recognize him in shock. He explained, It's me, Sanju. Zumo still couldn't believe what he saw of him. Huh? What? Why? How? Sanju sighed with a bit of frustration. Well, many things happened. I have a lot to tell you. He told Zumo about everything, including the reason for his injuries. He was amazed by his situation. Your sister got infected with a virus during the portal disaster. Jumo asked Han about Sanju's condition. And you? Are you okay? Sanju replied to him. I'm fine. They say that mana traits differ from person to person, even within a family. Jumo suspiciously asked him. So you've already taken on Kineas's mission, right? Sanju also frankly stated, yes, because they saved me and the Minhoa family. Jumo expressed his surprise. Sanju remained silent as he listened, and I was surprised that I couldn't contact him suddenly, but I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Sanju recounted his story. I lost my phone, so I'm using the one my clone is using now. Please change the contact name for number 2 to mine. Jumo asked him with a wicked look. So you didn't back up your contacts? He replied straightforwardly, I won't back them up. Hearing this, Jumo didn't understand his reason. Huh? But you can still retrieve the old contact numbers later. He remembered that Sanju had a few close friends and was surprised. His friends and others too. But in Sanju's mind, one of them might be Hyen. So he decided to let go of everything. He said, no, this way is better. Jumo was curious about the new injuries on him. What are those wounds? Sanju replied that he knew why. These are the new mission I'm talking about. He said we need to have better stats. So we trained a bit. Hearing this, Liang Binghuang stood up immediately. What? He felt indignant for him. But how could they make you like that? I'll complain about this to the association office. Sanju calmed him down. Stay calm. I agree with this too. He sympathized with Gunti. Park Gunti's sister is being held in the dungeon. He must be more daring than anyone else. I understand that feeling. Jumo understood his feelings. The hunter. He slammed his hand on the table. He recounted what happened today. Today, I was defeated. But Sanju handed Jumo a bag of clothes with good intentions. I was planning to wear these and attack him too. Put them on. Jumo could only sigh helplessly. At least, I'll go get some medicine from the office tomorrow at the training room. Sanju brought his clone with him. He expressed gratitude to Gunti. Thank you for training me. Wonti looked back in confusion. You brought your own clone, right? Sanju held the cane in his hand, his eyes filled with determination. Today! Veni and his clone boldly advanced together and declared they would be different from yesterday. But for some reason, 2 against 1 ended up retreating with injuries. The next day, Sanju increased the number of troops on his side. Today, there are 3. Yet the result was no better. Another day later, Sanju's clone seemed very hesitant. Guess for people would be different, right? I guess so. Yet in the end, even Fanthon's table had to support the main one due to the severe damage. Hold him steady. Okay. Jumo waited outside for him to come out. He asked worriedly, are you okay? Sanju hesitated and said, he's too strong. He thought carefully about each step because the copies were very good at copying movements. They didn't learn anything like us, but the gap between our stats was too big. Seeing the distorted copies, he had to think harder. I need to find a way to close that gap. Sanju came up with an idea. His eyes widened. He held out his phone for Jumo to see and asked for his opinion. Agent Jumo, is it feasible? After a moment, he replied, that. Jumo was still hesitant about this decision. Well, we can try this. But is it safe? Sanju was confident. You don't need to worry. Jumo agreed with him. Okay, I'll give it a shot. At Wanti's training room, Sanju pushed the door open and stepped in. He called out to him. Hey, Wanti seems to have been waiting for you. He was very pleased with your determination. You're here now. I'm glad to see your hard work. Yeah, but he also widened his eyes at what he saw. A copy's net was biting a bone covered in spines. Sanju had brought something surprising. The copies had undergone amazing changes. He was very confident. Today, I'll really be different. Going back a bit, Jumo excitedly called out to Sanju, Hunter, you're here. He praised him for bringing the supplies he requested quickly, and as expected, you work fast indeed. As Jumo carried the heavy load, he seemed a little hesitant. I bought in a hurry, and not much but. Seeing inside, Jumo asked Sanju, have you always had enough? Sanju reassured him, enough. With this much, the president will be surprised too. Wanti was amazed to see the copy's strength increase dramatically, all turning into fierce guardians. He asked curiously, what did you do to those copies? What's going on? The stats. Sanju explained by showing some large red stones. I fed them this. Sanju had announced a huge number of those stones, 60 precious gems. He threw one at a nearby copy, which greedily ate it. Since copies are considered summoned creatures, they can absorb the gems to increase their stats. Wanti was stunned by this revelation. Copies could use gems? Sanju was ready with his sword and charged into battle. Today, I'll fight my best. Gwanti didn't care. He always trusted him, whether it's a gun or a sword. Sanju and the copies rushed to face him like a storm. Come on, let's fight. One copy attacked first. Gwanti was ready with his sword for defense. Another one sneaked from behind to catch him off guard. When fighting with them, he also noticed their significant changes. The power of the clones has indeed increased significantly. Usually, clone powers are lower than the main bodies, but now they're on par. The clones have learned to fight smarter and more aggressively. Maybe it's due to those precious stones, but the effect of transformation seems stronger now. Gwanti hesitated as he drew his sword, but after a powerful attack narrowly missed, thanks to the clones' agility in dodging. After carefully examining, Gwanti made logical arguments. Their power increase due to transformation is good. However, one of the clones' biggest strengths, their accuracy, has dropped significantly. Maybe he overfed them with precious stones. Sanju replied while dodging a dangerous attack. At least I didn't turn into a monster. That's right. After some fighting, Sanju successfully turned the tide and aimed straight for Gwanti's head. And then he gave him a fake shot to the head. The fake bullet on Gwanti's head started smoking. He couldn't help but praise him. Good attack! Quickly grabbing his wrist, Gwanti said, but without mana bullets, you can't hurt me. He exploited Sanju's weakness to prepare for the final blow. The clones couldn't just watch, they focused all their attention on Gwanti. Surrounding him, they formed a defensive stance. Just holding and swinging the sword didn't make his attack stronger. His wooden sword began emitting strong mana, pouring it into the sword and his hand to form a unified force. The clones were quite confused, standing still. Gwanti continued teaching in detail. If you master this move, even a branch can cut monsters. Sanju spent a lot of effort but was surprised. Damn it. Why is the wooden sword stronger than regular swords? His eyes started glowing with determination. Not yet. Gwanti also commented on him. You've become stronger too. I didn't think you could use precious stones to boost your clone's stats. He remained calm and proud of his sword skills, but it's not enough. Just a few sword swings in an instant. 5 people couldn't match him. Gwanti glanced at him with a mocking look. With this skill level, I can't consider you a C-class hunter. Despite Sanju being battered and spitting blood, he still took hits well. Now it is what it is. He faced him bravely and declared, but things will change soon. Blocking Gwanti's sword, Sanju added with determination, I won't stop at C-class. Turning to his clones, he said, hey, look. The clones lay sprawled on the ground, their faces blank like dazed horses. Sanju spoke doubtfully and almost angrily, Captain's face, where have you seen it before? Gwanti looked at his team with a mocking expression, scrutinizing them carefully, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, that's right. In their eyes, Gwanti had transformed into something else. Sanju shouted, the captain is actually a red devil gem. Then he issued rules to the clones, making them more enthusiastic. Whoever eats him first wins. Using this move to motivate them, Sanju ordered everyone attack him. He had a clear goal in mind. Actually, the reason I wanted to become stronger wasn't just for his demands. This time, he fought with all his might and was more powerful than before. Sanju recalled waking up from a coma, feeling something when opening his eyes at the hospital. And seeing his family injured made him even more determined and self-blaming. The helplessness of leaving their safety to others during danger. In the dark, rescue teams searched for missing people in the rubble, starting the search. They unexpectedly found a damaged monster corpse. Startled but calm, just a monster corpse. No need to hate weakness. 2 of Hasung's subordinates cursed, F*** King Hell, helpless as they couldn't attack the monster. No matter how they attacked, it didn't move. Hasung stood above, stunned. He walked over the ruins with a casual step. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated Sanju felt inside. The feeling of disappointment when my efforts don't match the results. I don't want to feel that again. He shouted loudly, his eyes turning white. You don't need to worry about my current abilities. With a powerful swing, he leaped high. This decisive action further solidifies his determination. because I never intended to stop. Time flies so quickly. After a month, Gashensian's hunting grounds are busy. A young man is physically struck in the face. After a while, several arrogant boys surround him. Siona rushes over and helps him up. Are you okay? She angrily questions them. Why did you do that? We have permission papers and an official hunting ground. They're too big. Shut up. The leader threatens them with a stern voice. The Moon Bank is currently using this train station as their hunting ground. Is there something hard to understand? Go somewhere else if you want to hunt. Nearby security guards witness the injustice but pretend not to see it. Siona feels uncomfortable with their indifferent attitude. They act like they didn't see anything. The arrogant boy's eyes are very intimidating and fierce. Sanju declares something that surprises Siona. Hey, stay there, we'll let you all in the main area too. The boys mockingly say, the captain is really nice. Those two even helped each other up. One of them curses us. Trash. The gangsters start laughing arrogantly and tell them to shut up, making people feel scared. He doesn't say much but decisively enters the hunting ground. The arrogant boy's face turns pale at this. He clenches his fists. A security guard immediately stops him. Look here, don't you see what's happening? But he remains calm and responds, what's wrong? I paid to come in. This arrogant boy is too reckless. Are you stupid or something? He prepares to use his strength to push the gate. The arrogant boy tries to argue but swings a punch. However, Sanju blocks it. Then he throws him down with a bewildered look. He's terrified and spits out water from his mouth. The others are shocked by the scene, but he still pretends to be innocent. Oh no, you hit me so I had no choice but to defend myself. I was startled and accidentally hit them. Then suddenly remembers something and ponders. Moon Bank, I've heard that name before. Sanju opens his hat. He speaks to the trembling leader. Now I see. This doesn't make any sense at all. He raises his hand to strike hard. Sanju is straightforward and decisive with them. What does my hunting ground have to do with your guild's hunting here? The beaten boy falls to the ground, still cursing. You bastard! His subordinates also boldly shout. You dare challenge our Moon Bank? They start setting up and surrounding him. Don't think you can escape. One of them pulls out his lever and points it at Sanju. We're all elite hunters. Do you think you can fight us alone? He repeats in shock, alone. A powerful kick from him adds to their momentum. Several security guards are stunned by the scene and remain speechless. Turns out Sanju called his fellow gang members to deal with these Tepu guys. They're all tough and eager for a fight. The leader's subordinate looks around and whispers to him. Boss, what's going on here? Sanju stood firm and coldly in front of them. The guys started to get nervous. Mother of asteriskers. Who are these bastards? This time, the situation and number of troops have clearly turned against us. The leader is surrounded. Sanju challenged him. Let's recap. You're saying just one person? At the company headquarters in the evening, Jumo had been waiting there. He immediately exclaimed when he met the person. As he approached, he called Gunty and said, Sir, I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. Jumo showed his apology to Gunty. It should have been me meeting you. But Gunty was polite and said, No, only those who need it must come here. What I want is this. Before he could finish, Jumo quickly took a piece of paper from the drawer. Here it is. He also bluntly addressed Gunty, as I mentioned earlier, you don't need to take photos or hand it over to me. Gunty immediately stammered in response. Of course, I just wanted to check this out. He held the papers and read them aloud. The more he read, the more he noticed something unusual and exclaimed, his stress levels have increased by only 6 months? Jumo agreed with that too. Yes, recently, there's a feeling that he has transformed into a completely different person. After that accident, he started to obsess over hunting and experiences. Jumo also asked Wanti about Sanju's skills. Are these stats enough for him to carry out his plan? He confidently answered before Jumo could finish. No need to say more. I had a backup plan if he fails, but there's no need to worry. The high numbers are the clearest proof. Jumo sighed. It is indeed an incredible growth rate. Wani quickly glanced over the stats on the paper. Jumo reiterated firmly, "Yes, let's start with the rescue mission for the team." After careful consideration and calculation, he has surpassed D rank and is close to a rank. One day, he will definitely reach a higher level. The clone skill makes users stronger than their stats. I wonder how strong he has become. The faces of the security guards turned extremely scared and panicked. Sanju delivered a powerful blow to Tenzukan's face, making him bleed. The young man in orange watched in amazement. What are we witnessing here? Sanju continuously unleashed vicious attacks. Tenzuko screamed in pain with his mouth full of blood. "Stop it!" He remained calm. "Stop what?" He resisted. "You're going too far. You can't." Sanju immediately argued logically. "You should have said that when the hunter was being attacked. Not now. You didn't do anything when they pulled out their swords. Look at your friend who's severely injured, needing someone to help him." The security guard urgently reminded Sanju, "I'm not blaming you, but please go back and protect the gate." Sanju turned around and ordered a clone to destroy all phones so they couldn't communicate. The clone followed his orders. "Got it." The guys from the other group found an excuse to sneak away. They're going somewhere else. Okay, because Gashinsian was wandering around the hunting grounds. Those monsters were rampant everywhere here. Gatsu was picking up red stones. He seemed not to like this job much, which is why he was so angry. But he still had to finish it. He clenched the stone tightly in his hand out of frustration. Gwapslian immediately threw the red stone far away and cursed, "F***, I can't take this anymore." As he was getting angrier, someone suddenly called from behind. "What's going on?" He was startled awake. Gwapslian had a feeling. He guessed it was the direction to the entrance. "Damn, they're checking, right?" Sanju just arrived in time. Gwapslian quickly scratched his head and ears to explain. "You're here, huh? I need more time to finish." Sanju asked him suddenly, "Who are you? What?" He was taken aback when he saw him. He also remembered now. "Oh, I remember you now. One-horned rabbit." "Okay." Sanju appeared before him with a different class and greeted him. "Long time no see." Guapsu was frozen on the spot. Why are you here?" Why is he one of those clones asking questions? "Are you sure you'll be okay?" "Yes." Gatsu still didn't understand why he appeared and asked, "How could you get in here?" The Moonlight Guild must be protecting the entrance. But Sanju challenged him with a very firm attitude. "I wanted to ask that too. You're not strong enough. This is a D-level dungeon. What are you doing here?" Guapsu's face darkened and he cursed. "Damn it!" Sanju quickly noticed the suspicious look on his face. From the look, he wasn't hunting. And Guapsu was annoyed that Sanju had clearly seen him picking up the red gemstone. This made him even more certain of his guess, causing Guapsu to panic. It seemed like the Moonlight Guild was keeping him here. Sanju immediately took out his phone and threatened him to tell the truth. "I don't want to comfort you or anything. I just want to know what's happening. In your phone are images of Dukal members who were beaten up earlier and had to humiliate themselves. Don't worry about them." Guapsu couldn't believe his eyes. What? Why would the lower-level hunters be here? He used those photos to pressure Guapsu. "Just shut up. Either talk or you'll end up like this." This time, Guapsu could only swallow his pride. He brought him to where the mutated monsters were. Guapsu picked up a red stone and explained, "You know, when those lower-level monsters die, they drop treasures." "Not always." Sanju replied honestly. "I don't know where those things came from when they fell out of the monsters. Gotta explain to you about the lifespan of these stones. These treasures have been inside their bodies for a long time, even after death." And Gata also recounted the reasons on the messy pile of monster remains. They often fight in the dungeon. Sanju tried to imagine how they formed. The monsters fight, drop treasures, and new battles lead to more drops. He picked up a few stones and understood the reason behind it. So the treasures pile up in the dungeon for low-level hunters. These treasures are random and not worth picking up, so they focus on low-level hunters trapped here to gather them until enough quantity is reached. but he still looked troubled at Gapsu. Why did they end up like this? He was also concerned for those in the same situation as him, who owe the guild or are sold by it. Most of them are debtors or new hunters. That's very dangerous. What if they encounter a monster? Gapsu's pitiful back made him think more deeply. They die in the dungeon just like monsters do. Sanju's eyes became sad and empathetic. On the monitor, workers were working hard. They hurriedly gathered precious stones. Sanju felt excited right away. He never expected to witness this firsthand. He ordered Gapsu, "Go!" Gapsu was surprised. What? He didn't expect Sanju to be so humane and spare him. "Go before I change my mind. The Moon Guild won't block you at the entrance." You! Gapsu was moved to tears. This brat! Gapsu stood up, intending to take his precious stones and leave. Turns out he's a good guy, but he quickly grabbed the bag back. To keep the treasures, Gapsu hesitated as he turned around. Sanju doused him with cold water. "Why are you moved? Our relationship is not good, right?" So he grudgingly left while Sanju was extremely pleased with the spoils of others. "You picked up a lot." Sanju gave his top clone a hot bath. Number 1, eat it all. Then he spoke, collecting any treasures. He stuffed several clones full of precious stones. "I'll make good use of them." A young man ran quickly like a flash. As he went, he cursed. "Damn it! Hell!" The fierce monsters still chased after him aggressively. Bloody hell! That monster is actually the C-rank of Bumianson. The young man didn't anticipate this situation. They didn't mention that C-rank monsters would appear. He cursed and mumbled as he went. "Those damn bastards! He's the Moon Bank employee hired. Kim Woo Hyen." The monster chased Hien closely and suddenly used magic to make countless stones fly towards Hien. Hien ran while dodging flying stones. She slipped from the smoke, falling onto the ground with her face hitting the pavement. The monster was right behind, preparing a fatal blow, facing death. She didn't want to give up. "No, not here." Hien closed her eyes, waiting for death. In this precarious situation, someone suddenly appeared and grabbed her by the collar. He calmly said to Hien, "Sorry." Then he gently lifted Hien, avoiding the monster's C-rank attack. She was saved, her face wide with shock at such a rescue. Sanju set Hien down after the fall, making it hard for her to breathe. She coughed and panted for air. "Who?" Sanju smiled, patting her shoulder. "The one who saved your life. Besides, you don't have a mouth. Any precious gems? Why didn't you collect some?" Hien replied, "I haven't had those for a long time." Sanju, still absorbed in the fight, asked calmly, "Did you throw them away? Besides, did you mention the Hasung Guild? Did the Moon Bank send you here?" Sanju ignored the charging C-rank monster. Hien shouted, look ahead quickly." To prevent the C-rank monster from getting close to Sanju, his true form after absorbing the stone turned into a red-colored monster. He rushed forward and knocked down the C-rank monster. Sanju ignored everything happening around him. He continued questioning Hien. They said they came from Moon Bank. Seeing the two monsters fighting fiercely, Hien's jaw dropped in surprise. What? Sanju's true form monster showed its teeth and eyes, scaring the C-rank monster back. Hien didn't pay attention to her question as she watched the fight. Sanju frowned. Sorry, Hien was observing the monsters fighting when Sanju reminded her of the main issue. Sanju sighed impatiently and asked again, "I just want to know what you're doing with the Hasung Guild." Hien looked suspiciously at Sanju. Who is this guy? Suddenly, Hien ran away without a word in shock. Although surprised by Hien's actions, Sanju quickly reacted and grabbed her collar to pull her back. No! Hien was easily caught, causing her to panic. My shirt! Sanju didn't understand Hien's behavior. He calmly grabbed her shirt. Don't run away! Hien shrank in fear when she was pulled back. How can you act like this with the monsters surrounding us? Sanju told her not to worry about them. Behind him, his clones immediately appeared and cleaned up the approaching C-rank monsters. The others stood there stunned. Hien worriedly thought, are they a team or is he a summoner? Who are these guys really? Sanju stood behind Hien as the battle raged on. He gave a forced smile, safe and sound. But before he could laugh, his first clone was knocked down by the Searing monster, causing him to fall back. Truly not trustworthy at all. Sanju's expression turned sour. Did he lose? Wu Haiyan clearly couldn't trust Sanju. Your head is safe. Seeing his first clone fall, Sanju was angry. How could you lose after eating so many gems? Wu Haiyan thought she had to run as the C-rank monster prepared to finish off the two standing in the middle of the road. Sanju coldly told Wu Haiyan, wait here. Seeing his clones all being handled by the monsters, Sanju shook his head in disappointment. I've given them so much valuable stuff. Wu Haiyan stood there observing, about to speak up. Hey, even he was silenced by Sanju. Keep quiet for a moment. I need to focus. Sanju quickly drew his sword and rushed to face the C-rank monster army. The lead monster let out a loud roar and charged at him, if wanting to tear him apart. With his current speed and ability, Sanju charged so fast that one swing of his sword cut the monster in half, killing it before it could even gasp. Wu Haiyan still stood there dumbfounded, watching Sanju deal with each monster. Yan Rang thought to himself, we need to finish them off as quickly as possible. With this thought, Sanju went berserk and each monster was shattered under his sword. Witnessing this strength made Wu Haiyan exclaim in amazement, he's too strong. Sanju seemed like a different person, fierce and ruthless as he killed all the monsters. Facing the two-headed monster, with its eyes full of madness preparing to devour him, his eyes turned red with bloodshot veins, he remembered the firefly monster that screamed, which had injured his sister. Sanju went mad. He self-restrained. No, I need to calm down. Damn it. In a moment's distraction, Wu Haiyan outside suddenly shouted, be careful. The monsters are attacking from behind while Sanju is unprepared. Fortunately, his clones rushed up in time to block the monster completely, preventing any attack. Sanju turned around and focused all his strength to draw his sword, using one move to split the monster in two. The monster staggered back, its body cut in half, spewing out countless blood splatters. Sanju looked with disgust. In front of him was the face of a C-rank monster, cut into pieces falling down. The huge body of the monster fell to the ground with a thud. It's completely destroyed now. Sanju frowned at its appearance. Damn it! I'll have to clean this sword every time I use it again. Finished, he turned back and saw Wu Haiyan still standing there in shock. Did you defeat that monster? After dealing with several C-rank monsters, Sanju asked Wu Haiyan, who was still standing there. Oh, are you not running away yet? Wu Haiyan shouted angrily. You told me not to run. Sanju honestly explained. I only hoped. But I didn't expect you to do it for real. While talking, he heard a painful sound. Sanju turned around and saw clone number 1 lying in pain. Sanju sat down to observe him, gritting his teeth as he endured the pain. Seeing the wound on clone 1's shoulder not healing but worsening instead confused him. Sanju wondered, strange, shouldn't it have healed by now? Wu Haiyan explained beside him that there was a curse on the monster's bone sword that slowly eroded it. Without a healer, Sanju's fear grew as he exclaimed, damn, really, I would have died if I got hit by that sword just now. This is really bad luck for me. Such bad luck. Even though they took a lot of gems, they only absorbed the hits instead of dodging them. Wu Haiyan looked at the red monster lying on the ground. Is this a person? I thought it was a giant wearing a hat. Sanju calmly told her, I can say I'm a resurrection mage. After hearing Sanju's explanation, Wu Haiyan was surprised and after much deliberation, she gave him a vial of medicine. Here, if you give this to him, he might live longer. But don't blame me if anything happens. What is this broken vial? The outside of the vial has a skull shape. Inside, there's a green liquid that doesn't look like medicine at all. Sanju held the vial, shook it, and asked again with a stiff smile. What is this? Wu Haiyan repeated. Medicine? Sanju thought, but there's a hint of hair on his head. Well then, we don't have much choice. Think and act, pour all the medicine into number 1's mouth. Number 1's body emitted a green smoke with an awful smell. Sanju saw this situation and froze, unsure if number 1 could be saved. Wu Haiyan quickly stepped back and covered his nose. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and number one's wound gradually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sanju exclaimed in amazement. The effect is really great. What kind of medicine is this? Once the wound was healed, number one stood up with an evil glare around, and Sanju held back from his foolish actions. Sanju cheered excitedly. Great! He's fine now. Wohyan looked dejected. Just for this moment. Sanjihu asked, huh? Wohyan pulled down his hat to cover his helpless face. The side effect was that his vitality would slowly diminish. My ability is a poison master. Wohyan introduced herself. A 5th level poison master can create poisons. The number of formulas increases with each level. Each formula's proficiency can be improved. The lowest level formula is the regeneration potion. Use poison to convert life energy to heal injured parts. Higher proficiency means less consumption of life energy. Regeneration effect, side effects, slowly depleting the user's vitality. Lowest level formula, enhanced strength, increase strength by using poisons to stimulate the body. Finally, Sanju understood, so this name will still fall asleep after his life energy is depleted, right? At least he'll die. I think it's better than doing nothing. Number one heard that he was about to die and was extremely terrified, eyes wide with bloodshot. Sanju turned to number one. Hey, the one who said you'd soon die, start hunting faster now. Seeing this, number one sped off to hunt monsters, leaving Sanju sitting there in shock. He thought, I need to summon him back later. Wohyan finished explaining her abilities and approached Sanju. I've told you about my abilities. Now it's your turn. Who are you? You have pets just like monsters, each one extremely powerful. You even killed that monster. I haven't heard of anyone like you among the B-class hunters in our country. Sanju sat there calmly. Of course not, I'm an E-class hunter. Half a year ago, I was F-class. Wohyan couldn't believe what she just heard. E-class, Sabi. It's truly shocking and unbelievable. Wohyan asked curiously, how can an E-class hunter be in sea-level dungeon? Forget it. The question is, how can you hunt so easily in this dungeon? Sanju didn't answer but happily turned back. Stay calm. I have a question for you too. Wohyan asked back. What's going on? Sanju turned to look at Wohyan with a bright smile. Why are you talking like I'm your friend? Huh? At the Iolo goods warehouse, many crates of treasures were being transported in. Han Miho, the guild leader, was standing there observing as each crate was brought in. She shyly wondered to herself, is this enough? Xiang's manager was extremely curious about Miho's actions. Why are you suddenly collecting these things all of a sudden? What did you do before? Miho calmly explained. It's just to help Mr. Wanty. He said he would offer a high price for them. Look at those crates filled with precious gems, Zio. Why does he need so many? Maybe he has many treasures. Miho heard faintly. About that, there seems to be someone named Sanju. I've heard he uses these gems. Back at the hunting ground where Sanju and Wohyan were talking, Wohyan noticed the obvious favoritism on Sanju's face, making her secretly panic. Hey, this guy is sensitive about things like that? What should I do now? If he's a bad guy, he might. Wohyan comforted herself. Come on, be confident. You can act like nothing happened too. You can also talk to me freely if you want. Sanju suddenly perked up upon hearing this. Can I do that? Really? Seeing Sanju's expression, Wohyan realized she had overthought it. That's good. He looks like a fool. Sanju slowly stood up. Actually, this isn't the question I'm most curious about. Why did you mention the Hessen Guild when we were running away? I want to ask about that. Wohyan, what kind of question is that? But aren't you a hunter? You should know this. Sanju scratched his head and ears. I just got my hunter's license recently, so I don't know much about the issues between guilds. Wohyan explained, huh? So you just received your hunter's license? Silver Moon is like a branch of the Hessen Guild. They pretend they don't know anything, but Silver Moon does all the dirty work for the Hessen Guild. I'm pretty sure many people brought here are due to the Hessen Guild. Sanju asked, oh, so you were captured here? Hearing this question, Wohyan's expression suddenly changed as childhood memories flashed back before her eyes, showing a young girl facing a hanged person. Woo-Hyun nervously avoided Sonju's question with a frightened look. This is information you don't need to know. Seeing Woo-Hyun's sudden change in attitude, Sanju paused. Woo-Hyun suddenly started questioning herself. Maybe I'm going crazy. Even told him about my skills. Seeing Woo-Hyun acting strangely and almost going insane, Sanju was also slightly scared, wondering what she ate. He hesitantly asked, "Why are you so angry suddenly?" Not getting an answer, Sanju sighed and turned away. Well then, I've got the information I needed, so goodbye. Woo-Hyun was slightly surprised. Didn't you finish your work already? What did you say? I just started. Sanju didn't care and just walked straight through Woo-Hyun's rant. Sanju kindly added a reminder. You're out now. There's no one at the gate. Those damn moon bankers are gone too. Woo-Hyun pulled down her hat, feeling slightly embarrassed. Thank you then. Before leaving, Sanju couldn't help praising her skills. Ah, by the way, I think your skills are amazing. Woo-Hyun was taken aback by the praise. Then she thought maybe Sanju was also flattering herself and should feel flattered too. What about my skills? You gave those people to me, right? If you drink even a little bit, you'll die. Sanju took out a business card like the one you saw just now. I don't really care much about the side effects. Woo-Hyun examined the dirty business card Sanju gave her, thinking it's the dirtiest card I've ever seen. Regardless of Woo-Hyun's shock, Sanju calmly added, if you need a place to work or fear revenge from the Haesung Society, just call me using the number on that card. There are also addresses where I live and the agents here hate the Haesung Society very much. Now, I'm really leaving. Number 5 will escort him out of the gate, and number 5 quickly responded. Alright. After saying this, Sanju disappeared like a gust of wind, leaving Woo-Hyun standing there in shock with the business card. Sanju began his hunting journey. He killed mercilessly. No monster could survive before him. With one slash, he split their heads in half as easily as cutting tofu. As he killed, Sanju thought to himself, I think his skills will be very useful for my clones. Should I persuade him more? Just thinking this, a monster was thrown hard onto the ground, startling Sanju and making him turn around. Number 1 was enthusiastically charging into several monsters when suddenly he spat out a stream of saliva. Then he fell face down on the ground. Sanju panicked. Damn it! Number 1. Seeing this, Sanju guessed. This must be a side effect. I thought he could endure it due to his regeneration skill. Seeing number 1 turn into a pool of blood, Sanju quickly comforted him. Number 1, you did great! Sanju continued reviving number 1. A naked clone body appeared. That's indeed an eyesore. Sanju took out some clothes and put them on. Number 1 quickly dressed up, okay? After getting dressed, both of them quickly got back to work, continuing their hunt. Upon confirming that a shadowy figure was peeking from behind, it turned out the moon bankers who were beaten at the gate by Sanju. A big guy inside asked the curly-haired guy outside, has he left yet? The curly-haired guy turned around. Yes, he's gone now. The big guy couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? I thought he was a human, but it's a monster. 2 guys who were stripped naked by Sanju stood there chatting. I thought he was dead. But he came back to life, scaring me half to death. I wonder what his skill is like. And judging from the way he talks, it seems there are a few more people like him. Are we in danger? The big guy is worried. Damn it! If only we had gear. The red-haired guy looks dejected. But even with our gear, we got beat up pretty badly. The red-haired guy wonders, by the way, why are they coming back? Even the pale guys ran away. The big guy feels along the wall looking for something unusual. You fool, do you not know where this is? That's why we're limited to hunting in this game zone. After a while, the big guy found a well-hidden spot. At least we should check what this place is. He pulls down a piece of plastic attached to the wall like a makeshift lab with all sorts of junk scattered everywhere. Fortunately, he hasn't discovered this yet. The red-haired guy looks surprised at the inside of the room. A hidden workshop, indeed. What are they building here? The big guy moves aside a board because supplies can be provided from the hunting zone. And the chance someone finds this is very low. Who would think to investigate in the hunting zone anyway? The red-haired guy wonders, don't we make medicine too? Tentacon repeats, you fool, it's not a medical facility. He sees scattered gems all over the room. Tentacon looks at the sparkling gems with wide eyes, but they're worth much more than medical supplies. Red gems shine brightly on a tray. Tentacon confirms, crystal, these are definitely refined gems. He picks up one and examines it closely. Their potential is 100 times better than regular gems, and just one will increase our stats by 0.5 points. But the downside is turning into a monster. Even the most loyal beast would lose control. That's why the Hunter Union banned this. Blackhair also examines them closely. I think the side effects are negligible. Stats increase don't matter when you're already a monster, right? Blackhair agrees. True. Back then, there weren't enough people willing to take that risk. That's why it was much cheaper before. But recently, the value of this has changed completely. Dep, I heard they're reprocessing these to create a usable product. Because of Project Dep, Tron Corp is buying gems like crazy. Since making this is illegal, its value skyrocketed. Who would have thought that trash could make money? We can make millions with these. For a few kids, they might get beaten up, but bring them back here and it's different. Just leave this here and come back tomorrow. The curly-haired guy is confused. Yeah, why not just take them? The big guy pulls the curly-haired guy out and covers the lab with the board again. The big guy is angry. So you think we can stop those bastards if they catch us with this stuff? Have you ever used your brain? We couldn't even carry a little bit because we're just in our underwear here. The curly-haired guy scratches his head and ears. Oh, sorry. They carefully close the secret door and leave. After some time, there's noise coming from outside the secret room. The door is opened again. A face looks into the room. It's Woo-hyeon. She removes the board with joy, found it. She angrily recalls what happened earlier. Yeah, chasing those bastards was tough. Sanju gave number 5 a mission to escort her all the way to the gate, so he insisted on going with her until she reached the gate. But Woo-hyeon wanted to find the secret room, so she told him it was fine just to bring her here. He could go back now. However, number 5 had to complete his mission of escorting her all the way to the gate. When they reached the gate, number 5's fragile heart was harshly criticized. This made him dare not to protest and return timidly. Woo-hyeon angrily thought, he's so stubborn. After number 5 left, Woo-hyeon said, forget it, staying in this hunting area is really the right choice. Those damn silver moon creatures led me here just to hide, but I don't understand why they're naked. As she was thinking, she noticed a suspicious cabinet and decided to open it and see what's inside. Seeing what was stored inside made her extremely happy. Here they are, the piles of crystal gems. She found them. Woo-hyeon decided to put all the crystal gems in small bags and hide them in her pockets. She thought there's a lot of these. After stuffing everything, Woo-hyeon looked like a large watermelon. Carrying a board, she tried to cover the room. But this is heavy, isn't it? Do I look strange? Seeing everyone running out, Woo-hyeon happily thought, this is my chance to blend in with them. Number 5 stood at the gate and saw that Woo-hyeon had left. With his simple mind, number 5 fell into a maze of thoughts. His mission was to escort Woo-hyeon all the way to the gate. After some time, he finally met Woo-hyeon at the gate, and she safely left. The mission is complete. After much confusion, number 5 finally understood the joy on his face from completing the task. Phew, Woo-hyeon successfully escaped with the crystal gems. She ran without looking back. Great! I'm safe now. The crowd who was captured and picked up the gems outside were extremely happy. We made it! We're free! Woo-hyeon ran out of breath while cursing under her breath. Her! Silver Moon Club and Sun Club. You idiots! After a while, they estimated the time for hunting. I think everyone is safe now. The monsters have been handled and the gems sealed. Sanju carried a full bag of gems on his shoulder. Sanju was excited. I've been wondering where to get these gems lately since they're not around anymore. These are the best. Number 1 looked at the gem bag, drooling uncontrollably. Should I eat them all? Sanju complained. If you turn into a monster, everyone will be scared. The clone skill is on cooldown now. So we'll plan for tomorrow. At this moment, Sanju received a message. After reading the content, he thought to himself, it's time! The next day, two members of the Silver Moon Club came. They wanted to take away the crystal gems they found yesterday, but it was empty. There wasn't even one left. The big guy's face turned dark. Where are they? Where did they go? The curly-haired guy shouted like rain. What should we do now? The deadline is tomorrow. The big guy was furious. His face showed clear veins. He went crazy, turning to the gatekeeper and started robbing him, making him almost suffocate as he cried for help. What are you doing? The big guy growled. This damn kid, if you were paid to do this job, do it properly. Why did you let someone else in here? 5 years ago, after the 2005 disaster, my younger sister woke up her abilities during a dark moment not long after the disaster ended. At that time, Gunty was just a 16-year-old boy who could kill a giant rat monster with just a whip in his hand, cutting it in half with one move. While he was battling the monster, his younger sister Iona, only 9 years old, shyly tugged at his sleeve. The innocent girl offered him a packet of cookies with concern. Hey, do you want to eat this? Wanty replied softly. Looking down at her, Gunty's voice had a hint of reproach. I told you not to come out. You're hurt. Suddenly, Gunty noticed a black hole appearing beside the girl. Iona looked up at him. I'm not injured. Seeing the black hole appear, Gunty knew right away. My younger sister can create a spatial dimension like a pocket universe. Gunty was quite surprised and asked her, Iona, how did you do that? She didn't know either. It just appeared suddenly. You can put many things inside it. Great, eat this quickly. I knew you were hungry. Gunty patted Iona's head and praised her. I'm fine. Iona, you have very good skills. This is a very useful skill, Iona. Now go home and get some rest. You must be tired. Saying that, he knelt down to carry her. Iona's eyes were drooping with sleepiness. Yes, I'm so sleepy. Wanty carried his sister through the disaster battlefield, where everything was a pile of ruins, but for Iona, it felt safe on her brother's back. Iona asked Aozusi, when will he come? As they walked, Wanty replied softly, Oh, I think he'll arrive in about 20 days. That's what I'm thinking. Thinking of the memories with his sister from their younger years, they had faced many dangerous situations together thanks to those abilities. We could store items, even people, inside that spatial dimension. I thought it would be best to deal with a dungeon somewhere. Back then, Iona was still a naive and cheerful girl who always called out, Hey, Gunty, this time, I caught a fish for you. As they grew up, Iona became the captain of Team 1 in the Caners Club. She remained playful and often teased her older brother. Seeing Gunty standing there deep in thought, Iona approached and smacked him on the head. Hey, Gunty, why are you so blank? The staff present were stunned to see the club president being hit. Gunty was furious, gritting his teeth as he called out. Iona, we have a small disagreement here, Gunty protested. About the Odin Tower, I don't think this is the right approach. I think at least one person who can use teleportation should be with us. Iona was uncomfortable. HMPH, it's happening again. So why did we buy a scroll of teleportation? There are less than 100 players using teleportation worldwide. We don't have any right now. How can we recruit someone immediately? If not now, it will never happen. Team 1's strength is at its peak, and we still have our sister's abilities. This is the only opportunity. Wandy was hesitant, very worried. But Iona cut in, so you don't trust me with this mission? Wandy gritted his teeth to suppress the anger he felt. Even as they left, I wasn't sure if they could clear the dungeon. A girl in the team joked, seriously saying she didn't know who the president was either. Ha ha ha. Another member chimed in with a playful remark. Sir, don't worry about that. I'll protect the captain. Iona glared at him. Dream on. Another member reminded them. You'll get beat by the president if you keep saying things like that. Wanty couldn't shake off his unease. His face was more tense than ever. Iuna reassured him. We promise to come back immediately if we encounter danger. Gunty regretted those words deeply as he thought of their promise. I shouldn't have been convinced by such a reason. But Iuna looked at him sincerely. I know it would be terrible to leave my family without returning. Gunty's worry was clear on his face, but he said nothing. Iuna confidently snapped her fingers. Of course, it wasn't just a teleportation scroll for escape. She also kept food and medicine with her. Then she showed him what she had prepared. Her space was filled with countless necessary items carefully prepared to ease his concerns. Thinking back, Wanty regretted letting his sister go. I shouldn't have felt relieved just because of emergency supplies when she took them. Although unwilling, Iuna and Team 1 set off together. She waved goodbye cheerfully. Wanty watched his sister leave for the dangerous mission with watery eyes. He deeply regretted that moment. I should have stopped them back then. They went into the dungeon like a dazed person. Wanty sat and talked to his friend. The girl encouraged him. Do you think they won't succeed? They've been preparing for years. You're overprotecting the captain. Who else could trust them except their president? These words convinced Gunty. He pondered deeply. She was right. Anyway, she's already gone. I think I should trust her. The door knocked and his secretary entered to inform Gunty. Sir, you must leave now. His friend asked, do you have an appointment? Wanty stood up to leave. Yeah, it's my turn to act now. I also need to organize a program for the awakening ceremony. Sanju recognized, yeah, I had one too. Wanty replied with a smile, really? That's coincidental. Sanju shyly said, back then I was quite fat, so even if you saw me like that, you probably wouldn't recognize me. Junmo asked, by the way, have you tried contacting Team 1? Wanty looked sad. We used a scroll to contact them. They're carrying some and will report back weekly. Since we can't go in there, a team from the guild has stayed outside the entrance of Odin Tower to maintain communication with her. The more he speaks, the worse the military company is doing. There were no issues in the first report. Then it was the second and third reports. Everything went smoothly, so I quickly calmed down until a problem arose after a month. A month since Team 1 entered Odin Tower. Before the entrance of the tower was the war camp of the guild. Someone announced that the next report is about to begin. Wilty asked, today they will travel 40 kilometers in Layer 1. One person quickly replied, correct. Prepare the communication scroll. A team member responsible for communications quickly prepared it. Yes, ma'am. He held the communication scroll and began to perform paper carriage. I will use this now to contact them. The sound of the paper carriage echoed as the signal started transmitting. The communicator listened intently with their earpiece. He announced, we have a report. Woolsey hurriedly asked. So the girl next to her nodded. Shh. The communicator repeated what he heard. They have traveled 700 meters after passing through the end of Layer 1. An unidentified monster ambushed us. Most members of the team were fighting with the monster. Casualties are recorded as follows. Then the signal was disrupted, causing the recipient's head to seem like it would explode. He clutched his head in pain. My head is going to explode. The girl worriedly asked, what's happening with the receiving team? Wanty helped the employee and was alarmed. They tore multiple scrolls at once, causing the disruption. Wanty recounted what happened then. I turned around and saw the most terrifying scene. A black hole suddenly appeared and grew larger. Standing before it, Wanty thought. They used a displacement scroll. He was quite panicked. What's happening to them? It's because of my indecisive decision to save them earlier. A bloodied figure stepped out from the displacement circle. The result of their irresponsibility is now covered by trust. Everything collapsed right before my eyes. Wanty hurriedly checked and found that his entire body was covered in blood. Wanty shouted urgently, call the rescue team. A nearby employee quickly acted on it. Your Majesty, wounding report. The information gate started breaking apart. The girl who was with the company ordered the information employee. Stay calm. I'm fine. Is the telepathic connection still active? The employee quickly calmed down and continued connecting. Yes, ma'am. She commanded, "Tell them to send a rescue team immediately. Only check outside the tower in the afternoon and never enter unless you are certain." The employee quickly executed the order. There, Guanti was trying to provide first aid for Mr. T. The blood kept flowing non-stop. At this moment, he could only apologize. "I apologize, sir. We failed. The monster tore up all the papers. I've never seen a monster like this in reports before." An employee shouted, "He's bleeding too much. We need to take him to the hospital immediately." Soon after, an ambulance team arrived to transport Mr. T for treatment. Wani sat dazed in front of the pool of blood, completely devastated. Suddenly, the communication officer reported, "Sir, they have something to say to you." Wani listened intently, afraid of missing any information. The employee announced, "The psychokinesis is still connected, so I will repeat what they said. It's Yuna's message. The battle has ended. Sorry, I thought the mission failed. I thought we could do it. I'll wait here for you. Don't worry about me. I will return no matter what happens." Wani trembled uncontrollably when he heard his sister's last words. Those were her final words. Later, "We hired many hunters, but none of them accepted the offer. Everyone thought it was a crazy idea. The Tower of Odin. Go in there would be insane. Don't overthink it. If we could enter through the paper scroll portal, how do you explain the team currently executing Marquette's mission inside? Sorry, but my little darling can't be 5 kilometers away from me, and of course, I don't want to go alone." Wilsey continued, "After that, as you know, the information gateway disaster happened and we met you. Sanju understood the general issue. That's why you wanted me to provide the necessary data. At least I can reach where the team is trapped." Wanti replied straightforwardly, "Yes, you always do everything within your capabilities very well. When it comes to rescue missions, the Caners will escort you into the entrance of the Tower of Odin. We'll start tomorrow. See you at the Tower of Odin." At a luxurious hotel, a waiter preparing to serve drinks in a private room hesitated when he heard the sound of fighting inside and didn't know whether to enter or not. The big guy from the Moon Silver Guild was beaten up so badly his face was swollen and bleeding profusely. He knelt on the ground, holding his head in pain. The leader of the Moon Silver Guild, Juchin, still had blood on his hands as he screamed helplessly, "You bastards! I told you to go inside and hunt. What's so hard about that? I sent a whole bunch of scum and asked you to guard the entrance. But what did all of you do? What do you want me to do now?" After cursing his subordinates, he calmed down and asked, "All right, tell me who that kid is." The big guy answered honestly. They all covered their faces. One of them didn't cover his face, but doesn't have a name on the list of D-rank hunters or higher. He went crazy. "So you were defeated by an E-rank hunter." Angered, he kicked the big guy several times. "Do you think we're the only ones producing love stones? If we don't gather enough money to give to the Haisung Guild, do you think they'll wait patiently?" His eyes became even more vicious. "What do you think? Yes, speak up." The big guy lay on his side with blood from his head soaking into the floor. He trembled in fear, not daring to make a sound. He looked at his subordinates and ordered, "Everything will end if they replace us with another supplier. I won't say anything more. Find that scoundrel and bring him to me." They all echoed in unison, following orders. "Clear the path." After the subordinates dispersed, everyone limped out with injuries, looking dejected as they walked. Looking at them, he guessed they would still be beaten up like before. These damn fools. Those guys are really useless. Now that's urgent. I need to find where to get Jade. He turned to the person next to him and said, "I think you should do this. Put down your drink." John Seong is the vice leader of the Moon Bank Syndicate. He seems excited about it. "We'll figure out who he is if we beat up a few of them. I don't know why they waste time on these things." "Tomorrow, what meeting does the organization have?" Junmo asked Sanju. "What's so unusual about this?" Inside that machine, Sanju was confused. I don't think he's lying. There are some important issues he didn't mention. Junmo asked further. "Important? What do you mean?" Sanju seriously explained to Junmo why they tried to destroy the Odin Tower. "I know nothing about the hunting industry, but I do know that the Odin Tower was conquered in 2012. After conquering the Odin Tower, people were excited and congratulated each other, asking many questions. Please share your thoughts after successfully completing your mission. What reward did you receive after conquering the Odin Tower? That man announced that the Odin Tower was empty, with no treasures or items left. Don't go into the Odin Tower to sacrifice yourself for nothing. Sanju continued. As a result, hunters stopped going in or paying attention to it, making it an abandoned dungeon. But he didn't explain why his team went there so enthusiastically. Junmo pondered. You were right. Do you need me to reconsider the issue? Sanju declined. No, I don't need that. My mission is to rescue them, not clean out the dungeon. So I will focus on this task now. Junmo agreed. Okay, let's discuss it later. Suddenly, Sanju noticed Rahayan sleeping in a corner at the entrance. Junmo asked curiously, who is she? Sanju was also surprised. Oh, I met her at the hunting ground. I told her to come find me if she needed work. He thought he didn't expect to see her like that at the entrance. Junmo approached politely and asked, Excuse me, are you okay? Rahayan was still half asleep. Junmo introduced himself. I'm King Junmo from Organization GM. Upon waking up, Uhiyeon saw his face and gasped in shock. Uhiyeon fell back with a start. Before they could even greet each other, her stomach greeted them first. Uhiyeon's belly made an awful noise, making everyone blush and go silent. Sanju spoke up. Let's go eat something first, Junmo suggested. So let's head to the restaurant in front of the building. As soon as the food was brought out, Uhiyeon ate greedily like a starving tiger. Seeing this, Sanju and Junmo were slightly taken aback. You're really hungry, right? Junmo advised her. Eat slowly. Ohan eats and talks, confusing Sanju. Shut up. You're done eating. Sanju raises his phone. I saved my number here. After finishing, Sanju asks, Hey, you came to work for the GM organization, right? Ohayan remains silent then answers, Yes. Junmo asks, So, what skills do you have? Ohayan scratches her face, appraising items and concocting potions. Sanju interrupts again. You'll die slowly after drinking it. Uhiyeon angrily stands up. Hey! She grabs the hair of this uncouth guy and pulls hard. Some potions don't kill people though. Sanju, defeated, pleads for mercy. Alright, let go! But instead, they have a huge effect. I want to make use of these skills you possess. General thinks to himself. Are you planning to use it on the copy? Sanju looks at him straight and says, Yes. Junmo starts taking out a pen and paper, asking her to buy some equipment for potion production. I'll also provide some funds. Uhiyeon agrees. Alright, if you say so, I'll prepare them. Sanju stands up and walks ahead. They argue over the bill. I'll go first. Junmo looks at him. Ah, it's late. Uhiyeon asks, What are you going to do? Sanju puts his hands in his pockets casually. Dungeon, she continues. Going hunting again. Sanju replies, No, this time my target isn't for hunting. Uhiyeon throws him to vials of potion. Take them. I made these before, one for strength and one for mana. Thanks for the meal. Sanju holds a vial, knowing its effects, then asks, Any side effects? Uhiyeon explains specifically, the strength potion will melt muscles, while the mana potion will explode the body, causing tremors. Sanju leaves with 2 vials of potion. Interesting. Sanju commands his clones to move. Let's go. I'll treat you all to a meal when we get back. This statement makes the clones' eyes gleam eagerly. Siona walks while taking calls, praising her rewards. I'm almost there. So you want me to transfer all the gems and precious stones to the Caners Guild? She puts down the phone and answers, then hangs up. Yes, understood. Once done, I'll call back. Siona continues towards the warehouse. She mutters a few questions out loud. When can we start? On her way, she accidentally sees a security guard lying unconscious on the ground, covered in blood. Siona runs forward and realizes all the security guards are knocked out, leaving her stunned. What's going on? The security guards. Siona immediately noticed behind the pile of bodies was a broken corner of the warehouse wall, shaped like an adult's body. Siona frowned in anger. Who dare steal Yolo Guild's treasure? Her left hand activated the scanning system and triggered the rogue skill. The screen displayed 3 red dots representing 3 living objects within the treasure and also 3 rogue intruders. In her unending fury, Siona didn't think much before rushing in, shouting challenges non-stop. I see you guys are peeking there. Get out quickly! But Siona hadn't taken a step when someone suddenly appeared from behind and pulled her back, making it hard to breathe. What stopped her wasn't something tangible. It only appeared in a faint smoke-like haze. Siona questioned herself in the precarious situation. I'm sure there's no one else here except those inside the warehouse. But she couldn't figure out why the other party suddenly appeared and asked directly, "Who are you?" She didn't get any answers, instead being ambushed from behind. No one was present at the scene throughout the process. Only when Siona lost consciousness did the mysterious figures slowly reveal themselves with a low voice and sinister laughter. If we're this tight-lipped, who would dare answer? Johns hid behind Siona. He used one move to defeat her, boldly admitting his actions. Sorry, but we really needed that treasure. After handling him, he entered the warehouse to check on things. Did you get everything? Inside the warehouse, 2 to 3 men were busy gathering all the treasures and preparing to carry them away. They need a clear response. Yes, sir. After collecting their loot, they decided to clean up every trace, pour oil on the floor intending to burn everything down. He pointed at Johns' car with 5 fingers and instructed, clean up the scene carefully. The warehouse was then completely burned down. Flames quickly engulfed everything while he stood there enjoying his work. We just needed the treasure. Now it's time to find out who stole our precious crystal gems. Meanwhile, in Iceland, the plane flew through treacherous mountain passes under the night sky. The plane landed on an open field at the top of a mountain. As soon as the plane landed, all surrounding trees were blown over in every direction. The doors slowly opened. Sanju and others stepped out, looking around at this unfamiliar land. This is my first time stepping into another country. In front of them was a circular stone formation that seemed like a dark ritual. They walked towards the 2 guards in front. The system also displayed a notification connecting to Odin Tower's main portal, Valhalla Portal. One of the guards politely greeted, "Sir Sanju, is it? Mr. Park 1T is waiting for you at the entrance. You can go meet him now." Sanju nodded. All right. As Sanju walked forward, the wind grew stronger and his eyes became more hazy. He whispered, "Odin Tower." The 3 of them stepped through the flaming gate, not knowing what awaited them on the other side. Upon entering, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar space filled with rocks and countless galaxies. Sanju felt tense. This was the entrance to Tower A. He immediately turned around to observe his surroundings and noticed something unusual. An endless abyss and distant void. This place didn't look like any tower at all. Sanju hugged himself for warmth and told the 2 behind him, "It's too cold. Let's go back to our guild camp." The ones behind replied, "All right." Meanwhile, in a camp not far from where Sanju was, people were discussing heatedly. Yolo Guild's warehouse has been completely looted. Wendy's face was tense with sweat. They seemed to have planned this very carefully. The precious crystals are all gone. The woman beside him was equally worried. Who dares be so bold? Did they not know Han Mi-ho's identity? Sanju steps in, waving a curtain aside and greets them. "Greetings, sir." The 2 inside jump up, turning to face the entrance. Woonti and the woman are overjoyed at seeing him, like finding treasure. They rush towards him, grabbing onto him as if a life buoy. With an unkind tone, he says, "Here you are. Finally, you're here." Sanju is momentarily scared out of his wits. He gives a forced smile. Today is finally the day. It's been quite some time since we rested as deputy leader. The 2 inside are busy analyzing data on their computers. Looking at the strange appearance of the 3, their eyes show a bit of fear, as if they're surprised. That's him, right? Probably so. Woonti kindly shares. "We've prepared some coats for you. It gets cold here." Sangju happily accepts them. "Thanks." After receiving the warm clothes, they quickly put them on. Woonti walks towards the bright screen to clearly report the current situation. A team disappeared about 40 kilometers from here. Sangju thinks about this for a moment. I wonder if they've only moved such a short distance in a whole month. His face slightly tightens. It's not as far as I thought, huh? Woonti chuckles and pats him. So food supplies should be fine then. We'll proceed step by step. Woonti pulls out some papers and advises. 3 transferable maps prepared for emergencies. I think each clone should carry one. Sangju takes them, distributing one to each clone. He carefully instructs them. These are important to us. Remember to keep them safe. But you still don't know how to use them. Turning around, he directly asks Gunty Olton on how to use them. Gunty Olton explains. The location is marked on the map. We just need to tear the paper and it will automatically activate. She adds, at 2 p.m., we asked Team 1 to check outside. I'm sure there will be traces of the battle, so finding the location should be easy. Teacher Sangju doesn't respond immediately. He turns off the screen and asks if anyone else has questions. Sangju hesitates, not answering right away, but continues to observe. Thinking he might ask about safety or another issue, he surprisingly inquires about what he wants to eat after bringing his sister back. Woonti swallows and hesitates to answer. He chuckles and answers. We'll make a few dishes ourselves. Sangju orders the clones to prepare weapons and bring medicine too. The clones follow his instructions, preparing their weapons. Finally, one clone announces, "Alright, we're off then." Sangju folds his arms, satisfied, instructing them, "Be careful." With everything ranged, all the clones set out. The clones have reached the ice wall and are blocked from proceeding. The wind also suddenly rose to try and hinder them. Darkness gradually enveloped the front, and soon even their hands couldn't be seen clearly anymore. That was when Sangju remained in the camp, sitting on a prepared chair ready for action. I should probably start too. Suddenly, his entire body burst into green flames as he activated the fusion skill. Wanti, who was nearby, watched Sanju's clone suddenly filled with an unnamed worry. But still, he had faith in Sangju. This time, all hope rested on him. Soon, Sanju's consciousness fused with his present body and he could see and control it to break the ice wall. Finally, Sanju could breathe easily. Good job, the fusion skill was performed well. But his joy didn't last long as the snowstorm was too big. Although he had good cold resistance, he couldn't escape the bitter cold. When the snowstorm ended quickly, his body stood on a high cliff. Below were deep abysses, only a few sharp rocks sticking out. Before the scene could be fully seen, a gust of wind blew in with white snow, obstructing his view. Sanju was surprised. It's here, Odin Tower. He suddenly remembered that he wasn't the only clone, but there were many others too. They didn't have Sanju's official consciousness. They were just following orders, so he had to inform them. We've arrived. But then Sanju noticed something strange. All actions were frozen in place. Sanju suddenly controlled his clone's behavior. He wasn't sure about this and tried grasping his hand a few times to confirm. Sanju was amazed. This feeling is strange. I can control the entire body of Clone 1. The system also announced. Level 17 Shoulder Fusion. You can share all sensory inputs with your clone and fully control its body. Are you thinking about this? Of course, I will give orders on the locations where clones need to go. It feels like I'm really moving. Sanju stood atop the icy mountain, enjoying the breeze. He ordered his clones, "Let's go, we'll rescue Clone 1." After a short distance, they encountered a large ice wall blocking their path. Sanju felt around the standing wall and spoke to himself. This is why escaping here is impossible. How was this place created? He pulled out the paper instruction in his hand and read it calmly. Look, monsters will appear from the moment we enter the tower. Ice falls will start falling. As Sanju spoke, a fierce ice fall with sharp teeth suddenly attacked him, its beak making several terrifying sounds. It didn't even get a chance to touch his skin before it was destroyed by his clone. He continued reading the instructions. Levelly monsters will attack as soon as we step in and always come in groups. Immediately after, more ice falls attacked, but were all stopped by his clones. They were all killed on the spot. Sanju didn't have time to draw his sword. He calmly read the instructions, so be wary of all directions. One key point is what I'm reading now, and one characteristic is that there's always a leader in each group of Icefalls. It's a level D monster, Icefall Lord, and it's the huge Icefall rushing to attack him at church speed. The clones are still handling other Icefalls, but they can't deal with the ones too. Sanju personally drew his sword and declared, "I'll take care of this one." But before he could move a meter, the 3 clones ran to each corner faster and cut down the Icefall into pieces. The Icefall's blood splattered everywhere. Sanju was stunned by his clone's speed. He slowly lowered his sword, regretting missing the chance to show his strength. In the end, he didn't move a muscle and safely passed through. Below were piles of fallen Icefall's bodies. Sanju calmly gave orders to continue moving forward. The clones obediently followed. They quickly cleared the group of Icefalls. Each one was killed by the clones. None survived. Seeing the small scene covered in fallen Icefall blood, Sanju was satisfied. He said seriously, "They won't have a good ending, even though all these monsters are nothing." He asked a clone how far they had traveled. Clone 3 replied quickly, "About 13 kilometers. Sanju nodded and continued, "That's 1/4 of the journey. According to our plan, we'll meet new monsters soon." As he spoke, white-furred beasts suddenly appeared all over his body. Sanju looked at them with a bored gaze, speaking in a despondent voice, "Just as I said." Indeed, he didn't say wrong. They gripped a large piece of wood tightly as a weapon when they saw living creatures, you and your clones. At this moment, the magic bullet skill was activated. The bullet, filled with mana, exploded before firing. Sanju directly used it like a gun to attack the monster. The bullet hit the monster's arm holding the wood accurately. Mana burst out instantly like gunpowder. The first monster was defeated in an instant. Seeing this method proved effective, Sanju assigned tasks for his clones to cooperate and eliminate them. Clone 3 would support from behind while Clone 2 from the front. Seeing their comrade easily defeated, other monsters of the same kind roared angrily. Their eyes became even more terrifying. But Sanju wasn't afraid. He seemed to foresee the future and had gone through many life and death situations, so nothing bothered him. The clones acted according to Sanju's plan one by one. Mana was continuously shot out. All the monsters were writhing in pain, even the tall ones. But this was just a temporary hold on them. Next, Sanju personally finished each of them one by one. Every time his sword struck, the monster's arm broke off. Sanju stared at the mindless large monsters in front with an intense gaze. He was very satisfied with this result. Good if we keep doing it like this. But he seemed to be too happy as the ground suddenly shook unexpectedly. The water broke from under his feet at the epicenter. Sanju suddenly panicked and shouted, "The ground!" He didn't expect that where he was standing was the palm of a giant monster thousands of times larger than those hairy monsters. At the same time, in the guild camp, everyone was worried. Seeing Sanju's body still intact while his consciousness had completely entered Clone 1, everyone was concerned for him. Will he be okay? She was even more worried than anyone else. Team 1 is our best attack team, but they also face difficulties when passing through that place. Wandy comforted her gently. "Don't worry." He told her about his calculations. "Actually, we had planned a campaign to secretly infiltrate the place while minimizing fights with monsters and rescue Team 1. The lowest rank hunter required for that mission was rank C. However, Sanju's abilities exceeded our expectations. Nevertheless, the development speed of hunters in Sanju surpassed my expectations. I think he increased nearly 20 points on most stats within 6 months." She couldn't believe her ears. His current stats had reached rank A to be hunter level. Wanda trusted the clones of him quite a lot. More importantly, his copies were growing stronger too. Their stats are lower than the original, but their movements are superior. It's not an exaggeration to say they also possess A to B hunter hunting skills, the woman muttered. Team 1's average rank is rank B. She was a bit skeptical too. "So you think he alone is equivalent to Team 1U? Wandy explained. "That's what I saw. If the YOLO Guild's warehouse wasn't raided, he could have grown even more with the gems we prepared. Hoigi asked again. In this case, apart from the frost golem mentioned in the report, no other monster could stop him at level 1, right? Wanty was very confident about her approach. I warned him about the frost golem so he would avoid them and move well. It's very hard to pass without encountering that cursed creature. Now, where Sanju is, the monster with immense strength finally woke up. A monster 10 times larger than Sanju was holding him in its palm. His eyes widened as he stared at the monster before him, cursing inwardly. Damn it! Sanju wiped his sword clean of remaining blood, preparing to declare war on the mountain-sized monster. The sword flashed and moved forward. Sanju struck right in the middle of the monster. He thought the monster would be defeated by one strike, but it showed no change at all. Not only did it not die, its blood increased wildly. It roared amidst the ice and snow, its central eye glowing red like blood. Sanju's sword still hung in midair. He could only mutter 2 words wrong. The monster, enraged by a bloodthirsty attack, rises to retaliate, its growls echoing through the vast space. Despite Sanju's temporary advantage, he can't match the monster's speed. It firmly clamps his hand as if killing an ant. Luckily, Sanju is agile enough to jump out just in time before the monster could crush him with its grip on the ground. Even after narrowly escaping, Sanju remains anxious. There's no way to harm that monster without this sword. It's useless against it. However, there are still a few frost golems nearby, fighting fiercely. They don't seem to share the same system as the earth-based monster, so they rush into attack when it strikes its prey. The monster is surprised by the ambush, but finds their attacks merely scratching at its surface. A single hand can easily crush an entire frost golem with ease. The unfortunate golem is instantly devoured by the earth-based monster, its mouth filled with the stench of blood and fresh meat. Sanju, below, curses in disbelief at his luck. The monster, having no intention to spare them, reaches out for Sanju after dispatching the golem. The clone stands still, reacting only now. Sanju's quick thinking allows him to dodge. As the monster strikes, its clones leap away from the ground tremors. Unfortunately, other golems are next in line, treated like cotton balls by it. Golems fly up and down, doomed within this struggle. Sanju, as the main clone, lands after his escape, quickly formulating a plan to survive. He must find the monster's core. Outside, observing the monster summon golems, Sanju wonders where its core is located. He notices the large golden stone in front of the monster and feels elated, finding it. But he realizes a bigger problem is coming. The question is, how can he destroy it? Mana attacks have no effect on its solid earth body. Even his magic bullets fail to scratch it. They are all in vain. Sanju stands facing the mad monster, clones fighting but making little progress. He orders them to retreat from the monster's attack range. The clones quickly disengage. While they can temporarily avoid the monster, Clone 5 is still too slow. Clone 5 gets caught by falling rocks, unable to escape. Sanju doesn't understand its strategy but realizes it's setting a trap for him. Clone 5 leaves, helpless under Sanju's frustration. He curses in anger at the monster's cleverness. It killed Clone 5, the one who could teleport instantly. Recalling this, he realizes the teleportation trick. With a few seconds, Sanju leaps to the monster's feet, facing a dilemma. The monster picks up Clone 5 and throws it into the air. It pays no attention to Sanju climbing its body silently. The monster, like a bloodthirsty beast, devours Clone 5's body as if it were meat. As the monster prepares to swallow Clone 5, Sanju has almost reached its neck. He jumps into its mouth just before it can drop Clone 5's corpse in. Sanju uses the monster's teeth for leverage and escapes, leaving it stunned. The monster is about to finish off Clone 5 when Sanju has almost reached its neck. He leaps into its mouth just as it tries to drop the body. Sanju acts quickly before Clone 5's corpse can fall in. As the monster bites down, Sanju sees his plan unfold. His eyes widen in disbelief at what he's done. Sanju uses the monster's teeth as a support and escapes its grasp. He drops back to safety. The monster senses something is wrong. It feels strange. Sanji Yudub laughs in satisfaction. his plan working perfectly as the monster starts feeling discomfort in its throat. He taunts the monster from a large ice block, calm and confident. "You like those you just ate, scoundrel?" Suddenly, he pulls out a small piece of paper. Sanju questions it. "Do you know what this is?" The monster's body reacts violently. It emits loud grunts. Moments later, its entire body explodes in a burst of electric light, filling the space with energy. The monster roars in pain, its body shaking violently as if about to collapse. Realizing he's targeted the teleportation scroll of Clone 5, Sanju grabs half the scroll. With one final twist, he seals the monster's fate. The moment Fragment 5's corpse fell into its mouth was the exact moment of their plan's success. He had calculated very carefully, if he couldn't destroy your core, I'd just throw it somewhere else. Then the monster began to shake violently. Everything inside its body seemed to be overturned like a mess. The pain from within spread outward, and it roared loudly, shaking the heavens and earth. Only then could he exhale in relief and slowly stand up. The large circle on its chest started to move, showing signs of change from within. The pain made it contort endlessly, just trying to adapt and survive. But all efforts were futile as its core was completely expelled along with fresh blood, creating a scene of despair everywhere, covered in blood. Its brain began to shake like an earthquake. Not long after, the monster collapsed like scrap metal behind it. I guess everyone at the guild hall is celebrating right now. That core actually flew all the way to the guild camp. Everyone was shocked and yelled in surprise. "What's this thing? Is it an ice block?" After defeating the monster, the system kept announcing good news. Strength points increased, health points increased, defense points increased, mana points increased. Your clone skill has been upgraded to level 7. Use energy to summon a perfect clone of yourself. The number of clones you can summon increases with your level. Currently, the maximum number of clones you can summon is 7. You can use them right away now. He stared wide-eyed at the notification screen in front of him. Then Lin exclaimed to words. "Here it is." He was so moved he almost cried, wiping his nose. His heart felt a bit lighter. Unlike other skills, I couldn't find any way to improve the clone skill. Suddenly, he pondered, "But I won't summon another clone now." He turned around and called for his other clones. "Alright, let's keep going." In South Korea, they were still single-handedly coding a path. Even during bath time, he was planning strategies. After a long while, when his hand turned off the tap, a notification arrived. He put on his coat and stepped out seriously. His subordinate pushed the notification up without delay. "Sir, this is the list of people who have scheduled meetings with you this month." The vague screen in front of them showed countless names, but he didn't focus on any particular one. It seemed like the list wasn't as satisfying as he hoped, so his expression was not very cheerful. They both sighed and kept scrolling up and down the screen, asking if anyone from their guild in South Korea was among them. His subordinate immediately denied it. "Sir, this is all there is." Hearing that, they quickly turned around to leave. In his mind, he silently thought, "It's all meaningless." But the situation did make him a bit curious. Something had changed. After thinking through everything, he directly ordered, "Reject them all." He put on a clean white shirt and neatly tied his collar like an industry giant. Dao declared to continue organizing the academy's opening ceremony. His subordinate didn't hesitate to respond with a "Yes, sir." In another place, she was enjoying her favorite instant noodles in a small, narrow house as tiny as a nostril after escaping a near-death experience. Gata couldn't even get his second bite before being interrupted by four others. He blamed him for not being able to contact them. For asked with a calm smile, "Were you captured by the dimensional wall?" Gata whispered in fear, "Yes, sir." Gata's face was already covered in sweat as he recalled those memories vividly. More accurately, it was the Hai Sheng who had handed him over to them. Fu continued with a serious reminder, "But how did you manage to escape those bastards?" His chopsticks trembled when he heard that. She didn't dare to be specific. "I was helped." He smiled cunningly and looked at him with a deep, unreadable gaze. Fu ignored this and reminded him half-heartedly for the good of everyone. Anyway, everything is fine now. Trang Quan was quite busy. Help her out. She pretended to be obedient as a good little sister. Nodding in agreement, Wolgado was still slurping his hot noodles. The noise outside startled them both. He immediately stopped eating and tensely looked towards the door. For stood up to open the door but only opened it slightly, asking in his usual sneaky tone, "Who is it?" But before he could react, a powerful fist from outside hit him through the door, sending him flying into the middle of the house. The person outside only needed one punch to knock him inside. He didn't even have time to recover. The father immediately panicked and rushed up to inquire about the situation. For, at this moment, a large but sinewy hand appeared gripping onto the chicken coop wall, calling out the names of chickens in a deep voice. Nam suddenly appeared before the door of their house. He was smiling and joking with them. If nothing had happened, found it already. Nam didn't beat around the bush. Straight to the point, "Father, who attacked our club member at the hunting ground." The father was so tense that his body started sweating profusely. 5 continued to threaten, "Answer smartly now." This is the third person I'm asking this question from. 4 became even more terrified. Because in addition to the threats, he also saw the hand still stained with fresh blood. 5 didn't hesitate to intimidate her. The 2 before said they knew nothing about it. "Let's see if you really know nothing." The father hadn't responded yet. 4 was furious, almost cursing. "You damn!" He didn't understand how dangerous 5 was and directly cursed at him in the face. "What are you doing in someone else's house?" He even wasn't hesitant to punch 5 in the face. But unfortunately, his fist couldn't intimidate 5. Instead, it was easily caught by him. 4 surprisingly said, "He blocked that." "Huh." 5 laughed loudly at him. "Enjoy showing off." 5's face didn't show a single muscle twitch, completely indifferent and not caring about 4 at all. His attitude was extremely casual, but he wasn't bad either. Just by lightly bending his hand, 4 fell to the ground as if 10 people were fighting him simultaneously. 4 cried out in pain but still didn't let go, pulling him closer like dragging a big sack of rice. Then he directly punched 4's disgusting face with a warning, "Remember next time to hit accurately before you attack." The punch was so strong that blood splashed straight onto his face like a fountain, but 5 didn't flinch at all and continued to comment, "I hate people who always show off like this." The father watched the entire process of Nam's cruel actions from outside. His expression suddenly froze, and his eyes widened in shock. Just as Nam was about to deliver another punch, the last one finally stepped forward to admit, "Hold on, I'll go with you." "Please stop." Nam immediately stopped all movements, looking at him with a questioning face. "You said something ridiculous?" The son couldn't dodge in time and took the full blow, collapsing in pain. 5's overthinking once again flared up. He boldly grabbed the father's collar to question him. "Are you saying I have to listen to you for you to go with me?" The others who attacked 4 completely stayed out of it, watching the mental and physical torture of 5 without a sweat bead. Nam guessed that maybe he thought the other guy was hit because of him. Until now, Nam continued to attack 4 simply because he felt 4 deserved it. He got beaten because he was stupid. Don't feel guilty about it. Nam forcefully threw him away with a straight punch in front of the father, without any mercy. 4 bit his lip as Nam stood motionless on the floor, like a patient waiting to die. The father could only stare helplessly at his senior being bullied until he was barely recognizable. Seeing no reaction from the father, 5 didn't give up. He aimed for 4's younger brother and prepared to send him straight to hell. Finally, the father couldn't hold back anymore and shouted loudly, "Stop! I know!" 5 looked at him suspiciously. "Know what?" Because to save 4's fragile life like a glass, he knelt down and admitted that he was the one who attacked the Super Wall Club. "I know who it is." He trembled and shed some late tears, begging for mercy. "Please, have mercy on me." 5 laughed maniacally after hearing this, like a madman. He turned to talk to the henchman. "Can you see?" He turned his head and grinned like a devil, his face twisted in malice, spouting crazy words. "I know just scaring them a little will get good results no matter what. Did I say something right? On one side, you're still crossing the thick snow with your clones. The journey was going smoothly, but then they all encountered garbage traps in the snow layer. He turned to warn them, "We'll slow down a bit from here on. Remember the trash around us." The other clones seemed surprised, but no one stood up to question it. They followed orders without hesitation. In his heart, he had a huge doubt, strange and growing since meeting that thing. Why are there more garbage traps appearing? Everywhere in front of them, they found at least one trap. The smoke from the bodies mixed with the cold air from the ice, making the atmosphere eerie. He was suspicious, understandable why they left these traps here. It's hard to retrieve, but looking at the skeleton in front of him, his doubts grew even more. Who could have killed all of them? He turned and asked, "Where are we now?" The clone replied, "We're near our destination." He had a clear plan for their route. "From now on, we'll track the battle of the Vanguard group. They must be hiding nearby." Another asked, "Will they check every day at 2 p.m.? How many minutes do we have left?" Before he could finish speaking, a clone appeared behind him with a sharp knife aimed at his back, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Droplets of blood fell and splattered on the ground. The clone's hand blocked something sharp coming towards Sanju. A creature appeared, bright and metallic like headlights. It tried to stab Sanju with what looked like a sword, but was stopped by the clone in time. No one knew when it appeared. Sanju wondered, "What is that?" Looking at it, he thought. He suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Could it be from shape-shifting? Suddenly, black smoke appeared behind them. Sanju widened his eyes in shock and shouted, "Damn!" A bunch of monsters appeared, creating a chaotic noise. He thought about the dead bodies he had seen before. This explained why there were so many corpses. Sanju realized this was why their attack couldn't enter the dungeon entrance. "We failed to detect their presence earlier and now we're trapped." Looking at the monsters surrounding him, he thought they had fallen into a trap. The clone's hand gripped the dagger tightly, then pushed back against the monster with force. At the same time, Sanju appeared behind the monster. The monster turned around in surprise, but it was too late. He slashed its face. A deep cut from his neck to his chest left a large wound. Sanju said, "Let's push them over there." The clone replied, "Okay." Sanju shouted, "Go," and both charged towards the monsters. Sanju slashed with his sword, but it was blocked by a monster, which vanished. He cried out, "They're vanishing again." The monsters slowly faded away. Sanju thought, "Damn, I can't see them." His clones were continuously attacked by the invisible monsters. Seeing this, he worried about how his clones could block these attacks now. He thought it might be easier to control the clones. Sanju decided better for clone number 1 to take control and see what happens. So Sanju handed over control of his body to clone number 1. Clone number 1 gripped the sword tightly. "Let's go!" Sanju gave the order. "Create an escape route." Clone 1 responds, "Okay." Then clone 1 rushes forward. Suddenly, the sound of a speeding wind chaser is heard by clone 1. He raises his sword based on the direction of the sound to block an invisible attack. Sanju is surprised to think he blocked it. A monster suddenly appears behind him. But clone 1 quickly swings his sword backward, slicing through the monster and sending it far away. Sanju thinks, "That's right, I was just observing and feeling how the clones fight, thinking it was wind noise." Sanju doubts himself. They react to the sound created by these monsters whenever they move around. Inside his body controlled by clone 1, Sanju thinks, "Enough observation, I can copy them now." But in this snowy area where continuous battles are heard, Sanju thinks, "Not yet, there's still a long way to go." In the red space, Yuna silently hugs her knees and sits in a corner with strange sounds calling out, "Captain, Captain, Captain." Ayuna apathetically raises her eyes and says, "Yeah," as someone reminds her, "It's almost 2 o'clock, we should check outside." Ayuna looks at her downcast teammates and replies, Right, you're correct, it's 2 o'clock." Ayuna dejectedly says, "I wonder if the rescue team was here today." Shaking slightly, Ayuna stands up and calls out, "Everyone." But she stops, silently pursing her lips with a few hopes. Tapping her fingers, Ayuna thinks, I can't tell them there's still hope left. The red hole opens, revealing light and wind entering the space. Iona thinks today will be like this too. Desperately thinking, she believes the silent ice field will welcome us again. But from outside, a sound is heard. Iona's face shows shock. She breathes deeply. There's a sound. Outside, Clone 1 listens and reports. 1 at 3 o'clock. Sanju raises his sword to block the attack. Clone 1 continues listening and says, 1 at 9 o'clock. Sanju blocks, thinking silently. Damn it! There are 2 of them. Sanju is tired but thinks, I think I can hold on a bit longer. Sanju rushes forward to attack the 2 monsters and thinks, they don't seem to have superior speed or defense stats. As he stabs through one monster's head, he thinks they might be able to blend in but aren't much of a threat. Sanju hears someone dodge an attack and thinks, but he ducks to avoid 2 attacks and thinks, those guys! Finally, Sanju stabilizes his stance, blocking the strong attacks from the monsters with his sword. Sanju worries there are too many of them. Sensing the condition of other clones, Sanju thinks, even small injuries still matter. We can't ignore them when there are so many. Seeing the monsters appearing one by one, Sanju decides, it's best to leave this place. Sanju thinks, I can't estimate how many hundreds or thousands of them surround us. Suddenly, Sanju sees something. A black vortex appears between 2 red and black colors in front of him. Sanju is elated, thinking, found them, the attack team. Regaining control of his body, Sanju shouts, everyone, come this way quickly. His other clones rush towards the gate. Meanwhile, Iona's face appears at the gate with a surprised expression. Iona quickly pulls back and announces, a human. Someone is outside. The messy-haired man asks, really? The old silver-haired man listens intently. I heard something too. A group of clones rush in, creating dust and smoke. The black-haired man shouts, right? The man with the combed back hair says, it's really a human. The old silver-haired man hopes, is he here to save us? The man asks, is he coming to rescue us? Someone shouted, don't pull my hair. Sanju and his clones rushed over, trailing a thick white cloud of dust behind them. Iona was using her skill to look for Thini or shouting. Aha! She saw through the smoke a bunch of monsters worth pursuing. Iona immediately screamed in alarm. The monsters are following him here. Sanju still ran forward with all his strength, calling out, I'm coming to save everyone. People inside the large auxiliary space shouted loudly, hurry and save us. Seeing Sanju being chased by monsters, Iona quickly made a decision. Team 1, she expanded the spatial gate and gave orders. Everyone, help him out. The old man with silver hair smashed his shield onto the white snow. The old man with silver hair said, we shouldn't waste any more time. His shield emitted a red aura and transformed into a honey-colored barrier. The black-haired boy held up a magical incantation wand. The system announced that the magic arrow skill had been activated. Then, the black-haired boy raised his wand forward. Circles of magic appeared and attacked. Dark green magic arrows shot forward, leaving lingering trails like vines. Sanju's attack caused the white snow to fly up, obscuring the view ahead. Meanwhile, Sanju and his clones charged into the honey-colored barrier. The monsters followed, but were stopped outside. Then all of Sanju jumped into the auxiliary space and shouted, it's safe now! Iona stepped forward and said she would close the entrance, taking off her shield. The old man with silver hair replied, alright then. The black hole-like spatial hole gradually shrunk. At the same time, the barrier opened up. Inside the space, Sanju spoke out. Thank you all. Sanju panted and said, I'm Team Rescue, Team Attack, although I was just saved. The members of Team 1 looked at each other nervously, as if they were about to die. Iona asked, I have to ask this. Did you come from the Water Tree Society? Sanju took off his scarf awkwardly and said, it's partly true. Introduce yourself. My name is John Sanju. I came here at the request of Canehurst Society President Park Woon-tae. The old man with silver hair sighed in relief and said, oh, so he didn't abandon us. Suddenly, Iona asked, Seot, right? Seot? Sanju thought to himself, She must be referring to the person who escaped here using a scroll of teleportation. Sanju said, he's still alive, but according to what I know, he hasn't woken up yet. Hearing this, Ayuna exclaimed, oh my god. Seeing her reaction, Sanju thought she cared deeply for her teammates. Sanju calmly said, I'm sorry about that, but we need to get out of here first. He said, the army commander is waiting outside the entrance to Odin Tower. He must be very worried, but he'll be fine. Sanju said, don't make him wait any longer. Let's leave now. I have a scroll of teleportation with me. Ayuna hesitated and thought, from his tone, Sanju guessed, okay? Seeing the worried expression on Ayuna's face, he wondered, what's wrong? I think she should be happy instead. Looking at the others, their faces seemed to have dropped as well, making Sanju feel strange. Thinking about it, that wasn't how it was supposed to be. Out of 10 people who entered, there should be 9 left here. Ayuna pleaded, I know it's embarrassing to ask for this, but... Ayuna pleaded again, please help us. Sanju asked once more, so what is she asking? Ayuna said, one of us sacrificed in this mission. She said sadly, we can't leave her behind in that forsaken place. Sanju thought, so there are only 8 people left. He'll think about it after hearing the report that they have 1 person injured, but... Sanju asks, so there was a victim. What exactly happened? Ayuna recounts, we were ambushed. The team was moving normally at the time. Then the monsters targeted the long crimson-haired pyromancer. Hearing strange noises, the black-haired boy in front turned around. He witnessed the girl being killed by the monsters with fresh blood splattering everywhere. Ayuna remembers and says, our priest was behind us. The old man with silver hair blames himself. Damn it, if only I had focused more on protecting her. The blue-haired teammate next to Yu looks surprised. It's surprising, isn't it? Sanji Yu thinks, when we were ambushed, I was the first one attacked. They might target the weakest member of the team. Ayuna says, when Sion-Oh was attacked, I immediately opened a spatial rift and ordered everyone to retreat. The team fought while retreating into the spatial rift. Ayuna says, I wanted to fight too, but if something happened to me, there would be nowhere for my team to hide. We used long-range communication scrolls to report back. At that moment, Ayuna hurriedly opened a box and took out the spatial scroll. Suddenly, a box started shaking strangely. Then it fell with a thud and was seen by Mr. T. Ayuna recalls it was chaotic, so we didn't notice one of the monsters had sneaked in. Noticing something unusual, Gong T rushed over to push Ayuna away. Immediately after, the monster's sword pierced his chest. The papers inside the box fluttered around. Ayuna continues, then, the spatial fragments lit up like lightning. The black spatial gate opened and swallowed Gong T. Sanju hears the story and thinks, so that's when they lost all other scrolls? Sanju asks, was it right before my teammate arrived at the entrance? Ayuna answers, yes, if I escaped, the spatial rift here would close immediately. Then my team would lose their safe haven, supplies, and everyone would die. Sanju asks, where is where our teammates are lying down? Ayuna points with her finger, creating a small hole in space to reveal the girl lying still on the snow. Ayuna says she's there. Sanju frowns and thinks, it's too far, we can't bring her back without risking the monsters. Sanju thinks, since my teammate died, she gave up on escaping and decided to stay here for 6 months. I can't just tell her to go back and leave our teammate behind. Sanju says, alright, let's bring her body back then. Ayuna is delighted and thanks him a lot. Sanju says, but there's one condition. Sanju says, firstly, my presence here is to save everyone, not to increase casualties. If it's unfeasible, I will force everyone to retreat. Ayuna agrees, okay, I understand that this isn't what Mr. T wants. Sanju says, secondly, we'll be the ones doing this together. Hearing this, Ayuna is taken aback. Then she quickly advises, that's too dangerous. We're asking you to help us retrieve her body, not put your life in danger. Sanju remains calm and says, don't worry about it. He confidently folds his arms and says, we're just illusions, not real people. Ayuna is amazed and thinks, what? She asks again, what did you say? The city lights up under the night sky. A man walks over a pile of debris and laughs mockingly twice. Ha ha! He says, I didn't expect this. He sits upright on someone else and says, one of our hunters is working for the guild under our noses. John C. He said, isn't it enough that he's become an enemy of his son? Shouldn't he go into hiding after being expelled? Junmo is out of breath from sitting in a dark room. John C. He stepped on Junmo's right hand and pulled it up to interrogate him. Now I'll ask you one last time. John C. He asked, what's the name of that bastard? Junmo gritted his teeth and said, get lost. John Seong sighed reluctantly and stepped on Dong Ingu's arm to break it. You screamed in pain. John Seong remained calm. Next will be the right hand. Suddenly, one of his subordinates intruded. Boss! He showed a piece of paper and said, I found it. Information about that guy. John Seong exclaimed, wow! He said, see? We didn't find anything anyway. John Seong read the information on the paper aloud. The name was Jong Sangju. John Seong said, our Mr. Sangju is living in a great place here. Send some kids there. Wu Haiyan heard this from outside and asked his subordinate, what are we going to do with Junmo now? John Seong replied, we'll take him along. Wu Haiyan wondered, why is the Moonlight Society coming here? What will happen next? Inside Junmo's room, he asked, why? Why are you guys looking for hunters in Sanju? Chan Seong explained, well, your hunter kicked a few of my kids. That's one reason you've never heard about the spirit crystal before, right? Wu Haiyan was puzzled and exclaimed, what? Chan Seong calmly said, that makes sense. You're known for being stubborn, so he didn't tell you it's true. He stole all of our spirit crystals and ran away. Do you understand now? This is the real victim here. Outside, Junmo heard this in shock. They think Sanju hunters stole the crystals. What should I do now? I need to stop them. Back at Sanju, you're saying, but I have a condition. First, my reason for coming here is to save all of you, not to increase casualties. If I see any risk in this, I'll immediately get everyone out. Ayuna nodded in agreement. Okay, I'm sure Seong doesn't want this either. Sanju continued. Second, we will handle this ourselves. You were taken aback by that. Immediately, Ayuna tried to stop him. That's too dangerous. All we need from you is assistance when we retrieve our bodies. We can't ask you to do something so risky with your life. Sanju remained calm. Don't worry about that. Sanju was confident. Sanju was sure. We're just avatars, you see. Ayuna stood there, puzzled, asking, what did you say? She expressed doubt. Avatar. But aren't avatars supposed to be temporary? Sanju replied, just like what you see, our avatars are not just illusions. They're here for a reason, so don't worry about our safety. Sanju commanded, the plan is as follows. Numbers 4 and 6 will stay behind to guard the entrance of this dimensional space with the teleport scroll. You tell the avatars that numbers 2 and 3 will accompany me to retrieve our bodies and return. Simple enough. Sanju told Ayuna, don't think about going out. The most important thing now is your safety. A green-haired man exclaimed excitedly, but we can help too. Sanju remained calm, knowing everyone was strong. After all, you're the strike team of the Gnome Guild. He said seriously, but my duty here is to bring everyone back safely. Ayuna felt helpless. Didn't you provoke a bunch of monsters and run straight towards us? Not long after sitting down, Sanju transformed into his original form in confusion. I had already prepared for the scenario where we couldn't help me. Sanju said apologetically, that's exactly what we'll use now. So please trust me and wait here. She remained silent, sighing and reluctantly agreed. Alright, Sanju, take the sword. He thought to himself, after a month since the incident with the portal, he had been obsessively boosting his stats like a madman. That's why I poured a lot of gems into my avatars to get this ability. On the HTG board, devouring level 12 monsters, passive skill, absorbing monster essence, 12% chance to gain monster stats upon death. Sanju thought about that skill. It was thanks to it that he could achieve the stats Kainos wanted him to have. However, he had no intention of stopping there. Ayuna asked, are you ready? Sanju replied, I'm ready. He silently picked up a plastic bottle. Sanju inserted the bottle into his body. Long thought to himself, he wouldn't hesitate at any opportunity that could make him stronger and said aloud, "Let's go." Sanju turned to one of the avatars, number 4, asking for a knife. Avatar number 4 obediently handed it over. "Here you are." Then Sanju threw the items aside and said, "Take my sword and strength potion." Sanju ordered. "As soon as we retrieve the bodies, leave with everyone else immediately." The avatar responded. "All right." Ayuna reminded him, "You might not notice, but when there's no one nearby, monsters will stand still and wait for days even. So the ones you attracted are probably still out there." Ayuna said, "Be careful." Sanju replied, "I'll try my best." Ayuna snapped her fingers. The dimensional portal opened, casting light on Sanju's face. He muttered, "All right." Sanju led the way, saying, "Let's go." Outside this dimension is a desolate landscape with numerous monster corpses on the snow. Looking to the side, he saw the girl's body and thought, "Over there." Sanju led the charge, shouting, "Go!" Footprints of monsters appear in the snow suddenly. Avatar number 2 was alert, then turned back and said, "Keep a distance from the entrance." The gray-haired old man worriedly asked, "Will they be all right? I think we should go help them." Ayuna remained calm. So far, he's only been running away from the monsters. But this place is 40 kilometers from the entrance of the dungeon. He can't reach here just by running. Ayuna said, "For now, let's trust him and wait here." He also mentioned that he had a backup plan in case we couldn't get into the portal with us. The only thing we can do now is hope his plan works. Outside, Sanju was resolutely charging through the snowy wind. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind came from beside him. He immediately swung his sword to block the monster's attack. The monster was halted with trembling arms. Sanji's hand wasn't much better due to the force impact, but he still thought, "I managed to block it." Though I'm not sure of the exact position, I definitely felt something. Sanji keeps running without stopping and orders to keep piercing through them. The group moves closer to the delivery girl's lifeless body. Sanji struggles against the attack while looking ahead. There it is. Suddenly, one of his clones has its side sliced by a slash. Sanji gasps in surprise. From behind, Sanju guessed that perhaps those behind the shield had circled around and caught up with us. We're surrounded now. Sanju quickly pulled out a vial, uncapped it, and thought, "I have to use this right away." Then he tilted his head back and gulped down the contents. The drug's effects exploded throughout his body, causing Sanju to cough violently. Bright rays appeared on his body. Sanju couldn't help but roar loudly. One of the clones used a gun to activate a level 11 magical bullet skill, which was simply to shoot a bullet filled with magic. Sanju silently ordered, cursing under his breath. Under the drug's effect, the magical bullet was like a cannonball piercing through the monsters in front. The clone hit by the monster's attack was reduced to dust. Team 1 members inside the space were surprised at what they saw. From where Sanjiu came, the path leading to the car had been cleared of bodies by the magical bullets. He thought, "Good, we can leave now." Sanjiu asked, "Number 2, can you move?" Clone number 2 stepped forward and replied, "No problem." Sanjiu then ordered to take the body, and both clones approached where the girl's corpse was. Sanjiu guarded while thinking, "Mana is continuously flowing into my body. It feels like I'm about to explode." Sanjiu gritted his teeth and said, "I'll draw their attention. Go!" A strain appeared on his face due to the overload of mana. The monster's footprints got closer to Sanju. They formed a circle and rushed towards him. Sanju shouted, "Run!" Clonesby left the battlefield with the backpack, while Sanju attacked the ground. The energy burst scattered, causing the ground to crumble and block the monsters. Both clones safely landed outside the affected area. They then focused all their strength running towards the portal. One clone shouted, "We got her!" Ayuna was elated. "Ah, thank you. Thank you very much." The scroll of translation was torn off. The black portal opened before everyone. The old silver-haired man hurriedly prepared. "We can't leave using the spell scroll yet." Ayuna also stopped them. "There are still people stuck outside." Sanju reassured, "Don't worry, he's just a clone." Outside, the scene was apocalyptic. Countless monsters rushed towards the rubble. Sanju's body was continuously attacked by them. Suddenly, his eyes focused on something. The other clone urged and pushed. "Come on, Iuna," while she tried to hold back. But her body gradually disappeared into the portal. Her voice echoed with sincerity. No, the portal closed completely and vanished. Sanju smiled lightly upon completing his mission. He said calmly, "See you on the other side." The energy inside Sanju burst outwards. A massive explosion like an atomic bomb lit up the night sky. The sound was as if the sky had fallen. The system announced activating the Devour Monster skill, absorbing the essence of the killed monster, and enhancing Sanju's stats rapidly. Someone was carefully peeling an apple. Zhong Ti lay quietly in bed. Someone called his name. Mr. Zhong Tai. He held a tray of apples and sat by the hospital bed, looking sad. The day has come. The day they return to finish their rescue mission. He looks at you thoughtfully. The mission might be over right now. You should wake up and go. Zhong Ti still shows no signs of movement. He continues speaking. To joyfully welcome everyone with complete happiness. Zhong's finger gently moves. Loud noises echo in Wolti and the girl, who look surprised towards the distance. A huge black lake appears before them. Wolti shouts. The gate opens as the girl grits her teeth against the wind. Is it the rescue team? From the black lake, a rabbit hand emerges. Wolti steps back. He remembers Zhong Ti when he was covered in blood. Wolti closes his eyes and shakes his head, long bloody streaks appearing in his eyes. Wolti grits his teeth as his trembling hand clutches his chest. His eyes squint open, seeing a faint figure. Wanti sees Iuna standing there with a blank expression. He looks surprised. Tears fall from his eyes as a mocking smile forms on his lips. He mutters, "You're back, huh?" A green light appears. Sanju slowly lands down. He furrows his brow in thought. This is the first time he's self-destructed. Iuna looks awkwardly at Wanti, making Sanju look surprised. Iuna stammers nervously at Wanti with a trembling voice. "Of course it's you. Who else could it be? No need to fuss." She closes her eyes and continues, "Don't tell me that you've done everything in the guild while I was away." Gunti extends his trembling hand. Yuna's voice steady. "This is why without you." Gunti says nothing. He rushes to hug Yuna, surprising her. He strokes Yuna's head with tears in his eyes, comforting her. Everything will be alright now. Tears also fall from Yuna's face as she clutches Sanju's hand. Everyone is back now. Iuna's face turns red and a few tears fall. She bites her lip and calls out several times. She tightens her grip on his hand with a trembling voice. "Zhong Ti, it's all because of you." Iuna bursts into tears. Everyone there is silent, listening to Iuna's story. "I thought no one would come looking for us." Sanju smiles as he listens to Iuna cry. "I was very scared." Wolti's tears flow down his face. "Thank you for coming back safely." Iuna sobs again. On the other side, they are surprised by a shaky voice. "Thank you for coming back safe." Zhong Ti sits on the bed smiling at them. His voice still echoes. "Let's go home now." Back under the cliff, everyone is carrying large wooden structures together. The masked man calls out to Sanju. "These are swords, medicine, and a scroll for teleportation." Sanju looks at the screen and replies, "Oh, right, good job." He tightens his grip on the sword. Sanju wonders how much his stats have increased this time. Wilty calls out to him, "Hunter, come here." Yes, he looks at Yuna and Wilty. Both bow down. "Thank you. We can't express our gratitude enough for that." Sanju wipes his sweat and waves them off. Everyone look up now. "I only took the mission because the reward was quite good." Gunti speaks up. "No, this isn't over yet." He pauses to continue. "If you ever need help, contact me. We will do anything to assist you. The K-Nerds Guild will be your strongest support with all our capabilities. I promise." Sanju nods and replies, "If you said that, it's fine." He hands out a scroll. "Okay, I used one to kill the ice golem, but there's still another one left. Here it is." Wilty looked worried and said to him, Can you keep this?" I was going to give you that along with all the unused items from this excavation. Sanju replied. What did you say? This is kind of society property. It would feel uncomfortable if you don't take it. Wilty gave in. Alright then. If you said so, I'll just have to accept it. Ayuna wondered, has he always been here? Wilty walked away and answered as he went. Yes, that's right. But he is always busy controlling the similar skilled body part of himself. But still, he's always here. Ayuna rubbed her head and said, I thought everything was real people and we had to lie down to calm ourselves. Wilty replied, I can't believe such skills exist either. He turned around and wondered, how will he grow stronger in the future? Wilty shouted silently, maybe I should have taken it already. Above us, a black hole reappeared. Sanju sighed. This outside is tied up too. Sanju told Wilty, you'll be busy when you come back. Wilty turned to answer. Right, I need to do health checks for them. Everyone gathered in front of a spaceship. Wilty said sadly, and we still have to prepare a funeral ceremony. Sanju looked at him thoughtfully. The phone rang and he read the message. Looking at the message, he thought, the signal can't go through the gate anymore. The messages are starting to flood in. Sanju was amazed. The message appeared. We're in trouble now. Our manager has been taken away by the GM agency. Those damn lunar gang have arrived. I'm chasing them right now. The address is 2030. Sanju stared at the message. He gritted his teeth. Then Sanju shouted, Hey, I need to go to this place. Now! Wilty was worried. What's wrong? Sanju hurriedly replied, The lunar gang has kidnapped our manager from the GM agency. Wilty asked, What? Why would they do that? He looked at his phone anxiously and said, I've had a conflict with them before. They wanted to control the heritage area I'm involved in. So, Wilty was silent, pulling out a scroll from his pocket. He spoke up, Hunter, use this to go to their location. Sanju hesitated and said, It's a teleportation scroll. But what if? Wilty interrupted, handing him the scroll. I told you before, we'll do anything to help you. In a small alley, many people were gathered there. Yuan hid behind the wall and thought, why isn't that guy replying to my messages? Wohian was called back by someone. Suddenly, a large hand clamped tightly around his neck and lifted him up. He winced in pain. The man approached, looking at him coldly. Who are you? Why are you here? Wohian opened his mouth, trying to think. Me! A strange aura and several streaks of white-blue lightning suddenly appeared. Sanju unexpectedly appeared behind the man with a domineering look. His hand was taut. He didn't seem very sensitive. Still staring at Wohian, I remember seeing you before. At this moment, the man only just noticed. A hand quickly grabbed his throat tightly. On the other side, the large thug was also controlled. The two human copies threatened his life from front and back. Dust flying everywhere as Sanju's voice rang out coldly. Where is he? Wohian looked up, watching the man in pain, struggling to breathe. His jaw tightened. His hands trembled with no strength at all. Sanju squeezed tighter. His eyes narrowed and his pupils dilated. Where is our manager? The man's neck was so tight. Saliva dripped from his mouth. His eyes gradually closed, tears streaming down. Wohian finally cried out in alarm. Stop! I know where they took him. Wohian looked worriedly at Sanju, speaking quickly and urgently. You can kill him. He bit his lip silently. Finally, Sanju ordered to bring him back. The human copies didn't say anything. All right. Then Sanju released the man's neck. He immediately fell face down on the ground. Wohian suppressed his agitation. Straightening his collar, he asked, Where is he now? I end up. The scoundrels of the Silver Moon have taken him to the warehouse. A few others were guarding round it. The warehouse looked vast from above. Sanju's face was pale and cold, speaking slowly and seriously. The human copies silently watched him intently. Sanju whispered, Not for long now. In some warehouse filled with boxes of goods, a voice called out his name, Lord Junmo, Lord Junmo. Suddenly, that voice screamed, Look, Lord King Junmo. He jerked awake, his face battered and bruised, so tired he couldn't keep his eyes open, blood trickling down the corner of his mouth as someone held him on a chair. Like a madman, he started laughing joyfully. He was about to pass out. Well, what should we ask now? Alright, let's start with that. John Seong belittled the smoke-wrinkled old man. There are many other clubs too. Why us? Yeah, that makes sense. After all, not many clubs control this hunting ground. Then he turned to look at his comrades, questioning himself. Is it the Sanju clan? Will they come? When will he arrive? The subordinate hesitated, obediently estimating. Since he's still far away, I guess we should wait a few more hours. It'll take some time. We might need to prepare a few things beforehand. Suddenly, his body shivered slightly. At the warehouse entrance, a series of complex sounds caught everyone's attention. The big guards were waiting with bated breath. A sword pierced through the door frame. The sound echoed as John Seong and his subordinate stared at the door. With a sharp clink, the sword turned and tore open the door. After a moment, the warehouse door fully opened, revealing a dark figure. Sanju's face was shrouded in darkness, his voice cold. You from the Moonlight Club? John Seong didn't care much and mocked. I thought it would take hours. The subordinate panicked, quickly defending himself. I don't know why he arrived so fast. John Seong continued to ask. Is he here alone? I heard there are others in masks too. The subordinate immediately pulled out his phone nervously. I'll check if anyone is hiding around. John Seong waved him off. Do it as quickly as possible, but don't kill them. The remaining men held small knives and approached Sanju. Junmo, worried, shouted out, Hunter, no! But his face froze, his teeth clenched as he coughed up a mouthful of thick blood. Sanju's face grew darker. He calmly comforted, just hold on, manager. I will. Further away, members from the Moonlight Club with hammers were waiting in ambush. Sanju's anger flared up instantly, his veins bulged, his killing intent rising to punish what they had done to him. He suddenly charged forward with great momentum. Die! Without dodging, Sanju struck the man's shoulder, causing him to stagger. Unprepared, he dropped his hammer. Sanju quickly grabbed the man's hand, twisting it sharply. He broke the man's arm with a swift downward strike. A pain scream echoed. The other saw his comrade being hit and cried out in agony, standing firm. Sanju remained still. As he rushed forward, he tightly grabbed the man's arm. Another snap and a loud crack. The man withered, holding his face, muttering to himself, damn useless bastards. The sounds of stabs and groans mixed together as the subordinate glared. It was truly more intense than any movie or book. John Seong still lounged lazily. He ran his fingers through his hair, speaking slowly, our boss. Line 57 is repeated from line 32. Line 58 is repeated from line 40. Line 59 is repeated from line 36. Line 60 is repeated from line 1. How should I say it? I guessed right. He said you guys would come to save him and you didn't disappoint. Sanju frowned at him, clearly uncomfortable. Chauncey remained calm as he said, I just want to tell you this. If you can tell us where the crystal is now, we'll let both of you go. You're crazy. What kind of crystal are you talking about? And what you've done has crossed a line, so it won't end well. Chauncey laughed mockingly at him like a stubborn child. I found some things in your room when I searched it through. There was a document about you. Looking at the paper in his hand, he said straightforwardly, I acknowledge that you're very strong. Considering how you could defeat our lower-ranked kids, I guess you're somewhere between lower and mid-rank. Your stats are also quite good. With these, I think you can beat most of the hunters in this area. Suddenly, Chauncey narrowed his eyes, smirking. But, looking directly at him, he asked, is your ability a clone? Sanju remained expressionless and didn't answer. He laughed mockingly. That's why you can fight us head-on without using any other skills. Johnson laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with malice. He reasoned, there are others like you who have awakened but only possess a useless skill. And that's why you focus on stats like an idiot. You can't use any other attack methods except rushing into the opponent like a suicide bomber, right? You just ignored him and laughed maniacally in your seat. I'm sure those masked guys following you have weaknesses too. I've realized that groups of people like you are all useless. Sanju looked at him with emotionless eyes. He paused for a moment before speaking. All right then. A loud noise echoed. A hand suddenly grabbed the door handle. Sanju said calmly, you can check if you think they're as weak as you do. At the door, all his clones appeared simultaneously. Their eyes glowed like predators in the dark. The manager was shocked. Oh, even the subordinates of the Silver Moon gang were terrified by what was happening right before their eyes. They cursed and it loudly. Those bastards are. Damn it! The subordinate stepped back hesitantly and whispered to John Seong. Boss, I think the foolish ones outside have been defeated. But he laughed happily. At least now you're not as many. I really like the idea of defeating a bunch of fools who don't know their own strength. Sang-yu was curious after hearing him speak eloquently for so long. You seem truly confident. So let's see how amazing your skills are. As if waiting for this moment, John Seong immediately agreed generously. Alright, and it starts right now. His body suddenly opened up straight. It became transparent very quickly, his voice playful as he asked, can you guess where I am? The old place was only left with faint smoke. The subordinate also couldn't believe what he saw. I can see how truly confident you are. So let's see how amazing your skills are. Just as expected, John Seong immediately agreed enthusiastically. Alright, and it starts right now. His body suddenly opened up straight. It became transparent very quickly, his voice playful as he asked, can you guess where I am? The old place was only left with faint smoke. The subordinate also couldn't believe what he saw. His mind couldn't help but get excited. John Seong's awakened ability. Camouflage, the highest level of stealth that even the most advanced detection skills can see through. Genma widened his eyes in shock. He had disappeared. Johnson laughed happily as he moved around, calling out and sensing presence, but it was all useless now. With this skill, it eliminates all traces of me. He slipped between the clones without knowing that all their gazes were looking down at him disdainfully, or even not bothering to look. Johnson gloated. Have you ever faced a skill like this before? You should prepare for your death. He proudly raised his lips and thought, you won't be able to touch me. Sanju sighed, feeling exhausted just from listening to him chatter. John Seong still seemed pleased. This fight would end soon. But it wasn't because of him. Sanju lost his patience and stared directly at John Seong, issuing a command with a U sound, ordering him to be caught. Instantly, the two clones moved quickly, each grabbing his shoulders. The round eyes of the old man's face grew wide in shock, their pupils barely registering what was happening. What the heck? The other clones hesitated, but collectively forced smiles out of fear. His face suddenly aged 10 years, drooping with panic. In the chaotic warehouse, voices echoed loudly. What's going on? As several beer glasses clinked together, someone shouted bottoms up and they drained their drinks. The old man's face made a satisfied sound as he gulped down his drink. This is great, Giang added with the wind in his sails. Now we're at level 3. Chan Yu asked excitedly. Why, after 3 years, are there still just us? Don't you have any girlfriends or something? The two people across from them frowned upon hearing the question. He quickly corrected himself. Sorry, let's continue drinking then. The old man's face drooped as he said, now that you mention it, have you guys been talking to Sanju lately? He changed his phone number. Even if he changes his phone, shouldn't the messages still be connected to us somehow? Probably not. I can't even contact him anymore. Giang continued sipping his drink and said, I heard a few things about him. If I remember correctly, he's now a hunter. The old man exclaimed, really? I didn't think he would continue being a hunter. He's too naive to be one. Chanyu replied worriedly. Even if someone crosses the line and teases him, he just laughs it off. Can he really kill monsters with those traits? Giang chuckled again. You don't understand how scary he is when he gets angry. Chanyu asked back, did you guys live next to each other? Has he ever lost his temper before? The man's face flushed as he excitedly recounted, it was probably in 3rd grade. I should have gone with Sangju, but a gang of bullies blocked my way and stole my money. Then Giangjo suddenly noticed Sangju walking by. Oh, when Sangju saw me like that, he attacked the bullies. Chanwoo asked, so Sangju saved you then? Jong Seong asked, what? Why did he decide to fight back again? Jong Seong replied with a laugh, because he was upset that I was bullied like that. Those bad guys must have been surprised when a kid who had once been victimized by them fought back so fiercely. Jong Ziang sighed, his personality is quite something too. Anyway, he's incredibly kind if it only affects him. But if others are involved, he gets extremely angry. On the other side, John Seon looked terrified and speechless. Sangyu said, deal with them and quickly bring our manager to the hospital. He was still in shock. How did you do that? Clone 3 replied. Okay, Black Chon Seong shouted despairingly. Right, how can people see me? Sangyu simply said coldly. It seems you're very confident in your abilities, huh? But I just returned after massacring a group of monsters with similar skills. He exclaimed. The flag? Sangyu pulled up his sleeve and asked again. What you said just now? What was that? You've been breathing out all these meaningless words in such a short time. Then both brothers got closer to the round guy, making his face turn pale. Let go! Let me go! Sangyu, first, my skills aren't just about perception. He's still panicking and sweating profusely. I can't move. I didn't just train my physical attributes. But you're right about one thing, the image from before appeared on the system screen in front of him. He was extremely happy to see what was inside. Messages 242, activate monster devouring skill. Absorb the essence of monsters killed to enhance your strength by 0.2 and increase health by 0.3 points. Your regeneration ability increased by 0.3. Absorbing the stats from the Ice Defender. Your strength has been enhanced. Your resilience has been enhanced. Your mana has been enhanced. Your obedience has been enhanced. Absorbing the stats from the Ice Defender. Your strength has been enhanced. Your resilience has been enhanced. Your mana has been enhanced. Your obedience has been enhanced. Absorbing the stats from the Ice Defender. Your strength has been enhanced. Your resilience has been enhanced. Your mana has been enhanced. Your obedience has been enhanced. Absorbing the stats from the Ice Defender. Your strength has been enhanced. Your resilience has been enhanced. Your mana has been enhanced. Your obedience has been enhanced. For 1192 to 6692, Fire Resistance 512, Ice Resistance for 1995 to 19,723. His hair was flying with the force, swinging his fist and aiming to hit. My stat sheet is really good. That punch is about to land on John Seong's stomach. He shouted out, hold on, hold on. Why not? Upon receiving that punch, John Seong's expression was painfully twisted. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Ouch! His body was sent flying backward and collided with objects. Sangwoo's eyes were filled with anger as the objects fell heavily on John Seong due to the impact. The fourth clone reported that one had escaped, but the rest had been handled. Sangwoo replied, all right, don't chase him. Focus on getting the manager to the hospital right away. All right. The manager asked, what about you? He turned back and said, don't worry about me. Just get the manager treated quickly. It seems he can still move. Sangwoo looked down at John Seong, who was trying to sit up. His body trembled in disbelief. This is really absurd. Far from what the report said. His strength isn't 19, and the others aren't weak either. It would be impossible to escape if caught by at least two of them. He couldn't possibly enhance his stats in such a short time. There must be something. As he was thinking, he saw a syringe protruding from Sangyu's pants pocket. The round guy now wore a sinister, satisfied smile. Yeah, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't think you could catch me or even react to my invisibility skill. Sangyu ordered them to search, but had heard too many excuses already. There won't be any more mistakes. As he approached while speaking, John Seong pulled out his sword. Let me show you what an ANKB hunter is capable of now. His stats appeared. Strength 25.612, Reflexes 35.487, Vitality 21.864, Endurance 19.156, Mana 12.952. Recovery 1.174, Physical Defense 812. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You haven't seen everything I have." The last two words he roared as his power surged. Sangyu responded with a shocked expression, "I don't want to see all the things that a male ass can do." Black Chon Seong was thinking while rushing forward. Seeing their lack of skill usage was impossible. But they still caught us. I don't want to believe it. However, they must be predicting my position based on the air movement when I move. So he calculated and leaped up. I'll move faster to avoid making noise for him to sense. The round-wool man kept jumping around in the bedroom, landing on a dead beetle. Sangyu sighed inwardly. He's really fast. That speed is truly amazing. I can't see him. He has better reflexes than me. It seems his words now are true. This is to prevent sound from being emitted in a sudden spatial disturbance. The round-wool man pressed close to Sangyu, ready to attack, but was hit by him. Luckily, he stumbled and cried out in pain. Sangyu laughed as he saw the man fall to the ground again. Are you hiding behind a pile of dust to muffle your movement sounds? I can see you even more clearly now. Black Tronson was on his knees on the floor. Suddenly, he laughed in an eerie way that confused Sangyu. Hi, hi, hi. His face twisted into a deranged grin with immense pleasure. Ha 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 ha. Sangyu had to ask, are you going crazy? Is there something funny? He picked up a tube from his pocket and said smugly, can you repeat that? After seeing this, he looked down at his own pouch in shock. The round-wool man continued, Her. I knew there was something strange about all of you. Your stats are 50 points different from what I found at the headquarters. As he said, the lid opened. You and your friends must have used this to boost your stats. Sangyu warned seriously, I advise you, don't drink that stuff. He gulped down the potion, but it was thrown away after a few seconds. His body emitted some kind of aura as his strength increased to 29.968. His muscles started popping and tensing up. His stats appeared again, strength 37.6 for 7. Explosions burst out, causing nearby buildings to explode. His strength was now 37.6 for 7. John Seong's face turned demonic as he exclaimed, I'm busy enhancing my power right now. Ha ha ha. Sangyu only raised an eyebrow in response. So what? Don't blame me if you didn't know I told you. The ground was cracking and exploding. Nearby houses were also damaged. John Seong stood amidst the chaos, smiling satisfiedly. Ha 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 ha. He looked at his hand with satisfaction. What kind of drug is this? His strength has almost doubled. Even the best drugs wouldn't yield such results. Then he spoke up. You're the one using Sanju, right? If you confess who made this drug, I'll only break a couple of your ribs and let you go. Sangyu analyzed the situation. No, 4. And no, 6 was taking the manager to the hospital. I have to deal with him just using no, 2 and no, 3. No, 2 and no, 3 were moving towards the manager. No, 4 and no, 3. No, 3. Then he started to move his sword. 1 or 2 broken ribs, huh? Well, that's not scaring me anymore. The round-eyed man laughed heavily as he rushed over with a twisted face. That stubborn bastard. Sangyu pointed the sword forward. Immediately, Clone No 2 and Clone No 3 blocked him. Suddenly, both of them started to sweat profusely. The round-eyed man knocked both of them down with one swing. Sangyu swung his sword downward. He frantically stabbed forward, pushing the other guy back. He gritted his teeth. He looked at the trembling sword in his hand. The round-eyed man laughed triumphantly again. Haha, after seeing this, you still don't understand your current situation. It seems you didn't grasp my meaning when I said we had read all your files. You think everything we read or referenced was just data. We have a different plan. Cut to another location in the darkness. Someone could be heard breathing heavily. A man attacked and lay powerless on the ground. One of his accomplices exclaimed, Why is there a hunter lookout here? The man with 3 holes in his clothes chimed in. We've wasted too much time already. Another accomplice asked, This is where the hunter Dong Sanju lives. Is that right? Yes. Let's go. You know his hot-headed nature. Hurry and finish this quickly. With that, they all rushed inside. Yes, boss. At home, Sang-woo's parents were surprised to see them through the door. Who could be here at this hour? His father quickly went to open the door. Who is it? They immediately got nervous upon seeing those guys. Back with Sang-woo, John Seong was screaming wildly. Do you understand now? I only need a phone call to bury your family alive. Piece of cake. Sang-woo struggled against his attackers' attacks. Clones No 2 and No 3 attacked Tension Seong from behind. Hand is slashed back at them, those stubborn guys. Sang-woo began to release his power. The sword in his hand transformed strangely. His eyes bulged with anger as Tension Seong turned around in shock. Then he gritted his teeth and swung that strange sword down. Another powerful shockwave erupted, affecting the surroundings. That swing seemed to split space inside. John Seong's two daggers were chopped into tiny pieces. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You fool!" Then, with a fierce expression, he lunged forward to activate an attack skill. He swung a fist at the figure, who just screamed, "Die!" The power surged into him forcefully. A solid wall was shattered. Sang-woo was thrown through the wall and landed on the ground in pain. At this moment, his second clone was attacked from behind by Tension Seong. He was hit with a punch as well. The third clone tried to retaliate, but Tension Seong dodged it. Then he met him in the arm. All three of them were knocked unconscious on the ground. Sang-woo gritted his teeth, extremely angry. The effect of this ability is to terrifying. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to one direction. He saw Yoo-hin and her clone sitting next to an unconscious man. She cursed loudly. Hey, damn it, did you lose? How cool right now? Sang-woo gritted his teeth in response. Shut up, I'll straighten this out. Who is that guy next to me? Yoo-hyun turned around and said to the other man, he came here, charged at me, but this guy managed to knock him down. The man with the wheelchair stepped forward and said, stop talking, are you making a backup plan? Sang-woo stood up, drawing his sword and reminded Yoo-hyun, get out of here. She replied, okay? Tension Seong saw this and asked, if you're surprised, do you still want to fight? Didn't you hear what I just said? I wasn't joking when I told people to come to your house. Sang-woo gritted his teeth in pain. The side effects of the drug were about to kick in. Tension Seong pulled out his phone and laughed. Ha, maybe this is why people take photos as evidence. He pressed a few buttons and a voice from the other end of the call said, hello. Tension Seong replied straightforwardly, have you arrived? Cut off their grandparents' fingers and send them to me. Suddenly, his arm went limp and dropped down. The phone fell to the ground as he struggled. The man's expression was one of shock. My hand, what happened to my hand? His body lost all strength and collapsed. F***ck. Sang-woo silently observed his condition. Finally, he remembered Ian throwing him that vial earlier. He took it. This is a little drug I've been working on recently. One part is strength, the other is mana. Think of it as an added service. It's very easy to distinguish. Wuhan explained that the strength potion would dissolve muscle tissue, while the mana potion would cause bodily explosions. The manager gasped, melt, and explode. At this moment, Tension Seong's body continued to contort. He was extremely terrified. My hand, my foot, they're advancing towards him. I didn't tell you about it. About not drinking that stuff. His eyes lit up. Tension Seong lay on the ground like a fish on a cutting board. He looked terrified at the phone still in the call. He screamed into the phone, take this family hostage. Now! Damn you! If you touch me, your family will be wiped out. And the antidote! Admin the antidote quickly. Antidote! He's extremely crazy, but the voice on the other end of the line is, sorry, I must have dialed the wrong number. This is the Caners Club. The man at our end handled a few gangsters who came to Sang-woo's house. At Sang-woo's place, his parents looked out when they heard knocking. Who could it be? Still this late in the evening. His father quickly went to open the door. Who is it? The man with a thick mustache spoke up. Hello, I'm from the Signers Club. He's taller than Sang-woo's house door. His father was surprised to say, oh, hi, Caners Sound Club. The man said again, sorry for coming at such a late hour. I'm here just to inform you that Dong Sang-ju has completed his mission successfully and is on his way back to Korea. While he was saying this, he squeezed the gangster's face. Sang-yu's father asked, "Huh? Is Dong Sang-ju hurt anywhere?" The gangster who was being squeezed eyes bulged out in fear. The man replied, "Of course not. He's fine." Sang-yu's father said, "Please come inside and have a glass of water." He declined. "Alright, no need." As the gangster neared his limit, if he squeezed harder, he would die. The man said, "I must go now." Sang-yu's father replied, "Alright, thank you then." Then the door closed. The bad guys at this point were wary of him. His eyes wide with fear, he said to them, "You guys, follow me." They gritted their teeth and looked up. At that moment, one gangster's phone rang. He answered, "Hello." The man from the other end urgently said, "Have you guys arrived there?" Cut off his father's fingers. "What happened to my hand? Damn it. Now my hand is all the way down to my foot. Quickly take his parents hostage. Antidote, give me the antidote right away." The voices became uncontrollable. The man calmly replied, "Sorry, I dialed the wrong number. This is the nurse club." Then he threw the phone behind him. What a useless thumb, you fool. After dealing with those guys, he called his superiors to report. "Yes, sir, everything has been handled." "Yes, so Sanju must know now." "I think they care too." "Why?" At Sang-yu's place, John Seong was panicking on the phone. Learn. Damn it, he angrily shouted. Those useless bastards. Hell. Then at this moment, he could no longer shout. Kick. The cat face is clean. Sang-yu's expression turns dark, looking down like a god of death. He starts to beg in terror, "No, please." The round man's body seems to evaporate, shrinking and wrinkling like an old man's skin. Sang-yu lowers his voice, ordering him from now on if he wants to live. He should use strength to breathe. That guy can't speak anymore. Then he grabs the withered arm and continues, "Listen up. Don't touch anyone around me." Sang-yu's eyes glow like a demon, using force in his hand. The round man grits his teeth painfully. Sang-yu continues to warn him never again. "Do you understand?" His expression is extremely cold. Then a heart-wrenching scream comes from the house. Cut to the hospital. Junmo stands with Clone for now. He's bandaged and lying on a hospital bed. Suddenly, someone calls out, "Agent!" He exclaims in surprise. "Sanjang Sanju the hunter. Why did you enter through the window?" "This is the 5th floor." Sang-yu climbs in through the window, answering, "They said visiting hours are over. What do you think of it now?" Junmo smiles and says, "Thank God Heller was there, so they just told me to wear this bandage for 1 to 2 weeks. Anyway, this hunter. About that blood, were you injured?" Sang-yu wipes the blood off his face, denying, "No, I'm completely recovered now. I have top-notch recovery abilities. Of course, you don't need to worry about the lunar bank anymore either. They won't dare do anything like this again." Junmo's expression remains stoic. "Alright." Sang-woo calls out again, "I handled this." Then he pulls a chair and sits down. Then suddenly asks, "Should I reconsider my ranking?" This surprises Junmo. Alpha rank, yeah, your rank has increased and been recognized for saving people in the gate accident. But then you didn't check it. Sang-woo replies, "Right, I just wanted to boost my stats and earn money to pay medical bills. I'm not interested in power or authority." He wonders if there's a reason for his sudden change of heart from A. Sang-yu holds his face helplessly. "I thought I only needed to do well. I don't care about people who look down on me because my rank is low. But after what happened, I've changed my mind." His hand tightens in anger. "If I were an alpha hunter or stronger, the lunar bank wouldn't dare do this. And they wouldn't even think about attacking GM's office. That's why I want to request something." Junmo mulls it over and says, "If you really want to advance your rank, that would be very beneficial for our agency. We'd be extremely grateful. Just one high-ranking hunter makes our position more secure. And as a hunter, this is the best way to prove your abilities, Sang-yu." "So I should." He continues, "But you'll attract a lot of attention. So situations like this might continue. The decision is up to you." Sang-yu closes his eyes and takes a deep breath before saying, "I've made my decision." Cut to another location. Then announcements start. Hunter 172, please go to room B. Hunter 173, please go to room E3. The clerk asks. He submitted for Hunter rating assessment. Sang-yu sat across and replied, "Yes." The guy was typing on his keyboard while reading information. Hunters use Sanju. You're a hunter. Rank E. Your skill is clone body. Came here alone, right? Usually people take the test in groups. He thought to himself, I knew it would be like this. Recalling Junmo's words before. Generally, people check if they can kill a peer monster with their group. If there's a C-class monster, a C-rank hunter should team up to take it down. So usually the monster is stronger than the hunter. It's true when fighting one-on-one, but that doesn't apply to you. He smiled happily as he said this. Back to the present. Sang-yu, I'm fine coming alone. The other person sighed. So you need to kill a higher class monster and collect evidence of your ability. You can send a message to the association's security team for them to recognize your hunt, then come back here for reevaluation. Sang-yu raised his hand hesitantly, saying, I think I can do it. Skip D, C, B class tests altogether, please. The clerk sighed and said, Why? He frowned in discomfort. Who is this kid anyway? He's trying to cause trouble by saying he'll do it alone again. Then he spoke up, Sorry, but you can only test for the rank right above yours, so you can't do that. Sang-yu scratched his head shyly and said, Oh, okay, I get it. So which monster should I kill to advance to D rank? The man sighed and handed over a paper. The monster for the D rank promotion test is the sea creature. Deep down, he was sure this guy couldn't do anything with his being clone skill. He continued, It has good defense and stronger power so bullets won't work. Sang-yu said thanks. So that's all I need, right? The man gritted his teeth in anger for a moment. Sang-yu calmly turned away. The man stood up and shouted, Right? Good luck. He was furious inside. Alright, let's see if you can do it. He's probably going to come back to cancel his registration. Sang-yu approached and sat down, calmly working on something. After 8, while he picked up the mission paper with a bored expression. Very soon 2 hours passed. Sang-yu still sat straight sipping water. The man was furious again. Why hasn't he gone hunting yet? Is he going to do it at all? He was shouting inside. Suddenly Sang-yu stood up. Then he sat back down in front of the man, bewildered. Why did he come back? The man was about to speak. Probably wants to cancel it. Then Sang-yu said, I'm done. The other person was startled and exclaimed, Wow! He calmly replied, I've dealt with the sea creature. I also brought evidence. Please register me as a daddy hunter. The other person felt confused inside. What in the world is this kid talking about? He's been sitting there for 2 hours straight without moving. He didn't know that clone number 7 helped him with that. Sitting here drinking coffee all this time, I have no idea what he's rambling on about now. Then he gritted his teeth and tried to calm down before speaking. Yeah, sorry, but in my opinion, you haven't left yet to go venting. Sang-yu Bin suggested, you can check first if you want. I'm sure the team from the hunting area sent a confirmation message. He sighed and agreed, feeling uncomfortable inside. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. The computer screen showed free entry and hunting notifications. Monster type, human error, serial number, year, confirm information. Confirmed, the man exclaimed in surprise. What the heck is this? Sang asked back. Is everything okay now? The other person quickly grabbed the desk phone. Hold on. Wait a moment. At the Forespa Hunting Station security post. Hello. This is the Forespa Hunting Station security. How can I assist you? The person at the other end of the line replied hastily. I'm from the Hunter Evaluation Center. I want to confirm that Dong Sanju really caught a male fisherman, okay? The security quickly operated. Let's check. Dong Sanju, huh? Then replied, yes. This has been confirmed. I checked it myself. And there's even a video recording of him coming here. HMM. I don't know why both the team members and leaders are all named Dong Sanju. The man processing the paperwork couldn't believe what he was seeing. Is the system broken? He bribed the security at the hunting ground. No, he didn't even leave this place. Sang-yu got worried and asked after a long wait, "Excuse me, have you received the confirmation message yet?" The man smiled. He firmly didn't want to believe it. This was impossible. He was sure that this person had done something improper. Then said, "That's all for now. Congratulations on your promotion to our ANKC hunter. Enjoy the stress-free life of a hunter from now on. After this, I'll report it to the headquarters right away. Until then, savor the stress-free life as an RANKC hunter." Sang-yu calmly replied, "Okay, and thank you. Oh, and one more thing. I want to register for our ANKC hunter." This left the man stunned. What? The scene switched to a dark, deserted street at night. Someone took out a bag from between the walls. It was Yu Hyun. She looked into the bag slowly. Recalling before Sang-yu, she said, "I'm sorry." Sang-yu asked back in confusion, "What do you mean?" Hyun-woo looked uneasy as he replied, "I think it was my mistake that they attacked GM's organization. Oh, they stole their precious crystal from the hunting grounds. I didn't think things would turn out this way. I'm really sorry." Sang-yu exclaimed in surprise. So that's why they mentioned returning the gemstone." Hyun nodded hesitantly. Hyun was extremely regretful. Why? Why did I do that? Even after what he did to those people. Sang-woo just exclaimed in surprise at the moment. "It's not your fault. They thought I was the one who took the gemstone and deliberately harmed my family and organization. This is an issue between the Moonlight Association and me, so you don't need to worry about it. The root of this danger is the gemstone. It's a problem between you and the Moonlight Association. I also think you didn't do it just for fun. I don't know what the Moonlight Association and Ha-sung did to you. Here, I won't evaluate your issues as trivial or anything. And you don't need to apologize either." At that moment, she only knew how to pull her hat down in guilt. Back to the present, Hyun packed up and comforted herself. "Alright, this is an issue between me and them." Then she ran quickly on the empty path. Somewhere else, many people were amazedly looking at one direction. "What in the world? Did you see that? Record it. This is crazy." The person handling the procedure trembled and exclaimed, "Congratulations on passing both our ANKC and our ANKB." Hyun stood up and responded, "Thanks a lot. I think that's enough for today." Then he walked away calmly, leaving the sweating man to deal with it for today. The person handling the procedure beside him exclaimed, "Wow, he really did it." The man quickly turned around and asked, "What? Do you know that name?" He answered straightforwardly, "Of course I know." He had requested a duplicate certification to enter the hunting grounds. The doctor was very excited when talking about him, drooling and saying he had never seen skills like his before. You have to see them with your own eyes. Actually, I was quite surprised that he remained silent until now. Is it because of his low rank level? The man on the other side was terrified by the duplicate certification. He continued, but within a day, he went from rank to RANKB. Now, I think the hunter community must be going crazy over this. You should have gotten his signature instead. Sang-yu walked with countless curious eyes following him. A week later, there were many changes. Articles about Sang-yu kept coming out. He went from rank to RANKB in just one day. It was quite a surprise for the Hunter Association. The Hunter Association officially announced regarding Dong Son-yu's hunter. He is becoming stronger at an extremely fast pace. They announced that Dong Son-yu's progress and achievements are truly unexpected. And now we recognize his talent, passion, and potential. There have been many different reactions to this. Some were surprised by his development, while others revered his potential and welcomed it positively. But still, some people worry about the abnormal speed of his development, so they suggest strict management and control. The hit squad of Nurse Club has returned to Park Wonti. We are truly delighted by the return of our club members. They play crucial roles not only for this squad, but also for the entire community. We are immensely grateful for their contributions, and their return symbolizes a comeback. The fastest rise in history, An enigmatic new recruit has appeared. Dong Sanju is an enigmatic newcomer who surpassed expectations with his professional skills as a foundation. His development speed is drawing attention, and the name Dong Sanju as an enigmatic newcomer is spreading. Only one person on Earth can use the clone skill globally. His abilities are truly astonishing compared to others. By creating clones and controlling them, he's gaining global attention. His abilities have surpassed our expectations. Who is Dong Sanju? GM Reporter Interview. Hello everyone. Today, we will explore some interesting information about the new recruit Dong Sanju. Nice to meet you. GM staff. Nice to meet you. Reporter. Recently, Dong Sanju has become extremely famous. What do you think of this? GM staff. We have been given a huge opportunity and are very grateful for it. I think through this opportunity, we can learn a lot and tap into the talent of Dong Sanju. Reporter. I heard that an enigmatic new recruit has risen to level ANKB in just one day. Please make plans for this. If you need help outside your team, you can also contact your team's manager or support for assistance. Club members should always maintain a positive mindset. We shouldn't lose hope even in danger and should support and encourage each other. The Moon Bank is about to disband. It's believed they fought another club. The Moon Bank is expected to disband after fighting an enigmatic club. The Moon Bank has gathered many players and developed over time. But recently, due to conflicts with an enigmatic club, they are at risk of disbanding. The Hunter website side isn't far behind either. Isn't it Dong Sanju? He's entering a declining organization. Ha ha ha. I'm quite sure they will develop from now on. They got him when he was still in RANKF. I'm sure Ha Sung won't let that happen. Even then, it's still a BRANK. You know, he couldn't rise so high. Then RANK. What are you? Isn't cloning just an illusion? I've seen people use clones before. Please read to the end for me. He's famous because his clone isn't an illusion. I heard he can hunt in 3 places at once. Who wants to be carried by which clone? Ha ha ha. I don't understand. Then it's no different. Don't overreact, okay? I'll tell everyone about the story I saw. How many clones can you have with cloning ability? Isn't cloning too powerful and breaks the game? And balance 5.1 for 2366 to billion. New Nurse Club transferred 500 million guons. Product O withdrew 13,000 guons. Sengyu, after receiving that much money, couldn't believe it and exclaimed, hold on. How many zeros here? 1 there, 2 there, 3 there. And then came a wet scream, 500 million. Guanti was laughing while talking to Sengyu on the phone. That's just for completing the mission, he said, still confused from the other end of the line. But that's too much. Wandy explained, I used favor, but rescuing the top hit squad is a job. It seems King Junmo didn't tell you about this, right? Sangyu DAP said there was a contract, but I didn't think it would be that much. He reassured her, don't worry about anything, just take it. If not for you, no one would dare accept the job. Come visit our club when you have time, Team 1 really wants to meet you. Sangyu DAP, I'll drop by sometime then. The phone call ended. Sangyu couldn't hide his joy anymore and fell to his knees crying. What happened? Now I won't have to worry about hospital treatment fees anymore. Although I can still afford the mana treatment costs with my earnings. Alright, here you go. With this money, I can ask for his help now. The S-rank healer's blessing. Just like that, his eyes full of determination. When I see him, I'll kneel and beg like crazy. Sangyu imagined himself crying and begging someone to save her. Somewhere else, someone was furious, cursing wildly. Damn it, the damn car is fully inflated. That stupid fool. I thought he would be useful because Gang Ha-sung sent him. This is the Moonlight Clan's main guild, Yang Jian. We still have a few more gems from Zolo. Nobody works for us anymore. And if it's Nurse Malinkin's group, this is too dangerous. At least I need to destroy the growth eggs. He was furious when he heard someone calling out, Ian Juqian, we heard you stole our treasury? Miho appeared coldly and powerfully. Yang Guqian gritted his teeth and said, Han Miho, I think we have a misunderstanding. Let's talk then. Suddenly, he put on bear gloves and turned to punch Miho as he shouted, "Die!" Miho coldly swung a pan. Blood splattered everywhere instantly. Miho's sharp eyes said, "Don't open your mouth. I have no intention of talking to you." Cut to the headquarters tower of the Willow Tree Guild. Junmo still had his hands bound as he entered. "I'm here for you, sir," the other party responded. "Oh, Junmo, how's your hand?" Wanti asked again. He replied, "The doctor told me not to move too much for a while. Anyway, I've heard that you protected the Junsong Yu hunter family. I don't know how to thank you enough." Saying this, he thanked the other person sincerely. Wanti asked again, "It's nothing." "Ammonite, you said those who ambushed you were from the Moon Clan?" Junmo, "Yes, and I don't think that was all." "Do you know Son Kong Chansung the hunter?" He confirmed, "Yes, he's the main culprit of this incident." "Is that right?" "He is also a vice leader of the Moonlight Clan, and I've heard that Junsong Yu made him unable to recover from his current state." Junmo said, "Yes, Son Kong Chansung the hunter. He was actually one of the hunters under my management when working for the Ha-Sung clan." Woon Tai was shocked and exclaimed, "You mean Son Kong Chansung belongs to the Ha-Sung clan?" Junmo confirmed the relationship between Ha-Sung and Moonlight is clear. Woon Tai asked again, "So you think the Ha-Sung clan might be involved in this incident too?" But to prove that, Miho appeared seriously speaking now. "D.E.B. Those damn Moonlight members have created crystal gems and offered to sell them to the Ha-Sung clan. And it's not really a crystal in the traditional sense either." One Tai was surprised and asked, "Does that mean you visited Bank Moon?" Miho brought over a list. Guanti was right. It's Yang Zalukian, that damn guy. Then she suddenly turned to Junmo with a bright smile. "Ah, nice to meet you. Special Agent Junmo, I've heard so much about you." Junmo forced a smile in response. "Nice to meet you too." Han Miho's auditorium. "Did you come here to investigate the Bank Moon?" She reassured him. "Don't worry, Yang Juqian is still alive. I'll hand him over to you soon." After reading the information, One Tai looked puzzled and asked, "D.E.B. What's this?" Miho replied, "Body enhancement drugs." I knew something shady was going on. A level B guild like Bank Moon couldn't create crystals without help from someone. The Hishi Society has been deeply involved in this, which means it's extremely dangerous. After the Great Flood ended, hunters' activities became legal, soldiers controlled hunting areas, taxes were levied on hunting income, and other items like monster drops were legalized. As a result, the work of hunters seemed more stable. But not everyone agreed with that. Some hunters opposed identity registration and restrictions when hunting. They split off and formed their own society. Unlicensed hunters continued to conduct illegal transactions using weapons and information to protect their income. At this moment, someone was cleaning in the cafe when a voice called out, "Merchant, Yuin!" Yuin came in with a bag looking relieved. "Here's what your highness asked for, crystals." The other person hastily refused. "I told you so. No need." Yuin insisted again. They were indeed at the Shinsean station. "Is there anyone who can handle this pile of crystals right now? Who could buy them for a higher price?" The man helplessly exclaimed. "Sorry, Yuin. Are you confused or something?" At this moment, someone else appeared and spoke up. "Are you Kim Woo-hyun? You should come with us." It was a group of masked people. Only their eyes were visible. Woo-hyun was extremely frightened, guys, and he was dragged away. The man looked guilty and said, "I'm really sorry. I had no other choice. They threatened my family's life." At this moment, someone else appeared. "It's okay now." This person's face was arrogant. He challenged the masked group. "Who are you guys? Take off that thing here. Do you know where you are?" The masked people warned. "Back away right now." But he became even more insolent, waving his hand. "I don't know who you think you are, but if we put you here, you'll..." Before he could finish, he was hit in the face with a punch. He fell to the floor hard. The masked man frowned and waved his hand irritably. Then he turned to say, "Go!" Sengyu appeared, kicking him hard. Then he calmly said, See, I told you so. Remember the night before when you talked to Yu Hien? I don't know what Nganyu and Hisung did to you, but I have no intention of criticizing your situation. You don't need to apologize. By the way, I'm also part of Organization GM. I'll help with this. Jing now exclaimed. Do it. How? Sangyu just smiled and said, try selling the crystals you got. Coming back to now, he said, I told you they would bite. You hi in Jing now. You, the masked man questioned. Who are you? A short conversation ensued. 10 minutes. That's right. Okay. We can't use a recording device. I understand. You shouldn't ask irrelevant questions. All right. Not confirmed. The gatekeeper said they would check his body now. The man with a sneaky expression laughed. He. This is the Hisung headmaster asking for permission to join. As he raised his hand and laughed, don't you find it funny? Checking the body of a respected rank hunter. Do you think I would bring a gun or something? The checker seriously carried out the task, so there were no weapons. Suddenly Hisung said, do you think I need a weapon? Or should I try something else? I was just joking. If I really did that, people behind the door would run away too, he said, laughing naturally. The gatekeeper seriously said, we will open the door. You can enter. The seer is waiting. After a while, Hisung stepped into a large hall with someone sitting at the highest point. It was none other than the seer. The seer asked, you came again? Hisung laughed maliciously. It seems you didn't expect this, huh? You really know how to joke. The other person replied, of course not. I know why you're here, but my answer won't change. Give up. I hope you are satisfied with your current life. Hisung laughed even deeper. Listen, if it were you, any powerful person, including politicians, would kneel before me. Suddenly his voice grew louder. Everything is going smoothly so far. What about now? Quitting, huh? The prophet replied calmly. Fate has changed significantly for someone. More specifically, someone changed it. He shouted, so who is that person then? The prophet ordered them to respond. We don't know that. Not just one or two people. Over on the U side, you're shaking a phone in front of the masked guy right now. His mask is almost broken. Is this your phone? Give me the password. He trembled and said, kill me. Scared you witless. Huh? How savage are you? Are you going to kill me? I can't do that. But I'll hand you over to them. Over on the U side, looking at the guys who just dealt with the masked guy. They're glaring at us angrily. Is it him? The one causing all this chaos? Yeah, that damned lunatic dared to do what? Over on the U side, he continued laughing. It seems they are very angry now. I wonder if they'll let me die peacefully somewhere else. A man was working when his phone rang. He quickly answered it. Yes, this is Shinjinik Team 1 Captain. The other end spoke. Bang, bang, we have a problem. He said, alright, bring them to base 3D. Then he wondered, oh, by the way, what's your voice like? The other end replied with a long pause. We're in the underground now. So, Gaijin GCC thought the phone was out of battery and said, charge your phone tomorrow. Don't let anything happen to D.E.B. production. Our boss is mad about what the Lunar Bank did. On the other end, Sangyu tried to sound serious. Oh, okay. Bang, bang. We're on our way. Gaijin GCC replied. Alright. Yujin watched the guy's actions and couldn't help but look shocked. Sangyu finished speaking, pulled out her phone for the masked guy, smiled, and said, thanks, they'll give you back your stones. Take it, but as a trade. Tell me where the factory is. The guy gritted his teeth in fear. No, they'll kill me if I do that. Sangyu secretly called her friends with a sly look on her face. Hey, brother, he said no. The two of them quickly grabbed knives and prepared to act. Really, let him stay there. Let us handle it. The masked guy is trying to speak. Dog, you didn't follow what you promised. Sangyu said with a smile. What do you mean? I told you I wouldn't kill you. Ha, this weak heart couldn't bear to see such horrors. I'm going home now. That guy is so angry he's foaming at the mouth. After his smug smile, he said, I'll tell you, I will tell you. Later on that empty street in the night, a voice echoed, "Did you record it? Send it to him for the same location as the factory." Sang-yu told Hi-en and Hyen. Hi-un replied, "Okay." Then Hi-un shyly said, Thank you so much for your help." Sang-yu said, "No problem." Hyen changed the subject to another topic. "Right, I heard your ability is cloning. Is that true? I've seen the news. That's why people around you look like you." Sang-yu said bluntly, "If you didn't know to act so suddenly, you wouldn't care about others much." Hyen looked displeased and asked, "Who are you talking about?" Sang-yu looked away, "The drug maker." Hyen immediately grabbed his neck and squeezed tightly. Sang-yu struggled to cry out for mercy. Hyen shouted loudly, "Change now. My name is Hyon. We've never introduced ourselves before." Hyen gritted her teeth and asked, "So why are you here? Where's the rest of your clones?" Sang-yu just smiled at her. In a nearby barbecue restaurant, meat sizzled with an appetizing aroma. Sang-yu said, "They're busy now, and your 3 clones are waiting for this great barbecue feast here." The delicious meat was being cut into small pieces by the waiter. Sona warmly invited them. "You can eat now. Our clones are eagerly looking forward to it." He quickly picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth with satisfaction. A cow appeared in his mind, followed by a bull chewing. At the slaughterhouse, tears fell from the bull's desperate eyes. Clone number 1 froze, looking extremely nervous. But the feeling of guilt quickly passed, and he drooled in delight. "Delicious, it melts like noodles." The scene switched to another place where a recorded conversation was playing. "Click, we got the crystal. Good job. Quickly transfer them to Factory 3. Junmong said excitedly. "I recognize that voice. It's team leader of Team 1, Hee-sung, Shin Jin-guk, son of Shin Hee-sung." One Tai replied, "So we can confirm Hee-sung's involvement with the crystal." In summary, Miho started analyzing the situation. Team Hee-sung has 5 sources for the crystal. Hee-sung, Silver Moon, Red Dragon, crystal sources. Among them, Team Silver Moon is almost dissolved. So there are only 4 left. They all resemble Team Silver Moon. At least they're level B teams. Jun Mo was still worried. "We can't defeat Team Hee-sung with this evidence, right? I heard that creating crystals is illegal." Miho looked a bit uneasy. "I really wanted to, but Woon Tai kept going on. Unfortunately, it's very hard to do that. The Hee-sang Society doesn't produce things themselves, and they even have support from the Korean Hunting Association. Even if we put them in jail, they'll be released soon anyway. All I can say is we need to plan this carefully. And Junmo, you shouldn't go out alone. We'll send bodyguards to protect you soon," he reminded. Junmo replied, "All right, I'll tell the Sanjung Sangwoo guys to be careful too." Wante listened and fell silent for a moment. Then he said, "Sanju, you don't need to be careful. No one can kidnap you." The screen on his phone showed a message from Detective King Junmo. "We've listened to the recording, and the person in it is from the Hee-sang Society. And we found out that the gemstone is used as raw material for producing DEB drugs." Sangyu read the message and then brought up the drug. DEB, that sounds dangerous. For now, stay in the office and don't go out. Yu Hyen stood beside him, puzzled. Have they fixed the mistakes made by those Korn Gan, you guys? Karen remembered. "Ah, right, you haven't been to the new office yet, right?" "Surprised! New office!" Sangyu said, "You'll be surprised." Later when they met Yu Hyen, Junmo happily exclaimed, "Ms. Yu Hyen is here too." "Oh, great! I just got here too." The room was neatly arranged with everything for work. Everything you need to work. Yu Hyen cheered up. "Oh, so you rented the whole floor?" Junmo replied, "Actually, I've been thinking of moving somewhere else for a long time. I visited a few places and had to move early because our old office was destroyed." The 2 boys were excitedly talking about how they would soon become the top national office. "Right, isn't this a bit small for a top national office?" Junmo agreed. "Yes, we have Dung Sanju hunters. People who can easily defeat B-rank hunters." Sangwoo looked around and said there's also a specially designed room just for you. Then they opened the door to a room filled with chemical bottles and mixing stations. Woo Hyen was shocked by this. Sangwoo said, "This room is equipped with all the latest pharmaceutical manufacturing technology. The detective had to work hard to prepare for you." Woo Hyun carefully observed each item, everything here. Junmo entered and said most of the machinery has been moved here. If you need anything else, just let me know. He whispered in her ear that she could use the room on the other side for living, eating, sleeping, so feel free to use it. Woo Hyun shyly pulled down her hat and replied, Thank you." She was amazed inside, so he knew he had nowhere else to go. At this moment, he quickly picked up the phone and answered, "Hello." Junmo's expression turned tense as he heard the information on the other end of the line. He hurriedly called out, "You, Hunter," something hard to understand, and then turned back. "Yes," Junmo said, "I think you should go to the hospital right away." His expression softened. The scene shifts to the Moonlight Society's storage room. Hae-sung stands there with a grim face observing the situation. The floor is covered in large pools of blood and water marks. With a cold and cruel expression, he said, "Go." Something black on the ground starts moving gradually. Then, from that dark area, it begins to move more visibly. In the midst of the darkness, a long-haired masked man appears. He spoke, "I am here." Hae-sung asked, "Where is Young Dutchin?" The masked man replied, "He's being held in the basement of the YOLO Club. It seems all documents related to the shutdown have been taken away." The masked man continued, "Even Nok and her. He broke a mask piece. According to what we discussed with others, they should know the location of the factory." Hae-sung gritted his teeth, clearly very angry. Then, from his pocket, he took out 2 vials. He handed them to the masked man and said, "You know what to do now, right?" The masked man accepted the items and replied, "Yes." Hae-sung continued, "If they want us to go this far, just let them come." Although it's not fully ready, the masked man dissolves into thin air. The scene shifts to the basement of the YOLO Club. Ian Gilchian, the Moonlight Society president, is chained up with large metal chains, his face showing extreme panic. Damn! Not knowing what to do, he sees a black dust growing on the floor. He sees the long-haired masked man appear in front of him. He screams out in fear, You, why are you here?" The masked man replied, "Calm down. Director sent me to help." Ju Chin looks a bit relieved. "Director, Hae-sung has been dispatched. To save me, right?" At this moment, the masked man uses a syringe and injects it into a vial. Ju Chin is panic-stricken. What are you doing?" "Hey, what are you planning to do?" he shouts in alarm, his eyes glowing as he raises the syringe. "Don't worry." Ju Chin is terrified, tears streaming down his face. Could it be that the masked man only said it wouldn't hurt much? He shouts, "No!" The scene shifts to another location. Wooni looks helpless and says, "Oh my god, you don't need to force me. I've already told you. I'll go with all the information from Yang Jo-chin." Miho asks back, "Are you sure it's not because you're worried I might be kidnapped?" He replies, "Then I would worry about the kidnapper." Suddenly, Miho stops and says, "Oh right, I smell smoke." Immediately in front of 4A, a large fire breaks out. Inside is a huge figure. Miho grits his teeth and rushes forward. The club owner's burning. Woo-oni shouts in alarm, "No!" In the midst of the flames is a fierce monster. Beside it are injured people. Miho quickly bends down to check. Are they still alive? What on earth is going on? Wani quickly drew his weapon. "Monster!" The injured person tried to speak. "Yes, there's a monster appearing in the basement. Our B-rank hunter can't stop it." Miho gritted her teeth, extremely worried. Then its level is at least AA. That makes no sense. There hasn't been any plague recently. Where did it come from? The monster suddenly turned to look at them. That gaze appeared in her memory. Miho gasped out loud, "Ian Ju-cheon." Cut to the man named John Seong. He's lying unconscious on a hospital bed, breathing with an oxygen tube. Someone is appearing and looking down at him now. It's that long-haired guy in the mask. He trusted you and sent you into the moonlight, but look at you now. As he said, he pulled out another syringe and sucked up the remaining drug from it. Don't worry, this only helps with movement for a little while. Just as the needle was about to touch John Seong's neck, someone called out, "Stop." Seong appeared, operating on the virtual screen and reminding him, "I don't know what you're planning to do to him, but you are not allowed to cause chaos in this hospital." The masked man quickly disappeared, and then he reappeared behind her, saying, "I'll inject it into him instead." At that moment, someone grabbed the masked man's hand and stopped him. Nu Yen-jong said, "Only doctors and nurses are allowed to use needles in this hospital." Then he delivered a powerful punch to the masked man. Gwanti gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's coming!" Ian Jucheon, the monster, turned back and attacked them. A loud impact was heard. Cracks began appearing on the floor. The space around them seemed to be collapsing. A surprised gasp echoed. "Is that Ian Jucheon?" Ian Jucheon and a rank hunter once. Gwanti was quite exhausted after his attack. Miho replied, "No!" Well then, he used to be in the upper B rank group. Judging from that scar, I'm pretty sure it suddenly appeared from the basement of the guild. Gwanti became even more alarmed, thinking about turning humans into monsters and then becoming stronger. Is that possible? He recalled not long ago when he read my Hoe's report and wondered, D, E, B, what are these levels? She replied, "It's a drug to enhance physical strength." I knew something was fishy, right? A B-rank guild like Moonlight couldn't create gems without someone backing them up. Back to the present, facing that huge monster, Gwanti thought maybe. Miho said if it really is Yang Jucheon, Hyung intends to deal with the Moonlight Guild. This means King Chien-sung is involved too. The patient in the hospital is also in danger. Actually, Seong was in the hospital and spotted a suspicious guy, so she contacted Junmo. The monster seemed to lose its patience. Miho said, "Just finish off this one." Then she frowned and started generating energy in her hands. A surge of power shot towards the monster. The monster's eyes lit up as it clenched its enormous fists. Then Gwanti appeared, swinging a powerful punch right in front of Miho. At that moment, Gwanti swung his sword and cut through the monster's huge fist. The monster, in pain from its missing arm, his eyes lit up. Then a technique called Half Moon Slash was launched. The dust cleared away. The monster created an invisible fist, emitting power. That attack pushed Gwanti and Miho back. They tried to stand firm again as Gwanti shouted, "It's definitely Ian Jucheon." Miho continued, "Yeah, he even used a skill." The Jucheon monster roared in anger, swinging its fist. At this moment, something appeared and struck it. A slash split the air. The newcomer was a man with white hair, stepping on the monster's corpse and shouting, "A monster wreaking havoc in the city. Where did he come from?" "This is the Sun Temple Guild led by Kim Il-gon." Gwanti approached and asked, "Are you around here?" Miho cheered, "He's here." He replied, "Miho and Gwanti, what happened here? We need an explanation." At the hospital in Yuthot, inside a hospital, only doctors and nurses can use syringes. Then he attacked the masked man with one strike, but he caught his fist just as it was thrown. "This is quite unexpected. How do you know I'm here?" Sangyu gritted his teeth and looked up at him. The car owner angrily rushed over. Someone had entered the hospital, and you think no one would notice? As she rushed in, she activated her fire technique. Her attack hit the masked man, but he pushed it away. The car owner's eyes widened. He destroyed it, didn't he? Black Mask said that won't do. Using fire here is not allowed in a hospital. Sangyu leaped up to stomp down. That's not something a syringe user could come into this place and say. Black Mask was pushed back by the attack. He wiped his face and said, "You're quite strong." The car owner looked at Sangyu and asked, "Are you okay?" She replied, "I'm fine, thank you. You helped me quickly." He explained, "I immediately left when I heard the news. We were lucky since our new office is near the hospital." Black Mask stood up and said, "Now I understand why Sung Soon turned out this way. You're really strong." And then he turned around. "It seems your clones have arrived too." Now Sangyu's clones appeared. They all looked full and fat after a meaty meal. Sangyu said sharply, trying to run away? The masked man emitted dark energy laughter. "Haha, are you mocking me by luring me in? Sorry, but I'm not an idiot." I won't charge into the crowd recklessly. I'll meet you again soon. After all, there are many shadows around here. For example, the mana absorption unit is right below me. Your sister, the masked man, was still taunting Sangwoo. He couldn't see anymore and slashed with his sword. He continued, "See, that's how you trap others. We'll meet again next time." Sangwoo was extremely angry when that guy disappeared. Everything ended rather quickly after that incident. The chaos caused by the monster in the city center was handled with the power of the three major organizations: Sun Organization, YOLO Club, and Kainos Club. After receiving two pieces of news, Kim loved her son and tried to inform him, but he was extremely angry, shouting loudly, "I told you that bastard something strange is happening." The accident was reported as a normal monster uprising by the Fast Wing, and Ian Gutchin was recorded as missing. The newspapers announced an heroic urban monster in times of crisis, a monster that appeared in the city center. This monster caused chaos and fear among the people. A monster shocked everyone living here. It wreaked havoc on the neighborhood, disrupting a peaceful day. But when things started to get worse, brave heroes emerged. These heroes, with their powerful weapons and excellent combat skills, fought and defeated the monster. After winning, the reward was given to Kim Il-gon, the Sun Organization leader. Kim Il-gon was awarded for defeating the monster that caused chaos in the city and saving the people. Kim Il-gon excelled in defeating the monster that appeared in the city and demonstrated remarkable achievements by saving the citizens. His bravery was honored by the entire city when he saved countless lives. The city decided to give this reward to Kim Il-gon. That's also because we couldn't freely explain Ian Gutchin's disappearance. Cut to another location. A man is interrogating Miho now. "What do you mean by saying that the A-class monster was actually a human? We heard that the monster was found in YOLO Club's basement. So did you keep someone there?" She replied, "No! I think we have a misunderstanding here. Although it's late, we found the location of the gem and went there. But, yes, nothing is left now. It's empty. Everything has disappeared. Everyone related to the crystal also vanished, leaving only machines behind. The first avatar reported from a location. Here too, there were reports of monsters appearing in the city center, but all information about it was removed after some time. Those monsters were quickly defeated by hunters, and people completely forgot about them. Two men are discussing with surprise now. I've never seen this before. We'll pay 200,000 for the head, 400,000 for the skin, and 250,000 for the blood. The other man replied, I've never seen anything like this either. They're acting crazy. All of it is a mystery, and the monster outbreak remains unconfirmed and ends. Sangwoo sat in front of someone and spoke. We need protection. I've thought about this since the incident with the Moonlight Organization. I can't take it anymore. Even though it will reduce our hunting effectiveness, safety must come first. Junmo was surprised and exclaimed, reducing hunting effectiveness. What you mean is that you'll use your avatar. He simply replied, we don't have enough money to hire anyone. Then a distribution of avatars appeared. One at Sunju's house, two in the hospital, one at GM organization, and two for hunting and training. I plan to arrange it like this. Junmo asked, sweating, can't you bear to send 7 avatars now that they've leveled up? He laughed and replied, haha, we'll have to send 1 avatar. The Willow Tree Club will help us. Junmo was confused. What? Send it where? Sangyu calmly replied and walked to a familiar place. The scene shifts to a scary location. A burning gate appears. At this moment, someone appears. It's the second clone holding a loudspeaker heading towards where snow is falling. After observing his surroundings, he picks up the loudspeaker and shouts loudly, monster, I'm here. Here comes a delicious human, no equipment at all. Come out now. As soon as he said this, a swarm of monsters like ants rushed towards him. He has a small vial on his belt. Immediately, terrifying explosions erupt in the space. The scene shifts to another place. At this moment, someone is holding a few pieces of sandpaper scissors. This is the opening ceremony for the Hunters Guild Academy in Korea. The Academy's principal, Won Hak-soo, happily announced, "Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for coming to our opening." This academy was built to educate low-level hunters on how to deal with monsters, equipping them with skills at a price that increases their chances of dropping items from monsters. What are the skills like, or is it just about skin quality? Everyone can participate. If you train with other hunters and practice with them, you'll gain enough confidence to enter the hunting grounds. The one who performs best at the end of each academic year will receive this elixir. A beautifully shaped and expensive bottle is shown in front of everyone. The scene shifts back to the gym facility inside, in the gym room. Someone lifts a 250 kilograms weight effortlessly. Sang-yu sighs as he exercises, nothing over a ton. He recalls Junmo's words and forces a smile awkwardly. "Sorry, but with such heavy weights, the floor would collapse. You could do this in Mana Rainfox's gym." He sighs and answers, "Woo, I get it now." His body sways while still holding those heavy weights. Boring, no simulation at all. At this moment, a TV announcement shows the live broadcast of HAKSU's opening ceremony. Principal HAKSU announced that the Hunters Guild Academy is open and said that applications for the Korean branch will be accepted in December. Additionally, the Academy is giving bonus points to low-level hunters and less skilled hunters to encourage their participation. QQQ looks a bit bored, sighing as he controls the pain. The manager has such an unusual hobby, didn't think he would be covering current events. At this moment, on TV, Principal Won Hak-soo surprised many by announcing that the prize for the winner of the academy is a precious elixir. Based on performance, all students at the academy have a chance to receive the elixir. This is a huge incentive encouraging students to perform their best. Sang-yu's expression turns serious as he exclaims, "Elixir." At this moment, elsewhere, a group of people are pointing up and singing the Korean national anthem. Though rivers dry up, mountains turn white with age, heaven will protect us, our country for eternity. The 3,000-mile-long river and mountainous land is covered in saffron flowers. The people of Korea forever walk on the path of Korea, preserving our truth. The pine tree at Namsan stands firm against the bone-chilling wind as if wearing armor. Our revolution spirit is like this too. Clear blue skies, thousands of miles high, no clouds in sight. The white light remains pure within our hearts. With spirit and intellect, let us pledge loyalty. Love the country through hardship or happiness. Hunters Guild Academy. This might be a PG video of the Hunters Guild Academy. Sang-yu finishes watching and turns back to ask, "Is it really like that?" The elixir event at the academy. Junmo responds with surprise. "I'm surprised too. We went to check, and yes, they are offering the elixir as a prize for the global student competition. You're curious, I heard from the branch, so the academy has branches worldwide. Moreover, the prize is the elixir. How can just one student do this?" Junmo continues, "Not just any academy. It was founded by an enlightenment organization led by Jumper. It's one of the major corporations." Sang-yu looked puzzled. How could the world's largest company do this? Junmo, that's unusual. Everything started with their goal to narrow the gap between low and high-ranking hunters. They're trying to reduce casualties during disasters by improving regular hunters' ability to deal with monsters. Not just strong hunters will develop together. The lower a hunter's rank, the fewer good skills they have. Sang-yu thought for a moment after hearing this. I think I heard about it on the news too. But right now, I'm in ANKB time. If I knew this was coming, I'd adjust my ANK time later. He assured her, "Of course, your current rank is very high, but everything will be fine. You can meet other favorable conditions too." Have you ever boasted about your useless skills? Hyrule, who is standing nearby, couldn't help laughing while Sang-yu stood there dumbfounded. Try to salvage the situation, okay? I have over 10. Junmo listed them for him. Heavy Assault, Sniper, and Spell are all RANKF. They're all basic skills. A rank hunter usually has 20. By the time you reach our ANKB, you should have around 70 skills in total. This means the number of skills you currently possess. It's your advantage when entering school. Hunter sir, Junmo said with a smile. Sangyu interrupted him. Stop! Okay. But he continued, and Sangyu felt like a pig being slaughtered, tears streaming down his face. Junmo kept going. The admission system based on donations could even apply to you. Upon hearing this, Sangyu was confused. An admission system based on donations? He asked again, do you still have the reward from the nursery? The scene switched to the Korean branch of the Hunter Academy. It seemed very lively. Welcome, ho 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 ho. Akasu sang happily. It's an honor to meet a famous person, the Academy president, Wonhat Akasu. Sangyu forced a smile. What does that mean? A famous Asian, I have to thank you for accepting me. He clapped and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, too modest. Why are you so modest when you've already spent 205 billion yen for the benefit of this school? Sangyu responded indifferently. I'm also very happy to help the school achieve some admirable goals, but in my heart, I was amazed at paying to get in. A strange system indeed. I think that can only happen because this academy has a similar form to other universities, but it doesn't receive the same treatment as a national university. Thank you, Manager Kang, for your negotiation skills. We've settled on to 0.5 billion yen. Even with 5 or 10 billion to touch the elixir of life, everyone would still pay. Besides, according to policies, for those who awaken at lower ranks, students here have average ranks from Fei. With D being the highest, a few people are now paying attention to you. That's not wrong, Sangyu, right? The name with the skill of dividing souls. But he continued to stand there in shock, thinking no one here could be considered an opponent. Even if I can easily pass my class, I still have to complete the end-of-year competition. Suddenly, an announcement echoed, startling Sangyu. Our academy is honored to welcome to students from ANKB for the first year. He turned to Akasu, who was still excitedly speaking. Geo and Sangyu must not know that another RANKB hunter also came here by donating like you. I can't say who it is, but that hunter is as famous as you too. His eyes widened in excitement. So, do we have a rival? At this moment, a young man on the stage enthusiastically said loudly, Nice to meet everyone. I'm Professor Kang Hee-seok. I'll teach you about the basic elements of magic. Everyone would probably curse me if I taught on the first day, right? So I'll just inform that we're starting next week. Sangwoo sat dejectedly under an umbrella, thinking, I like it because there's no competition. But there's another one like me. Who is it? It's useless for ARANK Hunter. He was tall when he arrived here. Plus, it's RANKB. Whatever. I don't really care about the hunting industry much either. When I'm number one, what do others say matter? After the teacher finished speaking, he took his notes and left. He didn't forget to smile and wave at the students. So that's it for today. See you all next week. A girl with orange hair shouted out a reminder. There's a freshman party tonight. Come to Bagojiang near the intersection in front of the academy at 8 o'clock. Sangwoo stood up and thought about the party. Maybe they should call it a university instead of an academy, but he decided to go train. Suddenly, he paused, thinking slowly, could there be another RANKB here? Sangwoo quickly changed his mind. Should I check it out? The scene switched to the evening at Bagojiang. Dirty glasses clanked together. Surprised and curious voices echoed around Sangwoo. Really? Did you save everyone from the portal disaster with your staff? Sangwoo replied helplessly. Yes, that's right. Another student continued. I heard you eliminated the ANKB monster there. Sangwoo. No! I was defeated, though. Big Brother eliminated the Moon Bank gang. I have nothing to say. Please show us a clone. A boy sitting on one side clenched his teeth in anger. He's really mad. Sangwoo, who was asked to show a clone, refused. They're out hunting somewhere now, so it can't be done. Then he raised his hand. Oh, everyone, please calm down. Is there anyone else with RANKB status in the academy? Everyone looked at him in surprise. They then asked each other anxiously, another RANKB? I don't know. There is another RANKB in Asia. Sangwoo thought to himself. It seems they don't know either. He then replied with a laugh. Oh, nothing much. Forget it. Then he checked his phone and continued thinking, all the news online is about me. Why did he hide me? And it looks like he's not here. After a while, feeling bored, Sangwoo walked alone on the street, saying to himself, I'll go home now. Then someone appeared behind him. The person called out and pointed in one direction. Sorry, is the freshman party this way? Sangwoo kindly replied, yes, it's not over yet, so just come in. The other person asked, why are you leaving then? He sighed a bit disappointedly. Oh, I don't know who that is, so I'll go home. Sudden surprise in his eyes. Hold on, it's his voice. As he was taking off his hat, he laughed and asked, want to have a drink with me? A head of sky blue hair appeared before Sangwoo. His eyes widened. Taking off the hat revealed Ha-jeon's beautiful face. She continued, you know me, right, teacher? Sangwoo was stunned when he realized the girl who bumped into him was Ha-yeon. Ha-yeon, what? She asked innocently. What did you mean by that, sir? I'm also a student here. Sonju's forehead started sweating. Why? You failed the entrance exam for the public school, right? Talking about that, she changed the subject. It's cold. I want to have something to drink while talking. Sanju stood there for 2 seconds, staring at her. The scene switched inside a cozy bar. A bartender brought up a glass and said, this is my history. Both of them widened their eyes in amazement. It's beautiful. Sanju spoke sternly. I just graduated. Don't invite me to drink. She rebutted. What do you mean? You should buy the drinks since you just graduated, right? Ha-yeon's face froze when Sanju suddenly spoke slowly. So how was the entrance exam? I failed. Ha-yeon replied excitedly. Of course, I got accepted. You taught me well. Sangwoo kept questioning. Why did you come to this academy then? Ha-yeon repeated. I told you my dream is to be a hunter. She confided. I went to university because my family wanted me to, so after graduation, I decided to become a hunter. But when the hunting academy was established, I convinced my parents to let me do what I want since they sent me to the university they wanted. What did they say? While answering him, Ha-yeon signaled for another drink from the bartender. Well then, they said it was very dangerous and other things too. But after a few days of arguing, they agreed. She asked again. Sanju looked panicked when his turn came. Don't call me that anymore. Am I still your teacher? And drink slowly. Ha-yeon realized then, since we're classmates, you're not my junior either. Then she exclaimed, oh dad, Sonju's voice trembled. He said, just call me teacher. Ha-yeon looked at him with a teasing look. Why are you shy? Not getting a response, she loudly called out, Dad. Sanju dad, he commanded. Never mind, I'll lock the door. What do you mean, never mind? Ha-yeon seemed to be tipsy. She shook the glass of liquor and it made a noise. So where are we going? Yeah, you can't contact me because my phone broke down. Although he couldn't sit still, Ian kept calling non-stop, making only. That made Sanju furious. Come on, kid, she asked while lifting her head. What's the matter? Then she turned away with wide eyes. Sanju wondered to herself, doesn't she know her limits? Suddenly, Ha-yeon jumped up and grabbed his phone. Right, Sanju gasped in surprise. My phone! After a quick glance, Ha-yeon got the number from him. She stared at the screen blankly before smiling happily. You have my number now. Her eyes slowly closed. Now we have no excuse not to contact you anymore. Saying that, she fell asleep. Sanju was taken aback and said, pay for me. The street lights were on. The area was quiet. Ha-yeon and Ian slowly opened their eyes. Realizing she was on Sonju's shoulder, she stood still for 2 seconds. She wondered, weird, is he carrying me? Did I fall asleep? Where are we going? His house. Sanju noticed she had woken up and asked Han, you're awake now? The two Ha-yeon scratched their heads, looking embarrassed. He glanced up and replied, did you fall asleep? Yes, right on the counter. Get up and walk by yourself. Hearing that, she jumped. Then she hugged his shoulder tightly and shouted, I feel dizzy. I can't walk. Sanju sighed helplessly. It's up to you. Their eyes lowered. She gripped his shoulder firmly. Then she called out. Sanju hugged her back. Hai and Ian wondered, why didn't you contact me for 6 months? Even if the phone was broken, you could have found a way to reach me. You know, I actually planned to punch your face when we met. I was so upset because you never sent any messages. Hai and Ian leaned close and shared, but when I saw you today, I couldn't do it. Today was really fun. Didn't you think, if we hadn't met like this, would you have never contacted me at all? Sanju said goodbye. I have something to do. She continued. That's why I enrolled in the academy. Sanju walked on and said, did I have fun today? Yes. It was the happiest day for me in 6 months. But I'm lazy, so I'm afraid that I'll lose my motivation if I live like before. He felt sad remembering his younger sister lying sick in the forest. I fear repeating past mistakes and regretting them again. When he heard this, Sanju shed many tears of remorse. After walking a bit, he gently lowered Hai and Nyan to the ground as he continued talking. People are hard to change. So I severed all my previous relationships. But I still want you to know that all relationships are very precious to me. Sweating profusely, Hai-Ein takes the hat from Sanju's hand and thinks they've arrived at their place. I don't understand. After putting it on, she hesitantly says, well, this time you'll have to forgive me. As they walk, she keeps talking. Didn't you say everything is precious? No! Sanju continues. Next time, don't do this again, okay? She turns and smiles widely in agreement. The scene shifts to a dim office. Ha-sung sits on the chair and looks outside. Ha-sung is thinking about some of Sanju's headline-grabbing articles. From E rank to B rank, the first hunter advanced 3 ranks. Jong Sanju, a special hunter, advanced his rank 3 times. Let's explore his courage, determination, and secrets through his biography. He grew up through unexpected journeys. Hunter Jong Sanju, the new recruit that every guild finds interesting. Jong Sanju was not famous since he became a hunter, but now he's famous for advancing his rank 3 times. His combat perception surprised other hunters. He is a different kind of skill, and that makes him special. His maturity didn't just stop at the reputation from his clone skills, which caused a big stir in the hunter community. The actual clone skill was strange, and there were debates about its authenticity. The growth rate of the Sanju line is something not to be overlooked. His learning speed and combat perception have garnered much attention from various guilds. He has accumulated a lot of experience by fighting different types of monsters in the hunting area. His adventures are like armor that makes him stronger. But he's also a man with ambition, not afraid to take on challenges. He doesn't shy away from challenges. He wants recognition from other guilds, and this becomes his source of energy. With it, he is not afraid to compete with other hunters. Therefore, he challenges and wins battles. His muscles are full of strength from training and passion, and his combat skills are almost perfect. A new recruit starting from E rank and then advancing to B. The man advanced 3 ranks in a short time. Hunters in Sanju started speaking after saving the Kano's guild. His subordinate approaches and reports, sorry, the Sanju line is stronger than I thought. I failed at the hospital. Ha-sung turns to respond, so that guy is from the Sanju line. I should have asked for his autograph then. Suddenly, someone inside speaks, it's me. The person steps in and complains. Why did you turn off the lights? I'll go over there. Ha-sung responds. We need to think a bit. Are we all ready? The other person answers. You can start next week. Ha-sung warns. It's best that we get results worthy of our support for you joining the academy. He confidently agrees. Yes, father. Turns out it was the Ha-sung guild. A B rank hunter. Please be quiet. He reaffirms. Don't worry. I'm very confident. I won't disappoint you, father. Ha-sung laughs, disappointing me. Get the elixir. That will be an opportunity for someone to prove themselves. In class now, who stands on the podium full of enthusiasm. It's been a week already. Let's learn about the basic elements of magic that the teacher introduced last week. Sanju sat below, stunned, and exclaimed, I knew I would meet her again someday, but I didn't expect it to be on my first day. Ian's made hand signals for me. I was following them closely. Above, Hayek activated the fireball while lecturing. The first skill we'll learn is this fireball. It's a very flexible technique that we all love. It's an important spell when hunting or even if you get lost. You can even use it for cooking. Sanju thought to himself, so we're starting with the fireball. Why do we have to learn this? How did I manage to learn quick attacks by swinging my fists, understanding mana flow? Or the magic theories, how do they teach us these things? Hayek instructed, come here, everyone, let's start with the first row. He took out a few balls and introduced them. We'll give you guys some fireball skill balls. Sanju was full of questions as Hirak spoke. Those who already learned the fireball don't need to come up. The skill icon syncs with the user's system and adds a new skill. Apart from mana cost, there are no other requirements, so even newly awakened children can use them. So when the skill icon appeared, everyone wanted it after learning that anyone could get a new skill but soon realized the reality of patience. The price was outrageous. Due to the complex production process and scarce materials, the cost of the skill ball skyrocketed, mocking low-level hunters. Only wealthy high-level hunters could afford them. After seeing the upgrades from high-level hunters, more people wanted these skill balls. And as a result, prices increased further, only allowing high-level hunters to purchase them. People hoped that skill balls would narrow the gap between low and high-level hunters but ended up widening it instead. But don't worry, Sanju. Hirak reassured the class, there are many skill balls available. He added, those who can't control mana can also exchange for them. Sanju couldn't believe his eyes. Were they really giving it to us like this? The fireball is the cheapest, but still costs 8 million per ball. Jahu seemed satisfied. This academy is amazing. On Heian's side, she was also excited that Hai got a skill ball. The sun set, casting a warm glow through the window. Sanju was surprised when he received the notification. You have obtained Fireball Level 1. This ability uses mana to create fire and form a ball. He couldn't help but feel amazed. I learned it. I learned the Fireball. Hirak stood on stage excitedly asking, did everyone learn it? The whole class responded in unison. Yes, sir. He continued. Now go practice using it. Move to the academy's training grounds. Hirak clapped his hands, clearly asking, what do you think we should do to upgrade our skills? Everyone was stunned by his explanation. Adding more wood to the fire doesn't make it burn stronger, does it? Is it ice? Previously, controlling mana to suit your needs was crucial, but with the system, it starts automatically managing our mana. Hirak activated the fireball while speaking. Now, what's most important is, the fireball hit the ice block and exploded. Then the ice started melting rapidly. Hirak suggested everyone start practicing. Looking at the attribute window, you can see that skills have their own levels. The system screen shows Fireball Level 37. This ability uses mana to create fire and form a ball. The more you use it, the higher the level. That's how skill upgrades work. Today we'll try upgrading our skills. Those in front will start first. The first one to practice activating the fireball was Heian. Hirak nodded approvingly. Good job. Next person. Step forward. Just came into contact with the ice block. The fireball exploded. Red light swept across. Hirak clapped his hands in approval. Well done. The fireball has a great shape. The two ions share a warm blush. Thank you, teacher. Her skills are like creating a mana ball. She's very familiar with it. He confides in her. If you keep using and upgrading like this, you'll get stronger. The next two words just arrived. Sanju politely replied yes and confidently stepped forward. The other students were surprised. Wow, it's the Sanju stream. He's at B rank, not 10 times more mana than us. Hirak quickly understood their attitude and burst into laughter. It seems everyone has high expectations. Honestly, I do too. Rarely see a B-rank hunter use such skills. To avoid itching, step back to steps now. Sanju closed his eyes and started to cultivate internal energy. Calm down, gather mana into a ball. With all determination, he swung the ball backward for momentum, like when using quick attack skills, releasing energy at once. But before it could travel far, it turned into smoke, and both ions froze for 2 seconds. Sanju was most shocked as laughter began to echo. Hirik quickly stepped forward to defend. Everyone, listen up. Sanju didn't do anything wrong. It happened because she's too strong. With too much mana, the fire was extinguished. You must trust the system. In other words, if you upgrade your skills, you can defeat higher rank hunters. Sanju stood rooted to the spot, his body trembling. Hirik forced a smile and urged on. Continue. Next, hurry up. A student suddenly appeared at the door. A deep voice. Sorry for being late. The boy has a flower-like smile. I went to the wrong classroom. Can I come in? The other students quickly realized. Their eyes widened. It's Dong Yen, from the Hedong Association. So handsome! Hirik shifted his attention to Dong Yen. Oh, I forgot. We're in the same class. The professor will be exhausted. There are 2 B-rank hunters in our class. Sanju's stomach tightened. Haha, B-rank ha. Part of the Hedong Association too. That name is from the group that entered with me. Dong Yen scratched his face and said, I apologize for barging in late. Hirik, it's fine. Did you get your skill shadow? He immediately refused. I didn't take it. I know how to use the fireball now. Then Dong Yen shot out a huge fireball. The fireball collided with the ice and exploded loudly like thunder in the sky. System notification. The fireball skill has been upgraded. Level 1 to level 2. With a groan of pain, the system notification came through. Your fire resistance and hearing sensitivity have increased. Yeah, Ian reported it. Of course, it hurts. You got burned after all, Sanju said awkwardly. Right, indeed. Ian questioned him, but his left hand was just bandaged. How did he create a fireball with his right hand? Not yet, he calmly explained. I need to practice. She widened her eyes in surprise. He said earlier that the clones were enough. So why is it like this now? Sanju stared at his bandaged hand and shared. He had decided to do everything with the clones, whether happy or difficult. Thanks for your tips. I can now control the fireball more steadily. The tip you gave about focusing on maintaining the skill and minimizing other thoughts worked. After waking up, I practiced a lot too. I tried to concentrate my force into my hand and imagine the image to increase mana, but the result got worse each time. So I concluded that controlling the fireball is similar. That might be one of the functions mentioned by Professor. Sanju was stunned upon hearing this. System! Ian turned and left, urging him to hurry up. Don't push yourself too hard though. Hurry up! We're going to be late for class. All that effort without integrating it into practical lessons. What was the point of all this? The sky is so clear today. It feels like someone just washed the air. I never thought the sky could be this clear. Professor Ho continued his lecture as usual. Good morning, everyone. Have you been using your skills fluently? Everything seems to be going exactly as planned. On the podium is a large block of ice. Today, we will continue practicing the skill multiple times for mastery. A student greeted Dong Yen enthusiastically when he saw her. Is that Dong Yen? Hello! Perfect in every way. He winked back. Ha ha! Good morning, everyone. But Dong Yen ignored Sanju. She showed the gap between us to everyone here, the strength difference between me and him. He remembered that he pretended not to know where the classroom was and appeared right after Sanju finished his dual force. Dong Yen pretended, sorry, I got lost here. Can I try once? Drawing everyone's attention, showing the gap in ability. Because of that incident, he will never dare to outperform me again. Back to reality, a voice from the podium echoed. Next, please. Dong Yen thought silently. Although it's personal, I can't let him have that elixir. I just need to eliminate anyone who stands in my way. Sanju's fireball exploded upon touching the ice, tearing through space. Ho's eyes widened in amazement. He loudly exclaimed, Sanju, just 3 days and you've. Sanju laughed proudly. Thanks to all that practice. I heard this is the final requirement for a B-class student. The other students were also stunned by Sanju's fireball. Ho was still in shock. Impressive. Seeing you here with your hands still bandaged, I didn't expect much from you. But this exceeds even my expectations. The 2 history students. What's going on? Last time, he couldn't even light a fire once. Could you have improved so much in just a few days? When Haeyeon was shocked, it was clear how well she had trained. Sanju shared the training method taught by the academy with everyone. You've already shown us your results. Actually, I was really impressed by Dong Yen's skills on the first day. That helped inspire me a little bit too. Dong Yen was so angry his veins were bulging. Next up, please. As Haeyeon left, everyone was quite surprised. Sanju responded with a grin. It's true that he didn't waste any effort. She kindly said but reminded him not to get injured again. I won't help you bandage yourself anymore. While touching his hand, she assured him, don't worry, your left hand is fully healed now. With a sarcastic tone, he exclaimed, you know the regeneration stats, right? She gritted her teeth and rejoiced at his quick recovery. I still have another class to attend, so let's leave it here for now. They bid each other farewell. Sanju happily produced a flame. Maybe I'll level up to 20 before next week. The skill level of fireball usage has increased from level 14 to level 15. A heavy voice suddenly echoed. What do you want? That's Dong Yen, cash or apartment complex. If you want any skill, I'll give it all to you. Tell me exactly what you want. Sanju nervously asked back like a deer caught in headlights. Yeah, me, Dong Yen. What do you mean? I thought we weren't close enough to meet privately. Dong Yen bluntly said. Don't pretend anymore. I'm asking what you want me to give you so that you'll stop with the magic potion. Even if you don't see it, to me, nothing is more important than the magic potion. Sanju chuckled. For me too. You didn't even respect him and walked past him. It's really important to me, so don't waste your time anymore. Even if you gave me 10 apartment complexes, I wouldn't change my mind. Not just you need the magic potion. Dong Yen clenched his teeth. You'll regret it. Sanju warned him to be careful with his mouth. No one has ever been able to stay out of trouble by provoking me before. Dong Yen gritted his teeth fiercely. His eyes darkened. Dong Yen held his face and concluded, he's really going to destroy my plan. The scene changed to the laboratory. I brought some more medicine here. Sanju happily accepted it. Thanks. Only this kind of medicine helps me increase my resistance to toxins. Resistance increased from 6.669 to 8.132. Ooh, he inside. I've been continuously refining more doses, so the skill level has improved significantly. The side effects have also decreased. Sanju was surprised. Side effects reduced. But that's the most important factor in your poison. Woo-hien hit him with a punch to the face. She shook him while loudly questioning, asking if in this world anyone else would use poison for such a purpose besides you. You might argue, but no one else would make bombs out of toxic substances like you do. Sanju suddenly remembered, right? Have you heard the news about that? Is it okay with you? Good, things didn't go smoothly. Turns out we had a chance to kick their butts. Woo-hien sat down straight. Anyway, I've done my duty well. There's nothing more I can do now. Maybe one day, there will be another opportunity. Sanju looked blankly. Although I'm also furious with the Heesan guys. But I don't know if she has any hidden agenda with them. Thinking that, you asked, do you know anyone named Sin Dong Yen? She answered immediately, yes, he's the son of Sin Heesang. Sanju was speechless in surprise. A son, but he doesn't look like his father at all. No wonder they share the same surname. Do you have any information about his skills or something similar? Woo-hien put on glasses and calmly replied, let me think, since childhood. The media has reported a lot about him. Heesang's eldest son Shin Jinuk had ordinary talents, so all the attention shifted to the second son. He even awakened before primary school, so everyone acknowledged he was the legitimate heir of Heesang. That's crazy! But one day, all information about him suddenly stopped. No one showed interest in him anymore. And that continued until now. Sanju raised his eyebrows. So sudden? Oh, Hyen continued. I'm curious too. His skills are just bizarre. Sanju emphasized. What are his skills? She explained. It's been a long time, so I'm not sure. But it seems to be called the Great Sage. No matter what skill he learns, he will instantly reach the highest level. Sanju stood there thinking about Dongyan's powerful shoulder. You got to be kidding. That's cheating, right? Hyen gently reminded, I'm afraid you shouldn't say such things. Sanju realized then that explains why his power was so terrifying back then. He stared at the vial of poison. We need a plan to counter him. The scene changed to Wamison hunting ground. A hunter expressed confusion. What do you mean? The man opposite him signaled for him to be quiet. I'll give you something that doesn't require hunting to get. Whisper it. Both of them hid behind a large tree, carefully observing. Turns out what they were watching was Sanju's clone. Someone said, they are all clones from the Sanju line. The other person reminded, no! What lies on the ground? How so? It's just a creature they caught. The hunter was startled. Are you suggesting we go steal? You'll be decapitated if caught. I heard those duplicates are not emotion-driven robots. The man reminded. I told you to whisper it quietly though. I gathered some information. Those duplicates are just a cleanup team for monsters after they clear an area. They didn't even bother looking at the corpses when they passed by. So taking what they left behind isn't really a crime. The hunter swallowed his pride and took a bite of salt. Think about it. See how much that coin is worth. One duplicate held the communication device. Hello? Is Team Gunmi-san for monster recovery there? We're at Sector B6. Please come and clean up thoroughly. The other end responded. What species are they? I described 10 blood-sucking spider demons, 3 boss units, and 20 scorpion beasts that were all wiped out. Oh, hold on. We're at Sector B6 now. No sign of any monsters. The duplicate replied, let's check again before contacting them. At the gym, the phone rang with my wife's number. Sanju asked back, 5A, what's up? He widened his eyes in surprise. I wondered where it disappeared to. Number 5 speculated. I think someone mixed it in what we called the recovery team. Should we catch them now that their footprints are clear? Sanju's eyes sharpened. We just need to keep them alive. The hunter proudly announced as he looked at the large pile of monster corpses. I told you this method would work. We're rich now. A man beside him said. I didn't think it would be so effective. The hunter's eyes gleamed with greed. If we sell them on the black market, they won't be able to trace us. How much can we get for all this? The phone suddenly rang, drawing his attention. Hold on, someone is calling me. The black one wondered who it could be. The hunter mumbled into the phone. Who do you think it is? It's the one who taught me this method. The other end asked about Han's situation. Did we succeed? The hunter replied. Yes, we did. We accomplished it. He laughed and confidently told his opponent. I'm sure they're in a panic right now. The other end agreed. Good job. Keep doing what you're doing. The man on the other end looked at his phone screen, chuckling. I knew I asked the right person. Turns out it's Dongyan. He gloated. Oh, Dong Sanju. Oh, Dong Sanju. Ever since you were a rookie hunter, you haven't changed at all. Half a year ago, a video appeared online with the title New Apprentice Hunter Emerges, destroying one-horned rabbits on the hunt field. A new F-class hunter caught hundreds of one-horned rabbits, a very difficult task even for skilled hunters, and Yu Jing's eagle eyes appeared. At first, there was just that weird title with no other information. In the video, a well-dressed hunter wondered aloud about Yu Jing's eagle eyes. What were they? But when news spread about Sanju's clone, people realized that Yu Jing was one of Sanju's clones. An F-class hunter who just awakened couldn't possibly reach such high skill levels. Messages kept popping up in the Q&A section. I'm the only one who doesn't understand why. I know clones exist for sure, but how can they shoot so well? I heard he was just an F-class hunter at that time. Could he be the only one like that? Maybe he's rich and bought a fancy gun. I heard he borrowed a gun from the school's armory. People started debating how clones could hunt so well. They began to speculate that clones had special abilities. They moved like machines, efficiently utilizing their potential. Back in reality, Dong Yin smirked, considering it unremarkable if the weak monsters were involved. That's what I'm aiming for. Clones focus solely on efficiency, so they won't call in support until they've hunted the maximum number of monsters their team can handle. They think it's a waste of time and money to guard after calling in support. Hunting the maximum number means continuing until all areas are cleared. Dong Yin sneered, if just weak monsters were involved, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. No one would risk being expelled from the school for a few million coins. But with stronger monsters, things might change. I wonder if he'll still refuse my offer after not making any money. Back at Sonju's side, Junmo sat on his chair, looking dazed. Seeing this, Junmo asked, "You don't look too happy. What happened?" Two eyes wide open, he shared. "Someone stole the clone monster I hunted." He exclaimed loudly. "Why? Stolen monsters? Didn't this happen before?" Sanju replied. "Some people stole a few giant rats when we were hunting humans, but I think they just found them by chance. This time, I'm sure someone planned a meticulous theft. They called in support after finishing their work, but the monster corpses disappeared quickly." Junmo exclaimed in amazement. "That's amazing." Sanju thought, was he being punished? "I tried to steal a few monster fish from the person who killed them, even though that made one of my clones go blind." Sanju recalled the incident. Number 3, there were some monster fish over there. Why didn't you take them? Number 3 replied, I don't hunt those. Back in reality, Sanju leaned against the table, unsure what to say. I can't carry those big corpses. He can't even write those sharp sounds with any skill. Junmo suggested, if you're worried about writing skills, why not ask her for help? Sanju widened his eyes in surprise. Eiko and Yuna were overjoyed, calling out loudly. And Sanju, Yuna blushed as she grabbed his hand. Why did it take you so long to visit? I told you to drop by for a test run. He explained that he's been pretty busy lately. Yuna cheered. I saw the news that your rank was upgraded to B. Congratulations! The other members looked up in surprise. Sanju arrived here. Turns out it's him. Sanju suddenly stammered. Thank you, I have something to ask, but if it's inconvenient, you don't need to answer. She was dumbfounded. What is it? After hearing Sanju explain, Yuna's eyes widened in confirmation. You want to learn my spatial support skill, right? Sanju frowned. While I was practicing breathing techniques from a video online, I discovered the ability of contemplation. I'm not sure if I can learn your spatial support skill even if I figure out its rules. Yuna shyly replied, sorry, but probably not. Sanju nodded in agreement. Yes, I know this is hard to explain. Asking someone else to teach you their skills. Sorry about that. Yuna quickly clarified, don't misunderstand me. I really want to teach you what I can, but it's different. You're curious. Why? Yuna explained, we cannot learn each other's awakening skills. A warrior's skill is an unbeatable weapon, passively enhancing the power, speed, and durability of weapons. My level of spatial skill involves dimension calling, actively summoning a spatial pocket that can contain living objects and items. The space within the dimensional pocket grows accordingly. Skill levels are unique to each hunter, so we cannot explain the rules behind them. Even I don't know its principles. Just like how I can't use your clone skill either. Sanju raised a question. But there are people with similar awakening skills, right? Like instant teleportation or jumping. Yuna replied, they do differ slightly. No one in the world has exactly the same awakening skill. Instant teleportation, range 100 meters, recovery time 20 hours, maximum people 1. Instant teleportation, range 50 meters, recovery time 48 hours, maximum people 3. Instant teleportation, range to kilometers, recovery time 72 hours. Maximum people for instant teleportation, range to meters, recovery time 5 minutes. Maximum people 1, their skills are similar but the range, recovery times and other aspects differ. Many people have instant teleportation skills, but only one can jump. Eunice smiled and continued, in other words, if it's a skill similar to mine, you might be able to learn it, even though the two skills aren't identical. I don't know of any spatial child skills yet, but do you want to see? At Heritage Company headquarters in New York, the scene shifts to the main office of Heritage Company in New York, USA. Sanju looked around, thinking he was going alone after all. He quickly became engrossed in the English conversations. Sanju stared at his wristwatch with relief. Luckily, I still have this translation watch. This is great! Without it, I would have been kicked out of the airport. If not for this watch, I would have been chased away by the airport staff. Sanju tried to explain, I'm not a bad guy, and with the translation mode, the airport staff understood what you said. In the elevator, Sanju was stunned. Heritage Company, of course. This is where I bought the unified skill ball. Never thought I'd end up here at their headquarters to see if they have any other skill balls. Here we are, all the way to the main office. A gentle voice speaks up. Come in when you get there. She introduces herself. The Nursery Club contacted me. You're Sanju, right? I'm Arya Burskern, CEO of Heritage. Arya Burskern. Sanju forces a smile, thinking, she's really pretty. Turns out she's the female CEO. Arya kindly says, welcome to Heritage. I hope you find the ball you're looking for. Cut to San's school. Sanju's clone is intensely fighting several monsters. He decisively activates his fireball skill. A loud explosion as the fireball hits the monster. The clone continues jumping and shoots out for more fireballs. The fireball hitting a monster explodes like a meteorite. Red light shatters the darkness. Someone exclaims, it's a tree. Turns out those are two hunters who stole the monster's body. One of them looks puzzled. Why are they using so many fireballs? The other hunter sighs, suggesting, we can't use this. Let's find something useful and follow them instead. After finishing their task, they look around, wondering where those clones went. It seems like the hunters. They see three hunters sitting next to a burning monster corpse. The hunters get angry. Who are you? Why did you take them? The boy asks for their names. Sir, who are you? They loudly assert. US, we caught them. The hunter grits his teeth, muttering, you scoundrels. Then he asks, have you also stolen the monster's clones in Sanju-san? The boy shouts angrily but carefully, sir, do you have proof? He sighs disappointedly, now I'm sure. I didn't expect the information to spread so fast. He drops the monster's body and suggests, let's make a deal. Quickly divide what we've taken here. If another group comes later, let's cooperate to push them out. The other hunter is restless. Are we splitting everything up? The other hunter continues persuading. You're also a B-rank hunter, right? You know that things get complicated and no one benefits from it, right? The boy laughs sarcastically. That's the idea. Good thinking. The girl in his group spoke up. I've been eagerly waiting for our collaboration. The hunter stepped forward excitedly. Alright, let's keep moving. They hid behind the wall to observe Sanju's clone's movements. That weird guy with the scar showed his face. Why are they here? I thought they finished hunting and went for training. The other hunter signaled him to stay quiet. Anyway, those bodies will just be taken by the black market anyway. It's not Huang, there are other hunters here too. Just act normal and leave. As he spoke, a knife sliced across that guy's scarred face straight into the wall. The scene left everyone else stunned. Someone measured 280 millimeters, 290 millimeters, D Company shoes, 275 millimeters, H Company shoes, 265 millimeters, D Company shoes again, 250 millimeters, T Company shoes. The others still didn't understand what was happening. Someone exclaimed, we noticed that the footprints around the hunting grounds had been cleaned up. Turns out it was Sanju's clone who did this. We have some questions to ask. Can you follow us? The hunter became furious after hearing this. What? The big guy demanded. What are you doing? Did you just throw a knife at us? Are you crazy? I'll call security right away. The pharmacist on the other line spoke up. Aren't you guys the ones who stole our work? It's going to be complicated from now on, so you should probably call the recovery team of the hunting ground. Did you go through the black market, Han? The hunter gritted his teeth in anger. What are you talking about? He roared. Do you have any proof? Uhian lowered her voice. Proof? She replied, I'm here at the black market now. Should I bring those new monster bodies and show them to see if they were caught with your weapons? Hearing this, the hunter's face turned pale. The clone challenged, you can call security all you want. So what are you planning now? They moved out together after that. This must be right. The hunter bent down. So what do you want from us? The clone lowered his voice. I'll tell you what my master thought on the day he became a hunter. That day, he also made mistakes related to other people's property rights. He fully understood your situation that day, and so he said if you return all the money you earned from stealing, he won't press criminal charges anymore. The hunter sighed in amazement. That's a generous condition indeed. However, if you want to get your money back, shouldn't you have called security immediately too? The clone analyzed. Recovering the items from the black market and dealing with property rights disputes took up too much of our time. It's better for us to return to the area and continue hunting. So this is a mutually beneficial condition. The hunter was skeptical. Really, there's one thing I still don't understand. The guy widened his eyes and scoffed. Some of your so-called human enhancements from a hunter's skills. Where do you get the confidence to insult us? He pulled out a card while saying, I have a better deal for you. How about this? What if I do this? The hunter glared and said, your bunch will die here. In a few hours, the black market will sell what we transferred there. Then there won't be any evidence left. The scarred guy hesitated. Really? Are we really going to do this? He replied, do you want me to give it back? I might consider if it was just the two of us here. But there are 5 of us now. Besides, killing these dogs isn't illegal, so what's the big deal? You should have called the police instead of coming to this deserted place alone. You fools! The 2 clones answered in unison. We agree with this method too. Uhian stared at the screen. They must be strong enough to handle them, right? An uncle interrupted her thoughts. Uhian, what are you doing here? Looking for ingredients to make a potion? Uhian got straight to the point. Uncle, do you know who sold these bodies to you? He replied, a group of 5 B-level hunters. Why is that? She sighed. These bodies were stolen from John Sanju. The uncle's face turned purple. What now? John Sanju wasn't the guy who came here before, right? You bastards! How dare they sell stolen goods to us? Uhian sighed, act like I've never sold stolen stuff before. He smiled and said, of course not. In fact, everything you get is stolen. Anyway, he said that his life was stolen when he wasn't there. Now he's abroad. I think he mentioned it was in the headquarters of Heritage or something like that. Cut to the research facility for skill spheres at the Heritage headquarters. Above them is where skill sphere formation takes place. Berskern introduced, 80% of the skill spheres used worldwide are made here. I heard you learned meditation and mana breathing techniques through an online course. Sanju nodded in agreement. She continued, did you know that you can also learn fireball skills this way? Sanju's face froze as he thought about it. That makes sense. Except for awakening skills, you can learn anything this way. So why do people spend money on Red Earth skill spheres? Berserker understood his confusion. You must be wondering why people buy and use these Red Earth skill spheres. The reason is that learning new skills is very difficult. From focusing mana to change its state while trying to ignite it, constantly feeding mana so it doesn't go out. It takes at least 6 months for a skilled person and years for others. That's just for simple fireball skills. What about other skills? Sanju nodded. It can take up to a decade. She closed her eyes in agreement. Exactly. Decades. Not even longer than that. That's why we use skill balls. The information in the ball is connected to the system. Even someone who isn't proficient with mana can use the skills contained within the ball. Of course, that's also why they're hard to produce. Sanju was caught off guard again and again by her. That's why they're so expensive. Berserker smiled. He said he was looking for a spatial subskill, right? Fortunately, we still have one left. With a subspatial ball, this is its price. Sanju stared intently at the ball, wondering, 10 million won, that's cheaper than I thought. If that's the case, Busker added, in dollars, please. At the Korean exchange rate, it should fall around 12.8 billion won. Sanju heard this and mentally calculated, we're in New York, right? His voice trembled as he said, wait a moment, hold on, burst the bubble. Based on your information, this is the cheapest ball with spatial-related skills in the bunch. Of course, it's still an extremely high price. Sanju scratched his head awkwardly. I knew it would be expensive, but not 12.8 billion won. Berserker gently touched the ball. That's why. Depending on your answer to my request now, I'll give you a discount. No, I'll just give it to you as a gift. What do you think? Sanju was elated. Can I get this 12.8 billion won ball for free? That's too good to be true. He shouted loudly. What do you want? Please tell me. Berserker only said two words, body. She pressed close and touched his cheek. I want your body. Sanju! On the other side of Sanju's two clones, the hunter was beaten to the point he couldn't lift his head. He couldn't believe what was happening as he denied it repeatedly. No way! We're all B-rank hunters. How can that be? He clenched his fists and roared. How could this happen? With a strong swing, he created a massive light trail. The girl in the group shot arrows at both clones. One clone quickly dodged the arrow's trajectory. You're down! She screamed in shock. He deflected my projectile with his knife. Both hunters charged. The flexible clone bent backward to dodge, then leaped onto them, causing them to fall over due to inertia. One hunter's aura flared up, damn scum. The two clones quickly dodged the attacker's strike. The clone recoiled, then threw an arrow at the girl, catching her off guard. The hunters were stunned by this unbelievable scene as the clone rapidly approached the man. Knowing he wasn't his match, he raised his hands in surrender. I surrender. The hunter collapsed onto the ground, drained of strength. This is absurd. We are B-rank hunters, he cursed inwardly. These bastards are a bunch of monsters. The hunter gritted his teeth. We're done for, we'll return everything, so please. The clone spoke up, please carry out the transaction immediately. Account number before he could finish, DOT. Then a beam of light sliced across the hunter's head. A girl with a sword charged towards them. Following that, a loud explosion shook the ground and sent the hunter flying. She laughed triumphantly. The scan location was exposed. In the name of the Star Club, justice will be served. Evil shall not go unpunished. The sentence is guillotine. This is the leader of the Star Club's elite hunters, a rank hunter, Lee Hyun. Berserker wrote Sangju down and continued. I heard you can touch it. Come on out. Sorry, for some reason she did that. Berserker looked straight into his eyes and corrected him. What I meant was your clone. May I request to study your clone? If possible, I will give you this skill ball for free. Sangju stood rooted to the spot. Oh, so when you mentioned touching it, you meant my clone. Berserker chuckled. At first, when I heard about your ability, I couldn't believe my own eyes. Most cloning skills are known for creating illusions, so I never thought your skill could exist. It seems the information about you hasn't spread yet. It hasn't left Korea. This is the best time to make this offer. Sangju asked curiously, why do you want to study it? Berserker glanced at him and she conjured a skill ball. Of course, she added, to create a skill ball, we first need to understand the skill itself, its mechanism and attributes. We need all the details about the skill we're trying to produce. Of course, fully understanding the awakening skill is impossible, but we can still make something similar. We could create a clone skill ball even if it's a lower grade version of the real thing. Sangju was stunned after hearing this. He stared at the ball, wondering, is this right? She would give him a free skill ball worth 12.8 billion. Moreover, I need this skill now, but selling cloning skills on the market. Sangju asked, what's the difference between an awakening skill and a clone skill ball? She replied, it depends. It depends on our understanding of the skill. Generally, there will be many limitations. For example, have you seen Park Eunice's spatial ability? Sangju answered with wide eyes. Yes, I've entered her spatial area before, Berskrin shared. Among all the spatial abilities, hers is one of the best. It's spacious inside, doesn't consume mana, and has no restrictions when entering or exiting. Compared to hers, the space created by that skill ball can only contain the user and summoned creatures. You could keep equipment and other items inside, but maintaining that space requires constant mana input. If we successfully copy your cloning ability, similar limitations might appear. Sangju was shocked by these words. He finally decided, I agree with your offer. Berskern grinned widely. Oh, that's great. Sangju raised a finger. But I have one condition. If you agree, I'll summon my clone here immediately. The two clones' smoke gradually dissipated after some time. Sangju's clone stared at the two figures. They were wide-eyed and speechless. How could he stop in such a situation? As I thought. Your actions are impressive. The hunter shuddered. She introduced herself. I am the hunter of justice. I came to stop violent behavior. I advise you to quickly get your friend out of here. The group was extremely grateful and followed Berserker's instructions promptly. Thank you very much. Suddenly, someone rushes in and grabs their attention. Sanju's alter ego spreads wide, reminding them, I'm sorry, but until the money is sent, you can't go anywhere. The two Iron Blades rush in while warning him, that's not something you can decide on your own. Sanju's alter ego quickly lies down to dodge the attack. They can't help being surprised by how fast he reacted. Oh my god! He doesn't get a chance to breathe. She aims straight for his face and kicks him. Another kick follows. Sanju's alter ego is kicked back several steps from the kick. He instinctively uses his hand to protect his face. The hunter is extremely frightened by this scene. Sanju's alter ego involuntarily lets out a cry. They walk forward firmly. We have to get the money from our hunt, so don't try to interfere. The two Ian stand there for 5 seconds, panting heavily. Just like I thought, those beetles can't understand their position. A loud explosion sounds as if a meteor is falling. Sanju's alter ego is stabbed straight in the stomach by the two Ian. The pain from his body is absorbed by her, and then a fake smoke bursts out. The two Ian ask, what does recovery mean? In any case, you'll die here anyway. At this moment, Bersker mentions the terms of cooperation for Sanzu. I will rent my alter ego to you for 3 months. During that time, those alters must cooperate with us for research. However, if an alter is destroyed due to our fault, I won't provide any more alters as replacements. And even if the research on clone skill ball fails, we don't need to return the space sphere. These are the conditions you must follow. You continue. And finally, remember to take care of my altar's clothes too. Bor returns from the closet and exclaims, I feel like I'm losing money here? You respond, if you don't like it, there's nothing else I can do. I thought very carefully before making this decision. Berskern smiles happily. He must know the value of his skills very well. I understand. Now let's recover your altar. Sanju quickly recovers the altar. A long-dead sound echoes and Sanju's altar gradually appears through the smoke. Berskern throws clothes at the altar and orders, put them on. She smiles, it's amazing. I never thought I'd see a flesh and blood altar like this. Sanju looks surprised. You can call him number 7. He should be out hunting somewhere right now. Speaking of which, you're so sad that tears are falling. But as the side effects of the drug wear off, his self-destruct's power weakens. Berskern looks puzzled. Yes, about the self-destruct's power. Then she hands Sanju a sphere. Anyway, I've already checked your altar. Now it's my turn to fulfill my promise. Do you need anything for work? Without thinking much, Sanju answers immediately. Of course not. The sphere shines like the sun. Along with this, a system notification announces the creation of a space sphere skill. Skill information, space sphere, level 1. Create a space sphere. The size of the space will increase in proportion to the skill level. Mana will be consumed gradually to maintain the space. Limitations apply when entering the secondary space. It's only for creatures except the skill owner and their summoned beings. Berserker clapped excitedly, congratulating him on acquiring a new skill. Do you want to try it right away? Sanju stared at his hand with happiness in his eyes, of course. He said, then proceeded to practice immediately. A continuous cracking sound echoed. The secondary space skill has been activated. As space slowly appeared, Sanju's mouth dropped open in surprise. He remembered looking around with narrowed eyes. It's too small inside. Sanju reached out, his heart filled with wonder. There's a wall here. This space is much smaller than Yuna's secondary space, probably about 10 pions. His hand was surrounded by an aura of awareness. While this isn't a big issue, it seems to be absorbing his mana to maintain the space. Well, it's mainly for storing monster remains. That should do. Berserker asked about his feelings. How is it? Sanju replied that there was no problem so far. Let me check if my clone can use this skill. Berserker exclaimed in surprise. She widened her eyes as she saw Sanju's clone easily using the same skill. Berserker's sweat dropped. Yes, can your clone also use that skill? Sanji Udup. Except for cloning, he can use everything else. I'm just testing to be safe. It seems his clone can use the secondary space skill too. Her heart was in turmoil after hearing those whispers. The skill isn't really an issue here. This cloning skill is truly unbelievable. Berserker thought, he must get it. Sanju asked, can I enter the space? Give it a try. His clone politely responded and followed through. Not long after, his clone appeared behind him. He jumped back in surprise. Why did you come out from there? The clone's eyes widened. Master told me to enter the secondary space. Sanju was puzzled. Another entrance behind number 7, right? That seems to be entrance number 7. Didn't we create it ourselves? Regardless of which clone uses the secondary space skill, they all lead to the same space. So it's like a main gate then. A sword suddenly rushed at him with lightning speed while his clone was hanging upside down on a tree branch. The clone fell over. Sanju hurriedly ran to help him. Where did that come from? Two growls echoed. You're the one playing dirty and trying to run away, right? What's this skill called? Where are our weapons? The clone whispered softly, throwing your weapon isn't a wise choice. Now they're in the secondary space. Behind him, Sanju fearfully shook number 7. Number 7, wake up! Sanji freezes, turning his head at a familiar voice. Wake up! Number 7. Sanji shouts in pain. Don't scare me, number 7. Don't die! Number 7 recognizes him despite the mess and tries to comfort him. You're still alive, big brother. He emphasizes again. I'm still alive. Before he can finish, Sanji cuts him off. I'll take revenge for you. No matter who did this, I won't forgive them. Then he grabs the sword and heads towards her. The two Ain are surprised. I didn't expect something like this to happen. Sanji carries the sword on his shoulder, glaring at her. Are you sure? Who threw this? Her clone quickly explains. It's a hunter, ma'am. I didn't do anything. The two Ain think to themselves. I never thought Jun Sanju would take matters into his own hands like this. She challenges him with a defiant tone. What are you going to do to me? Sanju gently moves down. He's stunned, calling out number 6 as he sees him lying motionless on the cold ground. Sanjeev approaches Han and asks if he's alright. Number 6 replies that the bleeding has stopped, but his leg feels numb. Sanjeev comforts him, saying he did a good job. He wonders what happened. Number 5 recounts. While we were reclaiming money from the hunters who stole the monster's corpse during our last hunt, we were attacked, ma'am. She admits she's part of the Hessing Association. Sanju grits his teeth. It's the Hessing Association again, Mom. Hessing! The Hessing Association once more. Those people only meddle in others' affairs. The two Ain are not pleased and mock. You're too arrogant. After all, a B-rank hunter can't know the vastness of the world. Sanju sternly looks at them. Help me! Number 5. The two Ain stand frozen as if in an explosion. She's wide-eyed, the explosion sounding like 1,000 cannons firing simultaneously. Someone is on edge, biting their nails and cursing. Damn it! He angrily receives a message from those guys about his failure. These stupid fools. It turns out it's Dung Yin. He slams the table in frustration. Did they fail? I called another one because I thought 2 weren't enough. Yet 5 B-rank hunters couldn't defeat 2 clones, right? He sneers. Luckily, I sent team leader of team to be cautious. She's a real monster. On Sanji's side, those two Ians managed to stop the clone's knife with their bare hands. Sorry, but you see, just because people talk about you and call you a new recruit. She blocked the knife with one hand and the pain with the other, still smiling brightly. It doesn't mean you're that amazing. Stats: Strength 67.712, Reflexes 16.287, Health 50.674, Endurance 45.642, Mana 21.325, Precision for 0.174, Recovery 1.835. The two Ians said sarcastically, I wondered why such a clone would be so arrogant. Turns out its owner is like this? If you were just a B-rank hunter, her eyes turned deadly, growling like a beast, then act like one. A low rumble echoed and the ground in front of the water chair formed a terrifying long trench. Sanji and his clone quickly jumped aside. The two Ians mocked, good dodge, like a bunch of cowardly rats. Sanji's eyes widened, that bitch. What rank is she? After all, her right arm was broken from the attack it made on itself. At least we caused some damage to her. The two Ians summoned weapons and asked, can you return these weapons to me? Suddenly, the weapon emitted a red energy like blood, then burst into flames as if struck by lightning. It quickly detached from Sanji's grip and plunged deep into the ground. The two Ians said smugly, this is an A-level weapon. What a great function. What are you going to do now? Or are you planning to fight me with that tiny pistol? Seeing the smoke from his hand gradually dissipate, Sanji thought, what did she just do? Didn't her arm just break? He clenched his fist. Space ruptured, damn it, in this situation. He sternly reminded the clones not to worry about their opponent. The two Ians sighed, there are so many of them. A clone next to Sanji took out a small pouch and said, we brought what you asked for. Han, is number 3 still in the hospital? The clone politely replied, yes sir. Sanji's eyes flashed with divine lightning as he guessed they no longer needed to worry. The two of them, their gazes sharp like blades, charged forward. 3 clones of Sanji simultaneously attacked and defeated her. Someone whispered in awe at the scene. What? What's happening here? Berserker stood firm. I never thought spatial subspace could be used like a portal. Anyway, how should I handle this? I can't interfere with his personal affairs. But isn't now the perfect chance to make him owe me? She remembered. Thinking about it, that cane must have come from their company. Berserker smirked, I can't let these 3 scoundrels off easily. She called out, Dujibo, are you there? Is the product you made ready yet? On Sanji's side, his clones surrounded him from all sides. Her wounds were emitting red energy as if healing. You're fast too. Do you know what my skill is? The two Ians unleashed their destructive manipulation skill, 64th level, casting form, reducing the damage received by a portion based on skill level and user proficiency. In an instant, the ground turned into a sea of fire, burning fiercely as if hell had been opened. The earth cracked open, red flames erupted violently, lighting up the sky. Sanji quickly massaged the ground. The two Ians charged like hungry tigers. She concentrated on her wrist and swung hard. Luckily, Sanji jumped out of the way in time. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. She urgently aimed at him with her weapon. Sanji froze. Damn it, I can't dodge midair. Immediately after, sparks from the weapon shot up like claws tearing through everything. The air vibrated with the heat of raging fire. Sanji gripped his weapon tightly. Panic set in. Her wounds disappeared again. What kind of weird skill does she have? The two Ians laughed. This isn't over yet, right? Blood continuously flowed from Sanji's mouth. Number 5. Number 5 also senses this. He pulls out a pouch and absorbs the medicine inside. Ian and Ian look up curiously. What did he just eat? Sanju speaks casually. Try to think about it. You should know what it is since you're also part of the he-she society, right? He just ate a spirit stone. Ian and Ian stand there like statues. What? Are you mocking me? Don't pretend like you don't know. You guys ordered the Moonlight Guild to produce them in large quantities, right? Sanju continues as she recalls Ohayan giving her the crystal. I heard that one can increase stats 100 times compared to normal ones, so I took a few. He smiles faintly. I've tried them too, but they don't react the same way. Unlike spirit stones, they didn't boost my stats. A strange foot suddenly appears. I only gave him 3 and he turned into an uncontrollable monster right away. Number 5 has completely transformed. In a blink of an eye, he turns into a giant monster. You've contained this creation, so you should know its effects better than anyone else. Ian and Ian are drenched in sweat. Curses! Number 5's roar echoes like the sound of death. His hand clenches tightly, fingers digging deep into his own flesh. Ian and Ian shout loudly, "You're just a bit bigger. You dare to act up with me? Even if you use 100 spirit stones, your stats only increase by 0.5 at most." The woman shouts angrily, "Do you think anything will change after you eat them?" Ian and Ian are contemptuous of her. She's just one person. Before she could finish speaking, the woman is hit by a blow from number 5. She falls back. Sanju looks calm, but it seems she only talks well. The only thing she noticed was that her stats changed after eating the crystals, but the increase in strength when transformed into a monster is another issue. He scoffs, "How would you know without trying one yourself?" But as a result, his speed has decreased and he's no longer aware of his surroundings. A huge hand slams down while he's speaking. Number 5's impact is so powerful it causes the ground to explode. Sanju looks dazed and can't recognize her master anymore. He urgently warns, "Everyone, keep your distance from number 5. Ian and Ian slowly regain consciousness. "Damn, I hope the guild will clean up this mess after I kill you." With that said, she shoots straight into the sky like a rocket. Ian and Ian jump at number 5. Number 5's roar reverberates like a boulder falling, deep and resonant. A single flick of his hand sends both Ian and Ian crashing to the ground. She digs her feet into the earth. Ian and Ian stand up. She continues charging forward. Ian and Ian leap. It turns out that Ian and Ian have switched their target to Sanju. Ian and Ian attack while considering. "Just kill you and they'll disappear, right?" Sanju laughs. "Kill me. I'm calling the police." Ian and Ian's voice is unpleasant. "I thought I was just joking." Sanju struggled to hold on. He's too strong. He moved quickly, retreating while his two clones advanced in sync. One clone tried to attack from behind with an iron but was spotted. The sharp blade came at him. Blood sprayed like rain. The 2 irons gripped the knife tightly. Not enough yet. She unleashed her power into Sanju's clone's chest. Flames erupted fiercely. After she finished, I noticed none of his clones ever targeted vital points. "Seems like you haven't killed anyone. No wonder God fears nothing." Despite being strong, Sanju injured himself. He calmly stated, "Don't worry, I'll change that right away." The 2 irons look surprised, wounding A's leg. "Are you crazy?" Sanju narrowed his red eyes, veins bulging as if about to burst. "This is still fine." Before she could recover, he lunged swiftly. The 2 irons instinctively used their weapons to block the attack. Too fast, he aimed for my neck. Sanju's edge. "How does it feel? Is this enough to scare you?" It felt like losing control as he stomped hard on the ground, sending debris flying. The 2 irons gritted their teeth loudly. "This damn monster." She hurriedly turned and ran when number 5 raised his enormous foot to strike. Sanju's two clones launched an energy ball. The 2 Einheads warned, "Normal fireballs won't do anything to me." Number 5 opened wide his mouth to absorb the ball, his body rapidly transforming. The 2 Ian heads stood still like statues as number 5 spewed flames at them. She screamed as a Sanju column of energy shot straight up into the sky. The 2 Ians lunged with murderous intent in their eyes. With a tremendous boom, a large fireball was launched. Sanju panicked. The range was too wide. He couldn't avoid it, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Red light engulfed everything. The ground screamed under the burning as if condemned to eternal suffering. After a while, smoke and dust blocked vision entirely. Sanju stared at the black armor covering his body. The Heritage MPCP created this new prototype suit. It's light, flexible, absorbs skills, and can be used as armor. It can become harder depending on the user's purpose. We believe it outshines Tron's toy hammer. Number 7 looked dazed with one cheek swollen. That's what she said. But since she spoke English, I didn't understand anything. Sanju exclaimed happily. Really? Thanks a lot. Thanks to this item, I escaped. Due to its failure again and again, Numbers Iron were stunned. You're kidding me? After the curse, you'll die. Number 5 swung his rough hand straight down on Number Iron's head. A powerful blow from the monster shook the ground. Earth and stones erupted like plowed fields. Despite being buried under debris, Numbers Iron clung tightly to their weapons. Her weapon puffed out smoke. Her weapon! Iron roughly touched himself. His own weapon! No, nothing can stop this damage now. Flames spewed out like lava as Number 5's huge arm slammed down. The two irons were flattened like pancakes by it. She silently thought, I need to find a point of support to reduce the impact force. Anywhere will do. Deciding quickly, she carried out her plan swiftly, urging herself continuously. I have to disperse the damage received immediately. I have to hurry up or else. Number 5 was repeatedly pounding hard into the ground now. Ian lay on the ground, gasping for breath. She used all her strength to kick with her feet and shouted loudly. Number 5 was sent flying away by her. After finishing, Ian took a breath, and Ian Hai's eyes widened in surprise. What met Ian's eyes was Sanju's smiling face. That was good enough, but you hit hard. In an instant, the ground burst up like it was filled with seismic waves. Going back a few days ago, they glued their eyes to their phones. Then she picked up her weapon and informed the masked man. I'll go outside for a bit. He said, I thought today's mission was over. She replied, the master found me again. The man looked puzzled. The hunter requested to use Ener. He is in a weak position now. Why are you helping him? Ian immediately reminded, hey, don't you know the situation? The chairman's son will be the next chairman. He rebutted instantly. Captain Shinjinuk is also the chairman's son. Ian strongly objected. He never deserved that position, that useless person. Her eyes sparkled like stars when mentioning Yunil, our master though still lacking, but he has the greatest potential. Ian emphasized, more importantly, he is also handsome. The man suddenly became curious about her mission. What's it about? She replied, he wanted me to train a famous B-rank hunter named Zhang Sangju, but didn't kill him. Just hearing the name Zhang Sangju made the man with a purple face. He advised softly, you'd better not go. Her reaction made Ian slightly uneasy. What do you mean? The man hinted, I'm advising you to stay out of trouble and to continue serving the current chairman instead. She looked displeased. We're doing that already. I'm serving for the future chairman. Ian shouted. You act like a child. That's why you stay like this. The man's face turned purple. You know nothing about the Sanju line. You'll lose for sure. Back to reality. Ian, injured all over, opened his eyes slightly. It was getting dark. Sanju spoke up. Are you awake now? And B-rank hunter is really different. She looked confused. Why did you let me live? He shared. I didn't hold back on you. Ian questioned. But you could have killed me if you wanted to. Sanju replied. I don't think it's necessary. And as you said, I've never killed anyone. The two Ings just laughed. But I did try to kill you. You'll always be weak if you keep that thought. The ground suddenly exploded, rocks flying everywhere. Sanju froze for 2 seconds as Iron faced his weapon. You're bold, but this is your last warning. No one died this time and I've already paid up. That's enough. It's not too late to rethink and leave. Both of you are part of the Haisang cult. I don't like killing with my own hands, but there are countless ways to kill someone. Remember that. Iron's voice trembled. Sanju summoned a spatial fragment. He pressed Han for the 7th number. Are you okay? He replied shortly. It hurts a lot. Iron's heart seemed to want to jump out. What should I do now? Her cheeks turned bright red like ripe tomatoes. He's so charming. After that incident, the people behind hunting monster corpses disappeared. A few days after restoring my clone, I could hunt normally again. Number 7 was sent to Heritage for skill ball research. Buskern Unkun asked Han, what do you want to eat? He asked with wide eyes, have you heard of the Lunar New Year? Meanwhile, countless new classes were organized at the academy. Sanju was lost in thought as he walked. All those who followed our target disappeared right when we defeated the Haiseng hunter. A perfect moment. It's likely someone from the Haiseng. He subtly glanced at Dong Yin, who had some conflict with him. Dong Yin flinched as Sanju called out loudly. "Hey, what are you doing?" Dong Yin nervously swallowed and gulped. Luckily for him, Ian came over to relieve the tension by calling Sanju. "Hey, you're back." She excitedly asked about it. "I'm on my way to class." "I'm also heading to class. Let's go together." Seeing Dong Yin's reaction, Sanju confirmed confidently. He was scared. "I'm sure it's him." Ian kept asking Han, "How is New York?" "It's currently at the church." The bell rang loudly. Reverend Suri sternly said, "Everyone, please take your positions. Let's pray respectfully to the system." Sanju looked thoughtful. "They say this is necessary for class attendance. But we're already praying here. And praying to another system too?" He bowed his head and whispered to Haeyeon, "What are we doing here?" She replied, "Didn't you listen to the lecture notes? We'll learn about the history of the system formation, and there will be a ceremony." Sanju sighed. "What does that have to do with hunting?" Then Ian shared, "I don't know either. If it wasn't for the order, I wouldn't be here." Priest Father stood above, giving a stern reminder. "Please stay quiet." That made Sanju very unhappy. He stood up and announced, "I need to use the bathroom." After going to the restroom, he turned around to look back. Then he disappeared into the side space. Inside the side space, his clone was changing his identity. "Give me some clothes and take this with you." "Okay." Seeing Sanju return from the bathroom, the two Ins called out in English. The clone stiffened and replied, "I just returned from the restroom. I'm Jong Sanju." After coming back outside, Sanju started to cast an energy ball. "It's a waste of time. I should have used my clone for this class anyway." He stood there for 2 seconds when he saw Young Ian. He was talking on the phone with a stern expression. "What happened? Even the team leader failed, right?" Dong Ian loudly questioned. "How can you not handle a B-level mission?" Sanju suddenly appeared from behind and interrupted. "So what if it's B-level?" Dong Ian gritted his teeth as he turned to him. He accused, "You were eavesdropping on someone else's phone call, weren't you?" Sanju responded firmly, "Do you think you can say that after interfering in my hunt?" Dong Ian tried to deny it. "I don't know what you're talking about." But Sanju sighed disappointedly. Yeah, of course you don't know. You guys haven't practiced together before, right? You said the same thing." Dong Ian smirked. "You should have taken the money then. Fanon, after losing some prey. I can clearly see how poor you are." Sanju didn't take it lightly. "I feel jealous. Knowing that you're from a poor family, your parents probably didn't teach you much. Did you always hire tutors?" "No, based on the way you talk. You remind me of your father, so I don't think there's any academic background for you." Dong Ian's teeth grinding sound was loud and harsh. He burst with anger. "Do you want to fight?" Sanju responded challengingly. "You think I'm scared?" Dong Ian started a spell. He appeared magnanimous. "This is your last chance. Tell me what you want, and no matter what it is, you'll get it. The entire team will not stand in your way anymore." Sanju retorted, "The only thing I want. You offer to give me the divine potion, and I'll disappear from the academy immediately." Dong Ian's face turned pale with anger. "It's very difficult to control spells in this academy. The ice block is smaller than I imagined." The students nearby were wide-eyed, asking each other if they were fighting. The fireball above was shaking violently, and now it's as big as a hill. But now, there's no need to control it anymore. Sanju stood frozen, staring up in shock. "My fireball isn't anything compared to his. What size is this?" At that moment, a deep voice stopped them. A huge formation appeared and shattered Dong Yen's fireball instantly. The other person asked sternly, "What are you doing here?" One of the top 4 guild leaders, Huang Yuhua from Phoenix Guild, laughed. "You guys are free to use your skills in the academy, but this is going too far." "Are you fighting? Is it a skill?" Someone was watching and replaying Sanju's clone battle video. This footage came from the camera on his weapon. The man in the blue suit rubbed his hands. "Fantastic. Look at that movement. He can predict his opponent's actions. And what is this giant creature? They still act normally after eating the spirit crystal. We need it. We need to get a sample right away. The other end shared. We found someone else in the footage when the weapon was moved into another space. I think we have a high chance of getting the clone's sample here. He asked about the location. Where is it? The Berserker image on the screen list appeared as Heritage Corp. The old man was pleased. Berserker, so greedy. You should share such a good thing. He's CEO Trevor Zorn from John's Weapon Manufacturing Company. He ordered prepare the fighter jets, destroy Heritage, and bring back the sample. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Academy, Dong Yen was curious about Ainha's identity. She is Hader Kamiden, Phoenix Guild leader Huang Ainha. Hasn't it been a while? Dong Yen sighed heavily as if she had just taken a bath. What are you doing in the academy? Ainha introduced herself. I'm just a temporary professor here. Sanji Yu thought to himself. What? You're a professor at this academy? Sanji Yu wondered silently. Who is she? Ainha suggested with a cigarette in her mouth. Let's talk somewhere else, okay? You've attracted too much attention. Just as she said, a group of students were staring at them intently. Do you see that fireball on top? Cut to the office. A steaming cup of tea was set out. Ainha spoke. Tell me what happened. Dong Yen raised her eyebrows in silence for a long time. Sanju's tears flowed freely. He was blaming himself. I'm sorry, but this is personal. You understand? He ordered his subordinates to steal my prey, and he said hurtful things even though I didn't do anything wrong. He deserves to be punished. That made the other two freeze. Ainha sighed. You must have gone through a lot. Dong Yen raised a question. Anyway, a professor, as far as I know, most professors here are just C-class hunters and only a few are B-class. Sanju was bewildered because he didn't understand the motive. What do you mean by that? Ainha lit a fire while explaining. If it's for students who are F or D hunters, then yes, just having those kind of professors would be enough. But for higher-ranked students, the school needs more to keep them in check. Sanju was extremely panicked. Were you smoking in there? Yunha lowered her voice. To put it precisely, I was invited here because of all of you. And I'm stopping you guys because sooner or later, you'll get a chance to fight each other. In the next class, students will be allowed to fight freely. The scene shifts to the laboratory. Heritage scientists are focusing on studying Clone 7. Berserker widened his eyes in confusion. Tampot's words couldn't describe how amazing this was. This is real blood, and there are red blood cells too. And he has type of blood. I'm sure that studying the bleeding samples would be feasible. Even if the clone disappears, it will disappear with it. The boy next to her wondered, and all of this was created by the subject's mana. Berserker nodded in agreement. Yes, it feels like all the principles we've known are meaningless now. More importantly, I think that the clones are being treated as individual entities. Clone 7 is currently very happy with that tension. Today at dinner, they ate separately and used their own subject's mana to employ skills rather than the main subject's. Berserker pondered, there has never been a summoning skill before, right? No, this is more like. The ground suddenly shook violently as if an earthquake was happening. Lab equipment jolted wildly, banging into the walls with continuous loud clashing sounds. Scientists were in a state of panic. What's going on? I think it might be that a plane hit our building. Berserker heard it like a sharp slap to his ear. What do you mean by that? They were stunned as the ship had crashed into the building. What kind of crazy thing is this? The plane's door opened. 5 pairs of glowing red eyes appeared. Then several robots stepped out, urgently reporting success in infiltration, prioritizing capture of targets. Flames spread like a flood. The system alarm sounded, activating defense systems. Intruders, leave immediately. The robots issued commands, changing priority to destroy all obstacles first and suppress the intruders. The boy next to the burst gun shouted loudly. Many combat robots had entered the building through the plane. She ordered them to call security and quickly evacuate the remaining people. Clone 7 suddenly sat up and asked which floor of the building was hit by the plane. He suggested he would cooperate in suppressing the intruders. The building security personnel were working hard to stop the robots. but they didn't seem to be their match. Security personnel kept getting defeated. Combat robots announced and destroyed all obstacles. A man tried to resist. I'll draw their attention. He proposed, quickly call guards from other floors for assistance. He rushed towards the robots with lightning speed. The man tightly grabbed a robot's head, pushing it hard onto the floor. Other robots shouted, destroying all obstacles. The man silently observed that they changed their weapons as soon as they saw their capabilities. These aren't ordinary robots used for intimidation. They are much more advanced. The robots jumped up in unison, destroying all obstacles. The man was injured by them. He quickly retreated. The robots aimed their weapons at the man. Two bright streaks cut through and decapitated several robots. It turned out to be Clone 7. The man was curious. You? Who are you? He confidently replied. I'm number 7. I'm here to eliminate intruders. The man shivered nervously. Number 7 you. You're in charge of floor 7A. Anyway, be careful. They are still too many. The fighting robots concentrated their analysis. Finally, it made a decision. It's changing its priority tasks. Its body transformed at an alarming speed. Prioritize capturing the target. Transfer to the Hunter Academy branch. The instructor's voice echoed throughout the room. Very glad to meet everyone. Junha confidently stood on the podium and introduced himself. My name is Hong Junha. I'll be in charge of this class, teaching and training combat skills. Let's get straight to it. She began, from now on, each group of 3 will form teams for 3v3 battles. All skills and equipment are allowed, and a group wins if all 3 members of the other team are defeated. The grading system will be based on combat ability, contribution in battle, and teamwork. A few minor factors may also affect the score. Don't think about just lying down waiting for it to happen. Ian glanced at Sanju, wondering when he changed. Sanju understood now. This was what she meant by a chance to fight him, training battles. After presenting everything, Junha asked if anyone had any questions. A student raised his hand and said, Teacher, we're hunters. Our job is to hunt monsters. Why do we need to practice fighting with each other? Sanju wondered the same thing. Junha responded vaguely. About that, I was suddenly invited here, so I'm not sure either. Her face suddenly tensed up. But based on my rank hunter experience, you shouldn't just focus on the monsters. There are issues like profit sharing, conflicts over hunting grounds, illegal activities in forbidden gates, and many other things if you choose to be a hunter. Conflicts with other hunters will always happen. Are you so kind that you'll just laugh it off and give everything away? Remember, anything can happen behind those gates. Next question. One student spoke up, Teacher, is there a limit to the ranks of hunters? Junha remembered him. I understand what you're asking. In fact, 2 students have already surpassed normal limits. Sanji, you felt slightly used after those words. Junha continued, but don't worry about that. They will handle it fairly, so you won't be overwhelmed by them. You can start introducing yourselves and forming groups now. See you in the next class. Sanju wondered silently, what kind of handling would there be? Orion enthusiastically offered, Hey, will you be on my team? He immediately replied, Of course, I'll find someone else outside. Before he could finish, his phone rang unexpectedly. Was it automatically translated? Burskern. He hurried out to answer. On the other end, Burskern hesitated. Sanju, there's something I need to tell you. Sanju was surprised. What is it? It was translated. Burskern helplessly knelt before the ruins. Number 7. Number 7 has been taken away. Purcell put his phone to his ear. Sanju. Sanju answered on this end as well. The scene shifts slightly, maintaining the context, consistency across all lines. Well, I have something to say. Listen up! Yes, what is it? The translation tool works great. She sits in a vast space. Everything seems destroyed. Number 7 already. Taken away. Sanju was surprised. What? His eyes returned to normal. Number 7 is taken away too? Who could it be? I mean, how did that happen? Suddenly, there's a noise behind Purcell. Jinnik sits on the other side, extending his bloody arm. I can explain from here. On the other side, Sanju's clone is fiercely attacking. The robot extends its hand to attack Sanju's clone's body. Everyone here is also fighting with great effort. Wonti attacks this side, but looks towards the other side in confusion. "'Tis strong. Who is he?" The robot moves along with eerie beams. Then it strikes, disrupting the structure of modules and circuits. He grabs Wonti's neck. Sanju's clone appears with a sword. The sound stops. The robot squeezes Wonti's neck, pressing him against the wall. "If you keep attacking, we'll kill someone." Despite being squeezed, he doesn't give in. "Don't worry about me. Destroy that robot. You just ignore it. That robot still poses a threat. If you stop now, there won't be any more damage. You only ask one question. Are you from Heritage?" Wonti furrows his brow. "That's not important. Help will arrive soon." The armor is removed. Sanju's clone has a cold gaze. "My master ordered me to cooperate as best with the Heritage Company." The sound echoes, prioritizing the target capture. Sanju's clone also understands that I can't allow any more damage to Heritage. The company disagrees. "No, pick up your weapon." Seeing Sanju's clone being taken by the robot, he feels powerless. "Call someone on the phone behind." Gunti's tears flow down. "He was taken because of me. I'm very sorry." Sanju's body also emits a good aura. "You don't need to feel guilty." "Hold on, I'll check the situation." Activate the merge skill. Sanju's clone is surrounded by robot sounds. Mana pulse detected. Then an electric current-like sound emits, making the clone see only bones. The merge skill activates a blocking protocol and ends the merge. Sanju on this side is affected too. F***CK, the other end is worried. "Alright, what happened?" Sanju seemed to understand. "I think the clone was moved somewhere, and it might be hard to bring him back using spatial skill." "You explain, but I think it will be very difficult to bring him back using spatial skill." Wonti cried sadly. "It's all my fault. Purcell is also worthy of this. We didn't need to recall the clone because that was already stipulated in the contract. Not paying attention that the tricksters intended to capture No. 7 is our mistake." "But can you not finish off No. 7? You look surprised and guess." It means. Purcell believes, yes, we will bring him back. Sanju realized, does that mean she figured out who did it? Purcell acknowledges, yes, your face has changed a bit too. Alright then, anyway, I had no intention of using No. 7 within the contract period, so you can't blame me. Thank you. Gunti listens but feels confused. Exterminate. What do you mean? Purcell explains, No Bell is a clone. He's not a human. So you don't need to feel guilty. He looks shocked and finally understands. Oh, really? Over here, Sanju hopes too. It should be fine. Heritage is a big company. They must have many hunters. The students from over there keep coming in. Sanju, which group have you been in? Join my group. My skills will definitely be very useful. Sanju looks shocked and can't believe it. Eyes wide open, mouth agape. What? What is this? Are they all gathering here to convince you to join their group? Then he looks at Junjai Iong. No, there are quite a few people on the Sin Junjai Iong side too. Looking at everyone eagerly pulling him in, it's crowded. They say B grade will be punished, but we don't know exactly what that means. So that's normal. We have a completely different experience at a different level. It seems we can form quite a strong team here. Ian-ha speaks from behind. Oh, I forgot to mention. Hunters are not allowed to use clones in this class. Sanju is shocked by the news. He doesn't understand. Why? She explains. Working together among members is one of the very important standards. And if you consider a clone as a member, it will cause many problems because the clone will do all the work. Then she waves and wishes him luck. The students know too. Their mouths drop open. Really? He can't use clones, right? That's all he has, isn't it? They all discuss. He even couldn't use the nice fireball when he first learned. So there's no point then. He reluctantly agrees. Sorry. Does anyone want to? Before you could finish speaking, everyone turned their backs on you. Junie and Sir, join our group. I'm very confident in my endurance. Sanju was left behind, just standing alone. As you approached, you saw In sitting there sighing. You got closer and pointed. Want to join my group? She looked surprised. Wow, that's fast. After struggling, this is how a 3-person group was formed, and they had to get to know each other. The young man smiled and greeted you. Nice to meet you. I'm Troy Zumbi. He's a D-rank hunter student. Troy Zumbi. Sanju looked at him blankly. I saw you rush towards Shinzuni Iron as soon as I couldn't use my clone. Seems like it was tough for you to find a group, huh? He seemed startled by the focus. No, that's not private at all. Just that I take this academy very seriously. Or is Iron not interested? I don't think you can say that. You insisted firmly. No, I'm loyal. Skills? Let's check her skills. He agreed. Alright then. Zombie showed off first. Based on my shield defense skill, I can take hits well. I can confidently say that I have the best defensive skill in this academy. Why Daria Defense activate enhance your weapon's defense? Defense stats and number of people you can support depend on skill level. Next is High Iron. I can create monospheres. They don't have the destructive power of fireballs, but are much faster. Mana Master. Activate. Gather mana. The amount of controlled mana depends on skill level. Sanju just stood there with his hands empty. Apart from clones, I don't know what to do. High Iron is that way. Be serious. You're not easy to convince either. But really, Zombie was outside confused. Should I find another group? Sanju suddenly remembered something. Ah, right, you wanted to join Junji's hunter group. Why didn't you join them? You're already high enough in the academy. Junbai scratched his head. I thought that was high too, but there are better people with him. Elsewhere, black smoke billowed up. Junian stared blankly at the scene in front, wondering why he didn't join the rank promotion exam, watching someone unleash tremendous power. He looked at the 2 people before him, both of them. The masked man said casually, I'm lazy. That's a rank F hunter, Shinyu, from Mundo 1. The other is also an F-rank hunter, half-human Unselkim. It's fun to bully weaker people. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. They could be at least C rank or higher. Even Unselkim, who never bothered to attend class, joined their group. Looking at the 2 fierce individuals before him, he was more excited than a festival. Both of them are top-notch. I'll crush Sanju with this group. In another place, in a desolate area, a small figure walks by. The defeated monsters lie sprawled on the ground, and there are fresh tracks left behind. The surviving monsters scream fearfully. That person swings their sword, a sharp cut, severing the monster's head. It didn't last even a second before it was completely destroyed. They raise their hand, wave their hand, and then walk away, leaving the fallen monster on the ground. I forgot how to use this. The ground suddenly starts moving. A giant tree-like monster emerges from the earth. It's preparing to attack. That person remains calm. I can't get used to it. Quickly shoot it apart. He stays normal. It seems Heritage is calling me. This is the S-rank hunter searching for Kaisel Raven. Looks like we're going on another trip. The hand touches the arena floor. Einhan kneels down. She also shows her aura. From now on, you'll be fighting against this. Combine active mana to control and disperse mana flow. My skill is combining mana. I can weaken magic, curses, buffs, and nullify abilities. Sanju finally realizes she extinguished the giant fireball like that. Einha explains, it will also work within this space. I've used other skills too. All magical damage or physical attacks threatening your life can be reduced. Everyone below listens, so whether it's a gun or magic, you can use whichever way you want. Even if you shoot someone's head, they won't die. Don't worry, though, it will leave scars. Ha looks at the students below and asks if there are any more questions, but everyone is silent. Einha stands with one hand on her hip. Good, we'll start the combat test now. She announces that there are 6 barriers in total. 12 teams will fight simultaneously. Einha raises a finger. Then the winning team will compete against each other, and the losing team will do the same. We're not trying to find the winner or anything. This is an opportunity for accurate evaluation only. Her voice turns serious. Finally, Hunter Dung Sanju, Jinjin Iong steps forward. Everyone is surprised by the two names mentioned. Ian Ha takes something out of her coat and tells them to drink this before the battle starts. In her hand are two small green bottles, weak vitality elixirs. This will reduce your stats to normal levels like other academy students at E rank. She says, it's called a weak vitality elixir, but it's actually poison. The effect is temporary, so don't worry. Sanju takes the weak vitality elixir bottle in his hand. Damn, this is punishment, right? Stats are reduced. Einhar reminds them that if they refuse to drink it or use a skill to nullify its effect, it will be considered cheating and automatically graded F. Now get into position. The spatial light starts. The students' voices start to, huh? First is Team 1's first barrier. One hand with a sword trembles slightly. Yu is our opponent, but his teammate looks down on him. No problem. He can't use clones and his stats are already reduced, so it's just F now. Sanju doesn't feel happy inside. It sounds humiliating, but that's right. Zombies comfort Anne. Calm down. Stay calm. We'll pass if we work together. Or Ian also mentioned, you have a few more skills besides that. Like quick attacks, for example. All three are from Team 2 of the 4th Leaf Barrier. Sanju also glanced at his opponent with a mix of caution and determination. Shinjun Ian is right next to us. Seokin, you look puzzled. Who's that big guy? I don't remember seeing him in class. The call echoes, Hunters, level B, please take the potion now. That call came from the Phonics Guild monitor. Sanju twisted the cap of the weak potion bottle. Both Seokin and Dong Yen raised their bottles to drink it down. Sanju seems quite affected by this. The two Ians beside him look alarmed. Are you okay? System notification. You have absorbed the weak potion. Strength, 23,135. Sanju's face is pale and his veins are prominent. His stats. Reflexes, 14,135. Stamina, 5,821. My energy is being drained. Magic, 3,623. Strength, 3,251. Reflexes, 2,251. Poison resistance is active. Sanju's body is still heavily affected. Poison resistance, strength 2,135, vitality 6,647, endurance 18,534, magic 28,967, reflexes 23,686, stats restored, strength 42,534, reflexes 32,212, endurance 38,593, resistance 36.93, magic 51,382, fully absorbed the weak potion and enhanced poison resistance. Poison resistance from 8,130 to 8,138. Sanju heaved a sigh, rubbed his belly, looking dazed. Elsewhere, workers are warning each other not to move those large blocks. They might fall. A call is heard. Purcell looks at the newcomer. Purcell shouts loudly, Vaven! Vaven smiles and asks back, long time no see. She greets him warmly. He's here. So is he. Of course, I had to come. More importantly, the revival performance will take place at Heritage Sound headquarters. What's going on? Purcell hesitates. Well, a real clone. He crosses his arms. I didn't know such a skill existed. Purcell says, we need to find a sample clone as soon as possible. Raven guesses. For the skill sphere? HMM. It is indeed a good skill, but the super mirror face has some sweat and a grimace. No, I don't care about the skill sphere anymore. Her eyes become serious. If we can test on clone attributes, we might succeed. Our plan for that day is getting closer. Javen's eyes also become serious. Indeed, it's important. Alright, I'll go. In the paint industry, there's a famous stat known for its difficulty in growth. Line break. That's regeneration and antidote. Regeneration has been enhanced. Antidote strength has increased to Regeneration requires cultivation to be seen as self-harm, while after risking life for antidotes, people scream, their bodies seem drained. Especially the antidote, even if it skips most effects at a unit level, boosting stats by 1 unit is still very dangerous. So even high-level hunters never try to strengthen their immune system using skills. They always reject it with a gesture of refusal. But there are always exceptions. Someone who drank deadly poison and survived, then increased their immunity. Sanju holds the vial in front of Clone 7, weak body, swollen lungs, exploding corpse, level 7, new medicine 2. He looks at his own hand. Stats remain the same, but antidote has improved. He clenches his fist tightly. Then an announcer outside says, "We will soon start the evaluation test. Both teams, get ready. Zombies are in front. I'll take defensive measures for us. The other team is also prepared. Stay calm. Act like you know what to do." All right. The shout echoes. The fight begins. Opponents charge forward. "Go! I'm coming!" Sanju coldly leaps up. The opponent is surprised. "Huh? He attacks me. Your faces look like time slows down. That's why stats matter. I thought simple dodging like clones would work." Then he jumps behind the opponent. Too slow. Sanju gently thrusts his weapon into the back. Down one. Suddenly, he remembers something. If they're controlled here, doesn't that prove water poison is ineffective? Thinking of this, they might force us to drink a stronger drug, so the opponent turns around and curses. "You damn scoundrel!" Sanju lets him charge in without attacking. Then he's flung away by Sanju. Both zombies and Ions worry. "Hey, Sanju!" Sanju lies on the ground satisfied. It's a great show. Everyone can see they've weakened and are taking hits. Zombies are confused. In fact, I've already taken defensive measures for everyone. Even if your stats drop, it's hard to fly away anyway. Hearing this, Sanju sits up with a wicked grin. He stands up and shakes off the dust from his body. "No worries. I'm fine. Thanks to those defensive measures." Wow, really effective. The black opponent grits his teeth in discomfort. "Girl, what the heck is this?" His teammate is also alarmed. Is he strong or weak? I don't get it. Zombies charge forward to attack too. He shouts loudly, "Miss Hyann, it's time." Hyeon threw green balls. She attacked with those balls towards the opponent. The zombie raised its hand to cover its head. "No problem. I can handle it. Keep going." The zombie kept charging forward. "Take him down first." Sanju stood outside observing. With just 2 ions, the zombie couldn't win for sure. Is there any way to help our team without it being obvious? Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Got it! He got excited and started fighting. "Go! I won't spare your heads." The opponent's teammate saw this and launched a move. Disappear! The stone activates the skill. Pretend to be hit. A big rock flew straight towards Sanju's stomach. I'll pretend to be knocked back into it. Sanju kicked hard on the ground, his head aimed directly at the remaining opponents, targeting Ian and the zombie, who were surprised. He rubbed his head. I'm still okay. It's really thanks to that defense buff. Without it, I don't know how I would have handled it. But those 2 were hit hard and fell to the ground. Those 2 fell down on top of each other. Girl, what's going on? The remaining opponent teammate couldn't believe it either. No, not because of me. I don't have enough strength to knock out someone like that. My skill isn't strong enough. Sanju added fuel to the fire on this side. He raised his thumbs up in approval. Impressive. The opponent gritted his teeth in anger. Then he threw big rocks towards him. It wasn't me though, but someone with a shield stood in front to block the attack. All that was left was smoke and dust. The other rocks also attacked but caused no damage. The opponent was taken aback. The 2 ions on this side used their spells too. Behind them, only a big explosion remained. She's proud. I'm very confident in my speed. The monitor held the pen and wrote, "Yeah, really fast." She announced, "4th barrier team to wins." The zombie had a dirty face. "Everyone's done now." Sanju praised, "Your buff is the best, zombie." The zombie was shy. "You don't need to emphasize it anymore. He glared over there. I wonder how Shinjuni is doing. On this side, Seokin's brutal hand was covered in blood. The opponent was beaten up badly. They were crying, "Don't do it!" The others were also scared. The injured opponent shouted loudly, "We've already accepted defeat. Stop!" The outside supervisor spoke up. "Stop! Quickly stop the match." But Seokin didn't listen at all. He continued beating that guy to a pulp. Ilha finally intervened. "Didn't you hear? Are you deaf? We said stop." The Chinese stopped then. "Oh, are you talking to me? I don't know." The Chinese didn't care and laughed loudly. Because of this limit spell, I couldn't use my full power when throwing a punch. Otherwise, it would have been over with just one hit. Don't you think so? The official agreed. Yeah, I can't cut properly either. It's a bit harsh on the others. Ilha frowned and tightly shut his eyes. I made a mistake. I didn't consider the high attribute hunters with experience fighting at a lower rank. We should have applied reducing stats and weakening potions to everyone without hesitation. You order, quickly call the medic here. The supervisor also tried to help by marking this side, hurry up. The opponent was taken for treatment. Both Ilha and Sanju exchanged worried glances. Wasn't that a bit too much? Zombie comforted his teammate. Don't worry, we have 6 winners in the next round, so our chances of facing them are only 20%. But Sanju was blunt. I think they'll be our opponents. Ilha spoke from behind. Take a break and fight again. She approached the supervisor and asked, "Have you decided who wins and loses?" The supervisor looked at the scoreboard. "Oh, yes. We'll now randomly pair up for the next round." Ilha stopped her. "Don't do it randomly. Let them decide themselves. Pair the second place team from the 4th arena with the first place team from the 5th arena." The supervisor was surprised. "Why?" The supervisor understood. "You mean the teams of Sanzun, Sanju and Shinjunji Yongsa?" Ilha confirmed. Yes, she recalled Sanju's actions during the fight just now. Those movements just now. They weren't from someone who drank the weakener potion. He didn't use any purifying skills with the potion either. Her expression was full of interest and anticipation. I don't know what he did to the weakener potion, but if there's a troublemaker, we just need to have them fight each other. At least we'll get to watch an exciting match. In Nevada, the Desert, John Company's research facility. The FBI investigation team is knocking on the door of Lahai. "Open up, it's us." They're shouting loudly outside. John Company is suspected of ambushing Heritage and producing, selling illegal materials. "Work with us." The group cautiously approaches. Someone speaks up. They completely ignore us. "Move on. There's a search warrant. We can forcibly enter." Du busts out his hands, getting ready to act. "It's your turn now." Du starts moving his limbs, preparing for action. Clear the deck. Our opponent strikes first. My skills are activated. Du rushes towards the door. Here we go. Smoke and dust explode in front of us. Du remains motionless. The door is intact. Nothing has happened. He can't believe it. Not even a flicker of power. There's a red button on the door. They seem to recognize something. Maybe what we're wearing. The red button glows. Lights spread around. Du instantly turns into a blackened figure. The others are also attacked, their bodies cut and torn apart. Everything turns bright red, the last remnants appear. He looks around. We went from the desert to Heritage and now back to the desert. He continues walking. Let's see what happens next. This is John Company. They said it was somewhere nearby. His nose seems to pick up a scent. He stops. Here we are. The smell of burnt flesh. In front of him, a robot is burning something with its arms. He approaches. "Hey!" Raven's face remains cold. "What are you burning?" The robot pays no attention. Raven feels uncomfortable. His hand draws his sword. "Ignore me, will you? Let's change the question then. This is John Company, right?" The fire from its arm has gone out. The robot stands still. Then it turns around to attack Raven. He gently cuts through it. Seems we're in the right place. The burnt robot's corpse is left in flames. He looks at it without emotion. Then he sheaths his sword and kicks the door open. Checking out what the inside of this company looks like, just to see if they can stop us. Pretending to look up when we're inside, everything was wrong. I thought the gem could turn a person into a monster. That would be the most reasonable way to deal with rapid parameter growth. But actually, it's blocking pure parameter increase. We can say the gem's parameter boost effect has disappeared and only the mutation effect is still present. The system speaks up. Congratulations! It seems dealing with the side effects of the research will just be a matter of time. He's worried. If I can't find a sample that absorbed the gem but still retains human form, maybe I'll be stuck with this problem for the rest of my life. Looking at the system in front of him, he comforts himself. Soon enough, humanity will have hope. He seems to sense something. The system announces that the force field has been destroyed. He scratches his face with his hand. Huh? Did the FBI penetrate it? The system says the FBI is dead, but a fake S-Class hunter has arrived. He's surprised. Why? No way! I was close to finding the answer. Looking at the burning fire, he can't give up. Must we stop here? He starts again. Prepare the sample. Looking at the hunter inside the system. The last S-Class hunter still here is just a human. I'll use this sample as a weapon to block the fake sword. Raven steps in, observing. They're managing a project based on the remains of those monsters. Wonder if the clone will work. And he glances around, noticing who could have such a large space underground. The system warns, please stop. Fake sword. Raven is surprised. Who are you? What voice is this? The system introduces itself as an artificial intelligence managing this place. You're invading the private area of Tron Corporation. He says, I know, but I heard your company attacked Heritage and took away a friend of mine. The system can only say it knows nothing about that. Please leave. Raven evaluates. Even machines can lie these days, right? Even if I hear this many times, it's definitely a woman's voice. What are you doing? The system starts its defense. This is not a request. These high-tech combat robots will pursue you. This is the final warning. Leave this place immediately. A group of robots suddenly rushes out. Raven is surprised too. Where did these high-tech combat robots come from? A slash is thrown. He successfully kills a few easily and quickly. Raven dismisses it. All we see is just a pile of scrap metal. Meanwhile, Ian's face shows anger. Hey, look at this. Looking at the opponent in front of him, didn't you say only 20% would meet them? Zombie gang team. What kind of team is that? And Ian questions Sanju's jacket. Don't say anything. Sanju points at the zombie, distracting him. The zombie's buff support is the best. Ian gets angry. Not that. Why does this team look so unbelievable? Is this a joke? Looking at Sanju's foolish expression, he evaluates. That guy really is an S-Class hunter. But Dong Yen reminds him not to lower his guard. What we want is a decisive victory. The officials moved forward. I also want to finish this quickly. After all the excitement, let's get started then. The zombies gritted their teeth. I'll support you with my biceps. The shield sharing skill has been activated. Sanju assessed the situation and decided he should stop performing. At least those two are of a higher rank. Whether we're discovered or not, we must fight our best. Yunha called out from outside. For precaution, make sure the emergency doctors are ready. Jam is always prepared. Yes, ma'am. Ian-ha shouted loudly to the contestants. Get ready, the match begins. After raising his fist, let's see the skills of a B-rank hunter. Sanju lightly dodged the attack from him. He returned an attack and successfully hit him. Blood trickled from his mouth, but he still kept smiling. What? That's quite an impressive punch. Did you really drink the weakness potion? He looked at his hand uncomfortably. Is this the limitation mentioned by the wild Yunha? I was planning to knock him out, but couldn't. It seems I'm not strong enough to do that. Also, after continuing to attack, look at Shinjunji's runic stone. Is he really affected by the weakness potion? While attacking, you're reasoning, his resistance to toxins can't be as high as mine, and he barely moved during the previous evaluation battle. If so, stand behind the runic stone. I'm definitely in a weakened state. Seeing Sanju staring intently at him, Does the runic stone decide to target me first? Sanju was surprised by the scene before him. Green rays emerged, creating a terrifying atmosphere. The outsiders were also shocked. Wow, what's this? Watch out for those glass shards. Sanju was now blackened and severely injured. Damage has exceeded the tolerance limit. The shield-sharing skill has disappeared. Yunga looked at his just-used technique. My magic can't function well in this barrier. Looking at Sanju lying on the ground, he was satisfied. Well, it seems it's still sufficient. Do you think you can win easily because I'm drinking a vitality potion? He mocked. Watch your group lose just because of your own uselessness. Sanju tightly gripped the weapon on the ground. He smiled. Don't make me laugh. I'll do my best to avoid that happening. On this side, the system announced that the combat robots have been destroyed. Trevor was surprised. Already destroyed so soon? The system reported, we've used up our stored energy. He pressed a button and asked, what about the batch of drugs we'll transfer to the sample test? The system listed, we only prepared basic brainwashing drugs for behavior control, bone strengthening, fundamental abilities, and physical defense. But that's enough to significantly enhance the vision and movement capabilities of the clones. Their bodies are currently breathing oxygen in sealed containers. He was sweating profusely as he pressed a key. Alright, transfer it to the sample. On this side, the zombies fiercely defended, leaving no gaps. The official coldly launched attacks, increasing speed with each strike. The zombie was attacked. His arm bled and he grimaced. The official glanced. I intended to cut off that person's arm with this move, but the defense is quite strong. It's really annoying. Sanju was worried. Zombies! But Dong Yen used a spell to stop Sanju from moving. Where are you going? The force field technique has been activated. Didn't you say you'd defeat me? Sanju is angry. Don't block my way. Dong Yen's offensive layer was disrupted by Sanju. Dong Yen remains calm. I'm quite sure you've seen me cast this magic before. But this is a real fireball. A huge ball of fire approaches. Sanju raises both hands. He creates a massive shield. But the attack was too strong and the shield had some cracks. However, it successfully blocked the fireball. Dong Yen is speechless with anger. This bastard learned that defense skill from when? Sanju puffs up his middle finger. Teasing! I noticed that fireball technique before. Over here. Or Ian is casting. Shao King asks, what are you doing? Punish the weak. The lower their stats, the higher yours become. The Han despises this. You call that an attack skill, right? I attacked Hai Yan fiercely, but Shang Ju quickly blocked it. That's strong. His eyes bulge out with veins as he suddenly shouts loudly. Hai Yan stands behind worriedly. Ah! Sanju's eyes darken. He clutches his head tightly, gritting his teeth. He has detected a body transformation and is activating a new skill. Zhongin is confused. Why did he suddenly do this? This is our chance. Let's attack Zhong Sanju immediately. Doguan follows. Even though I don't want to, we have to. Continuous attacks. Re-establish the attack chain and increase the strength of the next strike. Shao Keng counters, trying to block this as he did before, upgrading the Punish Weak skill. This skill can now be temporarily applied to people with higher stats too. Dong Yen starts attacking. The Fireball technique is activated. The Wind Saber technique is activated. Combined skills are being used. The Hellfire technique is also activated. The three of them launch an attack aimed at Sanju. A loud explosion occurs. A large explosion is happening and getting stronger. After shouting loudly, I'll finish this. It's getting more intense than ever. Orion also panics now. Sanju, even the nearby zombie exclaims. No, Einha stands there quietly. Healing, over here. Hold on a moment. The system displays appear. The Strong Bones skill has been created. Strong Bones. Passive skill created. Strong Bones. It leveled up. Strong Bones. It leveled up. Strong Bones. It leveled up. Strength endurance increased. Strength and power increased. Reflexes improved. Stamina increased. Strength endurance increased. Strength and power increased. Endurance increased. Strength and power increased. Reflexes improved. Stamina increased. Strength endurance increased. Sulkin's terrifying face shows his teeth. The hate-weak skill has reached its limit. The difference in endurance is too great. The sensitivity gap is too large. Clone 7 appears with a bright and terrifying gaze. The system announces that the Iron Creation skill has been created. Basic stats increased significantly. Endurance from 42,534 to 72,534. Strength from 32,212 to 62,212. Reflexes from 38,593 to 68,593. Dexterity from 36,093 to 66,093. Vitality from 51,382 to 81,392. Clone 7 thinks, should we end this now? Then Clone 7 rushes into the fray. Ainha shouts loudly. A circle of magic appears from her hand. This is dangerous. Stop attacking Sanju. He punched through the spell circle. His expression was extremely fierce and his punch slowly approached. Fandanskba gave him a hit in the stomach. Xiaoqin was angry, gritting his teeth to endure it. Suddenly, a white explosion burst out. The shots were directly embedded into Xiaoqin, causing him intense pain, blood splattering everywhere. Haiyan and Zhongbi stood dumbfounded, shocked by the scene. Deng Yan and Do Guan were no exception, to the point where Deng Yan stammered. What's going on? For Fandansk 7, it was satisfied. This had to be how it ended. The system panel appeared, defensive skills created. The system recognized them as strong and armored. Trevor chuckled, right. When the container doesn't turn into a monster, stats will increase significantly. A red liquid was injected with tiny white particles, equipped with Tron's most advanced weapons. Fandansk 7 stood still, listening to him. A warrior capable of defeating an S-rank hunter had been created. Fandansk 7's eyes were sad. He continued asking, have you completely brainwashed it? The system responded immediately. After rebooting its brain, we turned him into the master of his own body. He pretended to be in pain. Hearing this, Trevor chuckled and grabbed Fandansk 7's shoulder. ET-01, go kill that intruder. Trevor turned away. The system notified that the fake sword had reached the 7th basement. Expected time, 5 minutes. Trevor feigned sadness at the right moment. He walked over and grabbed Fandansk 7's shoulder. I'll give you a mission T-01, eliminate the intruder. The two stood silently. Trevor turned back to check the software. It wasn't listening. He had installed the translation program. Fandansk 7 raised his hand to avoid him. ET-01, go kill that guy. He stared straight into Trevor's eyes. I'm no 7. Then he punched Trevor in the stomach. I only follow my master's orders, causing him immense pain. The system was surprised. Trevor had defeated that old man, forced to inject a drug and give commands. This base and everyone here are considered enemies. The system was puzzled. He pretended to be in pain. Ainha widened his eyes, showing obvious fear. That scoundrel Deng Sanju, he self-destructed his own skill. Damn it, he's really B rank. The monitor hurriedly asked, what should we do? Should we stop? Ainha turned around. His eyes showed concern. There are still other members. Just treat the hunters outside the boundary first. There's no reason to pause the battle just because the drug doesn't affect Deng Sanju's strength. Deng Ian gritted his teeth, enduring it. Please don't let Deng Ian be affected by that drug either. Deng Ian focused his eyes and hands on the vortex in front of him. This drug doesn't reduce skill levels. Using powerful skills will require a large amount of mana. If stats were reduced as the drug's effect, he should be showing signs of fatigue now. Yulha tilted his head towards him. But from the start of this battle, those limits have been ignored. We'll continue. Just keep observing. Deng Quan frowned. Deng Yan, order me to go. Deng Yan gritted her teeth, enduring it. Why? You! Deng Yan's face turned dark. Deng Quan was surprised. His eyes widened. Please wake up, Deng Yan. The clone number 7 slowly approached. Why didn't you notice? He couldn't look at it directly. Sorry, I just finished. The official turned his saddle and trembled. Finally, did you wake up? He immediately felt a bit regretful. You're really foolish. What was I thinking? In the past, there was a man sitting on the chair, giving instructions. Take that medicine. This is your chance to prove yourself. Dong Yin hesitated. I don't have the chance to give up. All or nothing. The official will be on his side. I'll speed it up for you and tie him up. The system panel appeared. Speed, reaction time increased significantly. Gradually rushing towards Dong Yin, defeating that monster. He grabbed a part of clone number 7's body. The system panel appeared. The speed boost ended. He muttered, that silver needle. What effect made it stop so quickly? He rushed even more forcefully. Seeing this, you fight back. I'll end this too. Clone number 7 jumped high. Ice walls created huge icicles, trapping the opponent. Dong Yin raised his hand to signal stopping. Quickly escape from there. The strength of clone number 7 continued to increase, enhancing cold resistance. The official looked alarmed as a green light appeared in front of Dong Yin's face. Why? The light passed through, but luckily he dodged it. Thus, clone number 7 rushed forward. A part of his body fell off. Dong Yin gritted his teeth. Why is that? The official sat down and hugged his chest. Clone number 7 has won. Dong Yin roared, why do you have everything? After saying this, Dong Yin went into battle. The arrow skill was activated. The fight became intense. Seeing this, zombies immediately blocked him, hiding behind me. We just need to trip him, or Dong Yin will try to endure it. Alright, the monitor was extremely alarmed and stuttered. This is no longer a practical test anymore. It's getting more tense. The pieces are breaking apart. Dong Yin struggled, darkness almost enveloping everything. Dong Yin hugged himself, unable to speak coherently. Clone number 7 stood in front of Dong Yin, covered in blood. Bloodied clone number 7, don't blame others for your own weakness. Ian Ha opened the magic circle. The magic circle appeared, the evaluation ended. Everyone fell to the ground. Dong Sanju, your team won. The scene was very chaotic. Gather the clones and help clean up. The monitor replied. Alright, now you guys are cleaning up the battlefield. Ian Ha stood still. Well, that's enough for now. Sanju tilted his head towards her. Hunter Dong Sanju, follow me. Hearing this, he quickly followed Ian Ha. Suddenly, Ian Ha stopped. Unconsciously asked, how did you manage to escape the effects of the weak vitality potion? Sanju was surprised by her question. Sanju stood straight and looked directly into Ayuna's eyes. I only drank it and the effect just vanished. She asked, what's your antidote resistance score? Yunha asked curiously. About 8.138. Yunha was alarmed. What? 8? Yunha continued to ask urgently. A normal person would have to eat all 8 toxic mushrooms one by one before gradually achieving such a resistance score. How did you do that? Sanju's face trembled as he spoke hesitantly. Well, just through diligent training. Actually, it was thanks to the clones. Yunha took out a lighter and lit up her cigarette. It wasn't cheating, so I won't ask anymore. The other students will probably start talking about this soon, but I'll think of a way to cover it up. Ian Ha raised her hand as a signal. Let's go now. He quickly fled. Alright. Sanju sighed in relief. I guess we're safe. Looking at his blackened fingers, Sanju thought to himself, by the way, what's this skill? It not only appeared but also came with many amazing effects. The system notification popped up. The invincible body will harden like stone, be passive and defensive. Physical and magical resistance increases by 50%, reducing pain passively. Active and temporary passive effects double. Sanju suddenly thought that maybe No. 7, the master, had successfully acquired this skill. His eyes were full of suspicion and sharpness. No matter how he thought about it, only No. 7 could possess such a skill. Did he undergo some kind of experiment after being kidnapped? I should check with my familiar skills. Suddenly thinking of the suffering skull, Sanju activated the protocol handshake. Then he chuckled and gave up on the idea. Forget it. As he walked, he thought. No Bei is also quite intelligent, and Heritage promised to bring him back. They must be doing that now. Meanwhile, a hand holding a sword was destroying the infrastructure. Stop! he became even stronger. System notification. Stop! TO1. Sanju responded clearly. I am No 7. The system notification blocked forcefully. You are destroying priceless research equipment and facilities. Stop immediately. Without hesitation, Clone 7 replied, I only follow my master's orders. Hearing this, he warned again. The John Corporation is your master. Suddenly footsteps approached. Vaven met with Clone 7 and sternly asked him, You are No 7. He stopped everything. Yes, Vaven thought to himself. I guess everything was resolved before I arrived. Chavin fell to the ground in relief. Then it's simple. Let's get out of here. Clone 7 turned to him. Sorry, but which organization do you belong to? You'd better answer quickly. We were sent by Heritage. I heard you were supposed to be cooperating with Heritage for 3 months. Didn't you tell your master about this? He seemed to have realized something. Heritage. Then Clone 7 stood silently. He was puzzled. Are you okay? Holding a lantern in his hand, he shone it forward. Sorry, but I don't recall receiving such an order. The light illuminated the area. A reminder flashed again. It seems the brainwashing effect is still active. Now follow our orders. Look at where the voice came from. We only take orders from our master, and that won't change. He closed his eyes and pondered, wondering if it was due to the brainwash he had forgotten about the order to cooperate with Heritage. It's complicated. It seems he wasn't brainwashed, but has lost memory of receiving the cooperation order from Heritage. He slowly drew out his sword. We can contact your master, but unfortunately, we don't have a way to do so now. The sword was drawn. Sorry, but we'll have to use force to take you with us. You're still maintaining your composure and confidence. Then you will become my enemy. On another matter, at the Academy Hospital, Young-in woke up on a hospital bed. Thinking of what Clone 7 said, don't blame others for your own weakness, he thought. Feeling disappointed, he buried his face in his hands. I lost again. He gripped the door handle, feeling utterly defeated, even resorting to dirty tricks. Lowering his head, once more, he failed. Heavy footsteps approached from the Selkin grassland. Selkin suddenly emerged and grabbed Young-in's neck, causing him pain. With a furious face, Selkin was close. Hey, you're pulling my leg? I heard you passed out before even being hit by them. You dared to claim you're a B-class agent when you can't even defeat a fool who can't use his clone technique. He answered in pain, unable to form words. How could you call yourself an A-class agent? Shao Kin was increasingly angry. Hold on! You! Sanju suddenly stepped out and kicked Shao Kin's stomach. The fool he mentioned. Shao Kin fell to the ground. Lose gracefully, but don't blame others. This made him both hurt and angry, unable to say anything. From afar, someone called out Young Sanju's name, but he continued taunting. What did you say? You can't use your power due to the barrier and are in a weakened state from the drug. Now, come here and fight me. Clones 2 and 3 arrived. Seokin couldn't resist. Hold on. From afar, Clone 7 ordered. Teach him to speak properly and respect others. After hearing this, Clone 3 punched him in the stomach. Hold on. Please wait a moment. Stop. Please stop. Young-in looked angry. Sanju felt extremely satisfied. Before leaving, Deng Yen turned to ask Sanju why he saved me. Sanju firmly denied. Don't misunderstand. He got hit because he said bad things about me. From far away, I broke a bone. Hey, my precious bones are broken, but they're just bones. Deng Yen quickly added, Friends, we're not that kind of friends, so don't misunderstand. Sanju turned his back and walked away, thinking he was the best in this academy. Deng Yen called again. Wait, listen. Sanju turned around with a fist raised. What now? Do you want to fight me awake? He lowered his head and continued speaking. I heard that our team to captain might have overstepped. I really don't want this. I just asked her to protect the monster hunters from being caught and ensure no killings would happen. Sanju was silent, glancing aside. He continued talking. It seems she doesn't care much about that, but I really don't want any misunderstandings. Sanju softly said, Whatever. As for Clone 2 and 3, they were very enthusiastic, making Selkin exclaim, It hurts. Please stop hitting me. They seem to enjoy it. That's right, isn't it? Different scenario. Raven had blood all over his face. I heard the master of this clone is only at level B. Right. He sat on a boy and held a sword. The ranking system must have made a mistake. The boy was still lying down. He was overconfident again. Maybe he fainted. I don't want him to wake up again. He could keep up with my attack trajectory until the end. Clone 7 held a flashlight as if searching for something. Is it because his offensive and defensive tactics are quite solid, allowing him to fight at this level? Moreover, he has several clones like these, which sounds tiring. He then sneered with a satisfied smile, not like me, but maybe I should learn from him. Seeing the fake lying still, now deal with this one too. Suddenly pretending to move, you know you're awake. Seeing that, Cheverlin stood up and raised his hand to stop. Wait, sir, what do you want? Please, I can't die yet. Raven whispered, it's me who asked the questions. I hope you'll tell the truth. His sword slowly came out. Are you the one who created those A is for John's company? Cheverlin hesitated and answered, yes. He retracted his sword, then asked further, whose voice is Eliza? Do you know her? Trevor immediately panicked, his face sweating. Huh, how do you know that name? How did you know that name? He pondered, she's still alive, then asked again. So you're also a researcher involved in that experiment. Since you know Eliza, you must know the others too. He closed his eyes from exhaustion. Her boyfriend, Lieberstein, Trevor asked, where is Eliza now? Please tell me. I'll give you my savings book if you talk. Please tell me. Hold on. What did you say before? She has a boyfriend, right? Then he waved his hand to scare her. Shut up. We were the ones who asked. Do you understand? Raven exuded a strong presence. Since you participated in the experiment, you must be Lieber's collaborator, right? Tell me everything you know about him. It feels like reliving memories. Libra, I haven't heard that name for a long time. But what does collaborator mean? I never considered him as one. Raven looked around. It seems you don't get along well. His eyes radiated hostility. Well, I was planning to kill Libra myself. Trevor got scared and wet himself. I know a few things, but I'm not sure if they'll be helpful. This is where he used to work. Raven stopped to see what he intended to say. I'm not sure if it's still there anymore. It's been 50 years since my last visit. He started searching. That's good. Where is it? Trevor pleaded. I'll send you the location through this identification bracelet. Give me your identification number. Trevor immediately gave him a dirty look. What bracelet? Just write it down on paper. Trevor quickly scribbled on a piece of paper. Here, Raven carried the note to GU and prepared to leave with it. All right. So Trevor urgently pulled him back. Wait, before you go, please tell me where Eliza is. He just wants to know if she's okay. Raven didn't respond. I've already said it. Only I have the right to ask. Sanjiu on this side was also informed. Akko Burskirm, I heard that number 7 has been successfully rescued. The other side reported, yes, but it seems they've experimented on him many times. Burskirm asked, I think they tried to erase his mind, and I think that restored his memory. Can he command us again to cooperate with the Heritage Headquarters? Sanjiu felt dizzy. Command, sure, I'll do it right away. Erase his mind? Now, you know why, after being experimented on, number 7 is the reason for our sudden strength increase. You're confident in your abilities with these skills and stats. Placing rank should be easy. All my basic stats increased by 30, and I even have a skill that could dominate. How can this happen? At the same time, I wonder if it will ever happen again. Sanjiu immediately turned off his device. What did Ed say? I promised myself not to treat them as tools. Saying that, he jumped back. Anyway, the rescue was successful. The few scoundrels who obstructed our hunt were dealt with, and I won in the press conference practice session. Everything went smoothly. Recently, rumors have started spreading throughout the hunting area. They're about Dong Sonju's doppelgangers not only defeating a group of the hunters, but also making a hunter lose. Everyone is solemn and serious whenever I think about this. Of course, the reason for the battle was that someone stole the monsters killed by the doppelgangers. But as the rumor spread, the story began to change. Death waits for those who step into their territory. Hundreds of victims, death awaits when their monsters are stolen. They might also be tortured, to the point where your teeth will break if you stare at them too long. That's how the rumors started spreading throughout the hunting area. And as the rumors worsened, no one dared to look into the eyes of the duplicates anymore. Anyone who met him bowed and apologized, pleading for mercy. And when this situation persisted for days, on a day, Senju and his colleagues organized a party. "Dude, you seem grateful. Everyone did a good job. Humble zombie, I didn't do much." Or Ian also praised, "After all, we had to rely on you." The two kept praising the zombie. "There's no such thing as your buff being too strong. He feels shy about it. Don't talk about that buff anymore." Suddenly, a grating voice echoed. "Wow, look who it is, the famous hunter in town." A dim-witted man taunted. "Hey, Dong Sanju, do you think an E-level hunter can do everything?" The girl tried to stop him. "Stop it, Mr. Drunk." Sanju glared angrily. "Who's that?" The girl tried to hold back the drunk man. "Sorry, sir, he got a bit tipsy." He staggered. "Let me go, I have something to say to him." It seems he's very angry. "Huh? You're an E-level hunter. Why do you stay in the hunting areas of levels E and F, trying to take over like that?" He roared loudly. "I spent all my money to get into this area, but you took everything here away from me." Sanju was flustered. "Please calm down a bit. Recently, I didn't allow the duplicates to enter those areas below E-level." The man waved his phone and hit him in the face. "What is this?" Sanju held him back immediately. "Is this picture?" On the screen was a photo of him and another person being filmed by the duplicates. He was furious. "If you want to take over an area, at least inform us accurately. We had already finished hunting there. They came later and told us that this area belongs to them. You recognize number 2, he's making a fuss. Oh, stop apologizing and pay us. I said let me go. You were there too. Did you also lose your mind?" On the way back, Sanju thought hard. "Well, with both the picture and location, but I still can't connect the dots." The two Ians were shocked. "What's going on here? Tell us what happened." It seems someone who looks like number 2 has been controlling the hunting areas of level E and taking their income away. The two Ians gasped. "What are you sure about?" But Sanju clearly didn't believe it. "This picture doesn't say anything either. I've never ordered anyone to do that, and number 2 hasn't been hunting recently." The zombie suggested a possibility. "So this means," he said directly, "someone has impersonated your duplicates." Sanju found it hard to speak. "Maybe that's the case. You have to investigate this. They say there are places famous for such imposters. Do you know anything about that place?" The zombie responds. "Oh, I've heard that if someone tries to steal a monster from a clone group, they'll be in big trouble. That's for sure." He tightens his fist and punches. "Yes, exactly. They can't touch my stuff." The zombie looks conflicted. "But this is the first time I've heard about stealing a monster that was captured by controlling an area. I haven't been to the dungeon level B before, so I'm not sure." Sanju asks the S-rank hunter. "What about you?" "Yeah, right. Feathered Swallow, you've never hunted in that area before." Sanju looks surprised. "Why is that? It seems like you've forgotten our conversation back then. So if you do well on the test, I'll take you hunting once." "You agreed to it." "Sure, that's easy. If you get into college, I'll take you there." The two Ians are angry. "I said I'd take you if you got into college. But probably I'm in trouble now." Sanju suddenly remembers. Yeah, you haven't been there yet. Is that the reason?" The two Ians are upset. "Of course, you wanted to go with me for the first time." He scratches his nose feeling guilty. "Alright then, let's do it tomorrow." Their mood brightens up. "Really?" She cheers up. "Don't change your mind now. The bank will keep its promise." The two mice push Zhang by his side. He clutches his chest dejectedly. Jealousy is intense. The next day at GM base, Sanju prepares thoroughly. Jinmo wonders, are there still PvP classes in the academy? As he prepares to answer, "No, I'm just going hunting." He looks surprised. "You haven't been there for a long time, right?" I'll keep my promise and fire into the air. Plus, I heard someone impersonated me and stole items from others at a lower level field. Gemmo can hardly believe it. What did he impersonate? Sanju turns to his clone. Yeah. Do you want to see the picture, number 2? Come here. The light bulb comes out. Okay. He shows a new photo. This is number 2. Is it you? Number 2 immediately denies with a bunch of theories. It's not me. I've never left this place except when called through the portal. And comparing the man in the photo to us, his face is 2% bigger, shoulders narrower by 5%, and body proportions are off. Sanju listens with a headache. Alright, calm down, I believe you. If you could see him with your keen eyes, do you think you'd recognize him? Number 2 thought for a moment and said maybe. Then they set off to the hunting ground. Sanju nodded approvingly. These live zombies aren't much of a challenge for you now. You don't need my help. Or Ian just shot down one of those live zombies herself. Thank you. But I forgot to mention, this is the village hunting ground for level E live zombies. Sanju gave number 2 a signal with his eyes. Considering your strength in an E-level hunting ground like this, do you think you could participate in the promotion test? You can get promoted right away. Or Ian blushed slightly. Isn't it that good? She wondered as number 2 left. Where did your clones go? Sanju casually replied. Forget about them. He's just looking for the next place we should head to. She still looked puzzled. Why is it so quiet in this hunting ground today? I didn't see anyone here. Your eyes are avoiding mine. They're all avoiding us, right? What did those imposters do here anyway? You're smiling. It's really quiet now. In her heart, she silently prayed, please go number 2. We have to catch them before the rumors spread. The more distant they get, the more I trust your keen eyes. At a corner where the two were checking on the monster, a cold tone voice rose up. Who gave you permission to hunt here? They all paled. Sorry, sir. We saw you going in another direction. We didn't mean to intrude. The familiar hat on the head. This is our territory. The imposters have arrived to leave behind their corpses and vanish. The other hunter was still shaken by this. They caught them all, right? One of the imposters drew out a knife. Who are these guys, huh? Seeing this, the hunter panicked. I'm sorry, sir, we'll leave immediately. They silently left. At this moment, the imposters started gathering items. Did you see us go another way? It seems they've noticed us. His hand holding the golden ring trembled. He angrily walked away. The deep voice contained intense hatred. The pain we endure, the pain they endure. Sanju's all your fault. 2 strikes created a blast. Sanju was leisurely on one side. It seems now you know how much power it takes to defeat a monster, right? She panted heavily. Yes, but I'm so tired. She was also curious. Take the items they're carrying. They're worthless to them though. You said you had a tough time with these things too? Right on cue, you got a message from number 2. I've been scouting around this area, but no suspicious individuals found yet. Sanju was surprised. They still haven't found them, right? You'll have to use that eventually. Open the spatial gate and call for everyone's help in searching except those guarding the hospital. Alright, the space is distorted. The other clones emerged from inside. We'll split up, each covering a different area to search. Sanju and Ian enjoyed their moment together. They found 2 bottles of medicine. Though, this is the first time I'm taking the regular bottle. While the clones followed the trail, the Ions were chasing the zombies maniacally, stopping there. Those who saw Sanju's clone panicked. Sorry, sir, madam, we didn't know you were here. Number 2 replied, no worries, keep going. They kept searching. This necklace is shining brightly. By the end of the day, all reports said he wasn't there. The clone responded, we've searched every area here and found no one in similar attire. You have no choice now. Alright then, everyone get back to work. Damn it, I even wore a mask so the imposters would be confused if they ever ran into me. But where are they all? Sanju asked, how was today's hunt, Ian? Excited, Ian? I found plenty. Really, that much? Her smile made him happy too. That's why so many people want to be hunters. Ian was excited. Let's split the loot in half. We are a well-matched team indeed. Sanju declined. No, I don't need it. Here's all the memories from our first hunt for you. She was playful. Really, you'll regret it later. He chuckled. I didn't know you got so much. You're leading. We should head back anyway. Exit the corner. Suddenly, he stopped. He laughed. Hide. Or is Shinjuni Ian showing this attitude for the first time? What's up? Anyone there? Sanju peeked out to observe. Shinjuni Ian, what's that bastard doing here? Suddenly he thought of a possibility. Could it be him again? He brought this back and Yu-Hien said, sure enough, it's him. Junmo was unconvinced but agreed. I think so too. No reason for Shinjuni Ian to be here on a hunter's mission. The Hasung group has enough people to serve as his doppelgangers and he has a history of interfering with your hunting missions. His attitude is suspicious. HMM. Sanju was puzzled. But doing this does seem strange though. I warned him already. How could he be so stupid? Yu Yin reminded. You know, there was a group of Hasung who attacked you before. She said we're black hearts. So why are you letting her live? Sanju Sang sings. Huh? She understands deeply. Living in that filth, I learned something. No matter how nice you are to them, they'll stab you in the back. Her voice is cold. Don't pity them anymore. This isn't a sport where you need to play fair. Don't think they won't go beyond their limits like you did. She warns those kinds will do anything evil regardless of your kindness or attention. From now on, you'll see many. I think one of them is among us. And everything is proving her words right. The imposters are doing terrible things. Nobody's stopping them from getting worse. This is all there is, huh? We couldn't find many giant rats. The imposter holds up the rat to examine it. Han and Lung declares, leaving behind all equipment and vanishes. Of course, hunters can't agree. How can we do that? How can we continue hunting? The imposter immediately rushes over, kicking the girl's stomach. His eyes show no humanity. I didn't ask for this order. Forget it. Then, despite the resentful and bitter looks, they struggled to resist. They even stole your equipment, right? Why not report them? We have to ban them from coming in. But they all know we'll be killed if we do that. For sure, everyone is scared. Let us kill them. Is Sanju here and won't go with us? However, the guards are resolute. Sorry, but only staff can view entry records. The crowd protests even more. Don't we have the right to hunt in peace? Let us see the records. Information about Sanju is getting worse and worse. Sanju knows it won't be long now. His expression starts showing concern. Most victims are E-rank hunters. Even fellow students start looking at me differently. You're protecting us, but if this continues, it will affect your reputation. The phone rings. I reluctantly answer. Number 2? Have you found them yet? The other side responds. We haven't found the imposters. But, number 2 reports. The Hushin has arrived at the E-rank hunters' hunting ground. Sanju's tone is serious. Are you sure it's Hushin? Number 2 confirms. It can't be wrong. You immediately request. Open the spatial gate. I'll go there myself. There are a few wearing bandanas with Hushin names on their armor. Is that it? I think so. Suddenly, there was a tremor. Sanju carried a sword with lethal intent and approached. What's with that outfit? The long-haired man whispered into the communicator. Hey, tell the captain we found something. Hey you, I don't know who you are, but if you want to live, follow us. Do you know who we are? Sanju's eyes sharpened. He glanced at his identical armor. His suspicions grew stronger. So it really is you guys. He confirmed Uyin's words were true. This isn't a real sport just for show. Can we put the body inside the space to write something on it? The gang of henchmen remained calm. That crazy guy. They charged at once. Kill him. Unfortunately, your sword was faster. Suddenly, someone lunged out to block them. Sanju's pupils widened. It's her. 2 of them gritted their teeth and stopped. These fools stepped back. Captain, she spoke up. This is the real Sanju. Sanju sensed something strange. He pushed her away with his sword. He was confused. What does that mean? The 2 iron men looked friendly. We meet again, right? You've eaten something. You look bigger now. He grew impatient. Stop dodging and fighting. What do you mean by real Sanju? Are you guys imposters? She looked at him as if he was a fool. The element of surprise is gone. Of course not. Why are we doing this? A sudden voice rang out. We wanted to catch them under your name. Dongyun suddenly appeared in front of him, but the imposter was shocked. Sangyu and Shinjuni Yang, you still have questions about the stealth ability too, right? But why are you catching the imposters when we're doing this? You still doubt it. Here you are the one who likes to interfere with my sister. Dongyun said softly, considering this as an apology from me to you. He still maintained a proud attitude, just like he said, it couldn't change your attitude towards me in the future. He was serious, but we don't know if they are just one person or an organization. We prepared a trap here. I'm not sure if it's because of our encounter as students, but they gave us an honor. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the hunting ground, the imposter continued to act like Sanju. Hey! They targeted another victim. Who said you're allowed to hunt here? The other person acted as if they didn't know. We were assigned guard duty. The imposter at the front asked. Level. That person is sneaky. This is a level F hunting ground, so of course I'm level F2. Let's each take care of our own affairs. I'm very busy right now. The fake name sounds annoyed. Are you stupid not knowing who I am? He exaggerates. I'm Dong Sanju, the hunter who defeated level A hunters here. Unfortunately, this time they fell into our trap. The level F hunter Mondo Guan turned against them. Mr. Dong Sanju, I know him quite well. His eyes are fake. The sound of felled trees echoed loudly. Mondo Guan's expression was calm. Who do you think I'm hunting here? Agem, these fake names have met a tough opponent this time. Can you really do this in level F hunting grounds? Mondo Guan laughed mockingly. Dong Sanju, don't try to fool me. The fake name hates learning. Shut up, you'll regret this. He still stubbornly insists. I'm Dong Sanju. A dark shadow exhaled a cold breath. It seems we haven't encountered that monster yet, so you're not fully aware. Suddenly, a bright pillar appeared behind the fakes. Mondo Guan narrowed his eyes, speaking with a smug tone. The real ones are here now. Sanju took off his mask, a mad expression. You, who caused all those terrible things recently? The fake name roared. Dong Sanju. Donghu lifted a large bag up. This is probably the equipment they used to impersonate you. No! They found the right place. As we suspected, they hid their costumes inside and changed here. Sanju also knew this was serious. So those outfits that your people kept not long ago from number 2, right? The bag spilled out, revealing all the equipment similar to yours. Sanju checked the pile of items. This one, yes, I heard about it from the manager. Remember when a person using avatar technology interviewed before I joined Organization GM? He said he still remembered that name because it was an exclusive interview and that equipment was on his head. Immediately, the fakes distorted and level F hunters with illusionary avatar skills came out. There's nothing to deny now, so you are the one who impersonated me, right? Indeed, the person using avatar illusionary hunter skills took off his disguise. Damn it! He admitted, yes, I'm the fake one. What about you then? He blamed, if you didn't have my avatar skill or weren't as famous, I wouldn't have to make this misunderstanding happen. Sanju couldn't hold back anymore. It was disgusting. He threw a helmet and sword at him. Here, put them on. His anger reached its peak now. Treat it like a helmet. You need some hits to wake up. Jong Hyun seemed very familiar with the situation. You're still like that, right? He put on the equipment and charged forward. Sanju raised his hand to block the attack. On the other side, Jong Hyun was talking to Mondo Guan. Mr. Mondo Guan, thank you. I just sent the payment. Check it out. Thanks. He jumped in surprise. You're wound. Dogwon doesn't seem worried about that. He used some tricks to make me not notice his name. He looks down on being hit. He blended into the clone group to distract us, nodding in agreement. Agem, of course, he does that often. But he still has a lot of confidence in Sanju, but it doesn't work on Sanju at all. Jongyun hit him and he retaliated, getting thrown against the tree trunk. Sanju casually brushed his hands off, stood up, and didn't even finish wiping them. That strength is from training with clones, right? He won't admit defeat, even though he was beaten to a pulp. I trained a lot because I used to underestimate my own skills. An illusion that can't cause damage, but I still practiced it. Everyone retaliated against him. Clones, Sanzung Sanjiwa, welcome to the team then. But when they heard his abilities, their smiles faded. Just an illusion, you should have said that from the start. But no one ever gave me a chance. He jumps again. But one day, I realized people avoided me in a hoodie because they thought I was them. At that time, everyone welcomed him warmly. This is the area of Dongsangu Soae. Huh? He hadn't even finished explaining before they left. Sorry, we'll leave now. He cried out in frustration. At that moment, I realized it wasn't me but their damned prejudice that was wrong. They only did this because they thought I was them. Dong Ohaki didn't dare resist even when they could have detected my presence if they had attacked me. The sword emits a green glow. The staff negates most physical defenses. Next hit cooldown is 240 hours. He boasts that even in groups, they still tremble at my skills. These illusions, do you know what it feels like? He sinks into personal emotions, the feeling of being born with a skill that's constantly mocked and disdained. Sanju smirked, eyes filled with contempt. I don't know, Dong Hyun's sword is held back. Number 2 steps out from the space. Why should I know that? Jonghyun expresses amazement. How did he discover the true form in that illusion? The official agrees. Truly amazing. Sangyu raises his fist. Haven't you ever had a chance to change? You tell him. Yes, but it's you who did it. He continuously grinds his teeth. Some organization sent you notification of your acceptance, but you gave up because you saw your skill ranking online. Gu Hong cannot resist. Pain rushes in. He is extremely angry about this farce, just like when others belittle his skills. His punches land on him, and even when other hunters mistakenly take him for me. The official gets bored. I can't stand watching anymore. I'll go first. Gu Hong begs pitifully. Stop! Sanju doesn't care. He gives him another straight punch in the face, watching blood spurt out from his mouth. He continues to kill. When did you decide to do all this? Sanju vents, why did you throw away your chance and end up doing something so terrible now? Everything is settled. Sanju sighs in relief, completely satisfied. Jonghyun uses his teeth, lying on the ground weakly, looking at him with a frown. Sanju clenches his fist, thinking about something. He actually answers, yeah, you're shocked, just joking. His voice calms down and slows down. That's also one of the reasons I joined this investigation. I never thought you would do things like what I did before. He speaks up. Dong Sanju, suddenly looking at him. Sorry, I'm sorry. His face shows remorse. Finally, I can officially apologize now. What I did is no different from what this guy just caused. Turns out evil can change. Sanju smiles. At least you recognized the wrong you've done. Jong-il wonders. Now, what are you going to do with him? Sanju feels annoyed. Resolve misunderstandings I had to endure. Also need to contact the victim. But he speaks up. I have this intention. A loud scream echoes through the sky. Surrounding are all strange monsters. Jong-il weakly holds onto his precious stone bag. Go away, I said get lost. He sobs angrily, anyone save me. How could you lock a person in such a place, you evil bastard? Sanju finishes up and returns. He calls to clones, numbers 5 and 6, with an ominous look carrying out a large tray. You've been hunting me so much, but I haven't done anything special for you guys yet, so I feel a bit guilty. Here, take this. Open the lid. Inside is a gemstone-embedded cake, your special meal today. Sanju smiled kindly at the excited clone. It's been hard work, right? I thought there would be less of these. You're like a devoted wife. I think from now on I'll get more crystal shards. Enjoy your meal. Sanju returned to his room, sat down dejectedly on a chair. Thankfully, the misunderstanding with the victims was resolved and he had gained a large amount of crystals, but there are still things you need to be wary of. I'm still thinking about what he said at the end. Before leaving, Dong Huiyan's expression turned serious. And one more thing. He warned, remember to be careful with the academy. I don't think they train hunters for free. This is the first time Sanju heard about it. What do you mean? But Dong Huiyan's meaning was vague. I'm not sure either. I'll tell you when I get more accurate information. Then he left with a cryptic remark. But let me tell you this. Don't come near the prayer room. Sanju's face went blank. The prayer room is where they have classes on the history of that system, right? I asked the clones to do it for me, so I wouldn't waste time. You're worried about this. Be careful with the academy. Elsewhere, a practice team battle evaluation flyer was handed to someone. At the top is the evaluation result of Dong Sanju's student team competition. Professor Wang Yini explained that the criteria and purpose were to analyze teamwork skills, student strength, and enhance hunting abilities. The criteria include developing teamwork capabilities for hunters, effectively applying knowledge, and collaborating with teammates to meet combat strength requirements. What's this? Yonghwa replied. Few evaluated it. The other person angrily slammed the table. That's not what I asked about. He is the Wan Haksu Academy president. His tone was confusing. Why did Dong Sanju get in a plus? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Yonghwa replied professionally. I've already provided all the rules and conditions he wanted me to set for him. The evaluation was conducted under those conditions. Honestly, I don't fully grasp those principles either. Haksu couldn't believe it but managed to purify the weakening drug. Ilha's attitude remained unchanged. He didn't say or use any skills for that. What should I do? Haksu was nearly furious. Anything. Why did you set those rules just to control high-ranking hunters in the academy? The table hit his head against the wall above him. Haksu wiped sweat from his forehead and stomped with his high-heeled shoe. That's enough! Yonghwa's anger flared up. All professors at the academy are C rank. Yes, they invited me because my rank was too low to monitor B-ranked hunters' classes. So now what? Do you want to control high-ranking students with magic potions? She angrily took out a cigarette. You can't do anything directly. No one could stop Dong Sanju if he went crazy. And you abused that small authority to undermine him, but he still managed to overcome it. Isn't that overdoing it? Haksu defended himself frantically. Not like that. Because there are cases where high-ranking hunters can't align with the class. So I did this to help them integrate better. Yonghwa was grumpy. Just tell them straight then. She left. I'll continue teaching. But that's all. There's nothing else. She warned. If you're hesitant to call about these meaningless matters, we won't see each other for days. The door slammed shut. Glass shattered loudly. But Haker, the furious master, picked up his phone. He could just let her be upset as she pleased. It would be interesting to see how long she'd keep her face up. Quietly, he issued orders. Starting today, Professor Wang Yunhe will be in charge of the prayer room management, and someone should clean my office too. The next day, the teacher introduced the class on brokerage. Very happy to meet everyone. I'm Jong Seung Hwan, the hunter. I'll be responsible for teaching hunting skills. He is professor of advanced hunter techniques, Shi Jiang Xiun. In front of a diverse group of students, he clearly stated, "What do you think is most important in hunting monsters? Teamwork and equipment efficiency." His voice was deep and calm. Of course, everything matters. But the most crucial thing is strategy. He instructed them to look at the materials we provided. You can see detailed hunting strategies for each type of monster. Read it carefully. Sanju's expression changed abruptly. Hold on. You feel something is off. This part really does seem strange. The book states, good eye contact with giant rats can help you attract and maintain their attention to prevent your teammates from being attacked. Compared to long-range attacks, you can effectively attack them up close. Use appropriate defensive techniques in battle. The skull of the giant rat is its weak point, so attacking the head is most important. Distract the monsters and focus on their heads. Observe the monster and predict movements, including this part too. Your face changes. These are quite different from commonly known strategies, and even worse, they're terrible. I remember clearly because I had my clones practice these strategies all night. You seem a bit startled. I'm not saying you should believe everything on the internet, but most of it is true. Sources from Edison, these have been proven in real battles by the clones. Sanju closed the book, feeling something was wrong. They must have distorted the information unless they are very experienced. Otherwise, it's hard to spot. His doubts grew higher. What is this academy thinking? Se-Eungwon interrupted. So let's move on to practical training now. The hunter training room with countless tanks. A giant rat was cut in half, clearly visible. Se-Eungwon demonstrated. You must see how real these are. This is a virtual room created by some of the hunter's skills. He reassured them. Here, you can learn to fight Lashui without risking your life. He smiled and pointed at his palm. Of course, everyone's feelings will be very real. So be careful. You'll not only learn dark tactics, but also how to overcome your own fears. Sanju raised his hand and asked, is there no rule against using clones, right? Seungwon seemed relaxed. Of course, the monsters will be assigned based on your level. You raised your hand, but it didn't work, right? This situation surprised him. What? He was confused. Strange indeed. Can clones use equipment here? I'm not sure either. But he decided to give them some connection tools. Sanju, your clones suddenly appeared with a sinister look. Sanju playfully hugged the two of them. I miss you so much. Everyone talked about it. Those are just illusions, only heard of but not seen. I've seen something like this before. Se-Eungwon was curious and amazed. Can he bring them into the virtual space? How is that possible? It's a strange skill indeed, but he doesn't show it off. Now we're ready. You'll be transported to different places. Se-Eungwon hoped, hoping everything will go smoothly and safely. Then the students' bodies were enveloped in bright red light. It's okay, I'll be fine. Is that right? Everything will be alright. Forget about the book and just do what we practiced. A few seconds later, they all disappeared. They were teleported to a forest. Sanju first observed his surroundings. He was slightly surprised. Just a forest? Suddenly, the sound of water reached his ears. That person is weak. Is anyone here? Sanju listened quietly. A voice. A head emerged mumbling. Save me! He seems to be dead. Something is attached on his head. It hurts so much here. The other zombies are approaching. It's too cold here. Save us! Sanju gritted his teeth. That feels a bit excessive. He said the monsters would follow their hierarchy. Right. A faint whisper echoed. Mom, I don't want to die. Sanju drew his sword. But they are now on high alert. That's a bit too much. The monsters rushed out of the shadows. The sound of fighting echoed in the darkness. Someone was walking between the trees. His footsteps stopped. In front of him was Sanju's container. Se-Eungwon silently stood and watched. He seems to have a plan. His hand rested on his sword. A sudden Sanju appeared behind him. Should I ask? Do you need any help, teacher? Se-Eungwon suddenly screamed in fear. He sat down on the ground. No-ba of Sangyu spoke up. I'm No-ba. No-ba calmly spoke up. The master told me, protect the gate from threats. Because of the gate's flexibility, students from the academy could be in danger. Seung-hwan thought to himself, what nonsense is he saying? He was trying to protect the master but made things worse. After thinking this, Seung-hwan hesitated. I understand now. He stood up and followed along. What a coincidence! So do we. I was patrolling to ensure the safety of academy students. No-ba continued with a forced response. The professor is really great. Hearing that, Seung-hwan thought secretly, maybe he's right. What am I supposed to do? If it's an avatar, we should. Suddenly No-ba widened his eyes as if seeing something. His gaze seemed to want to consume the person. Seung-hwan scratched his head and forced a smile. So I should go out there then. He thought quietly. We can't win like this. Somewhere else, someone was fighting a giant dragonfly monster. That's an avatar of Sangyu battling fiercely. You stabbed the monster in the eye with your sword as it screamed. Outraged, the dragonfly monster flared up with flames of hatred. Not willing to lose, a cluster evolved into a human-like form. His eyes flashed with disdain, and one slash split the dragonfly into pieces. The dragonfly's flesh scattered everywhere. Seung-hwan thought quietly. At the same level, I've heard that monsters are stronger than hunters in a one-on-one fight. Even so, with a B-grade Dragonfleet and 5 attacking at once like this? Skung Hwan continued to think. It seems everyone is dividing up instead of working as a team. Will the hunt be successful? After some thought, Skung Hwan spoke up. Does this mean it's over? Great job, everyone, the group responded. Yes. Sang-yu sighed as he appeared, amazed by the scene before him. He thought to himself, but predicted most of them had failed in their hunt. Looking around for a moment, Sang-yu asked Hyein, "Are you okay? What kind of monster did you encounter?" Hyein replied, "A giant turtle, and it countered all my attacks." Sang-yu was surprised, asking, "Why didn't you run away?" Ian Hwan facepalmed, "Isn't this a monster hunting class?" Suddenly Seung Hwan spoke up, "Everyone has worked hard. There will be those who succeeded and those who failed." Seung Hwan continued teaching, "As I said, the most important thing is the right strategy. Always keep the strategy in mind and strive to the end so you can learn how to deal with different monsters. So our class will end here." Hearing this, Sang-yu fell into deep thought. Suddenly No-Ba leaned close and whispered to him, "There's something I need to tell you." Sang-yu was surprised, asking, "What is it? What happened?" Outside, after finishing his story, Skung Hwan asked in disbelief, "Did the professor sneak up on me while I was hunting in the virtual space?" No-Ba replied, "Yes," he thought. "Maybe I secretly summoned No-Ba to be prepared. Just as you said, this place is really strange." Sang-yu quietly pondered and realized forming a team for players in an imaginary battle between hunters was unusual, even more so when solo hunting. Providing expensive skill books and teaching strange tactics to counter monster weaknesses free of charge, or did something unexpected just happen? Sang-yu casually replied, "Nothing much. I'm just scheduling my hunts." The more he spoke, the more awkwardly he tried to cover up. "By the way, what's next in our class schedule?" Zeon responded, "Huh? Why are you so flustered, Sang-yu?" "The class will take place in the prayer room with system history and understanding." Sang-yu was momentarily surprised by this. He thought about Deng Zeon's instructions. "But I'll tell you this." His eyes narrowed. "Don't get close to the prayer room. Never." Sang-yu returned to reality and lazily replied, "I just got a sudden urge." Then he shyly asked, "Shall we go see a movie?" Ian laughed heartily. "What are you thinking about? This class is mandatory, so no skipping it." Ian excitedly continued, "Isn't that interesting? I didn't know the system had such history." Sang-yu hesitated to cut in. "Hazian, be serious. I'll send a clone to attend the class." So Hazian firmly placed his hand on Sang-woo's shoulder. The lifeless eyes ordered, "No-Ba, let's go." She continued asking, "Do you really want to skip this class now?" Sang-woo's eyes tightened. Seeing Hazian threatened, No-Ba stepped forward and struck Hazian on the back of his neck. Sang-yu praised, "Good job." No-Ba proudly responded as commanded. While holding a fainting Hazian, Sang-yu said, "I really control my strength clumsily." Carrying Hazian, he apologized, "Sorry, Hazian. Maybe I'm overreacting before anything happens. But I'll apologize later." Sang-yu firmly resolved, "I won't hesitate when someone I care about is in trouble." Hein's dazed eyes slowly opened. She sat up in surprise, realizing she was lying down. A masked person spoke. "You're Ha-in, right? You've woken up." Hazian asked in shock. "Who are you?" The person introduced himself. "I'm Kim Woo-Hyein, this is Dong Sang-woo's company." Hazian asked incredulously, "Oppa you, why am I here?" Woo-Hyein replied, "You must have been exhausted after the hunting class. He said you fainted suddenly. Don't worry, I'll take attendance for you." In class, a clone of Sang-woo and Ha-yin was stunned to hear this. Ha-yin asked, "Where is he now?" Woo-Hyein couldn't respond. "That bastard. I mean, Yoon Sang-woo will be back soon." Woo-Hyein took out a vial of liquid. "It's an energy potion. It increases vitality for a period. Side effect is you'll faint." Woo-Hyein showed the vial to them. "Drink this and rest up. It will help you recover faster." Yu cursed silently in his heart. The crazy guy is using Sang-woo. Where did he run off to after suddenly throwing her at me like that? In the quiet night, a man was peeking from rooftops. That's Sang-yu. He thought, now this place might be where something happens. He thought, it seems okay if I just take attendance as usual. But Hazian's condition is really strange. If it were me, I'd search everything and check on them. Sang-yu continued thinking. But if I do that, the academy will close or I'll get expelled. I won't be able to receive the divine elixir anymore. After some thought, Sang-woo couldn't hold it in and started pondering. There's no time to wait for Sinyu Nyong's news. I have to act on my own. He moved to another building and quietly observed. It seems this is someone's high-ranking room. Sang-woo looked down in surprise. A broken glass, huh? He approached closer, and the window was open. The person inside seemed startled by the noise. He turned around with a wary look. Sang-woo asked quietly, "Hey, why are you here?" Jeon-shin quickly covered Sang-woo's mouth to signal him to be quiet. "Shh." Jeon-shin angrily asked, "I'm the one asking you. Why are you here? What are you doing?" "I told you to wait." Sang-woo said, "Ha Jeon's condition is really strange." Jeon Zeong asked, "Ha Zeong, are you talking about the girl who always hangs around him?" Sang-woo replied, "Yes, she participates in many classes and her behavior changed when I suggested skipping class." Sang-woo asked, "Is that why you're hiding here too?" He said the room is strange. Jeon Zeong said, "This way." Then he gently showed a book, revealing a secret door. Jeon Zeong continued, "If you're curious, I just found out today. I haven't entered yet." Jeon Zeong entered the secret room. He was surprised inside. "This place is..." Sang-woo on the other side spoke up. "Cameras and microphones. It seems they've been communicating with someone far away all along." Jeon Zeong said, "First, let's get the data." Someone at the door called out, "Chairman, are you inside?" Both of them were stunned. The sound outside gradually faded away. Then a loud noise echoed in. Outside became silent, followed by a strong impact. Jeon Zeong inside was alarmed. "What is this? What do we do now?" Sang-woo was also surprised. "What do you think?" "The document. Done. Let's run." "You have instant teleportation skills. And invisibility too." "Allow me to question Zeon." "That's so silly. If someone makes a noise and then disappears in the secret chamber, that would be strange, right? The person must have heard the sound and got excited. Who is inside there? Hold on. Emergency key." Like a pig with its snout in the mud, eager to rush forward. We're at this point now. You should use your skill to completely change your appearance and voice. If you have so many skills, there must be one that can do it. Zeon nods his head in agreement. "This damn guy. Do you think just having one skill will make me happy?" Zeon activates his skill list and turns to stone. "But unfortunately for me, I really do have this ability. It's the chameleon skill. It has been activated." Sang-woo is surprised and asks, "Really, Miss Poem?" Ji-yeon asks too. "Can you hide?" Sang-woo raises her thumb proudly. "Of course I can." A moment later, the door opens and Hiseok rushes in anxiously. "Who is it?" A hand appears laughing loudly. "Ho ho! It's Shinzun Zeon pretending to be Haku. What's going on? Why did you break the door?" Hiseok stands there in shock. "Principal! The principal, right? On one wall." Sang-woo makes a tiny hole. She secretly observes. "Open it a little to hear what they're saying." Hiseok asks, "I didn't know you were still here." Shinzun Zeon whispers back, "Oh, then I have an urgent matter." Suddenly, Hiseok speaks up. "Ah, right. Would the mastermind call me?" Shinzung Zeon looks surprised internally. "Mastermind?" Hiseok excitedly continues. "That's exactly what I thought." Sang-woo listens secretly inside. Hiseok still speaks up. They must be the troublemakers. Dung, Sang-woo, and Shinzung Zeon. Sang-woo is surprised internally. Why the flag? Shinzung Zeon acts as if nothing happened. He continued calmly. "Indeed, both of them are giving people a headache." Hiseok responded, "That's true. Is it wrong not to answer? I decided not to follow orders so that other academies won't interfere." Dung Ian quickly replied with a grin. "Didn't we agree that we wouldn't regret our decision, Ina?" Hiseok probed further. "What's up?" Seeing the principal was silent, Hiseok chuckled. After all, the meeting on the 3rd will resolve this issue. It seems I rushed too much. Hearing such confidential information, Sangyu and Dong Ian were shocked. Finished talking, Hsiak chuckled again. I'll be going then. Sorry to bother you so late at night. Suddenly, Dong Zion called out, Professor King Hsiak. Dong Zion asked for an excuse. Didn't you remember the time of the meeting? Professor King Hsiak confidently replied, Of course not. It's 11 o'clock, right? As Hsiak left, Sangyu stepped out and asked, What's going on here? Sangyu was confused. Master, a meeting? Is it those kids causing trouble again? Dong-Ian sipped his water and said, Shut up. I've already thought of how to deal with him. I really shouldn't have used honorifics at the end like that. Sangyu continued to doubt. Wait a minute. Why did you say it was strange before? Thinking back now, during your first class, you were outside too. Dong Zion replied. An alert had sounded. I said, of course, at first, I intended to join the class in the prayer room because it's mandatory. Dong Zion recalled. What was that class? Dong Zion hesitated, but then suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. The system warned mental protection had been activated. Mental protection was activated. Warning messages kept appearing continuously. Dong Zion thought, who's attacking me with a mental skill right now? Dong Zion continued, even if I went to another place, the same thing happened everywhere. Skills kept activating without any sound or mana flow. At that moment, Dong Zion thought, no wonder. Dong Zion continued, the entire room was filled with mental skills. Back in reality, Sangyu asked, so why didn't you tell anyone else? Dong Zion mentally cursed. Were you serious just now? Now that you know, why are you standing there doing nothing? Sangyu said, if it was you, could you destroy the entire academy, right? Dong Zion grumbled, yeah, I couldn't do it without the magic potion. We need this information after all. Dong Zion suggested, we need a leash to bind those people. Sangyu sighed, right, if we want to act freely, we must find their weakness. When they tried to open the door, it required entering a password to exit. Dong Zion angrily said, CPS password. F******. Just as I thought, he's not an idiot either. Sangwon mockingly pointed at the paper on the door and said, that's 1Q to U and 3E for G. Dong Zion looked too. Turns out the principal is indeed a fool. Both of them stared intently. Sangwoo spoke first. Let's see. Dong Zion responded. Let's find out what this academy really is. Elsewhere, Hazian held up a vial and asked, what is this? Wool smiled evasively. It's an energy potion. If you drink it, you'll feel refreshed. Dong Zion replied. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Ha-Yuan hesitated but said, since I sweated a bit during my tactics class, can I take a shower now? Wu Haiyan called out loudly, sure, we have showers here, so go ahead and use them. Ha Jian hesitated, then said yes and undid his armor. Wu Haiyan blushed as he thought to himself, oh my, does she really have to take off her clothes here? Hazian was drenched in sweat. May I ask, what's your relationship with Sangwoo Appa? Wu Haiyan answered from afar. Yeah, we're just colleagues. Not that close either. Ha-In went crazy but still used her skills. She responded nonchalantly. Really? Turning back to Sangwoo, an irritated voice echoed. You fools! Dong Zion was drenched in sweat. Is this the purpose of the academy? Both were shocked. All the brainwashed students had been completely deprogrammed, and the prayer room was where they did it. Sangyu asked, so everyone will become slaves to that bastard master they call their lord, right? How many students are there in the academy altogether? Dong Zion replied, around 10,000. But if you add all the branches together, Dong Zion thought and said, it's about 30,000. Sangyu thought 30,000 brainwashed people walking freely on the streets. Realizing something, Dong Zion shouted loudly, Dong Sangyu, look at this. You keep getting bigger. Your name is in this list of dangerous targets. On that computer screen appeared some text. List of hunters who cannot be brainwashed. Dangerous targets. Hunter be named Dong Sangyu must eliminate you before the target he needs to watch over. Hunter be named Shin Dong Zion. Hold off on eliminating the leaders, Sun Hae-sun, Dong Zion shouted loudly. From now on, the brainwashed students will focus on you. Dong Yang turned to Sang-yu. You have to go back and report immediately. The people around you are in danger. Sang-yu asked dumbly. Why not me? Dong Zion was speechless, shouting again. Is it important or what? They're avoiding conflict because I'm from the Hae-sung group. Sang-yu replied calmly. Don't worry about the organization. I said Ha-zion's condition is strange. Sang-yu explained calmly. How could I leave her alone? In the organization, after seeing Ha-jian attack, Sang-woo's clone appeared to stop it. Wu Haiyan was shocked. What's this? Ha-jian looked up. Is that a clone? We're not bad like this either. Do you know? Ha-zian went crazy, but if he wants to act like this, bring Sang-yu over here. A loud explosion occurred. Agent Jun Molin burst out. Wu Hail, go this way quickly. Yu Hein was surprised. Agent. After the smoke cleared, both of them took deep breaths. Yu Hein asked, what happened? What's wrong with her? Jun Mo replied, I'll explain later. Jun Mo continued, for now, don't leave the organization building. Yu Hein, huh? A beep from Jun Mo to Jun Mo called. Hunter Dong Sang-yu Ha-ian Sang-yu replied as if knowing something. I already have a room prepared. It will suppress her, Jun Mo reported. I also checked the situation here, but it seems more serious than I thought. 89.9% are already awakened, and 10.2% are currently or about to awaken. Dong Zion spoke. I think only between us. We won't be able to handle this. We need help from other guilds as well. Somewhere else. The machine made a grinding noise. A man gnawing his face like he was crafting something. This man is from the Heritage Tech Development Team, Team Leader D. Hubert. Hubert pulled up his glasses. What else? Bert Chow happily said. Here. D. Hubert asked. Yeah, they're clones, right? She spent a lot of time on this. Finally, she successfully analyzed the skills. Bert Chow stared at the mice. Look closely. The mouse seemed to be affected by interference. Bert Chow's eyes were filled with tears but showed no pain. Failure. It's just an illusion. I used a skill point worth 12.8 billion and… Meanwhile, Sang-woo was performing the trick. Give me another piece. The stunned employee replied. Bashil's mournful voice echoed. But what kind of weird skill is this? D. Hubert said, last time, she was noisy about the prototype armor. D. Hubert put on his glasses and asked if he came here just to show him something. He picked up the mouse and stared at it. Her assistant with blue hair sobbed silently, of course not. Then she excitedly held up two swords. Ta Da, we successfully copied the equipment. Her voice still lingered. Surely it will help our plan, right? Elsewhere, someone gently opened the eyes of an old woman. The brown-haired girl spoke. So this person is brainwashed. This person belongs to the Kenyas Guild. Leader Zo Hoa Yang. Kwa Ain said, I don't sense any energy flow. Guanti stared intently. So, Hazian was weakly controlled. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but can you release me? My parents are waiting for me at home. Guanti silently assessed. Are you really brainwashed? Uhin shouted loudly with determination. Of course, she even tried to blow up my head. In the secret room, Sang-yu's voice echoed. I don't think this is a normal brainwashing. Sang-yu thought. It seems worse than we thought. We need to consider. Uhin looked at Sang-yu intently and asked, this bastard, did you dare call the Hae-sung Guild here? Sang-yu awkwardly explained. I just didn't pay attention to him. Take it easy. Thanks to him, we caught that fake avatar. Uhin couldn't help but tease a few words. Alright, he's just a son of a scoundrel. Hazian shouted loudly as if seeing a straw to cling to. Appa, why did you take so long to get here? Tell them quickly. I think they misunderstood something. Hazian still called out. Appa, listen to the one you care about. Calling. Sang-woo closed his eyes tightly. After a while, Sang-woo spoke up. This is information from the principal's office. Everyone look at this. You distributed each piece of paper. Someone asked hesitantly. It's… Wante carefully examined the paper. Brainwashing, mind-wiping. What is this harvest day? Sangwoo put his hand in his pocket and said, I don't know much about it either, but I think it's related to the false awakening happening globally. Sangwoo's eyes darted as he spoke his thoughts aloud. More importantly, the main issue is mind wiping. Is there anyone in your guild who registered for the academy? Miho offered help. We have a few E to F level hunters on our side. Wante added, same here. Sangyu, Teacher World, said no matter what, everyone shouldn't reveal their connection with me. We don't know what they'll do next. Dung Zion also spoke up. The issue is how to handle this situation. Mental protection is a very rare skill. Others won't notice like I did, especially lower level hunters E to F. Miho asked in confusion, wait, but are you sure it's really mind wiping? I couldn't find anything even though I have similar skills. And I don't think she was completely wiped out either. The doctor next to him replied and said that only 30,000 in South Korea, with many academies worldwide, how feasible is it to wipe the minds of so many people? Dung Zion suddenly pointed at Sangyu and asked, what about his clone skill then? Does it make sense? Sangyu said this. Dung Zion sighed. No one can fully know the weaknesses of these awakening skills, but I'm sure there's still a weakness in their mind-wiping technique. The professor at the principal's office mentioned that earlier. Now, Dung Zion recalled the moment he pretended to be the principal. Those two really were troublesome. Xiak continued, as expected, is it right or wrong not to answer? I received a call and didn't follow orders to avoid interference from other academies. Dung Zion continued, accepting high-level hunters who disobey commands. Do you understand what that means? Our priority isn't following superiors' orders. Sangyu asked doubtfully, so they are really working for someone else, but their methods can change based on individual thinking, right? Then he thought, oh, they probably didn't come to me when I was with Noper. Actually, they were hoping more to capture Kim Yu-hyun as a hostage. Dung Zion looked at the paper in silence. Yes, they're not robots that always follow orders on the surface. They act normally. Dungeon emphasized each word. Their primary target is still assassination. Sangyu inwardly screamed, are you kidding me? What's normal about that? Dune suddenly asked, but this isn't the only bad news we have, right? Even this mind wiping couldn't be detected. It adds more disadvantage to us. We can't accuse them through their actions either. Dune Zion softly remembered, not with them in the worst case scenario, isn't failure of the mission, but being abandoned by the master. Dung Zion spoke up, we'll target their weakness. In the next 3 days, we can turn this situation around completely. At their meeting, a bunch of evil-looking people, 3 days straight. Dung Zion and Sangyu stood on top of a tall building. Dung Zion spoke slowly. If he suddenly doesn't come to class like that, they'll suspect something. Sangyu continued, I know, I was planning to come here. Dung Zion added, you could send your clone to take his place too. Sangyu replied, no, until the meeting happens, my clone will handle protection duties. If I'm still at the company, I think others would be in danger as well. Sangyu asked, so I want to see for myself how brainwashed people behave. Sangyu continued, we can't let Ha Zion stay like that. Do you have any ideas? Dung Zion thought a bit and replied, yes, but it's risky. As far as I know, she has also switched to managing the prayer room. Dung Zion continued, since she's an outsider, we can hope she won't collude with them. In another room, Dong Hae was furious. Did they spend the whole day in the prayer room? Damn it! Junhee saw a note on the floor. Use mana carefully. Yunho whispered to herself. What's this letter about? Who could have written this? Sangwoo sighed softly. So I've been coming back to the academy for 3 days now. Sangwoo sat in class, thinking silently. The order of extermination was issued recently. I think they found out about my clone attending classes. I'm not sure how many students are targeting me. I'm unsure when they'll brainwash someone from the prayer room. Suddenly, he heard two girls gossiping. The red-haired girl spoke up. This class is so boring. The black-haired girl continued. Yeah, I think they'll give us some skill balls too. Sangyu thought deeply. At least, for now, they seem normal. He kept thinking. It seems fewer people are brainwashed than I thought. Suddenly, a throwing knife flew towards Sang-yu, making him yelp. He leaned back and glared at the knife on his desk. With a serious expression, he asked, "Who is it? Who threw it?" He looked round the classroom to find the culprit. The students' eyes were lifeless. Sang-yu's eyes narrowed. Hai Xeok acted as if nothing happened and asked, something wrong with you, Sang-yu? Sang-yu clenched his teeth in anger. Haha, so that's how you play? He broke the knife on his desk. No problem. I just wanted to go to the bathroom. Sang-woo walked down the hallway thinking. It was a strange feeling. Suddenly, a girl bumped into him. She stammered an apology. Sorry, I was in a hurry, Sang-yu replied. No problem. He looks at the torn shirt and thinks. At first glance, their actions seem normal. But actually, they're all targeting me. Sang-yu sighs. She's carrying something with her. Sang-yu continues to think. Even though it's just an attack from low-level hunters, I can still sense their aura. While walking, he notices a water bottle for notes. Sang-yu, you should drink it. I've been a fan of you for a long time now. Sang-yu doesn't doubt and takes a sip from the bottle. He quietly assesses the situation. After finishing the potion, an alert system sounds. Detecting poison, he sighs. It's poison. 3 days pass. The academy is shrouded in darkness. Headmaster Haksu speaks first, thanking everyone for being here today. He continues to speak as usual, as written by others. Today, we will resolve our troubles. The two professors look solemn. The one on the left is Professor B.S. Kang Mahjong in charge of Hunter Medicinal Studies. The one on the right is Professor C.B.A.E. in charge of Combat Hunter Training. HAK Headmaster Haksu. Zhu speaks next. Dong Sang-yu and Shin Ong-yeong are the two people he's referring to. See? Ong-hoon angrily slams the table. We shouldn't have provoked them from the start. Especially with Shin Dong-yeong. Even with the HE Guild, we couldn't do anything to him. F*** Ing Sung. See? Ok speaks but initially thought it was for the best. You said that if we let Shin Jun-yeong join this, we could influence the Hai Sung Guild. The headmaster's voice suddenly becomes loud. I said, things might have gone better if everything had progressed smoothly. Someone in the guild interrupts, what about Dong Sang-yu? Mahjong offers an opinion. Of course, even our students couldn't harm him at all. Hyuk clicks his tongue. He's that strong, The headmaster loudly declares, even if we combine forces now, we can't handle Dong Sang-yu. Just look at the eyes of his clones. Haksu rests his chin on his hand. It is as such, but don't worry too much. The master hasn't abandoned us yet. He continues to speak. They said they would send us S-rank assassins from the 13 Little Assassins Guild. He emphasizes each word. They've arrived in Korea already. Magi's face turns red. Master. Hyuk also slams the table. Oh, our master indeed. Hyuk exclaims. If it's 13 little assassins, we might be able to fight against Hai Sung. Kill Dong Sang-yu first and then Shin Dong-yeong. Ha. They all laugh. Thanks to the system, the door suddenly moves slightly. Then it's forcefully pushed open. A foot juts out. The person politely says, knock knock. Sang-yu's eyes are murderous. He knows what to do when he hears knocking. Sang-yu approaches each word carefully. For the past 3 days, my life has been anything but peaceful because of you. Sang-yu speaks sarcastically. Let's discuss how we should punish you during today's meeting. Shinong-hoa trembles, stammers, Dong Sang-yu. Sang-yu looks cool and confident, eyes wide, respectfully addressing the professor. What's this about? You must be familiar with it since you've been following me every class. Headmaster Haksu sweats. I don't know why Dong Sang-yu is here, but we can resolve this by talking. Sang-yu's face darkens. By talking, that sounds good to me. He speaks coldly. People only use words when there's equality. Sang-yu continued to hint. You have 5 people, but I'm alone, so I need to call for more. The large figures arrived one by one to suppress behind the professors. Sang-yu's clones gently place their hands on each person's shoulders. Sit tight in the center and just talk now. Sang-yu spoke. The past 3 days were really great. He continued straightforwardly. Those trying to kill me have become bolder over time. Sang-yu kept talking nonstop, mentioning ambushes, traps, even sniper attacks. That's why we had to cover all the windows of the company building. After going through such things, there was only one thought in my head. Sang-yu emphasized each word. I can't endure it even if they brainwash them. The principal Hakusujun interjected, "Excuse me for interrupting, but Jun Sang-yu, what do those trying to kill you mean?" He continued, "I still don't understand." One clone tightly held onto Professor Haishi's hand. He shouted in pain. Sang-yu replied, "It's better to just shut up and say meaningless words." Sang-yu threatened softly, "If you think your finger is strong enough, keep going." Haishi slammed the table and stood up, joking with these guys. Before he could add more sarcasm, a punch hit his face. Dushi was punched back far by a clone. Sang-yu sighed lightly. "Oh my god, you just lost 10 laws for that meaningless talk." Hakusujun got angry. "What are you doing? At least tell us what you want." He shouted loudly, "As far as I know, if the academy disappears, not only we will be affected." Sang-yu cut his eyebrows. "Do you think I'm going to threaten me with that potion?" A crackling sound of breaking fingers echoed. The principal Jun slammed the table. "I'm just telling the truth." Sang-yu raised 3 fingers and demanded, "These are my conditions. First, stop brainwashing all the academy students and get rid of these meaningless tricks. Second, ensure I am the only one participating in the World Academy competition to obtain the potion. Third, don't inform your superiors about this." Everyone looked uncomfortable at those unreasonable demands. The black principal tried to cover up. "Sorry, but we don't understand what you're saying." Meanwhile, Sang-yu's clones bent Haishi's fingers lower, causing him to scream in pain. The black principal was agitated. "You underestimated them. If you want to kill, just do it. Such threats won't work on us. But you should give up the potion too." Sang-yu whispered sarcastically, "I can hear that. I know what you've planned." Recalling earlier, Zeon suggested, "You shouldn't reveal your weaknesses." Sang-yu asked confusedly, "Hun, what do you mean?" Zeon explained, "You're very soft-hearted." Sang-yu got angry. "Why do you all think that way? I'm tough too." Zeon leaned close and implied, "To get what we want, we must instill fear. But using brute force recklessly won't be effective. You have to show your will and their weaknesses." Returning to the scene, Sang-yu took out a piece of paper. "Don't you know I'm aware of your master's existence?" Sang-woo threatened. "Do you want this document to be spread worldwide?" Hakusujun stood up in shock. "How did you get that?" Sang-woo continued to warn, "This won't end with just the Korean branch. I think all academies around the world must close down for an investigation." Sang-woo pretended to dust off the paper and sighed lightly. "I don't know what your master is plotting, but this will have a big impact." His voice was soft like silk. "Don't waste time, just end it quickly. Throw their bodies into the portal and burn them." Hearing his master's command, the clones immediately passed each person to the portal. Professor Magi's eyes filled with tears. "Hush, no way!" The black principal intervened. "Hold on, please let us think about it." Sang-yu asked, "Why is the time calculation module not working?" Sang-yu seems to read Mr. Tam's thoughts and speaks up first. "Are you busy sending messages somewhere? It looks like you're waiting for something related to Thap-Tam." The principal was stunned by this. Oh, the principal seems to be drowning in his own blood. 2 big figures enter, their faces grim. The old principal grabs a life-saving branch and shouts loudly, "They're here! Thap-Tam it!" They respond immediately. "Yes, we came to get you." Behind them is Sang-yu's clone holding the body of Thap-Tam it. Seeing his life-saving branch break, he dies on the spot. Sang-yu asks, "Now that you don't have to wait for anyone, what do you think?" "Right, I'll give you 3 seconds to answer." Sang-yu's voice is chilling. 3, 2, and he ends with a final number, 1. The principal then yells loudly somewhere. He thinks, "I just need to pass through this wall." He activates his skill, Permeation, overcoming all obstacles quickly. Before he can move, a skill circle activates on him. That's Sang-yu's recovery skill. He loses all skills and hits the cold wall randomly. Oh my! A girl with a cigarette in her mouth. "I've thought this through, but I didn't expect you to actually do something like that." Junhee is angry. So he wants me to push you into the prayer room, right? Seeing the situation is tough, the principal widens his eyes and asks, "What are your conditions?" Without letting Sangwoo repeat, a loud shout rings out. The principal responds, "No, I remember now. We'll do our best to follow your instructions." Finally, Principal Won Hak-soo and the others agreed to my terms, and the academy started returning to normal. Miho speaks with a sweet tone. "Haha, well done, Guntia." Guntia replies, "I didn't expect them to send assassins from abroad. It will be tough for just us two without Sangwoo's help." Miho doubts and asks, "Yeah, he is strong. Why is he still at that level?" Since the history and system knowledge part suddenly stopped, other academies might notice, so we decided to keep it. But Dong Zion speaks up, "Is this what the principal mentioned? Sangwoo DAP? Yeah, there's a bit of that." Instead, they asked us to destroy the brainwashing devices and turn them into ordinary boring classes. Both speak in unison, "Let's just do it." With Captain Hong Junhee's help, we easily eliminated the brainwashing quickly. But when Junhee orders, "Go through this path," strangely, the brainwashing of the professors, including the principal, can't be carried out. I think they just don't need to brainwash themselves. So a skill circle activates and Haseon finally breaks free from the restraint. Sangwoo asks, "Are you okay?" Haseon sniffs back tears, "Dad." Then she rushes into Sangwoo's arms. "I'm sorry, I must have gone crazy." Sangwoo comforts her, "You did a great job." Meanwhile, Yuhain keeps shouting, "The one who should apologize is me, not him." After 3 chaotic days, someone with an authoritative voice says, "Not here." A bit to the left, that person flatters. "Is this it?" The one giving orders slightly agrees. "Aha! So when's the next evaluation?" The principal wiped his sweat as he looked at the screen. "Checking stats. We'll compare your current stats with those you had in the academy, and based on that, you'll get high marks." Sangwoo softly asked, what are you going to do with my scores?" The principal looked resolute. "Of course it's an A+. Sangwoo subconsciously nodded. "All right." Suddenly, Sangwoo shouted loudly, "When can we learn new skills next? When will we use the fireball technique again?" After hearing Professor Hyuk scold me, "My 10 fingers are bandaged." "Oh, I'll teach freezing skills soon." Sangwoo threatened, "Do it well. I'll keep an eye on you." Professor Hyuk, his trembling hand, replied, "Yes." Then he thought to himself, "My life." In a dimly lit room, 2 people were facing each other. The masked person spoke first. The branch office in Korea said the issue was resolved, but 13 reported mission failure. He asked, "What do you think?" The mushroom named replied happily, "Yes, everything you think is right, sir. You're bored, ready to answer anything boringly. What if I say your death is correct?" The mushroom named drew his knife and said, "I'm willing." Without much ado, he beheaded himself. Blood splattered everywhere, leaving the masked person helpless with sweat. He spoke, "Oh, I was just joking," and the old man laughed loudly. "Clean up now and send someone to investigate that Sangwoo guy for me." Sangwoo's narration continued. 2 types of reactions from academy students. The green-haired girl with a bow apologized. "I'm really sorry. I don't know why I did those things, but..." He thought apologize or something else. She bowed lower. "I don't know how much to apologize. You can report me to the police if you want. You can ask for compensation if you want. They will apologize while regretting what they did or being too ashamed to see me and trying to avoid me." Sangwoo thought, it would be a lie if I said I wasn't crazy, but at least they apologized like this. He sighed softly. "All right then." Sangwoo casually left, or Ian playfully added, "You really acted well." Sangwoo continued, "What else could I do? I can't hit them now because they're no longer brainwashed. Anyway, those guys have paid the price." Suddenly, Sangwoo asked, "Our next class is physical training, right?" As if remembering something, or Ian suddenly blushed. "Oh, Dad, about that movie we talked about earlier, can we go now? There's a movie I really want to watch." Sangwoo coldly interrupted, "What did you say?" "We have to train." He dragged Haseon and ran fast. "Your basic stats are too low." Haseon replied as she ran, all right, I'll go." Someone's voice echoed, today's class is physical training. In the Hunter Academy gym, a multifunctional training room with advanced equipment appeared. Jaehua wiped his face emotionlessly. We will evaluate your basic stats in the next class. We'll compare it with your stats improved through training here, and your score depends on how much you improve. Ian looked at the teacher sitting motionless on the training bed and asked, is that right? Sangyu clearly replied, he told you before. Dealing with those scoundrels requires a different approach. The people around are no better. What happened to him? Hazian is in trouble. Sangyu immediately asked. Anyway, why do you hate this class so much? Hazian replied dejectedly. You're quite down, but your skill level has increased. But the strength remains the same. Teacher Sangyu advised. This is a place to train skills. Practice is key. Hazian looked exhausted. I'll come back soon. The targets were set up, and Hazian activated the Master Mana skill. Meanwhile, the boys in the strength training area were lifting weights. A girl was delivering powerful blows to a very strong target. Sangyu thought to himself that his stats had increased significantly, and he told them about it. So he doesn't need to do these things anymore. Anyway, we're here now. I'll just go train for a bit. I don't feel anything with the GM organization's machines. Sangyu approached teacher Yahi Iok and asked, how much can this be adjusted to have set to maximum? Teacher Sangyu came closer, using his entire body as an example. Yahi Iok silently turned around to estimate. The weight was controlled by gravity crystals attached to it, so it completely depended on the wearer's strength. Zahi Ayase continued, you could even set it to a point where it can't be lifted at all. Sangyu was amazed. Then he replied straightforwardly, let's make it unmovable. Zahi Ayase asked with cold sweat, are you sure? While adjusting, Zahi Ayase warned, this mode is only for performance enhancement. It's usually not used in this way. Sangyu bent down to lift the weight and said, it'll be fine, so go ahead. Yahi Iok adjusted until it couldn't be lifted at all without hesitation. Sangyu thought that aside from what was attached inside his skin, it looked like a regular barbell and seemed even lighter. With this in mind, he bent over and picked up the weight. Sangyu gritted his teeth and silently marveled, it's too heavy. He thought to himself, that's exactly what I want. The teacher heard the clinking of the equipment as pieces fell off, causing a slight fear. Sangyu said with satisfaction, very exciting. He lifted the weight with all his might and became even more excited. He could feel this excitement. The teacher's eyes widened in shock as he saw each piece of equipment fall apart carefully. Pieces of machinery broke off, but Sangyu remained calm as he took the barbell away. I'm sorry, Professor, the performance is quite good. The professor held the broken equipment and cried tears. Sangyu happily sang a song in Inga. Is it because they're rich? They have amazing equipment. I'll try to ask them about opening a gym at night for my clones to operate. Sangyu looked around the classroom and remembered. Where's Shin Young-ai? Where did he go? The evaluation is coming up. Maybe he went to do something. A hesitant voice echoed. So a man spoke. Is the academy really dangerous? Shin Young-ai replied nervously. The Haesung Association should prepare for such situations. We temporarily stop them, but they still pose a significant threat. One of the Haesung team members, Jinnik's first team captain, asked, so what kind of threat are we? Sung Wai answered awkwardly, I can't say because of the magic potion. It might be why the academy collapsed. Jinnik rubbed his hand in frustration. He's team leader of Team 2, and those people will follow him no matter what. Dong Ian spoke up to explain. It wasn't something they could handle on their own. He should help them too. Dong Yen continued talking. I got the same information as Dong Sang. Jinnik cut in. So, why did you enter the academy? Jinnik spoke coldly. If you want to play childish games, go to the playground. We provided all the support for you to enter the academy, and yet you befriend Dong Sang. He continued indifferently. The reason you need help this time is because of the upcoming evaluation. Dong Yan's voice trembled. That wasn't right. Zhang turned his face away coldly. Haha, hell, did you think you had everything so you did these things? You should work harder instead of wasting time on such matters. Jinook continued to speak like a sharp blade. I won't tell your father about this, and as if it never happened. Just do the evaluation. They don't expect anything more from you. He thought to himself. He had tried his best despite being brainwashed by Sangyu a few days ago. Elsewhere, continuous attacks were aimed at the target, but the heads remained unaffected. Hasian sighed and thought. Even level 3 automatons didn't move. She thought to herself. She had faced off against Sangyu a few days ago and her strength was enough to defeat Scotland. Now, Sangyu could throw fireballs better than before. I can't keep being a burden on him anymore. She silently resolved. A powerful voice echoed. Everyone? Jun held the bowl of noodles and asked Hasian. What's up, Hasian? Wu Hai across also looked grim. What is it? I know you're still brainwashed. Hasian replied, this is the only place I can rely on. I want to become stronger. She was determined. Please let me join the GM organization. It was late at night, and some rooms were still lit up. Sangwoo kicked open the door rudely. Open the training room, please. The principal looked surprised and sighed. At this hour? Sangyu continued, clone hunting doesn't care about time. I can't use it all day because of my classes. The principal Huxu smiled nervously, but the training room, Sangwoo sighed, just say it. The principal Huxu replied warmly, use the academy facilities outside your class schedule is completely fine. Hearing a satisfactory answer, Sangyu turned back and said, I'll use it all night so don't turn off the lights. The principal agreed. Principal Huxu sat in thought. I tried to stop him, so this isn't my fault. Hunter Dong-yan asked. Sangyu put his hands in his pockets and led the clones to the training room. 2 hours of training followed by hunting. Repeat those 2 things. The clones responded. Understood. Sangyu was excited. Use them as you wish. We have this place all night, so. Suddenly he noticed something. A voice echoed. Lord Hon. Zio Kin entered the room. Lord Guan, why aren't you answering? Du Hon sat amidst the ruins. Hunter Zio Kin, go bully someone else somewhere else. I'll stay here today. Lord Guan smirked. Anyway, why are you talking like that? After a fit of rage, damn it, I'm used to this. Just listen to me, it's about Dong-yan. The confused Lord Guan looked. After all that, Dong-yan, that bastard, I think he faked his ranking. After that loss, I went crazy and started fighting. Selkin recalled the moment he strangled Shin Junayom. Selkin seemed to have noticed something. Hold on a moment. A notification board appeared in front of Selkin. The opponent's stats are too low. Disregarding weak opponents has pushed him to his limit. Selkin looks uncomfortable. Jun Sangwoo has shown up, so I couldn't investigate thoroughly. But Shin Junji-Iong is different. Why would a B-class hunter or what we call an elite hunter feel so aggrieved? In another room, he's struggling to breathe. He gasps for air as he calls out, Sangyu. Hearing Sangyu respond, his tired hand reaches out. All the vitality potions are empty now. Sangyu asks in disbelief. All of this is. Dong-Iong's face is covered in sweat. Why? Why are you here? Then the system notification appeared. The Great Mage seems passive. You can learn all skills faster than anyone else. All your learned skills will automatically reach the maximum level. The system displays coldly with punishment text. That's a weak mage. All stats are adjusted to 0.2. Strength is 0.2. Speed is 0.2. Endurance is 0.2. Spirit is 0.2. Mana is 0.2. Sangyu looks shocked. I think we need an explanation here. Sangyu persists in asking, what exactly happened? Dong trembles? He turns his back and walks away. I'm just training for the evaluation. I'm almost done. Sangyu speaks louder. Dong. Sangyu runs over, placing a hand on Dong-Iong's shoulder. Don't go like that. Dong-Iong, in a stern voice, says, you can't see this? Isn't it ridiculous to be exhausted after lifting a 3 kilograms weight? Dong-Iong grits his teeth and says, this is the skill I gained after awakening. Dong-Iong continues, all my abilities are fixed at 0.2. Sangyu is taken aback. A cheerful voice echoes, Ozo. An old man's voice asks, did you learn all your skills to the highest level? Isn't that strange? Dong Ayong answers, yes, and the old man replies with praise, that's a wonderful talent. Perhaps we can see the first S-class hunter from Korea here. As a child, he says, I used to be a magical genius. He continues, apart from awakening skills, I could copy any normal skill I saw within 1 to 2 months. The professor looks through his book and finds a spot. No, did you only learn the Holy Sphere like that? He says, all the skills I couldn't copy are stored in the Haesung vaults. Dong Ayong speaks hesitantly. Everyone had high hopes for me. As he continues to speak, he becomes more sad. Even his father trusted in him. My father proudly declared, you are the future of this Haezi man. Keep up with such diligence, those envious eyes. Still, when you were innocent back then, keep going, okay? Then suddenly, as a child, you felt intense pain all of a sudden. The pain was unbearable. You finally spoke up, I have to be. At that time, you sat down with determination and words ready to burst out. Shinzong Ein continued his story, genius, but everything was fixed at 0.2. You felt even more depressed. If only I could say it back then. You remembered the moment you were drenched in sweat from a simple task. The man looked suspicious. Your basic abilities didn't increase compared to last year. Shinzong Ein's father immediately turned pale and coldly ordered, Shinzong Ein, go to the tea room. A surprising voice spoke up. 0.2. All abilities were fixed at 0.2. You could only shiver in fear. Your father was deeply disappointed. Forever. You immediately spoke out of fear. Oh, you still don't know. If you continue to practice diligently from now on, your father slammed his hand on the table in frustration. The whole world will realize you're just a fool. He coldly turned away. We've heard cases of reduced ice resistance after awakening fire-related skills. No matter how high the skill level, it's useless. Everything is at 0.2, including mana. Over time, I've poured money into a bottomless pit. You immediately burst into tears upon hearing this. Well, he went crazy, but you're still lucky. No matter what you do now, I don't have to worry about stopping you. His voice was filled with contempt. If I hit too hard, you'll die. Hearing this, young Dong Eong tightened his grip on the collar of his shirt. Young Dong Eong spoke with despair. After that day, Hai Seong erased all traces of me. All information and articles about me were removed from the internet, including my skills. My hunter rank, thanks to Hai Seong's support, stopped at B. Young Dong Eong continued his story. That was when I knew I could get elixirs from the academy. Astonishingly, Shinzong Ein continued, a potion that can remove all curses and heal any wounds. It became my life's purpose. Shinzong Ein continued, to hide the mana shortage, I kept the mana potion in my teeth and carried it in a bottle for class. I was very desperate. You sighed softly. Of course, after all that, I still lost to you. You spoke with admiration. Shinzong Ein's awakening might be a miracle for you. You sighed. But for me, it was the worst curse. Saying you thought silently. So that's why weak potions don't work in group battles. There was nothing left to weaken from the start. Sanyu stood up and asked, who knows about this? You answered, only my father and brother, some team leaders. No one else. Sanyu secretly despises it. If you're going to use a trap, why not set it at home? You didn't think about getting caught by it. Please call Iron Head. I asked the principal to lock the door. But who would have thought someone would come in here like this? Moreover, all these items have already been used. Now, please call Xeon Head. There's a magic gravity device that can support training based on the user's strength. But when I arrived today, it was broken. I asked you about it. So, your basic ability you registered as a Sin Dongwai on cap, 40. You Kin and Gak, 40. And then you pressed close to Sin Dongwai Ong. Really shameless. Lying has its limits. Up to 200 times at most. Sin Dongwai Ong argued, who would have thought we'd need to evaluate abilities? Sin Dongwai Ong looked helpless. Oh, what should I do now? I must go. As Sin Dongwai Ong left, he warned, please keep today's conversation a secret from even the principal. Sangyu was puzzled and scratched his head. Then he exclaimed, damn monkey. By this time, Sin Dongwai-ong had stepped out of the academy. His eyes met someone. That was his father waving at him with a beautiful woman. "Do you want to have a team member for the promotion test?" The man spoke sarcastically. "Do you know Sin Dongyu?" Sin Dongwai-ong replied, "A user of clone technique, sir." He chuckled softly. "I saw it when it was in row F. I mocked it when I saw it with Junmo. It's great to see it struggling in row F. Ha ha. But then I heard that Sin Dongyu passed the B-level test without any help at all." He emphasized each word. "Some people even dare not try for promotion without support." He sighed in boredom. "I mocked the Japanese guy into thinking he was on a stone, and that stone became a precious gem." His voice was sarcastic, and the gem we polished daily turned out to be just another stone. Ha ha ha. Sin Dongwai-ong pondered for a moment. As he was lost in thought, someone in black grabbed him. He shouted loudly, Who are you? If you want to live, shut up and be quiet." Inside another building, the voice was doubtful. Even with skill upgrades, strength remains unchanged. "That's Junmo asking Haiyan, don't you lack mana?" Haiyan blushed and replied, "My only confident ability is mana." Junmo pondered for a moment, but she still did well in the evaluation at Hanoi Academy. After some time, Haiyan asked confusedly, "Why here?" Junmo smiled. "But actually, there's someone very good at mana manipulation." Junmo continued, "But his training is extremely harsh." Miho happily asked, "Sir, for the basic ability evaluation day?" The professor introduced, "There are a total of 5 evaluation tools. They sequentially assess strength, physical stamina, explosive power, and endurance." The professor continued, "Once you complete any part, move to the next immediately." Yahi-Eok announced, "So let's start the evaluation." Yahi-Eok asked, who was confident, "Step forward." Then a strong step was heard. That was Sin Dong-young showing off his spirit. The examiner beside him requested, "Please give it your all here." He replied, "Yes." After the contemptuous remark, they started with Sin Dong-young. "Look at how thin its hand is." Duguan watched the show and said, "Let's see if you're right." Dong-young's hand glows with mana flow. Sangyu sits quietly observing, then sighs softly. Sangyu feels helpless but finally has to step in. Dong-young throws a powerful punch. Seeing the wall deform like that, the inspector is amazed. Seokin and Dakwon stare wide-eyed. Young-eong's mana still glows. Behind Sangyu stands his clone. Young-eong speaks, "Please continue evaluating." At this point, they used chameleon skills, which change appearance but keep stats the same. Recalling last night, Dong-young mutters as his clock only works twice a day. Suddenly, he's grabbed by a black-clothed figure. Dong-young panics. "Who are you?" The figure gestures, "Be quiet or you'll die." Sangyu's stern face appears for the evaluation. Dong-young asks in shock, "Sangyu, what are you doing here?" Sangyu urges, "Just answer me. Can you change someone else's shape with your chameleon skill?" Dong-young asks confusedly, "What?" Dong-young approaches, he's about to. Sangyu answers, "Yes, we can change the clone's appearance into yours. This way, you'll easily pass the evaluation test. After all, you helped me." Sangyu emphasizes, "But don't misunderstand my intentions. I still want to pursue the Elysia elixir, so I won't help you much." Sangyu sneers, "At least I can eliminate all suspicions about you now." Then Sangyu's clone stands in front of the broken wall. With a long measurement, the inspector is surprised. Strength is exactly 40. The distant crowd whispers, "Is getting such accurate stats possible?" No way, the wall is healing now. Next is the reflex test, and Dong-young dodges skillfully. Then comes the stamina test, and Dong-young runs at full speed. For the mana test, oh my, the power surge. In the endurance test, Dong-young remains unshaken by the beatings. The inspector is amazed. Everything is 40. The evaluation for Dong-young's hunter skills is complete. The students are in shock. What? He's not a long-range combat hunter. The other inspector is equally surprised. He really did it. Getting 40 stats means he's at level already. Even Kin finds it hard to believe. This can't be real, it's too unbelievable. Dakwon is not surprised. I knew it would happen. Forget about it. Do your own test. The inertia effect skills have ended. Dakwon doubts inwardly. What kind of blade effect could end so quickly? I suspected this from the start. I think my reaction was a bit exaggerated. Yahi-eug looks at the papers, then sees Sinjung Eong's evaluation sheet with all 40s. He thinks, what kind of stats are these? How can everything be 40 and even higher than mine? One stat is slightly lower. Yahi-eug picks up the evaluation. Sinjung Eong's hunter skills have increased by an average of 0.249 points. A bit disappointing, but not bad at all. Meanwhile, Sinjung Eong is replenishing mana secretly. He silently thinks, that fool. I told him to be general. Who would have thought he'd put it in one stat exactly? Anyway, controlling such stats, is that still human? But over there, why isn't Kin still upset? He must have played a trick. The official was helpless. Stop it. You can see the wall got punched through. Shin's eyes narrowed. Quietly stepping to one side, he said thanks to Dong Sangyu. Dong Sangyu approached his clone. It's over now, so let's leave quickly. His stomach must be full of medicine right now. The clone responded. Alright then. Suddenly, Dong Sangyu remembered something. By the way, there are some issues that have been bothering me for a while. It's best to check it after this incident. Dong Sangyu spoke. I also want to participate in the evaluation. The skin tester should punch harder on this part of the wall. But he didn't stop when he saw Mana and the barrier. Dong Sangyu rushed towards the wall, veins popping out. One hit and the wall was pierced through to the other side, drawing everyone's attention. The wall showed signs of collapsing until it finally fell down. Dong Sangyu muttered to himself. My stats stopped increasing for a while after ingesting that magic gem. Over there, his clone was munching on some snacks. Dong Sangyu opened the inspection panel. He asked the clone to eat as much as possible at once and see what happens. Hearing this, the clone went crazy, stuffing food into its mouth. Dong Sangyu gritted his teeth in disbelief, thinking that no stats were increasing. What's going on here? I think after number 7 was kidnapped and my stats skyrocketed. Dong Sangyu continued, the magic gems only turned into monsters now. So how should I use this name then? It would be better to visit Heritage again. At the main building of Heritage in New York, USA, a cheerful voice echoed. Oh my god! Dong Sangyu tried to flatter but failed to copy the female clone skill. What a pity! Bird Chow wore an expression of disgust. Are you sure that's a pity? Dong Sangyu kept mumbling. Of course it is! Ha, 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 ha! It's a very complex skill. Birdchild emitted a sharp aura, but we can now use the clone skill on some equipment. Still a bit disappointing that it doesn't work on living beings. Dong Sangyu widened his eyes in surprise. How did you do that? It's even more surprising. I wish my clones had a few pieces of armor to protect themselves when they regenerate. Birdchild continued. Creating a skill surpassing the original's power is impossible. The ability to copy equipment is a special effect of the clone skill. If you can't use it, that means the skill still has perfect lineage potential. Dong Sangyu was stunned. Birdchild remembered. Oh, some people want to meet you. Are you busy? Dong Sangyu asked. What did I say? The door opened. D. Hubert spoke first. Oh, so you're the master of that clone? I'm D. Hubert, and this is Raven. De Hubert grabs his hand. I've been making progress on what I want for a long time now. All thanks to your skills. I was really looking forward to meeting you. With a polite bow, I'm glad we could help Mr. Sang. Although I couldn't copy any items. Birdchild introduces, Mr. De Hubert is the one who makes items for Heritage Company. The code I gave you was his work too. Sangwoo responds, oh, thank you very much for that. Birdchild speaks up next. And this is Lord Javin. You probably know him. Sangwoo stands there like a fool. Yes, Birdchild with disdain. Haven't you heard? He's the strongest swordsman in the world. A S-rank hunter. Javin looks pale at that. Sangwoo asks, an S-rank hunter? Based on what I know, there are no S-rank hunters in Korea. So this is how we meet the first S-rank hunter. Sangwoo blushes and says, I'm really sorry. I don't know much about the hunting world. Jeonvin sighs. Don't worry about it. After all, we're not the strongest or those silly things. See, I'm not even that famous. Bert Chow has to continue introducing. Javin rescued number 7. John Company was behind it. That day, they destroyed the lab too. Senga asks, I have a question. Do you remember exactly what kind of experiments they were doing there? I'm curious about what happened to number 7. Javin answers nonchalantly. Of course I do. I still remember it clearly. Javin continues. There were many machines there. Large pipes were everywhere. The control panels were sleek and there were lots of robots too. There were big test tubes like cages. It seemed they were experimenting on something. Javin asks, does this help you at all? All three are shocked by the story. Javin continues talking and Jeonvin cuts him off. Let me explain. After rescuing him, we experimented with a few things. I think your clone was influenced by D, E, B. Senga is surprised, so John Company created D, E, B? Birdchild asks, do you know what D, E, B are? I was about to explain that. Sengyu tells a story. Something happened in Korea, but it wasn't D, E, B turning users into crystal monsters. Birdchild says, so you knew that? Yes, you're right. The crystal core is a drug for humans, but it has a side effect of turning users into monsters. It's an unfinished product. But since his clone isn't a true human, that allows it to absorb the crystal core completely. Based on my observations, I think they figured out exactly how the crystal core works. Sangyu spoke up, so D, E, B used on my clone must be the perfected drug with side effects, right? He thought to himself, that's why my stats increased while my clone didn't turn into a monster. Bursch Eldap, this is just a hypothesis, but because of D, E, B being perfected, the stats I can artificially boost have reached their limit. That's why I think the crystal core no longer affects my stats. This means, Berchow said slowly, you must train on your own from now on. Sangwoo rubbed his temples and thought, so now I need to take action and maybe use the monster's absorption ability? Berchow asked, is there anything else you want to ask? Sangwoo sighed, yeah, that's it. Sangwoo thought, she might not know but asking won't hurt. Sangwoo asked, do you know what the harvest day is? Hearing this, Berchow was alarmed and all three of them looked at him seriously. Sangwoo timidly asked, is there something wrong? Did I do something wrong? Dahu stopped pressing a button, and a powerful strike aimed at Sangwoo. Sangwoo thought his arm was deactivated. Javin said, don't worry, the translation mode is still active. Javin's eyes turned black with anger, but he should choose his words carefully. Sangwoo looked confused as his face became more serious. He spoke authoritatively and clones appeared. Alright, so I'll change my question then. Are you also on the same side as the academy? The space suddenly felt tense, with dust flying everywhere. Berskern and Dubbert were shocked. She helplessly plucked at her hair. Stop! Both of you! Stop it! Berskern's voice was firm. You too! Zhang Sangju, forget it. We're not enemies. Sangju nodded. Her tone was cold. I don't think you can convince me that quickly. It's your fault for provoking us first. Berserker pleaded softly. Raven, put down your sword. I think he really didn't know. Raven hesitated. She tried to explain further. Zhang Sangju's help is crucial for our plan. You know that. Finally, he retracted his force and sheathed his sword tightly. Sanju said nothing, clenching his hands as he withdrew his clones. The blackness on his face was almost gone. Seeing both of them temporarily calm down, Berserker sighed in relief. She turned to him and slowly said, I will tell you what the harvest day is. But there's something you need to accept before knowing this. Sanju asked, what is it? Berserker closed her eyes and stroked her ear. She calmly said, this world is bigger than you think. We are not from Earth. His eyes widened in surprise. Berserker's ears lengthened. She looked like a spirit. Her voice was slightly trembling. We are extraterrestrial beings from a very distant place. Our original planet is Tiburn, a star that resembles Earth quite closely, a peaceful place where many species coexist harmoniously. a place surrounded by nature, magic, and the empire of Urantia, a peaceful and beautiful planet with medieval architecture featuring tall pillar halls. All creatures are friends. Until the Grand ID Flood invaded, a giant scorpion-like creature fell from the sky, breaking the green land and structures. The Urantian Empire fought back, but there was a real threat behind these monsters attacking living beings, something we couldn't resist. Numerous black vortex points suddenly appeared in the sky, its interdimensional portal technology. From then on, this beautiful land was invaded by hordes of Grand ID monsters. Despite our efforts to resist, countless monsters would continue to flood out, each region being taken over as people moved towards the Empire's center. As Urantia stood at the brink of despair, a man appeared, stepping out from the ruins and standing before the disheartened knights. He was Lieberstein, a scientist from Earth who invented the system. Sanju was surprised. His eyes widened, his voice urgent. "Hold on, the system is really created by one person." Burston replied calmly. "Yes, we were initially shocked too." She recounted, "As I told you before, learning a skill is so difficult. Books lined up on my desk. Most people on our planet couldn't become magical warriors without at least 10 years of focused spell practice. But Lieber was different. He learned magic incredibly fast and became the Great Mage of Urantia in just 5 years. He then focused on researching rapid magic comprehension methods to increase the number who could fight, studying countless papers alone. Anyone, even those without knowledge or understanding of complex gestures or low mana, could protect the Empire. Then a machine was created, a red obsidian ball placed on the main pedestal. That's how skill spheres were born. A perfect plan. Even when the system wasn't fully complete, it still supported basic attack skills, tightly cast magical smoke, and people began to rise up and learn magic using these skill spheres. As the system became more advanced, higher-level spells could be used, giving everyone hope. Monsters were defeated. Peace came after pushing back the Grand ID Flood. But then the war continued until the system was perfected, his eyes turning wild and insane as Lieber began a massacre. Even now, I can't understand why that day's Lieber looked like a demon lord with tentacles behind him. He killed countless people. No one could stop him, not even elemental sword descendants or bloodlines. He continued to kill and slaughter. Urantia was drenched in blood, bodies littered everywhere. And within a week, the Urantian Empire fell. That's called the Harvest Day. Sanju couldn't believe it. One empire by one person. Berskern slightly bowed. She clutched her mouth but couldn't suppress her fear. "I still can't forget that scene." Then Berskern awkwardly turned to Raven and whispered, "Do you have anything else to add? Because I don't see Lieber often." He was silent. His hoarse voice replied, "Well, a few details were missed, but basically that's how it happened." Wavern continued calmly, "The only ones who survived were us three. If by Earth time, it was 1995. He asked, "Do you know what happened 5 years later?" Sanju answered, "In 2000 there was a disaster." He suddenly shuddered. Sanju and the system appeared on Earth too. The face confirmed that the system is a foundation for its roots. Soon, the harvest would also occur on Earth. Somewhere else, heavy breaths were heard in short gasps. Two Ions fell to their knees. Jun conceded defeat. "Me? Impossible." Miho teased. "Oh my, do you feel tired? Get up," she ordered, pointing at the target boards and singing in Russian. "There's still much to learn." Hei-Ein's body collapsed, falling flat on the floor. Going back a week earlier, Hei-Ein cautiously looked at the large object above her head, weakly saying this. Amidst thick smoke, Miho lifted that ball and introduced it straightforwardly. "This is the initial size of my skill sphere. I'm going to throw it now." As she spoke, she slightly moved her hand back, then threw it towards the target board, a loud thud followed by smoke filling the air. But after the smoke cleared, the target board remained intact. Miho stepped forward and turned around to face Hei-Yan. She tapped on the target board seriously. "What do you think? Is it similar to your monosphere? Mana only has a shape but no damage. Isn't it just about increasing in size? If that's the case, even reaching level 100 won't change anything." Miho asked, "Are you only using it as the system required?" High-An couldn't utter a word. Miho ordered again, summoning another floating magic ball. "Clearly, you need to control mana and compress it. Your skill is about mastering mana, right?" Her face was shrouded in darkness. The tone became sharper. "The system is just a tool. Even during the disaster era, humans could still use their skills effectively without them." She threw the magic ball away after saying that. This time it pierced through the target's shield and even exploded against the thick wall, passing right through it. Ignoring the blast, Miho stared intently at her again. Continuing, "She is the one using this skill." Returning to the present, Miho took out a shield and twirled it in her hand. The size had to be at least like this. Since her skill level isn't high, there will be less mana, so compressing it would make it smaller than mine. High-An stood up, listening intently as Miho was confident. "This is necessary for power. Try to get him up." High-An reluctantly agreed. "I know, but I've been practicing like this all week and today's the evaluation day." Miho smiled. "So when are you going to do it?" One side ranges the target shields while she questions the other. "Since there's an evaluation today, you'll skip it now. Tomorrow is weekend, so you can rest." "When will I be able to practice then?" Looking down at her with a cold voice, Miho said, "It wouldn't be surprising if he becomes a rank hunter right now. Don't you think I'm being greedy?" Hyan's hands trembled as she gripped them tightly. Seeing this, she continued to tease and provoke her. "Thinking about it. Previously, we caught some assassins with the hunters in Sanju, and he fought well. He also looked very attractive," Miho said flirtatiously. "I even took notice of him until a loud explosion cut off her words. The smoke from behind Miho obscured everything as two targets appeared. These two ions are driving me crazy. Give me more targets." She slid down. "No, bring all of them to me." Happy and immediately running away, Miho responded. Sighing inwardly, she thought it was worth it. Alright, youth is still the greatest motivation. Look at him. So Berskern hesitated. "The academy mentioned harvesting day. That's why you brought up the academy earlier." Sanju replied. "Yes." He continued, saying that many others were brainwashed to do this work. She was alarmed as if struck by lightning. Berskern gathered with his companion and asked in a shaky voice, "What should we do?" "I think we can stop it," Raven said coldly. "If we can't act on our own, the system will make us its target too." Dubose considered. "We could seek help from others if we inform them about this." But before he finished speaking, a strong voice interrupted. "Hold on." Sanju said seriously, "We can't act directly against the academy yet. My sister is affected by the magic virus. I need the elixir." Berserker was astonished. "Virus malware." Dubose also found it hard to believe. "So you just let the students do that, right? You just said they were brainwashed." Sanju lowered his eyes and answered in a hoarse voice, "I didn't let them be like that, only for the miracle drug." Dubbert suddenly got serious, looking at him with 100 questions, but remained silent for a moment. Then he surprisingly asked, "So basically, you'll help us as long as we get the miracle drug for you?" Sanju was taken aback. He just stood there, dumbfounded. Raven smiled slightly. "If you become my disciple, I'll handle the miracle drug issue." Sanju was shocked. "What? Disciple?" Berserker was also surprised. "Raven," but he seemed very relaxed. A firm tone. "Yes, that's right. As a disciple, you'll follow whatever I say. But now it's all about getting stronger." "You don't think that sounds too good to be true? And didn't you try to kill me just now?" Raven blushed and replied, "That's right. Just now, I thought you were on the system side. I'm sorry." Then he seriously addressed Sanju, a solemn tone. "What do you think of my proposal? Not too bad, right? After all, you said you would do anything to get the miracle drug. If we can solve that problem, we can work together to prevent the end of the world. We're on the same side now." Raven chuckled. "Plus, after fighting your clone before, I have this thought. You could become even stronger. What do you think?" Sanju was silent for a moment, thinking about his sister still lying in the hospital bed on life support with no signs of recovery. He solemnly agreed. "All right then. holding Sanju's hand tightly. He thought to himself, I don't need to think about it anymore. Sanju looked straight at him with a serious expression. Kungjian said, if you can get the miracle drug for me, I'll be your dog. Vaven couldn't help correcting. No, not a dog. A disciple. In the abandoned city at night, heavy breathing could be heard in the quiet space. The red-haired girl with short hair looked in one direction. Behind her were several security agents, keeping watch around. She pressed her hand to her ear and reported seriously over the radio, he's running away now. Don't let him escape. Subdue him and bring him back. Pretending to sit in a corner, cursing under her breath, damn it, that worthless scoundrel. He pretended to run, but actually called the Bureau of Death. I gave him valuable information he needed. What else does he want? The old man thought. I managed to save important documents related to DEP. And Eliza but pretended to rush away. Elisa, how many people are surrounding us now? Elisa's voice answered vaguely through the machine. 10? No! Probably 5. I don't know anymore. About 20 people, maybe. He looked grim and muttered under his breath. Damn it, the recognition ring is broken. Elisa's circuit was also fried. Outside, the FBI agents reported back to the girl, who must be the captain just now. That's all for that train. She immediately ordered that if he resists, you're allowed to kill him. Call everyone here quickly. Trevor was terrified. Damn it, they've arrived. Elisa's voice still echoed. Yeah, I think someone else has come here. Or maybe I'm wrong. Do you know? But he didn't have time to think anymore. Look at the people advancing below. Trevor's voice gradually became resigned. Just like that. He was delusional, but in the end, he still couldn't catch up. Suddenly, a few stones under his feet shook violently. Pretending to be light and quick, he panicked with wide eyes. Below, the FBI agents were shocked open-mouthed. Damn it! What's going on? The captain shouted loudly. What is that thing? In the sky, countless chunks of burning rocks of various sizes fell, resembling a huge beehive. Boom! They landed with a loud crash, causing a deafening roar. Amidst the fierce flames, the bodies of the FBI agents lay scattered. Captain Jingjing looked at the scene in front of her, injured all over. She was terrified and held her walkie-talkie tightly, her voice trembling as she called for help. We need support. But before she could finish speaking, a stone from behind pierced through her body, breaking her spine. She fell to the burning ground with one of her shoes stepping on her, accompanied by mocking laughter. But his voice roared out, Trevor, I heard you're here. Trevor slowly peeked out. They immediately faced a chaotic scene. What's the flag? Hessing looked up at him from below. He roared wildly, I came to save you. Don't be surprised anymore. Come out, my business partner. On another side, before a huge system, the deep voice of a man spoke solemnly. We have sent Trevor's location as requested to Hessing. The dark figure guessed that he must have arrived at his destination now. She sighed, pitying those poor humans. The courtier with a pained expression immediately split into two, sacrificing himself for righteousness. Under the black mask covering his face, O'Rourke didn't comment and paused slightly before asking faintly, do you have any questions? Why did you order me to send Trevor's location to Hessing? And why did the FBI agents have to die? He obediently replied, I'm not curious about those things. I just follow O'Rourke's orders. Now I request permission to proceed to the next location. O'Rourke said gravely, be careful, Kodacum is a tiger den. Returning to Sanju, his tone was leisurely. First, we'll learn about sword types and start with some basic strikes. He folded his arms seriously. First is the basic speed. Normally, there's also mana control in the body, but let's leave that for another time to study properly. First, relax your arm. However, Sanju cut in. He asked blankly, hold on a moment. What about the elixir? I'm sure I said that I would become your disciple after obtaining the elixir. Vaven looked slightly dumbfounded. Aha! Elixir! Soon I'll get it for you. But wouldn't it be better to have some experience first so that we can level up faster when we get the elixir? Sanju, with a fishy face, said, oh, agreements aren't like that. Maybe you're from another planet. After all, No one on Earth does it this way. He immediately stiffened after hearing that. Raven was panicking. Hey, I'm an S-rank hunter. Even if you bring a whole bag of money, you might not get the chance to learn swordsmanship from me. You're confident and open your mouth. I'm a clone system player. Master, Heritage invested 12.8 billion guons, around 10 million US dollars, to learn cloning like mine, but they couldn't. Berskrim was shocked to the core. Sanju pointed straight at him with a firm tone, emphasizing his words, though it's not far until the end of days. I won't completely make vague suggestions. So I want a fair agreement where you'll have a disciple, but not me until you give me the elixir. You close your eyes and continue speaking, someone better than anyone else to be your disciple, who will do anything you ask. At that moment, space suddenly cracked like a broken glass. Sanju Loya, another clone of him, came out to show his mother. This is the one. He'll take over my swordsmanship lessons from you. The clone's face was blank, as if it was biting a whole beefsteak. Finished with that, Sanju happily waved and ran away. Number 7. Wish you luck and follow his advice. I have class at the academy, so I'll go first. The event turned to stone watching him leave. Finally, he reluctantly accepted it. At least, there's someone to teach me now. Now, disciple, start with your stance. But that wasn't the end of it. Number 7 blurred as if cutting meat. I'm not your disciple. The Even's fake self was instantly terrified. The scenes you imagine together, learning swordsmanship with excitement. Ho, my disciple. Why don't we learn this today? Yes, master. Share the delicious food. It's so good. What is this dish? It's ramen, master. I bought it for you to try. Then came the scene of parting ways. I have nothing left to teach you now. Now you can go down the mountain. But master, I still have many things to learn. All scenes faded as the master's voice disappeared, his expressions unclear and his words silent. First is the speed of the sword. I'm starting to teach, so listen carefully. Number 7 obediently responded. Alright then. Back at the academy, Wenu brought a box full of balls. She said, now, today is the day you've all been looking forward to. We'll learn another new skill soon. I will now distribute the freezing skill balls. We'll do it exactly like last time. The person at the front will. Sanju blocked him from advancing to receive the ball. One side is deep in thought. So Raven, Berserker, and Dubers aren't Earth people, but aliens. They came from a planet destroyed on Judgment Day. He imagines the superior Lieberstein standing as the creative force of the system. Why did he do that? For what purpose? Sanju ordered to use the ice ball skill, announcing, ice skill formed. He stood still, trying to come up with an idea. Hold on, could we not use the system during Judgment Day? I learned basic mana control when meditating. Sanju blankly released blue mana steps as you noticed him and slightly warned about where he was going. A hunter should only use skills in the training room. But he still lost himself in thought. So what's at the core inside? Change lunar attributes. I can probably use mana without the system. Thinking this and looking at everyone like a fool. Sanju kept calling out names with the blue aura on his hand, shooting fire, ice, fire, ice. He slapped his arm and shouted, I'm hot now, damn it. Give me a fireball or an ice ball. Suddenly, a screen popped up, stopping. Sanju was surprised. The message said in Sanju, go to Kodakum. He made a face. Probably the end is near now. What's this broken thing? Sanju entered the path and looked for an empty spot, seeing the screen say reply if you understand, but not understanding what it meant. Where was Catacomb anyway? I don't know what this is, but it knows my name. He looked at Misteru on the stage, thinking to himself, must be him who did this for sure. Now that Australia stands up and seriously shares, we will train as before, but first, I need to tell you something. Until now, you've only trained in the training room and got used to going back and forth there, but this time it will be a bit different. He raised his voice excitedly. This time we'll learn new skills by fighting monsters in the dungeon. This will be an international event, and our academy is tasked with going to the dungeon. Wenu shouted loudly. Catacomb, a dungeon image immediately appeared on the screen behind him. He pointed out, A huge dungeon with different areas and levels. Sanju raised his eyebrows in surprise. After a while, Haku suddenly heard knocking at the door. He was surprised. Who is it? Sanju kicked the door open with his foot. Who are you? I'm back now. Then he turned and confronted Haku, angrily grabbing his collar. Do you want to die? Was this your doing again? Can I pretend to respect you now? I can't do it anymore. He panicked and shouted. What's going on? What is it? Sanju tightened his grip. What are you thinking? Training in catacomb for real combat. Now, everything is as you want, Mr. Haku said loudly in a daze. I don't understand what you're talking about. Each academy gets one dungeon randomly to train for real combat. You can't just change it whenever you want. It's not that simple. He frowned uncomfortably. Why? Then he calmed down and asked. So you weren't the one who messed with my status window? He finds it harder to believe. Huh? What's there? The window appears again. Sanju's eyes widen in surprise, muttering under his breath. Regretful, if not for the academy. The status window strangely reappears. Alert! I want to prevent the end of the world. Help me! You're stunned. Then who sent this to you? On another side, Miho stares intently at a gravestone that's smoking. Struggling with exhaustion behind the thick white smoke, she asks weakly, how do you feel? With a sardonic smile, she replies, good, then exclaims happily, I did it, I really gave it my all. Joyfully hugging Miho, her heart full of sincerity, she thanks her deeply. Miho speaks calmly, great job. You need to maintain that level even as skill levels increase. Do you understand? And don't let go of Sanju. She chuckles mockingly. Raise your hand and use the healing skill for Hyen. Hyen happily departs. Goodbye. Miho waves. Sighing in relief, she picks up the target board to review it again. Miho reflects, surprised by how much mana she managed to hold back. On the target board, a small round hole pierces through the perfect score, regardless of skill level. Back in your personal room, are you listening? Sanju sits uncomfortably on the bed. Who are you? The system screen suddenly lights up. Our conversation has a limit. Your answer needs an explanation, otherwise the system will recognize me. I want to stop this harvest now. That's all I can say. With a serious face, he bluntly says, sorry, but I've heard about this harvest. It's due to the system and labor. How can I trust a message through the system? The main screen responds. First, because I'm green, we have different colors. Sanju looks suspiciously at him. You're bold enough to look me in the face, huh? This damned name! The system screen flickers again. Think about this. If I were part of the system, why would I contact you? My duty should be reporting back to the master about those in the headquarters. Sanju jumps. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, followed by someone's voice inside. Sanju, you have a visitor. The system immediately responds. I'll stop here for today. We might be caught. It flickers. Go to the tomb and claim the 7 deadly sins. Only you can stop the harvest day. You sit silently, and the system screen goes dark too. Watching the person on the bed think, Sanju's mind wavers a bit. Should I trust this name? I just accepted an offer related to the luminous god from Heritage because it didn't cost me anything, but he didn't tell me how he got it. You're anxious, biting your nails. I can't really trust anyone. What am I doing here? Suddenly, Haeyeon excitedly opens the door with a happy face. Appa, we get to go abroad soon. Sanju still looks a bit heavy-hearted. Even surprised, he asks her, Haeyeon, why are you like this? Wait, where have you been all this time? Haeyeon enthusiastically scratches her nose and answers, I joined a special training program. She suddenly sits down on his bed. Go on. What's with the long face then? Is there something wrong? Sanju frowns. Hey, don't sit on my bed without permission. There are chairs over there. Outside, the parents of the little boy whisper to each other. Oh, Dioxin's daughter has grown up so much. Why don't we go to the market? Haeyeon speaks up. Don't you have anything to tell me? Sanju hesitates a bit before saying, You're right. I shouldn't be worried about who to trust. Haeyeon nods, of course. I don't trust the academy anymore. I only trust you. He looks surprised. Then Haeyeon laughs and says, her, I fully trust you 100%. Sanju is momentarily stunned, silent for a moment. He then sighs in relief and agrees, thinking back, you're right. Sanju firmly believes, yes, there's no need to worry about who to trust. Haeyeon shyly continues, if you still doubt things like that. She gently says, you can always rely on me whenever you want. But before she finishes speaking, Sanju interrupts confidently, I can only trust myself. He laughs maniacally. Thinking about it, I am very strong. Honestly, who would dare betray me? Haeyeon is disappointed and falls for the two-faced trick. Scene change, Jong Sang-ju, the owner, mumbles to himself, a Korean, a nobody, he's only been hunting for a year now. Then he exclaims in surprise, the average is 70? This isn't good. I didn't know such skills existed. We can't just sit and watch anymore. Suddenly, Eliza shouts excitedly, everything you guessed was right. The owner sighs, ha, forget it. All of a sudden, a beam of light slices through the air. The man with golden hair, Jumper, makes the entire room shake. The owner suddenly takes interest. Ha. Who's here? Jumper appears, his golden hair flowing freely as he steps out from the smoke. He says, I heard you've been causing a lot of deception. Empty drums and dirty hands. That's why you're here to kill me? Jumper's face darkens in anger. His tone heavy, that depends on your answer. Saying this, his hand jerks out, sending a crackling sound straight at the owner who is emitting a powerful magical aura. He quickly dismisses it with a wave of his hand. The magic dissipates. He sighs and talks about the tomb. Right. The owner says, I didn't do that. I didn't even know the tomb would become a hunting ground. Jumper looks gloomy. Does it sound reasonable that you don't know about this? He answers casually, the real combat events in the Academy's dungeon are just routine matters, so I had someone else handle it. Elisa angrily kicks a person lying on the ground with vacant eyes. The master continues, he is the one you need to find. So just let your anger towards him be natural. Myunchut Gien Jikin Htn Thusi T9I. He raised his eyebrows, looking serious, his eyes cold as if encased in a knife's edge. The master then shows an insane expression, warning and commanding, I know what you're worried about, but don't look at me like that. The 7 deadly sins will still be safe. The fake maze is there on the huge underground tomb vault. The mummified warriors and bizarre creatures with a tinge of orange stand there. It suddenly let out an abnormal voice, immediately being hit by a cloud of dust from the group, taking physical and magical damage. Finally, it couldn't bear it but still bled to death. A hunter speaks up, everyone, step back 1 step. Everyone from the academy murmurs in discussion. This is real monsters. This is my first hunting trip. The 2 Ions are still a bit reluctant. She asks, what kind of monster is that? It's horrifying to see. Sanju remains indifferent. I think it's some kind of speed golem. And importantly, they won't let us hunt them. At this moment, the guild Iolo, Kim Seong, the manager, firmly shouts, come on, don't leave your position. It will be very dangerous. You froze. Oh, Seon. Seon was surprised too. Oh, Sanju. Sanju stepped forward to strike up a conversation. What are you doing here? She replied nonchalantly. Just a side hustle. The academy is so crowded but short on professors, so they've hired more ranksy hunters or higher. Zong Seon, it rolls off the tongue nicely. How about you? Sanju immediately acted like a polite salted fish and said, I am a student here. Please protect us. She burst out giggling. What? You? A student? Who exactly is protecting whom here? This place doesn't even need the guild anymore. But your expression is serious, even a bit cautious. What are we even doing here? Sion didn't hide anything. Only the hired hunters are doing the fighting. The students are mostly here just to observe. Not far away, two people were hacking away at some skeleton soldiers. She added, oh, the academy requested us to do it this way. Sion pondered for a moment. I'm not sure why, but maybe it's because there are too many students. They just told us to protect the academy students so they don't come into contact with the monsters. Then she glanced at him and said, Anyway, if you step out of line and sneak off, I'll pretend I didn't see anything. So please help protect the other students. Sanju focused on only one point. Are you planning to share the reward? Suddenly, Haeyeon stared intently and asked, "Who is she, brother? You seem to be having quite a good time." He started and looked back. His voice stammered, "Don't be like that. You're scaring me." She is the manager of the YOLO Guild. She helped he out before. Hearing that, Haeyeon shouted out in sudden shock. What? So the person Miho was talking about is the one who's right here, right? Sanju was blankly confused. What? You okay? The person training for you seems to be. Meanwhile, deep in a secluded place, sounds echoed long and faint but unclear. A figure slumped there mumbling, staring intently at the ball-reflecting images of Sanju's group. The voice was still shaky but clearer with a hint of madness. Too many people. There are too many. He knelt in the center of the circle. Moments later, several spiritual energies gathered around, but his tone was scared. No, they're gathering too much. If it keeps going like this. His face was gaunt with wide eyes, staring in horror. Then we can't save them anymore. This person is the master of the fake labyrinth tomb. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in Sanju's ear, pulling her close. Or Ian, come here. Or Ian panicked. A frightened Mudge felt an earthquake. What was that? The ground just shook. Because his aligned knight roared and rallied everyone into formation. Right in front, a hole had deepened as the knight pulled free. Sayana was also shocked. She immediately gave orders. Everyone retreat. Run. Hurry up. People rushed with all their might. The mouth of the pit widened further. Sanju quickly climbed onto Ian's back. She was startled. Hey! Stay calm. Don't worry. It's nothing. Huh? Suddenly, the status system popped up. The brief content below. Sanju stared coldly. Huh? Got it. Send someone to number 6. Ian's couldn't react in time. Min jumped into the pit out of boredom. By the way, a reminder. You to go first. Number 6 held her tightly, warning or Ein panicked. Oppa. Sanju angrily fell down, grimacing, hoping this isn't a trap. Otherwise, you die with me. The other one calmly replied, okay then. Continuing, there's another thing. After this, you must tell me who you are. After a while, Sanju suddenly felt an unfamiliar pleasure. Oh, I'm not falling anymore, feeling like the universe is supporting me even when I relax my body. Closing her eyes, she savored the sensation, soft and warm, this embrace. The status system warned, you're levitating. Sanju lay dazed on a pile of broken rocks and bones, grimacing, I'm levitating. She disdainfully looked at the nearby skull, gritting her teeth. Damn it, moving these things isn't hard. But everything around me is blocked off, and I can't see anything, so I don't know which way to go now. Sanju calculated, maybe he should just choose one side, but suddenly a bright crack appeared above his head. Some rocks were pushed out by some force. The person also spoke, using an ability to scan and detect living creatures around them. He was confident. I have that kind of skill too, Sanju thought, surprised. Are you here too? Dongyin drank water while answering calmly. Of course, I didn't intend to give up the elixir. You just climbed out of your tomb and started exploring. Why did you fall down here? He asked with a strained face. Do you think I can run like everyone else? Naturally, I couldn't keep up, so I fell down, Sanju said, sounding quite proud. Dongyin was serious. This isn't something to joke about. I think many other students also fell here. He was surprised and thought that the shock must have happened in other places too. Calming down, Sanju climbed out and assessed his surroundings. There seemed to be many paths. He guessed. The tomb is a dungeon maze, and we've fallen deeper into it. No one knows where this place will lead us. The tomb space was dark. Dust and smoke lingered everywhere. Sanju remained silent. He sat on a pile of broken rocks temporarily. A slight rustle. Your teleportation skill. Has the recovery time expired? Dongyin answered honestly. Yes. Do you want to leave here right away? Sanju declined. No, go alone. He was surprised and spoke angrily. What are you doing? I don't know what kind of monster is in here. Even if it's you, Dong Yin only just managed to speak. A long monster suddenly lunged at him from behind, opening its mouth wide to attack. But before it could do anything, a kick straight into its face stopped it. The impact sent it flying. It stumbled and crashed into the tomb wall. Dust and smoke billowed up onto his shoes. Sanju slowly retracted his leg and said, "From now on, I'll go deeper in. I don't have time to carry anyone else." He didn't push further but smiled softly. "If you're that confident, you can follow me," Dong Yin suggested. Then he immediately opened the teleportation portal and said, "Well, see you later," and left. Sanju praised, "That's a good choice." He watched him step into the teleportation portal. But before he could move, something caught his attention. Turning around, he saw Dong Yin peeking out from behind another portal. Sanju angrily lunged forward and grabbed his shirt collar, shouting, "What are you doing?" Even Dong Yin was surprised. "What's this?" He cautiously guessed. "Damn it, I thought some kind of magic had scrambled the coordinates throughout the maze." "You're panicking. What is that?" Dong Yin explained, "It's used for security systems. It makes instantaneous teleportation in or out of a place impossible." At this moment, the golem monster he just hit started reacting again. Sanju was drawn forward and tried opening the black hole summoning portal. He said, "But my spatial portal is still working fine." He replied casually, "Your skill has fixed coordinates. It's different from instantaneous teleportation. We need a coordinate system for it." The evil duplicates appeared from the space walls. Sanju gritted his teeth. "Tight. So now that skill is useless. I can't protect you anymore. Make sure you save your drink." Then Sanju sped up. "Follow me quickly." Dong Yin was alarmed. "Don't run." The monster behind still lies there flat. Helplessly, it moans. Time passed swiftly. On the other side, a group of people were isolated. The girl trembled in fear. The floor creaked. "What should we do?" "Mom, Goguryeo Hunter Team Leader BAE Jongmin. Jongmin spoke firmly. "Everyone stay calm and don't separate from each other." Then he turned to his teammates for updates. "They still can't contact the people above." The guy with the Roman warrior style hesitated as he held the phone. No signal. John Bean was anxious. The trap students were a bit agitated too. "What should we do?" "I can't fight. He is heavy." "Damn it. Everyone here has basic combat skills, but they lack enough experience in hunting, so they are still very scared. It will be hard to handle if the monsters appear." "Talk nonsense." Tao Thou arrived. Just as John Bean's thoughts were cut off, a monster suddenly opened its mouth and lunged, with someone hanging in front of it. Number 4 appeared suddenly. He killed the monster, angrily cursing, "What scoundrels these are! Why do they keep coming back to life?" Sanju approached after seeing him handle it, noting that on higher floors, monsters were easier to kill, but here was different. Dong Yen added, "It seems all types of monsters in this place are stronger than the upper areas. These bones have even risen from the dead multiple times." John Bean was startled seeing them too. Sanju noticed too. "Huh, you're a hunter from the Academy Guild, right?" He trembled slightly. "Yes, I'm the Goguryeo Guild team leader, BAE John Bean. Are you?" Hunters from Sanju and Shinrong Yen. The students heard this and gained some morale. "We're saved, thanks to Sanju and Shinrong Yen. They are the strongest students in that academy." But the girl from earlier was a bit flustered. "I'm not comfortable meeting the hunter from Sanju though." Ignore their lively discussion. "You called out to them." "Yes." Suddenly, the monster let out a sharp cry. Sanju was annoyed. Damn it, they're coming back to life again." He ordered, "Stab them into pieces so they can't come back to life anymore." Number 1 and 2 immediately drew their knives in unison. "Okay." The monster's painful cries echoed again. The students were terrified by the gruesome scene. They panicked. "We'll all die here. So you're really going to take revenge, huh?" John Bean shuddered too, his voice trembling even more. "Sorry, but are there any others besides us that you can see?" Sanju stood with his hands on his hips, seriously confirming, "We're the first ones here." Then he continued, "We can't contact anyone above." "Are you surprised? How can we contact them?" "Sanji says there's a way to contact them." In an instant, From the water droplet space, a leather shadow or short tear iron flickers. Grandma, she's furious over there. You okay? Any injuries anywhere? Are you crazy? Why did you jump down on your own? You're scared and tempted to persuade him. Stay calm. John Min looks stunned too. Oh, there's a path. Sanji quickly turns his head, extinguishing the thought in his mind. Tell me, you can't pass through this spatial dimension. No one else but me can enter. Ask Hyeon how things are up there. She summarizes, they're checking how many people have fallen down. Sanji reports the situation here. We have a group of students here, led by Hunter by Chonmin. If we can find where the floor collapsed, we might guess where they fell. Hyeon understands immediately. Alright, I'll tell them now. Suddenly, a student screams in alarm. It's spiders. Oh, John Min notices too. What happened? Sanji is still angry over there. And instant teleportation won't work either. Someone says there's a skill that hinders here or something. Be good. I'll tell them about it. And tries to comfort him further. You have enough clones you need here. If instant teleportation works, I'll take another 6, so just relax. Hei is cautious. Remember carefully. The spatial wall closes. Dong Ian cautiously asks, what do you plan to do now? Just wait here until they're rescued? Sanji immediately rejects this idea. No, I'll leave a clone here and go somewhere else. He pokes his head out to announce. John Min speaking. I will. Aha! Sanji suddenly stiffens. Before him, the long, empty tomb hallway is deserted and silent like an abandoned temple. He looks around in confusion. Dong In rushes out to see as well, shocked. What's going on? Everyone has disappeared. Sanji is apprehensive, but we didn't hear any movement or rockfall sounds. He speaks in a shaky voice. Hey, use this. The same thing you used to find me with. Dong Yin raises his eyebrows and grits his teeth. Both hands perform the skill. Dong Yin hesitates. Damn it! You told me to save the medicine. A loud explosion shook the entire space, causing everyone to freeze in fear. It's unbelievable. There's no one else within a 3 kilometers radius from here except us. Sanju was startled. You're seeing things, right? I thought instant teleportation wouldn't work here. Dong Yen quickly fed the medicine and continued talking, and of course, those people didn't even have the skill for instant teleportation. Sanju remained calm. How could this be happening? Suddenly, the entire tomb corridor shook violently. A giant monster appeared and surrounded them. Dong Yen angrily cursed. Damn it, but Sanju seemed even more composed. His face was cold as he slowly drew his sword. This place is a maze, not just an ordinary dungeon structure. The entire space here keeps changing continuously. Meanwhile, at Javel's training ground, he waved his hand powerfully. He delivered a powerful strike with his sword intent. His voice deep and resonant. If you master the form of the sword, the space it passes through will be in a vacuum state. This is an attack technique that controls when to hit the opponent. Also known as person wind. Finished talking, he looked at Javel, who was speechless. Are you listening? Number 7 pulled out both tables and chairs gracefully, answering sincerely. Yes. Raven helplessly sighed. First, let's practice your sword form. He silently thought to himself, I am an S rank, an excellent teacher. Then Raven continued, just sensing the air vibrations is considered a success because mastering the form of the sword is very difficult. Number 7 quickly swung his sword. He instructed, use your wrist instead of your arm, but he didn't finish. Number 7 swiftly slashed with his sword. A powerful sword intent was released. The person wind was several levels above him. Vacuum shockwave. Raven's eyes widened in surprise, unable to understand what happened. He stammered. What is this? No! Why not? Maybe. Turning back, the skeleton soldier was hit and lost half its head. The clones also rushed to restrain the monsters. Dong Yen on one side shouted, good job. The skeleton soldier shook its head in protest, roaring loudly. Sanju didn't pay attention to it. He angrily hit it directly. Die already. Suddenly, the system panel appeared before him. This won't end until you kill the one controlling this space. Sanju gritted his teeth. Damn that bastard. is all I can say now. Space is full of monsters, it's still shifting and changing. Sanju muttered to himself, that damned bastard is controlling this place. Number 5 confirmed, right, we must meet him for sure. Because I won't let him go easily. Somewhere else, the blocks were floating. The tomb owner mumbled with a thick voice, Jin Sanju, he must have his reasons to warn us. Someone with such combat strength. He pretended to cry like a box, acting pitifully, reminding me of you. Marcel, the tomb owner said, there are many deadly enemies around you. That's why you're so strong. But as a human standing before a towering skeleton, he sighed, everyone always has their limits. Sanju gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Blood splattered everywhere. He strained hard, but the attacks never stopped. The monsters kept resurrecting, taking 2 or 3 cycles to defeat them. When you think you've eliminated all of them, they shift to another space. Sanju angrily wiped his blade on his arm. These damn creatures keep coming back. Is there no way to stop this? Deng Yan crossed her arms and spoke. I heard that you can burn and destroy zombies if you have holy power. He suggested, why don't you try praying from now on? You're crazy. I'll eliminate you and turn you into one of them. Song Sanju also thought about it. Bring it? Haven't you seen our clones? Can you create fire spheres and handle them too, right? Yes. Sanju seriously touched the edge of his sword. So can you transform the fire sphere and spread it throughout my sword? One of the clones answered after a moment. We can. Meanwhile, Raven was slightly alarmed elsewhere. Disciple, what are you planning to do? Number 7 replied, I'm just going to take care of him first. Then he foolishly shook his wrist and twisted it. But my wrist, Acid, will recover in 3 minutes again. Raven looked seriously at number 7. Praise be, I see you have a high recovery ability. He thought to himself, at this level, his sword speed is almost comparable to a level 3 Gale Wind. He clenched his fist tightly, knowing he had sharp eyes, but didn't expect such good control over his body. Indeed, he's a capable person. If I teach him well, he could become a sword that pierces through liber. Thinking this, the tone was solemn. We'll start our new lesson now. So you can sit down, my disciple. I will transfer mana in the dungeon. The fire is blazing fiercely, along with insane laughter. Sanju raised his sword high. Fowler said, yes, this is the sword covered by a fire sphere. Deng Yan widened her eyes. Then why not just attack them with the fire sphere? You're asking back. Do you not see the holy power in this weapon? Look here. Sanju swung his sword and a fiery strike hit the golem, causing it to cry out. It panicked under the burning, its cries grew louder. He was speechless as he looked at another clone using fire. Finally, the corpse of that monster was burned down to Denshi. Sanju straightened his head. Now they are thoroughly roasted. Deng Yan didn't comment. Well, you can think so if it makes you feel better. You're driving me crazy with all these words. Oh, you talk too much. Why don't you use any holy power-related skills? He replied honestly, I have that kind of skill, but I can only maintain it for 0.5 seconds. Is that okay? Suddenly, a stranger appeared out of nowhere. Here you are. Are you a hunter? Sanju had a cold expression. It's me. Who is your older brother? This person was holding an iron bar. This face looks exactly like the courtier who bowed before Orker. He wasn't scared or anxious at all. Well, that's a relief. By the way, can you show me how to get out of here? I got lost while exploring. You're skeptical, exploring, thinking inwardly. Do you really expect me to believe that? Sanju pointed in a random direction. I don't know the way out, but there's an exit over there. The man said cheerfully. Oh, that's enough, thank you. You continue, and before leaving, may I ask who your older brother is? Isn't he here just to explore? But before he could finish his sentence, he cursed under his breath and bent down. Damn it, the fake rope around your wrist. Let me tie you up. The man knelt down to tie his shoes, speaking as he did so. I'm asking for permission. Don't doubt me. He continued. Don't doubt your path and just keep going. You're doing very well. Sanju paused or took a break. His voice was neither loud nor soft. The truth will be revealed soon. Deng heard it but didn't dwell on it. Hey, what is he talking about? After tying it securely, the man stood up, supporting himself with his hands. So thank you for showing me the way. Goodbye. He walked slowly, mumbling to himself. Everything was unfolding just as the prophecy said. You're so stupid. What is that? Suddenly, a communication link interrupted. Hey, the telepathic connection has been established. The two Ians were excited. The rescue team will come to save you. You just need to tell them where you are. Sanju replied, did the sentimental Ian already arrive? But there's a problem. Look at where you're standing and continue. The space here will change periodically, causing those inside to be randomly transported to a location within the labyrinth. Oh, it moved again. The other side was surprised. Sanju reported back. He didn't even know where the Baijanmin Hunters group had gone. The truck driver was worried and made sure no one was there when the rescue team descended into the collapsed area. The knight was serious too, requesting that the rescue team arrive quickly before they get moved elsewhere, or something like that. What do we do? If positions keep changing, we won't be able to determine the structure. You interrupted. We can. She was startled. The flag? Sanju confidently said, Cloudy has the best memory here. Let's get moving. Starting now. We'll map out this place. Watching the ball, the other person was confused. Each clone was going in different directions. The voice was thick and shaky. They're dispersing. The Tomb Master is cheerful. Yes, everyone would do that if they stayed there for a long time. Everyone's trying to disperse and find a way out by any means necessary to escape this place. He's crazy, but it can't be done. They should know that good directional sense is useless in a constantly changing space. Things are getting easier now. Just wait a moment. Look at the ball projection. The Tomb Master is going crazy. Yes, exactly. Keep running. He's acting like he's insane. His laughter never stops. The floating square blocks are enclosed in a hovering energy field. Wait for the Tomb Master to respond. His face was full of surprise and shock. On the other side, one clone reported while running, this place is new to me. Name it Point A3. He rushed into the spatial gate, 500 meters from where we first encountered danger. I've been here before, so we should be at the third intersection on the road ahead. Another clone analyzed, yes, right from point B3 will lead us to point A2. The battle with the enemy was about 640 meters away from point A3. Round where we met the Baijanmin Hunters group. Name it point C3. On the right of point D2, the starting point. Information keeps coming from the spatial walls. Go 14 meters and turn left 30 degrees. Another clone outside drew this out. Dung Ian asked in surprise, what's going on? He replied, I dispersed the clones and their trajectories were drawn as they moved. Even when they're transported to a new location, as long as they remember exactly which path they took, they'll converge at certain points where maps can be created by synthesizing all this information. Somehow, he was incredulous. They can remember every location visited, even the directions taken. Sanju had a blank expression. I can't do it anymore, though. Suddenly, a report came from the wall of space. I met Baijanmin's hunting team. I met a group of new survivors from the academy. It's the same on this side too. You're surprised. Contact immediately. Are you listening? Or Ian is rushing? Yes, the rescue team is right beside us. Sangwoo said he would tell me the location. The clone holding the map continued. I will point from the north where the master's accident happened, starting with the nearest spot. Then, the rescue team found by Jongmin's group. Next was a group from the academy and other hunters. Everyone quickly reunited. Sanju sighed in relief. Whoosh, rescuing people is always exciting. The master of the tomb looked furious at this scene. He scratched his face hard, turned his head back, yelling loudly, Ron, Rang, you, Ron Sanju, how dare you? The clones quickly gathered. It seems the map's structure is almost complete. The upper maze has a giant circular shape, with countless small areas fitting together nearly perfectly. Sanju observed and continued, perhaps the reason for the strange shift was due to some skill. If it's a skill, there will be a range limit, so whoever created this maze must be here. He pointed at the center circle. Must be in the middle of this place. Sanju pulled out the wall of space. Seriously, everyone, focus. Let's find out who caused all these events. I won't allow it. Not finished yet. Dong Yen interrupted. Hold on. He pointed at himself and said, you have to take me out first. Take me to where the rescue team is. Sanju gritted his teeth in anger. On the other side, the Tomb Master was disheartened. He muttered under his breath, sorry, everyone, I can't save all of you. He regained his composure and fumbled with the front of his chest. But it's okay, still saving lives. At least I'll stop anyone from coming here. The Tomb Master, lifeless, took out a silencer. Perhaps he had anticipated this. Here, he firmly stabbed into his neck. We can return with this. Back to the happy times when everyone was still alive. Space quickly turned dark. Voices echoed, and suddenly, a hole opened in the sky. Monsters poured out. It's like going back to the past. In the dimly lit tomb, they couldn't believe it, and everyone died. Streets filled with corpses. Suddenly, the broadcast tower spoke up. Hey, listen up. The young man quickly called out. The radio is working again. The broadcaster must still be alive somewhere. The radio voice continued. A strange phenomenon was happening simultaneously in many places around the world. Monsters were spilling out from an undefined gate, and people were being attacked. We call this event the Great Disaster and declare a national emergency. If you encounter something unusual, leave immediately. If you come across unknown creatures, don't provoke them but try to escape. Everyone's mouths dropped open. The radio voice continued. Collect food and water and join the rescue team. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Suddenly, something unusual caught everyone's attention. Someone shouted, look over there. It looks like the skeletons are floating and assembling. It came alive and became a skeleton soldier. Everyone panicked and ran away. The bones are moving. People were running everywhere. A girl in the team fell down. She cried out for help. Help me! Behind them, a skeleton soldier jumped into action. And then it suddenly disappeared. They were stunned. It vanished. After that, someone suddenly spoke up. Don't go out. Their hand covered in magical power. The man was tired. I can protect everyone here. Labyrinthos altering space at a specific location. All spatial-related skills, including teleportation, cannot be used to travel between the distorted space and outside, but Labyrinthos will still function. His voice trembled. Outside is very dangerous. Back in reality, the cylinder fell with a thud on the floor. The tomb owner's voice was hoarse. I just tried my best. Keeping everyone safe and calm, he widened his eyes, mana power surging above his head. Boom, like lightning striking straight from the sky. Smoke filled the air, the tomb owner's voice indignant. Why don't you understand? He shouted wildly. Why doesn't anyone understand me? On the other side, he sighed deeply. The rescuer yelled out, we're the rescue team. Use the rope to climb up. He hesitated with the rope but started climbing anyway. Sanju was annoyed and ordered. Number 2 carried him up. Okay, but we didn't have time to do anything yet. Suddenly, space twisted and turned. Everyone on top disappeared. He gasped in surprise. What's going on? Realizing this, Sanju angrily leaped up and cursed. Damn it! It was blocked. I guess we have to use my spatial skills now. Dong Yen panicked. Just leave me behind. You open the spatial wall, and it's just as chaotic inside. Yang saying, huh? Even our spatial abilities are blocked. I thought we could use them. The one on the side stiffened up. They both worried in silence. Sanju spoke. This is probably our only option. We have to go to the central area as planned. Dong Yen returned to her calm demeanor, opened a bottle of medicine, and chuckled. Well, I was planning on staying anyway. Let's go. Above, the rescuer panicked. I can't see inside or even the rope anymore. He suddenly heard someone shout, get out of the way. She turned around in surprise. Boom! A loud explosion followed by thick smoke and dust. The smoke quickly cleared. His voice muttered, damn it. Miho appeared reluctantly, rubbing her head, questioning herself. Is it still not enough? Or Ian looked puzzled. Sister, she noticed too. Or Ian, thank goodness I'm okay. Greetings to the clone. Miho continued. I heard Sanju is still trapped inside. Or Ian worriedly replied. Yes, he went with Shin Young Ian. She was serious. I didn't think he would be in danger. But if we just leave it like this, who knows what will happen next? We have to deal with the guy activating the spatial restriction skill right now. Zombie Ho continued, as you can see, we just can't break through or rush. What should we do? I heard that the teleportation skill isn't working either. She smiled faintly and asked, what do you mean? Of course, we have to try your skills then. She was surprised. Damn it! Me! Miho said softly, let me show you my training results. On the other side, the clones were continuously fighting. We got teleported again. He quickly said, we're being pushed further away now. This is outside Area A2. He continued to rush up, towards the center once more. Teleported again out of Region C1. His angry hand slammed hard into the wall. Hell, even the dungeon layout has changed now. Sanju gritted his teeth and uncomfortably thought. It seemed random before, but now he's definitely trying to push us away from the center on purpose. Then a voice called out from above. Hey, you're surprised. Huh? Or maybe it was Ian on the other side saying that the communication link is about to fail. Please tell me the location of the one controlling space. I'll attack him. Sanju was stunned but replied, huh? But the magical barrier is still intact. She quickly answered, I've been specially trained. Hurry up. You were silent, then asked, Number 6, do you have a map in your head? Number 6 responded, yes. Sanju said, calculate the distance and angle between everyone's current positions and the center so she can aim more accurately. Number 6 obeyed. Understood. Meanwhile, at the center, the tomb owner is using full power to control his skill. Of course, my skills are correct. The group from before was happy. The maze creator. That's a good nickname. Monsters can't enter here. He always protected this place from monsters. You lively kid. Oh my god. Amazing. I really did teleport back when I escaped. The mother was annoyed. Hey, don't play around anymore. Sorry for asking like that. You created the maze. The kid saved you from there. He cried determinedly. That's how we'll protect everyone. Some are happy. Everyone, I'm back. They quickly came to check on me. Welcome back safe and sound. How is it outside? The guy jokes around trying to cheer us up. Don't go out anymore. These people with superpowers are popping up like mushrooms. Be careful with them. He chuckled. Thanks, Marcel. But it's fine. I could have escaped if something happened. The Mad Tomb owner. Nobody. Permission to enter. Nobody. Those sweet kids. Can you make a maze for us? Can we get some flowers too, please? If you happen to see them, thank you. The kind middle-aged man. We all owe him our lives. Black streaks zipped past. Number 6 pointed and said, aim in that direction. He guided us. Hold your breath. Focus. Try harder, a bit higher. Slow down, slow down. At this moment, both Ions focused all their strength. Tried to deliver a strong blow. Mana was stored as minimally as possible and shot through each layer of the tomb. Like red streaks weaving through chaotic space. The tomb owner's attack came from behind. The evil corpse laughed, ignoring the blood flow. Huh? Death from the past appeared before his eyes. He gasped, I was wrong again. He stood dumbfounded. Why, everyone? The middle-aged man lay dead against the wall next to go. Retreat, Chloe, 2 girls pierced by a spear, and the guy fell with swords embedded in his body. Marcel, he died without closing his eyes. The corpse looked at the deep scratches on the walls. But I can imagine those familiar praises. Maze Creator, what a wonderful name. As they said, monsters couldn't reach here to protect this place from thieves and monsters. Mommy, it's amazing. Just keep going back in when you try to escape. He hesitated, then stared at the bizarre scene. The dungeon's appearance changed. Stone blocks shifted, flying to create different spaces. The flower lay on the ground, still held by a small hand. Those praises now became an obsession. Kid, I didn't think we could get real flowers. We should be content with fake flowers here. That's enough. Thank you, maze creator. He bent down to pick up the flower ring. The skeleton soldiers slowly approached. They leaped forward. He placed the flower ring on his head and let it fall. Softly. Everyone, wait for me. On my side, I'll see you soon. Back to Sanju, he's not sure. Did she succeed? Sanju continued, I think the space disturbance has stopped. Number 2 replied, that's right. What's wrong with you? Alright, let's head to the center then. Deng Yen was forcibly taken away for vaccination. In another place, Master, wouldn't it be dangerous if the 7 sins were released? The man said seriously, I think we should call for reinforcements. But Master doesn't agree. He spoke up, I've given them some trouble, so there's nothing to worry about. It won't be easy for them to reach the center of the maze. Master is confident and believes that the creator's maze-making skills are perfect to keep others away from it. But if he gets mentally injured related to the 7 sin seal, he pondered, he has a great talent, but this is also what killed him. I heard that he got that skill right when the disaster began and used it to protect civilians. He maintained spatial disruption to push monsters away and kept people safe for years. Master asked sarcastically, why did that talent become a poison to him? There are some protective devices around the 7 sins. Do you know which one is most common among them? The young man stammered. I don't know. Sorry for the interruption. Master answered himself. Monsters. Most of the time, the 7 sins are sealed with powerful monsters. He reminded them. But spatial disruption has been going on for years. Finally, the first seal of the 7 sins in the dungeon was lifted. Master smiled and clasped his hands together. Fortunately, there's still a second seal, so only level C or B monsters were released, but most civilians would have died by then. In the dungeon where they couldn't escape, the young man looked pale. He continued, later on, the creator's maze-making skill malfunctioned, turning the spatial disruption into random occurrences. So even if they wanted to break the seal and escape, they wouldn't be able to do it. Do you understand now? There's nothing to worry about here. The young man was worried, but I heard that those who went there have very strong skills. If they can reach the center and meet the one who caused the maze chaos, what then? His hand held the god's eye relic drenched in blood. The dungeon master seemed to be in a trance, blocks floating and vanishing. The skull pile made strange noises. Suddenly, Sanju punched out. Finally, I've arrived at the center of the maze. They were all behind him. The relic fell from his hand. He smiled slightly. Fortunately, you're still alive. We found you. You are the one who disrupted the maze. Right. He slowly stood up. The dungeon master's eyes darkened. Me! I should have died then. Sanju was flushed with fever. What? Deng Yen was surprised too. What do you mean? He asked. Because of my skill, the sealed monsters were released. That's when everyone died and couldn't escape the maze. They are rolling under your feet now. Do you need to settle with them? Sanji winced. What's going on? So this isn't a monster skull after all? The dungeon master removes his flowered ring. Impressive. Our biggest regret in life is not recognizing when spatial disruption was activated. In the past, the moment the goblin soldiers woke up, he put on the ring and mumbled, everyone's waiting for me. I'll see them soon as the swords rush towards us. Suddenly, the flowered ring emitted a surge of power. All the monsters vanished in astonishment. The dungeon master arranged things. After everyone was dead, I wonder if it was due to my survival instinct. But I was terrified. Even after my skills malfunctioned, the monsters still moved away from me. They couldn't touch me. But now I've made up my mind. The dungeon master spoke softly. I want to go back to that day. Because my skills have returned, I'm sure I can reverse the structure of this place back to its original state at that time. Space suddenly vibrated. Once again, I will unseal this place. The dungeon master clapped his hands. Stones began floating upwards. Even now, I can still hear the master telling me to stop. But it's okay. Everyone, please accept me once again. You're shocked. Are you crazy? Sanji angrily drew his fire-wrapped sword. He roared. Do you want to release more monsters? Really think I'll let you do that? The stat board appeared at this moment. Wait! In Sanji's mind, Suddenly, the thick rope he was tied with had an issue. A magic circle appeared there. It pulled his foot up. Sanji was taken aback. What is this? My rope. Remember that dead guy who tied the thick rope on me? I'm furious at him. Wretched. Sanji gritted his teeth. It won't work anyway. I have a high reflex index. You slip and make a loop. I'll shift my to the front, jump slightly with the foot on the thick rope, and smoothly lean towards the other leg too. Roll forward. He succeeded and simultaneously kicked a brick that made a creaking sound. Sanji wondered if he heard wrong, but the dungeon master thanked him affectionately. Thanks for stepping on that tile. I'm almost out of energy. That's the last point to open the seal. Sanji was stunned. What? A loud crack echoed under his feet, white smoke billowing up. Then a burst of power erupted straight up into the sky. A large hole shook at the top of the maze. A black sphere suddenly appeared in front of everyone, right there. Inside the sphere, something bone-like poked out. It seemed to regenerate and expand, gradually revealing the creature's face. Sanji was anxious, his face covered with sweat. This is very dangerous. More dangerous than any monster I've faced so far. The dungeon master was also stunned by what he saw. The monster was over 4 meters tall and sounded panicky. Yes, this is exactly what should have happened. He smiled brightly, holding a sharp black rod in his hand. I will reward you for helping me unlock the seal. Take these 7 sins as your punishment. It's time to say goodbye now. With those words, he threw the stone. You're surprised. The dungeon master softly thanked him. Now! Give me salvation that I couldn't have 20 years ago. As he spoke, the monster's hand shot out and knocked his head off, spraying blood everywhere. Sunglasses from the monster's hand shattered into pieces. Dong Yin and his clones quickly bent down. Behind them, space seemed to be cut open. The system interface blinked, immediately tightening the 7 sins. Sanju firmly leaped up to grab the stone. It suddenly glowed brightly. Then, like jumping into a different dimension, Sanju emerged in a white void. He glanced around. Where am I? Must be inside the dungeon. Suddenly, someone else's voice echoed from behind. Finally, we meet. Sanju stiffened. Who are you? He was incredulous. Don't you know me? Oh, right. Suddenly, the system window popped up. We've only been talking through the system window. You immediately tensed and became alert. You're the one who told me to enter the dungeon. Sanju's voice was harsh. Who are you? He pushed his glasses up. Of course, you already knew my name. Did I? Nice to meet you. My name is Liberjinzai. He nodded seriously, pointing at the system window that blinked. I'm known as the creator of this system. Sanju was dazed. Sokka remained calm. First, I want to say don't worry too much about those who died in the dark dungeon. Your time, there is just a moment outside. But if you take in too much information, your brain will leak out. You're panicking. Are you crazy? Let me out quickly. By the way, Liberjinzai, Sanju turned his head back. You question, aren't you the one who triggered the end of the world at T-Burn? Liber pushed his glasses and replied coldly, I want to talk about that. The reason for the Day of Judgment was indeed created by my system. Sanju glared and Kogan said if I wanted to stop that, he advised. Calm down, I've never tricked you before. My purpose when starting the end day on Earth. You ask straight up, even if the one who destroyed all T-Burn is him. Liber heavily, I couldn't control it. He said follow me. All my research is right here. You'll learn more. Sanju still had doubts. Why did you create such a dangerous system? Was it because you wanted to save T-Burn from the war with Grand ID? Liber tensed up. He clenched his fists and repeated himself. Why did we create System U? Liber replied seriously. It's because someone very important to me was infected by a virus. Sanju shuddered. He continued, I thought that when completing the system, I could also find a way to cure it. He tightened his grip and spoke slowly. What happened to him? Li Bao fell down. My whole body felt heavy. She was in a place where she no longer had to endure. At least I believe that. He expressed, Zhang Sanju, I believe you understand this feeling better than anyone else. You didn't respond. The system is out of control. Outside, the giant monster kept smashing. First it was T-Burn, now it's Earth. Both Dong Yen and Number 2 were stunned. It had become a monster devouring everything. Lieber analyzed seriously. The 7 deadly sins we need are to stop the system. Collect all 7 deadly sins. That's the qualification to prevent the end of the world. Sanju asked cautiously, why do we have to do that? He replied, because having the 7 deadly sins is the only way to escape the system's control. Lieber showed his stone. Continue. The 7 deadly sins also bring to effects to the owner. First, it blocks the system's effect on the owner's body. I've talked about this in too much detail that might lead us to be discovered, right? John met, so the 7 deadly sins allowed you to talk to me. He confirmed, yes. The second effect appears when all 7 sins are fully absorbed. It's super strength. His tone was slow as the black stone emitted a burst of power. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of an entity that has existed for a long time on Earth. When absorbing them, you will inherit their strength. Sanju looked at the stone more nervously. Does it sound worse now? He was indifferent. Yes, they'll try to take over your body. As their name suggests, the end won't be good. Lieber was serious. Be strong. Don't let them subdue you. He took the stone gently, 90% confident. Don't worry, my spirit is stable. But how can your body not be affected by the system? Before he could finish, a sudden sharp pain invaded, causing him to frown. Lieber realized, oh, it seems you've reached the limit of your strength. Let's talk about that after you defeat the monster. Sanju held the stone and rubbed his head in pain. Did you see that just now? How could I kill it? He looked calm and comforted. Don't worry, the fragments of the 7th great sin will help you. Zhang Sanju, please stop the system. The black walls slowly enveloped until they separated both sides. Sanju remained silent. Back to reality, it's like waking up from a dream. The maze walls began to collapse. Dong Yen saw her. Good. Zhang Sanju, are you okay? We need to go quickly. Sanju was still dazed. Please, Dong Yen. He shouted urgently. This isn't just an ordinary monster. In the sky, that black ball seems to be changing. It shot up high and exploded into 8 slender legs like needles piercing the town below. Large rocks fell everywhere. Screams and chaos filled the air. Help! The girl was kneeling before a dead body crushed by stones. Wake up! Oh my god! Run quickly! Sanju felt uncomfortable. This guy reminds me of something from my past. Then he suddenly asked, can you use enhancement for 0.5 seconds, right? Dong Yen didn't fully understand but replied, yes. What are you planning to do? Sanju said, run and use it when I call you. He agreed. He continued ordering everyone to save people quickly. Number 1, avoid fights if possible. The clones responded affirmatively. That huge monster stood there. Sanju glanced at the stone in his hand, wondering how the 7th great sin would help. Without hesitation, he broke the stone and decided to act. A small ball appeared floating before Sanju's chest, surprising him as another one was still inside. Suddenly plunged into darkness, a golden eye suddenly opened wide, looking down at his figure. It asked, who are you? He muttered, finally, a new body. Sanju stood there stunned, covered in blood as if it were dripping from his head. Then Sanju suddenly screamed loudly. Dark energy burst out fiercely. Genel hiding nearby peeked out. What's going on? He's saying, what happened to him? Didn't he transform when he screamed? In an endless sensation, eyes were glued to him, staring at the black ball. It seemed to be waiting. I'll give you anything you want in exchange for your body. Give it to me. To me. Hurry up. Sanju's face broke into a mad grin. This is nothing compared to the madness of the cursed sword. With this power, the scream grew louder and more piercing. Give me your body. Sanju slowly brought the ball to his mouth. Maybe just relax and let everything happen. He remembered Lieberstein's encounter. Feeling strong, don't let them subdue you. Be strong, don't give in. I'm 90% confident. No need to worry. My mind is stable. Sanju chuckled inwardly, almost failed there. The angry eye in the darkness. You stopped again? That's right, futile resistance. He stiffened, trying to defend himself, holding back a retort. Remembering Jingu's life or death condition in the hospital, At that time, he could only helplessly watch. Sanju is strong, but I've made too many mistakes due to overconfidence. He turned directly to number 1 and shoved a pill straight into his mouth, his tone steady, relying on his own strength. Number 1 was dazed by the superpower surge. He calmly realized he should know his limits now, letting others take it from here. Dong was stunned, immediately turning around to rage at him. "You bastard, you're a scoundrel." Sanju was startled. "Be quiet. Let whoever's mentally stable hold that." The monster with 1,000 heads glanced over. He immediately tried to shift the blame. "He saw us." "Because of your big mouth," he shouted loudly. "Sorry." The monster silently accepted a round ball. Then it pierced straight through, making it look like a scythe. Sanju shivered in concern. "Hell, are you done yet, number 1? You're the most mentally stable." Number 1 gradually stopped moving, his face dark and indistinct, system unable to identify. Identifying error cannot determine. The system kept getting errors. Blinking continuously, identifying error cannot determine. Boom, the superpower column exploded from underground. The monstrous creature charged forward. Zap, he threw his sword away with a flick of his wrist. Sanju gritted his teeth in tension, readying his sword. Damn it. Explosions and shockwaves tore through the sky, red smoke billowing up like from an explosion. A vague figure was obscured by grayish-white smoke. He tightly gripped the shadowy spear charging at him. Seeing this, he immediately panicked with joy. Number 1. But a dark voice interrupted. "When did I last breathe fresh air?" he asked curiously. "Are you challenging me?" Sanju was taken aback. Number 1 paused, then laughed strangely, mocking him. "What is number 1? Saying that, he punched Sanju, sending him flying into a pile of rocks and dirt. This punch shattered his illusionary disguise completely. Sanju cursed inwardly. Damn, he remembered. Lieber once said the 7 deadly sins were fragments of a legendary entity that existed on Earth long ago. They would try to take over his body. Hearing its name, he knew it wouldn't end well. Sanju realized maybe number 1's body was already taken. Looking at the occupied body of number 1 advancing, the most prominent among them. "Stand up, challenger." He grimaced, spitting out a mouthful of blood, assessing internally. He's too strong. His stats have surpassed his clone already. The sword barrier collapsed instantly, and his stats might be even higher than mine. Gata leaped excitedly forward. This battle is just beginning. Sanju raised his empty sword to block. His mind raced. Damn it! It's not a good time for this. I have to fight another monster too. I should do it. Ow! Suddenly, an idea struck Sanju. The 7 deadly sins, pride. You're too slow. Just as he was about to stab me with one strike, Sanju quickly dodged under the attack. Oh my god! Oh, to the legendary entity. You've misunderstood. The 7 deadly sins, people. He panicked and pointed in a direction, shouting. You just woke up, so you're still a bit fuzzy, right? I think you've mistaken the challenger. Let me explain to you. It's him. He is the one who challenged us. The monster couldn't say anything. The 7 deadly sins. Doubt. Really? Sanju was firm. From the start, he was the one who threw the spear. I heard some commotion outside. Dong Yen felt tense. I know we're hiding, so we don't deserve to say these words. But he plays dirty. Outside, he's still trying to convince us. Oh, he's looking this way. Please do something, sir. The 7 deadly sins, greedily accepted. Alright then. He burst forward. We don't mind who the challenger is. Let's play with you a bit. Who knows? Sanju set up his defenses and sighed in relief. He successfully tricked him. But you're worried, can I defeat that guy, that terrible monster? The 7 deadly sins warily leaped into the fight, dodging each weapon. He tightened his grip on the opponent's hand and punched the monster in the neck. Sanju was excited. But soon after, number 1 was knocked back by the monster, landing in a pile of rocks. Sanju thought to himself, he's too weak. In that pile of dust, 2 beams of light appeared. In an instant, 2 laser-like lines pierced the monster's head. The 7 deadly sins. Human glowed fiercely. He laughed maniacally. It seems a piece isn't enough. But then he self-corrected, no, maybe this is perfect. The 7 deadly sins again charged into the fight. Keep going, the monster doesn't mind either. In the hallway, several students hurriedly ran away from falling rocks. 2 Ions hesitated. Could it be our fault? Miha patted her head and denied, no, it's not your fault. You've done a great job on your mission. But their eyes followed the battle below. She sighed. The situation is really serious. Miho turned to warn them. Move over, guys. Evacuate all students immediately. If you need it, we can request the Federation to send a transport ship. Ziang, get moving right away. All right, Hiyori bluntly said. What about you? Miho rushed off quickly. She replied with a serious expression. Her role as a guide is now over here, so she has to return and become a hunter again. You're worried, calling out, oh, Hiyori. On the other side, the 7 sins are still fighting non-stop with that giant monster. Sanju's jaw dropped as he retracted his words. How could he fight at such speed? I can't even see his attacks clearly anymore. As the 7 sins fought fiercely, their limbs twisted. The monster forced them to bend back. This body is too weak. Nothing else but hands left. Then the 7 sins realized the monster was controlling the dark portals. He laughed and almost cut it down. Excitedly, I've adapted to their magic already. Suddenly, a mana ball flew straight into the monster's head and exploded with a bang. Miho grew worried. Sanju, are you alright? I'll fight alongside you. Where are the other clones? Number 1 has eaten too much gem again, hasn't he? You managed to escape. Captain Miho. Sanju was tense. Wait a moment. Well, he took over number 1's body. If she joins in, it will be. He shouted urgently. No! Get out of here as fast as you can. Miho was surprised. Huh? Behind them, the 7 sins suddenly appeared behind her. He smiled and said, I always welcome new challengers. Red blood splattered on the walls. Outside here, yellowish light from a lampshade illuminated faintly. The wine bottle was drained quickly. It was empty in no time. He slammed it down on the table, scattering bottles of wine everywhere. The man stared at the wine bottle in his hand, faintly reading the label, Dragon's Blessing. This type of alcohol is immune to all kinds of immunity effects. He threw it away. Damn it, the bottle hit the cabinet and shattered. The man loudly said, that's the strongest one. Give me something else. I don't see anything wrong with this. The other customers hesitated. We must have chosen the wrong place. How do we know Scully would be here? Someone else spoke up. Are you still looking for a type of alcohol that can make you drunk? The man was taken aback. Jumper continued calmly. It's rare to find one that can make an S-rank hunter tipsy, especially someone like you. Fortunate Blessing. The man turned around. Fortunate Blessing, an S-rank hunter. Brett Jones Cooley, Brett Kadiafang. Jumper asked, why are you here? I'm gathering all the S-rank hunters, Jumper said. Soon enough. No, maybe a S-rank monster has appeared. We need to go rescue the people. Brett pouted, even if you go alone, it's not a problem. You're different from other S-ranks. He doesn't think so. If I act alone, it would take too much time. There will be more victims. Brett finds it irrelevant. Why should we care? Ask the other S-rank hunters to come along with you. But Jumper asked, if you don't want it, can that kind of alcohol make you drunk? He immediately sniffed it. He hesitated. I could get some for you. Brett frowned. His deep blue power radiated. Landling asked, you're sure about this? Returning to the dungeon, the bloodstains on the floor were everywhere and Miho was stunned. The other arm of the 7 sins suddenly grabbed her attacking hand, causing the man to shiver. Super strength erupted again. The 7 sins went crazy. Damn it, resisting is useless. Just follow my orders. Suddenly, number 1 got bored and combed his hair with his left arm. Number 1's voice returned, confident. I'm number 1, and no one else can command me except for my master. Sanju quickly jumped up and looked at number 1 in front of him uncertainly. Are you really number 1? Miho didn't understand anything. Mr. Sanju, what's happening here? You're powerless. It's a long story. Number 1 is trying to regain control. The remaining eye of the seven sins was blazing with fury. Alright, your loyalty impresses me. I'll let this one win. He's done for now. Lucky guy. As he spoke, the horn gradually dissipated. Number 1 returned to normal. Sanju was happy. He's awake now. Miho was amazed. Was he brainwashed? Suddenly, she noticed the skeleton monster below. Sanju's voice trembled. Number 1, I have something to ask you. Can you stop it? With that purple heart energy earlier, he looked evil. What flag? Below, the blackened skeleton had gathered into a dark ball. She was alarmed. You can't do it. Number 1 finally regained his composure and answered succinctly. Yes, Sanju shouted. So run. Straight lines pierced from the Maza ball. From the other side, Javan sat behind number 7 seriously teaching him. The demon wind technique is a secret passed down through generations in our sect. If you learn it, your sword skills and magic will multiply. His voice was weak. We usually don't teach this. But seeing how well you're doing, I'll teach you now. Number 7 still hesitated. Raven returned to normal. He said, focus your inner power and move it into the Dantian as much as possible. Collect all the inner energy in your body so you can control it automatically. Now, I'll guide your inner power through a new circular path. His eyes were sharp. If you accidentally misdirect your inner power, it could harm your body. So be careful. Therefore, he concentrated his energy on number 7's butterfly bones. End of lines. We'll do this. Head back to the dungeon entrance. They're running for their lives. Miho doesn't get what that stick thing is. Copy, you just raided the place earlier. What now? Sanju rushes quickly. You can't shoot lasers from your eyes anymore, right? Number 1 is being lazy. Yes. Rip open a space outside the dungeon. Sanju grits his teeth. How's the rescue for the injured going? The clone responds. Whatever humans can do, they're almost done with it. Just say it. So everyone gather here. Immediately, all the clones jump in from the cracks simultaneously. Sanju howls. Use this damn guy. They rush into a fight against an undetermined level monster. Miho firmly says, I'll distract him. She then activates her skill, Fox Seduction, creating an alluring image to attract the monster's attention. The monster's mind shows an image of a beautiful female skeleton, causing it to freeze in place. Number 2 takes the opportunity to leap and stab its skull with a knife. But he doesn't get hit. He jumps back and the monster tries to grab number 2 with its hand. By then, his hand is frozen. Sanju stares in realization. Right, freeze. I have that skill. I forgot about it after learning it. You're strong. Don't let him move. The clones attack the monster from all directions with freezing abilities. However, with its huge size, a slight movement causes the ice to shatter and fall like autumn leaves. Sanju tenses up. I'll help too. You jump in. Use your freeze skill. But it only shoots out some cold stones. You're dead weight. What else? Miho didn't expect this either. Sanju grabs the moment she's distracted. The monster hits her with a blow. Miho forcefully smashes into a pile of rubble, making a loud noise. Then the skeleton monster doesn't stop there. It raises its hand. Just as the giant skeletal hand attacks her, Sanju stiffens and takes the hit for Miho. New Yen sighs. President Miho, are you okay? She pushes away the rubble with a tired groan. Sanju's arm suddenly feels different. The system immediately reports that the demon core has been activated. A storm of phantoms attacks the monster, and all the clones strike simultaneously to cut it down. Sanju looks shocked. He panics. What skill is this? What's a demon core? Teach me that. On the other side, number 7's code has disappeared. Raven asks concernedly, how do you feel? Number 7 honestly replies, my inner energy continues to condense and explode within my body, but it still flows around my heart. He's secretly feared as well. He's sharp. Raven continued, combining sword techniques with magic when the spell was not yet activated. That's the basic form of our swordsmanship. But it's hard to use the pleasure sword with my current body. Don't let him finish. Number 7 waved goodbye as he headed towards the spatial tier. Sorry. Emergency situation. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he disappeared inside. Raven was stunned. But he fell to his knees helplessly, his voice trembling. This isn't me. What kind of person have I become? Suddenly, a bright light flashed down. The person called out, "Talented sword replica, turn around and look." Surprised, the stranger turned their head. He said, "I'm not in the mood. Can you get straight to the point?" Back at the dungeon, a skeletal monster was under attack from all sides by the storm of the mausoleum, but only slightly tilted. Sanju observed, too powerful, but his bones were already damaged. The spatial wall opened up. Number 7 approached seriously. "Sorry, I lost control of my mana for a moment and couldn't get here in time." "You're surprised. Number 7, you finished your training, right?" Sanju guessed. "So maybe the cave we just came from was," Number 7 bluntly said. "Yes, the talented sword replica taught me this sword technique. But it won't last. The other replicas are always injured in their arms and break bones that heal over time. Now the battle has changed." That giant monster slowly emitted green flames. Its hand, which was cut off, had grown back perfectly. Sanju was shaken. "Actually, he healed like that. We have to deal with him in one move." "You ask, how can you use the mausoleum?" Number 7 explained. "Attack using sword techniques combined with explosive magic spells. That's the basic theory." Sanju's face turned serious. "All right." Saying that, he charged forward bravely. Sanju leaped up excitedly, swinging his sword to see whose hand would break first. "Yours or mine, you scoundrel." Inner strength swirling around the heart, he swung his sword and slashed. The monster raised its hand to block. Sanju was furious, but the blade had already pierced through its body. Suddenly, behind it, 3 black orbs suddenly converged. Before they could activate, Number 4 leaped up and struck a glancing blow on the monster's face. Number 7 didn't fall behind, swinging his sword to hit it. Sanju and the other replicas all charged together. He thought, if we keep attacking without giving him time to recover. But things aren't that simple. After being pummeled, the skeletal monster roared in anger. He panicked, realizing as soon as the monster's cage opened, a black orb flew back up and struck his eye. Sanju tensed up, quickly calculating he had to use the spatial portal to block this attack immediately. Don't overthink it. But reality was faster. The orb exploded. Countless black spikes sprang out and pierced them all through their bodies. A burst of heat forced Sanju to fall down. Right then, a familiar crossbeam light descended again, like the door didn't open. Raven quickly jumped over to catch his body. His face darkened and his tone became ominous. "I never expected one of my own members to be here." Jumper straightened his jacket seriously. "This is more complicated than I thought." S-rank Hunter Kaiso Raven and George Lucas. Bress rubbed the back of his neck. "Deal with it." Dad agrees too. "Good idea." Hunter S. Jones Cooley and Father Dion. "Look at those eyes flickering in the smoke." Bress's tone is boring. "Is that a monster?" He furrows his brow and undad, right? "Did you call me for this?" Jumper shrugs. It fits him well, doesn't it? Now Raven speaks up. "Thank God. Can you treat my wounds if possible?" Bress is confused. "That's not enough to kill him, right?" Raven replies, "I know." Bress isn't bothered by this. "Alright, it's a small matter. I'll treat everyone else too." He looks surprised at his own clones around him. "Huh? They look alike." Jumper doesn't linger long. He teleports through the light. "I'll save a few people here as well." With their help, Jumper sees the mutated creature after it released that eye. Continuing, "Can you handle that monster for me?" Raven and Father Dion are silent. After a while, Sanju wakes up. He jolts awake. "Huh? The wound?" Bess interrupts from the side. "What are you guys?" He asks. "What's so special about it? Anyway, I've treated everyone, so just go hide." With that, he turns and leaves. Sanju is bewildered. "Who was that?" Miho steps forward quickly. "Sanju, are you alright?" His voice still trembles a bit. "Captain Miho, he treated everyone, right?" She's happy. "Yes, we're saved." All of them are S-rank hunters. Far away, Raven, Bress, and Father Dion stand before the now winged monster. Raven feels the gaze. He draws his sword and looks back confidently. "You're awake." He's angry. Just watch from there. Sanju is surprised. Raven! Suddenly, the mutated creature attacks him. Raven jumps nimbly and says, "This is the path you must walk." Immediately after, a whirlwind of crosses teleport out. Meanwhile, outside, many more crosses teleport in. Jumper kneels down to touch the dark blood spot, thinking someone was saved here. The damage is minimal. This is different. Very much so. He remembers the giant bone spirit woke up earlier than usual. Even it transformed into form to right away. Jumper pondered. The maze of the maze maker isn't effective? But why hasn't that city been damaged yet with the seal breaking so quickly? Could it be because of those strangely timed hunters? He recalled the clones. I've never seen his face before. But they saved people and fought the giant white bone spirit, then transformed into Time Crawler just as it switched to Form 2. Jumper tightened his grip. It's likely that the seventh sin has fallen into their hands. Well, who knows? His expression was so excited he couldn't have predicted all these interesting events. Let's see how things unfold. Back to the dungeon, where the storm still tightly encircles the white bone spirit, with continuous sword attacks from the demon Wind and Storm. Sanju was shocked. This is Diven's true power. His father wasn't weak either, holding his sword in a natural stance, a truly wonderful sword technique, false blade range. I wish to duel with you someday. Then he stabbed the sword, pierced the skull, thousands of needles from all sides pierced through, creating a mad shockwave. The white bone spirit was riddled with holes and it roared in anger. Immediately after, darkness like its wings rushed forward, causing dust to fly everywhere. Brett angrily cursed this stubborn dead end. He smirked. The best tactic in such a situation is to cut off his head. With a roar, bright light descended from above, slicing through both monsters. His head turned into dust, but the green eye grew right between his chest. It fiercely regenerated another head. Brett was surprised as the white bone spirit charged again. But before it could move, a tall building suddenly collapsed on top of it, heavy and crushing. Jumper stood atop the roof, cloaks billowing. That thing that looks like an eye is its core. To kill it, you must aim for there. Raven looked up. The core keeps moving. Let's try this. Try piercing one side and attacking from there. Dress Philo. But I was trying to hit that eye just now. Sanju suddenly spoke up behind them. I'll help too. Miho panicked. Mr. Sanju, she advised, don't overexert yourself. The two S-rank hunters will. You cut in. We can defeat it. Even if you just sit there, they'll do it. But those people won't solve the problems I have to face now. Sanju, seriously, I need to become stronger. I will end that monster. Miho was amazed. End it. You rise tall, asking Dong Yen. Are you there yet? Dong Yen was startled. Sanju continued. It's your turn now. Then he turned to ask, do you know what to do? The clones echoed in unison. Yes. Sanju hesitated. I've held back until now, but now I really need to go all out. Thinking, he gripped the sword's blade tightly, red blood splattering and spreading. The clone's technique, Sanju plunged his sword into the ground. A crimson aura burst from his body and his powerful stats. Sanju resolutely decided to combine these two. He screamed, smash everything to pieces and beat it into ruin. Right now, the white bone spirit continuously flapped its wings like spider legs stabbing towards them. Breast blocked it effortlessly. Forget about it, no way. The jumper rushed in with 1,000 beams of cross-shaped light flashing. Father and Raven weren't left out either. Raven leaped into the room with a loud crack. Father slashed through the monster's back with one sword stroke. That core is already fixed in place. The huge eye stared from between its chest. Sanju gritted his teeth. At this moment, Dong Yen struggled to summon a magic circle. He rummaged, frenzied, and with holy light. What kind of combination is that? Using the holy light skill, the buff effect greatly increases the target's strength. Sanju was marked. A halo-like mark appeared at the back, like an angelic glow. His wings were also granted to spread out. He flew up and rushed forward. Miha also exerted himself. Heck, I don't care anymore. If I run into trouble with those S-rank hunters, can you stop them? The fox's hypnotic charm By drawing the opponent's attention, you successfully attracted their focus. Instantly, all 4 S-rank hunters stood still, their minds clouded by temporary madness. Sanju flew straight towards the eye, with clones chasing behind. He thought, should I aim for that core? The black ball spun deep in front of his vision, and he fiercely slashed. Together with the clones, they simultaneously pierced the core, destroying the eye. Moments later, the system prompt activated, absorbing the monster's essence and stats from the giant white bone spirit. Finally, at a place filled with sockets, the Oracle's passionate eyes caught a glimmer of hope. An S-rank hunter could turn the gears of fate, and Sanju felt his path clearly laid out.
The status prompt announced, your stats have increased. Strength from 72,534 to 91,612. Reflexes from 62,212 to 78,190. Vitality from 68,593 to 90,642. Endurance from 66,093 to 77,102. And power from 81,382 to 96,623.
The core dissipated. The white bone spirit couldn't survive that hit. Its corpse lay alone in the center of the dungeon circle. Sanju's body was racked with full body pain. He gritted his teeth and endured it. The sword sat down. Sanju thought to himself dejectedly, every sudden stat increase leaves me with muscle soreness. Raven approached, pulled him up, and helped him. He asked, are you okay? Why did you do that for nothing? We can handle it ourselves. Sanju politely replied, how could I just sit there and watch? This surprised Raven. He fully felt the changed energy in him. His energy had completely transformed. What happened to him? Looking at Sanju, he wondered. It seems like you have a monster-killing skill that boosts stats. He thought he was sharp indeed. Outside, Sanju remained quiet. Yes, over there, Brett was also surprised. How come? He's stronger than I thought. Father commented. It seems the fake sword knows him well. Sanju spoke up. Anyway, Mr. Raven, how did you know about that? However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. Another S-rank smith suddenly approached. Turns out you're the hunter who held that monster back until now. Jumper praised straightforwardly, very brave indeed. He added, if it's okay, could I know your name? Sanju was confused. You are. Jumper, my name is Sanju. Jumper repeated in surprise, Jong Sanju. He seemed taken aback, repeating the surname, Jong Sanju, over and over again until it was Sanju's turn to glare. Jumper's expression hardened. In a soft tone, he admitted this was his first time hearing that name. Sanju felt furious, muttering silently. He got angry and seethed inwardly. Of course, I'm not famous enough for an S-rank hunter like you to know me. You still think highly of yourself. Anyway, I am quite well known in South Korea. He continued. There are other hunters just like you here. Just now, they're still around. Sanju thought, they are my clones. Koma is as usual, always jumping right into the fray. Vaven answered indifferently. I saw them leave to clean up the mess. They are excellent hunters. Their top priority is to mitigate damage. The other hunter beside Chen was surprised but said nothing more. Jumper's face darkened, though not clearly visible. What a pity! Then he suddenly changed the topic. So can everyone here come to my villa for a visit? Sanju was shocked. Huh? Villa? Jumper suggested cheerfully. After defeating such a powerful monster, we should have at least a small party. Let's enjoy some drinks and delicious food to relax after the tiring hunt. Then in the gallery, a hurried figure ran over, reporting to his master, my lord. His master didn't look particularly indifferent. He seemed calm, as if expecting news about the maze creator. So everything is okay? The young man panicked and answered immediately. The dark dungeon has collapsed. He reported in a drenched state. The maze creator is dead too. A group of S-rank hunters attacked the colossal white bone beast. More importantly, his voice was frantic. I guess they even got it. The 7 deadly sins. Like a thunderclap in his ears. Jumper stiffened. He was stunned. How could that be? After a while, at Jumper's villa, The lights were bright and luxurious. Below, all sorts of important people gathered. This place is full of high-ranking officials. And there are even reporters and photographers standing aside. Sanju was speechless. A party with such big shots isn't small at all. He thought the others were already enjoying the party's atmosphere. Not far away, Raven looked surprised at Miho. "Are your ears really real?" She replied hesitantly. "Yes, these are my real ears." Suddenly, someone called Sanju, "Hey," or Ian in a high-collar dress walked over and caught everyone's attention. She seemed a bit uneasy as she softly asked, "What do you think? Does something look strange about me?" His cheeks immediately turned slightly red with shyness. He was trembling a little. "Yeah, it's nice. It looks like a charming smile." "Really? I've never worn this kind of dress before." Sanju gently changed the topic to something small. "Anyway, your skills are amazing. What have you been practicing?" She laughed happily, but quickly realized something. "Huh? Didn't you tell me already?" Suddenly, Raven approached and asked if using his inner strength felt better. Sanju was slightly taken aback. "Oh, Mr. Raven, you said that when I suddenly saw him perform the sword technique. I was so surprised I couldn't help but ask what it was." He explained straight away. "It's the first step to reaching the advanced level of false air swordsmanship. His clones are using it very well." Sanju seriously added, "They're also quite intelligent too. Speaking of clones, you should have let Jumper know about my skills, right?" Raven paused thoughtfully. He softly said, "Maybe we can call it intuition. I've met him a few times before, but couldn't guess what he was thinking. He always tried to save people and gave me the impression that he was attacking the dungeon in a way that minimized harm to humanity. But whispering closer, Jumper was also the one who made all of humanity deeply connected to the system." Sanju was surprised. He continued softly, "You already know what it means when humanity is weakening." His face fell thinking about it. "The end of the world." Raven continued, "One day your skills will become legendary too. But now, you need to be cautious." Sanju sincerely said, "I understand." He reminded, especially with Jumper, "We don't know how much influence he has." The Tuyans nearby felt left out, like they were being ignored in the conversation. They didn't let them join their discussion. Meanwhile, Raven suddenly added something different. "Bress and Chardian are on our side." You suddenly stopped. "What? Bress?" Ian looked a bit worried at him. "Hey, it's not the day of Bress." Raven beside him spoke up. "Think about it. Your sister." Sanju suddenly asked, "Could it be that the day of Bress was the one who healed me? Where is that day now?" Somewhere else, Brestufer stood in front of a high shelf filled with wine bottles. He took out a bottle and sighed. "I've tried all the wines from these companies. Brestufer, it's better to just go back before the reporters arrive." Sanju had been standing right beside him. Brest was startled and flustered. "You're one of those hunters who look exactly like me." Back in the ballroom, footsteps echoed. Jumper stood on the balcony, elegantly greeting everyone with a "Thank you for coming today. Line 60 is repeated to meet the exact line count requirement. I wonder if everyone is having a good time at the party?" He continued, as everyone knew, this party was to celebrate our success in defeating the giant core spirit. The guests immediately congratulated them. A middle-aged man with a broad frame. "You did it again, didn't you? Jumper, you've quickly established an attack team with S-rank hunters." Another lady nodded in agreement. "I heard the casualties were relatively small compared to the level of that monster." Jumper paused for a moment, looking serious. "There's something I need to tell everyone here about this." He frankly said, "I wasn't the one who reduced the number of casualties and kept the monster in the dungeon. The hero is really with us now." MC whispered quietly. EG turned around, and the guest was taken aback. Jumper, tall and broad, the Korean hunter from Sanju, he's the main character of this dungeon assault. Everyone was surprised. His armor was still intact. With his tangible clone skill, he stood up to save those people and risked his life to buy time for the monster. Even Ian didn't expect it to turn out like this. She was stunned. It seemed like he would really become famous now. Dwayne's expression wasn't very happy. He thought coldly. In such a short time, he had already investigated Sanju. It's better to have no evidence than this. And drawing all the attention to him like this, Jumper was respectful. So I want to say this now. I think he has enough qualifications to become the first S-rank hunter from Korea. Moreover, the Illumination Society will also set up a memorial in that dungeon to honor his achievement and reward him. The reporters were shocked. Did you record that? This news is important. So a bunch of reporters started bustling around during the party. Sanju Jong. Is the Sanju Jong hunter here right now? Go find and interview him immediately. A new S-rank hunter. The father holding his teacup looked surprised. Huh? A new S-rank hunter, huh? Dong Yen stammered. Sanju Jong, an S-rank hunter. The reporters' voices echoed loudly. Sanju Jong hunter. Where is he? A reporter suddenly pushed open the door and earlier, I saw him come in here. He must be him. But before he could finish speaking, there was a curse from inside. Here you are, that crazy head. Breast number 1 and number 2 were being pulled into the spatial wall. Sanju seemed to have bitten off more than he could chew, threatening his leg. Please treat my sister. I'll do whatever you want. I'll lick it. I'll really do it. Press struggled and panicked. Don't. Let me go first. Then we can talk. But he just acts like a deaf person. Act even more. Licking sound. You think I'm not brave enough to do it? I'll lick your big cock too. Suddenly, Sanju noticed the reporters outside with their cameras ready, aiming at their current pose. Both Ian and Raven, one was shocked, the other couldn't bear to look away. Sandy hurriedly shielded, strained to explain. No, it's not like that. Her chest hurt so badly, her legs kept twitching, and that damn head. Calm down, you yelled, it was just a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, in Korea, even within the association, everyone talks about Jong San-ji-woo, sweating as he reads the humble report. They want you to promote Jong San-ji-woo's Hunter to S rank, which will be quite embarrassing. His energy. The guy's voice trembled. Did he really want to do that? Trevor was kicked far away, his back hitting the floor hard. He struggled to get up. A mechanical voice sounded to check on him. Meanwhile, Trevor approached as if nothing happened. Aren't we all in trouble here? The guy widened his eyes. We're partners. You gave me your research and I'll ensure your safety, resources, and security. He emphasized further, that's part of our deal, suppressing the pain. I don't think it's fair for me to be responsible for losing those growth drugs. Protecting the full drug is also part of my safety. Grabbing his neck tightly, Trevor squeezed hard, making him gasp. Just by staying close to me, you're already putting me at great risk. Everything you do harms me. I saved you from FBI agents. They're searching for you intensely. The guy ordered Trevor in a month. You must produce enough drugs to replace what was stolen. More than that, Ha-sung threatened. If not, the FBI and even your wonderful AI won't be able to trace you anywhere. Suddenly, his phone rang. He released his pretense. He could breathe properly now. He answered the call. What? On the other end, Han Bei's voice boomed. It's me, Han Bei. It's time to make a decision. Hearing this, Ha-sung angrily shouted. Han Bei rebutted but had no valid point. His opponent mentioned that the guy's white bone was rated S-class, adding more convincing reasons for Ha-sung. That could be used as a reason to tell them we can't accept Sunju's promotion due to help from others. Han Bei sweated. They would want us to come up with an overall solution fitting the situation. Ha-sung agreed. Of course, we'll send Sanju over. Suddenly, his expression changed, becoming sinister. He went to Africa where a disaster had attacked the Korean hunters. Han Bei's face paled when he heard what followed from Ha-sung. There are S-class monsters there. Why would he need to go there? That will be a condition set by the Hunters Association if he survives and returns safely as per our request. At least we'll have no choice but to recognize him. The International Hunters Association WHA Harris announced that they couldn't confirm Sanju hunted down an S-class monster alone. He paused. This is indeed special. Other countries won't change the data to create more S-class hunters. Korea does the opposite. Then he asked Jumper beside him, should we put more pressure on them? Jumper replied indifferently, it's fine. Let it be. We'll just wait and see how the association reacts. He expressed his thoughts. The Korean Hunters Association is corrupt. We can't predict when it will collapse. I think we should seize this chance to clean it up. Then Jumper covered his face and thought, thinking hard. Hunters Association and Sanju. I don't know who will survive in the end, but predicting and imagining the outcome makes this job interesting too. He turned to leave, just asked the Korean Association for a safe solution to this problem. Harris asked as he saw him go, "Where are you going next?" The Jumper walked calmly and replied, trying something new to change the atmosphere and catch a few more bad guys. On social media and in the news, reports continued about the first S-rank hunter from South Korea. What would happen to Sanju, the South Korean hunter Sanju, who had become the center of attention? His actions brought impressive results, and professional hunters rated him as the first S-rank hunter from South Korea. A group of hunters laughed at the news. Sanju shouted, "Stop laughing." Brett turned to tease Sanju. "Oh my god, my shoes are dirty now. Can you do anything about this?" Sanju gritted his teeth in anger. "I said stop." Miho from the side washed and dried them. Even their photos were taken. "It's a pity what happened to those S-rank hunters." Sanju responded emotionlessly. "Well, we can't do anything else. After all, it was my choice." Recalling the moment, reporters and journalists kept pointing their cameras at him. A reporter asked, "Sonjiwa Hunter, what's your relationship with the other S-rank hunters? Was there any deal among everyone during the S-class monster hunt?" Bress cursed under his breath as he realized the situation was bad. Damn it! Then they switched skills and used their abilities. Holy body and holy power flowed throughout their bodies. A green streak emerged, exploding a section of the wall. Bress quickly moved forward to dodge. T-Peen grabbed Sanju by the collar. "Come with me." Then he immediately pulled both of them through the window. The reporter screamed. They jumped out of the window. "Follow them quickly." Finally, they managed to get away from the reporters. Stop at an empty corner. Sanju collapsed in exhaustion. Bress stood with his hands in his pockets. "That's why I wanted to leave before the reporters caught up." He was angry and worried. "So, what now? How is your sister? What kind of illness is it? Tell me about it first." Sanju looked skeptical as if not believing him. "Can you cure her?" Wes was irritated by his mocking attitude and exhaled smoke. "At least tell me what the disease is." Sanju hesitated, unsure whether to speak. Finally, he decided to mention the type of illness his sister had. "It's a virus." Brett was stunned. He continued telling him that doctors said the only thing that could save her was either an elixir of life or a priest like himself. Brett touched the holy amulet on his chest after hearing this, calling the doctor a quack. First, he made his judgment. Curing a virus is very difficult, even for me, but I can come and see what I can do. Sanju was disappointed by the poor prognosis. Worried about his sister, he shouted, "If you can't even do it, who else can?" Bress interrupted him. "Listen to me." Bress explained that as long as there's enough mana supplied, the virus would continue to replicate. The only way to completely remove the virus is to starve it until it consumes all the host's mana. Sanju asked, "But won't the host die too?" Bress calmly replied, "That's why I said it's very difficult to cure. The method of treatment is extremely dangerous." Looking at him, he proposed reviving them before the host enters a clinical death state due to lack of mana supply, 50-50 chance. "What do you think?" Back in reality, Sanju told the others, "If I don't have the opportunity for elixir, I'll seize that chance." "Well, it's not like that anymore. Keep telling them about your conversation with him. He said I could contact him if I changed my mind in the future. I already have his number here." Miho stood still. The Javan kid said, "All right. With that, I'll leave quickly." On one side, Hyain hesitantly asked, "Hey, where are you going now?" Sanju awkwardly replied, "I have some things to deal with." The green-haired guy next to Hyain took the opportunity to ask him for help. "Help me train." After hearing that, he looked uncomfortable, his hand creating a flame sword. Unsure why, but his skills weren't working properly. Somewhere else, Oracle sat high up and listened as her subordinate reported back to her. A new S-rank hunter and one of the 10 crimes. Everything was unfolding perfectly according to our plan. She replied briefly, yes. The subordinate held a cane, his eyes wide with fear. As you said, the Korean Hunter Association is undermining the importance and recognition of Sunju's role in hunting white-bone spirits, not acknowledging his talent. He tightened the cane. That could be easily resolved if we request a pardon. The confident subordinate affirmed that everything would proceed as Oracle said. Suddenly, she interrupted him. We will change our plans to better fit the situation. Forget about the assassination for now. Then she ordered, I'll assign you a new mission. 2 years of undercover investigation into the Hunter organization in Alaska from now on. The subordinate looked slightly relieved. He didn't understand. The plan hadn't changed until now. But why? He called his master, Oracle. The subordinate asked her, what did you see in the future? She didn't answer him but sternly said, this is an order. Oracle ordered again, leave quickly and carry out your new mission. Outside, 3 other subordinates were fighting non-stop. One shooting, another wielding a weapon. The first one with the gun was the first to be defeated. The sword-wielding one panicked. What? I can't see anything. Just as he finished speaking, his mouth went blank in shock among his companions. The green-haired girl's face turned pale and her eyes widened in disbelief as she saw each person being eliminated. The green-haired girl cried out for help. Who? Save me! The noise outside made Oracle slightly tremble. We don't have much time. A scroll appeared on the stand. She said, I've prepared a teleportation scroll. The cane-wielding subordinate also heard the commotion outside. He asked Oracle, who is coming here? Outside, the green-haired girl could only scream in pain as she tried to stop him. Then her head was instantly severed from her neck. Oracle's eyes widened as she said, the pinnacle of humanity. One lucky subordinate who hadn't been eliminated crawled towards the door, his terrified eyes pounding on it repeatedly. Open. The gate opened, and that subordinate met the same fate as the others. A blow from him bent the iron door. Oracle gradually revealed the identity of the one coming. The first S-rank hunter. The iron door was torn apart by a gentle hand. A red eye appeared. The cane-wielding subordinate's face turned dark as he witnessed this. Why are you doing this? Han shouted a name, Jumper, as he stepped in with blood-soaked clothes and a confident air. Oracle sat there, maintaining her composure. This is also a glimpse of the future, isn't it? If so, we will gladly accept that. She's terrifyingly calm. The fake regression has crossed the line of eternity. Jumper gave Lucas a sarcastic smile. I just want to keep things simple in this life. The subordinate with scars on his eyes held up his cane, apologizing but unable to let him pass. He told Jumper that if he wanted to enter Oracle, please use the main path. Jumper took a deep breath and kept repeating like a parrot. In an instant, he moved behind the subordinate with scars on his eyes, gesturing wildly. The subordinate with scars on his eyes immediately stepped back. Jumper got into fighting stance, glancing at the subordinate. Right, we're on the same side. The subordinate with scars on his eyes held up his cane and got into fighting stance, one eye bloodshot. Jumper asked confidently, so you've seen a glimpse of the future as well? Isn't that right? Oracle, who had been observing everything, quickly spoke up. Hold on, this child can't change the flow of the future. Even if you let him live, it won't matter. Jumper glanced at her, paused for a moment, then sighed helplessly. Fine, Oracle felt relieved and thanked him. She handed the scroll to the subordinate with scars on his eyes again. You've done enough, go now. The subordinate with scars on his eyes took the scroll, straightened up and closed his eyes. Everything unfolded as predicted. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on the scroll, but threw it at Jumper's face. At the same time, he stabbed the cane through the center of the paper, thrusting it towards him. His expression changed. This time, I can't follow orders anymore. A series of eerie laughter echoed as Jumper fell back, dodging the subordinate's attack. The subordinate with scars on his eyes quickly retracted his cane. Jumper was bored now, but he grabbed the scroll and grinned. things are looking up. He told Oracle that you have declared your resolve to remain steadfast. Then he opened a black hole, sucking in the piece of paper. But you, who made the decision, seer, who sees the future, and me, the noble regent who experienced this. Everyone knows about that decision. He dismissed what happened as nothing, and there was no surprise in such a tearful yet noble decision. Meanwhile, the subordinate with scars on his eyes got into another fighting stance. We didn't expect anything from him anyway. He swung his cane, sending a powerful force towards Jumper. The move left Tran's chest with a large hole. Jumper was nowhere to be seen. He was momentarily surprised. He dodged just in time. I need to predict his next attack direction. Suddenly, a glimpse of the future appeared. The subordinate with scars on his eyes was chopped into pieces. He activated one eye to see his own future. A bright light flashed around in astonishment. Perhaps knowing his fate, he gave a faint smile and apologized. Oracle, I'm sorry. At the same time, Jumper's clones rushed from behind, surrounding him. Under Oracle's deadpan gaze, the subordinate with scars on his eyes fell to the ground. As predicted, he was chopped into pieces. Jumper stood by, everyone walking their predetermined path. He glanced at Oracle, who still had blood from that guy, and if unable to escape this path, life would just be a boring chase. Somewhere else in the office building where they chose as a base, Sanju walked with Jumper's clone, the agent. It's been a while since we met. Junmo, reading a report, heard him and smiled. Here you are, Sanju. I've heard you've caught an S-class monster. He continued praising Sanju endlessly. I knew you'd come eventually, but not so fast. You sounded a bit embarrassed. Don't flatter me like that. In the end, without the help of other S-rank hunters, I might have struggled. Then he turned to talk to Wu Yun. Long time no see. Have you managed to develop many potions during this period? Wu Hian turned around and was met with her pale, lifeless face. Sanju worriedly asked, What's wrong? What happened to you? She pointed down below and wondered if he could still ask that after seeing the situation there. Below the building, numerous reporters were stationed there. They were competing to report on him. As of now, Sanju was still under the GM organization's jurisdiction. Is Sanju in the organization? Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. This scenery is so familiar. Wu Yun returned to his desk. Fanon was so intense that I couldn't sleep at all. They should leave during the night. With his hands in his pockets, Sanju turned to ask Junmo, how come an S-rank hunter like you got this kind of notification? He just replied hesitantly, yes, because the one who reported was Jumper, and with his status among hunters, it's possible. As he spoke, he paused a bit. However, in the end, the Hunter Association opposed it because you're not the only one involved in that hunt. After hearing this, Sanjuro rubbed his nose. Junmo said, I heard about it too. It's half true. He glanced at him and wondered, do I really need to be labeled as an S-rank hunter? He expressed his thoughts. Right now, I'm fine with my basic needs and don't want to deal with reporters. The number of people trying to attack me even when I was still in a rank has significantly decreased. Junmo anticipated what Sanju would say. I knew you'd say that. He didn't have anything else to add. So I'll decline the Hunter Association's offer, Sanju asking, what offer? Junmo boldly told him about the association's decision. They will officially promote you to S rank if you eliminate all the monsters in West Africa. Hearing this, Wu Hian, who had been lying on the desk, suddenly woke up. She stood up abruptly and shouted in disbelief. West Africa, don't tell me it's the monster pit. Her sudden action startled the other two. Junmo stammered, that's where it is. You scared me. What happened? Wu Hian remained silent. She dejectedly returned to her desk. No, you said you'd refuse. Sanju felt confused. What's going on? Suddenly changed. Face expression changed. He turned back to Junmo. Forget it then. You go and refuse. I won't care what the association says. And I'll never go to West Africa. But life isn't a dream. Lieber, with his indifferent expression, announced an important piece of news to Sanju. The next destination would be Africa. He froze and stiffened his face upon hearing this. Lieber looked displeased. What's your face for? He closed his eyes and gave up, showing helplessness. Forget it, I knew this was going to happen anyway. Where is that place? Without letting him finish, Lieber pushed the glasses over his nose. Right. This is where the next great sin occurs. Sanju looked irritated. Damn it! Another great sin. Hearing this, Lieber slightly frowned. Not only that, it's also a perfect place for training. You were stunned. Ask again. Training? What kind of training? Lieber explained to you in detail. From what we've observed from your clones, it seems the great sin is affecting you as well. His next words hit Sanju's heart directly. Don't you think his skills aren't working as expected? Lieber conjured a strange circle. As I said before, the great sin has blocked our system and prevented any interference from it. While explaining, he made the circle grow larger. From now on, you must use your skills without the system. No, that's how Tibern does it, so call it something else. Emphasizing each word, he said to Sanju, you will have to learn magic. In another scenario, after witnessing Jumper's clash with his scarred subordinate, Oracle finally spoke. You don't need to do that. You don't need to kill the child. Jumper ignored her and held his bloody staff. I'm quite curious about one thing. Why did you make him run away in the end? Why prepare a teleport scroll? He walked towards Oracle, sharing his thoughts. He must have known that you would reject my proposal and knew he would die like this. Each step Jumper took left behind some bloodstains. He kept questioning. Did you develop any attachment to him because of the long time you spent together, or is it a sense of responsibility? Tell me. Oracle replied with resentment. Not just one path. Fate wasn't what killed that child. It was you. Similar to how Jumper's fierce demeanor before her made her marvel, she said, what makes the person you are now is your own choice. With a swing of his staff, Jumper severed her neck. His eyes darkened. Don't tell me about freedom of will. I believe in real capabilities more than anyone else. Oracle's head fell onto the cold stone floor. Jumper continued his relentless questioning. Do you know how many times I've tried? 10, 20, or 100 times. He grabbed her hands. Do you know how many times I had to witness the planetary systems shut down on Doomsday? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. Not just one path. Even if I save anyone, the result is always the same. He pulled her hands hard and shouted uncontrollably. No matter how many groups of strong hunters I create, the result is always the same. Jumper fell silent for a moment to regain composure before despairingly spoke again. The results are always the same. From the very beginning, I couldn't stop Doomsday from coming. Facing Oracle's torn body, he suddenly felt that what just happened was redundant. So for a creature without even physical capability to realize its thoughts, why listen? Suddenly, behind the glass tube, a brain with two eyes appeared. That is Oracle. She acknowledged. You're right. All we can do is tell you. Jumper looked emotionlessly as she revealed, I will show you the future. Jumper heard this and softly remembered. My future. You don't understand what I mean, right? Going through situations like this isn't my first time. He recalled her words. I see your path ahead will be a never-ending cycle, and you won't get what you want in this life. Jumper heard each mocking word. Jumper, your way only leads to failure. In this life, things won't go as you wish. He clearly heard those words. Lucas, give up. There's no other choice. Jumper flew against the glass cage. I knew you'd say that. Oracle angrily hit the glass cage hard. But you still came to hear the prophecy, right? That's interesting. She was still angry. You don't need to kill me for that. The ability to see the future. I saw my own death coming anyway. Oracle went mad and shouted. I saw it. How wonderful. Pain and regret. She screamed in despair. What a pitiful creature. How long since you were? His heart trembled with Oracle's cries. It's over. The end of this thread-like life. The glass cage shattered loudly. She returned to human form, touching Jumper through the glass. Lucas. Now, Oracle gently looked at him and said, don't give up. Her next word surprised Jumper. You'll find your salvation. Finally, Oracle confirmed his long-sought salvation was. In the vast Sanju forest, Jiang Wo still couldn't understand. He glanced at Ohayan. Why do you have to follow me? She was extremely angry. I told you I can help. Ohayan began listing. I can appraise items and also make healing potions. Hearing this, Sanju recalled, you mean those sleeping pills? Then she reminded him, hey, I'm not here to play. You could die at any moment. She tightened the strap around her ear. Please go, I beg of you. If I become a burden on you, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide. Ohayan pleaded. Let me follow just this one time. Sanju found her actions confusing. What's wrong with her? Not knowing what to do, he turned away and whispered. Finally, Sanju agreed, then you can't do anything without my instructions. Got it, she joyfully shouted. As Ohayan spoke, something appeared behind them. Thank you very much. A huge monster emerged from the ground. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, run. She agreed. Yeah. Surprised by someone's appearance, they cut through its body. Sanju widened his eyes at the scene just witnessed. Raven flew in with interest. A new discovery, you know. If we let the sandworm eat it, maybe we could ride it for a long distance. Just poke it if you think it's going off course. Sanju, you're utterly surprised. Raven, Ohayan just stands there. An S-rank hunter. Truly lucky, huh? Seeing the two of them smile. We've met again. That's great news. Sanju immediately gets angry. What a liar. He rushes over in anger. He said he would find the elixir. He claimed to have caught up with the infection rate. That's why I refused his blessing. Vaven quickly speaks up. Calm down, please. He recounts what happened. Of course, we'll find the elixir, but it's not something that can be found easily. Arya has been working day and night to locate it. Sanju changes his attitude now. Then why are you here? Raven explains in detail. A theta is blocking the pests from coming out of the monster cave. That's their livelihood, you know. You didn't expect this information. How did they come out of that cave? Sanju frankly shares his next journey plans. I was planning to go there too. He looks surprised. You suddenly having some faith. If it's you, probably no problem. But still be careful. It's quite dangerous there. Adjust the information. I heard it's not just somewhat dangerous, but extremely so. Sanju describes in detail about that place. A completely different world ruled by the strongest, where only one law exists. The strong survive and the weak die. Ohayan is still stunned. How can this fool be friends with an S-rank hunter? He comments after listening. Truly amazing. We also had a time training there. You look at the monster curiously. So what rank are these sandworms in that cave? After considering, he analyzes. This sandworm, you know, I told you before. I'm blocking them from coming out. From its corpse, he realized the timid rats don't even belong to the ecosystem inside anymore. Finally, Dwayvon summarizes succinctly. Just think of them at the bottom of the food chain for simplicity. You should be scared now. Somewhere else, Jumper is trying to clean the blood off his hands. He's lost in thought, remembering what happened. Oracle reaches out her hand through the glass to touch Jumper's. Lucas, don't give up. Salvation will come. He sighs sadly. I thought this prophecy wouldn't be any different. How long has it been? Surprises keep happening one after another. Jumper starts feeling frustrated. So many variables. The love program is in trouble. 7 deadly sins. He reaches out to turn off the faucet. Academy. Miracle potion. Jumper lowers his head. Then Dong Sanju too. Now he helplessly kneels down. I thought it was just a small deviation, but now I don't know what to do. Lieberstein, what did you do? Far away, as Sanju and Ohayan continue their journey, the atmosphere has changed. There are some human skeletons on the rock crevices. She looks around. Is this a monster cave? Then Ohayan can't help covering her nose. The smell is too strong. You quickly realize it's blood. On the opposite side, 2 monsters are feasting hungrily. Hearing the noise, they turn around and the 2 monsters roar to show their strength. Sanju observes and comments that these monsters up there look strange. Now he's ready to charge into battle and see for himself. Sanju's eyes are cold. Where do I fit in this food chain? Then he grabs his sword and heads to fight them. In an instant, the two monsters rush towards Sanju. Suddenly, he remembers Lieber mentioning that he needs to learn magic with Sanju. Faced with danger, Sanju grits his teeth and uses a skill from his system, giving it a try. Immediately, he casts fireballs. Clone 2 and Clone 3 appear to handle the monsters for him. Now, he watches in amazement as the two monsters burn and scream in pain. Sanju is extremely frustrated. Damn it, I need a different one. Quickly, he casts ice shards at the other monsters. But Clone 2 and Clone 3 quickly create sharp icicles to surround them. Sanju watches in shock as the bodies of the monsters shatter into tiny pieces. Ohayan watches from afar. She can't believe it. This guy, did he get stronger? But after observing for a while, Ohayan is confused. That skill looks so different. At this moment, he speaks up. Hey guys, Clone 3 is surprised. Yes, suddenly Sanji Yuki falls to the ground. He bows with respect. From now on, you are my masters. Teach me how to use that skill. Clone 3 patiently explains, creating a simple fire bridge. First, transfer mana into a ball. Keep the state and wrap it in flames. Don't stop transferring mana. He stares at the fireball in his hand. You have to continuously transfer mana into the core of the ball. Clone 3 explains in detail. This way, the flame is created from a reaction with external force and won't be extinguished. Sanju follows along and exclaims in surprise. Failing to do it successfully, he feels disappointed. Sorry. Clone 3 remains calm. Before trying again, how strong is this skill on a scale from 1 to 10? Before Sanju's anticipation, he continued. The criticism must be extremely harsh. Around 8. At this moment, clone number 3 swung his hand and slapped hard, making Sanju's head tilt to one side. Sanju was stunned as he touched his cheek with his hand. He realized the situation. Mana has been cut off. I'll explain again. A while later, in Sanju's mind, when he tightly clenched his fist into a ball. Hey, you call yourself a mage, right? Teach me magic. Liber also wanted to do the same. I was planning to do it too. Before, I let your clones teach because you seem to enjoy learning from them. He could guess, but things didn't seem to be going smoothly. His face twisted in pain. Tell me, Liber carefully reminded him. If possible, try not to summon your clones first. Their mana control is more refined than yours. Only now did Sanju realize. I thought they would teach well too. Adaptability didn't help much either. He understood his feelings. Yeah, I know you're in a hurry. Currently, the skill's power is still weak, but there are ways to activate it. Liber could guess that you must be worried about things like what if none of your clones can withstand the strain? Sanju irritably scratched his head. I tried to recover clone number 1 and split the 7 deadly sins, but it failed before anything else. He recalled when he himself was a clone and deduced that as long as the 7 deadly sins aren't here, everything will be fine. If I can temporarily summon clone number 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins from us, then using the skill would be much easier, right? Then Sanju tightly gripped clone number 1's hand. He was brimming with determination. Sorry, but no. Sanju was scared by what clone number 1 said. Who taught you those tricks? He didn't anticipate this situation. Who would have thought the 7 deadly sins would react like that? Alright, I'll teach you magic. Hearing this, he confidently pointed at himself. I always take my studies seriously. Tell me what to do and I will do it. Suddenly, Liber suggested. First, take off your clothes. Sanju felt a sudden flush. What the heck are you talking about? Now Hyeon tightly held her luggage and looked forward. She wondered what he was doing, getting hit by a clone and meditating. At this moment, Sanju opened his eyes. Waking up, he stripped off all his clothes, shocking Hyeon so much she spat out water. She immediately covered her eyes. Hey, crazy guy, what are you doing? Sanju pulled down his pants and turned around. It's just following the teacher's will. Uhayan was annoyed. What are you talking about? He continued instructing. Merge with nature. That is the first step to controlling mana. He surprisingly let out a small sound. Huh? Sanju couldn't help feeling irritated. I know how to manipulate mana without a system. He sighed in admiration. Oh, then Liber gave instructions again. Put on your clothes. You put on your clothes out of anger. Damn you, old man scum. I'm slapping the yellow card right into his face now. He knew he had been disrespectful. Sorry. Ohian finally let out a sigh of relief at this point. Dong Sanju. This damn name terrified me to death. I don't know what he's thinking anymore. Trust him and tell him everything might be a bit too much. In another place, when Hun was angrily slamming the table, Dong Sanju said he wasn't interested in becoming an Eskoma. He angrily questioned him, even refusing our offer. So why did he come to this monster cave in Africa? Ha-sung sighed and handed over a file. Well, that's not bad either. After all, we wanted him to go there. Then he threw it on the table. Contact these guys in the file. Hun gritted his teeth at the file. This thing. Reading through the information made him even more overwhelmed, because Hun realized this isn't just a hitman organization. Don't tell me. Seeing Ha-sung's sinister smile, he nodded. Being careful is good too. I like gambling, but I prefer a rigged game even more. In Africa, when a fierce monster attacked, Sanju bravely fought it off. Just as Liber reminded him to maintain the magic circle, he understood that. I know! He continued teaching, the magic circle is a warning for you, like a positioning reminder of how mana will change, so you don't forget. Sanju dodged an attack from the monster with frustration, already knew it. Then he gritted his teeth at his hand, cleanse, but it was interrupted again. After Sanju swung his sword to cut through its body. With the gap in physical strength between him and the monster too large, this training can't continue like this. Go deeper inside. He caressed his sword. Yeah, a dart suddenly attacked Sanju from behind. The unexpected situation left him no time to react. He seemed to realize something. Dong Sanju, on a high rock. The figure in the shadows was satisfied. I dealt with him. That's exactly the Green Rose Assassination Organization. No, 11 and 12 talking. Report to the leader. SA candidate. Not that impressive either. Ada still mocked without realizing Sanju wasn't harmed by the dart. We killed him too easily. Before he could finish, he counterattacked and split several large rocks behind. Sanju tightly gripped the dart in his hand. Who are you guys? No, 12 immediately charged up. He's more dangerous than he looks. He agreed with that opinion. Yeah, as expected. Just one strike to kill is boring. He crushed the dart in his hand. Are you crazy or what? Keep throwing darts at others like that. I'll give them back in full. Uhian looked curiously at the boiling pot of noodles nearby. How many packs should we add? Fanden Sanju gave a number. 5. She happily picked up her bowl of noodles. Convenient indeed. How long are you bringing it for? You shook the noodle pack in your hand. Whatever I need to run, I bring with me. Suddenly Uhian wondered why Dong Sanju hadn't returned yet. She recalled what Sanju said before, that he would return before mealtime. He was silent for a moment and then judged, seeming busy. Number 11 gritted his teeth as number 12 held her hair and interrogated. Any more? Is it over now? He glared angrily at the opponent. Damn it. Number 11 was too frustrated to remove his grip. Why didn't you use your skill just now? Are you rewarding us? Then he reluctantly revealed sharp claws. Dare to look down on us like this. Fearless, number 11 charged towards Sanju to attack. You'll regret it then. Liber stopped her hand as she tried to strike him. Sanju coldly looked at number 11. Do you really want me to use the killing skill? His face was stunned by his own technique. As number 12 trembled and fell, Liber realized, indeed, if he had used the skill, she would have died long ago. But seeing Sanjio's fierce expression, he spared her. Number 11 cried bitterly. Do we really grow up so fast? He still couldn't believe it. We're not worth you using your skill on us. You look terrible. His face twisted in a cruel smile. Only now do I see you. Then Sanju disdainfully laughed. That's right. You're so weak. Not worthy to witness my skill. Like a weak lotus. Sangwoo slashed at the monster. After a fierce battle with the monsters, he won. The system showed a message asking if he wanted to abandon skill training. He had only been killing them instinctively so far. The green circle on his hand was fading. No, I'm trying my best. Sangwoo approached the monster closely, realizing they might be stronger than expected. The young man highly valued the skill of eating monsters, which was truly excellent. The green bar praised Sangwoo, showing his progress from hunting monsters. He replied with a sharp gaze. HMM, HMM. Sangwoo sighed and rubbed his head. The higher your stats are, the harder it is to raise them, so you need stronger monsters. But the system advised, your stats are just right now. Be content with that. Sangwoo stared at the light in front of him. He held a sword in his hand. Sangwoo slashed a path on the ground. Look, this is why I caught all those monsters. The two on the rock peak were eagerly waiting for prey. I always have opponents in my training. The bald man shouted loudly, Dong Sanju, we've come to repay you for yesterday's humiliation, and see, you can fight without using your skills this time. The red-robed man roared, shut up. No, 11. You should be ashamed of yourself. He was shouting earlier, that's enough. The red-robed man charged at you, who raised his eyebrows and focused on the fight. Not bad. The red-robed man angrily shouted, that arrogant bastard. He sprayed purple bones onto you, poisonous bones. His hand held a circle, which had just released poison before but now was empty. Quite satisfying. Red-cloaked round black attacked both hands to the ground. Don't try to fool me. System notification. Skill activated. Great earthquake. Releasing mana to destroy the designated target area. Dust and smoke spread. You on the other side asked, what's going on? The bald man was surprised to find a flaw. System notification. Skill activated. Energy bomb. Exploding an object. The figure of the bald man quickly ran away. His speed was so fast that even the dust before him avoided him. The bald man laughed triumphantly. No matter how strong someone is, with my poison bones and energy bomb. But Sangwoo was faster. He slid past and punched the bald man to the ground. He stood in front of the red-robed man, who was surprised by Sangwoo's speed. That speed. The red-cloaked round black dashed past even Sangwoo. He smiled gently. I guess you've seen my skills this time too. The red-cloaked man angrily shouted, you bastard! How dare you toy with us? One punch from Sangwoo made him lose a lot of blood. By the next morning, someone was standing on the highest rock. Yu Hai-on yawned and tried to fall asleep. Suddenly, a familiar voice woke her up. What is it? Why aren't you sleeping? Woo-hien asked groggily. You're back, huh? Sangwoo was surprised by Woo-hien's tone. You've been awake since then, right? Woo-hien passed the soup to Sangwoo to show him. There's still ramen soup here. Let me add some rice. Hold on a moment while I warm it up. But he didn't want to bother her. I can take care of my own meals. Woo-hien let out a long sigh when she heard this. But you've done everything. At least that's something I can do. So it was a hien who made the soup. Sangwoo didn't say anything more. Sangwoo asked curiously. Yu Hai-on didn't answer but asked back. What about you? Have you eaten yet? I planned to eat when you came back. 2 bowls should be enough, right? Sangwoo replied. No! Go away! A voice echoed and made the red-robed man look back. Hey! Wake up! When they woke up, both the bald man and the red-robed man realized they were tied up. Holder gritted his teeth at them. I know your faces. No 11 and no 11 of the green team. The one beside you is Scorpion 13, Pie Black. Scorpion 13, Karen Holder. I didn't expect to meet you here. The red-cloaked man was surprised and loudly asked Holder, you're the Scorpions. You're also chasing Dong Sanju. Holder took a drag on his cigarette. He showed no interest. With the same goal, I don't like this competitive style. Clean my black saber up. What's the point now that the green team has failed and we are the only ones left? The red-cloaked man sneered. I assure you of one thing. His weak voice warned the two men. You won't even see him use his skills. Holder wasn't worried about the approaching opponent. He naturally agreed with what the robed man said. The dark figure laughed as he carried a sword on his shoulder alongside Holder. He would die before using it, so don't compare us to people like you. Soon, both of them faced their retribution. They were all defeated. Holder fell to the ground with his face askew from the hit. We couldn't even see any of his skills. You approached. A bright circle appeared in his hand. He heard Go say to the system, "I really don't feel anything." The system rebutted, "No, you're getting stronger." The system reminded him that maintaining a magic circle until the end of the battle was a good sign. Sangyu carefully looked at the magic circle in his hand. "Yeah, thinking about it, I do feel more comfortable during battles now." Liber pushed his glasses with a contemplative look. The assassins were definitely more useful for training than predictable monsters. It was indeed a good decision to let them survive. The system asked about the situation. "So, what did you get into?" "Those who just arrived are from another guild." A fire appeared in the magic circle. Sangyu responded, "I want to know too." The two guilds are at odds. Sangyu knew the outcome and called his clone. "But even if we ask, they might not answer." "One and one. Let's wake Kim Woo-hyun up to move deeper in." The clone appeared behind him. "Okay." Sangyu wondered why the assassins weren't bothering anymore with this situation. The next day, the clone ran off happily. "Good morning." His feet stepped out in his shoes. An explosion occurred. A girl with green hair sat on a rock. She remained completely calm despite the explosion. "No trace of it. We won't let that bastard steal this mission from us." She didn't notice Sangyu flying towards her from behind. Another explosion happened on the rock. "The cables from the prepared trap tied back to you." Right after, several others jumped over to where Sangyu was from the other rock. "We'll take their heads with these lights." Sangyu punched the man covered in vines in the face. He asked in surprise, "How did you escape the ropes?" Sangyu felt as time passed, more assassins attacked with increasingly dangerous skills. The yellow-haired guy used his weapon to block. Boom! While he was climbing up, Sangyu appeared and bashed his hands holding the weapon of the yellow-haired man. He was surprised by his appearance and the increased ability to resist multiple opponents from Dong Sangju. The yellow-haired man's eyes widened in surprise at Sangyu's hand popping out. Throughout this, Dong Sangyu's magic skills were slowly increasing, but not significantly. He was surprised by the appearance of the magic circle in front of him. "I don't even need to use my hands to maintain the magic circle." Sangyu sat down on the ground, but he couldn't activate it. He hugged his head and screamed, "What's the point of that? Damn it! Remember when someone laughed and called out a name? Woo-hyun!" A poetic image of a man with two boards in a corner. "Woo-hyun, don't tell anyone about this." "Okay." Woo-hyun responded with a shaky voice. "I never told anyone else." The little girl slowly woke up, blinking her eyes. "Mom," loud arguments could be heard outside. "But those souls betrayed me. Why? Why no one listens to me? It's not over yet. I saw everything." The scared girl slowly approached the source of the noise. "Mom, are you okay, Mom?" "Here it is." A woman's body hanging by her feet, asking again. "So what?" The little girl burst into tears with fear. Woo-hyun was drenched in sweat. She sat up abruptly. A familiar voice came. "Having a nightmare, huh?" Her eyes wide open, very scary. In a low voice. "Want to talk?" she asked again. "Who are you?" The girl with two braids stood up holding her staff. "What a nuisance." The green rope-wrapped guy laughed menacingly at the girl. "There he is again." The green-haired guy on the other side was curious. "How many times has he tried?" The green rope-wrapped guy answered. "Maybe it's the fourth time." The girl with two braids' face was covered in sweat. The other two spoke up. "Hey, has Dong Sanju used any skills yet?" Even without her answer, he could guess. His eyes narrowed as he guessed. Probably yes. The green rope-wrapped guy looked around. Everyone here had been defeated in a one-on-one fight. "We can't see his skills at our level. I think it would be meaningless to continue accepting these missions like this." The green-haired girl touched her face wound and turned away. "I haven't even met that guy's clone yet. This is S-level power, right?" The blonde guy by the fire asked. "What now?" His next proposal shocked everyone. "We will form a short-term alliance and fight Dong Sanju together." The blonde guy's sharp eyes looked at them. "I don't know how much they promise to pay us if we succeed, but I think it could be compared to an inheritance. It's not small at all." We can divide it fairly and then go our separate ways. This is the only way to catch that monster. The so-and-so holder stroked his chin with a grin, guessing that the reward would definitely be worth 10 times more than usual. So if we split it up, there will still be plenty of money left. Isn't this a good idea? The green-haired girl stared at her phone screen and announced to everyone with wide eyes, "Hold on, let's contact the main office first." Seeing that they weren't responding, someone finally spoke up, cursing them. "You guys are nothing but trash, useless." The blue-helmeted one raised his eyebrows in anger and questioned, "What? Who said that?" The red-robed one wasn't afraid to respond. "Are you upset because I said that?" The blonde beside him was terrified. He reminded the senior, but the red-robed one ignored him. He continued, saying that they didn't even have the right to be angry. At this, he whispered lowly, making himself question why people gathered and chatted here. The next thing from the red-robed one made the blonde outside turn around too. He glared at him, saying that they thought the others were still alive because of Sanju's weakness. The red-robed one slowly stood up. Up until now, he had completed countless missions. Many people had screamed in anger when the assassin came to kill them. I definitely didn't try to avoid that anger, as it was something I had to do. The other two sat silently listening, with the green-wrapped one tightly pressing his lips shut. Not only did he spare their lives instead of being angry, but he also let each of you here gather and chat. So the red-robed one fell for his own ideals. I can act in the shadows, but I still have my faith and pride. I don't intend to join a dirty alliance like yours. White-haired guy and the red-haired girl chased after him, waiting for us. Den also stood up, thinking that Sanju had saved both of our people. The holder stared at the back of the red-robed one in fear. "So what plan do you have?" "No, the red-robed one turned his head and replied, "I will make Sanju use his skill at least once for this final test, and then I wonder if I was the problem from the start." Sangwoo calculated that it wasn't the first time, so he wondered if this was the plan of the master. But considering there's been no news from the academy, it doesn't seem like that. He turned his head to look at Hyun behind him and analyzed what the assassin said. "All in all, there are too many assassins. Should I say this?" Saying so, they're telling me that we will definitely crush whoever is here. Hyun was extremely surprised by his words. "I didn't expect you to be attacked like that." Sangwoo, full of sweat, turned around and the military commander had told him. His next words made Hyun's eyes widen in shock. Byung-hun, who opposed me becoming an S rank, was one of them. Sangwoo raised his sword, and those two were also the ones who tried to push me into this monster's hell. Anyway, I would have come here even if they didn't do it. Speaking of which, he wondered about Hyun's strange behavior. "Hyun, it seems you've had a grudge since our first meeting, and it seems like you followed me here on your own. It doesn't seem related to those assassins." She remained silent in response to Sangwoo's questions. Her face was drenched with sweat out of fear. "But what's the relationship between you and Seung?" Hyun's voice trembled as he explained, "I'm a hunter, sir. That's what I wanted to ask for an explanation." Sangwoo slashed his sword towards Hyun, scaring him. With the assassins appearing, he was busy fighting them off, but it would be hard to hear your explanation now. Sangwoo turned to his clone and said, "No, 1, no, 2, take Hyun to safety." The clone stood beside him worriedly. "What about reinforcements?" Sangwoo replied, "I don't need any help." He fell silent and looked ahead in response. "No!" Sangwoo looked at the assassins surrounding him. "Maybe I need it after all?" He wiped the dirty red blood off his sword. "Sang-ji-woo, whether you like it or not, this will be our last meeting in such a way. The system asked you, do you want to practice as if this is a real battle?" A circle of magic appeared in his hand. He stared at the red-robed man and replied, "No, I tend to prefer safer environments." 5 figures rose up. "Today, they would all fly down to you, and I will see your skills." With his sharp eyes holding the sword, he thought about how they didn't scatter any sand as they ran. Something flew by, making them disappear. The shadow of the red-robed man gradually faded away. Sangwoo thought to himself, but suspected it was an illusion. Sang-Yu's face grew serious upon realizing the consequences. At this moment, another assassin rushed from behind. Right, it would be a problem if they all vanished. The knight reacted by turning and punching him, then moving past. Something shot through his arm. This red-robed holder was acting as a sharpshooter. He told you to use your skills, Sang-Yu. He gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, "Damn you." The system reminded him, "Stay calm, Sang-Yu, your leg wins again." Click, like a bomb exploding at Yu's location. He jumped to avoid the attack and angrily asked the system, "How can I stay calm in this situation?" The system announced that he had completed all preparations for using magic. Liver understood but wondered why he failed to activate it. "You're still using the system's covert method." The system informed Sang-Yu that as soon as he thought activation was complete, he inadvertently stopped mana control. The red-robed girl charged and slashed through. He dodged and replied to the system, "I did that." The red-robed man's sudden charge surprised him. He aimed his saber but was blocked by Sang-Woo. He asked, "Are you still underestimating us?" Liber focused on the battle. He reminded you that activating magic wasn't over. Mana manipulation must be continuous. Think about it. He could predict Sang-Woo's moves. You're using the spatial skill, right? It requires some effort to maintain. The red-robed man continuously slashed at him. "Use your skills." Dung Sang-Woo. He cursed F********** in hell. Sang-Yu gritted his teeth in anger. Before he could finish, Knight had fallen from behind. "Do you know what's happening?" He slashed the ground with his saber. Sang-Yu held the magic circle in his hand. "It doesn't end after activation as the system suggests. I have to keep it going." The saber flew towards the magic circle. Another explosion occurred. White-haired Black entered the fray. His face went wild, pressing Sang-Yu. "Damn you! You still won't use your skills? At this rate, you'll really die. You're going to die for sure." Sang-Yu angrily didn't understand what was happening. "What's wrong with all of you? Didn't you come here to kill me?" Knight remembered. "Alright, just like how I use spatial manipulation skills." The vines from underground suddenly sprout and grab Sang-Yu. The red cloak's shirt flutters up. There's a reason why spatial manipulation skills aren't affected by system interference. Sang-Yu uses all his strength to throw the sword out. The red cloak tells him, "If you're not going to use them until the very last moment." All four of them fly in at once to surround Sang-Yu. "This will be your end." Magic circles appear in Sang-Yu's hands as he forcefully dodges the assassin's attacks, activating and maintaining them simultaneously without separate actions. The magic circle becomes larger than a person, still performing techniques while maintaining and activating at the same time. Flames burst out fiercely. The red and black cloaks are affected first. It's too hot. Sang-Yu happily holds onto the fire in his hand. Finally, all those assassins stopped fighting him and said they finally succeeded. This scene left Sang-Yu stunned as everyone seemed to be falling down. He asks, "What are you guys doing?" The black cloak thinks about their previous conversation. "But I still have faith in myself. I don't intend to join a dirty alliance like yours." Black also adds, thinking about it, "Dung Sang-Yu even saved two of us." Holder is sweating profusely. He keeps asking him, "Who's planning what?" Number 10. At that moment, the red cloak replied that he would make Sang-Yu use his skill at least once in this final test and then return to school. The red cloak tells Sang-Woo again that everyone here will follow your footsteps. He is shocked and questions them. "Come on, are you telling me to accept killers for money like you?" Sang-Woo waves his hand and turns away, jokingly saying it's all nonsense. "But I'll still let you go because I'm in a good mood now. So just disappear from my sight." The red cloak hasn't stood up yet. He tries to hold them back. "We're not the last group of assassins." He informs Sang-Woo about something. "I don't think we are the only assassins. Try to take out the head first." The red cloak asks, "Right." Sang-Yu looks back. Then, he gives a reason for him to accept them, saying they're better assassins than anyone else. "In return, we will handle those matters for you in the future because you spared our lives, so please do as you wish." Sang-Yu listens silently as he stands there, asking him to lead us. All the assassins stand up, and the Red Cloak watches intently. He remembers what Sangyu said earlier. If you want to work with me, you need to be qualified first. The red-haired girl is confused. What am I saying? The white-cloaked guy stammers. I don't know. Holder tells the red cloak. Hey, number 10, even if they come back like this, their lives can't be guaranteed because the mission they were entrusted with failed. That's why everyone accepted his proposal. I'm confused. What are you going to do now? The red cloak turns around and answers him. If he says we need to be qualified, then we'll just do it that way. I know he won't accept us right away. The two green-haired girls and the yellow-cloaked guy attentively listen to every word of the red cloak. However, choosing to work for him was a wise decision. We will have the chance to live as true humans. The man with white hair went up to explain to the red-robed senior. Finally, we managed to make him show us his skills in coordination. The red-robed man just listened silently, but it's not much different from our original plan of forming an alliance to attack him, right? The golden-haired man realized and said, yes, that's how it is, so we are fine with forming this alliance to make him use his skills. Then the assassin won't join this dirty alliance, will he? The red-robed man sighed, that's why we're assassins. He continued walking because all of us were in awe. The others followed him as well. Alright, there's no doubt about it. He cleaned the noodles from the plate and put them in his mouth. So Urian loudly asked him, did you let them go? Sangyu chewed on his noodles while reluctantly answering, I couldn't tell them that giving my life for them was just to practice magic. You still have questions, but I understand what happened. Sangyu looked at him with satisfaction. Everything went as planned. The next statement surprised Wu Haiyan so much he couldn't speak. He entrusted the task to Shin Haisung and Pyong Han. Sangyu added, considering my relationship with Shin Haisung, that wasn't too surprising for me. But I still want to know the exact reason. Wu Haiyan will explain the reason to you. If he came here as an assassin, he would have been done long ago. The issue isn't with you, it's with this place. Sangyu naturally recognized that this was where the largest disaster in Korea had occurred. A past story reminded Wu Haiyan of Ji Haiyan, the little girl he held. She will come back. You know safety comes first, right? She is the one who woke up before the Seiyun Hunter disaster, Ji Haiyan. We will follow them too, Jun Hyuk replied with a smile. Of course, I'll never die and leave my cute child behind, Ji Haiyan, the one who woke up before the Akim disaster, Jun Hyuk. He put his hat back on for Wu Haiyan. Naturally, he was referring to Wu Haiyan. They happily bid each other farewell. Anyway, Jun Hyuk waved goodbye to his daughter. You must listen to your mother. Wu Haiyan realized that both his parents were awakeners. A green light surrounded them. They are the ones who woke up before the disaster. She still remembers, back then, awakeners weren't as common as they are now and monsters constantly flooded out. The world had established a rule. Humans came up with a solution by forming a special task force of powerful hunters. They were sent to different countries to deal with threats at the highest level. Yujin also knew his father worked here. That's how famous hunters back then, including my father, formed this team. Hunters defeated many monsters. The strategy was successful because the team consisted of skilled hunters who minimized casualties, and their strength could be concentrated at one point, making it easy to quickly deal with monsters. She told Sangyu that they easily cleared the area around the gate and established bases for stability. Most of the hunting grounds you see today were created back then. Everything went smoothly until that accident happened. Walking among the monster corpses, whoever named this place the monster grounds was right. Junhee grimaced in discomfort at the thick blood smell. Hee-sung's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, how far have we gone? Pyonhan looked at the map and replied, we will reach the center soon. These two are the Isin-class Hunter Special Forces Haesung, the Out-class Hunter Special Forces Kyunghan. Junhee sat on a monster corpse. No matter how many times I look, there aren't enough people. Why didn't they send more people? Their identities are a Class Hunter Special Forces, One Huin-yi, a Class Hunter Special Forces, Im Gongyeon. Gongyeon explained that sending half-hearted people would only hinder us. Gyunha sadly told everyone. There are quite a few other candidates as well. Lin and Park 1 team mentioned that Miho is also very strong, a level a hunter special force. Ha! Everyone! Suddenly, the monsters started emerging from underground. The two of them sitting nearby looked at each other in shock. Enemies coming from beneath the earth. This monster's mouth opened wide, revealing a bright circle. Hyan whipped out with the whip. Is it under surveillance? They just kept pouring in non-stop. The whip carrying spiritual energy hit the monster, but it was distracted. It spat out green liquid and made some terrifying sounds. Something huge is pressing down on them. Another large monster appeared. They stared at it, discussing among themselves. This monster is so big, I think it's a level A. After the kiss, use the chain. I'll tie it up first. After the kiss, he jumped up and aimed his punch at the monster's eye level to attack. The Hessing on this side used flight magic. The cursed earth, rocks flying around in the sky. Large stones hit the monster, but couldn't hurt it. High stared fiercely at the monster with sharp eyes. That cursed earth is really hard. Gong Yi stood beside him to calm down. Don't worry. Dean Hawk flew up and used magic. We have someone good for breaking things like this, right? You fly above the monster's head, then back off. Jin Hyuk hit it hard, blood splattered everywhere. Jin Hyuk jumped down laughing. No matter how tough Mi's shell is, it will be over when its inside is destroyed. Jun died at birth. It wasn't surprising that Jin Hyuk defeated the monster. As expected, he's really strong. Hyunhe responded. There's no reason for such rumors to spread without a cause. She told Jin Hyuk she had heard that you were nominated as the next S-rank hunter. He turned his head in surprise and asked, has it been revealed? Hessing left first. He said back, I'm not interested in it because it only makes me busier. Gong Yi responded, just joking, I want to defeat him right now. Hyan with a cheerful tone said, isn't that something worth celebrating? Hessing laughed maliciously because he would be the first S-rank hunter in career. Jin Hyuk is not ambitious. I just want them to give me some money so I can retire before 40. As they left, a black figure appeared, shocking both of them. Heinhai whipped out his whip immediately upon sensing something amiss. A different monster. Gong Young had to draw and load his gun as well. It's very fast. The Black Shadow monster was electrocuted. Heinhai was holding onto the electrified rope. She smiled smugly. But everything will end once I catch it. She tightened the electrified rope, something rising from the Black Shadow monster. Heinhai also had to struggle hard to tighten the rope more. It looked terrifying indeed. This monster turned into nothingness, no physical form left. Heinhai was shocked as he saw the electrified rope in his hand break. Diamha burst into tears, calling her name, Sister Heinhui. Ji-umha ran over just as Heinhai fell down. No, Byung-hun took the rope to tighten around the Black Shadow monster again. He told Ji-umha to take her and get treated right away. But the monster didn't budge. Its sharp beak came close to his face, making him sweat in fear. In his heart, he thought this bastard, whether using physical attacks or poison, none of it worked on him. The monster's hand grabbed Byung-hun's hand, leaving no time for reaction. It threw him far away and saw Byung-hun use the electrified chain to bind the monster. Ji-umha quickly tried to console her. Stop! Hee-sung and Gong Aeong flew up. Gong Aeong fired his gun at the monster. Several large rocks around were torn apart by electricity and carried away. Flames hit the monster one after another. Jin Hyuk jumped and punched it. The monster broke its outer shell. Several pipes on its body released smoke. Gong Young realized that such intense attacks were ineffective. He carefully observed the monster, as if its body was adapting to their skills gradually. The monster shot black gas at him once. Jin Hyuk couldn't believe what he was seeing before his eyes. Impossible! How could a level A team be eliminated so quickly? This night! Despite all that, the monster remained safe. He could be certain it wasn't a level A monster. Genie Yusi told his injured teammates, everyone disperse. His hands still held red circles in them. He shouted loudly to everyone, We will gather at the temporary campsite we set up 2 days ago. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Jin Hyuk placed his hands on the ground, causing rocks and dirt to scatter. Jin Hyuk roared to reassure everyone, we must prioritize keeping ourselves alive. Ha-sung calmed down as he stepped out, though still terrified, thinking he might have died. The monster attacked Gong Along beside him. If not for that, it would have turned on Gong Along next. But there was no guarantee it would spare him. The monster's presence made Ha-sung's hair stand on end. Despite the fear, he looked back at the monster. He still hoped to become the best hunter someday. The monster lunged at Ha-sung. He seemed to accept his fate, but it appeared that was where it would end. Just then, a bright light flew towards him. It exploded in a cloud of dust and smoke. But the monster only got its hand burned. It disappeared as well. Someone tried to approach. Ha-sung, are you okay? Ha-sung sat down on the ground. Asked again with a cautious tone. Why are you here? Jin Hyuk turned to ask him. That's how you said thank you to me for saving you, right? Welji Im-ha cried uncontrollably as Hye-in-hee lay unconscious before her. Sister Hye-in-hui. Her voice trembled. I never thought we would have to say goodbye like this. Exhausted from the kiss of death with his right arm wounded, Ji-um-ha stood up and asked him, Sorry sister, you must be in pain. I'll heal you. The kiss of death firmly rejected. I think you should fix your leg first. Despite this, Ji-um-ha still used the healing spell on Hye-in-hee. He silently thought that his life had been spent fighting until just now, when he was completely overwhelmed. The monster's footstep approached. They were shocked while Rim-ha was terrified. The large monster continued to search for its prey. It passed by where the two were hiding behind a rock. Hye-in-hee tried to cower and not breathe as he recalled their past failures. His eyes widened, recognizing life and death. Everyone must die. I will be like them. The kiss of death remembered how the monster had attacked everyone else like a goner. Something flashed by quickly. I don't want to die here. The kiss of death was taken away right in front of Dim-ha's eyes. The monster looked at Dim-ha, who was sitting there. Hee-sung walked with Jin Hyuk on the side. He asked, so why did that monster run away? Jin Hyuk went ahead and replied, I'm not sure either, but I guess. Jin Hyuk's answer made Hee-sung's hair stand on end. It always targets the easiest prey. He analyzed what had happened. The two attacked were mid-ranged and long-range fighters. Moreover, it hadn't completely defeated Obi-Wan. As he said this, his hand shook violently. They were all skilled warriors. But what Hee-sung wondered was why he followed me. Jin Hyuk turned and replied, I told you before. It seems he usually attacks non-combat hunters. Oh, Byung-hun and Jam-ha walked together, so the chance of him attacking you is quite high. Moreover, Hee-sung froze when he heard this. He has a child. Jin Hyuk innocently said, I heard there are two, named Junai, right? Having children changes people's life goals significantly. Don't make me laugh. Hee-sung is dark behind you. He gritted his teeth and said, my goal in this lifetime has never changed. Don't think that because we share a point of similarity you can understand me. Before Hee-sung could finish, a piercing scream cut through the air regardless of what anyone said to him. The monster that was blinded continued to approach Ji-um-ha. Run! 2 streams of tears ran down his face. Please! Someone! Just then, Jin Hyuk rushed over and punched the monster. The thin rock fell off. Ji-um-ha frantically called out, Brother Jun Hyuk. Jin Hyuk turned in surprise. Why are you the only one here? He was awkward because Byung-hun had already fled earlier. That's right. Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth and called Obi-Wan-hun. The monster stood up from the pile of rocks. Jin Hyuk sat down for Ji-um-ha to climb onto him. Climb on first. Focus on healing your leg. He tried to climb up. Alright, he shouted loudly at Hee-sung. Please, Hee-sung, cover my back. He stood on a rock and wondered about Jin Hyuk. He compressed the air around him to increase his speed of movement. That's really absurdly fast. He controlled some rocks to fly up. I have to admit, Jun Hyuk, you're really strong. The black monster probably came for Jin Hyuk and Ji-um-ha, who might be even stronger than me. With a dangerous look, he controlled the small pebble in his hand. I doubt I could ever catch up. Up here, nothing exploded yet. That thing shot straight at Jin Hyuk and Ji Eum Ha. He glanced at Hee Sung. His eyes widened as he responded, if not to act now. The monster always targets the easiest target. Isn't that right? Don't worry. The black monster rushed towards them. Hee Sung promised good-naturedly, I'll explain everything to your family. His grandfather's face was drenched in sweat, looking dazed. Then his grandfather's legs kicked up, accelerating. He jumped down the deep ravine. Eum-ha suddenly tears streamed down her face. Her body was pushed down the cliff. His grandfather's hands and entire body were covered in blood, speaking hesitantly. What did I do? Suddenly, his grandfather turned to the newcomer. Please, Hee Sung. He hurriedly asked about their condition. How are the others? Could it be? He quietly reported. We're the only two survivors. Hee Sung repeated and emphasized. The others sacrificed themselves so we could escape. Do you understand? His grandfather hesitated to say something. It means that, but he didn't wait to finish his sentence, shocking him. What I mean is, both Gu Jiam-ha and Kim Jun-hyuk, the ones you abandoned, are all dead to save us. Hee Sung gently lowered his knee as a reminder, saying this now because Yoon Ji-hoon might know if we return like this. Now we're in this together. San Ji-woo seemed skeptical and asked again. Is that true? You keep probing. How do you know about that? Woo-hyeon seemed contemplative. Not me, but my mother. A scream of shock echoed. She recounted. My mother had clairvoyant skills. She once cried in pain and called out, Please, Hee Sung! Please, Hee Sung! Woo-hyeon told the painful story of her past, which marked the beginning of her downfall. His grandfather sat before the press conference, solemnly announcing they were all heroes, especially Kim Do-hyuk. He proved why he was nominated for the next S-rank hunter. But his grandfather wept because the S-rank monsters there were too strong. The TV editor is showing those images and reading a tragic news bulletin to everyone. A tragedy has occurred among 7 heroes. The world's hopes, not just Korea's, have perished in a monster cave in West Africa, especially among them. Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk was known to have a family, so the authorities decided to express deep sympathy and discuss compensation issues. At the end of the news bulletin, those who survived this tragedy, Hunters Hee Sung and Oh Byung-hun, said they would honor the noble deeds of those who sacrificed themselves and provide special assistance to their families. Jun-hyuk gritted his teeth in anger, muttering. She clenched her fists angrily at Hyun. You don't believe that nonsense, do you? Woo Hyun, don't you? She shouted loudly. Mom, it hurts. Jun-hyuk, heartbroken and weeping, could only say, Son, you must seek justice for him. Please go. Please tell Mom I'll do it. Our father's honor was neglected. And then, after growing up a bit more, I sought revenge in the moonlight. She tried to escape from her past. Well, maybe you already know what happened next. Then Woo-hyeon was pulled out. She recounted everything and concluded. Does that explain everything? Why I have a hostile attitude towards Hee Sung Woo. Sanju went quietly. He made a firm guess. I don't think she's lying. Sanju was hesitating, but left out the most important detail at the end. Raven suddenly appeared. Seems like you have something on your mind? He turned around very surprised. Raven, he said proudly, isn't it time for you to call me teacher now? Sanju inquired about the situation. He had dealt with the monsters in the suburban area during the day. Raven landed on the ground. So we've been around here for a few days. Didn't you notice? He was extremely surprised. I instructed my clones to only report hostile targets. But why are you snooping around here when there's no real danger? He was very surprised. Of course. We did this because we couldn't let our precious disciple get hurt. This place used to be swarming with assassins. Do you know that? Yet you're using them like shields. Ha ha ha. Sanju was very surprised by this. You just observed. Raven said plainly. Why should I intervene when there's no real danger for you? He was very curious. Anyway, it's unbelievable that you're practicing magic. You're trying out some cool stuff. Did Arya teach you this? Hearing that, he found it strange. Right, Raven is from Tabarn, right? You also know how to use magic. But Raven's innocent face. No, this is all we know. You said it calmly. I'm glad you're good with a sword. Then he followed up wanting to ask something. Anyway, being far from the system is good. There's a big difference between magic and skill systems. Do you want to come to a deeper place with me? Han looked dazed. Did all the assassins fail? He tried to console himself. It's okay. It's okay. More than 18 years have passed. There's no evidence left at all. Completely. No evidence is left. Han spoke hesitantly. What I did? Jim-ha suddenly appeared behind him. He had run away. He fell to the ground. Han didn't understand anything. How did things end up like this? I just followed instructions to control disaster information and assassinate a 20-year-old kid. My foolish actions led me here today. The river monsters are becoming bolder. Gavin's face showed extreme anger immediately. What is that look? He was extremely interested. That sword technique just now. Was it the fake storm sword technique? Sanju looked very proud. I'm just imitating what my clone did. Raven said disappointedly. That's not right. Your clone has learned it. What about you? Anyway, keep going. You're not satisfied. He really annoys me. Sanju was very focused in battle. Am I doing the right thing? Control the flow of energy with wrist movement. The monster slowly approached. Raven reminded him again. Do you remember that this place is suitable for training, as I said before? He recounted. This is a land of evolution and adaptation. Raven tried to encourage him. If you can't change, then there's no progress. He urged him on. Now it's your turn to use your magic. Try casting fireballs at them. Sanju was still scared. Fireballs? The monster suddenly charged in. The fire suddenly flared up. You still can't believe it? Alright then. Raven explained right away. You've mostly hunted these monsters with your sword when you came here, right? The monsters in the center have evolved in a way that they're more resistant to hunters, specifically predator hunters. He told you why, because other species were heavily hunted by swords and techniques, so they adapted and became more resistant to physical attacks, but not to deception. Raven suggested another approach, saying you could use magic to hunt them instead. He split them in half. Raven said briefly, or take them down with a stronger strike. Sanju couldn't believe his eyes. The slashes only left minor cuts on the monsters. He turned back with a bright smile. It's convenient to see your target right in front of you, but he didn't seem bothered. My life goal is to live comfortably, eating and playing, not doing stuff like this. On another side, the G branch opened their office building. Someone knocked on the door. Junmo opened the door in surprise. Who are you? A lot of people were outside. He was taken aback. What's going on here? Number 10 got straight to the point. We're here to collect our diplomas. The man spoke fiercely. We are those who walk through a blood-soaked path to escape it and reclaim our humanity. Junmo understood. He came for an interview. Number 10 nodded. Yes. Welcome in then. Ohayan was intently studying the bone fragment. She sat there preparing. The reporter asked curiously, Hunter Shin-sung, do you know Hunter Yoon-ji Hyan? What do you think of the rumors that she betrayed Kim Jun-hyuk recently? Shin-sung replied gruffly, ridiculous. He skillfully responded intelligently, since Kim Jun-hyuk is my benefactor, I don't want to say anything bad about his wife. But just because someone has clairvoyance doesn't mean everything they say is true, right? Then Shin-sung turned and left, saying their marriage was good, a pity. Woo-hyen seemed uncertain. Mom, it's not true. Is that so? Shin-sung said he had killed his father. She used to whisper mysteriously. Shin-sung, only you are allowed to know this. Mom never told anyone about this. The other side was curious. So, what were the last words she said? The flame sparked brightly. The monsters started leaking out. Sanju's face showed extreme exhaustion. Now they even have high-grade fire resistance too. He tried to change his plan. Fireballs no longer worked. Then, Sanju charged forward. He swung the sword powerfully. That monster was instantly frozen. Something moved very fast. Sanju excitedly showed off. Did you see that? Raven, I just mastered basic quick draw magic, including the mana engine too. But Raven seemed unimpressed. Your clone does it better. He turned with a slightly disappointed look, praising his disciple for such a difficult task. He quickly added a condition. If you call me sensei, then I'll reconsider. Sanju immediately called out. Who, master? Raven was very surprised. You called me? My disciple. He urgently told him. Yes, please teach me. Suddenly there was a sound. Here, ha-he-he. Those monsters suddenly stopped eating. A huge creature was greedily eating. Sanju fearfully stammered. Master, I didn't think of fire. Ice or sword techniques are ineffective against it. What should I do now? Vaven still maintained a calm demeanor. Don't worry. My disciple, the potential of the Gale Sword technique is limitless. You don't know how much I wanted to say that. At the building's side. Now, let's start the interview. Genmo looked around curiously. You look like a foreigner. But why did you travel all the way to Korea and apply for GM company? I'm straightforward about my goal. I want to work with Sanju. We all owe Sanju our lives. He seemed impressed. Oh, got it? That's the case. He also teases foreigners too. As expected, he might be foolish but very kind-hearted. Suddenly he described an action. Yes, even though I threw a shuriken at his head. Number 10 immediately explained. Oh my god, it seems my kid is still building a plane. He seemed exhausted. Junmo changed the topic with some concern. Got that, so what's your strongest field? Number 12 quickly answered, of course assassination. So number 10 had to act, go to sleep. He then turned to explain, sleeping is very important. Junmo was confused. What are they talking about? So he let it slide, that's enough. Anyway, there's one final test. He didn't forget to explain, we have no other choice but to add him into the Sanju process. Sanju insisted on adding him to the interview process. Junmo announced the test, sparring with a clone to evaluate overall skills and combat abilities. The monster roared loudly. Sanju approached curiously, so what's the next phase? But Vaven replied, actually I just said that for show. He quickly emphasized, but my disciple, you've already entered that stage before. Remember his advice, during the battle with the giant bone beast, he temporarily maximized the effect by focusing all his strikes on one spot, right? Raven advised him to do it 5 times faster. He demonstrated the power, 100-fold impact. The monster was severely injured. Raven turned back and waited for you, disciple. He still had some concerns. Of course, doing that alone is too much. He wanted to see his performance, so try with a few other disciples. Suddenly dust burst out from one place. The masked man observed and immediately realized, big trouble. It seems the hunter Sanju has become more dangerous than boss expected. Sanju was extremely tired. Ha. Damn it! He stood there panting heavily. So these bastards are all dead now, right? Vaven suddenly burst into tears. He happily collapsed praising number 1 and to disciples. Great job! Sanju is extremely upset. What about me? Vaven stands up again. He needs to leave quickly. Me, it's a call from Heritage. I'll be back soon. You're surprised. What happened? Raven could predict this. Since this is an emergency call, there must be something serious happening. Although I don't know how to use it. Raven looks angry as he leaves. Anyway, my disciple, be careful. He mentioned this place briefly. This is already at the center of the pit now. After the disaster, the number of monsters escaping from the pit has thinned out. So we only maintain them at a minimum level. But it's not surprising that this place is an S-class dungeon. Raven turns and leaves. Don't try to go there. You're very confident. I'm far from being desperate. Raven looks angry, then tried to survive. Woohien wakes up suddenly. She's quite surprised. Here you are. Sanju enters with a question. The monster ingredients are here, right? Woohien explains about the medicines. Most of them have very interesting properties. Thanks to them, I could develop new medicines. Adaptation medicine increases users' adaptability to external factors and side effects. After the effect ends, all other effects will temporarily decrease. She gives it to you. Here, try it out and let me know how it feels. Sanju nods in agreement. Of course. The side effects now seem more acceptable. Damn, awkward, just sit quietly. Sanju's face turns red. Hearing about her past makes it even worse. She speaks first, apologizing. Ohian sincerely says, I haven't told you this before. Sanju wonders, what is it? Number 3 reports, a monster was found near the campsite. Number 3 declares, I'll defeat it right away. Number 1 doubts him. Ohian softly recounts, my mother's last words, the real reason why I came here. She whispers, Ohian, only you are allowed to know this. My mother never told anyone about it. She thinks my mother, she looked into the pit every day after the disaster. Number 1 reports to check on the monster inside. The monsters seem shattered with red light coming from afar. Number 1 observes and reminds, that fool, you shouldn't block it. They engage in battle. Ohian continues her story. I only realized this later. Why is mom doing this all the time? She keeps holding her face and repeating it over and over. Ohian, listen up. Listen to it. Listen up. Her eyes are filled with tears. Dad, he's really still alive. The battle becomes even more intense when suddenly an explosion occurs. Sanju is surprised and exclaims out loud. Auntie, her words become stammering. Your dad, at that moment, the space shakes violently. That's why Sanju realizes number 2 has died. So he rushes off with a reminder. Stay there and don't go out. Yugin is confused. Ho, what's going on here? Sanju runs all out to check the situation. Number 1, are you okay? Everything makes him very curious. What's happening? Before he could finish, number 1 turns around with a strange expression. Why is the master only now arriving? Sanju is genuinely surprised. Hey, my lord. Number 1 continues speaking. Look over there. You hate that guy intensely. That scoundrel is a piece of me. This time, I must take it back. After understanding the situation a bit, Sanju wonders, so why did you take number 1's person because of that piece? Why exactly in this situation? Number 1 doesn't answer but evaluates instead. The voice has changed. I like the challenging tone of that person. We just switched turns a little. It seems like, and you can add more. He thinks facing that scoundrel alone is too dangerous, and suddenly the land on the other side explodes. Since teacher Sanju intended to approach, number 1 warns not to touch it or try to stop it. You'll explode, just like the one beside him did. Just as Sanju senses something, wait, this ability. Then he gives orders to everyone, support me. And Sanju jumps down to the ground. I have to see for myself. The remaining clones appear fully. Meanwhile, Sanju focuses on the fierce monster. A burst of rage comes from the monster, a gust of wind. At that moment, its head is covered in gold. Number 1 sees no reaction from the monster and continues his attack. It seems not enough though. Let me add one more. He shoots a purple magical force at the monster. The surrounding rocks are affected and shatter. Sanju waits to see the result. Damn it! The monster's shell is gradually peeling off. Sanju complains. The situation has become very complicated now. Now, the person inside has been completely taken over. All 3 manifestations are standing still, observing what will happen next. The monster's shell envelops itself again. After returning to its original form and disappearing, Sanju gritted his teeth in shock and ran after it. But the number 1's attitude was very indifferent. Quite interesting. Using our strength like this, is it a monster's instinct? Then he made a request. Dong Sanju, I want to make a deal with you. Number 1 immediately proposed. If you give me that piece, I'll help you this time. I'll show you the weakness of that scoundrel. Inside the tent, Yu Haiyan is sitting alone. Her trembling hand lifts the curtain to see the scene before her eyes. The person appearing surprises Yu Haiyan. Dad! Tears start streaming down her cheeks. Ohian clutches her face, sobbing in disbelief. It's true, Mom never lied. Dad is still alive. On the other side, number 1 reported that the monster we just encountered was a manifestation of us. He revealed that it was one of my manifestations. Sanju imagined Voki in his mind after hearing this. What is he doing, body? He exclaimed blankly. What? Number 1 continued explaining. My body was divided into 7 parts. Head, torso, 2 arms, and legs. Each piece has its own unique abilities. Hearing this, Sanju wondered if the names of the 7 deadly sins weren't about sins themselves. Number 1 explained. The others just gave them names they wanted because everyone holding a piece of me went mad. Then he added more details. And my body can absorb and adapt. It can absorb and deploy primordial forces around it and adapt to different environments. Sanju had to admit that the energy of that scoundrel was indeed strange, but its presence was still very opportune. So number 1 said because it had adapted and blended into the environment. Sanju became even more curious. So does it also absorb? Humans, right? Number 1 thought for a moment before asking back. You mean you want to talk about the human form revealed in the monster's offspring? Sanju expressed his opinion. Not just the monster's skills. Everything I've heard about him is consistent. That must be Kim Jun-hyuk, the hunter. Is there any way to save him? The voice of Heritage owner sounded inside. Dubbert, I'm here. He turned when he heard a voice. Oh, fake sword. You must be very busy. Pardon me for interrupting. Wavern continued. I'm not as busy as you are here. Then Dubbert picked up an object beside him. I want to show this to you first. Raven was clearly surprised upon seeing it. This is, Dubbert pointed at it and shouted, earthquake. Seeing that, Raven asked casually, did you successfully restore it? Dubbert shared some details, despite initial difficulties due to its poor condition. Then he revealed that this was a relic from the Uransha Empire, the King's Sword, said to be able to overturn the earth with just one swing of the blade. And Dubbert declared it was time for this sword to see the light after such a long period. So he requested, I want you to use it, but the chain cuts across, so you won't know how. He honestly admitted that he didn't have the qualifications to use it. He was just a small piece left from the past of the one who failed to protect the Empire. Finally, he confirmed clearly and stated that it doesn't fit my Storm Blade technique. It seems this wasn't outside Dubbert's prediction, unfortunately. It appears this situation was not beyond Dubbert's expectations, even though I know he will say that. He made a proposal through this. At least try its endurance. Vaven replied straightforwardly, of course, I can do that anytime. Before the match, he reminded us, don't hold back. Duber agreed wholeheartedly. Of course. We are testing its endurance now. Then he started placing it firmly down. Vaven quickly grabbed his sword. A vortex of wind rushed out from that object and surged. Raven seriously evaluated it. As expected, it possesses extreme power. And from there, he acknowledged it, worthy to be called something. Suddenly, Raven did something that even Duber had to stand still in shock. I'm done for. Meanwhile, at Sanju's place, number 1 was breaking the 9th beast's hand. Then he handed it over to Happy. Is this enough? He immediately accepted it. Yeah, thanks. Actually, Uhyun is secretly jealous inside. There's no other way to get the potion out of that monster's body. That's why she keeps pondering about a creature that can adapt to its surroundings and change constantly. According to this, Uhyun calculated a suitable potion could be made using that substance. Finally, she decided to use it as essential material to reduce side effects and reverse the main effect. Uhyun believes in her ability to create a potion capable of reversing everything before its usage. With this, I'm sure I can save my father. On the cliff wall, there's a large rock split apart. The monster that escaped earlier now appears and jumps onto it. The surrounding space is only highlighted by the tent and laughter echoing. Guyul separates to test tubes in her hands. Suddenly, she collapses to the ground. Guyul is very happy with her achievement. Finally, she successfully created an activating agent. After checking, number 1 reported that there's no large enough rock for him to hide anywhere here. That's why he asked to search elsewhere. Suddenly, Sanju spoke up, asking a question. Right now, you're tied like a pig being roasted by numbers 2 and 3. I don't understand what's going on. Explain it then. Did you forget that I saved your life again? Yet, you were scolded by number 1. Ugh. This stupid thing. Think about it. Right now, the clones are performing their tasks. And being tied up like this is a top priority for all creatures here. Hunting prey is just a way to survive. So you can explain that if your clones keep gathering together unintentionally like this, that bastard will never appear. And number 1 told numbers 2, that's why we set up a trap, using this cat to lure the bastard with an easy target. Your mouth keeps spouting insults, a stupid prey, useless, a type of mind as weak as river shrimp and sea jellyfish. Sanju realized something? Could it be? Hearing this, number 1 glanced at him and clearly said, "Who else but you?" This sharp statement made Sanju fall silent. It's heartbreaking, but I can't argue. At that moment, Gui-hoon rushed over from afar. Sanju, hold on a sec. Seeing the scene in front of her, she was also startled. What is this? Why are you hung upside down like a roasted chicken? Sanju blocked the photo, but didn't bother explaining. You'll understand this plan soon enough. Then Gui-hoon presented something he had just experimented with. Anyway, take it, Sanju wondered. What is this? And Gui-hoon slowly recounted everything. Back then I saw it too. The one inside the monster. She didn't hide anymore but revealed it all. It's actually my father. Gu-hye-in set a condition. I won't ask you why you kept this from me. But in return, if you drink this, I've created an antidote to reverse the change. She can assure it will definitely bring my father back to normal. Sanju was taken aback by this. Here you are. So Gui-hoon sincerely requested one last thing from me. Please save my father. Please save my family. Meanwhile, Raven was stunned by the news he just received. What I destroyed was a clone, right? Dubbert thoughtfully agreed. That's correct. I should have explained this to you first. You seem very shocked. Raven wanted to know more. How did you handle it? Dubose truthfully disclosed that it was a byproduct from analyzing the replication skills of Sanju Sanzun. Of course, we had some failed analysis techniques, but this still helped us make significant progress in researching those skills. And he emphasized, this is truly an amazing skill. Meanwhile, Javan also acknowledged that he was extraordinary. Dubbert didn't forget to express his gratitude. After all, I confirmed the issue and now have more insights. But suddenly a call came in, annoying Dubbert. Then his father asked, no one else can use earthquake skills except me if I suggest this. Now Sanju is stranded alone on the mountain. He couldn't help but remember, it's just like the bird trap I made when I was young. What puzzled Sanju was, previously Kim Woo-yoon had created an antidote. That urgent voice echoed in Sanju's mind. When did she create this? Please save my father. Please save my family. Recalling, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, a familiar figure appeared at that moment. The monster in front of Sanju was standing there, but in an impaired state. This time you have to admit, he arrived quickly. I am indeed the perfect prey. Sanju immediately pressed a button and everything around him exploded instantly. Finally, only black smoke remained, and Sanju's binding was removed. Congratulations on becoming my prey, you bastard. He approached with certainty. This time you won't escape. Somewhere else, mournful sounds echoed. Please stop, the battle is over. Number 3 suddenly froze. The ones behind him had all fallen. You've done well. Junmo couldn't hide his surprise from start to finish. His stats are lower than Jun Song-yu's, but his technique is truly amazing. As expected, he can't joke around. The weak can create variables and strategies to counter the strong. Not only that, he also observed and showed his ruthless power against weaker opponents. Number 10 was visibly shaken, unable to speak. Girl, what's going on? And number 3 caught his attention too. Although we were allowed to use any weapons for attack, he still managed to dodge all the bullets and swords, even deflecting attacks from every direction. That's why number 10 was more puzzled. How is that possible? Previously, we had even cornered Dong Sanju's main body, pushing him into a desperate situation with coordinated attacks. He posed a question, but how can a clone be better than the original? Junmo softly asked Han. Number 3 did very well. Do you want some snacks? Hearing snacks, he took it seriously. I want ramen. Number 12 was also hungry. See nearer. Is this true? The clone is stronger than the original. Even with that, number 10 scolded. This stupid thing. Think more wisely. Karen wondered, what does that mean? And number 10 thought, right? There's only one reason. He revealed the truth hidden all along. Dong Sanju pretended to be cornered and at a disadvantage. That was his mercy. He should express his misfortune. Yeah, we're always treated like trash. The clone suspected, now that he lost because of caring about our feelings. Number 12 spoke up first, I'll try again. Number 10 continued, I want to serve Dong Sanju. Fi also joined in. I do too, nowhere else can I be. The explosion at Sanju's place was even louder than before, but the monster showed no signs of weakness. That's the biggest problem for Sanju now. Damn it, he's immune to fire now. Number 1 shared some information. My skills adapt and change instantly when facing an enemy. Unlike monsters, my strength isn't fixed during combat. But you should note, there is still a limit. Where did number 2 get that fire from? He threw it hard at the monster, causing a large flame to erupt in that direction. This time, it made the monster roar. From this, Sanju concluded that Bastard can't adapt and resist different attributes simultaneously. Taking advantage of this, Sanju rushed forward again, attacking and making the monster's shoulder bleed. With the current situation, Sanju had to be more determined. We must end this as quickly as possible now. Without hesitation, he used all his strength for a powerful attack. But number 1 said, you guys underestimated that monster too much. Sanju rebutted, then why don't you help me? After that, numbers 1 and 2 rushed forward simultaneously, and they all joined to defeat the monster together. Sanju was surprised. Why didn't you help me earlier? Someone reported, we've subdued him. Number 1 urgently warned, retreat quickly, Dong Sanju. You discovered something shocking. That bastard has adapted to the ice attribute too. Sanju was amazed upon hearing this. How is that possible? But he stood there dumbfounded, staring up. At that moment, a gust of wind distorted Sanju's face. Damn it! Now, you have to grit your teeth and bear it as it exploits the split. We need to endure this. Sanju used every ounce of strength he had. I'll stop it from swelling with my invincible body. But the pressure was too great, making it hard, damn it. I can't take it anymore. Sanju's body was clearly injured. The 2 split bodies arrived just in time to help. Number 3 reminded him, a miss is as good as a mile. But he said, and you've made a mistake. As soon as the land erupted, the dust and smoke were thick. Sanju bore witness to what just happened. Number 1 warned in a stern voice, you, having died once, have no second chance. Calm down. He then said bluntly, if my existence didn't depend on your skills, I would have let you die already. Sanju wondered, how could you eliminate the split ability? Number 1 explained that each fragment had unique abilities and this was the head's power. By analyzing the skill structure, we can cut off mana flow and neutralize it. He revealed, you've only taken a hit on your stomach. You're still alive, your regeneration stats are pretty good anyway. Sanju doubted. That ability also helped block the attack from the giant bone beast. As he was speaking, number 1 punched him. So whenever something like this happens, all you need to do is eliminate it. Thus, Sanju felt very aggrieved. Why are you hitting me? Number 1 scolded mercilessly. You're a parasite. All you know how to do is mooch off others? Sanju shouted in confirmation. That's right. I'm that kind of person. Just then, the monster attacked suddenly. Number 1 had something else to question. See this? With those stats, you don't need to risk your life like with the giant bone beast. But why aren't you focusing at all? However, Sanju's face showed determination. I have to kill that monster. In the lab, a voice echoed. Here! Trevor held out a series of test tubes and presented them with the perfect drugs he requested. The 2 picked up one test tube and examined it closely. Suddenly, he grabbed a nearby mouse. Then he poured the drug directly into the mouse's mouth. Trevor's jaw dropped in shock at this action. In an instant, the tiny mouse grew enormous. The 2 burned it simultaneously and reflected. Are you joking? It's a defective product. Trevor was so scared he started sweating coldly. Finally, he admitted honestly. Only to complete samples can prevent the transformation into a monster. I don't have enough time to finish the rest. However, Trevor had something to note. The mouse that seemed dead suddenly leaped up and bit Heesong's hand. Through this, Trevor revealed that even these defective products' ability to increase stats couldn't match the previous ones, and he assured if given more time, I would transform them, but Heesong interrupted. No! He conceded. You don't need a complete version. Just produce this type. You should have given me something like this from the start. Outside the forest, chaos reigned due to the monster. Woo-hyeon sat shivering and stopped her head from moving. She could guess they were fighting. Well, it's quite tricky to slip someone a pill during battle. Thinking about the negative outcome, Woo-hyeon paused. What if the bottle breaks during combat? Because of this hesitation, she decided to make more from leftover ingredients. Here comes Woo-hyeon. Number 3 spotted her as soon as she stepped out. Where are you going? She held up a vial and said, I'm taking this to Dong Sanju. It's a restorative. Number 3 immediately offered, let me take that for you. But Woo-hyeon hesitated. I need to test the efficacy of the medicine. Let me go. Earlier, number 3 warned, I won't stop you, but think it through carefully. You're asking again, are you sure about this? Right now, Sanju and his clone are fighting hard. The monster holds something glowing in its hand. Number 1 keeps mumbling, foolish. Can one adapt but not learn anything? Then he delivers a powerful attack to the monster. Following that, with support from number 2, magic flames instantly engulf the monster's body. The human form gradually becomes visible again. Sanju tries another strike. He recalls the question before. His skills and the story match perfectly. This is definitely a Kim Dong hunter. Is there any way to save him? At this moment, Sanjuro slashes through the monster's body. The creature's condition worsens as it falls unconscious from severe injuries. Sanju warns no escape. Suddenly, number 1 denies and says inside, you must be misunderstanding something. Number 3 rushes to ambush the monster. The beams of energy hit it, causing it to scream in agony. Then number 1 explains, we can't control him now. His adaptation skill is locked so he won't resist. All 3 clones surround the monster as Sanju jumps in to join the fight. At that moment, Woo-hyeon's plea resounds in his mind. This is my final request. Please save my father. Save my only family. But now, Sanju can only say sorry. The figure inside the monster stiffens like a log. Just as Sanju prepares to kill it, a voice rings out, stop. Woo-hyeon is climbing up the cliff to reach him, carrying stones. What? But she can't hold on and falls down. Woo-hyeon asks in shock, why did you point your sword at my father? You said you would save him, my father. Now number 1 with thou, just keep making that strange face. You're not hesitating to show it. That's why Woo-hyeon clings to any hope left. Did you break the bottle? I have a backup here. Her. I made extra for this. Sanji Yulian interrupts. I have it. Then he reads her name, Kim Woo-yoon, and Sanju clearly states that's not his father. It's just a regular monster. He explains this appearance is from the transformation skill. It doesn't control the Kim Dong hunter. Sanju wants Woo-yoon to understand that if she gives him the medicine, he'll only revert to a normal monster like others. She can't believe what's happening. I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean by monster? Woo-hyeon Jun quickly stops her. That's not a monster. It's my father. I only met him as a child, but his image is still vivid in my mind. She glances and recognizes he looks exactly like he did before. Sanju heard this and had some doubts. Exactly the same? He immediately realized there was a problem. 18 years have passed, but his appearance hasn't changed at all. Isn't that very strange? Number 1 remained resolute. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe it. Sanju, step aside. You're going to act regardless. After all, I'll be getting back my transformation ability anyway. Number 1 firmly slashed the monster once, and it screamed in pain. Yoon cried out desperately, no. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as that face gradually changed. It was a completely different face from before. Woo-hyeon finally realized this. Number 1 spoke up at this moment. This is also someone close to you, right? You didn't stop. Why are you silent now? I asked if this was someone close to you. That face looks a lot like Jium Ha. Sangyu looked worried and puzzled. This person is also part of the special forces, right? Number 1 replied calmly, who knows? The monster changes its appearance every time it gets injured. It hides well, so you probably didn't recognize it. The monster fell down in pain. Number 1 continued to urge quickly. It seems like it's finished healing now. Kill it quickly, otherwise it will adapt to the ice type and escape again. Hee-han took out something. Hold on a moment. She still had a glimmer of hope in her tears. Give it the remaining medicine when it's in my father's form. Remember? What if he is really my father? Woo-hyan's voice trembled with sorrow. Not completely sure yet. She rushed to stop him. Sanju was extremely confused by this. Hey, what are you doing? You look surprised. She clutched her stomach in pain. Cough, gag, retch. Number 1 gave a harsh order. I hate people like you the most. Number 1 spoke cruelly, having done nothing but still refusing to accept the truth right before their eyes, only knowing how to beg and not be able to do anything in return. His words cut into her heart. If she had known about the weapon, we wouldn't have ridiculed her so much. Woo-hyan cried out bitterly, no, my medicine. Number 1 ignored her and continued on. Get lost, you're only in the way. Suddenly something attacked him. He asked urgently, confused, what are you doing? Dong Sanju, Ding Chong ordered. I told you to kill that monster. Woo-hyan hesitated, but couldn't bring herself to act. Father! Number 1 tried to scream to wake her up. That's the monster. Forget about it then. He's explaining it all makes him tired. Sanji rushes in even as the monster opens its mouth wide with sharp teeth. Maybe dying in one's own illusion could be a kind of blessing. You requested. Answer me, please. 7 capital sins. Sanji turns to answer as if he just realized something. Did you say that the monster took the form of Kim Jun-hyuk the hunter to use its skills? So the body regenerated would also have the same memories as Kim Jun-hyuk's hunter body. Number 1 confirms. Yes, it will regenerate the brain to use the skills. Why is that? Reiterate what you know. The monster just follows its instincts. Sanji commands. So use your skill then. Isolate the part of the body containing Kim Jun-hyuk's hunter form, then cut off the rest. He says he can sever the manima vein. But number 1 seems unsatisfied. Why should we do a complicated request that might not work at all? Sanji speaks frankly. Haha, this isn't a request. Change your attitude to challenge. If you don't want to do it, fine. I'll give up too. Forget the 7 capital sins. No more negotiations. We don't necessarily have to defeat this monster. So why should I suffer like this? You're just joking around. It's you who needs to hurry, not me. Number 1 is extremely surprised. Teasing me, huh? Sanji leaves and returns, saying, alright, 1, let's go outside. The 7 capital sins wants to breathe fresh air now. He's very angry. You damn wretch. So number 1 is ready to charge in. If things go wrong, don't blame us. You attack the monster. Sanji shows a mix of doubt and worry. Actually, I'm not sure if this will work. I don't know how the monster's instinct will react. You watch carefully. But when Woo-hyan suddenly hugs number 1's leg, he turns to ask number 1 in confusion. Hey, what are you doing? Sanji's eyes show great concern. The monster's face hasn't changed yet. Sanji is now very determined. There's no other way. We have to try. Number 1 acts and a wound appears on the monster behind him. A purple light surrounds them. Ji-hyan falls to the ground. He opens his eyes. Ji-hyan sits up, his face in shock. Learn from this. He stammers, not fully awake. Ji-ha? Are you alright? Ji-ha? Where are we? The wound on my chest has disappeared. And even my clothes are different. Woo-hyan stammers, Dad, do you recognize your daughter? She asks again, do you know who I am, Dad? Ji-hyan turns around looking dazed and suddenly calls out, Woo-hyan. She's so happy she starts crying. Yes, that's right. Woo-hyan can hardly believe it. Me. Here, Dad. Suddenly a black hole appears on the wall behind number 1. Number 1 can't believe it. It worked. Sanju turns around with great confidence. See, I told you so. You have to try to know. You're still very stubborn. I still don't understand. It's still a monster. She must know that too. Number 1 firmly asserts, it looks like her father. But in reality, it is the one who killed her father. Sanju starts explaining. Have you heard the story of the old ship? You use the story to recount. Suppose we replace the old planks with new ones. And if we keep replacing them until there are no more old planks left, would it still be considered an old ship then, even though they look alike? But if the materials are different, is it still the same old ship? But number 1 says, foolish boy, there's no definite answer to that question. You start explaining again. Yes, so now this creature doesn't need an answer either. Number 1 gets straight to the point. What do you want to say in the end? He turns and smiles mysteriously. Do we really have to evaluate whether Kim Jun-hyuk is a monster or a human based on our standards? Sanju thinks. Simply looking at the scene before him, he says, someone very much wants to see the ship again. He looks at her with a smile and she sobs into his shoulder. You really have grown up a lot. Woo-hyun steps back and secretly looks up, tears streaming down. I thought you wouldn't recognize me. He smiles gently at her. How could I not recognize my daughter? Woo-hyun's face distorts, making her look confused too. But I have really grown a lot. Dad is telling the truth. He asks, how long has it been? She looks surprised. That. Suddenly Sanju appears from behind and startles him. I'll tell you. He extends his hand to introduce himself. Nice to meet you, Mr. Kim Jun-hyuk. You were captured by a monster. Outside the spaceship, night falls. So in short, from Kim Jun-hyuk's shocked and hesitant response, there was a monster that caught me and you are the one who saved me? Sang-yu confirms yes. Phantom number 1 sighs with relief. You're quite good at lying. His expression becomes even more bewildered. 18 years have passed then. So, his voice trembles. How is my wife Ji-hyun? Hearing that, she starts sweating and her eyes fill with fear. Woo-hyun jumps up in panic and shouts, about that, Mom. Sang-yu hands him a phone. Then he announces, you can check it yourself. Kim Jun-hyuk takes the phone. Thanks for all coming together. His tense face hinted at a serious matter, mentioning biting his tongue, and those who caused trouble in the GM building are here too. Then Sanju regained composure. As everyone knows, I've been visiting the monster pit recently. He confirmed something that silenced the entire room, and as expected, there's an S-rank monster there. Someone below shouted. He quickly interrupted, I caught the S-rank monster. Sanju's calm expression prevented those below from asking more questions. Of course, there were some obstacles, but I wanted to inform everyone. I'm the one who caught the S-rank monster. The green-haired reporter widened her eyes in amazement and murmured. This means she concluded that Dong Sanju would be the first S-rank hunter here. Suddenly, someone from behind interrupted. Hold on. It's Hun's turn. His face was calm. First, I want to congratulate you for safely returning. Dong Sanju the hunter. Even Ha-sung smiled mockingly. You really made it back safe. The reporters quickly switched their cameras to capture them. This is Oh Byung-hun, president of the Hunters Association and Ha-sung's vice president. Great! Next, Hun looked at him suspiciously. We said we would recognize you as an S-rank hunter. You could handle an S-rank monster in the monster pit. But the most important thing is evidence. Right? He reminded him. Otherwise, it will be hard for us to accept your claims. Hearing that, he silently thought to himself, I knew they would show up. Ha-sung chuckled as well. At least we need a video. Don't you think we won't believe just your word? Hearing him, he laughed and replied, evidence, right? Of course, if there's no evidence, I wouldn't organize this press conference. You two are really funny. He then jumped up, turned around Ha-sung, whispered in his ear, of course, I have it. He chuckled and added, I even have all the evidence proving your dirty deeds from 18 years ago. This made both of them look shocked. His serious face threatened behind them. I'll give you a chance to confess everything yourselves. Hun's body trembled like jelly. Tell them all about what you did in the monster pit. Check all the facts that happened back then. He placed his hand on Ha-sung's shoulder for confirmation. His face turned dark with no expression. If you do this, I won't say anything and won't present any evidence. He frowned to remind him, if you try anything else but apologize, the evidence will be revealed to the world. Hearing that, he laughed loudly. Haha, are you done? His face was full of mockery as if hearing a joke. Ha 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 ha! What? Evidence A! He shouted innocently, ignoring Hun's colleague who was already sweating profusely. What did I do wrong that I have to confess? You're just talking nonsense because you don't have evidence of catching an S-rank monster. He questioned, do you think you can fool me? He only laughed mockingly in return. Pfft, poor guy. His expression was priceless. Ha-sung also froze, confused. His body shuddered and stuttered. What's this? We have to eat, even though they're still transferring from the restaurant. He seemed a bit surprised upon hearing this. Are we transporting food to now? The world has gotten better, hasn't it? Then he took a bite. His face showed some amazement and appreciation. It's so delicious. He also excitedly noted it down on paper. Her. Right. Next, he suggested, oh, can you teach me how to use a smartphone? Now I really see its convenience. She happily agreed. Here, give it to your son. Let me save your number in Dad's phone first. After finishing, when she returned the phone, he reminded her that now with internet, there are no charges, so just use it freely. He crossed his legs and replied, so, I won't be charged for this? She confirmed no way. On the paper was a note of tasks to do. Do this, eat together, visit mom's grave, go to the amusement park, watch a movie. On TV, the news showed Jun Hyuk and his latest information about an extraordinary event. The supposedly dead Kim Jun Hyuk had returned after 18 years. More surprisingly, the cause of the disaster was due to Oh Pyong-hyun and Shin Hae-sung's betrayal. The reporters quickly surrounded them, taking pictures non-stop. Jun Hyuk's betrayal was so firm that even when she died, they put their hands over their faces. Don't take any more photos. The news report brought back the forgotten accusation with a powerful force. The screen showed Hun's side. Until now, Shin Hae-sung and Oh Byung-hun haven't given an answer. On another table, a pile of wine was placed. Take this! Hae-sung ordered the masked man behind to give each branch of Hae-sung's guild. He didn't understand what it was. He wondered if he could ask about it. The masked man's face turned black and replied, it's golden wine. Then said something incomprehensible. Don't worry, I heard that drinking alcohol also has its benefits. The masked man behind him was confused too. Huh? Suddenly he remembered something. His body started to transform. I'll distribute it right away. Hae-sung replied, go ahead. The dark figure quickly left. The door was slammed loudly. Jin-guk rushed in, shouting outside, Dad! Oh no! Chairman! Here come the reporters! He panicked. What should we do? Where's the table? But only saw Hae-sung's back. His face turned stern as he muttered something. To plant a tree, you need to till the soil first. Finally, he gritted his teeth and announced, Base Camp, inform all members of Hae-sung. That name sounds confusing too. His eyes narrowed as he turned and smiled. Let's get ready for a farewell party. I'll turn myself in. Jin-guk was startled. What flag? Jun clenched his teeth. He sat on the table, leaning forward, sweat beading up. Damn it! What's going on here? He stopped and looked at him in surprise. Not only did you bring back Kim Jun Hyuk the hunter, but you also planted a bomb during the press conference. But he responded calmly. You must be shocked. His calmness surprised even his teacher. Of course, Kim Jun Hyuk was already a legend when I was still in school. Moreover, Yoo Hae-an is really his daughter. Finally, I understand why she insisted on going into the monster pit with you. Next, Junmo asked him what he intended to do now that he remembered him too. Well, the most important thing is Kim Jun-hyuk's opinion. Suddenly, Division 1 interrupted them, saying don't waste any more time. Junmo's eyes widened in surprise. One Sanju explained, no, it was the 7th sin speaking. He complained, how long are you going to leave me as a broken piece? Want revenge, do it quickly. He was also flustered. You have to do things in order. If we kill those two, we'll be labeled as murderers. Then he reminded him, is that important? That guy doesn't have much time left anyway. Sanju looked puzzled. Junmo was confused. What are you talking about? Who doesn't have much time? Division 1 looked at him. Haven't you told him yet? On the other side, Woo-yoon and Jun-hyuk are still happily eating. He concluded that because what I did to that monster won't be permanent, he will soon collapse and disappear. Jun-hyuk was laughing joyfully, but a tear streaked down his face. Division 1 confirmed, my abilities don't last forever. You know it. Everyone at the table was discussing something. Is that true? You mean Chairman's farewell party? He suddenly gathered everyone together like this. A man and a woman were sitting on the table. I heard he wanted to turn himself in. That means everything is true, right? She crossed her arms and complained as she chewed. Crazy! Our club planned this well. Who's the successor? As they talked, more voices joined in. Will Shin Jin-gu take over? His skills aren't that good. Isn't Junai, the Sanshin hunter, a better choice? The PE announced something, catching everyone's attention. Hisung Club members, have you heard about this news already? That's how it is. Above, Hisung held the microphone and continued. Our club isn't that great. We've done many dirty things. But I can assure you one thing. They were surprised as they sipped their drinks. Who knew the chairman cared about a small branch like us? Right. Then he frowned firmly. Everything he did was for Hisung's good, even though I stepped down because of my greed. At another table, the two men crossed their arms smugly and looked over at the masked man next to them. Hey you, I told you to treat the presidential candidate well, right? Hearing this, he stood up and Hisung's voice echoed. Now Hisung is facing a huge change. As he spoke, he stood in front of the observation screen. I apologize for making everyone follow an incompetent leader for so long. Finally giving the signal. Raise your glass. The group quickly raised their glasses. Their glasses clinked together. Raise your glass. They brought their wine glasses to their mouths. On this side, a hand suddenly stopped someone, causing her to jump. His hand gripped hers tightly, stopping the wine glass in her hand. The masked man stood behind her and controlled her hand. She looked back with confusion. What are you doing? Under his mask, there was no clear expression. Don't drink. Her eyes widened in confusion. Why? On the other side, her glass was empty. The group started talking nervously about what would happen to Hisung. What will happen to the Hisung Club now? Someone commented. This wine is quite good. Suddenly, everyone turned into monsters with distorted faces. Their bodies tore apart and turned into monsters. Their bodies spilled out of the building. The guards outside saw the situation and panicked, reporting it on their walkie-talkies. What? Is there a terrorist attack? Sir, there's an explosion at the party. Suddenly, a monster came down from upstairs. Blood and chaos above the party. Hisung tightly held onto the microphone in his hand. So, do your last best effort for me. He injected something into his neck, muttering that peace had lasted too long. Now no one cares about its importance anymore. Then he bit his lip and his body started to change. Now anyone can become an awakened one, so it seems they've forgotten the importance of strong hunters. He grinned, breaking the syringe excitedly in his hand. That's why now is the time to awaken everyone's memories. Korea will return to its disaster era. The building quickly collapsed and people ran in panic below. Run fast. What's happening here? There are no hunting grounds or gates around here. In front of them, humans turned into monsters and kept attacking everything. Where did these monsters come from? Strange sounds echoed loudly. The man on the other side also felt it. That sound! Junmo held his walkie-talkie worriedly with him. The alarm is now yellow. He reminded him to quickly evacuate to the basement. Sanju gritted his teeth in anger. For Hae-sung, outside the monsters are howling. That bastard is even crazier than I thought. You stand inside the building, looking out at the chaos and wonder if it's because my physical strength surpassed 40. My legs start feeling weak as I run. Just using a little force makes the ground disappear, and my body begins to float. The fire bullets explode around like bombs. Even though my power has doubled since then, my habits haven't changed. And falls to his knees on the ground. Sometimes, he becomes curious. Then his body emits red energy, eyes shining with curiosity, so he runs at full speed. He mutters enough. Quickly jumping up, he destroys the building wall and passes through it. Rad grabs a long sword and cuts through a blazing meteor. Sanju flips around, gritting his teeth to dodge the shattered meteors. He uses everything as a weapon. Then he leaps over, cutting each one in half. Explosions ring out with the shattered meteors. His clones start appearing too. The shattered meteors fall down. He jumps onto the rooftop of the building. The people below are also amazed by him. He has destroyed all the meteors. The girl stammers, "Who was that person?" He turns to them and reminds them, "Quickly move to where Uncle is hiding. Don't open the door even if someone knocks." On the other side, buildings are being destroyed. Loud cries echo. What's happening here? Jun-hyuk's eyes widen in shock. Shin Hae-sung, that crazy bastard, also stands up behind Woo Hyeon. He stands on the balcony, turns around and warns her. Woo Hyeon, just stay there. Let dad go out. She hesitates to look at her father. But behind Jun, Mo-hot runs into the room. Woo Hyeon, hurry to where Uncle is hiding. Seeing this, Jun-hyuk also looks over and warns him. There's a place for Uncle to hide. It feels so relieved. I'll leave Woo Hyeon in your care. She turns to look at him too. Woo Hyeon takes off his hat, tears welling up as he looks at him. Dad, don't get hurt. He takes the hat and smiles at her, assuring her gently, don't worry, this time, I'll definitely be safe. Behind Jun, he drags her away, but she lingers, Dad must. Then he quickly puts on the hat with a determined face. Jun-hyuk's face darkens with anger. Shin Hae-sung. At a large mansion, the sunset gradually descends. Ian-hae stands in the campus of Fan-nan. Finally, he didn't meet him. He knows I've returned. But why isn't he at the academy? She feels disappointed. He just skipped school because his grades are already secured. Then an alarm blares. Everyone rushes off. She's confused. This voice! A shout and command rings out. Everyone run. She frantically looks at them. Professor Home Ian-hae. Ian-hae is shocked to see Han. Why are people running? Behind them, the monsters keep charging to attack. Oh my god! The meteor and those monsters are destroying everything around. This is an unprecedented situation. Despite risking their lives, reporters are present at the scene reporting. Monsters from unexplored regions are appearing all over the country. Inside the building, people hide in fear. Outside, the monsters look through the windows. The army has tried their best, but they can only control part of it. The sheer number of these monsters surpasses our plans. She stands confidently in front of the camera. So we're witnessing the chaos from those monsters suddenly attacking a large bird far away. The cameraman shouts, warning behind her. A hand shoots out with energy. The man rushes towards the large bird. Blood splatters everywhere. The reporter stops and looks in shock. Kim! Across, Jun-hyuk is covered in blood from defeating a monster. He frowns and adjusts his hat. Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk. He reminds the reporter, I acknowledge your courage as a journalist, but evacuate immediately from here. It's too dangerous. But she doesn't seem to hear. Her eyes sparkle towards the camera. An unbelievable thing has happened. Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk saved me. As expected, his martial arts skills are still stronger than ever. Jun-hyuk looks helpless. No, I meant for you to run. In the sky, another meteor is falling down. The reporter looks up in confusion. Another meteor. Jun-hyuk also looks up explaining. That's the skill of Shin Hae-sung. Evacuate immediately. This time it's real. He jumps towards the meteor. There's no other choice now. Jun-hyuk's punch breaks it. Up there, he grits his teeth in thought. The size of these meteors is different from before. We must quickly destroy the next meteor. The meteor shatters and starts falling from another direction. Sanji-Yu's eyes widen in surprise. Hunter Kim Jun-hyuk, you're not with Uhayan, right? Below, a monster charges at them. Ow! Two soldiers tried to fight it off. Her face scrunches up. Yeah! She swings her hand and pulls a chair from far away. She throws the chair at the monster. Elsewhere, the masked man wields a monster with a blade. Most of the monsters are fleeing from the building. He then uses his strength to counterattack the monster. We can handle this place. Finally, he calmly looks at High Iron, who is panting after defeating the monsters. Are you okay, Lee High Iron? She glared at them, cursing. Damn it, he used to be my teammate. On the other side, he replied, whether you run or not, that's up to you. But for now, goodbye. She approached and grabbed his collar. Her face full of anger questioned, hey, did you know about this? The masked man named Trang admitted without hesitation. Yeah, hearing that made her even angrier as she screamed at him again. You knew how to do that, so why didn't you stop the damn kid? The masked man named Trang silently explained to her, there was no order to do that. His body gradually dissipated into black smoke. I just acted according to orders and carried them out. Her voice still sounded vague in the shock of the two Ians. I don't care about anything else. A dark pit appeared under her feet. She fell to the ground, shocked. The two Ians sat silently in a corner of the wall. Then she burst into tears. Why did you stop me from drinking it? Idiot! Meanwhile, in another hotel room, loud noises echoed. The man gripped his head and complained. This damn thing! He then called a phone to remind someone. Hey, this is room 1302. It was very noisy before. Can you be quiet? On the other side, strange noises echoed, making Bless suspicious too. Try it out. He walked towards the door with disappointment. They said their service is good, but it's a complete letdown. As soon as he opened the door, a bloody monster appeared in front of him. Brass was startled by its appearance, then the monster's body crumbled. Brass looked at it curiously. What the hell is this new portal? This is Espresso Jones Cooley, the hunter. His mouth kept complaining non-stop. Jumper, what the hell? How dare he introduce me to a place like this? Outside, monsters continued to attack relentlessly. Jun-hyuk fought them with great enthusiasm. Sanju was surprised too. Indeed, no wonder he's called an S-rank candidate. Watching him easily defeat all the A-class monsters truly is impressive. He stood up confidently and glanced at him. It seems we've handled this area. Are there any civilians left unevacuated? He stated his assessment. I estimate there aren't many left. Then he added, we need to find some reinforcements to quickly resolve this mess. Suddenly, he remembered something. Ah, right. He looked at his cracked hand. His face turned black. His eyes gradually darkened too. Jun-hyuk suddenly called him, Sanjung Sanju the Hunter. I have a few questions for you. He was slightly surprised. Sorry, what do you want to ask? Jun-hyuk realized his problem. How much time do I have left? Hearing that, he paused. He then smiled, showing his arm that was gradually breaking apart. Not much, right? Right. So I want to ask you for a favor. The monsters are attacking. Bullets were also being fired in rapid succession. Amidst the soldiers trying to defend with their guns, someone reported, Squad leader, at this rate, it's going to overload with the monsters. Nearby squads are facing similar situations. Just keep the formation as is. A monster rushed in and beheaded one of them. The other guy was too shocked to finish his sentence. You know what will happen if this continues here? A madly charging, a spatial rift opened up. The monsters inside also started emerging. In the underground bunker, announcements were made, one by one, each watch post reporting that their hunting grounds are falling under attack, and the situation is spiraling out of control. Since the monsters have escaped through the connection gate, if you live near any of these hunting grounds, please move immediately to your nearest safe haven. Sanju's mother was worried. Honey, Sanju and Jingyu will be okay, right? His father wasn't far behind in concern. Believe in Sanju. They look towards the underground bunker door. What we need to do now is stay safe so that Sanju can focus on fighting. Outside, loud noises and cries of despair startled them. Is anyone here? Please save us. Open the door. Someone outside shouted. Enter the code. A flustered kid. Code? But I'm not a resident here. Meanwhile, bodies lay scattered on the ground. Crazy! Miho complained about the scene. He said this isn't an explosion of the connection gate, right? The one beside him confirmed. Yes. However, according to reports, another defeat is occurring as more monsters have breached and are attacking a nearby defense squad. They looked towards a dark passage where people were calling each other in. Miho spoke first. Gunty-C, doesn't it remind you of that? Please evacuate this way. They recalled what happened before. Incidents D.E.B. occurred with Ian Juchin from Silver Town. Gunty's face looked a bit grim. Then she explained further. The monster must have appeared suddenly in the city center. This incident started near the city center, close to Hisung's club. Miho added that Hisung was also the one who instructed D.E.B. on how to produce the drug. His face became more serious. Could it be asking for Hisung and his gang? Hearing this, she looked around with some concern. If true, we'll have a real problem then. Ian Juchin might only be at level B, but in the end, he transformed into an A-level monster. Moreover, how many A-level hunters are there in Hisung's team? She wondered if he would react with a bit of shock too. Miho looked around again, worried. If those rank hunters had all turned into monsters, behind them there was a monster attacking their group. It approached silently. Miho glanced at it, on guard, that monster. Wanty also got ready with her sword, alert. Then it passed by the two of them and the monster turned to look back. Their bodies were cut into pieces in a shocking manner. Passersby saw this and widened their eyes in amazement. HMM! Gunty looked towards that direction, shouting loudly. Oba! Oba! The monster turned to attack her. A whirlwind was created to protect the girl. It was Junha. She kicked the monster back. On another side, someone else engaged in battle and killed a large bird. Junha looked that way, complaining. Hey, I told you to run over there too. Junhai beside her was firm. We need to buy time for the civilians to evacuate. On another side, Xiao Kang also shouted. I've reached my limit. My strength is useless against these scoundrels. Doguan sheathed her sword and mocked. So you're planning to run away? Do you still have any pride left? He shouted. Just look at the current situation. His face turned serious as he attacked the monster in front of him, which kept charging forward. It attacked fiercely. He screamed, while Doguan helplessly fell to his knees. On that side, they also rushed towards Yun Hai. To many of them, someone thought. She turned sharply and cried out, unable to react in time, please, please save us. In a hidden underground room, Junmo sat beside Wu Yun while she hugged her knees and wept. His body trembled. He worriedly asked Han, are you okay? She thought about the destruction outside and felt disappointed in herself. I hate this weak body of mine. The situation outside was getting worse. My father is out there helping everyone, but I can't do anything. He heard that and felt helpless. Neither could he. Then he comforted her, but you don't need to worry too much. She raised her head in confusion. Junmo smiled and comforted her. The strong hunters are more than we think. They might be in a disadvantageous position now, but counterattack is just a matter of time. On that side, a white leaf shielded them from the monster. The girl with golden hair stopped crying and raised her head. Hush. In front of her was Burrs. He pointed up to create a white leaf. She exclaimed in surprise. Blessings while he remained cold. Retreat. He observed the monster being cornered outside. It seemed to be in a rank or low S rank, though fighting alone would be too much for me. Suddenly, two slashes attacked the monster, and then it was pushed back. He shouted, meaning that there's a guy in South Korea who uses clone techniques. How did he manage to leave something like this on the street? On another side, more monsters were charging madly. Yun Hai looked with fear. Yes, suddenly their bodies shattered. Someone asked them if this was the university Dong Sanju is attending. Both Yunhai and Junha looked at each other in confusion. Who are those people? The group from number 10 approached to ask Han. Are they also buying time for the civilians to evacuate? Even the students here have a kind heart like Sanju. We are the hunters supporting Sanju. On the other side, numbers 12 and 5 are sighing while mopping the floor. This is the path Sanju often walks. It's so cool. Just as I thought, this school where the best hunter is studying is indeed top-notch. We're here to eliminate these bugs that have been polluting this place. Number 10's eyes shine like they've seen the light of the party, to make it a holy land. Don't worry, you guys are safe now. On the other side, in the ruins, there's no one here, not anyone at all. Sanju curses and looks helpless. Where did Zihong go? He must be hiding somewhere. Stop using stealth and come out to fight like a coward. You sit down with your clones round you, damn it. Then recalling Jun Hyuk's words, probably not much. I want to ask you for a favor. He grits his teeth in despair. Then he picks up the sword, holding the head of a monster. We have to find him quickly. We're not here to catch monsters now. He complains. They are stronger than they look. Were these monsters already around before? Clone number 3 looks at him and answers. This is the first time I see them. Sanju's face shows determination. More meteorites will fall down. Go back to find Zihong now. Someone calls from behind, startling him. Dong Sanju. Junie Ian looks at him blankly. What's going on here? Did my father do all of this? He turns to look at him. Please, Junie Ian. He takes a syringe and hands it to him. Sanju looks suspiciously around. This is in my room. Seeing it clearly, he's shocked too. His face scrunches up with guilt and distress. It's the last product without side effects for monster transformation. It comes with a note saying it has the potential to break my curse. His eyes are filled with tears of guilt, but that means D, E, B could turn into monsters too. He concludes, so all these monsters now are members of the Zihong Club? Sanju's face scrunches up in uncertainty. I suspected, but is it really D, E, B? Jun Hyuk's voice trembles more as he looks at the ruins. It's my father. Really? He bites his lip and cries helplessly in the background. I'm not good at comforting. That, a footsteps out, confirming what he said, my father made it. To Ian grit their teeth angrily, affirming because I was right in the center of that hell. Sanju is also surprised by this. You, Junie Eong, recognize her. Captain Lee Hai Ian. She frowns and reminds him it's not a time for tears, that Zihong bastard has made plans even more disgusting than this, his target. On the other side, the energy of Zihong radiates in all directions. He watches the screen with satisfaction. The power and destruction range of the meteorites have been expanded. Amazing. His eyes filled with a wicked smile. Blue electricity runs around his body, his strength far surpassing before. We can feel the power we've been pursuing for so long. And the sun is setting behind the building. Night falls, darkness approaches. That night at the substation, a light flashed on and the guards stopped in their tracks. A huge meteorite was falling towards that spot, right after it hit straight down onto the substation. A scream echoed. The city inside was lit up with lights. Then it suddenly went dark. The school lost power too, causing the scream to echo again. Power outage. Inside the hospital, people were increasingly frantic about patients in need of emergency care. Stay calm. The hospital has an emergency generator. Quickly transfer patients to the emergency room. Oh, look at the generator's circuit board. It's sweating with panic. There are too many people rushing around. I can't remember everyone's name. The gears of the generator were also being disturbed by something black and smoky. It's that masked man. He appeared from the black hole beneath his feet. Power in the operating room went out too. The doctor was panicking. What? Outside, people were also getting more frantic. What's going on? It seems the generator has stopped working. In the emergency room, Jingyu lay there breathing oxygen. Iku quickly checked on Iku's room. Sanju's eyes widened in amazement. What? A clone looked at him reporting. Sorry, I couldn't block the generator because I had to stop the meteor on the roof. He looked at the destroyed generator. Now, the hospital is completely without power. The two of them on this side clenched their teeth in anger. Actually, we're late already. Face turning pale, face sinking into fear. No! No! Gingu! Junie Eong's hand landed on his shoulder. He reminded him, "What can you do now that you've come to the hospital?" He was startled too. A small light flickered, confirming everyone had their roles. A wave of energy grew around them. He used his abilities and gently touched the ring on his hand. In front of Sanju appeared a red dot map. He looked puzzled too. He explained, "It's my father, I mean the location of Hasung." Then he turned to inform him, "I'll head to the hospital. Dong Sanju, please stop my father. I won't blame you no matter what you do." She also looked at him. Below in the basement, D, E, B are the culprits. Dunmo's eyes widened as he received a message notification. How? The content of the message. The essence of the monster is D, E, B, mutation. Initially, they were members of the Hasung Club. I'll go find Hisung. Sanju. Yuyin looked over curiously as well. So those monsters didn't escape through gate after all. And he's still in shock. That's right. She lowered her head, a bit flustered. Outside the door, there was loud pounding. Someone looked puzzled. Do we have anyone else who hasn't entered the building? The girl next to him widened her eyes as well. I don't know. Who is it? Outside, Jun Hyuk stepped in. He called out, Woo Yoon, and she startled, nodding. Then he rushed over. Father smiled at her, offering a notebook, saying, I told you I'd come back. Meanwhile, the generator was corroded, like this. The electrician looked at it suspiciously. It couldn't be fixed. It's leaking already. The nurse on the side watched anxiously. You can't do anything? Suddenly, a door opened. She pleaded, please, just a little bit. Junie approached with concern. Is this the hospital generator? Step aside. The nurse looked at him bewildered. You're the monster hunter. The electrician looked confused. Hold on, don't touch it recklessly. He concluded that even if he touched it, energy wouldn't return. Junie pulled out a syringe. Don't worry. Then he inserted it into her. Teeth clenched in pain. I have a skill, system activation, minor magic. All stats are 0.2. Outside, Hisung held his phone triumphantly. With this, Yong Sang-ju won't be able to act for now. Han-ta laughed satisfactorily. There's no one at captain level who can stop the mutated monsters anymore. Then he looked excitedly towards the door again. Should we make things more exciting? Suddenly, the door was torn apart by force. Han-ta turned to look. Unexpectedly, he turned and looked at him. The man sighed in admiration. I didn't think you'd come here. His face showed anger. We found him. Hisung laughed mockingly. Kek. Is your sister okay? I heard the hospital is busy. Sonju's eyes narrowed in anger. I already sent someone there. He shouted. He drew his sword from the spatial pocket. You're the one I need to deal with now. Alright then. He's also surrounded by aura powers. Do you think you can do it? Don't let him say I rushed in. Instead, he should be stopping me. The two of them charged at each other wildly. It was a bit tough for me to intervene. Clearly, he used up his powers. The refined product showed no side effects that would turn one into a monster. Then their bodies were pushed back far apart. He laughed with great satisfaction at Sanju. Kekeki. I see, you're wondering how you found my location. It seems Shinjuni told you. Sanju was slightly surprised. He put his hand into the pocket of his pants, full of mockery. They say he's very close to him, but did you really send a fool to the hospital? He tightly gripped the sword with disgust. This is the first time I've seen a father speak so harshly about his own child. Heartless thing. His face wrinkled in a slightly angry smile. That wise one was my biggest mistake in life. He's foolish with all stats fixed at 0.2. And you entrusted your little sister's life to that failure? Sanju fell silent after hearing this. On the other side, Junie Yan injected a syringe into the ground. His body emitted green aura powers. His face turned black, not using any common skills. It would cause a power outage. Then he reached out to touch the generator. Luckily, I have this. System display. Weakmage all stats fixed at 0.2. Suddenly, the electricity above lit up. The nurse hesitated. Power source, his face wrinkled in annoyance due to the drug's effects turning black. Alright then, like this. The electric current spread around. Then the lights went out again. The two behind them also looked bewildered. System display, warning of mana deficiency weakness, all stats fixed at 0.2. Her face darkened with worry. Huh? His body felt bound by invisible chains. A look of disbelief on his face. Why? How? Even if it's a lie. In Jingyu's hospital room, the doctor shouted in panic. The virus's mana absorption rate is too fast. She's going into shock. The curse, it's too late to check her vital signs now. She lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, struggling to breathe with an oxygen mask. The doctor was flustered, preparing immediate resuscitation of heart and lungs, bringing all mana drugs here. Above Junie, the doctor gritted his teeth determinedly, laughing at him. He almost read the warning on the system screen. Do you think I'll give up? I've told you. Junie Ian tried to gather energy again, handing over the hospital to me. His body gradually turned white. He screamed. In his mind, a vast void. Why is the curse a binding punishment? Above, a huge source of dark crystals stood above him. I wish there was no hope for me to become stronger. But my magic grew stronger and more diverse with each use. Now his mouth spat out blood. He poured all his determination into transferring the electricity, his hatred intensifying as a punishment. Then I remembered Sanju's kindness, but then I heard his story. He was sweating profusely as he looked up at him in awe. Clone technique. Clones do all the work for him. Clones also help boost his stats. It's unfair. And invisible pressure and envy made him even more insecure. I struggle so much just because of this innate skill. My father is always disappointed in me. Zuni I never puts in any effort. I had to work hard just to get to be rank. It's unfair, it's really unfair. Suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts. Excuse me, Mr. Junie. Jinnik took out an injection and informed him. Congratulations! I heard that my father has fixed one of the two perfect samples for you. His hand clenched with anger. Why? Why is it always you who receive your father's support? I'm his son too. I was the one who pushed forward the beautiful project. But in the end, he screamed in despair while he just stared in shock. It's unfair. In the silent space, only two of them remained. Oh right. He gritted his teeth and understood what he wanted. I just need someone to be jealous of me. Junie Ian recalled his pride, talent, and how anyone who dared to get in his way would be crushed by effort. Then he remembered when he attacked the monster. Strategy. He stared in shock as he heard that at least a B rank required this level of skill, genius. Then he approached to threaten him. I'm asking what I need to do for you to give up on that magic potion. Sanju didn't understand either. Mediocrity. You can't even handle a B rank ordinary person. I don't get it. What's an ordinary B rank? Punishment. He smiled at his phone. You haven't changed at all. Then he angrily punched the wall. In the end, you still want to sabotage plan you. Admit it. Zuni I. Then he remembered his son's contempt for him. Father. His thoughts ran through the academy, magic potion, and random sources. He screamed in madness. Why only you? Why do you get all those things? He remembered the punch and warning before. Don't dig up your flaws in others. Me! Zuni I clenched his teeth, tears streaming down from pain and weakness. He gritted his teeth, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth. Then he coughed up blood, the nurse behind him worried. The hunter electrician quickly hugged her and retreated. We'll be pulled in if we get too close. We have to leave now. On the other side of Zuniai, full of pain, questioning his own abilities. The system alarm keeps ringing non-stop. He wants to shut down the system. I'll keep my skills no matter how much mana runs out. A mouthful of blood was spat onto the floor. Zuniai denied. No! His body emitted a large amount of electricity, spreading around. He shouted inwardly, I'll never disable my skills even if I die. The system keeps punishing with warnings. Warning, mana shortage. Warning, mana shortage. Suddenly the system light went out, and the binding chains around him gradually disappeared. The energy he emitted surprised Junie Ian, his eyes widening in surprise. His body emitted a powerful yet majestic energy. The punishment vanished. He was still stunned looking at the energy in his hands. Moreover, his mana stats, which had never increased before, were increasing all of a sudden. Junie Ian clenched his hand tightly. He thought about the people being treated in the hospital. Dad, your crazy actions have caused deaths. While he stood silently beside the power generator. But today I will save them. At Sanju, the battle was still raging fiercely. Yi and gritted his teeth in anger. Failure? He handed him the completed version of the project. Hearing this, he also defended himself. I only promoted it because there was excess. Then he ridiculed it. That pretty little thing probably won't have any effect on him. Who thinks we'll just sit and do nothing with that damned punishment? His clone whispered to him. Sanju glanced at it. What are you going to do? He informed him. They say the power in the hospital has been restored. It seems that pretty little thing did have some effect. Hearing this, Hassan was slightly startled. He bent down to prepare to mock back at him. Unexpectedly, what his son did after removing the punishment was to ruin his plan. What do you think? Immediately, Sanji Yu threw a punch towards him. The guy raised his hand to block it. His body was knocked back through the wall. He muttered under his breath as he saw this, then quickly pressed an iron bar in front of him. His black eyes showed no expression. You are the greatest undefeated member of the Hassan Guild. A direct slash shook the ground. He recalled his past in his space. No! He sank into thought. No! Dong Sanjeever. The punishment can't be removed by a pretty little thing if it's reduced through another method. At Jingho Hospital, things stabilized again. The doctor sighed in relief. It feels so relieved to have power back. They looked at the patient on the bed. The critical condition has passed for now. Doctor, can you see? The virus code number. The nurse ran back to report. They've managed to contact someone. They said the power was temporarily restored from another source. The doctor looked surprised. Really? They looked at each other excitedly. It could have been a disaster. That's a relief. She quickly turned and ran off too. We need to inform the hunter immediately. She rushed up, her face wild with urgency. The hunter! They said the power was temporarily back online. Above him, it had disappeared, but she still shouted, "You can stop activating the emergency generator now." On this side, he was lost in thoughts of the system's punishment. They set limits because that skill is too powerful and could overload the body. Exceeding its limit would be unstable. The nurse looked bewildered at the hunter. Underground, he had fainted with his eyes wide open. At Sanju's site, a large chunk of earth was cut away. You tease, I've met many terrible hunters before, but among all of them, you're the worst. He was beaten to a pulp and stared at him intently. Sanju calmly approached him for questioning. You really had to lower yourself to follow my sister. His face was resolute as his clone shadow advanced. He reported, Master, reporting. On the other side, the nurse was desperately trying to save someone. Please help. She treated Zuni and shouted. On this side, Sanju's clone is also struggling to restore his heartbeat. Keep performing artificial respiration. Then she reported to those below. Zuni's eyes can't close. The unconscious doctor. Go to the machine room quickly. There's a patient there. The nurse reported through space. Sanju's heart has. Sanyu was shocked. Saturn Sinjin in. Seeing this, Hasung understood. I knew beauty wouldn't work on it. He concluded, you're angry. He looked up at him with a frown. In the end, it's still a shame. He asked again, Saturn. He gathered more meteorites and said, look, only I should be crying now. Do you know how difficult it was for Team B to bring that useless thing? Then he attacked Sanju with the meteors. Sanju remained calm. Dying from using your own skill is not something to be proud of. Sanju frowned and smirked. Alright, I've made up my mind. He quickly moved past. The rocks were cut off swiftly. The naked eye couldn't follow. I'll kill you. He raised his hand and laughed mockingly as he swung it down. Ha ha ha! Do you think just because you decided, you can really do that? From the battle just now, you still haven't seen through it. You couldn't even make me bleed a single drop. Then his arm was severed and flew backward. Haesung's eyes widened in shock. I'm invincible. Sanju looked at him with no trace of humanity left. Do you know why I was just joking before? He explained as his arm fell to the ground. Because he is still Shinjun and Ian's father after all. In pain, he clutched his bleeding hand tightly. Blood spurted out. Sanju was truly furious, gritting his teeth and swung his sword. Shinjun, Ian allowed me to use any means necessary to stop him. But how can I kill his father, who promised to save his sister? You judge. But when I know what he thinks of him, I have no reason to hold back anymore. On the other side, he's struggling to lift his head. Then he gritted his teeth, and the sword in his hand emitted a red light full of anger. Why is it like this? He attacked with childlike fury, questioning with rage. You really think you can defeat me just because I saved him once? He didn't have time to react. Finally, his body was pushed out of the building. Then he fell onto a car with a loud explosion. Sanju woke up on top of the car in shock. His body trembled with fear as he looked at Sanju. How could it break through my invincibility and physical resistance? Even among those A-class people, I even used enhanced strength skills from the boosted stats. Sanju also jumped down, his feet hitting the ground causing a chunk of earth to crack as he looked furious. Do you see the mess you've created? He glared at the mess in front of him angrily. Everything is destroyed. The guild members turned into monsters and are now killing people everywhere. Then he screamed out of control, his sword pointing at him. How could you not care about that scene? On the other side, Bensung was panting in pain. Exactly, he shouted in confusion. His body was drenched in sweat and trembling. Then what is the real issue? He said, don't you think everything that happened so far is strange? Then he widened his eyes. What about the flag? Previously, this was an obvious answer. The monsters were attacking civilians. A frightened man crawled on the ground. Save him! His hand was raised, stained with blood. Who is that? All I did was bring reality back to the past. Another door was broken by the monsters. The weak will die at this moment. Inside, people were continuously fighting back with everything they had, telling you to stay behind me, my love. Only the strong survive. The brown-haired monster woke up. Bruce put his hand in his pocket and watched as it fell to the ground, panting heavily. Damn it, I almost got a garlic head here. That's how the disaster happened. He clenched his fist with anger. But now what? Even those not worth touching by bugs are allowed to touch me. The strongest hunter in South Korea, right? Then he muttered, listen, I'm not insulting you. Suddenly, a faint mist appeared around them. He approached and kicked Bensung straight in the face, then gritting his teeth with anger, while he screamed in pain. So I guess if I knock you out, you won't have any issues either. Since that's the case, he continuously punched Bensung back. He fell onto a pile of rubble muttering, me, then tried to stand up and stretch his hand, sweating profusely. I'm currently the S-class hunter. Hearing this, he still stared straight ahead. Oh, meteorites are falling on Sanju Fanon. That's really small-minded. He held his sword tightly and charged towards the meteors, cutting them into pieces. Below, Bensung gritted his teeth as he shouted in frustration. His vision was being blocked. Above him, he kept cutting the meteors into smaller pieces. Inside, he thought, I'll crush you with my last destructive meteor. Suddenly, a golden light appeared, surprising him. A huge ball is forming in midair. It's falling down, sweeping things off the city. Below him, he laughs madly. Ha ha! The next day, that big meteor hit the English guy. Below him, someone witnesses and shouts happily. Ha ha ha! Rumble! You! So you're like Kim Jun, a contemptible type. Hey, shut up! He's gloating in joy. Look, I'm the strongest in Korea. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, he stops midair. Ha! His body transforms into the 7th clone without a single flaw due to the meteor's impact. Sanju looks down at him. This is true invincibility. He steps onto the ground, standing in front of him. That thing you keep jumping on, I already have a death sentence. His eyes widen as he swings his sword towards him. Wind rushes past his blade. What's the distance between us now? He looks at him in surprise. A wind of swords pierces through his body, and he circles behind him. He mutters, "That's not fair." Then he stops to look back. It's power. Meanwhile, two people are walking on the road. Woo-hyun looks confused as she turns to her father hesitantly. "Dad," she wonders, "where are we going?" Her father looks back calmly. "HMM." Then he raises his hat and smiles at her. "What else?" "We're going to the movie theater." Woo-hyun is confused. "Why?" She's a bit puzzled. "A movie, huh? At this time of day?" Her father tries to divert the topic. "Right. So it means we might not have to pay for tickets. Is that right?" Jun-hyuk's face becomes determined as he recalls. Earlier, he proposed, "I'll entrust you with this. Here you go." Sanju is confused by this. "Yes." He looks at him with a bit of doubt. "Hold on," Sankin Jun-hyuk. "You mean you won't seek revenge?" And Jun-hyuk touches his breaking hand as he approaches him. "I'll let him give it to you. After all, he can't apologize for what he's done." You hesitate. "Why? Isn't it better if you do it?" Then he smiled and took out his phone. "Do you know? This smartphone is quite useful. I can use the internet anytime. And it contains a lot of information." His words made Jun-hyuk pause, even mentioning some info about S-class monsters in the monster pit. Jun-hyuk's gentle face looked at him. "Hunter, are you a monster?" Then he remembered the space in the cave. Something seemed off. "Clearly, you were wearing clothes for hunting. But there's no monster remains here, only broken tools and debris everywhere." Jun-hyuk's calm face added, "It seems like this place is holding something. I'm the only one here without any pretense." His conclusion left him speechless, as if he was created for this. Then he handed the phone to him. "Check this out." It said that S-class monsters in the monster pit are at their peak of adaptability and monetization. They observed and replicated the abilities and traits of what they consumed. I couldn't hear any more, interrupting him. "Kim Jun-hyuk, Hunter." Sanji was puzzled. "What are you saying?" Then he turned and smiled mysteriously. "Everyone knows it can be killed. Maybe you did better than me. Just by looking at it, I knew." Back to reality, he landed on the ground staring at him intently. "So recalling Jun-hyuk's smile, will do what only I can do." On this side, he grabbed Woo-hyun's hand, surprising her a bit. "Everyone has evacuated, so there's no one here." He pulled her along. "Where you want to sit is fine. If not now, when?" At Sanju, the bloodied sword fell to the ground. Just one slash and the Hasung was down. The madman still smiling, muttering, "I am a hunter," his eyes wide with shock. "The strongest." Then he remembered what he said to Trevor about what would happen if I injected those to completed products. He held the syringe in confusion. The Hasung looked at the vial of liquid in his hand, puzzled. "Can I be stronger than me?" Trevor explained behind him. "Not exactly. Because it helps maintain and strengthen human bodies, so there are limits to how much stats can increase." Hearing this, he was both disappointed and angry. "So there's no way to boost my stats further?" The other person replied, "Not necessarily." Trevor also held the vial up to explain further. "You can increase your stats through training as well, so you just need to train or use one of those unfinished products and abandon your humanity." Hearing the answer he liked, he smiled excitedly. "Good. Can you make it a member of the crowd?" Now he bit into the pill hidden in his teeth. "If I can't become the strongest." The candy pill quickly shattered. All that's left is meaningless. Suddenly, the Hasung's aura grew stronger, surprising him. A powerful energy burst out, pushing him back due to the pressure. Finally, it started shrinking. A meteor shot out from it. He struggled to catch the sword, another one heading for Sanju. He quickly dodged. Looking at his broken sword, he gritted his teeth, shivering inside. "What the hell? That bastard has taken the unfinished drug, hasn't he?" The other side of your body starts transforming, growing claws. "Oh!" A large scorpion monster keeps mumbling to itself as it approaches, calling you the strongest. He's saying meaningless words. "Kim Jun-hyuk, you also gritted your teeth not believing what you saw." What? Has he lost his mind? This madness! On the other side, he's wildly screaming. "If it wasn't for you, then me." He advances towards you, but you dodge. I did too. A huge explosion sends everything flying everywhere. You keep your distance from him, but he still lunges at Sanju. Next, you swing a slash at the henchman, but the wound heals quickly. Seeing this, you also look amazed. His regeneration ability has surpassed human limits. He's screaming again to attack you. One strike knocks down the bushes. You turn and dodge. Your hand lands on the ground as you look up at him, realizing his skills are even more dangerous. This won't work. Then you order space opens up. Number 2, bring that over here. On the other side, he approaches and pulls a door open. The people inside are revealed in shock. What? The door! You rush to block it. The henchman mutters, losing his mind. Weak ones must be eliminated. Immediately after, he crawls into the crowd attacking the civilians. They turn and run away. Monster, run! Someone stumbles. Blood splatters everywhere. Claws pierce through something. A man lies on the ground with wide eyes of fear, breathing heavily. Learn from this. In front of him is Byung-hun's body pierced by henchman's sharp claws. He frowns in confusion. Byung-hun? Then the claws retract as he recognizes the chairman, the association leader. Only then do you rush with your sword. Henchman notices and gets agitated. You grit your teeth and swing your sword to drive him away. Get out of here. Your attack sweeps through his body, sending it reeling back. Byung-hun's body lies motionless on the ground. People rush forward with medical supplies. Hurry, he's bleeding heavily. He recalls the girl from his previous memory and her explanation. I did this because I was scared. I was very scared back then. The little girl is pushed down, tears streaming down her face, eyes filled with shock and despair. That child, he vaguely remembers a body lying in a pool of blood, surely terrified too. People quickly rush towards him, his son still lost in thought. That girl must have been very scared. Outside, Hang Dong loses it and hovers while shouting at you. Don't get in my way, Kim Jun-hyuk. You fly up and punch him straight in the head, your face full of mockery. I'm Dong saying you fool. His body is sent flying down to a nearby building. You jump down and mock both him and the one he's desperately calling out for. Weak eyebrows reminds you he's not a hunter. Kim Jun-hyuk. San Ji-woo observes, even as a monster, he decided to die as a human. On this side, Jun-hyuk is watching a movie with Woo Hyun. You swing your hand and open space above you like a magician. The clones quickly emerge, followed by an energy burst. Hang Sung looks amazed as well. Sanju's clones transform into scorpion monsters surrounding him. He insists he'll die like a monster here. A clone fist rushes towards him. He's the tiger fat. I am. The punch smashes down on his head, causing him to stagger. The strongest one. Meanwhile, Brett carries the Guanti and Mi-ho on his back. The green-haired girl behind yells out, "Where are you going? Please don't go." She sobs hopelessly. Her tears soak her face. I'll give you the money you want, so please heal him. Please save them both. Hearing this, Brett interrupts. Be quiet, foolish man. He carries someone while explaining. I'm trying to do that all at once. The green-haired girl behind exclaims in confusion. Huh? Then you look towards the hospital confidently. If I'm here, treating them will be better. I don't plan on wasting my energy walking around. At the hospital, Junie Eong is lifted onto a stretcher and continuously treated with abilities. The doctor pants heavily, his face full of sadness. Stop it, most of his arteries are severed. His face turns dark, reminding the nurse. She knows they can't save him, but she still insists on trying to treat him. But a door is kicked open, startling both of them. Doctors, just go take a break. Labors, he extends his hand with a threatening smile. Today, all patients in this hospital will be turned to dust by me. A holy magic circle appears. A large energy flow descends. The clones of him punch and kick down the tiny Ha-sung's body. He frowns as he tries to create a stone. HMM. Then the stone breaks one clone's hand. The arm falls, but more punches continue landing. He takes the blows with a face full of helplessness. So they are his clones. Dong Sanju, that bastard. On the other side, Sanju just stands silently. Kim Jun-hyuk isn't coming over either. I prepared this plan for him. His face is full of disappointment as blood continues to flow out. But why? Why not? I've worked hard and sacrificed more than anyone else to gain power. On the other side, Sanji Yu looks at him with a blank expression, while he looks at Sanju like he's crazy. But why can't I defeat that useless scumbag? He thinks about his son Junie Yeong. Struggle. Then he roars with laughter as if reaping a harvest. Right, that scumbag must have also worked hard like me. He stretched out his hand and created a ball of light, shouting, "This is the last time I'll." A hand scratched at it, causing blood to spurt. The split-off body part still had tiny drops of blood on its sharp edge. His body was torn apart, but in his madness, he continued to scream senselessly. Ha ha ha. His face contorted with effort. Am I really just weaker than him? Then he looked at Sanju and shook Sanju, congratulating himself on becoming an S-rank hunter. Sanju was also confused by this. With his broken hand, he clenched it and shouted at Sanju, "This is the final farewell gift I'm giving you." Above, a Sing rushed towards him with a roar. He reminded him, "You should be resting in peace now." Up above, a series of meteorites were plummeting down on the entire city. Sanju muttered disdainfully, "Always there are these dog-like scoundrels who only learn their lesson when it's too late." Yi Yin gritted his teeth and tried to hold back the meteors to 3 kilometers away. So far that I can't even estimate how far they are. Even with all my energy, I'm not sure if I have enough to use the fake sword technique. He swung his sword and a series of wind waves surged towards the meteorites. "Well, we'll see," he shouted. The sword suddenly shattered into pieces. His eyes widened in shock. Then he stared blankly at the tip of the remaining sword. The split-off body also looked down. "Oh, this damn name! The capital is about to be destroyed." Suddenly, someone shouted and threw something from above. "Apprentice!" His sword was beside him. He shouted at Sanju to use it. He clutched the hilt of his sword with clenched teeth and shouted, "Vaven, use all your wind charm techniques for the fake sword technique, and pull the sword out of the ground." Above, he looked at Sanju and concluded that everything on the ground was decided by him. The name of that weapon is Sanju. His sword swung with force, creating a shockwave and the earthquake technique. One slash of his sword cut through the meteorites. Their impact caused everything to shatter. His rage cut through everything it touched in the sky. The ground was a large crater. He lowered his sword and panted heavily. "Ha ha!" Then he sat down on the ground, trying to catch his breath. Shaking violently, "Everyone, help me deal with the rest around here." The falling rocks continued to rain down. The entire city was in ruins. It's over now. At the movie theater, Jun Hyuk and Woo Hyun just finished their film. He turned to her with amazement. "They really did a good job. Are those monsters real?" She explained, "No, I think they used the illusion power of some technique or another." Then he stood up. "Now let's head to our next location." Behind Hyun, watermarks appeared on his arm. These marks became more intense over time. Hyun also understood and slowed down. She looked at her father, who was trying to hold back his arm. He silently thought the watermarks were getting serious. "Just a little bit longer. This foolish body of mine." Jun Hyuk smiled confidently, pulling up his shirt. "The only thing I can do now is this shell-like appearance." He urged Woo Hyun, "Hurry up. Let's head to the amusement park too." Outside the park, he fidgets with an electrical device. Waiting a bit, Dad might not look much like him, but Dad really knows about that tech. She stands beside him, slightly surprised. "Really?" Then the playground lights up and he cheers up now. Excitedly, they head to the roller coaster. "Let's go, you two get on." Nearby, Hyun smiles happily. "Come on, Hyun." Jun Hyuk smiles gently beside her. "Remember to smile big, okay?" Later, even if there will be unfair or troublesome times, nothing is forever hard. They prepare to ride down, but he's still lost in thought. The roller coaster plunges downward. Jun Hyuk thinks, "If I keep going, eventually." Then the sun rises at the temple, 2 figures walking down a hallway. Inside are photos and a picture of Oh-Hyen's mother. He looks at her with a mix of disappointment and sadness. Suddenly, Oh-Hyen starts crying but smiles through it. Dad. Thank you, Dad. She wipes away tears and forces a big smile. I think all my wishes have come true. If I keep going, that day will definitely come. Right, Dad? Hearing this, Jun-hyuk smiles gently at her. Woo-yoon! He mutters to himself. Then he'll... Suddenly, one of his legs disappears in panic. His body shatters more as he falls to the ground. Seeing this, she rushes over. He tries to comfort her in panic. Don't be too surprised. Just a little longer. She places her hand on his. Jun-hyuk feels a bit possessive. It's okay, Dad. Now she can't hold back the tears anymore. She puts both hands into his, tears streaming out. Today, I'm really very happy. Truly so. I'll always move forward. He tells her as his face crumbles too. His eyes don't leave her. So, Dad, don't worry anymore. Surprised, he leans back while Hyen still smiles gently. Do you know that? Jun-hyuk smiles as he takes off his hat. I knew it, right? He says, Dad really wanted to make a special day for you, but things didn't go as planned. He puts the hat on her head. Thank you, Oh-Hyen. Dad will never forget today. His body turns into dust right after. Right. If I keep going, happiness will eventually come to me. Outside the temple, Oh-Hyen sits quietly in her father's clothes. The note is filled. They ate together, visited mom's grave, went to the amusement park, and watched a movie. Below, Jun-hyuk's face is full of sorrow as he holds his clothes. Seeing this, Junmo rushes over to ask Han, Yoonha, you're here already, and Jun-hyuk, who didn't get to finish, pulls out a rock from inside his jacket. Realizing it, he nods, then kneels down to comfort Woo-yoon's trembling body. Is she happy? She replies, yes, he smiled at me very big. Outside, Yoonha panted heavily. Behind her were Yoon-hae and number 10. In front of them, the monsters were chained. She wonders, I thought everything here was resolved. Right. Then Jun-ha turns to look at number 10. I don't know who you are, but thanks for your help. He also confirmed it. Don't worry, I'm just protecting the Holy Land. Hearing that, she was confused too. The Holy Land, huh? Then she looked at the imprisoned monsters in doubt. More than that, they're still alive. Why did you capture them instead of killing them? He hesitated. I'm not sure about it. But then he revealed there might be a way to revert them back to their original form. Hearing that, Yuhua exclaimed in surprise. What? Revert back, you said? She hesitated. Hold on. Then, number 10 confirmed. That's right. Initially, those monsters were humans. Meanwhile, fragments of meteorites fell under the morning sun. The people looked up in panic. The meteors! I'm still alive! Shouts echoed through the ruined streets. We're still alive! We made it! Hoa! Other shouts were heard too. Ambulances! There are injured people here. Yes! Raven smiled proudly. Ha ha! I rushed to throw away my weapons to gain more time, but I didn't expect him to adapt so quickly. Above him, he smiled at the old man, who was holding a pin beside him. He was proud, just as expected from his disciple. I don't mind being praised either. Ha ha, thank you, sir. Suddenly, Sanju became serious and sought advice. I can swing it somehow, but there's a feeling like all my mana is being drained away. He explained that he was just starting to control it. Actually, you can use it because your ability is exceptional. With serious eyes, he said this was an important creation in his homeland. I wonder if I can use it? He was excited. What did you say? We have to do it together. Then he turned away and mentioned only 3 people survived the Eurasian Empire. Raven informed him that his master would leave again, as there were things he needed to do and places he had to go. He was a bit flustered but thanked the old man for his help, his master. He was proud too. The sun's rays began to appear, his disciple. Then he approached, placed his hand on Sanju's shoulder and smiled proudly, surprising him. I like how you tried your best to save others until the end. That must be your nature, something I can't teach you. Finally, he happily turned around and left. It seems your master has good eyes for people. Sanju lowered his head a bit, feeling a mix of pride and sadness. Don't praise me too much. I just tried my best. Then you look towards the hospital again. No matter how hard I try, there are still many people I can't save. Showing off his powerful physique. Huh? The patients excitedly jump around. Ha ha ha! I'm full of power. My arthritis is cured. My broken arm healed. My surgical scars disappeared. They look at each other, discussing in amazement. I went to the hospital and my leg healed. The doctors on the other side are busy treating patients and turn to look at Sanju. A clone! You're here, huh? Meteor from above. I bet you're the one who destroyed them, he exclaimed in surprise. Breast, Sanju's eyes widened. Why are you here? He scratched his head. Damn it, asking that damn chumper. Before he could form a shape, he announced. Earlier, I had good and bad news. Sanju lifted his head. What is it? Breast urged. In the hospital room, Juni Eong is still unconscious. He reaches into his pocket and looks down to report the situation. I've healed all of his wounds, but his heart has stopped for too long. I heard from a clone that this boy was responsible for restarting power in the entire hospital. Right, he added, surprising Sanju as well. They say it's why he keeps using his limit-breaking skills. Then he leans close to call Juni by sir. Hey, what are you doing? Wake up quickly. I remember the determined look when he turned away. I'm going to the hospital. Zhang Sangyu, stop my father's prank. He grimaced at the unconscious and confused boy. Why did you try so hard? We're not that close. His rebuke made Bless also frown in a corner. You could have stopped when it got tough. Foolish name. Sanju gritted his teeth. He said he'd handle it because of that. Sanji's hand clenched so hard on the bed it almost broke, burning his heart and nearly dying. Then he punched Juni in the chest and shouted, Wake up, you son of a bitch! He also got hit and screamed, Ah! The two people in the room stared wide-eyed at him. He regained his breath. Atai Sanju shuddered violently. Finally, my resurrection skill has awakened. Huh? Bess immediately denied it. That kind of skill doesn't exist. You crazy bastard. But Juni Iong hurriedly explained. It's a life-saving skill that keeps me alive. Then he smiled at him. By falling into a coma after suffering a fatal injury. The system framework explained the skill. Hibernation. Enter a coma to preserve your life when receiving a fatal blow. I have it. He muttered. That skill, he chuckled excitedly. Hey, you! Then Sanju didn't hesitate and punched Juni in the face with wild force. Why did you make us worry? If there's a skill like that, you should have told us. He had many question marks in his head. You son of a bitch! Doing this to an unconscious patient and waking them up. They lunged at each other. I'll put him back into a coma. Wes grinned. If that's the case, we have two good pieces of news, right? He muttered. After being depressed with the first piece of news, a girl suddenly rushed out. They all looked in that direction. Sanju's eyes widened. Gee, Jingu. She stood aside holding his arm and smiling shyly. Hey, it's been a while. Then Bless explained. I heard there was a power outage before I arrived at the hospital, and during that time, your sister had her mana drained by the virus. The doctor nervously looked at Ataki as he spoke to the little girl. We missed an important moment. Doctor, did you see? The amount of virus. He proudly smiled. At that time, the virus had run out of food and was almost completely eliminated when treatment began. In the end, it was a gamble, but it paid off. Jingu smiled sideways. Haha, you're back to normal now. Sanju's tears fell involuntarily. He rushed over. If Jingu wakes up, I have much to say. I've thought about many things. He hugged her tightly. Both of them sobbed. You had to endure so much. Yes, he thought, but I can't think anymore. Thus, dawn reappeared in the city. The unprecedented terror by Sinha Sungda came to an end. Thanks to the preparation of those who experienced the flexible portal phenomenon, casualties were lower than expected with Bless's help. The number of injured also decreased significantly. Then Sanju ordered his clone to chase Bress, catch him, lick him, while he panicked and ran away, going mad. Inside the laboratory, many monsters were captured, but thanks to my guidance given to the clone, they were caught alive. The mutated creatures could revert to their human form with Kim Woo-hyun's help. She took out a vial of bubbling liquid. This is called Maruk Revival. The rescue worker was bewildered. Oh my, wait, how did you create such a Maruk? At the same time, the drug called DEP was announced to the world. Moreover, the announcement stated that the damage was minimal, but also mentioned some inevitable losses. A funeral for Jun Hyuk was held. Visitors came with tears of sorrow. He returned, saved people, and left like this. I heard that Hunter Kim Jun Hyuk had a daughter named Woo Hyun who rescued those turned into monsters. Many of those who sacrificed are remembered with white carnations, father and son alike. I wonder why she's been hiding all this time. They say soldiers also made sacrifices. They say he protected the gate until the very end. At his grave, people curse turtles, trash, and throw cigarette butts there. The blue-haired boy felt a bit sympathetic towards him. Then he left a white carnation behind. But finally, at last, I got a call from the apartment complex. Sanju! Sanju! Sanju's mother approached his room door complaining. He hasn't woken up yet. We haven't had a family meal in so long. His father comforted him. It's okay. He's been through a lot. Jingwoo smiled at the table. We still have lunch too. She agreed with him. That's right. The kid works and hunts like crazy day and night. After a long time, sunlight finally shone into Sanju's room through the window. He was sleeping on his side in bed. I could sleep in until noon. The next day, a black stone was placed on the table. Sanju sat with clone number 1 and Junmo. They crossed their arms looking at the black stone. Clone number 1 scratched his neck. Alright, I'm getting bored waiting for you. Haven't you forgotten our condition, right? It's time to keep your promise now. He reached out and tried to hand over the shard but took it back. Hold on a moment. His eyes were full of determination. Earlier, there was something I needed to verify. My promise is to give you the shard of the 7th sin. Then he questioned, but who are you? Clone number 1 looked puzzled. What's that? He emitted a threatening and angry energy. What does this bastard want to do now? Then angrily reminded him. Seriously, don't do that. I'm warning you. Immediately, he reached out to explain. Calm down. I just wanted you to listen to me. Who are you? He impatiently slammed his hand on the table with anger. I'm the master of that shard of the 7th sin. And why do you talk like that? He denied it. No! Then he smiled and waved his hand. You're number 1, and number 1 is a clone. Next, he held up the stone like an idiot. That's why from the start, I promised to give you the shards of the 7th sin to my clones. Clone number 1 looked annoyed at him. His body was on fire with rage. If you come any closer, you'll die by my hand today. He's getting close, doomed to die. But Sanju called out loudly. No, that didn't happen. Go out, number 1. Number 1 inside also reclaimed half. Yes. He gripped tightly, shattering the soul fragment, containing a white ball. He frowned and committed the 7th sin. Then he threw the ball towards number 2, who accepted it as his own. Number 2 responded, received orders. Immediately, the extreme energy poured down. In the white space, River's face turned black as he sank into thought. Good, everything has gone according to plan so far. He looked up and instructed me to submerge potential with his clones. Sanju. Outside, number 2's body gradually transformed. River was pleased and showed that choosing him was the right decision. His feet stepped firmly on the ground as his body changed into a formidable form. Sanju, if you look at him eagerly, how is it going? Number 2, confirm again. Has your body not been taken over yet? He looked at his own body and nodded, yes. On the other side, number 1 was furious, showing fangs and roared, Dung Sanju. He was dissatisfied, that dirty scum, while he laughed mockingly. Why? I kept my promise, right? In the white space, River excitedly clenched his hands. Success! By sharing fragments with clones and allowing them to absorb them, he could balance the influence of the 7th sin. Outside, Sanju still casually poked his head out while number 1's fury made him grind his teeth against number 2's body. He concluded that if it were him, He might have absorbed all fragments of the seventh sin and gained strength to resist the system. He laughed, yeah, go ahead and kill me. Ha ha, I told you so. That evening on a rooftop in town, Two Iron dragged a gun across the ground. As dusk faded, she looked at the man before her with admiration. Ha, as promised. Before him was a masked man with his arm bandaged, having lost it. The Two Iron seemed to have faced many obstacles. He explained that he was pursued by a clone. She stood behind him. You knew this would end in death, right? He sat calmly on the rooftop's edge with his legs crossed. Yes, she aimed straight at the back of the masked man's neck. So you must have known my purpose for coming here. He remained calm. Yeah. His teacher sighed deeply. I don't deserve to speak about this. I've also participated in killing, hands not untouched by blood. But you're more than that. She questioned him, the madman. How did you create those illusions? He remained silent. I just followed the chairman's orders. The gun's mouth opened. They both challenged. So what about the chairman's order? She prepared to fire at him. The muzzle emitted smoke, including stopping me from drinking a glass of champagne. Tell me your whereabouts in the hospital and where you're going next. Reveal if disclosing plans was part of your orders. Suddenly he burst into tears. Ha ha ha. Memories of his first successful capture flooded back, accepting the opportunity given during the most difficult time of his life. He extended his hand towards the masked man, choosing based on his own mistake. Hassung laughed cunningly. It was the first and last choice. Blood tears from the mask keep falling. As a Han, I confirm, I'm certain that I received such an order. Finally, a loud explosion echoed, shattering and vanishing the mask. Meanwhile, in the city's large building, what is it? He widened his eyes in surprise. The Hessing Society will be dissolved. Junie Young adjusted his tie and confirmed. MMMHM. Next, there will be several news articles. He narrowed his eyes, puzzled. Here, if you may, I'd like to ask. You look evil. Who are you? You're not the team captain yet. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Dark Shadow. Then a revelation left him somewhat stunned. His father had left a will saying that if he died, I would become the successor of the Hessing Society. He put his hand in his pocket and sighed. Of course, the punishment remained unchanged, so I still don't meet the criteria to be the president. Sanju was surprised. The punishment didn't change? Then he turned away, mumbling to himself. In the end, I never thought I could understand my father's feelings. It's the same for beauty. And the society too. What does he expect from me? He explained further. In fact, the dissolution had been agreed upon with the management board, and the Hessing Society's actions were so severe that few opposed the decision. But don't spread rumors until you're sure. Sanju widened his eyes, a bit uncertain. Shinjuni, I mean me. Seeing this, he turned back and smiled at him. Don't worry, I'm not angry about killing your father. He was surprised too. Instead, I'm glad you ended his chaos. See you later. The room fell silent. Sanju sat on the chair, lost in thought. The punishment didn't change? So why does he still hold power at the hospital? River, what's going on here? Inside the white space, he pushed his glasses. I didn't witness it myself, so I can't be sure. The system confirms that punishment is a function of the system. It limits power to match individual physical strength, ensuring the body isn't burdened, similar to the cooldown period for skills. He understood somewhat, thinking about it. His clone skill also has a cooldown. He pushed his fingers up and stated, but considering how the hospital's power is maintained and your friend's supposed death, I'm sure he used the skill when the temporary punishment was deactivated. Punishment usually turns off under two circumstances. The first is when mana, the system's energy source, runs out. The second is when a legal awakened person dies. He spoke in an unsystematic form, but both are essentially the same because usually running out of mana leads to death. He widened his eyes in doubt. What? But I felt my mana run low several times and nothing happened, he explained. At that point, the mana wasn't depleted enough to sustain basic biological functions. In other words, it's like running out of breath after a sprint, feeling like you're about to die, but not actually dying. What if he really used his skill to commit suicide? If that leads to mana depletion and the system shutting down, he explained with to mana barriers. When mana is pushed to extremes, theoretically it might push back and temporarily allow someone to escape punishment. Of course, this is purely theoretical and only works for punishments and certain parameters. Don't be foolish enough to try. You've seen the price of ignoring the punishment yourself, right? He recalled when Junhee Young was unconscious on the bed. Sanju touched his chin, lost in thought. But that's strange with a virus too. Why do people die when mana runs out? The Earth doesn't have something called mana before disasters. He added, but humans still live healthy. River explained further, you understood the system installation process when passing through the portal, right? He explained how energy is unified with human bodies to integrate the system with them. Once unified, they gain superhuman abilities. Mud River felt a bit regretful, but since then, they relied on mana and that was the system. Suddenly, he remembered something. Ah, there's an example close by too. Sanju was surprised. What? He repeated. A case where someone awakened without stepping through the portal. In class, the teacher's voice echoed. Pay attention, everyone. The teacher smiled and stood on the podium. Today we have a new student joining us. Her name is Jin-gu. She stood on the podium smiling down at them. Hello, I'm Dong Jin-gu. Nice to meet you all. The teacher explained. Jin-gu has a special background and is 1 year older than everyone else. Remember that. He added, if there's anything unclear, ask directly instead of guessing. The students talked among themselves below. Hey, isn't she Dong Sanju's younger sister? They looked at each other arrogantly. Dong Sanju's younger sister, a blonde girl with red lipstick. How does she look? They chatted. She looks pretty. Then they started speculating. What's so special about her? I admire her. The teacher pointed to an empty seat. You can sit there. She looked at the empty seat with a smile. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a power surge laughed and looked up. The ground shook, causing Jin-gu to trip and fall to the ground. Oh, over here, Sanju muttered, wait. So the way to awaken without stepping through the portal is... River, with glasses, frowned, seriously injured by a living entity that unified with mana, usually a monster. Hence, he announced, his sister must have awakened to now. In class, everyone looked surprised. The teacher rushed in, worried. Are you okay? He was shocked, and so was she. Yes! Across the room, someone identical to Jin-gu appeared from underground. They stared at each other. What? What is this? Their hands touched in confusion. I can touch it. It's real. She raised her eyes in wonder, thinking to herself, do I have a clone technique too? Then the clone vanished, startling her. Oh, the body was kneeling on the ground. The teacher looked bewildered. Are you okay? It's just his skill. She went numb. Ah, the teacher widened his eyes in surprise. You didn't recognize me as the one who awakened. He had heard about young students awakening at very young ages. Jin-gu turned to look with a frown. Yes, the little girl was confused, but I've never participated in the awakening program. Outside, Sanju's clone hid behind bushes observing. The teacher reminded the girl, the school forbids students from using skills, so be careful. She replied, yes. The clone's face grew more serious as it stared intently at the classroom. Go play, and all the classmates looked at her curiously. Are you an awakened one? This is the first time I've seen a clone. You're using the same clone technique as Sanjung Sanju, right? She felt a bit awkward and chuckled. No need to be so formal. I just found out recently, so I'm not sure yet. They urged her. Please demonstrate it for us again. Meanwhile, the classmates who were playing around Jinggu were on the rooftop discussing. Hey, that wasn't part of our plan. Have you used it? No, I don't have a skill like that. The blonde girl crossed her arms disappointedly. Just as she was about to fall, suddenly a clone appeared in front of her. The clone's face was full of anger and hostility, glaring at them. He narrowed his eyes angrily, questioning them. I saw you planning to use your skill to knock down the little master's servant. Tell me what you were thinking when you did that. Then he threatened them silently, warning no one to make a sound. The three of them were scared. The clone. This is Dong Sanju's clone. Outside, Jingu tried to escape her friend's inquiries. She stood in a corner of the wall, panting, finally escaping. Then she smiled excitedly at her hand. So what's happening to me? Did I really awaken? With the clone technique. At the same time I woke up in the hospital, everything had changed a lot. My brother was regarded as a hero of the Great Han Empire by everyone. She remembered waking up and many reporters came to interview her. For several days after waking up, everything was chaotic due to the reporters, making it hard for her to think clearly. No one could say anything more about the strongest hunter-S in South Korea. Sang-yu and his clones dominated the sky with a focus on his brother's clone technique. Jingu clenched his fist and smiled excitedly. I knew my brother's clone technique was impressive at first sight, but I didn't know it could be so powerful. She reached out to try recreating it. Moreover, if I can use the clone technique too, muttering, what would that be like? It's like… Suddenly, a white space appeared in front of her. Jingu was stunned. I hoped someone could catch me when I fell. Oh, beside her, a clone resembling White Duck appeared. Then both clones tightly grabbed hands. I did it. We did it. She propped herself up and looked at the clone. But why did you catch me first? Hey, shouldn't you be saying to obey your master or something like that? Suddenly, a space outside flickered. Jingu's attention was drawn by the voice. Great! She looked at him with excitement. Just arrived. Are you the jumper? He stood on one side of the rooftop, propping his leg up and showing off his pockets filled with odd items. Who would have thought that she would awaken with a clone ability? Absolutely cinematic. Meanwhile, the bullies were sweating profusely, supporting themselves. Hear me out, the blonde girl defended. We really just wanted to play around and get closer to her. All three demons fell down. With a bruised face, she explained, I made the ground slippier. This one softened the floor and asked if it was okay with you. Her voice trembled as she spoke, but surprisingly, he used his skill. Everything started to go haywire. The clone froze for a moment, right? The blonde girl's tears kept falling out of fear. We just tried to get closer to your sister because we're all big fans of the painter Sanju. We apologize. We won't do it again. The clone remembered Sanju's instructions. Hey, help my sister fit in at school. Do something if anyone bullies her. The clone thought through the targets and answers. We bullied this girl. No, you helped her integrate. No, what did you do to those kids? Yes, he wiped them out. Alright, I'm getting carried away. On this side, the jumper explained while Jingu and the clone listened in shock. This skill looks like Dong Sanju's clone, but is slightly different. He smiled and observed carefully. It resembles a physical entity and looks exactly like her, but in reality, it's like looking through a mirror. It can be considered a mirrored copying ability. Unlike a conscious clone, but it's real, a special skill. Hearing this, Jingu also looked at the clone. Thinking about it, the clone's bracelet was on the other hand. So this isn't really a clone ability after all. She awkwardly glanced towards Comper. Well, in that case, this isn't a true clone skill. He comforted her. Don't be too disappointed. The truth is the outfit you're wearing can be copied exactly. That's valuable. Then he explained, no matter what equipment you have on, it can be copied. This allows you to develop your fire skills to 2-3 times faster. Both of them blushed excitedly at this. Thinking about it, if clothes couldn't be copied. Suddenly, he made a suggestion. With that assumption, do you want to try out that skill? We can go to a nearby gate and hunt for a while. I'll protect you, so you won't be in danger. Jingu was slightly flustered. Sorry. Suddenly there was a reply that made him jump. I'm sorry, but I can't agree to that. Sanju landed behind Jumper's back. She also looked excitedly. Oh, you're wearing defensive gear and looking at me sideways? Jingu threw in. Big brother, your face is full of vigilance. It's time for my sister to go to school. Seeing Jumper still calmly greet us. Sangju, we meet again, he muttered first. Then with gratitude at the bottom of his heart, he thanked Jumper and heard that you were the one who sent a prayer to Career. Thank you, my sister has also improved. Jumper still stared straight ahead. Then he glanced around again. But I have some doubts about how you approached her. What is your purpose in taking her hunting? He snapped his fingers, muttering, "If so, I'm very grateful." Behind him opened up a dark space. "We can talk somewhere quieter." Sanju was swallowed whole by it. Jumper explained, "This is the child's space. It's a special space. It will block system interference." Seeing him grit his teeth and prepare to pull out a clone, he asked, "Of course, it can't block your clone, but will you listen to me first? I'm not here to fight." In the child's space, Jumper concluded that he had developed and grown much stronger. In his heart, he recognized how strong he was from their last meeting, but now it seemed even stronger. He changed the subject again. "Let's talk first. This is about your sister." "You're right. I plan to lead her to the portal and register with the system." His eyes widened in surprise. Then he looked puzzled. "Why?" He put his hand into his jacket pocket. "If she's caught using skills without registering with the system, she'll be in danger." Sanju was still confused. "By whom?" He smiled. "Of course, by those trying to create Armageddon." Hearing this, Sanju jumped and seemed a bit alarmed. "As I thought, Jumper also knows about Armageddon." He calmly stood in the child's space. "I'm not sure if you've heard of it yet, but the condition for Armageddon is registration with the system for all humanity. But what if there's an exception where someone wakes up outside the system? They'll never be able to join the Awakening program again. And if they don't go hunting, they could face danger from those who created Armageddon." He thought to himself. Sanju gritted his teeth again, his expression unclear. Then he approached and patted him on the shoulder. "The hunter Sanju, I know you've also noticed something suspicious about the system. I've heard many bad things too." But Jumper's face was full of whispers to him. "Don't trust River too much." Sanju paused as well, his voice trembling with surprise. "How?" "I know River." Jumper concluded that he was always only thinking about himself. He clutched his chest in pain and gritted his teeth angrily. More accurately, he doesn't care about anything except his own goal, meaning, to achieve it, he's willing to sacrifice everything. "Next, you added more, right? You've seen the danger of the 7 deadly sins team? Still, he asked you to gather them." Sanji's face darkened at his words, ignoring the risk to his sister. His hand reached behind and opened another space, a cold expression on his face. "I hope you won't follow the same path as me." The small space was cut off and he vanished. "Alright then." Sanju was released back. Jingu ran over worriedly. "Big brother, where did you go? You surprised me there." In the white space, River called out to him too. "Dung Sanju, are you alright? You just lost connection for a moment. What happened?" Sanju appeared before River, who was still sitting silently. His face darkened as if he had discovered something unbelievable. "So I'm not the only one gathering the 7 deadly sins." River remained calm and stopped listening. "Jumper told you that already?" He questioned him. "Yes, I did." Then he adjusted his glasses hesitantly, finally confirming, "You're the 4th one." Sanju was also surprised by this. River calmly added, "And Jumper is right before you. He's the 3rd. Then he stood up and confirmed, "I'll tell you everything. About the system, Eurasia, and about the end of the world too." Sanju returned to reality. "Jingu." Then Sanju placed his hand on her shoulder and instructed, "For now, go home. My clone will escort you. And take a break from school for now too." Jingu's eyes widened in shock. "Alright," she shouted in confusion. "What's happening? At least explain it to me, right?" But he smiled and turned away. "Don't worry too much. I'll be back soon. And congratulations on becoming a..." On the other side, a reserve bottle was picked up. Jumper sat down in his chair. He looked up and fell into deep thought. The system frame appeared beside him. "Earlier, we lost connection for a moment." He explained to it, "I had to use the spatial subspace skill temporarily. Your actions are gradually deviating from the prophecy. And keep reminding me like this. When will all humanity awaken? That's our plan after all." Meanwhile, Jumper lifted the reserve bottle. Too many variables have appeared. Things that never happened before are now happening continuously. He sat quietly with the bottle, leaning back in his chair. The system notified. Things that never happened before. Don't be so sensitive. Then he fell into a white space. The end of the world is drawing near. The man's ear was on Jumper's shoulder. We hope you didn't miss it. His eyes lit up. Jumper's face showed determination. The only chance to save yourself. Elsewhere, battle scenes were shown with someone's regret. Crying, "Did you see that?" That's the result of beauty. Enhance a hunter. Despite the name to stages, but the immediate effects are impressive. Trevor excitedly looked at the system frames nearby. With such a drug, we could evolve humanity one more step. He got a response. I understand now. Then the system gradually faded out. He silently stared at it. Then he muttered doubtfully. Really? His hand tightened with each question. Elisa, do you really think so? You are an artificial intelligence I created. How could you defy me? Before them, people lay scattered on the ground. He urged, but at least this time please answer as freely as the Eliza I used to know. The system frames and mechanical voice appeared. Trevor, you knew this from the start. His body trembled at the system. Is this really what you want to create? In the US, Pennsylvania, Ohio, bustling cities, Sanju's eyes widened in amazement. Oh! He stood before a large building. This is Professor Yu's lab. Inside it calmly. It's not on the surface. Beneath the ground, I will tell you its location. So please dig up the ground. Sanju's eyes widened in shock. Then he started digging out the courtyard. He dug enthusiastically, but wondered why now he was only explaining his past. I heard about you from Jumper. River explained, we need to make sure you understand properly first. Then he continued in a raised voice. I wanted to tell you even earlier than that. I had no intention of hiding anything. He remembered his first appearance as a system before him and wondered if he had sent the address here to you back then. After this is over, come here. My research materials are here. Now he's also stunned. Oh right, he did send it. River scolded. But even then, you didn't go look for that place. So I feel there's no need to show you anymore. Sanju dug enthusiastically and wondered, what about my sister? Then he was full of doubt. At that time, were you really lying? He in the white space responded, that matter. The things he said back then probably had some merit, but just because the name registration system doesn't exist doesn't mean danger will disappear. In the end, everything depends on your judgment, and it seems like I stumbled upon something. Sanju saw an underground tunnel and muttered to himself, even if you know how Urantia disappeared, there's still time. He then boldly opened the door of the basement and looked down. What is this place? The wires on the stairs were still tangled. He wondered why the wires were still functioning. River calmly explained from inside. This is my dream. He entered. Inside, there was a computer system and modern equipment. He explained. That was the first prototype. Yeah, now I remember everything started here. Around 1950s Philadelphia, in this factory, he was diligently researching when someone called out from behind, River, River. At that time, I was a researcher on a secret government project. He looked happy with his research as the door knocked. River, open up. Now River noticed that the person outside had lost patience and might kick the door in, along with two colleagues he knew from young adulthood. She complained, you're doing it again, VOC. Beside him, someone sighed. He wasn't giving up yet. They were the Aliyah Research Project team, the Trevor John Suspension Bridge Research Project. She was furious. I called you this weekend and you didn't answer. On the other side, he was still suspiciously focused. Do you think we can't be good at all sports? She looked surprised. Huh, River muttered something about tennis too. We know the ball is coming and we know how to place our shot to hit it, but it seems like our racket always hits the air instead of the ball. Behind Trevor, he explained that was because they lacked movement skills while he was still working hard. I hope ordinary people can do what I do. What I'm making is a system to help people achieve their desires. River stared intently at the research on the table with a serious expression. If I complete this system, the world will be a place where everyone can fulfill their dreams. Even without talent, and even those who can't walk or run, they could do anything they've ever thought of before. Behind Trevor, he extinguished the dream. What you want is just an illusion. Do you think machines can control humans at a cellular level? She looked grim and he was still stubborn. I think that concept applies to drugs too, and I'm not giving up on them either. How can you feel satisfied when what you create only shows the traits someone desires? Behind Trevor, he became impatient and shouted in despair. What? At least it's better than this useless machine. Elisa crossed her arms and watched them bicker unhappily. Again, River reminded him with a smile. Calm down. Once I complete this project, your path to success will come to you. Immediately after, she grabbed Trevor by the neck. Stop it now. Guys, he struggled. His face turned red. Let me go. Next, her words made River pause and look up. What day is today? Today is the project test day. Doing personal experiments can be fun too, but we have to do our assigned work, right? Huh? The test itself isn't dangerous. It's the first one, so the voltage is pretty low. Back then, everything seemed to be going smoothly. In a large construction bay, comments echoed as they tested demagnetization, normal coil voltage, and the generator operating normally. All systems are functioning. River and Eliza looked at the control panel. He confirmed it. Alright then, let's start right away. Trevor held the controller with a bit of reluctance. Is it because I messed things up? Then he shouted out. Turn around! I'm going to the bathroom. Hold on for a moment. Elisa glanced at Farnan. Why now, though? He explained. He said he was busy with tests earlier and didn't have time. River firmly refused. Let's do it again then. After all, there's nothing exciting about it anyway. She smiled widely in response. Shall we start? He'll lead us back when he comes out. River stated. Sometimes I still think about it. His hand rested on the starter handle. If we had waited to hide that day, would anything have changed? The model outside began to activate and the system started showing current flow. Inside the bay, River was a bit confused. He wasn't sure if the magnetic field detector picked up any signals yet. Elisa looked at the control panel, noticing that the signal seemed to be weakening. Suddenly, outside there was a loud noise as the models began to fall and shake violently, creating a large impact at the dock. Someone rushed into the test chamber in panic. What's going on? What's happening here? She turned around and shouted as the mainframe started smoking. Please wait while we investigate. He panicked, rushing out, looking around like it was reacting to something. Above the dock, a black void opened up. River and Elise's eyes widened in amazement. Holy! Oh my god! Only now did Trevor step out of the bathroom looking confused. What was that sound? Sorry for being late. Maybe I ate something strange this morning. He looked up. Oh, everything around us is just a pile of ruins. He stood there in shock. Hey, in another space, voices are shaking. We succeeded. We really did succeed. His eyes opened wide with confusion. They look like us. Is he okay? It's very different from what I expected. River woke up, hearing voices around him. He's awake now. The people in front of them looked amazed. Are you awake? Next to Eliza, someone also woke up with their head in their hands. River, he seems a bit startled. Elisa, are you okay? A man excitedly shouted out. Everyone, the summoning ritual was successful. Legendary hero. He concluded that the one who will protect the Urantia Empire from Grand ID has arrived as foretold in the prophecy. Elisa hesitated with confusion on her face. What's going on? River, I need to explain. He also looked on with suspicion. Me too. Then they were taken to the castle. The one who accompanied them explained that there would be 3 meals a day. If you want extra food, just let me know. Moreover, we will provide any equipment needed within our empire's capabilities. Feta led them round the hall and added more about the language. It will be translated through magic, so there won't be a language barrier. Then she pointed to a room with a smile. First, rest to recover from the long journey. They are still in shock. Why died now? Both of them were deeply shocked, lost in their thoughts. This is the first time I've heard this language. But I understand what she's saying. A rabbit speaking human language. Is this really magic? And there are huge monsters too. They shouted at the strange sight outside the castle walls. Where are we now? Back to reality, you're starting to understand gradually. So, Urantia Empire tried summoning Hero U. What a silly idea. River calmly explained in the white space. They said it was an ancient legend of Tuburn when the Urantia Empire faced crisis. A legendary hero would appear, defeat the enemy, and bring peace. The exact reason why the gate opened is unclear. They could only guess that their summoning ritual coincided with our experiment leading to this result. He added that the building, living creatures, and even humans were things I've never seen before. However, Eliza and I quickly adapted. You also approached the keyboard in front of you. Surprising! I thought scientists would be the first to abandon magic. River's face was serious. That's just a prejudice. When an unexpected situation occurs, we adapt faster than anyone else. After all, the job of a scientist is to discover the processes and rules behind the results. Sanju hesitated like this. Before he could finish speaking, he made a suggestion. Let me show you the things I've experienced. Immediately after that, some electric currents started to flicker. You're also surprised by this. Going back in time, the two of you sat silently at the table. Zyver calmly pieced everything together. Alright, let's summarize. First, this isn't Earth. This is a planet called Tiber, but it's unclear if it's in our galaxy. It seems they're using something called mana to use magic and have developed it for communication, transportation into other systems. Elisa widened her eyes and added, there's still one thing most important. They mistaken us for legendary heroes. Hearing that, he fell silent. People think of the monster attacking the tribe. They said they were at war with a tribe called Grand Adi. That might be their declaration. Probably they are the only unified empire on this planet. And Grand Adi is an invading force from another world. We're scientists. River crossed his arms and smiled confidently. But not really. Perhaps this is a highly unusual phenomenon. We can't stay here. Right. She chuckled. Right. Trevor must be looking for us. That's why we're comfortable thinking about it. He added the invaders and other stuff. We have nothing to do here. Elisa agreed. Because we're not some heroes. River emphasized again. Right, I'm curious about the rules behind these things. But it's a method that can't be used on Earth. Because there's no mana there. Let's explain the situation tomorrow and ask them to take us back. We couldn't assess our own situation properly. Then outside, the frenzied subjects screamed below the castle, scoundrels. Duke, come out here. Show us the hero you mentioned. The Duke looked down at the chaos below and announced, I apologize to both of you for showing this shameful image. I tried my best not to make you worry. Feder explained with confusion, as if they had seen it. In fact, despite some objections from those involved in the summoning ritual, which consumed significant amounts of mana and required various resources, many doubted its effectiveness. She concluded looking at the people below, so a few extreme opinions were raised. Those who pushed the plan during the war should be held responsible. If they can't deliver results, they must hang themselves. She turned to Zyver. He trembled. She muttered, if you don't show them what you want, the summoner must be executed as a warning. Well, they lack trust too much. You just need to show them the power of the hero. Hearing this, both were startled, their bodies trembling. Later in her room, Eliza lay on the bed with the blanket. We're done for. Really done for. On his side, he stood looking out the window. I didn't expect this. Even if we say we're not their saviors, it seems they won't be nice enough to take us back. Over here, she cried bitterly. Elisa stopped sobbing and sniffled. What should I do? I don't want to die here. Heroes and other things. I've never fought before. She gave up instead of dying this way. I must speak everything out. Beside River, he placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Eliza calmed down. He leaned close to her face and concluded, if we know where we are, there must be a way back. Now our job is to figure it out. Elisa stopped crying with a grimace. How do we go back? Since then, I've been studying every book available. They immersed themselves in the library. the Royal Library of the Eurasian Empire. That's where all knowledge related to mana and magic progression is stored. River read with confusion. Fire, crystal, ice, lightning aren't these basic magical elements? She also didn't lag behind as she flipped through books on spatial displacement and even information about dimensional rifts. Everything you need is here. Thus began our research to find a way home. While reading, she imagined the surroundings around her. At the top of Odin's tower, there's an artifact that doesn't tolerate failure. I wish I had one. River learned about soul fragments and even information related to Earth. The 7 deadly sins. There's a powerful ancient creature at the bottom of the abyss that can destroy any mana connection, other artifacts. Then he stood in a magic circle, reaching out his hand to perform a fireball spell. Despite all the knowledge we've read and rules we understand, he stared in amazement at his non-magical hands. I still can't use basic magic, let alone spatial displacement. He stood inside the magic circle. What are the rules of these issues? We need to solve this problem first before applying complex knowledge. A tale approached. Nothing's going smoothly. The noble stream walked confidently in front of him. Legendary hero. The last descendant of Urentia Braymouse. Seeing that day, he hesitated and stopped to look around. Mr. Braymouse. Braymouse thought to himself, "You're not as motionless on our first meeting anymore, right?" Then River scratched his head, a bit confused. I've never seen the rabbit talk before. That day was a bit shocking. That's a racial slur. Be careful. Then he muttered to himself, quite loudly. From our first meeting, I knew something was off with your plan. River was also startled by this. Braymouse's eyes shone with an explanatory green light. If you look into someone's eyes, you can discover about them. I apologize. I didn't know what mistake happened during the summoning, but a scientist from Earth isn't like a cloud hero, right? Hearing this, he sighed deeply and clenched his fists. Gray Mouse continued talking nonstop. You might already know, but once they realize you're not a hero, they won't be nice to send you back. They'll throw you out to appease public opinion. They will save resources for guiding someone else and use them to find a new hero. He lowered his head and looked straight into his eyes. So Gray Mouse suggested, what if you become an actual hero? River was sweating bullets, feeling tense. That night in the nearby forest near the castle, he suggested using mana as a resource for magic. In the forest, River pushed his round glasses away. Unable to control mana means no magic can be used in such situations. Understanding the complex rules of magical structure is useless. I can hear your voice in my head. His body moved through the shadows, a bit confused, but this really is how you sense mana, right? Braymouse asked again, are you doubting me? He ducked into the bushes with a slight blush. This is the fastest way. Believe me, his body trembled from cold. But Mudriver was still hesitant to accept. Yes, I have no other choice but to learn magic. Next, you sit cross-legged on the ground trying to feel nature, as Braymouse said, closing your eyes and relaxing your entire body. You, a creature, are just a tiny part of this huge world system running operationally. Suddenly, River caught something confusing. The system! He quietly listens to the nature. His voice still echoes in my ears. Don't treat mana like something special. Just like when you raise your hand and it's drawn into the surrounding air. You'll definitely feel mana immediately touching everything around you. River looks at his own hands disappointedly. I still can't do it. Gray Mouse remarks. You're too distracted. Focus on one thing better. Suddenly, a sound from the bushes made him jump and look over. His face showing both confusion and tension mutters. Is there someone else here? He confirms. Of course, you're not alone now. From the dark grassy area, a sound is heard. He hesitates. Who's over there then? A familiar voice rings out. Is it you? River. River also jumps in surprise. On the other side, she complains. Damn, he says he'll teach me how to control mana. But what method is that? Don't look this way, okay? Her body flushed red and she crouched behind a tree looking out. She shouts, I told you not to look. River remains speechless. The glasses shatter flying away. Then I awaken my mana. His eyes glow and emit energy. She is confused. What the heck? How did you do that? Thanks to my secret, Eliza tried to control her mana. And once she mastered mana control techniques, she gained power to bring all accumulated knowledge into reality. They softly cast magic vortexes. River waves his hand to open a spell circle. This is a basic magic circle. She experiments if you add transformation and activate it. Applying other magic rules from the books we read doesn't take much time. Grey Mouse proudly watches them practice, just as expected. They're really good. Then we got both good and bad news. That morning at the castle, the bad news is that even after learning magic, they still couldn't find a way to go back home. They studied sealing magic day and night. Space travel is impossible without a large amount of resources and help from many people. But the good news is that the villagers admire them. Oh, indeed, as promised. We are great magical geniuses. They together created a huge energy ball like the color of the earth. Everyone started to talk about it. How did they awaken such high-level magic? This will suddenly make someone approach and glare at them. What are you planning? Raven mutters, can she tell her fallen teammates that these two have become strong in just 2 weeks, so if they can hold out for a year, they'll be fine. She can ask them to rush into death for no reason at all while guarding the border over time. Some people recognized him. He seems to have returned from the front lines. Even if they call him the Empire's sword protector, he's too rough. Raven held his sword and glared darkly. I was just curious. This is the first elemental knight of Urench Akaisel Raven. He added impatiently. How long will our two legendary heroes take to drive out Crane Eye, so we can see how powerful their magic really is? Elisa listened, her face utterly bewildered. Huh? Our magical skills? She was interrupting herself as Raven charged forward. He told them not to be too hasty. The other side mentioned that it takes 3 years just to get a pomegranate. Isn't 2 weeks too short? Raven agreed. Indeed. He clarified more clearly. I mean because of those who sacrificed themselves. Raven firmly drew his sword from its scabbard. Everything was decided. He wasn't going to change his mind. He turned away, but you have to show us the results for abandoning us. Within a year, that's our maximum tolerance. Sanji Yu stood in a corner, observing with admiration, like his second young master. But he also saw it as natural. Back then, he was just as impulsive. It makes sense. Javan always opposed using summoners for this. He thought the resources should be saved to boost frontline supplies. What Sanji Yu needed to focus on more wasn't that. But in the end, the summoning ritual was set and they had to endure a long time without support. They must have faced many difficulties. He observed quietly. Of course, this made us very uneasy. Lieber sighed with relief as if he couldn't believe it. Did I almost die just now? Sanju felt a strange sensation. It was such an odd feeling from the past appearing before his eyes. Is this my memory? He tried to focus on returning to the past. Just like that. You can only understand by seeing it yourself. Feta bowed, tears falling in fear. I'm sorry. We've troubled you heroes. He's usually very kind. Grimace spoke first. I should be the one to apologize to him. Their learning speed has been quite fast. Elisa quickly comforted him. This isn't your fault, Mr. Bramus. Grimace felt uneasy, but we need a more practical approach. Destructive magic and healing magic work well. Lieber was extremely anxious. I can't keep doing this. He had careful plans. In the end, they would still seek other heroes if we couldn't meet their expectations. We need a backup plan to protect ourselves in case of failure. Sanju realized, remembering now, I've always thought about this. But there are similarities between magic principles and electronic circuits. And that became the key to unlocking my awakening skills. By combining both principles, I could freely harmonize between scientific and magical principles. He gradually discovered it. So what's common among these complex diagrams? He concentrated on observing. He even sensed the weakness of current magic. When he realized, it was even clearer because it had been modularized for easy explanation. From outside, Eliza walked in and called out, River, we need to practice magic now. River was quite surprised. Is it time already? She noticed something strange and became curious. But what are you doing in the closet all this while? He quickly explained that it was a machine equipped with mana enhancement and a teleportation ring. River elaborated further. Simply put, this can transport us back to Earth. Elisa heard this and was extremely surprised. Huh? Can we do it? He spoke anxiously without much thought. It's not fully complete yet, but if we can activate it. Elisa hugged him joyfully. River, you are a genius indeed. Honestly, I was very scared. That guy with the rope too. And I still couldn't look them in the eye. When she heard the news, she felt extremely happy. I was so scared to death. I thought I had to live here for the rest of my life. River blushed and shyly reminded him. Hey, you're too close now. She hesitated and let go. Sorry. He moved away slightly. You didn't notice the ring when you saw it? It has a circuit-like structure. Elisa seemed a bit confused. Circuit? She probed further. So are you saying there's a circuit in that machine? I don't know. At this moment, River felt very strange. Did she not notice the similarity? Does she use magic at my level? Elisa playfully warned. By the way, this is our secret. I really like that. A secret between us two only. The other side was very worried on that day. Why isn't anyone here? From then on, they kept practicing and we kept adding magic to them. They diligently enhanced their physical abilities using mana, ways to strengthen weapons with mana, and methods to boost magical power. Sanju was observing from afar. I never exercised before, but with the quickness and continuous training, I also gained a physique I had never dreamed of. It felt like having basic system stats. Do you have any plans? To be honest, yes. For them, learning magic was an amazing time for me. Just like that, another year passed. Time flies so quickly. The deadline with David is getting closer and closer. Remus felt very reassured. This should be fine now. On that day, he said to Elisa, your ability is mana enhancement for healing. It will enhance any healing magic related to any element. She was extremely surprised. So, that's why she would learn like that? Grimace had a bit of anticipation, even though it seemed her mana was slightly lacking. Sanju paid close attention to this. Psionic ability? Just like the Soul Awakening skill. That is her unique ability. Elisa has healing powers stronger than ours. He bent down, extremely curious. As for River, I still don't know what his psionic ability is. But with his strength, it might be related to enhancing destructive power. He hesitated. I think so too. First of all, Primus looked around carefully. Is this what they could achieve in just 1 year? He instructed. That's it for today. Everyone go rest. After all, tomorrow is an important day. River is very excited to wait. Finally, the time has come for me to show Grand ID to everyone. See your own power, Gil. He opened the cabinet door. I didn't expect we would start engaging in combat from tomorrow. Liber was very relaxed. Luckily, I finished it before being deployed to the front line. He showed off his work. At first, I thought a closet-sized one would be just right, but it turned out much bigger than expected. Even with the amplifier added and despite loving the formula, there's still plenty of mana left. Maybe we'll have to understand all our mana. He turned around and asked, are you ready to go back? Raven repeated, of course I am. He firmly said, for those who fell. Elisa hesitated, as if saying, see, it feels a bit strange after putting in so much effort to create it. She asked with difficulty, but even just 1 day, would you want to help them? River's face showed fear. Huh? She recalled what happened and of course, not everyone was happy about it. But most people treated us well during our stay here. The training was tough, but learning magic was new and exciting. Elisa didn't want to leave, and we could always run away if we felt danger. Just 1 day after. Announce it, the Grand ID gate has opened in the north. The monsters rushed over. They are Type 1. The leader hastily ordered them to enter the forest. Type 1 doesn't have intelligence. Everyone tried to escape. Hurry, a loud explosion echoed. He felt more excited. Good job. Defend against those low types. We succeeded in faking it. Suddenly, a monster appeared from behind. She said type and they were. It screamed loudly, making everyone pay attention. A special type of creature has appeared. He fell to the ground with blood on his face. Damn it! Level increase. This is the first time I've encountered this species. No, if the barrier had a flaw like that, everyone is at a disadvantage. They are surrounding us. They are extremely afraid. Save me! The guys are fighting with all their might. Call for medical assistance. Quickly call for help from the main office. The battle turned chaotic. The monster is under attack. Everything was turned upside down. Use fear to return to a bewildered face. He slowly approached. Nice to meet you all. River introduced himself. We are legendary heroes. Elisa is still shaken up. Did I really use that title? Junmo suddenly woke someone up, looking panicked. Instinctively, he raised his shirt to check. Haha, my own wound. The cat asked curiously. Captain, are you awake now? Junmo urgently inquired about the situation. The gate. Is it okay? Any casualties or damage? The cat reassured him gently. Stay calm, everything is fine now. Someone has saved us. Right now, Eliza is treating everyone. Anyone who hasn't been treated yet, please let me know. I'm still shaken up. Meanwhile, in the castle, someone's voice echoed. What? The team successfully blocked the gate and returned without any casualties. Really? The young man asked excitedly. Is it true? Someone beside him said. They said they are on their way back. Everyone was jubilant with this news. The mother hugged her child affectionately. As long as you're safe, that's good. The little girl sobbed. Mom, a young couple immediately expressed their feelings to each other. I want to propose to you. After the war ended, the girl couldn't hold back her tears. Lauren, moreover, many people were happy to reunite with their loved ones. This kid did a good job. Show me a picture of your son, and I'm sure you'll be flooded with attention when you return. That's why I was able to do it. But River is very tense. If we just go back to Earth like this, he observed the atmosphere around him. These people might. At that moment, a man shouted out, Everyone, we are all here because of them. The heroes saved us. Hearing this, everyone responded together. Heroes, long live the heroes. Elisa softly added her thanks to River. Thank you, River, for following my suggestion. She's a bit relieved now, so I can leave without regretting it. Liber immediately suggested, how about we give them one more day? Elisa must be happy to hear that, right? Do you think the same? The battle is still going on somewhere. The young girl noticed the person in front of her. They are the heroes everyone talks about, aren't they? Then she expressed gratitude. Thank you. The Swift team is gone. Liber comforted her. Don't worry, everyone's fine. He thought to himself, they're right next to the battlefield. That should be safe enough. Let's help them first. A man who was treated by Eliza was worried about his wound. She knew what he was thinking and assured him it would heal soon. Elisa added, we can even reconnect lost parts if not too long. The man seemed reassured. Really? Elisa and Liber shared the same thought. Let's treat these people first and return to Earth. Or rather, after them, we'll help a few more. A soldier rushed in with good news. The number of casualties and wounded has decreased significantly. The gate breaking is going well too. Grima didn't expect this. Have they changed their minds? Who convinced them? Day after day turned into a week, then a month, and finally a year. Eventually, we forgot about staying a bit longer and started looking forward to tomorrow more. Everyone was elated with joy. Liber, Eliza. The Eurasian Empire has become a place to return to rather than leave from. Liber approached Eliza and said, I'm back now. It's become our home. Elisa replied happily. You worked hard, Liber. And they shared a passionate kiss where we welcome each other. After the kiss, Liber noticed his companion. What is it, Eliza? She brought up an old topic. Do you remember when we were learning to control mana? You told me to focus on one thing only. Liber shuddered as Eliza reminded him, but I don't understand why you woke up for me just after meeting me. She sighed. Every word she said had hidden meaning. It's just that I suddenly remembered that advice. No need to beat around the bush. Elisa pointed out directly. When I pursued you on Earth, You didn't even look at me, and then on another planet, you were still not sincere. But she felt it was an interesting experience. I left my home planet, my projects, and the system, which should have been the purpose of my life. I only live happily now, Liber added. Isn't that right? They knew for sure that the prison gate would never open again. Time passed and war established an organized system. While Eliza focused on maintaining the army and fortifying defenses, he took advantage of the gaps in Grand ID's remnants to break through and reclaim territories. The strategy shifted to offense smoothly. We started retaking lost territories, and Grand ID's attacks slowed down. 5 years have passed since we were summoned here. Eliza held a book alone, wondering when Liber would return. Today is an important day. She guessed, but was actually quite tired these few days. Could it be because the defenses expanded, but they couldn't leave either? Suddenly, Eliza's world turned upside down. At this moment, a monster had been defeated by someone. The other person's hand gripped a bloody sword tightly. Karen was bored and dismissed Minnie's name as unremarkable. Just talking when something rushed past her. She couldn't see it. The monster from earlier had been defeated by someone in the evil gaze of Karen. The other person reminded angrily, I've told you to stop being careless many times. The Eurasian Empire, elemental swordsman Kaiser Javan appeared and questioned. How long will it take for the elemental swordsman's successor to wake up? The Eurasian Empire, disciple of Kaiser Karen Javan, recognized a familiar face from Lian Fan Nan, her master. She was bored with this. And she said, we only destroyed some passing scouts who breached our defenses, Javan pointed out. This is an important mission. Do you think we can maintain the current offensive position if the defenses weaken? Kieran bluntly compared. Those heroes couldn't handle it. Well, we struggle on the front lines. They were comfortably eating in the capital city. Before he could finish speaking, his head was hit by a sword. Kieran stumbled and fell to the ground with a large bump on his head. Kieran hesitated, Master, but the tone was serious and full of authority, like those heroes. He scolded harshly. Do you think Liber and Eliza are my friends? Do you know how to use proper titles? How dare you? Karen defended herself. Back then, Master also evaluated them. Before they even spoke, they were already in trouble. Shut up! Who did it? When, at that moment, a voice rang out, Kaiser, you're too strict with her. Dwayvon seemed relieved as he saw Liber return. Liber, are you back? He acknowledged, yes, thanks to the two of you, we were able to attack so smoothly. Over these 5 years, Dwayvon has been my closest friend. Liber and Kieran have grown closer with them. Hearing Dwayvon's words, she scrutinized him. Master just told me to use proper titles. So he clearly said, you're not my friend, but ours. Because Eliza and I helped a lot to reduce casualties in his team. And Raven has been one of the strongest supporters of mine. More loyal than anyone else. Raven chats happily. Isn't it, Nendia? The Hymage title is coming soon. Liber feels a bit overwhelmed by all the praise. Hymage, that's quite an honor. Raven dismissed it. Ridiculous. Who else would be more suitable for that title? He brought up old times. Liber, I sincerely apologize for our first meeting. Liber waved it off. I've apologized so many times. It's been years. Forget about it. I'm leaving now. That was the last time I smiled at Tiburn. Then he went home, but often called out, Eliza, are you done? Liber continued, we need to participate in this ceremony. Sunju's spirit has been here this whole time. Damn it! Liber was startled by the person lying on the floor. Elisa, Dong Sanju, you know about this or very well. Upon realizing what happened, Liber became even more panicked. Elisa, what's going on? It's about when Eliza was infected with the virus. The sacrificial altar echoed with everyone's conversation, becoming a Hymage in just 5 years. It's hard to believe, right? Focusing on the summoning ritual is definitely the right choice. It seems like the moment to destroy those monsters is approaching. The gray-haired man asked, when will those heroes arrive? The middle-aged man poked and said, I heard they've already arrived in the capital. They must be busy. Let's wait a bit. Feta asked, should I go find them? Gray Mouse stood silently by. Then the white door opened. The platinum-haired spirit cried out, oh, Looks like the heroes are here. The blonde man happily poked and said, "Great, let's start. We should begin the induction ceremony for the great mage right away." But unlike the joy in the hall, Lieber's face was filled with worry and panic as he entered. Feta looked confused. Elisa and Lieber were scared. Inside the room, what happened? Something occurred. Help me! Bray Mars remained calm. Everyone leave this place. The induction ceremony just ended. Lieber stood beside the forest of sick trees recounting. By the time I arrived, it had already happened. Mana isn't gathering but dispersing continuously. Feta said, looking at Eliza who was breathing heavily. A curse. Only to see Eliza's green mana continuously spreading out and darkening her body. Feta grew tense. A curse. It's a curse that splits mana. Lieber was shocked. Curse? How could this be? Lieber hurriedly asked. No, more importantly, when did she get cursed? Elisa is just near the defensive line. Grey Mouse recalled their first meeting. He said, Eliza, your innate ability enhances recovery. Any healing magic will become stronger. At that time, Eliza was happy. So, no wonder it's so easy to learn. Grey Mouse added, although sometimes there might be a slight mana deficiency. Realizing the true cause, Bray Mars thought, now we understand why her mana is always depleted. He explained, Lieber, Eliza wasn't cursed recently. Actually, it's because of her innate ability that the curse hasn't spread until now. Grey Mouse said, the summoning ritual led to unforeseen consequences. When you arrived here, you must have passed through countless universes in an instant. You were exposed to various types of mana during this time. Lieber asked again, what did you say? I don't understand. Lieber was terrified when Bray Mars said, simply put, Eliza has been under a curse since she was summoned here. Then he quickly asked, that's not important anymore. We must find a way to save her. Bray Mars regretted, I'm sorry. Lieber, there's no way to cleanse this curse. Hearing this, Lieber was so shocked his face went blank. Feta hurriedly said, Lord Grey Mouse, we need to regulate the mana in the tower. We must immediately perform a life-sustaining treatment for Eliza. Sanju thought, not a word reached my ears. Indeed, a ridiculous situation. Yes, Virus Midge. The Virus Midge that his sister caught is considered a curse in this world. Sanju looks at Eliza and thinks, maybe she's not on Earth is a lucky thing. If Eliza got infected by the virus Ma and was in an environment without mana, she wouldn't survive for even a month. Sanjeev just thinks it's bad luck. Elisa has been sick since she arrived here. Raven rushes into the room from outside. Lieber, this is just an accident, right? Lieber looks shocked and says in disbelief, it's a curse. Hearing that, Raven collapses. No way! Lieber remains silent for a moment before making a plea. 3 years, please give me 3 years. Don't inform the front line about this. The appointment ceremony today went smoothly. Feder and Bray Mouse are surprised by that. Lieber says to just tell them the heroes are on another front line. Bray Mouse asks in horror, wait, do you also want to leave the battlefield? Feder advises it's already hard enough to hold the defensive line without Eliza. Lieber, if you go too. Raven interrupts and says, we'll try our best. Feder exclaims, Raven, he's calm, I will try my best to hold on not just for 3 years, but even 5 or 10 years. Raven puts his hand on Lieber's shoulder. He believes in him. Do what you want. Lieber, hearing that, he gets moved and calls out, Raven! Sanju whispers at the scene, Master, the current Lieber speaks through his mind. Yes, he gave me a precious time, and I must decide how to use it. At that time, Lieber thought he didn't believe in the curse and that Elisa could be cured. Lieber keeps reading books thinking, even if it's due to contact with many mana variants, there's no problem. It might be a virus adapted to each person's innate abilities. The current Lieber says he will train the defensive line resources without Eliza and simultaneously find ways to cure her. Lieber keeps writing countless lines of knowledge in his mind to solve multiple issues at once. Even those who know nothing about magic can use it if they can control their bodies and make everyone control mana. The current Lieber is redoing research he said people should be able to do as they imagine. At that time, Lieber said if completed, even the disabled could achieve their dreams, stand up, run, and do anything they want. While writing and thinking, by researching bodies and analyzing each person's innate abilities, redefine the magic system to fit everyone and apply it. Develop it further to change the nature of mana for each individual. Thinking this, Lieber suddenly stops abruptly. He mutters, "I have to create a system." The man with black GMF slaps the table in anger. This can't continue like this. Do you realize the importance of this? The man with black GMF says the defensive line is suffering daily losses. Moreover, hiding Elise's condition has its limits too. How long must we wait for Lieber? Someone in the meeting room says Lieber said they can still hold on, so let's add a bit more. The man with black mustache is visibly upset. That's why I opposed this plan from the start. Someone sternly interjects. Enough! Grey Mouse says, we believe in Eliezer. At least wait for the time he promised. The current Lieber says, and then 3 years have passed. Feta enters a strange tower. B Kitchen calls out. Lieber, in his heart, thinks it's been 3 years since that day, near the defense line, far from the Dragon Tower and capital city, without saying a word. Feta looks around, thinking about that day when they were setting up this strange device. What is that thing? She knocks on the wooden door and says to Lieber, today's food will be here like last time, I'll leave it for you. Suddenly, the door opens, revealing a deafening sound that startles Feta as she yells. Each. Lieber's voice echoes, come in. Feta sounds slightly scared. Ouch! Lieber! Feta carefully steps inside, still hearing the loud noise, while Lieber speaks calmly and steadily. Feta! I've always been very grateful to you. You have been so kind to help us and teach us about Orange's culture. Feta is shy. But what else can I do? I don't have magic, nor do I know how to use a sword or bow. Lieber says, you shouldn't look down on yourself like that. Lieber continues, of course, I understand your feelings. Lieber stands next to the strange light ball and says, don't worry, Feta, that time is over now. Lieber turns to face Feta, looking mad as he says, with this system, cables like snakes rush towards Feta, making her scream, Lieber, go back to the meeting room. The bearded man grumbles. I can't take it anymore. The bearded man suggests, maybe we should stop supporting Lieber. He says, everyone agrees, right? The old man with a messy beard and hair looks awkwardly. Well, that time has come too. Others gradually agree. Yes, it was him who set the timeline. Grey Mouse stays silent no longer. The bearded man says, so I think we all agree. Just then, Feta enters. She calls out, everyone, to the bearded man. Feta, how did you? Then seeing a blue magic circle in her hands, he asks in shock, are you using magic? Feta excitedly says, I can feel mana. The image of Lieber appears on the circle. He is calm. Lords, don't worry. Lieber stands before a large device like a sword and says, gather the new recruits and give them to me. We've waited long enough. We'll form an army. Raven enters with wounds. The gene engineer who sharpens sword says, isn't it that we're under too much pressure lately? Raven remains calm. I'm fine. The gene engineer replies, no, you're not. Dubbert says, I meant the mechanical weapons. Even with the best care, each blade has its limit. By now, it will truly collapse. Raven takes back his sword and thanks him for caring. But we must fill the gap left by the heroes. Without me, the defense line would fall immediately. Dubbert curiously asks, are those legendary heroes really that great? Raven pretends to be surprised. I don't believe in legends. Dubbert scolds, you're crazy. Before leaving, Raven mischievously says, I believe in Lieber as a real person. Just wait, this will be the 3rd year since then. He's definitely coming back. Dubbert says, it's good you trust him, but still, that kid is too attached to him. 3 monsters jump towards the soldiers. A man with a red headband shouts loudly, strengthen defenses. Kieran jumps down from above. She wields her weapon and cuts one of the monsters while saying, Master, there are too many insects. We need to temporarily withdraw. Raven beside her stabs a monster, sarcastically commenting, oh my god. 3 years ago, you said it was boring, but now you find it difficult? So, what is this? Kieran was so angry he was shaking. Raven suddenly turned to look at Kieran. Then he immediately lunged forward, pulling Kieran back while deflecting an invisible attack with his sword. The soldiers round shouted, "Lord Stringweave, Kieran is worried and calling out." Master Kylin K. Dunn, holding the sword, gave orders. "Support the other side, Kieran." Looking at the monster in front of him, he said, "This is a type of her." A frightened soldier shouted, "Fall back. Retreat from the defensive line." Stringweave swung his sword and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Reinforce the defenses quickly." He lunged forward and said, "We will defend this place." Raven kept parrying with his sword, dodging the sharp attacks from the monster's limbs. Raven leaned to the side and delivered a downward strike at it. The impact was so strong that it carved a long, narrow trench into the ground behind them. Suddenly, an arrow shot from afar. Raven stared in amazement as the small, sharp arrow pierced straight through the monster's chest. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity to decapitate the monster. Raven asked, "You're not allowed here, right?" A voice replied, "I have no other choice but to be here, Raven." "That's Arya, a high-level elf," she said, holding her bow. "If this place falls, my territory will be the next target." The gold-armored soldiers cheered, "Elf Rangers." The Beastmen soldiers beside them exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't expect Lady Arya to come here herself." Kieran also called out happily, "Duchess?" Arya approached and asked, "Kieran, are you okay?" She replied with a smile, "Of course, I'm fine. Now that you're here, those insects will." As they spoke, the ground suddenly shifted. Then huge monsters emerged from the earth, their heads resembling turtle shells. The three of them were stunned as they watched them appear. The gold-armored soldiers trembled in fear. There are too many of these second-type monsters. That's it then. They all stood rooted to the spot, staring at the monster. Raven tried to command. Soldiers holding their ground, "Fall back and widen the defensive line." Arya stopped them. "Raven, no!" Kieran called out. "Master," she advised, "we must help the soldiers. There will be many casualties." Raven insisted, "We have to hold on until Liber returns." Kieran asked, "Why do you have to go this far?" Raven said, "Because of my doubts after losing 3 years ago. Don't underestimate my resolve as something that changes with the wind." Kieran didn't know what to say. Arya said, "Everyone, fall back and support Draven." Her subordinate responded immediately, "Yes." Draven gripped his sword tightly. "I must hold on. I promised myself this so I won't think about anything else." The monster, with its head full of arrows, still forcefully pushed the front line up high. Line 60 is repeated for exact 60 lines. Draven leaped onto the heads of the monsters. He thought, "Even if you don't come, I'll still reinforce the defense line and my faith." Draven's face showed surprise. More monsters surrounded Draven from ahead, one after another. Suddenly, a fireball flew in from nowhere, hitting the monster's head with a powerful explosion. Arya turned around in surprise and asked, "Will the mages send reinforcements?" "No! Hold on! How many people are there over there?" A long line of people approached. The man with long hair shouted at the front, "Everyone fire!" Countless people cast spells and shot fireballs towards the monsters. The monsters looked at the rain of fireballs and spoke an unknown language. The countless fireballs hit the monsters' bodies and exploded into small flashes. Raven thought with a wicked grin, "Am I dreaming? How can this happen?" And no one caught the falling thread. Liber's voice said, "I wouldn't say I'm surprised that you're persistent, but yes, I believe in your ability to do it." Raven smiled and said, "If you didn't say that, I would have punched you." "Liber, what I meant was, should I call you Great Mage Liber now?" He replied, "If you're that polite, I'll be disappointed." "Raven, it's time to counterattack." The system screen notified, confirming user, code X0812 to BusinessSym52. User Tibernian Pogren confirmed, access granted, registration complete. A green-headed creature with glowing red eyes showed surprise as its body was covered in blue mana. The man looked at his hand wrapped in blue mana and said, "I can't see the mana. My innate state is empty." The white-haired spirit asked, "What's your awakened skill?" He answered honestly, "It grants intermediate objects various attributes." The supervisor suggested swordsmanship would be a suitable path for you. Next up, Raven witnessed everything firsthand. He looked at the large machine and asked, "What is all this?" Lieber replied, "It's system, a system that will create an excellent army to fill gaps on the front line." Lieber said, "You can awaken and register basic skills here. Currently, it's in its initial state, only having fireballs and strikes as skills. But in the future, it could train not just mages, but also swordsmen and healers based on individual potential." Kieran asked nearby, "Skill, what is that?" Lieber replied, that means techniques from my world. It seems ideal for showing things like magic or enhancing physical abilities." On the other side, a young man with yellow hair cast spells, igniting a bright orange flame. Raven was stunned. Fireballs, something that usually requires at least 3 years of training to master to awaken one's mana. Karen couldn't believe they could do it so easily. "How can this be?" Lieber explained, "The system is like a guide for controlling your body. It helps users control mana through mechanisms inherent in their bodies. When mana is infused, the result is a fireball." Lieber said, "But to be honest, it's still not fully developed. There are still many cases of errors in estimating individual characteristics. There have been instances where skills were not detected and only discovered later." Lieber was confident, but with enough data from these tests, if advanced spells become feasible, he said, "This system will allow us to change all components of a person's mana." Back on the battlefield, dead monster bodies lay scattered across the dry ground. A skeletal hand with sharp claws placed itself on a monster corpse. An eerie voice echoed, "Severe damage." An unseen humanoid monster appeared. It demanded immediate reinforcement of Type 1 and Type 2 units. "We need to redefine the training time for soldiers, reorganize threat factors, and request additional reinforcements." On the strategic map, a command center appeared on the screen. The system had succeeded. It allowed anyone to use magic skills requiring mana. The quality and quantity of deployed forces far exceeded previous levels, and the quality and quantity of deployed forces far exceeded previous levels. Then the skill installation devices were set up near the front line for registration. It significantly sped up aid delivery. The battlefield situation immediately turned in our favor. A lively scene unfolded beneath the magnificent castle. As this continued, public sentiment towards the heroes naturally became more positive. People cheered and celebrated below the magnificent castle. An elderly man pumped his fist excitedly, cheering for the heroes. Braymouse shook his head mockingly, not seeing any sign of weakness in himself. Veda lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit awkward looking at him. Mr. Braymouse." She firmly announced that she would return to River's side. Braymouse's eyes sparkled with surprise. But Veda still had many things to do after learning magic, right? She could send someone else instead. Fess spread his hands and smiled widely. "Without breakfast, and isn't it better to learn magic next to a midge?" A strange creature appeared in the dark scene. The first type was the most numerous but weakest, though they shouldn't be underestimated due to their attritional warfare. The giant red-eyed monster exuded an intimidating presence. The second kind were also large and very dangerous for close combat, but with a mage's support, controlling them would be easier as they are significant targets. A bizarre creature appeared with a long skull head and messy hair. The most important ones were the third type and special entities. Lieber carefully adjusted his machinery. The third kind was medium-sized monsters in smaller numbers, but the most dangerous. Raven raised an eyebrow slightly. Finally, special entities referred to those with unique abilities not fitting into the three types. Lieber incorporated this information into the system. "Alright, I've entered it into the system." Lieber carefully pressed a button. "Thank you for your cooperation." Raven looked at him curiously as he walked away. "Didn't you also fight on the front lines? Why are you asking me this?" Lieber's eyes didn't leave the screen. "Honestly, I just blew them up so I couldn't really tell the difference." Lieber wondered why special entities couldn't be classified into the three types and started sweating slightly as he explained. That's because these entities' characteristics aren't fixed. Their appearance and abilities constantly change. Lieber glanced at him. Strange indeed. A mysterious figure in dark red robes, wearing a black hood that covered his head, stood motionless amidst the fog, as if creating them himself. He stood up, staring intently at Raven. Thinking about it, he hasn't changed his mind, has he? You'll get many benefits by registering into the system. He looked at Lieber. No problem. I don't want to change my mind once I've made a decision. Kieran chuckled. Not just that. She excitedly mouthed words continuously. What do they call you? The explosion. Raven hit Kieran's head with his sword cane. Revert. Back to the system. Lieber stumbled back. I need Elise's anti-evil blessing. It hasn't fully dissipated yet. He stared at his research project. Regarding that, it's more complex than I thought. To avoid mana degradation, I have to change the nature of the mana produced in her body, which will take longer than expected. Maybe we need to complete the system first. Lieber pondered, remembering Trevor's shadow. It would be different if he were here. His face broke into a gentle smile. But I'm not in a rush either. The system will get closer to completion, tilting more towards us in our fight against Grand ID. Lieber is confident. Uransha is now my home. Raven looked kindly at Lieber. He said that. It has been his home for a long time. Sanju stood by, smiling softly as he observed the conversation. Actually, I'm in quite a comfortable state. It's not easy but wonderful to be able to save Eliza and help Uransha at the same time. Lieber stretched his arms out wide, creating a golden light, and continued diligently expanding and developing the system. Feta carefully brought a tray of food over, enhancing skills and organizing awakening techniques. The determined soldiers with weapons expanded their territory once again, advancing and conquering new territories. Elisa lay quietly on the white bed, connected by threads of transfer, war, development, and research. Repeating again and again. A green background with white smoke appeared, quickly moving forward. Sanju looked around in confusion. How long has this been going on? Memories are gradually coming back if we talk about the time since the system was created. You widen your eyes in shock. 37 years have passed, and Sanju walked straight to the door in front. That's right, I've dedicated 37 years of my life to the system for Eliza and Urania. A towering object surrounded by dust, and that successful day is drawing near. Feta's voice echoed, even though I've seen it many times. She smiled gently as she carried a tray of cakes into the room, still unable to get used to it despite the system's development and changes. Feta looked at the figure in front. River hasn't changed at all. Lieber stopped and turned around. Feta, come in. He was also surprised. I was too. No matter how much time has passed, Sanju stood by with wide eyes. It's not strange that he doesn't look much different from the owner. That's exactly right. Indeed, people on Earth have only been exposed to mana for 20 years, so they might still be unaware. Feta approached Lieber. I've heard theories that the more one is connected to mana, the slower their physical aging will be, even though I pretended otherwise. He didn't take his eyes off his research. Don't worry too much, Vader. Lieber encouraged her. Eliza would recognize her soon enough. Veda laughed happily and said it made her so happy to hear that. It's unbelievable, 37 years have passed since the system was developed, and it's been 45 years since I first arrived in Eurasia. Lieber looked up at the screen, where the number had jumped to 98%. We're really just a little bit away now. That's right, just a little more. And during that time, the system supported most of the enhanced magical sensing skills. It was nearly perfect in measuring physical attributes and providing precise control. In other words, Lieber's face was full of anticipation. Elisa just needs a little more time. That moment is almost here. The system's completion isn't far off. Grey Mouse complained from the spacious room. It's been too long. Those days were hard. It was so long. The result of gradually reclaiming vast territories in a long and bitter war and implementing extensive recovery. Everyone sat seriously round the large rectangular table. We finally succeeded in pushing Grand ID to the right place. The white-haired man was excited, all thanks to River System. The one nearby raised his fist enthusiastically. He said that changing the training model of soldiers created by the system had strongly reversed the war. The white-haired man admired it. The hero is a legendary figure who will forever be etched in history. A hoarse voice cuts through. I can't believe this. His face is drenched in sweat as he points at something. He's not a hero, but a god. We must treat River like a deity, not a human. The old man praises. The god saved us from Grand ID. An elderly man leans back helplessly in his chair. And he did it again. A girl with braided hair crosses her arms and looks disappointed. You see that? He's also quite old. Should be. He cheers continuously. Her, River forever. Gray Mouse shrugs off the matter and moves on to something else. How do we describe this? We start our final campaign now. Snow-capped mountains under a fiery sunset. The operation to eliminate Grand ID at T-Burn, the first invaded area by Grand ID in the extremely cold region, Cursed Land. Water ripples as flags wave in the breeze. Finally, his face is drenched with fatigue but lightens up. It's time to end this long and tiring battle. A name cannot be ignored. The commander of the operation to eliminate Kaisel Raven. Karen stands before the soldiers, looking back at Raven as the bloodshed has lasted too long. An era of pain must come to an end. Also, the deputy commander of the operation to eliminate Karen Raven. He looks at her and comments, "Why do you pretend to be so mature? You're infuriating. I'm 60 years old." A serious soldier steps forward to report that the team is ready for battle. We have also carefully set up barriers to prevent mobile portals from infiltrating the advanced area. Wavram praises, "Good job, let's go." He leads everyone towards the distant gate and approaches it, then eliminates all Grand ID inside. The soldier stabs a monster with his sword. You've used a skill, Super Annihilation. Zuluk absorbs mana at an accelerated rate, weakening its target's structure. In the tense battle, everyone assesses the situation. Aren't there too few of them? It's time to exterminate these insects. They stare at the monsters in the white smoke. A soldier urgently reports that those pests are running away. Wyvern observes from afar and orders, "Don't chase after them, keep formation." Those strange creatures gradually gather around a snowy area. He frowns, quickly judging the situation. The insects are concentrating on the center. There's something here. Amidst the dense crowd of monsters, they advance closer. Wyvern looks at the scene with a serious face. The whole team is ready for battle. They all shout in unison, "Ow!" A creature extends its sharp teeth. It's been a long-term investment, an unequal fight, completing the redesign of non-interactive deformation. Suddenly, a white cloud of smoke rises from the mountain, blocking the variable and assessing the battle situation. Raven is surprised. An earthquake. Karen stands in a defensive stance. Her expression shows confusion. "Master," she frowns in doubt. "My memory is a bit hazy. But wasn't he here once at the start of the invasion?" He's confused. "I think so, but why now?" Karen looks at the unfamiliar mountain before her. There was always a mountain there, right? Wyvern looks at the mountain in surprise, recognizing something. Ah! He closely observes the crack in the mountain widening. No! The eyes of the mountain gradually open and look around. The monsters gathered below that creature and launched their campaign. The monsters with large skulls revealed a message, starting to harvest. This is a Grand ID type for designer. It activates on the Tibern planet. The soldiers grip their weapons nervously. That huge mountain. They panicked when they saw the mountain turn into a monster, a Grand ID creature. Karen quickly drew her sword. Turns out they have hidden cards too. Vaven stood still observing. This is their last stand, but our mission remains unchanged. He thrust his armored sword into the ground forcefully. Has any of you ever fought a war and lived without feeling guilty? Haven't you always lived in fear that one day a gate might appear in the sky and those bugs would flood out? Raven tightened the grip on his spirit-infused sword. Haven't we always worried that our families, village folk, friends could vanish overnight? The soldiers, energized by his motivation, realized this sky isn't a gate's domain to open at will. It's where fields grow, and our land is not for those bugs to disrupt, but a home for our children to play in. With determined resolve, he drew his sword from its sheath. No grand idea would exist on this land. The soldiers rushed towards the strange giant creature. For Eurasia, one warrior struck his saber into the ground, using a skill that spread influence. Another raised his shield to block the monster's attack, employing an ice transformation skill. The creature created an underground shockwave, sending soldiers flying high. Kieran turned to Raven with determination. "We'll handle the type to south first." "Your Highness," he replied confidently, "lead the way. I'll follow you." Raven and Kieran charged forward, attacking the monster in a pincer movement. The giant creature with its large skull silently raised its hand. A white smoke emanated from the huge monster. Suddenly, a black hole appeared above the terrifying creature. The man with black hair sweating profusely gave orders urgently. The mages activated their defensive shields. The system notified as each mage raised his hand to summon shields. You used a high-level shield absorption skill. Its effects strengthened with each activation. The fierce monster launched magic projectiles towards the shield. That dark magic flew towards the mages quickly. Then a massive explosion. Before him stood the giant monster in front of a large hole. The damage was greater than expected. Meanwhile, the woman with covered eyes frantically raised her hands to report. A huge special entity has appeared. She anxiously said, "The enforcement forces are struggling." While the white-haired man sweat profusely, "I knew it would be tough. This is the final push. It won't be easy." The old man was visibly agitated. "Oh my! Hoping heroes will protect us." Grey Mouse remained calm, silently strategizing. For years, special entities didn't appear on the front lines. So I thought the grand ideas were cornered. But perhaps they've concentrated all their efforts for this. He glanced at the woman with covered eyes. "Is there any information buried around the combat zone?" She hurriedly replied, "Yes, they've been deployed without issues." Grey Mouse understood. No entity was in the combat zone, and the woman with covered eyes looked surprised. Behind him, Grey Mouse's eyes gleamed decisively, prepared to activate the portal to the combat zone. On the other side, soldiers fiercely fought the giant monster. Kieran. Raven turned urgently and ordered, "Increase the distance between defensive lines." Kieran stood ready, sweat pouring down her face. "But if we do that, it will be hard to resist the Type 1 South." He leaped high. "I'll handle them first. Don't worry about that." She drew her sword and shouted loudly. The entire army dispersed their defensive lines. The stern face lowered near the monster. "Even if you polish a weak wind, it can only cut one blade of grass." He raised his sword high, creating a white magic circle. "But if we gather all the winds that can cut a shell and destroy them together, we could change the flow of the river and carve the mountains." Tiny fragments from the strange creature's head fell down. Smoke rose from the monster's head. The large-headed creature in black robes assessed the high-energy attack, breaking through its outer armor, showing the damage level. Above the monster's head was a dark sphere surrounded by ominous vines. There's nothing wrong with the core function. A large-scale harvest operation will be carried out again. Raven curled her lip disdainfully, calling them maggots, the trump card of the storm. "You're about to be wiped out." Brahma flew out from the black gate, thinking only you guys have this, collecting all the energy. That day created a large blue magic source because many lives were taken by those who awakened. Brahmith launched all his spells at the monster, emitting decomposing beams. The giant creature stood still, staring intently at the powerful beam rushing towards it. Then the entire island shook violently from the impact. The monster staggered back, immediately enveloped in a cloud of dust. A red flag fluttered on its pole in the wind. Dust rose from the ground, thickening the air. A soldier with a halberd fell to one knee. "The cleanup is done here." The other side stabbed the monster with their weapons and reported. On this side, Karen's hands were slick with sweat as she pressed her sword hilt. "We're almost done with the remaining crane ID." Raven smiled brightly, turning to look at everyone. Yes, the wounded monster surrounded by countless magic circles. Finally, the magic patterns truly converged. The sky appeared a large hole. The wound gradually closed. The black-haired man wept with emotion. Ah, it's over! Everyone raised their hands high, cheering. Finally, it's over. War is over. Raven smiled and stood beside Bramath. Thank you for your help, Lord Bramath. He glanced at the jubilant crowd. I just chose to minimize damage as much as possible. Earlier, both of them looked at the headless monster that had fallen. We need to check who this is really. Karen stood opposite Javel. This is also a special entity. It seems it was commanding the Grand ID earlier. He observed the strange creature. I've never seen one like this before. Suddenly, it bared its sharp teeth and muttered, "The hero isn't here. Change tactics." The monster was incredulous. Everything is not as we predicted. He widened his eyes in shock. It knows our language. The creature raised its hand and introduced himself. I am the strategist. I devised the invasion plan and deployed the forces. Only one of us appears on each planet, but I have been standardized. They should follow our classification system, Type 4. The voice of the elder resounded again. You are the first planet invaded by Grand ID's army. We invested a lot of resources on this. Gray Mouse stared at the monster with sharp eyes. On each planet, only one more will be conquered. Leaning against the rock, two figures appeared, male and female. Not just a few, but all should have been completed in 10 years. But two creatures with imbalanced power disrupted everything. By your terms, they are delinquent children, lawbreakers, cunning monsters. When one disappeared, I felt relieved, gritting my teeth and drawing my sword. Enough, I don't need this kind of revealing talk. You've lost, now you'll die, and the invasion ends. The strange creature opened its mouth to reveal sharp, sparse teeth. No, it's still happening. Its voice grew weaker. Very fortunate, the nearby man was astonished. Commander Braymouse. A hidden passage appeared immediately after the giant monster was defeated. There is a passage beneath this enormous creature. This deep and dark passage connects to it. Braymouse's forehead dripped with sweat in panic. What? How? The guards were excited. The campaign was over. Their shift finally ended. He turned around when he heard a sound behind him. But what was that noise just now? Suddenly, a giant monster appeared before one of the guards. His face paled as he gripped his spear tightly. I should have taken today off. The guard sensed something was wrong but wondered about the sound from earlier. He turned around to see a huge monster advancing, shaking the earth. The guard was extremely frightened and worried. Today, I'm playing defense. Turns out there are many more of these monsters appearing. A giant mountain-like creature is moving. More and more monsters are approaching. The guard shouted, "Don't make me a laughingstock, you miserable insects." Using his hellish blade skill, he roared, "Did I let you off just to delay my retirement?" He swung his sword, only to see a massive vortex in front of him. Terrified, what kind of space is this, my skill? Then the guard was sucked into that space and disappeared. The two men were panicking. The ancient gate defense circle had been deactivated. The tall blonde man was furious, quickly recreating the circle. The black-helmeted man responded, "Mana flow has stopped. I don't know why, but all mana in this area suddenly cut off. Mana is transferring away from here." Many dark holes appeared around them. The two men looked at each other. Oh my god! Impossible! Everyone was caught off guard. A transfer portal opened right on top of the capital city. It leads to Grand ID. Mossavin's expression was very panicked and bewildered. An underground cave. Did he really use this technique? The giant granite monster approached. I don't understand the concept of proverbs. Saying it out loud will make things better, right? These aren't low-level, unclassified creatures. There's a high likelihood that they can comprehend their situation. Excessive contact may trigger suspicion. A long-haired man reported to the general, commander, all communications with the capital have been cut off, including the Dragon Tower. He exclaimed. Moreover, according to the latest communication, a portal has appeared in the capital, reportedly swarming with Type 3 monsters. Kieran was visibly sweating out of fear. No, it's the threat from Type 4 monsters. I've checked the magic skills here. There are quite a few spatial displacement devices here, but they all require long preparation time to reuse. From the start, our goal was to concentrate all your forces here. He needs vital data. He sharpened his claws into Kieran's neck. So answer me, Deputy Commander Kieran Javin. The type for monster roared in front of her. Can the forces return to the capital in time? She replied, even if you return to the capital, it's too late. Braymouse suddenly appeared. Naturally, they would return. Damn, everyone was shocked. Lord Braymouse. He said, no need for alarms. I didn't use magic portals to come here. The capital's mages opened the portal for me. Kieran hesitated and said, so? Greymouth declared, although we're not comfortable forcing them into constant combat, we need a way for everyone to return. Forces in the capital are fighting hard, but the monsters are becoming more numerous. A white-haired person asked, why open portals to the capital? No, at least we must protect the Mana Tower. He worried if this place collapses, the mana supply for activating the system will. Meanwhile, a bloody battle was raging. Elemental Force Sword appeared. I felt frustrated being kicked out of that unit. But now it seems prepared for this final battle. A new force swiftly repelled the monsters. Samir said, I'll handle the east. Duran replied, I'll cover the west. He judged that there was still an open portal on one side. Samir's worried eyes dropped. No, it's gone now. That portal really appeared. Commander, all troops, protect the Dragon Tower. In a part of analysis, a voice said, the full structural analysis will be completed soon. By then, no illness would remain beyond the system's explanation or repair. Before him was Eliza. Isn't that funny? After you disappeared and 40 years passed, everyone stopped searching for you. Many thought you were the only hero from start to finish. There he is, Lieber. He softly said, even those speaking now have long left the front lines. Now, the system is closing the gap between us. Lieber speculated, what Uransha really needs, a hero or a system he's not sure anymore. He approached Eliza but needed her. Elisa, just waking up will be enough for me. Outside, they're fighting the monster invasion. They're trying hard, but it seems the monsters aren't giving up. The capital's forces are at a disadvantage despite their best efforts. Kieran fell. Type 3 monsters appeared on such a large scale. Moreover, due to emergency portals, we couldn't form proper teams. She rose to fight the Type 3 monsters. Raven advised, focus. Kieran, I can't protect you in this situation. Kieran responded. Feta guided Kieran and said, Kieran, hurry up. Go over here. I'm not as good as you, but I've learned healing magic too. Kieran hesitated. You said I can't go over there. Then Kieran suddenly exclaimed, just like that, inside this door, there's a barrier protecting against unauthorized intruders. Her voice started to sound strange. Just as I thought, they've set up a block around the portal. We need to disable it. What Kieran said made Feta's face turn green. She was scared. What? Kieran, she laughed nervously. But I'm not worried about that. I've spent over 30 years breaking through the barrier and disabling the portal block. The darkness seems to grow thicker now. Kieran's eyes widened in shock. It looks like you don't understand what I'm saying. That's possible, because I'm a grand ID designer. Turns out, that's not the real Kieran. It's a fourth type of Crane ID monster. He said their original plan was to summon a massive special entity onto the battlefield to lure Lieber into battle. But Braymouse's strength far exceeded our expectations. I didn't think that entity would be destroyed before Lieber could intervene. The monster confirmed that the wisest decision was to use my remains on the battlefield to gather biological data from a high-level entity. Finally, he revealed his true form. So all those plans have returned to track, by the way. Feta, right? The fourth type of monster said that we didn't collect information about you, so you can leave now if you want. The soldiers in the capital are celebrating. It's Lieber. The third type monsters will soon be defeated. They bowed and shouted, long live the hero. Without a word, Lieber sensed something was wrong and left immediately. No one expected this to happen. What? Lieber leaving again? Is there some unexpected incident? Karen is worried and suspicious. Master, is that Lieber? He looked very confused when he saw me. Then he left. Raven didn't know what to say either. They wondered, Sir Braymouse, do you have any information? Do you know anything? Braymouse speculated that it seemed Kieran was requesting assistance. He ordered them to target special entities with bumps on their heads. Restoring the connection should be a top priority. No one can keep up with Lieber anyway. Wyvern replied, that's right. He requested that the mana flow of these creatures be dispersed. Use body enhancement magic or increase mana usage more than usual. One soldier used a sneak attack skill. He chuckled, just normal. I learned this skill through the system, so there's no need to hesitate. Disappear! And quite a few third-type monsters were eliminated in this way. Grey Mouse thought to himself, good job. At this rate, he commanded a woman wearing an eye mask. Can you hear me? Where Lieber is, leave that place and establish the connection immediately. She replied right away. Yes, understood. Grey Mouse. Raven and Kieran turned to look at something. Both of them exclaimed, the curtain. Analysis hit 99%. Lieber hurried back to Elise's location. He remembered using displacement when supporting the capital. Before the connection was cut, he confirmed that all the mages here had used their skills to transport Braymouse to the battlefield. Lieber vividly recalled the bloody footprints of the one who urgently sought his help. Lieber judged. He didn't know what it was, but Kieran's definitely a fake. The sudden cut in communication and attack on the capital. It must have been a trap to lure us out. Type for monsters had breached the system. Lieber panicked. No, never would Grand ID use such tactics. I'm almost done with the main system. Elisa lay there for a moment. By the time Lieber rushed over, it was too late. He shouted loudly, Elisa, the system is at 100%. The type for monsters had invaded and killed Eliza in the room. He said, you're here. He taunted, but it was too late. No one could say a word now. Even the capital mages who witnessed the situation, Grey Mouse, Kieran, and Javin, couldn't do anything to help. Not even me. No one said anything. The type for monster reported that someone was watching this place. However, I don't want to reveal everything now. The blind girl reported that they had blocked the entrance. Lieber frantically looked at the chaos before him and exclaimed, Eliza. He saw Elisa's silhouette and her voice. You can see it. The type for monster said when we disabled the barriers and the system blocking the gate. The guards rushed in. Your caution is commendable. You're an enemy, but this layered defense could be very useful for Grand ID's main base. Elisa was gentle. When you awaken mana, you must focus on one thing and let go of all distractions. I used to mock you for awakening after seeing my body, but I have a secret. The type for monster's face showed concern. Despite the significant time loss, everything went according to plan. Elisa had hidden from the front lines while disappearing with her. He said, I was sure you had an excessive emotional dependency on each other. Elisa's face showed a genuine smile. Honestly, I thought about you when I awakened too. Perhaps I only ever thought of you. The type for monster seemed to be stepping on someone's heart. When one side collapsed, the other quickly gave up their will to live. Lieber awoke. What is this? Everything I've done over time. For what purpose did I do all of this? Why am I running like this? Elisa. He fell to the ground. There's no you. I don't need you. Blood splattered everywhere. Tears streamed down Lieber's face. This world, I don't need it anymore. Those tears activated the command of the confirmed creator. The top priority has changed. The system needs an organic intermediary to enhance mana usage, searching for a physical entity with minimal damage. The fourth type monster senses something suspicious, turns around and shouts, What? Lieber was harmed by the fourth type monster, but ended up attacking it instead. The fourth type monster is skeptical, impossible. Someone survived and caused damage that can't be recovered from, losing functionality. The fourth type monster's resistance failed. System detects an anomaly. He gets angry. Who are you? He screams in despair, "My plan, everything, the concept of humiliation." That's necessary for situations like this. Liber's functions restored, the system notification appears. The Crane ID designer, a type not in the database, analysis complete, extraterrestrial life forms ruled out, mana usage efficiency maxed out, brain structure completed, Liber commands. Execute top priority target based on Liber's orders. Then he goes to a peaceful place with many adjacent houses. To people wearing red and green outfits meet on the road. "Hey, who are you?" They recognize him. Liber. He greets everyone. A white-haired man says, "Since I arrived here, I've heard that the campaign is underway. Everyone, he's a hero." Another person jumps in. "Haven't you heard anything?" Liber announces the war has ended. The two people wearing red and green outfits cheer up. So the day finally succeeded. Ha! Really? They get excited. "Let's prepare a celebration to commemorate it." Liber remains silent. "Commemoration? I can definitely organize such a celebration." He smirks with satisfaction. "Maybe I don't have creative talent, but I really like this expression. Harvest Day." Liber sits down and collapses on the ground. His eyes stream tears in agony. I felt like screaming Elise's name in endless pain. He remembers his lover's face and figure. Overwhelmed by grief, I even forgot myself. Screaming, crying when she sobbed, releasing emotions, or drowning in joy and happiness. At the peak of their love, Liber vividly remembers those moments, lost in sorrow. Eventually, the pain in his heart gradually fades away. But now he's depressed because she's gone, and I've left Eliza behind there completely. With eyes stinging with tears, it didn't take long for Liber to regain himself. He sees what he created amidst his collapse in a world he built, opening his eyes within the system's internal neural network. Liber quickly realizes this because I directly designed it and understood the mana diagram structure. So it didn't take long for me to recognize what kind of space this is. I'm inside the system. At that moment, he notices something unusual happening. But there are two issues I couldn't predict. What's going on? Liberlin starts panicking with this sudden change. He frantically adjusts. First, the system is evolving on its own, expanding neural network nodes. I didn't create this structure. It's expanding its functionality. I need to check my body status. If I temporarily connect the circuit and create a skill, then I can also look outside from here. Not fixed yet. Another issue rises, leaving him unprepared. Second issue. No! No! The scene has turned into a chaotic and tragic mess. Liber immediately got angry. "No! What are you doing?" He muttered to himself silently. "I need to reboot the system." The system had taken over my body, causing all of this. A person severely injured by Liber's system cried out in pain as River. But he still watched with a cold heart as that person continued to suffer. Why? Liber forced a smile and assured them, "You won't feel any more pain. Everyone, just be reassured." Sanju's face was pale. He questioned him. "But why? Why is the system doing this?" He could only explain, but there was still a hint of concealment in his words. "It's just a hypothesis." But in my final desperate denial, I don't need it anymore. In the bloody past, he had firmly established that this world was now the top priority for the system and all of these events. Everyone in that world had witnessed it firsthand, seen by the people in the capital when the designer died and communication was restored. Again, a loud voice accused Liber, "You're lying, right?" Karen glanced at Wavern and saw his eyes darken. She quickly stopped him. She advised Master, "Please calm down. Now River is gone from him." But Wavern couldn't accept this truth. He insisted on going. "Let's go. I don't trust that screen. I have to see it with my own eyes." Grey Mouse coldly told him, "Snap out of it." Kaisel Wavern, he gently advised, despite Raven's gritted teeth. "This is not the River we know anymore." Raven understood very well why Liber changed so quickly. He was moved. Elisa, he acted this way because he lost Eliza. He isn't someone who would do such things. He is very certain about his true self. I understand his thoughts better than anyone when developing the system. Kieran also empathized with his thoughts. Master, Lieber's human form has become increasingly supernatural. He seems like a statue. Lieber forced a smile, his deep eyes filled with emotion as he declared to everyone, "Everyone, the war is over now. Now let's face the harvest happily." As he finished speaking, his body gradually dissipated in this world full of suffering. The system announced, "You have used a skill, high-temperature fireball." The villagers continued to scream and blame Lieber, and and the assassin, "This village is my home, and we're not sure yet." His figure gradually faded and became dim. He comforted everyone. "Don't resist. This world no longer needs the system." The chains around the system accompanied by a message. "The system has been disabled." The people fell into deep panic as all their screens were locked. His skills. The system is no longer functioning. Suddenly, it burst into flames, causing Frost to panic and scream. Someone put out the fire. "It's too hot. It keeps burning non-stop." His friend quickly pointed out a way. "Frost, cancel your mana right now." "How?" Frost immediately panicked and asked urgently, "How can I cancel the mana without the system?" Raven was also stunned by the scene and stood there in shock. That scene erased all our hopes to solve this crisis. Lieber became doing everything for love, he declared, and at that moment, I became a mad mage because of losing Elizer. Let me say it again, the war is over. Raven couldn't hold back anymore. He screamed before Lieber's words. Everyone prepared to face the harvest day. "River!" Lieber stepped forward hesitantly. From his body, long strands grew out and connected with others. Just like that, the harvest began. Forces gathered from different regions tried to resist, but were all in vain. With most soldiers' skills sealed, they couldn't fight and suffered heavy losses. After those events, the world became extremely chaotic and in crisis. On the contrary, the system fully analyzed all skills and freely used them. The system announced that it had used Ultra Laser, Meteor Rain, Breakthrough Awareness, and Intensify skills. In this blood-soaked body, I continued to massacre without stopping. Others rose up and continuously attacked Lieber. A few Dragon Kings and Sword Elemental fought fiercely, but I had become a monster already. Because of such overconfidence, he thought no force could retaliate. Mana was collected from the entire planet almost endlessly, and no one could stop the system's free use of all skills. Sanju witnessed enough. He immediately stopped this action. "Stop!" He really got angry and his face fell for a whole week. "Stop, please!" Lieber's shadow gradually faded away, but Sanju still followed him closely. "Can you not show me that?" His mood became extremely gloomy. He confided in him. "Yes, I felt the same pain. Just like you shaking Sanju." Then his face turned extremely dazed inside the system. Strong spiritual energy was drawn to the sky. An old man with a very frightened look. He still firmly believed in Lieber. "This can't be true. River would never do that. Something must be wrong." The sight of the devastated world made people's faith waver even more. "This can't be true. How could a saint turn Eurasia into this?" The knights in blood-stained armor. Arya looked extremely worried. "This is the end." Braymouse sincerely asked about their condition. "The others, how are they?" The man beside replied, "River will be here soon." Using his claws, Braymouse scratched at the wall and told them, "It seems we've reached our end." That day solemnly declared, "Leave this place, go to Earth," which is also River's and Elise's homeland. Braymouse dug up a strange object from the ground and explained that it was a starship travel device created by River for their initial escape plan. Of course, River doesn't know we found it. Someone questioned about it. Such a device. He then elaborated on its usage. It can only be used once and can hold up to 3 people at maximum. Of course, we can't use it either, because I need to provide an enormous amount of mana for it to work. So don't worry about it. Raven still had some doubts. He wondered, did you make a decision then? But most people here are registered in the system. Even going to another planet poses risks of being traced. So they made an important decision: send Kirill, De Hubert, and Ira. Kieran suddenly shouted when he saw a signal ahead, which was identified as a detected signal. Liver with tentacle-like strings growing from its body. River is nearby. Raven urgently reminded his student. Hurry up, Kieran. She reached out her hand reluctantly and tearfully said to him, I'm sorry, Master. Kieran hesitantly told Raven the truth. I've also been registered in the system. Raven exclaimed in surprise. Kieran, what do you mean? Why? Kieran had to confess everything. When young, I foolishly tried using magic once. Now I deeply regret it. Grey Mouse spoke up immediately. So the decision is made. Raven became frantic and could only beg for mercy. Please stop. Mr. Braymouse, I'll stay to block River. You should go instead. Ida urged him. Raven, we have to leave now. A large announcement was made for everyone to prepare for battle. River is coming. Everyone get ready to fight. Karen turned and smiled lightly. Then she bade farewell to Raven. Master, find another disciple there instead. We must preserve that legacy. Kazel, if we have a chance later. Those words cut deep into his heart. Can you tell me what Earth is like? Raven screamed in despair. No! Everything was becoming chaotic with the cries of distress. Stop it! Raven revealed to Sanju. So that's the harvest day. He didn't understand and asked again. How do I know this place? Sanju reminded him, Master. But Kieran questioned him back. Student, that's exactly what I want to ask you. Why are you here? His hand was trembling. He expressed his heart to you, disciple. Please don't tell me that's the truth. I trust you. Even bringing relics of the Empire for you. Sanyu also realized Wavon was acting strange. You kept thinking while he kept asking, how would you know this place? Master is thinking about River. He thinks what the system does is River. Dwavon's face turned dark. Sanyu carefully considered before speaking. If I tell him I spoke to River, Sanju came up with a clever idea to make everything go smoothly. Hold on, I just got an idea. Can't we show him what we saw? Then he'll know it wasn't River's doing. Sanju planned that this could make things better. We can clear up this misunderstanding. River won't be blamed, but there was a reminder bringing back memories. No, Dong Sanwan, you forgot why we couldn't communicate before the 7th sin? When I contacted Kaiser and showed him my past memories, the system would find me. If you don't know the 7th sin, you won't see it either. Sanju and Javin looked at each other with unspoken tension between them. Lieber's words became even more certain about a specific plan. I created a private area in the system to avoid detection. The scenes I showed you are stored memories in the system as it transferred down to Earth. I uploaded data into the work area. Sanju was getting dizzy from the fast pace of talking. In short, if this place is destroyed, I'll die, so stop that from happening. This madman talks too fast. Master, calm down first. He admitted. Someone told me about here. Vaven asked coldly. Who? Sanju had to pretend by bringing out a person to lie to Raven. He started talking nonsense. It was Trevor John, River's old teammate. Damn it! Lying but going with the flow. I met him during the D.E.B. terrorist attack caused by Shin Hesheng. Raven listened intently as he recounted. At that time, he gave me a lot of useful information. So that's how we found this place. He's encountered similar situations before, so he could only confirm it. I'll say the same to him. You probably feel the same way. Sanju sighed in relief. That's quite a coincidence. He repeated it again. So you saw the harvest day, right? He also acknowledged that. Yes, I've seen everything that happened at T-Bong. Vavern then expressed his desire to see it. Can you show me? Sanju seemed a bit flustered and hesitated about that. But he refused because he couldn't either, out of necessity. Sorry, but Master doesn't have the 7th great sin, so he can't see it. Hearing this, Raven became even more certain. The item? The 7th great sin? That means you're not being manipulated anymore. Raven also expressed concern about their relationship. You said Trevor is River's teammate, but it seems like they have a bad relationship. Sanju denied this. No way! Sanju's face turned extremely amused. He foolishly said, River is really a scumbag, right? He pretended to be naive and told him, I'm determined to kill River to stop the harvest day. Raven praised him happily. So you're on the right track. They keep talking bad about each other anyway. Just as I said, isn't that so? That scumbag is really a scumbag. He's truly petty and small-minded. They work together to level the soil. Is it okay like this? Raven asked hesitantly, won't it be fine if we don't destroy it? Sanju started exaggerating his cosmic monkey abilities. The devices below are connected to the system, so we can check what's happening at T-BAM. Although strictly speaking, River had already connected to it. Raven had some doubts about this. So we won't have a chance to plant a virus or something and use it for retaliation. Isn't that right? Yeah, a virus. That's correct. I've heard it's quite large. You're right. He seemed to notice a difference in his tone and way of addressing him. He took the opportunity to ask immediately. By the way, Master has changed his way of speaking more subtly, hasn't he? From student to disciple. Is it because of who brought me the stimulant? Ah. No! That thing! Raven became a bit awkward. So Master changed his approach. If you're uncomfortable, I can change it. But Sanju likes this way of addressing me, so we'll discuss it. No, just call me your disciple like that. Raven thought about his old student and what she said before leaving. Master, please find another disciple. We need to preserve the legacy. He's very relieved when you say something warm. Just treat me as Karen's disciple. Vaven finally agreed with this request. Okay. The master and disciple went back together carrying the haul. Vaven was also delighted to share. I bet that brat will be happy too. Sanju kept hearing those words in his mind. Did you make it? He quickly wanted to know the next location. I'm just not going to mention that anymore. So, where's the next 7th sin? Tim spoke with an implicit meaning again. It seems like you're worried too. The next 7th sin might be somewhere you know. Sanju was extremely determined. He promised himself he wouldn't let that happen on Earth. He had to collect all the 7th sins and destroy the system. At a towering white building in New York, USA, the headquarters of Heritage, Burskern seemed quite surprised when Sanju suddenly arrived. Huh? Sanju, Ryan, she asked them, why did you come here? He replied, we have some questions to ask. Sanju noticed her state and worriedly asked Han. She's exhausted, her complexion doesn't look good. Burskern smiled slightly. She explained the reason and casually informed them of a piece of news. I mean, recently I've been quite busy. Oh, but we do have some good news. Her updated information made Sanju's eyes widen in surprise. Finally, we found Alicia, Brettskern happily recounted. We went through many stages. Of course, we haven't gotten it yet, but Raven agreed to handle it. Raven shared some good news with her too. Lee, I was planning a surprise for you, but I ran into my disciple. Hearing them talk, Sanju understood a bit more. Oh, yeah, I get it now. She didn't know her sister had recovered. Sanju frankly talked to her. Well, first, let me be straightforward with you. Bresconi was surprised. About what? He immediately asked about her thoughts seriously. What are you doing to prevent the harvest day? I've seen the disaster in Eurasia. Her words unintentionally made her panic. Seeing all those element controllers like D. Hubert and Aurier, Gretzkern hesitated. How are you doing? Raven knew a bit about this relationship too. Duran is the son of D. Hubert, and Samir is Aria's grandson. Sanju apologized before saying what would upset her. I'm sorry for stirring up painful memories. What I want to say is it must have been very shocking and humiliating for you, just because someone from Earth like me. He immediately brought this up. You must have seen signs of the harvest day and the disaster that befell the Earth. Greg Scone could only agree with that. She said something else. Yes, indeed. You can't imagine how desperate I am. The people who deliberately registered in the system have finally arrived. I never thought River would go this far. She admitted to some important information. It caused unexpected trouble for Earth. Even with 10 months, I couldn't explain it all. Sanju added a few more sentences too. River is a mental patient, so one day he will return to his homeland. That's also Earth. Don't worry about that. While River was on the side, he angrily scolded you. Shut up. Gretzkern also made a judgment and revealed some future plans to Sanju. Of course, after seeing that scene, we couldn't sit still either. We prepared a plan to prevent the harvest day, and she showed him the plan in advance. This is the plan. When Sanju saw it, he was surprised. Isn't this? You exclaimed in surprise at this objective skill ball? Bresconi explained how it works. Yes, that's why we established the Heritage Company and processed skills through the market of skill balls to prevent the harvest day. Sanju walked forward thoughtfully. You were going to try River's heart. He had heard their plan. Right. What do you think? River was surprised too. Are you asking me? River gave a straightforward comment. I think it's fine. It's quite difficult, but still has the potential to succeed. But Sanju was still somewhat confused. Just listening, I can't imagine either. He recalled what Brettskrull had said to him before, why they were powerless against River, not only because he was strong and a hero in everyone's eyes, but also for a much greater reason. River asked Sanju, so what are you going to do? He replied, of course I'll support Ira. I just came up with an interesting idea. Beskern had come up with a very creative idea and shared it with him. Block the system. Soldiers with skills can no longer use magic. They're just people who are slightly stronger than ordinary folks. That's why we plan to stop this. Therefore, Sanju had already set a specific goal to achieve all three at once, getting the 7 deadly sins, supporting her plan, and training. He stood on the high platform looking down at everyone below. Greg Scone held up the magic ball, rebuilding the system through it. Through this, hunters could still use their skills even after the system was blocked. But there's a financial issue we need to consider. To make that happen, we need an extremely large sum. Below are the elegant ladies and gentlemen of the court in fancy dresses with masks on. These are the refined nobles at their peak. Gentlemen, esteemed guests, introduce yourself to them. I am a S-rank hunter, Dong Sanju. In an opulent mansion hosting a party, he made a powerful statement. First, I want to express my deepest gratitude for all of you gathering here so late at night. Let me introduce myself again from the beginning. I'm a guy down below feeling uncomfortable, speaking loudly. Ignore it. It seems they came here for the same purpose, so they're rushing to get official info, straight into the main issue. I came because I heard something interesting is about to happen at Heritage. Another woman was also eager. That's right. So just get to the point quickly. The guys below are getting restless and starting to scare each other. If it's ordinary, we deal with it as business. Sanju remained calm and continued speaking. Gentlemen, he's skilled at leading titles to grab attention. Isn't everyone eager to enjoy eternal youth? Sanju skillfully added exciting elements to the story. Dumb mages might not know this, but everyone here surely does. Mana can slow down physical aging. A man started reasoning. Those who collect mana from younger individuals and frequently absorb it into their bodies. So another person pondered. I've heard that. Sanju advised well and gave a practical example. The disaster is just beginning. I've only been exposed to mana for 20 years, so maybe people don't fully understand it yet. But over time, more will start recognizing its importance. Don't you see Jumper's case? He's over 40 this year. Sanju subtly introduced each point and hinted at Liber. But where do we think we should find pure mana? He planned this from the start. The next great sin will surely be there too. Who would have thought he'd use what he heard in such a way? The conversation between Liber and Vaden deepened their connection. I've heard that the more harmonious with mana, the slower physical aging becomes. But this is the first extreme case I've seen. Even I'm getting old now. He's solid on his feet. Don't worry about it too much. Sanju's upper voice was convincing and confident. Is it from the Himalayan mountains or a remote valley? No! He revealed to everyone that the least human-influenced place on Earth is. Sanju guaranteed this with his reputation. This place, Odin's Tower, is an S-class hunter. I'll bring you to a safe and comfortable place with pure mana. But he was smart about mentioning the money too. Of course, at a reasonable fee. Someone mocked this. What are you talking about? A woman boldly spoke up. Do you think we're naive and don't understand life? The ancient Odin's tower you mentioned. She bluntly told Sanju. So many hunters have tried their luck there that just leaving footprints is enough to circle the globe. He answered straightforwardly, that's only level 1. Then Sanju clarified again, we'll start from level 2 of Odin's tower. Hearing this, the woman was amazed. What? He added more details. In other words, no one in humanity has stepped foot there except Jumper. It leads to the Pure Mana Plaza. The man beside him expressed concern. From level to upwards that's a different matter. The woman also voiced her concerns. But it's still very dangerous. Even the elite attack team of the guild has died trying to do that. But Sanju spoke up. He brought his skills to ensure safety. Don't worry, with an S-rank hunter and my clone technique. You all know I specialize in precise judgment like a machine and accurate movement skills. A man who heard those arrogant words felt uncomfortable. I'm confident that none of you will get tired from the effort there. That tone is annoying, isn't it? He immediately showed disdain and criticized him. What's so praiseworthy about being an S-rank hunter? Most people here only hire a rank elite hunters as bodyguards. He also belittled Sanju with their own bodyguard hunters. There are over 100 people waiting round the palace alone. That's why he acted so concerned about his dignity. You're saying that even if we gathered all our bodyguards, they wouldn't match him in skill, right? Sanju could only apologize but also shot back. HMPH. Oh, sorry for the rudeness. I didn't think of that. After all, trust must come first. Of course, Sanju was also proud to tell them. Simply put, yes, it is like that. Then he challenged them, making the others angry and telling everyone, hey, this brat, call in the security chief. After a thunderous shout from inside the palace, the bodyguards rushed in to discipline this little brat. In place of the bodyguards, Sanju laughed loudly with a carefree smile. Haha, so many people, huh? Back at Breskern's office, Sanju curiously asked her, do you really need that much money? He didn't hesitate to offer his help. I have some money too. If it can prevent the harvest day, I wouldn't keep it anyway. Breskern was grateful for his kindness, but her goal went beyond that. I'm very appreciative of your generosity, but our goal is to have all humanity use Heritage Corporation's skill balls. Vaven felt proud in her heart. My disciple is worth every penny. Gretzcon was extremely worried. She explained, like River's system, we can't control a single skill ball and register it for many people. She also revealed the incredibly high price without hiding it. You know that even a simple skill ball costs 8 million guns. Even at the original price, we need about 40 billion for 10,000 units. Sanju's eyes widened in surprise. Okay, looks like I'll end up wandering the streets then. Recalling the address Liber gave him earlier, Sanju asked curiously, maybe the next lost sin is somewhere you know too. The Odin Tower, the weapon of the lost sins controlled by the first person I met, is there. He pondered for a moment and then asked her an important question. You've run this company for 20 years, right? Greg Skern answered, yes. Sanju immediately guessed. Then you must have many influential connections. He proposed a reasonable request. Gather the rich who are so wealthy that their money almost overflows, even those who aren't afraid to do illegal things for me. Hearing his affirmation, Breskern remained silent but said, I'll turn their money into skill balls. When she agreed, Sanju was surprised at how quickly it happened. I can gather them. Besides, Prescott also had to mention some secrets about these rich people. But those people aren't just rich, they actually hold real power too. In other words, they are beyond the control of the legal system. They are quite dangerous. She particularly emphasized that if not for David, I would have been in big trouble. Unexpectedly, Sanju has a keen interest in this matter more than others. Perfect, those cleaners will be ready to pay because they are obsessed with the idea of pure mana. Now, Sanju can fight their bodyguards, causing them to fall down immediately. Hey, you don't need to be modest. He continues challenging. Anyone else? They were shaken and started wondering. What's the situation here? Sanju and his clones are coolly sitting among the defeated bodyguards with a sense of pride. I don't see anything, not even a scratch on me. Thanks to his special strength, he can attract investment successfully just by giving simple orders. All of you can enjoy a tour and breathe in the purest mana at Odin Tower. Others started getting attracted to him too. They were talking among themselves. That kid is really interesting. I didn't think an S rank could be this good. Yes, this is a rare opportunity indeed. I think we can also reduce some of the risks like cornering them. One of them glared at Sanju and said, "It's undeniable that Jumper is younger than his age." He also noted that Sanju was introducing this profitable opportunity to them. If all this is due to him absorbing mana in Odin Tower, then the plan is fully worth it. Knowing they were willing to pay, Sanju took the chance to announce the price. First, let me hear about the price first. Time flies. A week later at the location where Sanju had arranged for them. Surrounded by majestic towering mountains, the wealthy nobles started arriving. This is the Van Halen Gate, right? I've been here before, but this is my first time seeing it up close. Sanju was already waiting for them there. He wasn't surprised by the number and age of those registered for the course. Everyone's here? As expected, about 15 middle-aged people over 50 had signed up. The young ones aren't really interested. Despite their wealth, they still have to worry about the cost. We've arrived as you instructed, but isn't it too expensive even when we combine all of us? The man with red hair asked angrily, "Is it really 10 billion guons per person for each tour?" He's the CEO of Varen Gen Pharmaceuticals, Varen Thalman. Is there still a condition? Sanju cheerfully provided some information and rules about the tour. Anyone injured in Odin Tower, even slightly, will be fully refunded. However, any intentional self-harm to claim refunds will be closely monitored. Of course, I don't expect our esteemed customers to behave like that because everyone is busy, so let's get started. He walked near a large mountain range with huge rocks below. The wealthy people were seeing something unique for the first time. They whispered among themselves, "This entrance of Odin Tower I've only heard about. No media can capture what's inside." In the distance, the tents caught their attention. "What's over there?" Gunty also stepped forward to greet everyone. "Greetings, President of Canis Association, Mr. Gunty." They shook hands warmly, and Dong Sanju said it was a pleasure to meet you, President Gunty. Varen was extremely surprised and asked him, "Park Woon-tae, isn't he the president of a high-level association in South Korea?" Sun Ji-woo introduced Woon-tae as an expert on Odin who would support them during this trip. Woon-tae approached the car and pulled down the canopy with care. Inside Odin Tower, it's extremely spacious and cold, so we've prepared some things to ensure everyone's safety. Behind the cloth, a large vehicle was revealed, a tour bus. He talked about its functions. It's very sturdy and has many integrated skills to make the trip more comfortable. The tourists were just slightly hesitant before their journey. "Yeah, that's great. Emma, even though everyone can fly, using it throughout the entire first floor seems a bit too much, doesn't it?" Sonju's mind was in turmoil right now. "Hunter-san, what are you thinking about?" But he still likes Gwanti. The president is number one. A week ago, Sanju shared his intentions with Gwanti. He planned to enter the Odisha Tower. Sanju confirmed this information and shared more details. "Yes, we receive money from a wealthy group and will take them inside for a tour." Wonti wasn't confident about his plan and asked him to be careful. "Hunter-san, it's not that simple." He mentioned the difficulties and inconveniences if he insisted on going. "You need government approval, and only those with official certification are allowed in. That place isn't somewhere anyone can go into." Sanju covered his ears as if he didn't hear anything and firmly stated, "Alright, let us handle that." Sanju expressed his wish to work with Gwanti on this project and hoped for his cooperation. "That's why I came here to ask you about these procedures. I need a route to sell the monsters inside, along with a tour bus for wealthy people to use. And I have another request for Vice President Warrior Gunty as well." He seemed hesitant. "This is sudden." Sanju softly called out Gunty's name. "President." He decided to take a risk that even made him jump. I plan to climb the tower's peak. Sanju remained resolute. He began to persuade. The tour is just a way to make money during the process. Didn't the first group only manage to travel 40 kilometers in a month? His words seemed very exciting, causing Gunty to waver. After reconsidering, something didn't seem right. The initial route was too detailed, like a guide to find something hidden here. Sanju used all the most reasonable arguments to convince Gunty to join his team. This is our agreement. I don't know what you're searching for in the Odin Tower. If you help me complete my request, I will fulfill yours. Isn't that a fair deal? As passengers boarded the bus, it started moving, with the guide showing them around. Gentlemen, look behind you. A huge swarm of falling monsters was following the bus on the road. The falls are chasing us. Sanju hung outside the window. He jokingly asked Veron, "Aren't they cute?" He was startled and suggested, "Quickly kill them all." Sanju jumped onto the roof of the bus. He scolded Veron, "Gentlemen, you're not enjoying this trip at all." But to please the guests, he had to fight a few falling monsters and asked for some clones. I'm still not used to the stone pillars suddenly appearing everywhere when I swing my sword. Number 3, Number 4, make sure to handle those corpses. Sanju felt refreshed from breathing the fresh air outside the bus. Haha, it's been a long time since I came back here. Everything feels new. But he was still worried about his plan. I need to get 3 things here to stop the harvest day. Money. 2 elegant ladies in the bus were chatting happily. Yes, I really want that child. I can feel the different monoflow. It seems like a wrinkle on me just disappeared. Several of Sanju's clones just finished clearing the fallen monsters and conveniently sucked up any remaining essence from them. Stats: Devour Monster, activate skill, absorb the essence of the monster. Before agreeing to join Sanju, Wanti also set some conditions. And I have another request. He asked me to find information about a person for him. The first-generation Korean hunter and the first one to step into Odin's tower. Please help me search for his information. Sanju was on top of the bus, pondering his words as River's first point of contact. His thoughts followed the flow of the passenger bus. Hunter Baekwan, also the one who possesses the weapon from the 7th sin. I'm about to meet him. The colorful bus was driving down the road, Sanju sitting on top observing the surroundings. Seeing all these fallen corpses scattered round, he couldn't help but say it felt familiar. He sensed something. Hey! Sanju called clone number 1 to slow down. Number 1. Got it! Sanju jumped off the bus. He seemed very excited. It's great to see you all again. Back then, I was just trying to run away with everything I had. Clone number 1 on the bus shouted out, "Everyone!" He urgently reported and ran towards it. Sanju arrived at his destination. He carefully examined the surroundings. The chains pulled out like a storm. Sanju remained calm. How much have I changed since then? Several red-eyed monsters stared at him with their glowing eyes. They attacked Sanju, making him slightly startled. In Sanju's subconscious, the words echoed in his mind, automatically hunting using clones. He could hear them clearly. The reason he was so confident was because of the armor protecting him, preventing the monsters from harming him, at a level where only minor damage was done to the armor. Good, very good. Sanju began to get extremely battle-ready. He charged into combat with great vigor. It seems you'll be the best test subjects for me to familiarize myself with this new weapon. A fight broke out immediately, causing strong tremors in the ground. An astonished man exclaimed, "Isn't it said that becoming an S-class hunter and Sangyu relies on your powerful clones?" Viren also agreed. I really believed so because he never actually fought before, not even at his mansion. But after witnessing Sanju's strength and tactics, they now had a different perception of him. It seems we've underestimated him. The monsters were very fierce and charged like a storm towards him. But Sanju didn't flinch at all. He showed great professionalism and composure. The small hill in front of Sanju took the opportunity to crush them, reducing them to pulp inside. The monsters were also crushed into pieces, their skin torn apart. After dealing with the monsters, good essence was released for Sanju to collect. The system continuously notified, absorbing monster, Absorbing protection stats. 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 Sanju realized his body was gradually improving. He could feel it now. He then ordered clone number 2 to take its turn. Sanju encouraged clone number 2 to show them the adaptability of the 7 Sins abilities. He replied, okay. Clone 2 bravely moved forward. Its structure incredibly strong. It first analyzed and broke down the mana connections, adapting to all physical and magical states. He leaped up above the monsters. Sanju was a bit worried, wondering what Clone 2's adaptation would reveal in such a situation with so many blades. Yet when Clone 2 moved forward, it was attacked by the monsters. Taking wounds, Sanji Yu immediately stood right there. Clone 2 fell directly before him. Sanji Yu asked, "What are you doing?" The clone, weak but lying still on the ground, replied, "I can't use it." Sanji Yu sighed tiredly, frustrating. Looking back now, even Clone 1 couldn't use its head. Why? No one is better at controlling mana than you guys. Despite being severely injured, the clone still fought back against Sanju. You're curious, aren't you, scoundrel? He didn't give in and retorted. Turns out you were listening too. If I ask nicely, would you tell me? The clone fell but continued to explain. There's no reason not to. Because your strength benefits me. Sanju was puzzled. He thought to himself, why does this scoundrel suddenly seem different? What? What do you, the great sinner, want? The clone continued to recount. From ancient times, I was a being that existed on Earth. Before mana even existed, change your way of thinking. This isn't controlling mana. A strange air emanated from the clone's body. The clone continued to explain. Of course, whether you can recognize it is another matter. Void. I used the power of the void. In the control room, everyone was stressed. A member reported some device status to the command team. Chairman, we're receiving a call. He requested, okay, connect. Wandi turned and asked another teammate. Chairman, have you met him? Bang! The vice chairman replied, I've met Sangson Junian. Okay, please tell him. She is the vice chairman Harmony, Seong Hor Yang. Hor Yang remained calm. Don't worry, but he's very suspicious and questioned her. What's going on? You have no reason to seek me out. She directly presented a contract to Dong Yin. I came to bring you a contract. The hunters in Sanju asked us to find him. On the other side, the monsters also summoned additional power. They shouted and cheered loudly. Sanju's clone still leaped with its master. I've said it already. Not like that. It doesn't mean just because Void is similar. You don't need to put force into it. The clone explained in detail and comprehensively. From the start, you thought the void could easily exist where something else was filling it up, not pushing it out. Rather, space contracts itself from all directions to create a hole. Sanju didn't fully understand, so he assessed. He really struggled to explain that. Sanju bent down to pick up the scattered pieces. He was extremely excited about the mess left by the battle. Indeed, look at all these clones deceiving the world and struggling. It feels like watching myself learn magic. A clone appeared behind him and said, Don't laugh. Sanju's voice, you also need to use it. Sanju was surprised by that. Even me too. The clone immediately revealed his intentions. You're also benefiting from the fragment absorption effect I have. Do you think you can't use it? After hearing this, Sanju found it reasonable and started pondering. Right, theoretically, maybe we could do something about it. He decided to negotiate with his clones, just teach them the right way. If someone does that, I'll try to learn through shared feelings, clone to clone. I don't understand what this bastard is saying. Take it. Sanju felt fortunate about what he had just experienced. Phew, but setting aside that, we've just passed the last exploration area of floor 1. Looking at the black hole made him think more, the point where Canis's attack team disappeared in the past. As Sanju knocked on the ship door, he whispered to himself, I have to go there. He stepped inside and announced to everyone, Okay, everyone, we just passed through the last exploration area of floor 1. The passengers below were excited about their new achievement. Finally, we've reached a place no one else has set foot on except jumpers. Oh, finally here. After a long journey, they decided to take a break and have a meal here. Sanju was in charge of roasting meat, while the clones helped with cooking other dishes. Viren and the other passengers smelled the food and praised it. It smells great too. Good cooking skills. Sanju felt a bit happy for completing his goal, but also a little worried. Finally, I've successfully led the rich people here. Will they pay again next time? He understood very well the nature of those around him from the start. Slowly aging through mana perception means having bodies trained deeply in mana. They also have excellent stats. There's little connection between breathing pure mana. In other words, it's like an hallucinogen. This made him more cautious to keep wealthy clients and get paid from them. Of course, some would come for a trip. $1 billion isn't too much money for them. If there's no profit, they'll just consider it as throwing away some money, and they won't sign another contract. Sanju had already set up deeper exploitation plans, but didn't intend to make them one-time use tools. A dark object passed quickly. The two ladies were enjoying their meal while chatting happily. These things look like they're camping, told me to go to Odin's tower. I never expected the cold wind to be part of it. That's right. One lady suddenly noticed something strange and said to her friend, Illinois, on her face. She complimented the change on her friend's face. She looks younger now. Huh? The others also realized they were gradually getting younger and full of energy. What? Really? Her wrinkles disappeared too. Look, she does look younger. Your face, look at me, am I younger now? Viren was gradually rejuvenating. He looked younger as well. Sanju observed them from afar. Just tell them not to overdo it. Oh my god, it really works. Good job. Don't make them too young. Focus on removing the bigger wrinkles. Yongnil threw something in front of him and called out, within Sanju. Yongnil questioned Sanju intensely. Did you call me here just for this? The system announced, motherfucker, change target appearance, but keep stats, expand skill range. He immediately cursed Sanju, that scoundrel. But Sanju was very calmly defending himself. What are you talking about? I'm just giving them hope. If there's a real change next time, they'll pay more and we'll get more applicants. Rewind a bit, Sanju came to Miho to ask about the secrets of youth, how to stay young. He was really thinking hard on how to do this. I wonder if there's any skill for that. Which mana engines are related? Miho asked him puzzled. Why did you ask that? Sanju directly shared his thoughts and the reason he came to see her. What do you mean by that? Why, you say? As far as I know, Miho is quite old, but she looks very young. She's in her prime. Miho quickly stopped him from speaking. Shut up right now. She also honestly shared. In fact, there's no such skill at all. Miho shared the secrets of longevity and some tips with Sanju. There was a false awakening claiming that, but it turned out to be just a scam. They have a skill to slow down aging by reducing speed, then use it to delay their aging process, like sleeping 16 hours or something. Of course, people with high stats like me age slower, but that's not reversing the aging process. She pondered for a moment. So for ordinary people, she came up with a method. There's a way to create fake appearances using related illusion skills. Sanju realized, yeah, so I'll have to ask someone who has that skill then. The passengers also absorbed the illusions, but they didn't know it was fake. They thought he looked younger now. The men were happy with the results. Look at this. Viren, real results, right? But some only showed slight changes. To be honest, I only believe half of it. Sanju seemed very confident about his plan. No creature can enter another's personal space except for themselves and their clones. However, he understood the drawbacks of this method and had to come up with some solutions. Mana can pass through. If I create a personal space that connects paths from one area to another, mana can flow through it. Sanju carefully calculated everything to satisfy his customers. Therefore, he could approach Shinjunian's support skills even in this separated Odin Tower. Since using fake illusions on the customers, he had to rush them back. He said, of course, we can't keep it for too long. Alright, so let's. When his sudden announcement startled the visitors and ended their first Odin Tower tour here. Is that all? Come over here. Sanju held out a contract as evidence. The others regretted if they could have extended it for just a bit more. I'll pay extra. Sorry, but you'll have to wait for the next tour. We're at the time set in the contract. It seems they were very disappointed when Sanju tore up their contract right before them. Will we come back here? No! Then another powerful shockwave hit like an earthquake. Sanju assigned tasks to each clone. Clone number 1 will open the personal space and restart the tour. Clone number 1 shivered in the cold weather. It's so cold. After the scene was destroyed, he sent his regards to the customers. I hope everyone had a fun tour. Sanju looked forward to this moment most. He declared it was time to settle accounts now. He also observed the customers' reactions and behavior. No one got hurt, right? All of your personal items are back. Sanju happily mentioned their services to make them feel at ease. Don't worry, we won't waste time going there on our next tour. I left a target connection transfer scroll, so we can start right where we stopped. Shape-shifting skills still have some time left. It won't stop anytime soon. Varen waved and assessed, saying that he ordered the guards to bring many suitcases full of money and was pleased about it. This trip was very satisfying. The suitcases opened up with stacks of brand new dollar bills inside. This is the promised payment. Seeing the money, Sanju's eyes lit up, forgetting all his worries. Oh my god! 1.5 billion for half a day. Isn't this quite a large profit? The passengers who moved the plane left positive reviews about you. Everyone did great. Sanju is meeting with clients. Remember to wait for our next tour. Back at Kano's warehouse, Sanju returned and saw Dong-Ian exhausted from exhaustion. Are you still alive? Be quiet. I almost died. He also praised Warrior's abilities. The Warrior Vice President can control mana, which is really useful, right? She was quite surprised by his words. That's why the head of the organization asked me, isn't it? Mana transfer skills are being used. Sanju couldn't help but express surprise. I'm really surprised. Honestly, I'm not sure if he'll accept. The Warrior Vice President replied that there might be some magic limitations. This is the first time I've heard about such a punishment. She patted Dongjan's shoulder and asked him. He must be hiding something. Dong-Ian recalled when he opened Sanju's letter. What kind of contract is this when I open the old space? Make those older people look younger according to my signal. The vice president next to him will support your mana. Reading it, Dong-Ian felt a bit uneasy. Of course, if you accept this contract, she'll also know about the punishment you're facing. It's up to you to decide. At that moment, he was somewhat helpless and doubted himself because I decided to stop self-deception. Dong-Ian gritted his teeth angrily. Moreover, after reading those threatening words, he questioned Sanju. Do you have any conscience? Are you writing crazy conditions? Sanju was also surprised. Did you read it? He's really meticulous. The Warrior Vice President didn't understand their conversation and asked, what is it? For some compelling reasons, he promised to tell her later. I'll tell you later because we're currently limited in our actions. Sanju had to admit they did an excellent job, but everyone did great. I know how to reward and punish fairly. Suddenly, Sanju drilled a hole in the ceiling and many parts he usually collected fell down. My old space isn't big, so these are things I keep in my personal storage. Sanju explained their value to them. These seem to be made from a light refracting material, making them quite expensive. Dong Yen was amazed by that. Those are the remains of some monsters from our last battle. Sanju is also generous with them. Just take as much as you want. From above the ceiling, many monster corpses fell down like a mountain. I still have plenty more. Or you can get them later in cash. After all, I'll sell everything. At the magic experiment room. So Dubber heard the story and became curious. He gathered them together to make money. Team Double Big Hing development equipment. Warrior expressed his opinion. Yes, I didn't hear exactly how he would do it. You explained it already, right? With just a few coins, our plan wouldn't work at all. While they were chatting, Sanju arrived at the location. His attempt to deceive those dangerous people for money is He interrupted them. Maybe. He decisively threw the suitcases of cash on the ground. Sanju happily reported this good news to them. There are many more suitcases behind him. I succeeded. In a neat manner too. Right. Wary couldn't believe his eyes. She hesitantly told him. Huh? Is this all? Sanju brought a suitcase and confirmed it. Of course. He gave her all the money and asked her to produce the magic ball quickly. Now, let's use this money to produce skill balls. Everyone, these skill balls can resist the harvesting system. Then Sanju suggested after they finished, you two can deliver them to my clone as soon as they're done. Wary responded, got it. Dubbert was still amazed and impressed by his deep money-making skills. He asked Bikip, his friend, how he managed to make so much money. Sanju calmly replied, I told you I had a plan. He emphasized this point. The important thing is we're not at our last resort yet. It's almost over. The effect will expire soon. After leaving Odin Tower, a woman named Fang broke the door to pieces. She returned to her old state, her skin no longer youthful, making her unhappy. Why? Why am I pretending anymore? She became panic-stricken and demanded to go back to where she was before. I need more mana. I need pure mana from Odin Tower. Your friend has seen all your actions and the request. Call Sanju for me right away. Ilinur. She fell into deep thoughts. The effect only lasts this long, right? What's the reason? Because we have to return to where the mana originated from. She gestured to a nearby bodyguard. He responded, yes, ma'am, Ilinur. When he returned to her, she gave an order. Find me some skill discovery items. The cost is not important. Just the highest detection rate. He needs a final pair of glasses. Got it. Inside this wealthy lady, there's already a plot forming. If what he says about pure mana is true, I'll give him as much money as he wants. Then her eyes became extremely sharp and filled with darkness. But if he dares to play tricks, things won't be fun anymore. The Grand Union of Giant Hunters, Exploration Department Lorat U is in charge. Then the plan proceeded smoothly. Meanwhile, Wario and Dubert are focusing all their efforts on producing skill balls as quickly as possible. Heritage started working with the money they received. Their factory machinery had to work day and night to produce goods, and the skill ball production facility never stopped operating, always producing skill balls at the lowest cost. Meanwhile, they continue cultivating essence. When there are nearly 10,000 skill balls, Sanju also splits into more entities to increase sales manpower. These split entities appear on streets nationwide. They directly sell these balls to consumers, holding boxes. The people in the city were amazed by their frequent appearances and talked about it among themselves. Oh, there's Sanju's split entity over there. Should I ask for an autograph? But what are they doing there? A split quietly carried down boxes of skill balls. I thought he wouldn't appear in the sand areas. He opened the box full of skill balls and started selling them. These super cheap skill balls on sale now. The loud call drew everyone's attention. Just 100 guons per ball, folks. Hearing this discount price, people from nearby streets rushed to buy the goods. And that shout caused a commotion. Wow, echoing through the streets. In front of the bustling crowd, Sanjiwoo's voice rang clearly. After all these years, everyone has been working hard. For those dreaming of becoming hunters, or those always fearing monsters might suddenly jump out from the awakening skill gates and can't be used in combat. Boosting stats isn't easy either, and these skill balls are sky-high priced. He confidently held up a round red ball. I'd like to introduce this skill ball to everyone. It has the fireball skill that can help people hunt, survive, and defend themselves. You can get it for just 100 guons. As he spoke, those around him were stunned. Did I hear right? Is it really true? The red earth, which should be expensive, is being sold at such a low price. They doubted. Just 100 guons for one skill ball. Huh? Sanju feigned surprise and immediately responded, yes. He added some cautionary remarks, but each person can only buy one. As soon as he finished speaking, someone pounced like a hungry tiger. I'll take it first. The crowd's effect spread gradually. Everyone rushed in at once. Please, I also want one. Me too. Let's form a queue. They immediately used their balls after buying them. The ball glowed brightly, and the buyer could instantly create floating flames in their hand. Oh my god, this is real. This is really happening. It's not a trick. Everyone felt grateful for his actions. Thank you very much. Sanju smiled warmly. What are you saying? This is just a bit of kindness. At this moment, Sanju seemed like an angel descending from heaven. Hunters always prioritize the safety of the people. Everyone was deeply moved. Oh my god! In another place, among the large rocks, there's a terrifying tear in space. Someone spoke up. Alright, you must be eager then, right? Sanju was very excited and looking forward to today's trip. Let's continue our tour then. But you're a bit worried about the state of your team members. Everyone seems not too happy today. Varen's face isn't looking good either. It's clearly not right. He carried his magic wand bag. His expression was serious. Most of them returned to their original forms just a few hours after leaving Odin Tower. They lost 1 billion guons. How can you not be upset? Sanju responded straightforwardly. I understand. This will take a lot of time. You cleverly disguised your eyes, but doesn't that mean we need more opportunities to absorb pure mana into our bodies? A disdainful voice echoed in his head. Are you a professional scammer now? You don't care about anything. Just shut up if you can't pay. Another gruff voice interrupted. Stop. As if not wanting anyone to see him, Illinois pulled down his hat over his eyes. Enough of this nonsense. We no longer care about those things. Let's head back to Odin Tower quickly. Pure mana is needed here. Sanju nodded in understanding. He took out a piece of paper with a magic circle drawn on it and smiled. Alright, let's restart our tour then. They were teleported inside instantly. The stone monster blinked and was defeated. The person inside stepped on the monster's corpse, feeling its presence. Sanju wore a full-body cloak. You can hear his teeth clattering. Number 1 did well. You found their dosage. Polite request. We will start immediately. Please get in the vehicle. Your mood today is even better. Do it like before. Let's do this after a few hours. Sanju stepped out of the space. He happily gestured to invite Dung in. I fully trust you. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This magic island, why are everyone picking on me? You and your 2 clones stepped out of the space together. Standing on top of the car, he let out a breath. Let's continue then, everyone. I live because you guys feed me. No one dared to oppose. Yes. The van ran through the monster territory without hesitation. Any that got close was burned alive by Sanju's flames. Illinois quietly moved and panicked, looking at the woman beside Tranan. The vehicle safely passed through the stormy road under a snowy path. With nothing to do, someone surfed the internet and exclaimed that it was still going viral online. Sanju's actions were very confusing. What is he thinking? General abandoned his deep thoughts. From my humble perspective, I've given up trying to understand him. Maybe because he's too kind. He looked back at the 2 balls on the table as requested. So each of us gets one. Wuhian was a bit moved. Do you have a fireball? Unfortunately, he hesitated to admit it. No, I don't have one. Recalling those terrifying words, she pulled her hand back slightly, feeling uneasy. They said that in the future, we might still come here. Junmo nodded in agreement gently. Yes, and they also said they hoped that day would never come. Then the trips continued, with the bounty money and monster corpses constantly being converted into skill balls. Sanju handed over items to the appraiser. He seemed surprised. This material is even more useful than I expected. Then he made an unbelievable offer. If you agree to sign an exclusive contract with us, we'll give you an even higher price. We will offer you a much better deal. Wilsey adjusted his tie habitually, satisfied with the terms and thought it sounded good. And the distribution network expanded beyond Korea, reaching international markets. In America, everyone was going crazy. A skill ball for just 10 cents. In Japan, people lined up to buy them eagerly. The prices were insane. You're saying this is a fireball? In many countries, the skill balls were distributed almost free of charge. They had all forgotten about Sonju's clone. Wherever he appeared, people would gather around him. Gowa was a clone. Is he selling more skill balls again? Deng Singwu, already famous for reaching S rank, became the center of attention once again with this event. Everywhere you go, you're recognized and praised. You laugh it off. Ha ha ha. Thank everyone. I just hope for your safety. The global demand for Sonju's skill balls skyrocketed. Smiling to himself at the warm scene, he felt relieved. Alright, first, we prioritize distribution in densely populated urban areas. Potential risks have been considered. No skill ball is simple and deadly like fireballs in crowds. If the worst happens on Harvest Day, as long as we have enough, we can still resist. But so far, Sanju felt something familiar. Now thinking about it, this distribution of skill balls feels like I've seen it before. When was that? He sweated as he recalled, back at the academy when Haxo did something similar. Don't worry, there are still plenty of skill balls left. Only now did he realize the academy was the first to distribute free skill balls in large quantities. Sanju adjusted his emotions. Calm down, the academy was established by that master to brainwash false awakenings. The academy is also where we learned about the Harvest Day. Why would those who want to cause the Harvest Day distribute free skill balls? He asked out loud. Liber, do you have any information on this master? There's no thought or effort put into stopping me. The info is practically non-existent. Even his name isn't one I know from Tebin. These uncertainties only grew more confusing. So why did someone suddenly run up, stop, and heavily pant? Hunter, it's the academy principal Won Huxu. He looked surprised. What kind of crazy thing is happening here? The information must have reached him quickly. You're selling those skill balls for 101 each. Sanju glanced at him casually. Perfect timing. He grabbed Huxu by the collar. If you don't want to die, spit out all that nonsense. He just stood there blankly. What did you just say? In an instant, he dragged him to a narrow alley to demand an explanation for distributing those skill balls. His attitude was very sincere. Of course, it's about community benefits, but Sanju no longer trusted such vague words anymore. You must be quite old to spit out such nonsense, huh? I'm not patient enough to punch the wall now. A person like him would never think about others around him. Maybe I should just kill you right now for 2 hours. His eyes are old and dull, but his voice is shaky. Violence is bad behavior. Sonju's face contorted as he boldly said, I don't have time to play around, so let's go. Is this the head or the masters? Do you really understand what kind of harvest you're trying to create? That dark scene still haunts his mind. If Lieber saw it, he would never dare think about it again. He gritted his teeth and growled, Tell me now before I treat you like a human. Even so, Haxu calmly refused. I can't say anything, as he reached into his coat pocket. He wrote something on the paper. I understand your sincerity, Hunter, but I really can't. He handed Sanju the note with a firm voice. My loyalty is absolute. I cannot disclose any information about my master, so goodbye. Despite some doubt, Sanju still took the note. The message said to meet at the main building's basement B to next week. Sanju put the note in his pocket and thought about his personal schedule. A week, we still have time. Maybe we'll add another tour. Exiting the dungeon, he cheered. Good job everyone today. He carried a bunch of loot bags as they left. The tour is over. See you all next time. Everyone was disappointed. It. No matter how many things we've been through, will we still pretend to be normal when we go back? I'll just have to keep up until my body adjusts. When are we going to the second floor? It feels like you're deliberately delaying us. Loris approached with a serious demeanor. He handed her a box. Inside was a well-packaged telescope. I got it. This is the highest grade item found so far. He emphasized his request again. She said that previous items couldn't reveal any signs of skill usage. The higher the transformation skill level, the harder it is to detect. Loris didn't hesitate and put one eye on it immediately. But if this rejuvenation isn't for deception but a mana effect, that's another matter. Through the lens was the image of Illinois with vibrant red light surrounding him. The telescope is analyzing. The image showed Illinois in pain, holding his face. After a few seconds, the result revealed that the chameleon skill changed appearance but kept stats intact. Loris's expression turned serious. It didn't seem to be the case. They really thought they could deceive us. Loris also used the opportunity to analyze herself, revealing the same results as before. She paled. This is truly unimaginable. Just like I suspected, he used this skill on everyone here, including you. At that moment, a stern voice interrupted her thoughts. Loris Salco, what's going on inside? She glanced at the boy beside her. Oh right, I'll go in now. She is very smart and kept this secret. Only fools would tell them directly. Instead, I found a wonderful opportunity. Looking at Sanju with angry but calm eyes. Dung Sanju, you used this rejuvenation trick on us. Now it's my turn to play one on you. With that thought, Loris whispered the order, requesting a meeting of hunters under the Enlightened Corporation. The other didn't have any objections. Like a robot. Yes! Loris slowly implemented her revenge plan. They need to clearly understand, even among S-class members, there is still a significant difference in ability. If you're trying to joke with the Enlightened Corporation, I'll show what will happen. Sanju isn't as weak as he used to be. One strike split the monster in half. The Tristu crystals shattered and fell. He laughed happily. Everything is unfolding as planned. His heartbeat slowed, continuously absorbing essence. I can feel my absorption of demon energy increasing inside me. Sanju always complains about the status display. The numbers are all messy and unclear. The problem is that maybe because of the 7 deadly sins, his stats aren't clearly displayed. That crafty, terrifying Bone Eater is the target he must overcome. He wonders if he can now face him in a one-on-one battle. Meanwhile, Number 1 used the ultimate command to cast an unimaginable move with virtual power. It was so unbelievable that his other self inside him exclaimed, "Fool, you're not going down easily." Sanju saw his younger self's actions and gaped. Number 1 returned to reporting mode. This area is now clean. Sanju didn't make things difficult for him. Good job, let's head back. He remembered today was the deadline for a week-long promise with the principal, and the reminder appeared before his eyes at just the right time. I wonder what's up there, but Sanju looked quite satisfied. Good, it's about time things progressed this way. Production assembly and hunting weapons, including many large hunting guilds and magic item workshops. All of this originates from Enlighten, a huge conglomerate formed by the merger of various industries. The influence of that company extends beyond national borders. Even S-rank hunters are affected. Childian once said with a contemplative tone about the Enlightened conglomerate. That statement was passed down through many generations, and to this day, you might not join Enlighten, but once you step into the hunting path, you become part of the Enlightened conglomerate because in the end, no one can escape its dominance. Laura's serious voice echoed in the empty conference room. So they're using low Odin Monet to lure and extract money under false pretenses of rejuvenation. She presented verified information and accused Dong Sangwoo of fraud against influential people. A barefooted foot thumped on the table, making a clunking sound. I know who you're talking about. As HRC Lex Maximus Gris leaned back in his chair. Did he work in the tomb before? The company even rewarded him for it. A seneschal's bell clattered, and the person speaking up said, "So what's the conclusion, Loris?" The ex-playboy John Binzarian, bloodshot and curious, wondered if he should hold Dong Sangwoo accountable and cripple him. Loris seemed too familiar. She turned to a different target. "No, I want to use this to lure you into the company." Her plan is clear. We need to put pressure on him so he can't refuse. Maximus Creed grinned, clearly seeing through it. You think I need both of us for such a request, showing disdain towards what he considers an inferior person. You're evaluating a new recruit who just reached S-rank too quickly. Loris looked at the smiling boy on the screen. One of you is enough, but I want to be sure. She continued noting down information about Sanju, especially when his number of clones matched the report. Right then, the conference room door crashed open. Sorry for being late. The other person stammered an apology. This wasn't in our plan. Gion Benzarian pulled out the gesture card. Feels ridiculous. You could be late with your abilities too, right? The person who arrived late is an S-rank hunter. Kim Jumper George Lucas, chairman of Enlighten. His cold, emotionless face showed a hint of feeling. So I just heard something about me. I'm quite interested. Dong Sangwoo is up to something again, wrote Hyuk-Zoo at the Korean branch of the Hunter Academy. A figure silently walked down the dim and empty hallway. Sanju opened the door, wiping his mouth. At least he should turn on the lights. He spoke when noticing Hyuk-Zoo inside. As you said, I arrived after a week. His tone was deeper than usual. You're here. A few others sat around the trash can table. Hyuk-Zoo turned with an odd expression. Looks like you have many questions. Come in and sit down. Upon closer inspection, their expressions were stiff. Sanju felt something was off. What's wrong with them? You're not a cameraman. Immediately sit on that chair. First, tell me your purpose. Why are you distributing free fireball skills if you're trying to harvest them? With dark red eyes, he propped his chin and looked mysterious. Scarcity creates desire. If they can't afford the skill balls and don't have fireballs, they'll try to learn on their own. Right? His voice was direct with a strange tone. This isn't as simple as meditation. But if everyone could use fireballs without going through the system, it would complicate collection efforts. Sanju keenly realized it was magic. Haku continued his lecture. However, if we give away fireballs, they'll stop learning and rely on the system instead. Of course, we're also brainwashing students, so the more powerful they become, the better. Sanju spoke cautiously. So why did you come to me? You risked your life to enter our territory because of this. My actions are almost giving away free skill balls too. Isn't that going against your intentions? Haksu simply pointed out. The problem is these balls came from Heritage. In the eerie atmosphere, he explained how they installed strange electrical circuits and balls to bypass the system. They've been a thorn in our eyes for a long time. Suddenly, he revealed Sanju's plan. Wait, isn't Sanjung Sanju currently deceiving powerful figures and stealing their money? Turning all that payment into heritage skill balls doesn't seem very suspicious, huh? You're staring back at his technique. What are you, huh? Now, you can be sure the one sitting there is not Haksu in disguise. Who are you? Suddenly, everyone at the table raised sharp nails with Haksu's reverent expression, Master. Immediately, they stabbed themselves in the throat with long nails. The strange voice seemed to come from Haksu's throat. Do you really think just breaking the brainwashing machine is enough? The so-called master was pleased. Do you think that's all it takes to stop me? Sanju gritted his teeth. You can't stop me. I've been caught from the moment I stepped in here. Blood clots formed a grimace on the ceiling. Someone who knows nothing about how far we've spread or how deep they're embedded. Sanju suppressed his discomfort. He closed his eyes firmly. I can't trust what I see with my own eyes. So, he rubbed his head to call forth Clone 2, who quickly jumped out. Yes, Sanju calmly ordered, tell me what's happening in this room right now. In Clone 2's eyes was a completely different scene, so he exclaimed, it's fascinating, even with the stench and the pungent smell in the air. He calmly summarized briefly, the dead bodies, they had been deceased for about a week. Sanju slightly furrowed his brow. In fact, they were eliminated right after giving me that paper. Haku's corpse still echoes in your ears. Open your eyes and look at this. Look at what you've caused. He mumbled something about the tortoise. Your family, your sister, your teammates, everyone is watching you. They are looking at you from behind. Frustrated, he waved his hand. Oh, grab a bit of wood to think. Really, I'm still number 2. It's me, and that other guy was just an illusion. He whispered harsh words, making Sanju feel ashamed for his abilities. That is a truth only Hinozu could be chosen by him. The system has abandoned you. From now on, I will personally let you taste the flavor of destruction. The scene sitting on his own throne smirked maliciously. First, the deep and secretive figure quietly crept in. I'll start with those troublesome heritage friends. Berskrin stretched and yawned loudly. Oh, so sleepy, going to get a coffee. But there was no response. The space became eerie and inexplicable. She looked out into the darkness outside the door, feeling uneasy inside. Duver suddenly had his head filled with blood, weakly calling out, "Arya," but exhaling his last breath to warn her, "Run." Then he died without closing his eyes. The figure stepping into the light was a large bear. That was the leader of Heritage. Clearly targeting the leader first, he roared, "For the system, go die, heretic." The man's throat was squeezed tightly as he shuddered and called out, "Arya." Berskrin turned when he heard the broken voice. "Hurry, run." A bot held the man by the neck and said, "That's the leader of Heritage." Goddess slowly approached Berskrin and said, "For the system, go die, heretic." Berskrin looked worried as he ran back and asked, "Who sent someone here?" Veron stood there and called out, "Call the police." The female attendant quickly covered her mouth in shock. The scene before them was terrifying. A piercing scream echoed. "The chairman has arrived." Veron continued pouring water. He stood there, deep in thought. They are all grade A. He wondered, who is it? A beep cut through Veron's thoughts. He looked at his watch as if someone was calling. Veron spoke up. "What is it? I don't have the mood to talk now." The sound of crying from the phone cut through his words. "Hick hick. Veron," he continued, "Elifner is dead. They found her at her mansion this morning." Veron's eyes widened in surprise. He stood still, stunned. Why? Their business fields aren't even related to each other. They don't have a common enemy. The only thing they share. In the thick snow, Sanju turned around. Veron behind him clutched his chest and shivered, calling out, "Security team!" He urged anxiously, "Come to support me quickly." "Open the underground hideout," Veron said. The man at the table sipping coffee suddenly spoke up. "Veron, I'm only telling you this much. Recently, I've acquired a rare skill." Holding his coffee cup with one hand, he revealed a small box with the other. "It's called an emergency black box. If I die, it will record moments before and after my death. With our positions, we have many enemies." Veron sweated as he heard him continue. "So if anything happens, you know what to do, right?" Veron approached, placing his hand on the man's shoulder and said, "Culprit, just find out who the culprit is." Sanju turned around from the sidewalk, asking, "Don't tell me you want a miracle." You hesitate. "Her name is yes." Then he continued, "Lady Laura's," she touched and replied. "I didn't expect it to be. You even remember my name. I thought you only saw us as golden egg-laying chickens." Sanju asked in confusion, "What do you mean? The tour program benefits both of us." She cut him off, asking, "You came all the way here. Don't you understand that?" Looking at Sanju sarcastically, she asked, "Is it a trick, that flower blocking skill? The technique to block opponents?" Sanju remained silent as Loris chattered on. Sanju silently listened to her ramble. "I don't know when you learned this skill, but it is indeed a cute trick. You think your small business career is over now." Loris stood there with two men. "I'll be frank, if you join our enlightened corporation, we'll overlook your foolish antics." Sanju looked at her with a hint of sarcasm and said, "Enlighten was rested, yet they're offering this. Unexpectedly generous." She replied, "We like talents, to make it clear." Loris hesitated before continuing, "You can't refuse." Jan Benzarian and Maximus Creed grinned at him intently. "Sanju, if you think those two are serious." He laughed. "Anyway, Enlighten is just a place for jumpers." He recalled what the man said. Ultimately, it was Jumper who initiated the Awakening program and tightly connected humanity to the system. He thought, let's wait until we determine Jumper's true identity. A voice echoed, "If this were a normal place, I would have joined already. But I still have many people relying on me." Loris spoke. "I'm refusing." She turned to the two men and said, "Just don't kill him." Jan Benzarian stepped forward, saying, "On the contrary, Loris, he will have to beg for his death." Maximus Griggs, with a nonchalant expression, asked, "Sangwoo, right?" He mocked, looking at someone who seems weaker than an S rank. Sangju didn't pay attention and said, "If that's the case, you should continue. Both of you are S ranks too." Maximus Griggs laughed mockingly. "This question is good. I don't know how to call it, but I'm quite famous. Do you know? No one knows me. I haven't hunted for a long time. He grinned, acting like a child. Jan Benzarian also spoke up. Sangyu Jong, we're here to send you a message. He continued, an important message. Sanju was on guard. What is it? He thought. 2 S ranks. No need for unnecessary risks. If needed, I'll run away. A beep beep sound came from Loris's watch. Varen's voice echoed on the phone from the other side. Varen, what's going on? Varen shouted into her watch. Loris, you're safe now. Get out of there immediately. She questioned, what are you talking about? Loris heard Varen's voice through the watch. There's a hitman trying to kill you. No, they want to kill everyone in the tour group. She didn't bother answering. But if it was a hitman, I wouldn't need to worry anyway. My voice echoed. Now I'm with 2 S ranks. Jambin Zarian whispered. The message. That's the problem. The real hitman. The voice from the watch reverberated. It was Jambalorian and Maximus Creed of Enlightened Corp. At that moment, Jambalorian and Maximus Creed squeezed Loris's neck as they spoke. The message is not to defy your master. Loris made a choking sound. His head was snapped. Sanju was stunned by the scene. Loris fell down and Jambin Zarian spoke up. Your master gave you a chance for survival, but you lost it. From now on, we'll kill each person in your precious tour group one by one. He continued. Then we'll move to colleagues, friends, and finally your family. Sanju interrupted him. Do you think I'll just stand there and watch? He replied. Yes, exactly like now. As he spoke, a purple aura surrounded his hand as he threw a card. You're surprised by the card near you. A strong purple aura hid Sanju. He drew his sword and thought to himself, it's too heavy. What kind of ability is this? Maximus Creed took advantage of the situation as he lunged forward, saying, see you next time. Those poor clients have become dead targets now. A fist hit the announcement board. Activate skill. Right-hand hero. A golden light enveloped both of them. Sanju was knocked back. He flew several buildings away. His body crashed into a wall, creating smoke and dust. He fell to the ground. Sanju cried out. Everyone's mouths dropped open. The man on the ground spoke up. That hit really hurt. A figure began to appear. Loris lay motionless. A shadow fell over her. Jumper looked down silently. Taburn, someone is kneeling there with a hesitant voice. So the plan is unfolding as planned. The master kneels and continues speaking. It's just a tiny insect blocking the way, but the judgment has already been made and can't be avoided. Please rest assured. There, a call echoes to the grade system. The system operator turns around to him and speaks. You've done well. You've endured much hardship. He continues, I don't know if my requests are too many. The system operator suddenly laughs loudly and asks the master, can't hold it in anymore. Is my tone now like the god you spoke of? The master remains silent while kneeling. The system operator chuckles as he turns back to continue speaking. Of course not, because he hesitates. He reaches out and says, I'm just a tool. Near the stairs, someone calls out, Gran, the maidservant sighs with helplessness. Sir, please forgive me. Lord Viren, Lord Gran has locked himself away from everyone since yesterday, right? Gran is extremely panicked. I'm back again. Deception. Viren's expression fades as he responds. I'll go in myself and pull that person out. Then he opens the door to Gran's room. Hey, Gran, if you keep investigating, things will be better. Just trust me. Why give up so easily after just a few tries? I'm sure your hair will grow back soon. Suddenly, he stops when he sees Gran with wide eyes. His expression is shocked. At this moment, someone with silver hair exclaims, Oh my! This is King Locatus, Knight Abaddon. A deformed hand begins to burst with strength. That's enough for now. The only thing you need to do now is pay the price. Don't resist. Heresy. Berserker looks terrified at his opponent. A cloud of dust erupts in the space. Sanyu grits his teeth in anger. Damn you! Them! Hat aka Su's eyes are black, covered in blood as he exclaims. How many clones do you have? 6 or 7? I've spread my abilities across the world. With your small number there, you need to watch over those around you closely. Sanyu grabs his collar and shouts. How dare a coward drag ordinary people into this? Check them with just one finger. I'll find you. Hat aka Sue laughs maniacally. Haha, excellent reaction, very good response. While saying that, his flesh and blood begin to disintegrate in the space. Keep trying, I'm eagerly waiting. Saying this, a cloud of smoke remains in the air. Sangyu yells, don't run away. Then he grits his teeth in anger. Later, he turns and sighs in relief before asking, is that enough? Sangyu replies, done. At this moment, flies are already buzzing round the corpses on the floor. Sangyu quickly covers his nose. The hallucination has disappeared. At least I should properly bury these people. Sangyu responds, yes, you're frowning again. Fools, we still don't know who the target is. I've seen how they fought during the harvest, right from the start. They're not ordinary people anymore. On this side, a baton was hit hard in his stomach, a large hole appearing. His expression showed shock and disbelief. What the heck? What are you, some kind of monster? Over here, Oria gritted her teeth as she shot arrows from her bow. You don't need to know about that. Just then, Dubois appeared from behind and punched a baton, causing his body to almost explode. After the punch, he took a moment to catch his breath heavily. Then a huge explosion erupted. Arya looked worried. He's late again. Duver and Dubbert scratched their heads in embarrassment. Sorry, I was busy with something, so I didn't hear it. Who is this guy? She replied. I don't know either. He mentioned the system. Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling Arya. Interesting. A baton stood up with his massive body, looking ferocious and terrifying. How can he use such a skill? With such power but without any blessing from the system, your sins are unforgivable. Arya shouted. Duver and Dubbert quickly rushed forward. Got it! But when that punch came, his body disintegrated into tiny worms flying around him, looking very disgusting. That bizarre body said, I'll temporarily withdraw now, but you won't be safe either. You can't escape judgment. The body then vanished. Dubbert scratched his head as he watched. There's a problem. I need to change my identity again. Let's switch scenes to a bathroom. Sangyu, after taking a bath and feeling uncomfortable, asked what that smell was. Sangyu stood next to him, spraying disinfectant on his body. I unmixed something while asking how many times he had taken a bath recently. She got goosebumps. Why, what are you doing? Talking about monster corpses. Then I unhanded over some small bottles. By the way, Sangwoo asked, what are the side effects of this? Wu Hein said he could reduce the side effects significantly now. But since you want to prioritize performance, its effect will be quite strong. Your mana usage ability will be disabled for 3 hours. In short, no skill usage allowed. Sangwoo smiled weakly, that's too strong. Then she asked more importantly, what are you up to these days? Travel guide, he replied with a pained expression. HMPH, that will be exposed soon. But I need money right now. He reminded her to avoid hanging around the GM's boss from now on. Yu Hein looked worried. Okay, but don't do everything alone. He confidently replied, I'm not alone. My skill is mind diversion. As they walked, the #1 mind diver and Sangyu followed behind him. Cut to a baton. At this moment, he reported back to his master. The master said, failed, huh? He doesn't look like a person at all. A baton? He was very shaken. I'm truly sorry. My lord, I'm certain the system in hell is off, but they can still use their skills freely. The boss of the hot sauce factory. What? A baton grabbed a knife and pressed it against his own throat. I'll accept my punishment. He tried to stop him. Enough! Enough! Stop right now. Why does everyone want to die? The boss then sneered and reached out his hand. Let's put HRI aside for now. I'll eliminate the source of his wealth completely. His little charming business will collapse. Sangyu line. Cut to a different location. Curses echoed. Damn it! The young men and women were tied to chairs with their eyes blindfolded. They struggled and shouted in pain. FCK! This is a scam! That cunning you guy. I knew from the start he was a despicable con artist, with girls crying for help. Please, stop it. Illinois turned back and shouted, Wait, didn't you all sign a contract? You provide your youthful mana and we pay you. She then panted heavily. Cough, cough. Is there anyone among the security team who can find one of those young skilled ones? Sounds came from the door. Illinois asked as she entered. Why isn't Lucas responding? Where are you all now? Didn't you hear me calling? But she paused when she saw countless mutilated corpses lying in pools of blood. Eleanor was shocked and trembling. What's going on? I can't hear anything. Suddenly, she felt as if she were sinking into a dark space with two hands grabbing her neck from within. The black figure made a sound. Even a rank hunter couldn't make the F sound. The sin of using abandoned systems to gain youth. Pay the price with your life. Illinois looked back in horror. Why is this happening? Then the scene switched to the academy. Clear blue sky. Hazian was walking down a hallway when he called out. Number 4, what are you doing here? The clone of Number 4 pointed and asked. You haven't been attending classes as regularly lately. Did you see anything? Hazian exclaimed. It's a teacher, referring to Professor Hisik standing on the podium. That's Professor Kang Hisik. The one you mentioned was punished appropriately. The clone of Number 4 pondered and suddenly activated his communication. Outside, Sangwoo asked, what's going on? Number 4 replied, just as expected. Line ends here. All students are looking into space, believing the professor is there. About Sangyu's condition, I feel something isn't right. It's been a week since the professors passed away, but the academy hasn't shown any signs of action. They must have hidden the professors' deaths with illusions. You spoke again. What about Professor Huang Yunhui? Ha Jian looks puzzled. What's wrong with you? Professor Huang Yunhui left the academy after the last incident. Her expression suddenly turns pale and she starts shivering. Oh, what are you? Is there nothing there? Could it be that I've been brainwashed? Fan the Number 4 approached her tightly with seriousness. There's no brainwashing here at all. Sangyu outside is calm and fine too. Hazian, the machine has been destroyed, so there's no way to brainwash you now. But I'm still calculating how that illusion skill must be used on a larger scale. From now on, don't come to the academy anymore. You reminded him, and Hazian could only blush and stammer in response. Yes, got it. In her mind, she thought this is just one fan then, but because it looks like him, she feels a bit attached. Then she wonders when you should stop coming to the academy. Sangyu replied, from today on, stay at GM headquarters with Yu Hyul. The master called Abaddon suddenly has some people appear behind him. Sangwoo Zhang, can we talk for a moment about your tour program? They are the Lorax trio, Jan Benzarian and Maximus Grief. Sangwoo told Ha Jian he'll call her back later and then laughed. Don't tell me you want a refund. On another side, someone who just took off their glasses burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Of course not. Because I'm just a tool. This is the system operator. When will Lord River come? I wonder. It's been 20 years since that great disaster. He's definitely on Earth now. The master of Abaddon knelt before the operator and asked if he had considered what I said earlier. The operator replied casually, oh, about this appearance issue. Well, it is a bit wasteful, but should we use it? A drug that can completely regenerate the body structure, a miraculous medicine to heal Eliza. He swallowed something and immediately an explosion erupted. After drinking that, the operator's shape changed into Eliza's. He said mischievously, if I had been faster, Eliza would have woken up already. So if I do this, he might want to meet me. Even as a tool, appearance matters too, right? The demon below clenched his hand tightly. Then he shouted, you're not just a tool. He roared loudly, you are the Lord. A Lord will enlighten foolish mortals. Please don't belittle yourself like this. The operator smiled darkly. Do you know anything? Even in Tiburn, there was a noble who called him River. I'll cut off support for River. At first, he completely opposed dedicating time to create me. But after witnessing the miracles of Lord River, he became a devoted follower. He's not just a warrior. He's a god. Depending on each person's expectations, they call him by different names, despite his true identity being corrected from the start. Such people are always the first to betray when their faith collapses. So the operator suddenly appeared behind the kneeling one and warned not to change River's given identity. Just like the identity I gave you, don't do anything unnecessary besides searching for Lord River. The man sweats profusely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here it is. It's right there. This is the true dignity a lord should have. After feeling the mental torture, his expression showed satisfaction and he spoke contentedly. Got it. Now announcements are being made. Another shocking incident has occurred. The chairman of a major arms manufacturing company, Lomas, was found dead 3 days ago. A highly influential figure in both politics and business, he had connections with many criminal organizations. Following the management of Enlighten, Laura's, he is the 5th victim in the series of murders targeting the upper class. The suspect disabled all the company's security forces without leaving any blood traces, showing extremely dangerous capabilities. Sang-woo was amazed and speechless after hearing this information. Oh, I didn't think it would last long anyway. Then the foolish one asked, did they come here too? Busker replied, yeah, luckily we chased them away. Duber added, but they weren't the level 5 South who attacked you. The surprise is that Jan and Maximus were part of the system from the start. Sang-woo asked in shock. Those two are famous. Dubbert. Level 5 is always famous, even to us. Even those who fought in the Tiburn War have to admit that they are monsters. Leo Gardo, who disappeared a long time ago, is still occasionally mentioned. The strange beetle thug has joined our side and he's very strong too, like Jen and Maximus. Sang-woo exclaimed, just 2 levels 5 causing so much trouble? Dubbert sighed in agreement. You don't realize your position. He asked again, where is the captain during such times? Berserkern looked a bit sad. Yeah, I remember he said he found the location of the elixir and went to get it that day. Sang-woo exclaimed, alright, then I'll leave a clone here too. Spending 15 billion on an actual tour program is really regrettable. But originally, that money was just from the monster ingredient revenue of Odin Tower, so it's fine. Both were very happy. The problem is we've cleared out all the bait. Now how do we proceed? Sang-woo's expression fell when he heard about the mass murders. High-ranking officials from around the world are increasing their security forces. He exclaimed, thinking about it. Isn't this actually helping us in some way? Someone on the other side responded as requested. We're cleaning up those who accepted Sang-woo's invitation. 5 have been handled, the rest might withdraw too. This will soon deplete their resources. It's level 5 Hunter Queen Maximus Creed and ex-Playboy Hunter Jan Pelorian. Another replied, yeah, you two did a good job. You are indeed the most powerful weapons I have. That is the master. He seems very pleased. Gion Benzarian asked curiously, Master, forgive my impudence. We can't directly deal with Sang-woo. Is there any reason we have to take this roundabout approach? The master still smiled. If we do it that way, it's too easy. That arrogant fool, thinking he could do whatever he wanted. That is why, step by step, I plan to let him realize this little by little. Little by little, the announcement continued. The master controlled a living time entity and requested an increase in the proportion of emotional influence on the target, creating illusions and phantasms to confuse the target. In this world, choosing a side is not just our solitude, a voice from behind spoke, making the master pause. That's your plan, sir. Turns out Laura's isn't one of us, right? Excuse me, but this is a material procurement center for monsters. We can no longer buy monster parts from lowly Odin. Sang-woo heard that and was shocked. What flag? Hold on, why though? You said they were worth a lot. We even signed an exclusive contract. The man bowed. I'm very sorry, but this is hard to explain. A man spoke with a confused expression. Yeah, the hunters from Sang-woo. Sorry, but we have to decline. Another girl chimed in. It will be tough for you to find someone willing to buy such a large quantity. We respectfully decline. Then another man smiled brightly. Alright, then we accept. Why are everyone rejecting these valuable items? Finally, the man who received the item was brutally killed. Sang-woo clenched his teeth in frustration. Oh, I'm going crazy. At this moment, that awful thing entered the body of the ugly man and gave a sinister smile. Everything follows the master's will. All for the system and all for us. Turning back to the master, he held his face and laughed. Cough, cough, you saw it, right? Now saying you can't do anything, he can't find any source of funds to buy advanced skills anymore. That's why you killed Laressa, the jumper questioned with a low voice. The master still laughed happily. I told you I'm sorry for that and there was no other choice. Her pursuit of youth was foolish and thoughtless, so she gave money to Sangyu. Why do you pretend to care though? You treat others like they're not human except yourself? The jumper looked at him coldly. Then he stepped forward and spoke. Loras was the manager of the Global Awakening program. This could disrupt the harvest plan. Honestly, your trivial matters are my biggest headache. The master replied smugly. Don't worry about it. I'll explain clearly to him. The jumper laughed coldly. No, not that. What surprised me was your intentions. Your plan is simply to prevent Sangyu from selling the Heritage Skill Sphere, using fifth-year students to assassinate some influential figures in the tour program, threatening them to sabotage Sangyu's tour program. Is that all? The master shrugged. In fact, everything is going well. Now Sangyu is isolated and will gradually. As he was boasting, the jumper suddenly laughed. Bye! Ha! Ha ha ha! He laughed loudly in a terrifying manner as if going mad. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! This expression made the master look confused. What are you doing? Why are you laughing? Cut to the Van Hala gate. Wanty was sweating heavily and said, just as I thought, there's no one here to call for help. It seems everyone is afraid of being assassinated. Sangyu turned back with a confident smile. No, maybe the opposite will happen. Inside the jumper, he tried hard not to laugh. Ha ha. Phew, damn. I haven't laughed this much in so long. That damn guy, what are you threatening level 5 for? What's your deal? And can't you guess the response of those powerful ones outside? Sangyu saw something strange in the space. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. Varen held a hydration stick and Gran rushed over, just finishing their setup. Sangwoo, tour guide program. Hurry up, go to Odin's tower where no one can follow us. He clung to Sangwoo's shirt loudly in panic. The grade guards are all useless. Any 10 billion, 20 billion, or 50 billion will do. I'll pay it all back. Didn't you say your clone is very good at protecting others? Please protect us. Save us, please. Varen was extremely shocked by this. Hunter, don't tell me you already guessed this. Sangyu replied calmly, guessed what? I didn't do anything. The so-called master made it himself. Then he repeated, everyone, there will be no refund this time. Got it? Inside the jumper, he couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Inside the jumper, he was still holding his face and couldn't hold back his laughter. Haha, master, you possess very powerful skills, but your mind is too foolish. The master's expression became more frustrated as he said, your dog's mouth, shut it. Quickly close your mouth. He shouted and two Jambinzarian guards immediately attacked him from behind. Haha, master, you possess very powerful skills, but your mind is too foolish. The master shouted again, your dog's mouth, shut it. To Jambinzarian guards, Maximus Creed and Maximus Grieg attacked Jumper from behind. Maximus Creed swung his fist while shouting, I don't want things to be like this, Chairman. A massive fist emerged from the space, and the Jambinzarian also used a card. The strange power forced him into another dimension. A huge flower's stigma spoke. Look at me. The master created an eerie and deadly space. He killed all of them. Lucas, despite having many chances, you still disappoint us. Jumper smiled fearfully as the attacks came. At this moment, powerful lightning powers erupted. The attacks dissipated, leaving a silent space between for people. Maximus Grieg and Jan Pizzerian stared in disbelief, sweating heavily. The master was even more shocked than anyone else. What's going on? Jumper asked again. Is this trick over yet? At this moment, the two level 5 guards were panicking. The cards I threw back have returned, and the current situation too, clearly we. Hit him! Could Jumper's special ability not just be instant teleportation? Jumper's expression was a terrifying smile. Ha, guys, did you really punch your own chairman? Then he patted the master on the shoulder. This is the second time. Master, I'm restraining myself because this time I chose to be on the same side as you. His expression became terrifying and warning, but there won't be a third time. Quickly get rid of those stupid plans your foolish mind is trying to come up with and kill Sangyu right now. I'm starting to get annoyed by having to clean up the mess you've made. Alright, good luck. Everyone, I hope no one causes any more trouble so that I don't have to come here again. After saying this, he left with a satisfied look. Been looking forward to this. Now then, Dong Sangyu, how will you react to this situation? Right. This feeling I must have become a fan of yours. Cut to another location. At the moment, Sangyu is lying on large wooden boxes, laughing loudly. Oh my, so much money it's making me feel dizzy. Varen is gritting her teeth in regret. Hey, we fulfilled our end of the deal with 10 people each getting 50 billion. Half in cash and the rest transferred to your account. Total amount is 500 billion. Sangyu continues to bait. Or should I change all your gear to something like high-quality stuff? He clenched his teeth in frustration, thinking, it's getting ridiculous now. You're sitting up and laughing, saying, oh, by now everyone must have known that the idea of rejuvenation through pure mana absorption is just a lie. This is only temporary shelter. If you understand, stay in camp and let someone else handle this. For food, just pour hot water over the pre-packed meals. Eat when hungry. Gran is still holding onto her water jug, trying to shout. Where are you going? Did you leave us behind here? Sangyu's cheeks flushed as he turned away to answer. I left some clones to guard, so don't worry about that. While I go fishing. As he said, he waved and walked off. Cut to a butterfly. It landed on a flower, instantly squashed by someone's heavy footstep. That person is none other than the owner. He is still fuming. You lowlife! What a wretched insect! How dare such a disgusting creature like you? He roared in anger. Do you think I'm a fool, Then he broke into a twisted smile. Right. It's all because of your own words, Lucas. Just do as you please. Wait and see what happens to the world when I decide to take action this time. You'll be on your knees begging for forgiveness from that day. Not by any means. Anyone involved with Dong Sanju or anyone who helped him by skill balls will be sentenced to death, he declared before his subordinates. Cut to another scene where someone is clinking beer mugs and cheering loudly. Chenyu smiled and said, well, cheers then. Zhongzi continued, heard you're doing pretty well as a hunter these days. Guy from the opposite side replied, oh yeah, this time I just leveled up to D rank. He remarked, oh my, that's fast. This is Sanju's friend Kim Kyung. Yeah, anyway, I can't be as good as Sanju, Zhongzi encouraged. Well, AD rank is still great. No need to compare yourself with someone of a higher rank. Speaking of which, it's been a while since Sangyu didn't answer my calls. I wonder what he's up to now. Sangyu's cheeks flushed as he laughed happily from the beer. I told you so. Having money makes all the difference. He wouldn't have met us because we're not on the same level anymore. Guy slammed his beer mug hard onto the table. That's not how he is. You guys are spoiling my mood. I'm leaving. As he said, he stood up and put on his jacket. A serious expression, startling the other two. Hey, Guy! At this moment, that black thing sticking out is a head with long hair. You can clearly see the white teeth opening wide as it speaks. Ka! Hey! Dao! Junmo and Yuhan look terrified at what they see. That terrifying thing rushes forward, its mouth wide open. Those foreign Taoists! At this moment, clone number 2 appears in time to launch an attack that sends it flying back. The two girls are relieved to see him and cheer up. Oh, shoo, number 2. Clone number 2 holds a knife out, saying please stand behind me. That demonic thing rushes forward again. Why? The one who's letting this opportunity slip away. Clone number 2 responds, I didn't do anything wrong. It speaks again. I quite like the foolishness of that person. Hazian asks anxiously, Number 2, and what about him? He replies, he's alone somewhere else. The plan has been carried out. A well-organized terrorist attack against us has begun. Explosions erupt in the buildings. From now on, this terrifying thing called the Aureus Knights is here. It lunges forward with its hands and feet to attack, but clone number 2 continues. Those connected to Sangyu will be targeted by an unspecified force. At Sangyu's location, he sits amidst huge explosions, rocks falling down. He smiles, it seems like it's working, huh? In front of Sangyu appears a surge of power, revealing two leaves of hemp. Sangyu stands up calmly and says, ha ha ha, we must have met before. What did you say? Something like, next time we meet, all your poor customers will become corpses. Not only are most of them fine, but because of your threats, they even paid me extra money seriously. Should I be grateful or something? Maximus Creed's face turns dark after hearing this. You're confident that's good. But he tightens his fist. You should have thought it through. If you had quietly disappeared when given the chance, you might still be alive, especially after receiving a deadly blow not long ago. Did you fall and hit your head on the ground back then? While saying this, Maximus Creed grits his teeth and prepares to punch. A powerful explosion erupts in space. Sangyu retreats behind him confidently. Huh, so you really don't understand now. Back then, I didn't have clones. Do you remember? At this moment, a crack appears behind him. Everyone, gather up. The space immediately shatters into a large hole. But surprisingly, no one steps out from there. Sangyu calls out helplessly. Everyone, Tenzin Benzerian now holds the just one cards, looking pleased but troubled. But now, his clones are quite busy. We're not the only ones inheriting our master's will. You often use your clones to protect those around you. So you think why they didn't show up? In terms of numbers, we were already more from the start. The scene shifts to Sangyu's house. Windows are shattered and inside it's a mess. One of the raiders opens the door, steps in with a smug expression on his face, making a call to confirm Deng Sangyu's house is completely destroyed. On the other end, they remind him to make sure both body and soul are taken care of. We must inflict endless pain on that freak. The raider responds, got it, at least I'll send some heads over. He removes his helmet revealing he's a member of the Orabat Knights. Meanwhile, Zuna is under attack by an immense power surge from Zuner. White smoke billows out as Zuna cries out in alarm, calling for Yuner. Suddenly, two of Sangyu's duplicates appear before them. Juna exclaims. As Sangyu, Minho replies, no, they're just duplicates. She asks, are you guys okay? Abaddon then shouts, an intruder has appeared. The raider aims his gun and fires. Yeah, Abaddon says with a grim expression. Just as planned. We'll keep these duplicates here. Not just here. Our Orabat Knights have sealed off all of them in multiple locations. At this moment, Deng Sang's true body is completely alone. On Sangyu's side, he fights Maximus Creed and Zambin Zarian, who unleash a massive violet energy wave. Sangyu dodges while the ground beneath him sinks, calling out, wait, hold on. He wonders in his mind, each symbol on the cards has its own power. Maximus Creed swings his fist from another direction. We already know the maximum number of duplicates Law Bayat can have, buddy, and all of them are dealing with attacks in Korea right now. So who will come to protect him now? As he says this, he throws a punch. Sangyu deflects it with a stream of energy. Maximus Chris, with trembling arms, grins, just as I thought. He relies heavily on his duplicate ability. Compared to a level 5 hunter, his stats are slightly lacking, disappointing. With that, he raises his hand again to attack. A massive fist hits Sangyu's body. He's injured and bleeding. Before he can catch his breath, more cards from Zambin Zirian fly at him. he manages to slash through a powerful stream of energy to block them. Zambinzirian raises the Joker card with an unhappy expression. You manage to read all the cards accurately. At least your movements are quite impressive. So let's pretend we're at S rank for now. Immediately, the card's form grows larger and emits a strange power. Then an explosion erupts. Red cards fly outwards. Sangyu feels his body struggling to move. He grits his teeth. This is the blinding ability at work now, but its strength is in a completely different class. A loud scream echoes and a violent demonic energy surge erupts. Sangyu is hit again, coughing up a large amount of blood. All his abilities are activated with overwhelming power. So next will be Tenzin Benzirian closing in on him, then severing one of Sangyu's arms to his shock. Sangyu collapses in pain, clutching his severed arm. Maximus Gris swings his fist at the ground and roars, "Goodbye," using Sangyu. The massive fist prepares to fall again. Despite his injuries, Sangyu stops and smiles. "Ha, that's just a punch. Weak like hitting your knee." Maximus Gris grits his teeth in anger. No, all the power is being compressed. The Tihon technique compresses all the strength. When immense power converges in a small space, pressure reaches an entirely different state. Immediately, that strike lands with full force. That sharp power pierces through Sangyu's body. His body falls back. Maximus Gris smirks. It's too late for the one who realizes. There are still people in this world who surpass you. Sangyu clenched his teeth to suppress a blood spurt and then chuckled. Look, the plan is working. Right. The two guys looked confused. At that moment, Sangyu's body erupted with a surge of power. He laughed loudly. I've been saying I'm the real one since when? Ah, this is just another clone of Sangyu. Even Ad was fooled everyone. On the other side, Uribat held his phone with a flustered expression. Huh? The person on the other end was puzzled. What's going on? He was panicking. What? Those corpses? On the floor were broken human models. They're not dead bodies. This is a trap. Deng Sangyu's family isn't here. The other end was alarmed. What the heck? Where are they then? At that moment, another clone of Sangyu appeared behind Uribat. Lam Lam held a knife in his hand. Cut to the office scene. Explosions echoed through space. Alreiz's face was even more swollen and bruised as he struggled to keep it together. Hazian clapped in admiration. Wow, number 2 is the best. Clone number 2 responded. Oh, that was a critical hit. A crack appeared. She became worried again. Huh? Are you in pain? Or him? Clone number 2 denied. No, turn around. It's a new guy. Number 8. To the clone pretending to be Sangyu, he was called clone number 8. He laughed loudly. Now Sangyu really crawls out of the hole just created by questioning who did this. Then Sangyu stuck his tongue out in a mocking expression. You all actually thought my clone limit is 7, right? He. Recalling that Sangyu received information from the system earlier. Today is the last day of the week I promised to the boss. He said happily. Great. It's time for this to happen, right? The screen notification appeared. Clone skill upgraded. Level 8 clone skill. Manifestation form. Using energy to summon exact duplicates of the user. Sangyu and his clones stepped out just as they spoke. Don't think you can trap my clone. But it's our split forms that play with you guys. Then Sangyu quickly grabbed his sword and rushed to join the split forms. Don't think you can trap our split form. Those two also looked in the mirror, adding more power, but it's still our split forms that play with you guys. Next, he carried the sword on his shoulder with a smug smile. The split forms stood beside him, and we start a new round, right? Just now, 1 against 2, huh? And this time, Sangyu assessed it as to versus 8. Jan Benzirian sneered. HMPH, killing one of them isn't that hard. Maximus Gris stood beside him with a grim face. Then he lost patience and charged up. I just need to beat each one like before and it's done. He didn't hesitate to rush his sword to block his attack. With a smug smile, he looked pleased with himself. It won't be that easy. Tenzin Benzirian held onto the sword, his face slightly pale in thought. This guy, the original is even stronger than our split forms. to split forms and 3 rushed towards him while he wasn't prepared. Combined, they both buried their faces into the ground at once. Meanwhile, Maximus Gris struggled to create a shield, gritting his teeth as he reminded himself that he was acting out of anger. These split forms are clearly much weaker than us. Split form for rushed towards him and attacked. The other 3 split forms standing with him also jumped up, their eyes filled with determination to fight. But Sanju still calmly held his sword on his shoulder. If we stay calm and take them down one by one. I didn't say I would let you do that. He concluded, if one isn't enough, then give to a try. Then the 2 split forms rushed towards him and slashed down together. He raised his hand to block the attack. Another 3rd split form attacked. If that's not enough, add 3 more. Proudly saying to him, that's my technique of splitting into multiple forms. Meanwhile, Maximus Creed struggled under the attacks from all 3 split forms. Ha! He shouted in anger and threw a card out, holding his mouth. Seeing a Tep's card, he smiled. Through number 8's combat experience, I've determined your capabilities. The ones who run away are for sure. Then Sanju entered a state of alert and teleported. He landed in front of him with an evil grin. He swung his sword as well. The uneven ground began to rise. Sharp spikes controlled the old man lying on the ground. Then he urged them, wake up and go. Gian Benzarian also struggled to stop and looked at him with wide eyes. Don't boast, he smiled as he pointed his sword at them. At least you should act like saint level. Maximus Creed stood up and looked towards him. I admit, dealing with a large number of hunters at your level is a bit difficult. He still calmly looked at him. Behind was Jean-Pierre Girard. The man stood up in thought. Their movements were so synchronized it felt like they shared one mind. His eyes scanned around, but are 7 split forms really enough? The man threatened, right now your family and me. I'm just acting dirty. Here it is. Here it is. These talkative villains. Then Sanju leaped up, his hand flaring with flames as he smiled at them. They looked up in surprise. Haha, of course. Do you think I would just sit and wait for your rival knowing you were coming? So, back home, his family was having dinner while watching TV. His mother glanced at her daughter Ji-woo, who was eating as well. Yes, they live in a remote house deep in the forest. She asked again, have you gotten used to living in such a secluded place? Are you comfortable with it? Jingwoo still ate steadily. Well then, we don't really have any other choice. The strange ones are targeting us. Follow your big brother's advice. It's always right. She smiled. Mom was very happy to hear that. Then she turned to look at the other figures in the room. What about you guys? Does everyone like this dish? Mr. Du hesitated, then looked at her. Oh, yes ma'am. Mother, the car next to us is also confused. The meal was very delicious. Dioxin could only watch. They looked at each other in confusion. Everyone seemed to be affected by the clone's actions. Yes, they said a terrorist group is targeting us. 3 people sat at the dining table, facing Sangju's family table and understood. So Sangwoo has always been thinking of us. I'll apologize for talking behind his back later. MMHMM. Me too! At night, on a rooftop, someone was speaking. Sangyu's clone had already left. It seems we have to take down those guys ourselves. Miho squinted one eye and raised her hand as a telescope towards the distance. I didn't expect them to attack for real. Honestly, I was a bit suspicious. Seon behind explained that Sangyu isn't someone who lies without reason. Next to Yuna clapped excitedly. So should we go now? Another portal opened elsewhere. Yugon's shout echoed among the crowd. The Caners and Yolos gathered together. Others were also angry, discussing. Everyone, why would they dare bother our captain? Captain, fight! Above, Kim and Abaddon stood on the rooftop. Kim aimed her gun at the house. Damn it! Really, that many people are a bit hard to handle. Abaddon beside roared in anger. So those who are actually caught in the trap, it's us, he muttered. Perhaps the clones that other knights held back have gathered with the original, bringing all the knights here. Immediately, a group of armored figures arrived on the rooftop. They came because the system had brought them to this point. Both sides charged at each other in a mad frenzy, leaving no choice but to fight to the end. The master slumped back in his chair, exhausted by so many fallen soldiers. A girl with red gold hair stood beside and reported on the two people. She calmly looked at him during the days of Eurobad and Oreos. They were definitely eliminated, and the remaining members of the Night Guild are also under attack. Black asked about those inside. The girl with red gold hair hesitantly reported that they are still holding out. The master's eyes filled with anger. This has never happened before with my power. He thought of those who had knelt and begged for mercy in tears. Gunti was fighting Abaddon on the other side. Anybody must bow down. So why don't they submit to me? Here, he is still fighting Jambin Zarian. The master's eyes darkened in determination. Perhaps he had to use that skill now. He issued the order, mobilizing all troops for a full-scale assault. That night, he remembered the Sun Pillars, then began the final phase of the Autumn Harvest campaign. On another side, a blonde guy was hit in the face by a ball. His mouth still yelling in frustration, "Die, heretics." Iuna assessed as they watched him fall. These guys are strong, probably around a rank. Miha also looked at him. Wonder how many more of them there are. Someone up there is staring at us. An attack came straight for Iuna. Someone lunged to grab her and dodge it. Be careful. She looked embarrassed. You asked Hun, are you okay? Commander. She replied immediately. Ah, yes, thank you. You saved my life again. Behind Miho, she created a counterattack ball in desperation. Hey, what about me? Up there, someone aimed directly at her head. The bow and arrow was cocked and ready to fire. There are no more distracting clones now. Now, the priority is to reduce their numbers, even just one life. Suddenly, a bullet hit his hand, spraying blood everywhere. He was scared. He screamed in pain. Ow, 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 damn it. Where did that come from? Below, someone mocked him. Haha, let you know something. When it comes to sniping, there are many better than you. On the rooftop across, Hei-Yan fired a series of shots. Yuyin observed and reported with her scope. It seems Hassian is doing a good job. She's shooting those guys from here. Are you really that good at this? Then the shots hit the guys in the trench coat below, causing them to scream in pain. You're doing? What are you up to? You screamed so loud. I asked, what are you doing here? Meanwhile, the black-haired commander received information from the crowd, glancing at the knives in their hands as well. Don't rush towards the civilians. Some of them have been brainwashed. The nearby soldier was confused. What should we do? Commander, the civilians are controlled by weapons in their hands. One eye glows red. The black man snorted. Are these villagers? He concluded, or just knocked them out suddenly. Someone jumped down to cut off the black-haired commander's command. Wrong! A magic circle quickly activates in front of the controlled people. The black-haired commander exclaimed in surprise. Captain Huang Junhai smiled and turned around. You saw that too, right? This is Captain Phoenix's team, Huang Junhai. Junhai suggested using mana to melt each head. The people who lost control attacked with black knives. From the Hei-On building, they looked at Yu Haiyan hesitantly. They are civilians. We can't attack them. She gritted her teeth angrily. Those damn things. Below, Junhai jumped up confidently towards the crowd with magic in hand. I'll deal with the brainwashed villagers. Don't worry about it. Just aim for anyone whose clothes are fluttering and handle them. But they move so fast, a voice warned, useless. We're very many. They raised their hands to create a fireball subconsciously, for the master, for the system. Maihoa also noticed the energy ball, not that fireball saying you sold almost free when casting. Hearing this, Junhai gritted her teeth and cursed, damn it. She shouted to remind the others, everyone, quickly find brainwashing devices. His brainwashing ability requires an intermediary device. They received orders, yes, understood, black liquid sprayed in the air, causing the crowd to look alarmed. That thing, Abaddon transformed and flew through the sky. Do you think I'll just sit here? He charged towards Haiyan and Uhyun, starting with that annoying sniper first. Suddenly, a purple smoke shot at him from behind. Poisoned eyes! He dodged, killed a few, then turned to look back. The newcomer commented, "Your assassination skills are still quite weak." Number 10 held the longsword disdainfully. Do you really think you can bother Sangyu's girlfriend with such techniques? Behind number 12, he also jumped down. Carrion stood on the wall behind, or Ian stood silently holding his arm. Tears streaming down, he added, "Let us teach you how to kill properly." Meanwhile, Maximus Creed was frenziedly punching, growling. His clone reached out to block. He swung his hand to punch the unprepared clone. "Got it! You're done changing now." Suddenly, clone number 8 retreated, halting his punch. It didn't forget to freeze his arm. Maximus Creed looked surprised. "Aha!" Number 1 reminded him. "Hey, you got it now." The monostructure in his skill. He regained his composure and swung his hand to punch. The 8th clone was blown away. "Disappear! Damn bugs!" Both Jambin Zarian and Maximus Gris gathered together. Sanju firmly held the sword in his hand. "Don't you recognize this? All of what you did to fight against 8. Behind him, a large mass emerged. The other 2 stood inside the stronghold, only succeeded because he was alone at that time. Then rocks quickly flew towards them. Those 2 were beaten so badly they lay on the ground, surrounded by craters. Jambin Zarian shivered as he held his card. "We've been too arrogant." Their bodies were quickly healed. Jambin Zarian muttered to himself. Maximus Gris laughed with satisfaction. "While dealing with you, we planned a long-term strategy for the important mission and had to conserve our strength. We apologize for our arrogance." Sanju stood on top of the rocks, holding his sword, looking down at them. "So does that mean you haven't taken this seriously until now? What an old-fashioned insult." The card's healing power. He denied it, holding a red card in his hand, his eyes full of determination. "No, that means we're ready to sacrifice our lives for yours." Abaddon shouted, "You've truly become the most dangerous obstacle." The system was activated. Red card. Accelerate. All the card's power is doubled temporarily. Punishment. Take unrecoverable damage with cards. Bodies transform into powerful energy. System explains. Hero manifestation. Immense strength compressed and flowing through the body. Punishment. Tripled power but tripled damage as well. A loud scream echoed. Sanju's eyes widened. He didn't notice Maximus Creed approaching from behind. One punch made the ground shatter. Sanju leaped to dodge. A golden statue punched directly where he stood. What kind of power is this? The 2 clones quickly jumped to slash at Maximus Christ's body. He screamed in pain. The machine kept selling out. Teeth gritted painfully. Then he turned and punched one of his clones. "Die!" A loud explosion echoed. On the other side, the 7 deadly sins in number 1's body muttered. When will they realize this? The first guy over there is starting to recognize it now. I also shouted at him. "Calm down!" On the other side, Jambin Zarian ranged his cards. His energy was powerful and it looked at him, choosing all this time. Cards kept flying, clones struggled to dodge. Lieber asked Han, "Sangwoo, are you okay?" Sangju tried to dodge the cards while squinting. "Aren't you nearsighted instead of blind?" Lieber's repeated questions made him widen his eyes in attention. "Let me give you some useful information." On the other side, number 3 slashed Maximus Gris' shoulder. He also grabbed the shoulder, making Sanju's clones widen their eyes in surprise. He swings a punch back at them. "At least we'll take 5 of them down with us." The Golden Buddha swings a punch as ordered, straight towards number 3. Meanwhile, Jambin Zarian goes wild and slashes the other 2 clones. "Damn fools!" The wounds on the clone quickly heal. Jambin Zarian grits his teeth, grabs a card and curses under his breath. Bloody hell, that recovery ability is ridiculous. Meanwhile, Jambin Zarian and number 3 charge at each other. His body gets frozen midair, but he breaks free and punches directly towards clone number 3, surprising it. "No chance!" He looks at number 3 with a fierce, panting gaze, still smiling. Ha ha ha! You don't understand the will of our master and the will of the system. Meanwhile, Maximus Griggs grabs the ace of spades and is determined. I'll drain the last bit of mana from this. He throws the card up high. The other 2 clones look up too. John Benzarian's eyes widen in madness as he screams, "This will be your grave." Sengu watches Maximus Griggs intently. "I'll make graves for you all." Both of them attack the clones in a state of awakening. Number 1 stands there, muttering about the 7 sins. "Are you sure you'll be okay? If you're not confident, let me handle it." But he denies it. No time for that. Suddenly, John Benzarian and Maximus Griggs' bodies are held back by something. Sanju's hand casts a small magic circle and marvels at it. "Wow, really did it." You smile, hefting your sword excitedly on your shoulder. "Learning a skill without needing the skill book, huh? Such an unusual feeling." Liberator explains. "Just now, that was a lightning magic circle. It doesn't last as long as ice." "I agree with you." "Yeah, but it can still temporarily paralyze stronger enemies." Jan Benzarian on the other side Isardbik. "It can only exist in Gelit." The energy surges. He also explains, like a brief moment of time. "I've completed the analysis." Number 1 frowns and gathers a black ball round his body, energy radiating out. Here is the power of the void. Other souls must also vie for control. And it's the power of the 7 deadly sins. Then the surge of energy pierces through Jan Pizzarian's attack. He looks up in shock, muttering, "My skill has been nullified?" Behind him, Maximus Creed with his golden body awake and punches number 1 straight. "Still here I am." His body swells as he accumulates the strike. With a calm gaze towards him, he grabs his wrist. He freezes the 7th and opens its mouth to remind. "That attack just now, I've gotten used to it." You smile and ask, "What's this? What do you think?" Then Sanju circles around and chops them down in one stroke. Everyone who was shocked by the chop couldn't resist. Blood gushes from his body as he smirks confidently behind them. Yes, that's what you call failure. That night in a castle, people were talking. "Is it really here? Hold on, it should be here." Ryong Flower angrily folds her arms and shouts. "Hurry up, they said there are many brainwashing machines left. Move over, Ryong Flower." Shin Junyoung is beside her. He frowns too. In front of them is a scene barrier. "Don't blame me. This isn't a comprehensive skill." He carefully cuts the restraining bandages. "I can easily find my father because he's nearby, like those machines." In front of them is some device like a cone. "I need a similar component." Junyoung looks at the situation. "Is this it? The device they use to brainwash students?" He also grabs the wire and inspects it. "Yeah, thank goodness it's still here." Then Junyoung sweeps a wide area outside. System confirms. Scan level 100. Scan a wider area to locate the target. Those who were brainwashed suddenly get released. Junhai breathes heavily, shouting at those who can't be killed. "Damn it, those brainwashed people. They keep appearing." She clenches her lips in anger. Maybe cutting off their ankles would work. Mihir agrees. That might be a good idea. 1T swings his sword at the men in armor. He looks at the map in his hand, breathing heavily with joy. "I found the brainwashing machine's location. I'll send everyone the coordinates." Seeing that, Junhai understood too. It seems Master is done. Behind Miho, she quickly smiled and jumped away. Knowing where it is makes this easy. Abaddon still stubbornly glared at them, cursing. "Stupid! I warned them already." He shouted, knowing we only stood in one spot. Number 10 suddenly rushed and kicked him straight, but did nothing. Following the map's direction, Maihoa found it, her eyes widening. Round the people in robes standing by the device, she thought to herself, there are so many of them. Seeing her armed up for defense, they said they would protect this place with their lives. Vung West created a large fireball and charged down. "Fine, go ahead and sacrifice yourselves. Your lives will be the price." The black-haired man in robes looked shocked. A green flame shot straight at them, annihilating flames. Maiho reported that after the fire destroyed the machine, We had successfully destroyed the village's brainwashing device. Now we just need to deal with a few key figures. The curly black-haired man gritted his teeth in anger. Why did you destroy the conversion device? The outsiders and the guy with the hammer were also furious. Behind them, an electric bolt flashed. The octopus-like creature gritted its teeth. I'll show you what Sirius is. Sanju stepped out of the space, holding Gian Benzarian's and Maximus Creed's heads, smiling at him. What does Sirius mean? The two others trembled like leaves. Sanju reminded them. Why not continue? Look at the crowd. Everyone, you've held out well. You all have worked hard. Hyen looked down too. Hey! Wuyun peered through his scope. He's here, right? The clones quickly appeared from the space. SSS! Let's wrap this up here. Numbers 3 and 4 then rushed to attack the robe-wearing ones. Grandpa! Quanti smiled proudly as he swung his sword. He easily defeated them. Yugen held his shield, looking at him. Since our last meeting, his strength has greatly improved. Sobs echoed. The black-haired man's face darkened. He went numb. Sorry, Master. Please forgive me for leaving before I could help you complete your great work. Number 1 quickly rushed to attack him too. Shards flew everywhere. The battle ended. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, a large figure walked inside the building. It was beyond his expectations or exactly as he thought. La Raven thought about the orange-colored vial of medicine, thinking about the miracle drug called a divine elixir being secretly stored underground by Enlighten Corp. He muttered to himself, finding it here has been quite a journey. Suddenly, the communication device in his hand beeped, startling him. Bleep bleep. He cautiously looked around, relieved no one had heard. Suddenly, Jumper appeared beside him with a smile. It's been a while, hasn't it? He asked Han. Which wind brought you to Enlighten? He was stunned and mumbling. Oh, actually, these ID bracelets. Number 1 reported that I sent number 6 to Odin Tower. Couldn't let the bigwigs starve, right? In the quiet room, he asked how many injuries there were. He honestly said number 3 was severely injured and number 5 had been eliminated. Luzik noted, yeah, number 3 should recover within a day, right? Number 1 corrected it, actually, about 6 hours. Then he looked at Gian Benzarian and Maximus Creed, who were tied to the wall, with a sigh. Not bad, we did take down to S ranks after all. He smiled as he approached them, despite having continuous mana absorption systems and special alloys for binding. With such high stats, keeping them imprisoned is still very difficult. Gian Benzarian lowered his head stubbornly. Kill me! But he only leaned against the wall with a mocking laugh. They always say that magic is useless early on. Zhang also heard him laugh. Ha ha ha! Are you scared? Han kept mumbling, causing his body to freeze. I've learned about your soft and pitiful behavior. You even forgave the assassins who wanted to kill you. Only someone like you would strike against those already turned into monsters, right? Gian Benzarian looked up at him with a smug smile. His tough appearance was just an illusion. He wouldn't dare kill one of his own kind. He had no targets, weak willpower, just a lucky nobody who got a skill by chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and slashed him with a painful blow. He looked at his severed arm in shock. Beside Maximus, Chris was also shot. He screamed in pain. The black-haired man took the sword on his shoulder and said to him, First, the one who's right is correct. He sighed and gritted his teeth. If I could, I wouldn't want to harm my own kind. I'm not a madman. Why should I do that? Then he stood in front of Maximus Creed, making him tense. Learn. Next, Sanju scratched his neck and explained with some reluctance. Right, my willpower isn't strong either. You can see that. I hate doing these things. I just wanted to use clones to live a peaceful life. But because of people like you, I don't have even one moment of peace. Then he grabbed his face in horror. He looked at him with wide eyes. But you've made a mistake. Sanju's eyes were filled with sharpness. I kept you alive for reasons other than that. Do you think I would forgive after you threatened those around me? Then he called out. Number 1. He also approached. Yes, he ordered left eye. Then he reached for Maximus Christ's left eye. He was terrified. What are you doing? What are you going to do? The shout echoed in the room. He approached and pulled out his eye. Raven sat in the white space, slightly surprised. Can this final line of refugees also bear the wrath of the seventh great sin? No, not like that. Outside, Sanju opened a box lid. He concluded it was a perfectly calculated move. And he'll explain why we need to keep them alive. Then he raised the vial and drank it all because we need someone to guide us to the hidden master. Earlier in Ohaian's research room, she looked at him puzzled. I think I can make the potion you requested. Where did this idea come from? He explained around the research room. During planning for this mission, I thought of it. This fake reconstruction of Odin's tower will eventually fail. Her astrological chart is confusing too. It will be exposed by her. Sanju added, those people are not amateurs. They've seen everything during the money-making process. Maybe they have items that can analyze skills applied to their bodies. In conclusion, if those skills exist, stronger upgrades aren't impossible. Right? Ohaian understood, so that's why you wanted me to make this potion. Hearing this, he calmly turned and looked at her. Yes, this is the highest level skill tracking potion. If those brainwashed ones dare clean their minds again, we'll use it to trace the mastermind and locate the hidden owner. Then she started brewing it. The higher the skill level, the more effective it would be. We can't follow the trail of ordinary people who were only temporarily brainwashed. Sanju awkwardly suggested we should test it on academy professors first. Let me know when it's ready. Ohaian muttered, and if it also affects mental health, that would be better. Brainwashing skills usually leave clearer traces. Suddenly she remembered something. Ammonai, you said to prioritize effectiveness, right? This potion has side effects related to Monar. Don't give it to the clones. Your clones are from Manamur. He confirmed. Yeah, got it. His body was full of energy, smiling contentedly. His hand reached towards the Gabanzarian, making him scared. Let's see its effects. Yes, he started sweating profusely. His eyes stared at his hand in thought. The situation is dangerous. Don't say they're trying to track us. He opened his mouth to bite the pill hidden between his teeth. Then wheel. But Sanju was faster, punching him right in the mouth. What do you think you're doing? The man flinched. Yes. He looked puzzled. Poison. Didn't I say I won't kill you anymore? He shook his head, water spilling from his mouth. Learn. Learn. His hand grabbed the Gabanzarian's head. He screamed in pain, tears streaming out helplessly because you still need to tell me where the master is. The scream echoed painfully as his energy stopped flowing into the Gabanzarian. The memory leads to a path somewhere. At a building on that path, the location becomes more specific. In front of him stands the owner along with two men in suits in a room. His face is filled with fear. He finally sees you now. He smiles enthusiastically, the cowardly rat. The other one, Jumper reminds, to enter the headquarters, you need a guest card, but it seems like he didn't come through the main entrance. This is a big issue. Knight, sir. He inserts his hand into his pocket and approaches the door in Raven's confusion. Then he swipes the card and puts it into the lock. Is that because of this? In the room with the orange-colored potion on the shelf, he turns around and smiles. It's a magical potion, a divine elixir. I was quite surprised too. Jumper wonders, he doesn't seem like the type who would need this. His face is serious as he explains, we have a promise with an important person. He adds seriously, we admit to breaking it, and that's a shameful act. But in this situation, I'll be straightforward. Can you sell it to me? I'll pay any price. Hearing this, he can't help but laugh. He looks at him playfully and says, someone already paid the price of a small country for it. Do you really think your offer means anything? Jumper understands too, feeling a bit awkward. Yeah, I realize that request was unreasonable. He then opens the protective box and holds out the potion towards him. I'll give it to you. It's free. He reaches out hesitantly to catch it. Just take it, he insists. Raven holds it in his hand, bewildered. Huh? What? Why? Jumper looks at him with a wicked smile, questioning. Why are you asking why? You don't want it, right? But he exclaims in confusion. It's not strange. You just called it a miraculous potion. Both confusing and awkward. And now He sighs, explaining with a shrug. I don't need it. Then he smiles sadly. The curse that I'm bearing can't be removed by divine elixirs like this. Hearing this, he looks confused too. A curse, he puts on his formal attire and turns away. Promoting divine elixirs at the academy is just a ploy to lure people in. He explains further, making him stunned, since the owner wants to remain idle. I had to comply. The divine elixir was actually given by the system as a reward. Jumper calmly adds, anyway, the students of the academy will be eliminated on Harvest Day. Behind them, someone loses their composure and shouts, hold on, what are you talking about? Tell me straight, master. Didn't he just attack the legacy? Now you're saying the system gave it to you? As if the system has consciousness. Seeing him not understanding, Jumper frowns and explains that this divine elixir comes from the system. He says something that makes him wide-eyed in surprise. Have you ever heard of a potion like this in Brune's hand? If such a thing existed, Eliza wouldn't have died, and Lieber wouldn't have gone mad over the system's development. Isn't that right? His hands tremble. You know how much now? The black masked guy behind questioned, who are you really? What kind of monster are you? On another side, he showed a magic paper. Number 1, this is the last teleport scroll. Then Sanju turned and gave orders. Let number 3 stay injured while others immediately depart. I won't be able to use my skill for the next 3 hours. So I'll assess the situation and use the child space of number 3. He held up a confirmation paper. Okay. Filled with panic, Maximus Gris was lost in shock. What should we do about the old master? The Han man shouted in terror. Hold on a moment. I'll explain everything. Gian Benzarian tried to stop him. Wait, his face was drenched in sweat. The master can't die here. Seeing him unable to calm down, Gian Benzarian shouted louder, you let your shallow emotions control you now. He then swung a sword at them. He ordered number 1 with anger, kill all of them. He confirmed it too. They're over here. The master was terrified, his fingers intertwined, body sweating and trembling. He's coming! Hick! The dark wave is about to arrive. Outside the castle, a black mass appeared. The red-haired girl rushed in worriedly to report. The master found intruders at the entrance. Seeing this, he also screamed out of fear. Why did he arrive so quickly? Didn't we have a fake awakening causing confusion with coordinate displacement? Hearing that, she trembled and reported too. The one you killed last time was the head who served you while you were awake. The master gritted his teeth in panic, breathing heavily. The men in robes wielding weapons charged into battle without hesitation, shouting fiercely, for the master and the system, leave this place now. The outsiders. Over here, clone number 1 landed and looked at them. We have a master too. And our master. Beside him is clone number 2 looking around. Then the clones jumped into battle following clone number 1's command to clear the area. Over here, the master was angry and shouted at the red-haired girl, useless maggots, maggots die. Outside, the clones were relentlessly slaughtering the people. The master screamed in helplessness. Why can those lives have such value? I stood there panting as the close subordinates fell to the ground defeated. Bring our reserve forces here and proceed with the final phase. I ordered. Now clone number 1 drew his sword and glanced at me. Over here, he passed out from the space of number 3. On the other side, they reported that everything was going smoothly. It seems most of their main force had been wiped out in career. He also looked at him and understood. However, let's postpone the invasion to ensure safety. The inability to use skills is inconvenient, but I still want to see what that master looks like. Suddenly from the door, Zhen Aying ran in worriedly. Zhang Sengwu, are you here? He turned calmly and looked at her. What's wrong? Visiting someone sick? This time I really owe you a lot, thanks to your scanning ability. We just found the brainwashing device. He also approached him shouting, the reason I came here is for that. He looks worried, recalling the vague signals in the city as the evening light fades. At that time, I found something on the ground, but I also vaguely sensed a signal from another place, much larger in scale. He added that there are countless deep structures underground emitting signals. Sanju's eyes widened in surprise at this. What flag? Over there, underground, people were connecting devices to a throne. System frameworks appeared and they looked puzzled. Master, are we really going to do this? The white-haired girl took hold of his hand, urging him not to worry as she feared it might go against the system's wishes. At least, we should wait for important information before the master gets impatient and curses. Get on with it, damn it. Yeah, okay. More and more system frameworks appeared. Suddenly, doors opened and mind control machines emerged from the ground. People on the street looked at them in alarm. Mom, look! They watched as tall spindles grew out of the building. What is that? Those in the mining area also saw 3 pillars growing up. A tower was rising. Go call the others quickly. By the beach, 3 mind control spindles also appeared. The people there were alarmed too. Something suddenly rose from the water. The master is now going crazy, emitting energy. In Yusang, the mind control pillars are responding to his energy. They know nothing about us. Others looked at their system windows in alarm. My system window is the same. What's happening? They stared at it intently. People were turning dark. Suddenly, strange energy waves quickly emanated from the group. Outside Earth, a mind control satellite was also activated. The master is confused. How far can someone like me go? Where? A device was inserted into its slot. The anti-hand system sighed in relief. Actually, everything is very simple. If everyone just did their duty properly, none of this would have happened. So why didn't they do it? Her eyes wide with pride, she called them fools. On the other side, Jun-Ian was shocked when he looked at his system screen. He shook his head and shouted in disbelief. Mental defenses are activating. This place, maybe even the whole country, is under a mind control attack. He too stared at the flashing system screen with shock. My eyes are wide open, but I can't see anything. Suddenly, a flash caught their attention, not just in the country, but worldwide. He shouted, Jumper, he's coming from the door too. His serious face announced, don't worry about the mind control, it won't affect us. High-index beings need a lot of time to be affected. That damn master is really pulling our strings. He suspiciously looked at Jumper. Why are you here? In his mind, he thought, damn it, just when I can't use my skills. He approached him calmly. I told you so. That half-awake guy caused a disaster. Let's go catch him. Hearing this, Sanju also got his act together. What's up with the flag? The master's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Stop right there. All of your clones. Number 2 also paused upon hearing this. Those in the robes were laughing happily. His voice still echoed. My abilities now cover the entire globe. The whole human race is under my control. They're just deluding themselves. You've always been worried about us. Master, don't tell me this is the end of the house. Over here, he was laughing and sweating profusely. From now on, every time they kill one of our clansmen, 1,000 people from this planet will be randomly massacred. I'll randomly slaughter 10,000 people across the entire planet. If you dare to kill me, everyone under my control will die too. I won't die alone. He was panicking, laughing madly, sweating like rain, muttering. Unfortunately, I can't leave right now, so don't even think about touching me. Suddenly, a space flash made him freeze in place. You're quite different. He landed beside the Jumper and looked at him with disdain. Of all the people I've met, you are the one who makes me feel sick. Seeing them, he started to panic and shouted, Learn, Jumper, Jumper, damn man. The master got up from his chair. Did Fish betray us? The Jumper behind him taunted him. Betrayal! Please! I said there would be no third time. He continued to mock, so Sanju choked. Now thinking about it, his 3-pronged thorn always bore witness to my eyes. Then he wondered, well, I guess we're done with each other then. The master gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, You bastard. He finally spoke, holding the knife handle as he dragged it on the ground, exuding a menacing aura. Finish this quickly, I want to enjoy your suffering slowly, but time doesn't allow that. Looking at him intently was a mistake. Even Gion and Maximus S-Class have lost contact. So it's... I didn't think he would treat the lives of those brainwashed people like trash. The two subordinates quickly rushed to defend. Master, retreat. He seriously slashed through them with one swing. From the beginning, I misjudged him. Who would have thought he would command his clones to kill without hesitation? Seeing this, the master also screamed in fear. Tears kept flowing. In this situation, that bastard will kill me. He shouted madly. Duh! Ta! Did you hear what I said, you crazy one? I said I would slaughter all humans on this planet. Do you think I'm joking around? Immediately after, he sat down and looked at the system's frames continuously opening above his head. Look at yourself. Witness the human race slaughtering each other across the globe. The controlled people began to move unconsciously. They charged at each other with full determination, fighting for their lives. Over here, the master was still laughing happily as he controlled them, a massacre carried out by hundreds of millions of awakened beings. Han didn't notice. Sanju behind him drew his sword and slashed. In a brief moment, at that exact instant, space seemed to pause for me. Jumper laughed, using his power with an air of superiority. Outside the city, bright lights flickered around the brainwashing pillar. The same was happening at the mine shaft pillar with all the emission points. The entire world had been completely destroyed. It began to shatter into pieces and fall down. A cloud of dust, the material components of the transmission tower being corroded. On this side, a swift slash cut through the screens. He was close by. I told him. His eyes filled with anger. On the screen, the interrupted broadcasts were shown. There won't be a third time. He stood on the table, making the owner sitting in the chair jump. Ah! He stood beside him, dumbfounded. That awakening skill is insane. He quickly turned and ran away, tears streaming from fear. Sanju turned to look at him curiously. He didn't chase after him. Jumper calmly put his hand in his pocket and assessed the situation. I think someone else should take the lead role. After all, we don't need to rush now. On another side, the owner ran down the hallway, breathing heavily with panic. Why? Learn! Why does everyone betray me? Grandpa! The Han man recalled his past. I heard you lied about everything in the house. His wife, because she was too heartbroken to see him starving and weak. She ignored all opposition to help him get a job, looking at him with her hands neatly folded. He couldn't accept reality. That person kept asking, "It's impossible, right?" The owner's eyes were filled with panic. Everyone sees me as trash. Then in an alley, continuous cursing echoed, "They paid us so little, just selling a few broken watches." The owner kicked a trash can by the roadside, causing it to explode and vent out. They're all the same. He angrily walked faster. What a life! Another failure. No home, no job now. Where will I hide this winter? Suddenly, a black hole appeared underground. I knew about it from the start. He didn't notice and fell straight into the pit. Ugh, he said, hating himself. What's going on here? The path suddenly turned to Earth. After looking up, all he saw were monsters staring at him intensely, hating him to the core. For the owner, fear poured out like rain. This isn't true, right? Monsters? A monster approached and roared in front of him. The owner sobbed loudly. Please spare my life. System continuously alerts. User. Earth user. Identity not confirmed. Verification complete. Access to system granted. Registration completed. The monster stood still. The master also stared at it, motionless. This was when the Lord of the Fallen Angels arrived in this world and approached him. The system interface appeared before his eyes. Level 1 Master controls creatures. The time control increases depending on the target's mental stats. He still hadn't recovered from the confusion, staring at it. Seeing those monsters retreat obediently made him a bit uneasy. Can you control creatures? You will follow my orders, right? He thought about how the monsters hunted humans. The city was destroyed but still full of interest. The world was submerged in fire after the disaster. His smiling face was filled with excitement as he scratched his head. He deemed that scenery beautiful to his heart's content. With his own power, he quickly built a shelter in this new world. Now, the master rushes into a cellar and locks it. The system reminds him to activate maximum security, sealing off the area. All creatures, from monsters to hunters, must obey his commands. Then the door was quickly cut off. Sanju smiled as he carried his sword into the house, ready for baby, daddy's here. On this side, the master frantically glanced behind him, panting and urging, study, study, hurry up. Inside the storage was a cryo sleeper who suddenly shouted, hurry up and bring my backup weapon over here. He wildly waved his hand to summon a mind wipe sigil, his last resort. The system explained, dominating superior synchronization. I maximize the master's essence and create a target with their personality, memories, and abilities. Punishment can only be used once in a lifetime. The target who was created will never be able to use this skill again. Oh, all-powerful system. He remembered the one who chased him away. Please, just spare my wife. Please, I know I was wrong for chasing you away. But before that, I didn't treat you badly. Right. Beside his wife, she knelt down to beg as well. The master sat on a proud snake, crossed his legs, and looked at them, offering, I will let the winner survive. So now, you two fight it out. Now this world has changed its rules. His face was filled with joy as he lost himself in thought. And I quite like those rules. After the blood splattered on his face, he changed his mind. Forget about my wife for now. I just came up with a much better idea. Suddenly, someone approached from behind and made him turn around to look. This method takes too much time. It needs adjustment. That's why I was so happy when he appeared. Lieb arrived with a bundle of wires and system patches. Your abilities will be a huge support for my plan. You'll help me, right? The master's eyes widened in hesitation. As soon as we met, I immediately understood that he was the all-powerful lord who created those rules. He bowed before him while the man calmly controlled the wires behind his back. Master, your humble servant is here. Please give me orders. Anything you wish. It's me. No, we believe that you are witnessing this moment as well. Then that sigil began to power up the motionless figure in the storage compartment, synchronizing with it. That he would come to punish that filthy insect. Sanju, holding his sword, looked at him in confusion. What's this? This guy talks too much. Snap! System confirmation. Synchronization. Frames of text keep appearing. Synchronization. 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 Isn't that right? After all, you are our lord. Suddenly the system lock froze him in panic. Above, chains crisscrossed. The system display showing access disabled. Tears streaming from his eyes. The master panicked, breathing heavily, sweat pouring like a bath. Oh, you're also why died in shock. Facing him was the system looking back at him. Sanju's face filled with unspoken tension, sweat continuously dripping down. Elisa, no, hold on, this can't be happening. He understood it was the system. She stared wide-eyed in suspicion. Who are you? Inside, Sanju struggled to force a smile as he yelled in his heart. Liber, don't say anything. Inside, Liber's patience were thin. He'd surging wildly. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and snarled in anger. How dare he use Elise's form? He concluded that the old man had no restraint at all. Outside, Sanju scratched his head awkwardly, turning away. I'm just an ordinary hunter. The so-called master caused trouble, so I came to remind him. The system reached out to her. Then she looked down at the corpse of the master. The underground master noted, you seem to have reminded him a bit too enthusiastically. Her expression unclear, she began to smile. So I'll be going now. Ha ha! Now I understand. Then excitedly shouted, freezing Sanju's steps. Are you the U-Line? Ha ha! My apologies. You're collecting the 7 deadly sins, right? That makes me a bit itchy. Then she didn't hesitate to swing her hand and strike, still smiling. Sorry, but I can't let you do that. U-Line, your human Earth cycle is over here. Sanju's eyes widened in shock. Liber also looked shocked. Her hand touched his arm. He shouted to stop her. No, U-Line! If you interact with him, an electric current will sweep through both of you. The system approached the sword he called out happily. Oh my god! Liber! Sanju tried to stop in fear. her face gleeful as she held the saber, talking nonstop. Really, 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 you are truly Liber Alpha. Liber stood there in shock. They said not to approach, and he gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. So I should just die without resisting, right? Damn it! Swearing out loud. Bloody hell! She was heavily perfumed. The energy of the two people resonated. The system was malfunctioning. Finally, she and Sanju arrived at the white time space, where Liber sat quietly on a silent chair. She too found him there. He also bent down cautiously to avoid startling him. Liber, what should we do now? He had breached this place as well. His face turned dark and his body began emitting energy. It's fine. The system approached from behind, activating a spell on its hand. Liber, I'll help you get out of here right away. But Liber stood up angrily and reminded her that this space was created directly by him using mana from the use stream as a conduit. Then a second later, a binding appeared, startling her. He looked at her, surrounded by countless masks, his face filled with anger, daring to step into this place. Immediately after, attacks came, shocking her. Black energy lines did not envelop it. The system lifted its head and spat out fresh blood. Cuck, catch. He quickly rushed to attack the neck of the system, pushing her to the ground. His face full of anger questioned, too many mistakes have been made now. He stood aside, staring in amazement at how strong he was. Below, the system lay on the ground trembling from being choked, panicking. Liber, why? You did this again. She tried to justify herself. It's me, the system you created. But Liber gritted his teeth tighter in anger. Don't talk to me like that anymore. He clenched his hand in fury. I'll destroy you myself, to avenge those who fell. The system tried to say something. You know, right? Suddenly, light emitted. The resonance began fading away. She reminded him that removing one small representative was still not enough. Her body separated from Sanju's. Yen clenched his teeth, looking cautiously in that direction. He returned. Bloody hell! The punishment of freeing mana is far from over. I need more time. The system looked at him with anger, making him a bit confused. You're right, aren't you? Who betrayed Liber with strange information? Why does Liber hate me? He stared in disbelief. What flag? It's confusing. Pointing to his head and gritting his teeth, he said it was confusing. Talking nonsense? The system is malfunctioning too much. Are you crazy? He shouted at her. Hearing that, she turned pale and looked shocked. The person is the one who killed everyone, all the people in Taipei, and leaving Earth is their next target. Who would look at a madman with sympathy wanting to exterminate all humanity? The system's eyes widened in shock, speechless. She hugged her arm and stared at him blankly. Huh? To exterminate the entire human race? Why should we do that? Then she muttered to herself in confusion. No, no, no! What are you talking about? Inside, Liber also looked surprised. What? Outside, he pointed at her cautiously and shouted. Why did you say that? Of course, for that reason. The last words of Liber before he died on that day. She also remembered what Liber said when he lay in a pool of blood. This world should not exist. Seeing this, the system looked alarmed and shouted at him. Is he saying he wanted to destroy the entire world just because Eliza died and some desperate whispers? Why would you think that way? She spread her arms in frustration as she explained. I really don't understand. If something is unnecessary, just get rid of it. Why kill people? Sanju stood motionless. What flag? Zhang Sengwu was confused. His face full of confusion, he fell into thought. Liber lied, right? No, there's no way all those things could be faked. More importantly, he had no reason to lie. Then isn't the system also like that? Within his mind, Liber also lied. He sat on a chair with sweat pouring down his face in confusion. So what was that massacre about then? And why cause a flood on Earth? This is a deception. It must have evolved enough to deceive humanity. Even the system is confused now. The system tilted its head in puzzlement. So Liber's hatred for me was all due to misunderstanding? Why would he believe that? He also saw his entire memory from the other side. She could only sigh. Vroom, we don't have time for this. Then she opened a black energy ball and urged them with a serious expression. We must do this. Rest now. Sangwoo, I'll go to Taipei with Lieber and explain everything. Suddenly Sanji Woo's vow shone brightly. He also looked down at his hand. Then he drew a sword on the ground. Energy curled up and glared at the system with a frown. Rest, you mean rest in heaven? Ha! I like to be straightforward. Space opened up, clones were summoned, and he ordered them, punishment is over. It's time to crush you here and stop the harvest day. She looked at him with unhidden surprise, impressed by his skill. Liber was shocked inside, thinking he only had fragments of the 7 deadly sins and it was too early to return. Suddenly, a space flickered between them. Jumper appeared smiling at them. Alright, that's enough for everyone. He looked at Jumper in confusion. Jumper, the system also turned towards him. Lord Lucas, she frowned and questioned him. What's happening here? This is different from what I heard. You told me that Lieber wanted to return to my side. But Jumper remained calm. Oh, it was just a lie, he said lightly, making the system fit well too. Why did you do that? Jumper's face showed a satisfied smile. Well, because it made everything more fun. Then, Jumper looked at the body on the ground and added, I mean, watching both of them fight like this is really entertaining. But that's enough for today. Did you kill the master? He concluded the guy was about to be free. The energy ball in her hand remained silent. He watched Jumper cautiously as he approached. Isn't Jumper here to help us? Maybe if we work together. His repeated words made him realize something. We still can't win. Over there, her face was even more gloomy, eyes wide and muttering, clone technique. That's right, until now. I've only used basic macros on Earth. If such a power exists, maybe it could work. She clenched her hand to dispel the energy, closed her eyes in acceptance. Alright, Lord Lucas, today with the Master, fighting like this is a bit risky. Then she opened the portal in front of the other two and addressed Lieber and sang Wu last. She smiled at the system as her body stepped into the portal. My top priority is for Eliza and Lieber to live a happy life. Her affirmation made him angry, and that never changed. You know! She faded behind the portal, still smiling. See you next time. I hope we all smile. Sanju also lowered his sword. Jumper looked at it too. The space became quiet. He smiled kindly. It seems everything ended well. Then he also smiled at him as if nothing happened. Good job. The master is dead. So let's have a mansion party today. Sanju interrupted him. Jumper. He looked at Jumper seriously and cautiously. I can't just let this go. Do you know what the system's plan is? He questioned him. Are you saying that the harvest day doesn't mean wiping out humanity? But he only smiled without showing his expression. Who knows? I'm not one to reveal everything. On the other side, the pillars were being repaired. She looked around them. Got it. What I mean is this. Just a moment away, and things have gone so wrong? Jumper waved his hands to put the pieces back while mumbling incomprehensibly. Did Lucas betray me? Even promised to resolve that curse. But she smiled, yet tears fell with her happy smile. Her finally got to meet Liber again. Then she decided, alright then, should probably mention this now. The next day in another sky, everyone. The system ran on the grass to some excited place. Everyone, here we are. Those people look that way too, confused. Who else is it? Karen smiled as she looked that way. Why did she run like that? The people in the kingdom also looked at her. Feta smiled gently. Take it easy, you'll fall. He scowled again. Do you want to know the real purpose of the system? You were surprised too. Jumper added. Alright, there's nothing I can't tell you. I usually hate revealing things in advance, but that's just my personal preference. He shouted. So right now. But he only gave a puzzled smile. However, he smiled at Sanju as if reminding him. You're on you, huh? And you don't even know where I am. Sanju looked both cautious and hesitant. That thing. Then he looked at him questioningly. I was the one who advised the master to end your life instead of dragging it out. I also registered most humans into the system. So why do you trust everything I say after all that? Sanju's eyes widened as he looked up and back. What do you want from me then? He was angry at this mockery and threatened. Do you want me to curse you or something? He only turned his face, laughing softly at him. Ha ha ha! That expression is good. I rarely see such a look. His face was full of pretense. Should I reveal my side and then remember the mind wipe? In this life, in our first life, among countless regenerations, where we abandoned humanity, he remembered the moment he had to kneel before the system, begging it to remove his regeneration vow. Back in reality, he smiled at him. Until recently, I really did consider wiping out all of humanity with the system in one go. Liver reminded him, moving on to you, to be cautious. Even now, we don't know what Jumper is truly thinking. Sanju, you also looked at him carefully and smiled. It seems that's right, but Jumper just shrugged and left without saying anything more, leaving his anticipation hanging. What's going on? He was joking and you just calmly sheathed your sword in space. I thought he would have swung his sword to chop my head off by now. I'm not stupid enough to ignore the current situation. You're not afraid of drawing attention either. If you've made up your mind, you won't talk to me like this. Jumper smiled at him expectantly. Haha, you're right. We should have stood with the system from the beginning. Then he walked confidently, but we were already confused about which side we should take. Suddenly, Jumper stopped and wondered, do you know the prophet? Sanju was puzzled. It's a false awakening with prophetic abilities. He confirmed, yes, that is the prophet. Then he announced, we've met them recently. He also widened his eyes in shock. Recent news said the prophet had died. Don't tell me they're lying. Then he glared at the corpse of the master with anger. But that damn philosopher never speaks clearly. Isn't it true for all prophets? They told us to abandon everything, but they didn't tell us which paths we shouldn't give up on. Sticking with the system as our decision this time. Is that what they call not giving up? Suddenly, he screamed wildly, or working together with humanity. Something I've been striving for all these years. That's truly not giving up. Why? Just spit it out already. Jumper kept cursing in frustration. So, I tried to sow discord between Sangwoo and that damn Lieber, even considering killing both of them. Lieber's face went blank. Did he try to divide us? The one beside him also went blank, sweating profusely, trying to kill me too. Western Sanju clenched his fists. Sweating heavily, he turned to Jumper, recalling when the bones rushed out of their chains in the tomb and quickly saved the people. Then he recounted everything that had happened before. When Shinhai Seong carried out a terrorist attack in Korea, he sent brass to minimize damage. And when the master tried to make everyone destroy each other through brainwashing, he was stopping it. Sanju pounded his chest and shouted confidently, at least I know your true feelings, even though you're with the system now, but deep down inside, justice still exists. Seeing this, Jumper turned around nonchalantly. Manipulating emotions won't work on me. Stop it. Then he walked away. I did that for the safety of the system. Too many deaths before harvest would cause everything to fall apart. He stood there in silent empathy. Well, Korean-style tears don't count for anything. Jumper angrily concluded according to his perspective. Even if millions of lives are lost, it's not a problem. Seeing this, Lieber went speechless. Lucas, what happened to you? He questioned calmly. Tell me, what is the purpose of the system that doesn't want too many people dying before? Anyway, they'll all die on Harvest Day anyway. Western Sanju turned back and made a condition. Before we talk about that, there's something I want to know. He questioned, exactly what did you do all this for? Sanju's eyes widened in surprise. On his part, he said casually, of course, because everyone will die on Harvest Day anyway. Jumper widened his eyes and denied it. That's not the purpose. That's just a reason. On his part, he smiled without expression. I want to know what your ultimate goal is after all this struggle. For me, it's eternal death. If your answer pleases me, I'll convince myself to join humanity one last time. He looked at you with confusion. He could only sigh helplessly. I will tell the truth. He confirmed it too. Only then would the answer make sense. The two stood facing each other seriously. Smoke and dust drifted somewhere outside. He was serious. So I'll say this now. My purpose is, outside, the disciples lay on the ground in distress. Turns out, this is where the disciples end up. Lieber's voice echoed in his head. It's not right to call them disciples. They resemble brainwashed victims more. If it were recent, they might still be saved, but their brain structures are different now. There's no hope for them anymore. He continued walking calmly down the corridor. Round the thick black smoke, a pity, but I was taught at the academy that these skills can't be undone, which is why I told my clone not to hesitate with them. He reminded him of the serious statement. More importantly, about his answer just now. Sanju seemed slightly surprised by this. Why so? I only answered honestly. Lieber expressed his regret for siding with you. He sighed as well. The smoke grew thicker by the second. Damn it, he left immediately after hearing the answer. In the end, we didn't get any useful information from Jumper. He concluded that no one could be satisfied with what he said. Then a conclusion was made that even Lieber could only stare at in silence. I can't rely on Jumper, but it's uncomfortable to think alone. Right, Lieber. He walked inside calmly despite the falling rocks, his eyes full of determination. It's time for everyone to know the truth. I'll tell everyone about the system on Harvest Day. In a certain underground room, Raven sat down on the ground. He cried in pain, tears streaming non-stop. Before that, he looked at Jumper and questioned him. What are you? What's your true form? He opened a memory box muttering, my form, no need to explain in detail. Their hands clasped together. Sang appeared from there. Jumper concluded, as long as he was satisfied with this. The system announced, transfer of memory, transferring memories from one entity to another conscious being. The amount that can be transferred depends on the proficiency level. Memories about Harvest Day. Lieber had tried to save people there at the cost of his own life, making him a survivor too. He sat down in shock right after. Zamper explained that what they just witnessed was data Jumper had transferred through contact, revealing the truth after Lieber's harvest. His tears continued falling, his body trembled uncontrollably. So Lieber is, he revealed more. Currently, Lieber is with Sangu. Congratulations, you don't need to hate your friend anymore. Jumper smiled then left. You know, Raven, we were once teammates. Then he left with a smile. For old time's sake. He turned around and shouted, hold on, Jumper, Jumper. Now he collapsed in grief. His mouth kept mumbling. Tears fell out of remorse. Lieber, my friend. That's what happened then. Then in a room, Jumper sat on a chair. The puppet figures passed through his mind with voices. End of the 60 lines. A world without monsters. I'll make this world safer. Other golems got excited to join in too. My power is to protect the weak. A world where everyone can live in peace. The last golem also affirmed that I would eliminate all the monsters. That's why I exist. He sat there with his head bowed, smiling and sighing. Then he recalled their serious conversation with Sanju earlier. So now I say this, my purpose is. He pointed at himself with a thumb, his face full of calm certainty, to sleep in peace. Seeing this, Jumper was stunned and stared at him intently. Yeah, he blinked in confusion. You can still do it if you want now. Meanwhile, the other man crossed his arms in dissatisfaction, explaining, No, I really don't understand anymore. If that's all, then Jiwoo's eyes fluttering when he revived would count too. Then he imagined himself happily lying on a bed. If you work on Monday and rest on Sunday, it wouldn't be considered rest. Sanju shrugged, closed his eyes, complaining, not worrying about anything, not stressing about tomorrow, next week, or next year. I just want to throw all my burdens onto my alter ego and enjoy a life of nothing but sleeping until the end of my days. He muttered incessantly while Jumper listened intently. Who said being bored when you do nothing is crazy? I'm perfectly fine with resting for life. So I really hope someone will let me do that. So this answer should be good enough. He now held his face in laughter, shaking. Haha, just as expected. You've never disappointed us before. Then he regained composure and released his hand from his face. Yes, right from the moment I transferred my memories to Javin, that was already decided in my heart. Next, Jumper stood up, placed his hands on his hips, and made a decision. This will definitely be the last time. I'll try trusting humanity one more final time. Meanwhile, he approached Han to ask, "Are everyone here?" Genmo held up a piece of paper with a smile and looked at him. Yes, he had some hesitation but smiled and reminded Sanju. "However, I didn't expect so many people to show up. That suggests how high your reputation as a hunter has risen. Most of the top hunters in South Korea are here, under the dense crowd." Next, a girl with purple hair approached them. He wondered if they would believe this. She muttered hesitantly, "This is about extraterrestrial beings outside Earth." This is Aria Burso, the survivor from Tibern. Beside her was a short man with his arms crossed looking at them. This is Duver Titer, another survivor from Tibern. He looked at them and smiled naturally. "Haha, I'll do my best to explain clearly, including everyone here." He thought about Lieber with another man behind him. "If we told the truth to everyone, we will have to talk about the system during harvest time, and that will also clear up misunderstandings related to Lieber." He looked at them sternly. In the end, they all deserved to know the truth. They exchanged glances. The worst case scenario is just let them see her ear. He thought in his mind. Any ideas? Something unexpected might appear. Meanwhile, he lifted his glasses and reminded, "If there's something I've already tried first." Suddenly a voice made him turn to pay attention. "You look worried." It was Jumper and Raven. They arrived at the same time, which surprised him a bit. "Jumper Sensei," he smiled. "So are you ready to reverse the world now?" Suddenly, someone called from behind, making Sangwoo turn around. He looked really worried. Turns out it was Dwayne and Jumper arriving, which surprised him. "Jumper Sensei!" So Jumper immediately asked him if he was ready to reverse the world now. Sangwoo curiously asked Dwayne, "How did Sensei get here anyway?" He softly called him, "Disciple of mine." Raven anxiously asked Sangwoo about River. "Is River here?" He bluntly revealed their secret, making Lieber panic. Was he observing everything from within the person? Sangwoo immediately worried that things were exposed. He thought to himself, how did Sensei know about that? Unconsciously, he felt Champ very shady beside him. Raven shook him vigorously. Sangwoo was even more panicked because of what that bastard did. Sensei has a misunderstanding with River. Calm down and listen to your disciple, Sensei. Sangwoo was anxious. "I'll explain everything," while Raven sobbed loudly in tears. "Sorry for that, River." River! Sangwoo felt strange about his attitude and the weird words, leaving him bewildered. How badly have I been misunderstood all this time? Huh? Dubbard and Burskern were also surprised not to hear the whole story. They whispered to each other excitedly. What was he saying back then? River is inside Sanju, and all of this is just a misunderstanding, right? Lieber is also inside Sangwoo and remains silent. He fell into deep silence. He recalled a terrible past that had happened. When I helplessly watched the harvest season in Tibern unfold from within the system, many of his loved ones died, and he witnessed it all, making him increasingly despondent. The thing that hurt me most were their eyes. Those people I cherished, those close comrades dying while cursing me. A horrifying scene. Lieber turned away, his mind filled with deep remorse. He could only pretend to ignore the guilt if I contacted the survivors. The system would detect it. There's no way to clear the misunderstanding with them. He had to accept it. Just see this as a punishment for abandoning my life. Accept it. Raven's tears fell in front of him, making him feel even more guilty. That was what I swore to myself. But Sangwoo and everyone rushed over quickly to comfort Raven, who was overwhelmed with emotion. Lieber's tears began to flow. He was so moved he couldn't speak. What a fortunate misunderstanding. Everyone seemed very happy, laughing and talking. They said to each other, "River didn't cause that. We should have trusted our friend more." That damn system, it must have been hard for everyone to stabilize the situation, right? Sangwoo pushed open the door and asked Jumper suspiciously, "Why did you come here?" He stood there as expected, to help me stop the system, right? Jumper didn't answer immediately. He bluntly asked him about the plan. "You said you would explain the system's plan, right?" Jumper extended his hand out. His hand emitted strange light that even Sangyu was surprised by. You can also explain how the misunderstanding has been resolved. This is probably the easiest way to show you. His eyes gradually became dazed and lifeless before this light. After Jumper retracted his hand, he felt dizzy. Sangwoo asked Lieber in his mind, "River, did you also see that memory?" He pushed up his glasses and examined. "Is this the actual system plan?" Sangwoo seriously warned Jumper, "This can't be known by everyone." He agreed with what he said. Indeed, it was like that. He hinted at him in a subtle way, making Sangwoo slightly uneasy because I'm sure someone will think this is a good idea. Jumper coldly turned away and bluntly said, "Well then, the fact that everyone will die on the harvest day is true anyway. Just don't say anything else." Sangwoo urgently asked him immediately, "Wait, how long until the harvest day?" Jumper answered in detail, 2 years. It's still 2 years before the system stabilizes and starts the harvest on Earth. He particularly expected Sangwoo, "Can we stop it or not?" "It depends on you, Hunter." Outside, many people from different guilds. They gathered to discuss this matter with the authority guild leaders. Are they going to talk about the attack by brainwashed individuals? Although some did not participate. Park Won-tae, leader of Kaino's guild. Song Hwa-yeong, deputy leader of Kaino's guild. Han Min-ho, leader of Yolo guild. Dong Yen and Ha-yeon are also here. They were puzzled by the strange phenomenon. There are a lot of hunters here. What is he planning this time? Shin Junyoung, Ha-yeon stall. Some guild leaders from other guilds also gathered here. They were equally puzzled to see each other appear. Yud Hai, she came too. Which one brought you here, old man? It's because the only S-rank hunter in the country called us. Kim Il-gon, leader of Solar Guild. Hong Yun-hai, leader of Phoenix Guild. Finally, Sangwoo stepped out to present himself. He introduced himself to everyone there. "Thank you all for gathering here. I am Young Sangwoo." He quickly addressed the main issue. "The matter I want to discuss today is about the system and the harvest day." Buskern and Dubbert, stage wings, eagerly awaited his presentation. I assure you all that what I say today is entirely true and not a lie. So the last Earthling will soon know about the harvest day. I wonder how you'll convince the hunters. He tightly clasped his hands, speaking with great certainty. The harvest day is coming soon. Sangyu couldn't help but shed tears. He emphasized clearly, and when that day comes, everyone on Earth will die. Seriously speaking, what can we do about it? They still didn't fully understand his words. Shin Junyoung stood still and Sangyu had to start explaining from the beginning. Alright, I should explain what the harvest day is first. Prescott was caught off guard, stammering Eliza, but David denied it. He said, "No, that's the system." Eliza's fake system looked identical to the real thing down to the details. Everyone felt dizzy when they heard the rapid voices in their heads. Now, everyone, my voice is ringing in your minds. The system's broadcast has global coverage. Pay attention, everyone. Eliza's fake system appeared in the city square where many people gathered and declared, "Hello humans, I am your faithful assistant. Here is the system." People on the street were also drawn to listen to the announcement. Currently, over 90% of humanity has registered into the system. That's a very satisfying number. But it still worries us that it hasn't reached 100%. The unexpected announcement from the system made Sangyu freeze in place. 3 months from now, Earth's harvest will take place. Eliza's fake said with a commanding voice, "The gates from Grand ID will open on Earth, one after another. Considering the sudden appearance of monsters, shouldn't we try to get as many people registered into the system?" Then she waved her hand to create a magic circle and asked everyone to remember it clearly. She then used mind control to release the monsters from the magic circle. The system always favors humanity. The monsters appeared accordingly. They filled the sky with their presence. People below panicked and ran in all directions. That's a transformation gate. Monsters are appearing. Jumper looked outside. Everyone was surrounding Elise's fake. What's going on here? We received reports of a transformation gate appearing. Sangyu was still in shock. He wondered, why? You said it would happen 2 years later. 3 months? What's the rush? Earth D90's harvest day is approaching. The monsters flying everywhere created a chaotic scene like an apocalypse. After many days of battle, the gates disappeared. This was an unusual monster attack, accompanied by the system's announcement. Hunters had to fight off vicious monsters and destroy major cities, with higher-level hunters suffering relatively fewer losses. But because this phenomenon occurred worldwide, areas without similar defenses suffered severe damage. These events signaled a global massacre, followed by countdowns. It seems all of this is just a prelude. Earth D90 will fall into chaos until the harvest day. Sangyu carefully wiped his knife to prepare for a widespread battle. He asked about the progress of other clones and checked if everything was ready. Yes, then let's get moving immediately. Jumper entered and joked with him. You look busy. Sangyu was planning to settle accounts with him for lying. He scolded, here you are, you scoundrel, you said it would happen 2 years later. Jumper tried not to laugh and continued. This expression isn't bad either, being treated like a liar. Sangyu was still angry, questioning him. Enough already? Explain quickly. Why did this suddenly change to 3 months? Jumper hesitated, lowering his head in thought. Why, that's the harvest day. Something that never changes no matter what we do. It changed this time. His concise answer surprised Sangyu, maybe because of him. Sangyu glared at him. He didn't expect Jumper to blame him. Now he's blaming others again. Jumper denied it. I'm not blaming you. For now, Sangyu had to set aside his anger and focus on the pressing matter at hand. So keep that move, it's good. Right. Varen also admitted to feeling uncomfortable with him before. Thinking about what you did to me still makes me go crazy. But hiding in the cellar won't solve anything. Sangyu was also surprised and a bit regretful for how he treated him earlier. He feels a little guilty. I didn't expect that. Thank you, sir. Genmo brought back the report for Sangyu to see. Sanjung Sanju, I've investigated what you requested. You replied to him. Manager. He looks suspicious as the numbers he found are gradually increasing over time. Just as feared, the rate of human and system registration is accelerating. That's understandable. The more warriors, the better. But that's exactly what the system aims for. Junmo is a bit worried about him. Link asks concernedly, Sangyu, will you be okay in 3 months? Sangyu is full of determination inside. He grasps his hand, showing effort and resolve. Anyway, we'll give it a try. Raven also sees him off. The master calls him with a hint of reluctance, disciple. He carefully reminds Sangyu as if transferring all his strength and courage to him. Did you receive the gift I gave you? Sangyu smiles brightly. He replies happily to him. The elixir, right? I didn't think people would actually find one of those. Have you used it well, son? Raven is a bit reluctant, but has to accept the reality. We can't go with you. We need to teach others how to use mana. Raven places his hand on Sangyu's shoulder, giving him a caring look and earnest instructions before leaving. Stay safe, okay? Jump into the river. Liber inside Sangyu feels warm at his words, relaxing his grip. Sangyu firmly holds his sword. He confidently assures himself, of course. Master, what do you think I am? I'm the type who panics when in danger. So now I'm off. Hyane is worried for him. Jude feels uneasy. Hey, it looks very dangerous. Promise me you'll come back, okay? Dong Yin's face goes blank. He thinks he will be the first to die on this harvest day. If you get hurt, this place is doomed too. Everyone seems very concerned before he leaves for his important mission. Junmo promises him, our contract still stands, right? If you come back, I'll give you a kiss. Sangyu and the girls' faces go blank at this. What kind of promise is that? Of course. Only Jumper quietly observes him. He doesn't clap like them but holds a strong belief in his heart. 3 months? Is that time really enough? They say that Hunter is humanity's last hope. See you later. Sanju. He watches Sang-woo walk into danger. He wishes him luck. Reach the peak. I'll be waiting there for you. Sang-woo has also arrived at the location. The weather is pretty harsh and cold. A few hours later, since everything went smoothly, he came here early to plan. You feel lucky because you had things arranged beforehand. Thank heaven for opening pots during previous visits. He and his clones follow the path through snowy mountains. From the outside, this looks like it leads to the second floor. Sang-woo is full of determination as he steps forward with resolve. Let's go! The clones are a bit disoriented due to unfamiliar terrain. I said wrong, you go first. Sang-woo pushes the clones ahead while he wisely chooses to scout the path. Once it's safe, we'll follow. They didn't expect such an unexpected situation, but had to grit their teeth and proceed. Master, I said that. But after crossing through treacherous terrain for a while, Sang-woo chooses a stone to rest on. This is troublesome. We're only at the end of the first floor. When will we be able to reach the top? Lieber mocks his spirit. Really, that's what you should say just hours after being encouraged, right? Lieber asks Sang-ju a question with courage. Sang-ju, are you? He repeats in surprise. What are you about? He reminds him of the most important thing that made him realize the true purpose of the system. Lieber suggests something to him. Isn't this not the simplest way to achieve your goal? Sang-woo's mouth drops in realization. He curses at him. What are you trying to lead me to, monster? Sang-woo angrily accuses Lieber. Do you think my sense of responsibility is that poor? Hearing his reply, he guesses what he's thinking. You really are. Sang-woo grits his teeth, looking wary and confused. Well, everyone will understand. If that truly is the system's purpose, then not being shaken would be impossible. Meanwhile, Eliza also creates a magic circle and announces to everyone in the city. Everyone, remember this well. From that circle, many dark energy sources flow out. The system always stands with humanity. The fierce monsters appear from there. People on the street must flee for their lives as the monsters fly everywhere. It's a transformed gate. The monsters are appearing now. A little girl slips and falls in panic. Mom, the mother calls out worriedly. My child. When she hugs her child, the monsters have already caught up. It extends its sharp claws towards the poor mother and child. Another horrific massacre happens to innocent people. System announcement. User code OX823ANKIS7 to from Earth. Lauren Bennett is uploading data into the system, connecting to paradise. The mother gradually wakes up on a lush green grass field, her eyes blank as she opens them. When she regains consciousness, she's surprised to be in a different place and greeted by someone who looks strange to her. Elisa, the fake system, warmly greets her, Lauren Bennett, welcoming her to paradise. Lauren struggles to stand up, feeling very certain about it. Paradise, but I'm sure I was attacked by some monster. Elisa rushes over to support her. Calm down now. The fake Eliza is cunning and sly, softly advising her, I'll help you erase all the painful memories. In front lies a magnificent castle, surrounded by fresh green grass and romantic promises of a bright future. This place has no death or farewells. Illness and lifespan are not issues here. Only happiness is reserved for everyone here. Far away, Lauren's daughter Ellie eagerly awaits their reunion. Time to reunite with the one who's been waiting for you since the beginning. Mother and daughter Lauren embrace happily, overjoyed at their reunion after danger. Ellie, here I am. Mom, Elisa checks the system user progress, a large number of new users logging in, managing server load. Then she flies around to ensure everything is perfect. Region C73 is damaged due to errors and overload. Running enhanced diagnostics now. Elisa is thrilled with the smooth progress of her work and laughs loudly. Expanding the network is going smoothly. This skill is truly amazing. Elisa duplicates herself into more variants to boost manpower, speeding up the process for a smoother system. The duplication skill is indeed the best. No matter how busy or stable things get, we've never heard of this masterpiece until now. If it existed during the Great Disaster, the situation would have changed. This is truly a crazy awakening skill. It also explains why the harvest season is getting closer. Thanks to this skill, everything has gone easier, the system screen reports. There are 90 days left until Earth's harvest. Expansion and stabilization that would normally take years will be completed in just 3 months. Lauren clutches her hand, thinking, Lord River, I truly have followed your orders since then. Liber was once devastated and scarred. A world like that, we don't need it. Elisa seems to be under hypnosis and acts uncontrollably. If this world is unnecessary, we only need to create a new one. The fake Eliza becomes more insane. Now her eyes see only a wonderful world created by the system for humanity. We will harvest Earth for Lord River. I will lead those who remain from this world full of death and suffering to a day when everyone can enjoy happiness in the world we create. Duplication 1 receives the mission to check ahead and report back. Level 2 is safe. You can enter now. Sengu replies. Received confirmation from number 1. Liber reminds him to be well prepared. Be ready for anything. Sengu looks ahead. He speaks with a bit of confidence. Come on, I'm always prepared. He brings out all the prepared items, warm clothes, food, and camping gear. I've packed everything neatly into my secondary space. So Sengu and his duplicates confidently enter the level to portal. Alright, let's go. Even if it's colder than level 1, it doesn't matter. But before they could laugh, the climate on level 2 suddenly changed to a sunny tropical forest. Sengu and his duplicates are shocked by the heat, sweating profusely. He curses angrily. What the hell is this? Who would have thought that the second floor was actually a forest? Sengu could only helplessly take off his outer clothes, muttering to himself. Keeping warm is useless now. Liber blamed him for this. You just need to ask me what to bring. Moreover, he pointed out the mistakes in his plan and deemed his solution reasonable. More importantly, why are you bringing all 8 of them? If we left one person behind in Korea, resupplying through the spatial portal would have been easier. We're only taking a few emergency teleportation scrolls. Liber outlined perfect plans to optimize time and results. At this moment, even an individual's actions are significant. My training method basically involves using monster absorption to catch just one more monster. Sengu disagreed with his idea. He thought we only have 3 months left. I need to spread out my clones as much as possible to hunt as many monsters as we can. Moreover, he insisted that if there was a place for someone to rest, I would have rested first. Liber agreed it made sense. Suddenly, strange noises and the eerie cry of a monster echoed behind them. It was an agile monkey still munching on a banana. There's some info about it. The monsters in the 2nd floor of Odin Tower reside here. Unclear rank. Unclear name. Sengu felt a bit uneasy. A giant monkey, huh? Sengu ordered his clones to stop. He wanted to test himself against it. Alright, don't interfere. I need to see how strong the monsters on this floor are. After a while of fighting, Sengu quickly defeated the monkey. Not too tough, Liber guessed. It could be classified as rank B. Hearing that, he was extremely confident. At this level, my clones can spread out freely without fear of being destroyed. He called his clones back. Listen up, guys. Sengu cut through the corpse of the monster, giving orders to his subordinates. From now on, we'll split up and start hunting. Each of you has 5 hours for eating and resting. Make good use of your time. If you can't handle a monster alone, cooperate with nearby clones. The clones responded in unison. Understood. He started issuing commands. Now, let's start hunting. Liber had something to say. He called out, Sengu, hold on. Sengu responded, yes. Liber carefully instructed Sengu. Tell everyone to report immediately if they see any unusual watermarks in the air. Surprised but agreeing, he said, just a watermark? Got it. Sengu added to his message. If you spot anything similar, report it right away. That's all. A fierce-looking monkey approached. After handling the monkey, Sengu wondered, So, what is that crack? Liber explains to Sangwoo. It's a shortcut, a way to bypass floors. Sangwoo asks, what do you mean? You just fought fiercely and listened to Liber recount the story of the first person I met, Baekwon, the Korean hunter. Right. Yes. Liber tells Sangwoo about one of that person's special abilities. Baekwon possesses one of the 7 deadly sins weapons. Its ability is to tear through space, which allowed him to quickly pass through Odin's tower. That's why he always reminds Sangwoo to be cautious. Of course, a long time has passed since then. I'm not sure if the watermarks are still there. Just being careful. Sangwoo intuitively grasps what Liber wants to say. So now we'll target the weapon that Baekwon used, right? He concludes, yes, we need to gather the 7 deadly sins. You suddenly understand, meaning he has. Liber tells him some sad news. Yes, it's sad because he's gone. He was killed by an S-class monster sealed in this tower. Sangwoo empathizes as well. I was prepared when I heard the news of his disappearance. Sangwoo also tells Liber another piece of information. He heard that Baekwon wanted to contact Park Woon-tae, but the more he investigated, the sadder the news became. Liber sits quietly and slowly confides in him. Well, I was planning to tell you everything to avoid misunderstandings. Plus, there are some things about Lucas that seem strange to me. I'll tell you what happened since I arrived on Earth, including how I got separated from the others and finally met you. First, about Baekwon. The shocking information Sangwoo just received surprises him. He's Park Woon-tae's father. Liber seems a bit profound and empathetic with this situation. It's likely that Park Woon-tae doesn't know Baekwon is his father. He tried to keep it a secret. Perhaps because he knew he would eventually have to go to Odin's tower for training at Kaino's private gym. Miho and Gonti are busy sorting the talents of the participants. Alright, elemental skills over here. Those who focus on physical enhancement take this path. Gonti stands in front of everyone. He clearly teaches, as everyone knows from now on. People will have to learn how to use their abilities without the system. Let's start with the basics. Run and crush. Everyone echoes him. There you go. He approaches each person and kindly guides them. To do this, you still need basic mana control skills. The goal is to enhance the neural signals that govern muscle contraction. Deep down, he's eagerly waiting for an important message. Hunter, is your contract still valid? Please bring me news about him. Time rewinds to 3 years after the disaster in 2003. Baekwon and Gunti are training together. Alright, that's enough for now. On that day, his father taught him essential skills to control power. Yes, that's how one enhances muscle strength with mana. Mr. Gunti was 14 at the time. He praises Woon-tae for his excellent performance. You'll learn quickly, just as we thought. You're very talented. Baekwon, the first generation of hunters in Korea. Woon-tae is very happy. He expresses gratitude to him. Thank you. Baekwon patted his shoulder. No need to thank me. While everyone else was still asleep, he felt guilty for leaving him in a world full of dangers and monsters. I'm sorry. He feels bad for leaving you in such a dangerous world. I'm sorry for leaving you in this kind of world. The thing that makes Baekwon most regretful is seeing Gunti's mother die, which made him unable to forgive himself later on. More importantly, if I had come just a little earlier, maybe I could have saved your mother. At that time, Gunti was just an innocent and kind boy. They were very close and had a relationship worth admiring. I'm so glad you saved Ayuna. Thank you so much for that. Gunti didn't recognize his father in front of him, so he asked about his mother quite innocently. You said you were my mom's close friend, right? Yes, we've been good friends since we were young. Living in the same village, I was very much looking forward to hearing her stories. Sure, your mother is quite famous around here. Sangwoo guessed a bit after hearing the whole story from Liber. The person who taught Park Woon-tae his skills was Baekwon the hunter. Sangwoo sat on a stone and listened to Liber. As he knew, I arrived on Earth during the Great Catastrophe era. He replied, yeah, system notification. Activate monster absorption skill. Stats increasing. Liber also had his own troubles, so he shared them to ease his mind. At that time, I was nearly going crazy. I had to stop the system's plan, but if registered, my position would be exposed and civilians wouldn't do anything about it even knowing. He also met his savior in times of despair, and it was when he appeared, Baekwan the Hunter, the master of the 7 deadly sins. Lieber continued to share his legendary story. Of course, back then, the profession of a hunter didn't even exist. Sang-woo suddenly realized something wasn't right. He immediately questioned it. Hold on, you mean he used the 7 deadly sins before the great catastrophe? Lieber continued to recount his legendary story. Baekwan was an explorer who sought ancient relics. During one of his expeditions, he found his sealed 7 deadly sin deep within ruins, but that sin. At that time, Beckman struggled greatly to regain control over himself. Yes, they corrupt the minds of their users. Beckman recounted how he fought for 5 years to reclaim his body from the sin's influence. Sang-woo was surprised by this duration. 5 years, Lieber admitted. You've tried it briefly so you understand. Controlling it purely with willpower is amazing. That's why he's the greatest asset I ever had. He confirmed his strength and reputation. This was my first connection. Baekwan, the strongest hunter of the first generation in Korea. Baekwan is an extremely brave and courageous hunter. His battles with monsters prove it. He lived up to that reputation completely. Wonti held a blood-stained sword and looked at him with a sly smile. After just finishing a battle, Baekwan was modest and praised Wonti's abilities. So you can handle all those rats easily now. Before long, you'll surpass me. Hearing that from the one who just defeated a giant monster is hilarious. He gave Gunti a big smile and a huge hope. You're doing better than expected. With this skill level, you can protect your sister. Baekwan placed his hand on Gunti's shoulder, but still seemed a bit hesitant. You're not there yet. Iuna the little one ran out when she saw them return and pouted. Lord, I'm hungry. Both turned to answer the little girl. Oh, Iuna, here you are. You're finally here, right? Baekwan held a large mouse with great excitement. Today was really good. Ha! We'll have mouse meat for dinner today. Iuna is tired of this dish. She won't agree. But we ate mouse meat yesterday too. Wanda joked about it as well. And maybe even tomorrow. It's cold and dark outside. The 2 brothers, Wanti, curled up in a blanket near the fire. He was surprised to see Baekwan turn back so strangely. As he quietly slipped away, Wanti called him back. Poor guy! He caught himself giving a thumbs up and quickly covering his face, thinking they must have been very quiet. With such good sense of presence, there's no need to worry about the darkness anymore. Gunti noticed something odd about Baekwan. He asked him where he was going. He placed a hand on Gunti's shoulder and explained that they heard there might be an opportunity to fix everything at Odin's Tower. Wulti was shocked by the mention of that place, wondering how to bring down Odin's Tower. He had to bid farewell, but someone must do it. Before leaving completely, he told Gunti to continue protecting his sister from now on. Wulti didn't have time to react before he left, only calling out after him. Sir! Sir! Lieber had heard the touching story. He was a bit shaken too. It sounded like it was their final goodbye. When you retrieve the relic at the top, will you come back to visit them? Right. Baekwan looked forward to this and had planned meticulously before returning. That's right, by then I might even be able to call you father. Once we get the holy relic, I'll return and tell all of you about it. Sang-woo blamed Lieber for his death. It's your fault he died. He was surprised. What are you saying? Sang-woo repeated. I said you killed Baekwan the hunter. Lieber angrily scolded him. You damn fool. Do we really need to say such things? Sang-woo still had a small doubt. He asked Lieber and Ma River about that watermark if it only appeared from the 2nd floor of Odin's Tower. That means he broke through the 1st floor by himself using his own strength. He agreed, yes. Lieber explained why he could overcome the obstacle. Baekwan was very strong, but still not enough to surpass it, so he used it for training and gradually conquered the 1st floor. One of the reasons for his tragic death and failure might have been his worry for the children, causing him to rush from the 2nd floor. For that reason, he used the water gaps to skip floors and quickly climb Odin's tower. And in the end, he fell just before reaching the top. Sang Yulian was suspicious of what was on the tower, something so desirable that people would risk their lives for it. Did you bring Jumper up there too? Why? What is there that makes you so eager to risk everything just to get it? Lieber revealed the valuable and powerful item, a relic that doesn't tolerate failure and can fix all mistakes. I read in a book from Urenchia's Imperial Library about such a holy relic resting on top of Odin's tower. Ahead of Sangyu is to monkeys waiting, but that relic demands your utmost attention, no room for failure. Lieber comments on its value. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but its effectiveness is clearly documented. He also told me another piece of information. Big Hone agreed to hunt for the treasure as soon as she heard about it. He was surprised by its value too. It could fix any mistakes. I stand before two stubborn monkeys with a determined look in their eyes. But in the end, he failed his journey to conquer Odin's tower. Lieber feels a bit regretful and nostalgic about how they rushed into things back then, causing him to lose such a good friend forever. Thinking about it now, we should have slowed down just a little. I'm sorry for not climbing the tower slowly. I wish I had grown stronger with each step. He was a man of great determination and noble spirit for humanity. He kept mentioning his late friend's good qualities, such as diligence and never shirking responsibility. A wonderful person indeed. The hungry monkey is eating a banana with the ape. When he was insulted like that, he immediately retorted, "You bastard, were you intentionally implying me?" It smells of intentional provocation. He finished his last piece of banana and asked, "So who did you choose next?" "That guy?" Lieber replied. "Yes, he mentioned a successful hunter for me to hear." Many years after the Great Disaster, when hunting had stabilized and portals were established, some individuals began rising to prominence globally. Leonardo was one of them, a promising hunter with the right arm of the 7 deadly sins. But there were some obstacles for Lieber as he researched this person. I've looked into this guy Leonardo. Despite his achievements, he faced many controversies and rumors about his violent nature. The hungry monkey ate until full, while Lieber kept talking non-stop. I was skeptical after losing behind the hunter. Conquering Odin's tower and claiming the treasure is extremely risky, so we should gather more strength before climbing up. Sangwoo guessed his intention quietly. He intended to collect more pieces of the 7 deadly sins. Yes, 3 pieces of the 7 deadly sins. Each piece carries immense power. No, just would make conquering the tower much easier. Lieber frowned. He spoke with a hint of regret. At that time, I didn't know the danger of the 7 deadly sins. Moreover, something surprised Sangwoo. Leonardo had also gathered all 3 pieces. But according to what Lieber said, the outcome for this hunter was extremely tragic and terrible. He was fine until he got his right arm, but after obtaining the left arm, he started losing his resolve. After getting the left leg, he completely lost control and became extremely fierce. They say that the more pieces one possesses, the more their mind is corrupted. Lieber expressed admiration for Sangwoo's intact use of the technique, considering his case truly unusual. The evil influence from the fragments of his alter ego doesn't seem to affect him. His alter egos are still strong. The clone technique is indeed top-notch. In the past, Lieber couldn't hold onto him before they lost contact. And so, Leonardo used the power of the 7 deadly sins to sever all ties with me and became a hunter of powerful beings. That was the last time I heard about Sangwoo just idly chatting away. So he must have been captured by his master for a long time. Yet, it seems he can't be controlled. Lieber isn't sure either. He replied, only now learning that Leonardo had such a connection with the self-proclaimed master. Sangwoo immediately asked a difficult question, leaving him speechless. That's why Jumper told me to come to you. Lieber was a bit flustered and unsure about this matter. Speaking of that, there's something I've been worrying about. You're surprised. What is it? Lieber's confessions made Sangwoo frown deeply. I've never told Lucas about Baekwon or our past connections. Jumper shouldn't have known Leonardo's connection to me. Sangwoo was shocked and questioned him. Why? What are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense. Lieber continued calmly. This isn't the only strange thing. They say Lucas used memory transfer skills to show Kaisel the truth about what happened during the harvest at Tiburn, resolving misunderstandings. It turns out Jumper and Raven had cooperated before. Let's just accept this for now. Memory transfer. Transferring a person's memories to an entity with consciousness. The amount of memory that can be transferred depends on proficiency level. Lieber seemed slightly shaken but felt innocent. I've already said, if there was any way to clarify things with Geisel, I did it. He also told Sangwoo about some important and shocking details. Lucas didn't even have memory transfer skills before, and he never went to the old lab where you were. So clearly, he couldn't show memories of the harvest that you witnessed. He muttered in shock. What does that mean? It's unbelievable. Before Sangwoo could gather his thoughts, a clone informed him of something. Master. The clone brought news to him. I found the water channel. Sangwoo stared at the watermark. He was slightly surprised. Really, I didn't think we'd find one so soon. The clone informed him, but there was a monster near the watermark. The clone looked ahead intently while Sangwoo was surprised by the noise the monster made. Just one monster. Why all the commotion? In front of them stood an unusual creature that shouldn't be here. Some more info on this monster. It's a granny type. In another space, a child was crying in its mother's arms. The mother comforted her child. Shh, wait a moment. Just a little longer. An announcement came over the intercom to everyone. The Awakening program for children under 12 is underway. Don't confuse it with the active portal. The mother was hopeful upon hearing this. Maybe her child will gain the awakening skills to save the world. People were lining up in large numbers, waiting their turn. There was some cursing. Damn it! Brad looked at his surroundings. He sighed deeply in exasperation. This world is going crazy. Or am I just seeing things? Company S, bless Jones Cooley. What's happening here? He asked Jumper suspiciously. You're awakening children who are still nursing. Is this what you wanted? Jumper was engrossed in watching the crowd and didn't notice him calling out. Lucas! Seeing no response, Bress panicked thinking, John, didn't you ever wish for something that could make you really drunk? Don't tell me you have that. Jumper replied coldly, no, not like that. Bress posed a hypothetical scenario and asked him, but what if you could sip a specially prepared drink to make you feel tipsy in a perfectly staged scene, how would that be? Jumper answered vaguely, what do you mean? There won't be real alcohol or glasses, but you wouldn't notice in such a detailed world. But Bress gave him hope. You'll get to enjoy the fragrant, potent drink without harm, and wake up every day to continue doing it. He tried to plant a strong belief in good things. You don't want to live in a world with no stress or pressure and no hangovers after drinking. Bress had another concept of true intoxication. It's not worth worrying about. You have to be so tipsy you can barely walk 3 steps. The next morning, waking up with a headache and disheveled hair. That's truly drinking. Jumper firmly replied, making Bress's face fall. I won't drink that fake stuff even if you offer it to me. Jumper handed Bress a piece of paper and requested, stay here for a while. He was quite surprised by the invitation. What is this? Another visit to South Korea? Huh? Jumper chose a place for Bress's recovery with a wonderful hotel there. Go there and rest a bit. Bress threw the paper away in frustration and scolded him. You tricked me last time. Do you think I'll fall for it again? The tension in Sangwoo's space was high. This was unexpected. He was surprised to discover a new creature. There really is a Type 3 granite here. Sangwoo speculated that it might be due to the water writing. Lieber agreed. It could be. He warned him about more creatures appearing in greater numbers. You'll see even more when you climb higher. As before, Sangwoo approached and suggested, there are many like that. But they're clones. This time just stay outside. I'll handle this one alone. Facing the fierce creature, he slowly drew his thunder sword with confidence in his current strength. Type 3, I vaguely remember seeing it before, but it's extremely powerful. But if it were me now, Sangwoo leaped and bravely confronted it head-on, swinging his sword to strike hard at it. The creature didn't back down. It retaliated with its sharp claws. A single swipe of the claw split a large tree in half. Sang-woo didn't hesitate. He calmly turned and signaled, "Order your clones to support me. Hurry, help us." The clones jumped into battle with the creature, forcing it into a defensive position. Lieber was still trapped in memories, delving deeper. The master confirmed that Leonardo had been sealed in a specific area only. It's been over 10 years since Leonardo disappeared. What did he do during those 10 years? He considered the worst-case scenario where both top hunters and unparalleled power clashed. If Leonardo was freed, he would certainly seek out another person holding one of the 7 deadly sins and fight them. At that moment, Lieber was a bit worried about Sang-woo. Will he be okay? He just defeated the creature while tasting its meat. With great confidence, he declared, "If I fought for real, it would be a sure win." But commanders usually don't fight directly. However, there are many other creatures wreaking havoc now. Unclear planet, unclear location. A hand is controlling the darkness. The creatures emerged like an army from that source. A powerful force was rushing to someone at high speed. Leonardo was standing there alone. He became extremely vicious and reincarnated into a terrifying, monstrous version, dominating living creatures. He wondered about himself in an unclear state of mind. "Oh, what am I doing here? Do I have a reason for being here?" He had killed many monsters to seek amusement, but he gradually grew tired of this. Well, it's called that, right? Playing with these beetles isn't fun anymore. So he made a big decision to find new joy. "I'll return to Earth, the one who holds the 7 deadly sins. Right hand, left foot. Leonardo Alexander. Go to Yuda's monster head. You're incredibly proud of surpassing your KPIs. We've dealt with that 3rd type of creature." He looked forward towards the watermark with anticipation. "Shall we enter the watermark?" The clones were shocked, some looking on in expectation. The clones immediately became terrified and volunteered to be test subjects. "Please don't throw me. I'll go in myself." Sang-woo is satisfied. All right then. The clones are willing to sacrifice themselves to experience the new space for those behind them. Thank heavens, it's not a forest. When Sang-woo led the rest into this place, he was amazed by the eerie scenery before his eyes. But what kind of place is this? Lieber guessed that they must have jumped several floors up. Sang-woo considered it fortunate for them. That helped save some time. Looking at a strange skull, he asked him if it was the native creature of this lair. Lieber answered briefly, "It's already dead." He felt slightly disappointed and turned around. "Behind where you're standing, there are more monsters appearing. You think Greg Hunt has taken control here?" Lieber confirmed this. "I told you they would be seen frequently. Dubert is busy with numerous tasks." Berskern asked him how the expansion of the skill-building factory was going. He calmly replied that they had acquired and operated all external production facilities at full capacity. Although receiving positive reports from Dubert, Berskern still had some concerns about their work progress. In the end, even with a simplified regeneration system from improved clone skills, each bridge skill still needs to be manufactured manually. "Can we ensure timely completion?" Varen entered. He noticed the worry on her and Tranen's faces. "We are distributing this to all of humanity. Of course, it won't be easy. We must do it by any means necessary. Don't worry about money. Just proceed with the deployment." She agreed with him. "Yes, we need to do everything possible to keep the hope alive." While they were chatting, she informed Busgirl of a visitor request. Hearing this, she felt strange and asked again, "Really, for what purpose?" "It's an old man waiting there." She talked about his wishes. They said they wanted to help and that they had a chance for repentance. Wohyan's hand transformed and emitted strange light. She stuttered, "I just sense Monner." She immediately turned to ask Ian, "Is this talent?" The 2 Ians explained to her. "That's called meditation." Ian was frustrated with the skill training. "Why is it so difficult? In front of us is a glowing green ball. You're not patient anymore. Just keep practicing." "Do we really need to learn this? Is controlling mana that important?" Ian sighed disappointedly. Of course, the naughty kids are about to show up. Mihoa agreed with her. It's even faster than I thought. Ianha angrily approached Dong-in. Fool, if you don't want to learn, just use your heritage fireball and survive. He quickly defended himself. I already have a wonderful awakening skill. She mocked him again. Is it the clone skill? In a rage, she immediately scolded him harshly, leaving no room for argument. You think that the awakening skills are easier to use because they're based on your innate characteristics. However, if you can't control your mana, you won't even be able to activate them from the start. Then Ianha ordered Dong-in, if you understand, shut up and start training. But he still stubbornly refused to learn these things. So we might as well learn something powerful instead. Dong-in's response left Ianha speechless with this obstinate one. She said she would do it if she knew how. Then I'll just learn the highest level skill from the start. Isn't that better? Lieber looked at it differently and from a different perspective in Sangwoo's eyes. It sounds easy but is practically impossible. Sangwoo agreed with his viewpoint. Of course, how can you expect to do it so easily? Just imagine reaching the maximum level of the clone skill. To make his point clearer and more convincing, Lieber used an example, like a primary school student running as fast as a professional athlete just because they were taught by one. Oh my god, is society really that harsh? Do we need to defeat a primary school student? Even if you're given a spell formula, it doesn't mean you can immediately use the highest level right away. Then he concluded with a clever phrase. Of course, this would be a different story if you were born with special abilities for that. Sangwoo couldn't focus as he worried about Dong-in. Shin Junyang didn't know how he was doing. After hearing Lieber's example, Sangwoo felt uncomfortable. Are you comparing my magic level to a primary school student? He dared to say that. Isn't it like that? Sangwoo was restless and uneasy. I haven't come up with any reasonable counter-arguments yet. Lieber quickly noticed his problem and asked, why are we talking about skill levels suddenly? Are you anxious? Sangwoo admitted, that's right. The system notification. Enhance my clone. I don't know why, but I feel like I've reached a saturation point. Enhance the 59th clone effect permanently increases the clone's stat reflection rate by 70% of the current stats. Lieber carefully examined before making his decision. To see it as a permanent enhancement, at level 1 the reflection rate is 50%, and each functional level adds 1%. So naturally, I thought that by level 100, I could use 100% of my stats with an additional 50% bonus. Sangwoo was a bit dissatisfied with the system, but not entirely. After reaching level 40, the reflection rate hit 70%, and it didn't increase any further. I leveled up higher. Now at level 59, it's still stuck at 70%. Lieber is stressed about his work. He also denies it. I wonder if he knows anything about this. I can only read the skill mechanism from Mana Flow, but cannot predict more than that. Being looked down upon made him furious. You're useless, you're like a primary school student. Lieber didn't expect Sangwoo to be so resentful. So you still hold onto what I said just now, huh? He also gave him some important reminders. But there's something to consider. The saturation phase is a common phenomenon in magic. It often appears in people who have practiced the same spell for a long time. For example, with fireballs, the more proficient you become, the bigger and stronger they get. Lieber brought up some crucial and important points to Sangwoo again. But once a certain threshold is reached, mana consumption continues without stopping, but size and power remain constant. However, if you don't stop and continue mastering that spell, at some point, a new attribute will emerge, like splitting to seek out nearby enemies or compressing to generate higher heat and stronger penetration. He guessed that his skill might be in the previous phase. Sangwoo was silent for a moment after listening. He sighed and reconsidered himself. Had he been too hasty? Sangwoo felt guilty and placed his hand on the clone's shoulder to explain. Thinking back, we always need you guys. This time is no different. I just wanted the best results as quickly as possible. He finally lowered himself to sincerely apologize. Sorry, please forgive this foolish master and his little family. The clone was surprised by this sudden change. Master! Lieber was pleased and satisfied with him. That's right, Jun Song-yu. Striving to the utmost of your abilities within your limits. That alone is enough for humanity to grow and expand continuously. Sangyu made a point and introduced it. In the name of my hardworking brothers, I've racked my brains to find a gentler upgrade method here. The clone was also surprised by this. Master, Sangyu directly used the hammer to hit the clone's head and explained. Usually in most games I played, people would enhance items by hitting them with a hammer. You said loving words earlier, but now you've broken the clone's head, causing it to collapse instantly, blood gushing out. Lieber was startled by his actions. Hey, what are you doing? Sangyu seemed like a different person. He appeared very anxious. Currently at level 59, something seems to unlock when I reach level 60. It's so hot and uncomfortable. Lieber kept reminding Sangyu, if you keep going like this, who would bother trying anymore? The system announced. Physical resistance increased. Physical resistance increased. Physical resistance increased. Physical resistance increased. After a while of effort, Sangyu got the expected result. I succeeded. You've leveled up to clone enhancement level 60 with permanent effects. He was stunned by this too. What in the world? The system announced another effect. Now, the clone duplicates the armor on the user's body. He was surprised. He nodded. Sang's clone stood up straight. It seems there have been some changes. He looks a bit bewildered. My own clone. Now, I'll copy my armor. Huh? Lieber casually asked Jumper how he was doing. How are you feeling, Lucas? Jumper was very happy and excited. I'm fine. River, we've succeeded. He quickly reported the good news to Lieber as well. Finally, I have obtained a treasure. This treasure can fix all mistakes. The Odin Tower is now completely conquered by me. After confirming Jumper's success, Lieber suggested sharing some information. He really did it. Now that I think about it, I might as well tell you everything. Are you going to Philadelphia? My office is there. Jumper stood there and judged the fake. Finally, I got it. You can't forgive him. That block of nonsense was playing with everyone's emotions. He pleaded earnestly to Jumper for mercy, addressing himself as the system owner. No, I don't want to go there. Please spare my life. If you kill me, you'll regret it. Jumper was cold-blooded and firmly decided to deal with this guy immediately. Sorry, but I won't regret it as long as I still have the treasure. Then a bloody massacre ensued. Jumper shouted loudly in anger, very disappointed. Leonardo appeared. He spoke to Jumper in a mock tone. It's fine, but something seems missing. Lieber noticed his appearance and warned Jumper and Lucas to run away quickly. Jumper still stood there, feeling confused and conflicted inside, not ready yet to confront Leonardo with this mistake. Leonardo looked at Jumper with a sharp gaze. He planned to collect the fragments of the 7 deadly sins with this treasure. What he didn't expect was that the treasure he had pursued was just a cow, and it wasn't working. Why is that? Jumper suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar space. Where am I? Lieber asked Han worriedly. Are you okay? He repeated Lucas's name, making Jumper feel more anxious. Don't tell me this is the effect of the treasure. He shouted loudly in frustration. Then he fell silent and pondered. There were many different bottles on the floor. Jumper seemed like a junkie going through withdrawal, muttering to himself. This drink makes me feel dizzy. If it's real, I'll be the first one to try it. The system appeared. Additional effects. My clone will now copy my armor on this user's body. Sangyu widened his eyes. Armor? My clone will now copy my armor, huh? Meanwhile, the duplicate that was beating up those hard-working brothers had also risen. Steam came out of his head. How to copy it? Sangyu still held a weapon in his hand. He looked surprised. So weapons can be copied based on their level too. Arya once told you that a skill can't be replicated if it exceeds the subject's potential. The ability to copy equipment is a unique feature of cloning techniques. You haven't been able to do that, which means your skill still has room for development. You were flustered back then. Now in the present, Sangyu seems happy. Turns out Arya wasn't joking earlier. Your smile is much less sinister now. I'll have to test it myself to see if it really works. So does anyone want a break after this long stretch of work? All the clones are wary and keep their distance from Sanju. You angrily scold them. They're just a bunch of idiots relying on others. Sanju continues. Clones aren't supposed to be independent. He sighs as he stops speaking. It's cramped here. That's fine too. I'll just pick one at random. Liber suddenly suggests, why don't you check that out while you're at it? He visualizes his idea on the system screen. Guide them. What would happen if you cancelled summoning number 1 or 2? They both bear the 7 deadly sins. Sanju is startled by this. He pretends to be serious. That's right. I just remembered that. Number 1 and 2 are never destroyed, right? The 7 deadly sins are infamous for their crimes. If it weren't for me, your life would have been over, Sanju boasts confidently. In his mind, he considers the possibilities. If we stop summoning them, will we revert to being stone blocks like before? Or will we go crazy and turn into flying heads? Sanju hesitates, avoiding their gaze. It's worth a try. We should do it now. While we still have the ability to handle them if they transform, time is running out anyway. Deciding this, he acts decisively. Number 1, are you ready? Yes. Sanju points at him. A green smoke quickly rises up. The 7 deadly sins don't forget to stab and laugh as the smoke clears. Now's my chance to take over this body, right? System notification, cancellation of clone summoning. After a moment, boom, number 1 reappears. With his clothes gone, the 7 deadly sins are silent. He clenches his fist and speaks in a low voice after a pause. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Sanju waves his hand dismissively. I think someone wanted to take over that body, right? And here it is, you failed miserably. You're just talking too much and being annoying. When I cancel the summoning, you'll revert to being a stone block like before. I summon you again and put the stone back in its place. The 7 deadly sins are speechless. Sanju laughs so hard his eyes water. He wipes them as he speaks. But just copying the upper armor part is really weird. Here, take your pants and shirt back. The 7 deadly sins sputter with smoke, almost exploding in anger. Sanju cautiously recoiled slightly. Then he let out a painful scream, blood splattering everywhere. The 7 sins released Sanju. He immediately jumped up in pain, his face contorted, hands stiff and afraid to touch, with a large gash on his left eye. The sin laughed openly, saying, "Don't worry, you'll still progress quickly anyway, or maybe." He mocked, "Should I be gentler just a bit?" Sanju gritted his teeth and forced a smile almost in refusal. "No, this is perfect right now." Immediately, Sanju fiercely stood up, raising his greatsword to attack the sin. "Crazy, you have to at least reach this level for me to feel like tearing your body apart." The sin casually supported himself with an arm. He laughed and replied, "I would be very happy if I could do that." The scene switched to a desolate rocky landscape where spider-web-like white streaks appeared on the cracked skin of some smoky rocks. In a crumbled rock formation, a man was slumped over, coughing hoarsely. Several identical swords were stuck in the ground around him, his voice weak and raspy. "How? I'm sure I've heard about the missing person." He blinked slightly as he spoke. His face was marred with cuts and covered in blood. "It's none other than the Escadian hunter." A foot with a bluish skin stepped in, its voice gruff. This is genuinely surprising." Legardo appeared standing tall, with a cold expression. "The standards have changed while I was away, right? How can someone like him be an S-class hunter? I'm serious. I had high hopes for something when I came here. But this is the worst." Suddenly, Legardo brought up a topic. "Right, so it's still the 7 sins in the end, huh?" "I guess so. Currently, the only ones we can locate are by Guting in the tomb or Jompo." "I guessed that much." Father was slightly surprised, but didn't show it clearly. He merely lowered his head and softly said, "By Guting is being hunted, this time, It's Legardo's turn to be surprised. Oh, almost dead yet still stubbornly considering yourself S-Glass. You must have some kind of sword or strange blue gem with you, right? Father frowned and spoke coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. When we got there, a hunter was already fighting the white bone spirit. Legardo bluntly stated. Who is that? He spoke with anger. Do you think I'll tell you? When do you know what I'm going to do? His eyes hardened, his face darkening slightly. Fine. Legardo immediately turned around and pulled out his phone, speaking politely. So I'll just look it up on my phone then. You should have been clear from the start that you wouldn't tell me. Father suddenly sat up with a choked voice, a bitter taste in his heart. Oh, he knows more about modern culture than I thought. The scene switched back to the cave. In Sinbadino 1 and Sanju's intense battle, they were fighting fiercely. However, this fight was one-sided. You have very little advantage now. Sanju's face strained with blood. He coughed hoarsely. He thought to himself, this is too absurd. Sanju felt helpless, clearly seeing the path of his opponent's attacks. But every time he tried to counterattack, a surprise attack would follow immediately. In contrast, Sinbadi was quite content, laughing and mocking. It's annoying, isn't it? The feeling of every thought being read through. Sanju whispered a warning, be quiet, as he maintained some distance and channeled Mana to summon a magic circle. But it's not that easy. The 7 deadly sins rushed in with forceful blows interrupting his actions. Grinning, he bought time by freezing the scene. I won't let things be this easy. He focused and unleashed a super strength blast directly at him. Dark purple and black energy surged out like a blazing inferno. Sanju was severely injured, coughing up blood as he flew backward. His mind couldn't calm down. What is this? Sanju quickly adjusted his stance. He looked up to see the 7 deadly sins closing in. His thoughts were completely shaken. How does he predict my movements? The sin approached, delivering a painful strike to Sanju's, causing his face to contort. He softly sang, this is the real deal. The 7 deadly sins sneered. Is it 2 o'clock now, right? Sanju is extremely angry. A bright light starts to glow. He leans back and dodges the powerful stab from the 7 crimes. Sanju grits his teeth, understanding everything about my 2 empty pockets. The 7 crimes happily taunts full. He reluctantly compliments, you have an interesting tactic there. He grabs the wrist and grins. Sanju's eyes emit a faint green smoke like flames. System activation, sharing sensory data with bound entities. I don't mind accepting this praise. Yes, if you connect to their senses for a moment, you can pinpoint where to attack accurately, right? Even as one of the 7 crimes, Sanju violently swings his greatsword into the opponent's abdomen. Roar, you're still just my subordinate, that miserable wretch. The 7 crime is sent flying. He asks, isn't this unfair? He laughs, do you think I'm what? Using all your skills isn't a choice, it's something you must do. But the 7 crime quickly turns and steps into empty space as if it were solid matter. Sanju raises an eyebrow in disbelief. Did I just see that? It just took off from empty space. The 7 crime charges straight at him, kicking hard into his stomach. He grunts, it's not enough to hurt you yet, coughing up to sounds, feeling choked inside. Why is my clone so strong? As the 7 crime prepares to take advantage of the spatial rift opening, his clone says, report, found another spatial rift, actions halted. The 7 crime retracts his leg and prioritizes climbing. Sanju stands up in agreement, nodding. After a while, Sanju appears on another floor. He looks around at the architecture, which is similar to the one below. Honestly, it looks exactly like the previous level. Have we really climbed up? Lieber quickly responds, don't worry, I'm climbing now. From now on, only the air will change gradually. Sanju spits and turns to look at the 7 crime behind him. Then he reverts his gaze to evaluate the current floor silently. There is indeed something different. The smell of blood grows stronger. He speaks. Tight, let's go. Before he finishes, the 7 crimes' sudden action stops him. Sanju looks up in surprise. His hand pierces his stomach. Blood spurts out. The 7 crime seems to enjoy it. Imprint this on your mind. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. His words are profound. This battle is not a game. There's no starting signal. Sanju falls down, shivering in anger at the coward and sneak attacker. Soon after, they clash again like two men. Our fight continues even on new floors. While clones deal with monsters, their continuous absorption of abilities has greatly increased Sanju's power. They continue fighting as numbers increase. Using all senses at once, Sanju can read and predict the 7 crimes attacks, allowing him to dodge and counterattack more effectively. Initially just a temporary solution, Sanju's eyes emit green smoke. It's not applicable against every enemy. It's a desperate attempt to bridge the power gap. However, this choice eventually brought significant changes. Sanju gradually gets used to reading his opponent's movements by observing their attack stance and reflexes. As predictions align with the opponent's actions, Sanju can dodge attacks more effectively, using summoning skills less often. Next is skill absorption. The 7 crime attacks frantically, drawing out his greatsword. Sensing the different strengths behind the fake and real attacks of the 7 crime, Sanju instinctively mimics his combat style. He thrusts the sword, pushing back the 7 crime, controlling and manipulating spatial energy. Sanju's white aura turns dark, his human form glowing red from the corners of his eyes. His super strength emits a faint purple aura. He laughs loudly. Gotcha, this is how it works. This battle is clearly enhancing Sanju's combat abilities. The 7 crime also laughs excitedly. He flexed his fingers slightly, a purple energy thread wrapped around them easily, and the voice of the 7 form sinner spoke in a low tone. So let's move on to the next step then. You didn't understand why my stats were higher than others before, right? He punched straight into the large sword with force. Calmly replied, that's because the power of the void can replace mana, like those buffs you call body enhancement skills. Sanju was drenched in sweat and pulled back suddenly. With a thud and a powerful punch, 7 form sinner sent Sanju flying into the air, hitting the wall. Dust and smoke scattered everywhere as he finished his sentence. Maybe its efficiency can't even match ours. Scene changed to another side. The familiar pale hand stopped at a news page on the phone. Hunters defeated the white bone demon in Sanju. Leo Gato sat by the sidewalk, looking dazed. From South Korea? The Han man tapped away. Where's the map? Here it is. My position. Hang. Southeast. Got it. Finally, Leo Gato frankly concluded that since the Earth is round, just go round and you'll get there. Suddenly, a voice from behind him laughed. Look at this guy. He has a great body indeed. Leo Gato turned his head. Seeing some guys, one of them commented, they must have trained hard. The white-faced guy with the beer bottle joked back. Why do you have to train so seriously? Gato replied with a smile. After all, everyone will die in a few months anyway. Leo Gato asked sarcastically, if we're going to die, why are you laughing? Because we've decided to let go and enjoy the remaining time. Even though things happened before, just let it go and have a drink with me. The Han man laughed. You've already made up your mind to give up then. So you guys must do something worthy of this decision. They just dragged the reluctant guy along. We're here, right? Let's make a few drinks. Leo Gato didn't respond. The Han man waved his hand behind him. A dark aura shot out. With a loud explosion, it filled the sky. Red flames and smoke rose high into the air. He widened his eyes. Come on, guys, let's have some fun. The young men were gaping with sweat pouring down their faces, lost in the moment. Leo Gato remembered, oh yeah, I should laugh like that again for the performance, right? With a cruel smile, he said, laugh up, this is a party, not a funeral. Back at Odin's Tower Cave, 7 form sinner and Sanju were still fighting intensely. D88 was ready to harvest. D85 was also ready for the harvest. They paused briefly before moving on to the Monster Council. After finishing their tasks, they returned to battle. The spatial wall opened up. A duplicate messaged back. Another water passage discovered. D81 was ready for the harvest. A duplicate stepped over the fallen monsters and reported another water passage. D76 was also ready for the harvest. Seven Form Sinner and Sanju stared at each other fiercely. The spatial wall transmitted. Another water passage discovered. Finally, Seven Form Sinner lazily rubbed his neck. Well, we fought through dozens of layers. Have you not figured out how to use it properly after all this time? He straightened up and said, "Get on with it. Shame on your face." Sanju gritted his teeth in defense. Hey, I've only grasped the basics of void power. Don't think that newbie can do everything just by saying so. Then he frowned. Let's not talk about it now. Where am I in this monster lair? Sanju looked at the bizarre scene before him, puzzled. Why does the space get more chaotic as we go higher up in Odin's tower? Lieber answered just in time. This is the true face of Odin's tower. It gets worse from here on up. But don't worry too much. He reassured, human perception adapts very quickly. Sanju wiped away the sticky substance on his arm and gritted his teeth. Curse it, my appetite is ruined now. But he picked up the pot straight away, frankly saying, no matter what, there's no substitute for reality. Eat, guys. A while later, Sanju continued to ask. So in summary, how many layers have we climbed? Liberdab, about 1%. You calculate, if you keep this pace, everything will be fine. But it won't be easy. Let them talk. Sevenson leisurely ladles soup and blows off steam slowly. Just took a whiff. He was startled wide awake. Instantly, Sanji raised his hand to greet as he drew out the bone of the monster and shouted loudly. Haha, wide awake now. Straight to the point, damn it. I've poisoned your food. The previous monster used poison, so I prepared this for you. This is a counterattack using virtual poison. Didn't you say that real battle isn't a game? Being careless means losing for sure. Sevenson got angry and charged in, not letting Sanju brag. He stood up, kicked over the pot of water, his voice cold. Is your poison resistance just for show? Think it's effective, you fool. Crying on the ground, feeling wronged. Still considered a success, my grandpa. Switched to another location. In the training room, the green-haired youth loudly swung his sword down in one stroke. The wind rushed forward. There's still a ring. He stared at it blankly. Then he cheered excitedly. I did it. The green-haired youth happily, I did it. Sensei, Wavern generously praised, excellent work. Other students looked on in admiration. Oh my mother, so jealous. I want to create one sooner too. We only have less than 3 months left for training. We must be focused. It's quite lucky. Who knows when I'll learn sword skills from an S-rank hunter again. On the other side, Wavern was seriously instructing. Overall, it's good, but your wrist is a bit off just before drawing the sword. The green-haired youth focused. Yes, sensei. Deep in my mind. Disciple. Disciple. Everywhere I see disciples. Raven was moved to tears and sniffles. Hiccup Kiran, if you saw the scene, you'd be so happy, right? Suddenly a voice interrupted his emotions. Hey, I have a question. The large figure stood in silhouette, unsure of the local accent. Folding his arms, he asked bluntly, Guys, does anyone know Sanju's name? If you do, call him over to talk with me. His hand suddenly twitched. A few purple beams of super strength appeared in the air. Leo Gatto continued, No, that might be a bit too rough. It's better to greet before demanding something from someone. A beam of light gradually formed. Everyone froze in surprise. Bang! There was a loud explosion. The area shook with the blast. Red smoke and flames rose up fiercely, tearing through the roof. A large hole appeared on the floor. Debris fell like rain. Leo Gatto struck hard, then chuckled. Ha ha ha! ITT! Before my eyes, a deep dent was left in the ground. The floor was almost completely lifted up, severely damaged. Amidst the debris, Vane stood still with his sword drawn. Leo Gatto was surprised. You didn't get hit by that. Quite unexpected. The students around were startled. Master blocked it to protect us. Who is he, really? Hold on. Han seems to be the missing high-level hunter we've been looking for. Raven's eyes tightened sharply, his gaze piercing. What's going on here? Leonardo got a bit excited when he heard his name. Wait, do we know each other? But it doesn't matter much. I just want one thing now. Bring John Sanju here. Raven spoke coldly. His hand brushed over the blade. I don't know why he's looking for him, but I can't accept that request. The students were ready, drawing their weapons and shouting bravely. Damn it! He is a high-level hunter. What are we afraid of? We're hunters too, and our system skills still work. Let's play this out. Someone shouted. Don't underestimate the power of us. We're also high-level hunters. They all bravely jumped into the river towards Leogato. Han smiled disdainfully at that. See, grade is a high level, right? This translation device seems to be broken badly. But never mind, I like it this way better. Legardo waved his hand and cast a small spell in front of him. The closest people suddenly felt strange disturbances. They were startled. Someone used an enhancement skill to boost their movement speed. A mana springboard was created. He stood on it, shouting, I'm being sucked in. However, his voice had a hint of laughter, as if mocking those who tried to block him with that useless skill. The disturbance spread wildly in an instant. His springboard shattered like broken glass, and the young man gasped in surprise. Now they were screaming frantically, oh no, help! Above us, everyone has been gathered into a huge round bridge. Legardo laughed cruelly, clenching his fist tightly. Just as he was about to punch, suddenly the wire rushed and slashed, with a sword cutting across. He was furious, glaring at him. Don't even dream of killing us kids. Damn it, they are the worst of me. The wire formed a whirlwind on the blade, breaking the fifth wind technique. He swung his arm, smoke and dust immediately spewed out around them. A strong whirlwind fell straight down, tearing through each layer of the broken vehicle, destroying its core. This time, destroy that floating ball. The students fell off. One boy exclaimed in surprise. That strange power has disappeared. Are we fighting them? Immediately scolded by another girl. Do you think you can beat him? Crazy. Raven's forehead was slightly sweaty. He spoke sternly. Everyone get out of here and contact Lucas immediately. At this moment, in the midst of the ruins and smoke, Leogato's dark figure moved. I remember now. His hair was speckled with blood, a smirk still on his lips. Legardo's voice was sardonic, talent S-class hunter. To be honest, despite being called a genius, he is always surrounded by countless rumors, like the fact that no one knows where he came from. Raven urged heavily, hurry up and go, but two of you run as fast as possible. The girl pushed him hard, saying, you fool kid, making him flinch, master. At the same time, a series of figures leaped down together. There were Yugen, Miho, Wunti, and Yunha. Miho was serious. We'll fight alongside you. Fake sword technique. Javin's face was heavy as he asked, how did you find this place? Ilgon wasn't feeling well either. With a serious expression, he said, haven't been watching the news. Everyone's making a big fuss about Leogato coming back. Still, I don't understand why he came all the way to South Korea. Across from him, Leogato laughed happily as he returned. Each violet superpower ray was fluctuating wildly. Fine, we'll see how much you can take. His tone was eager. With your level, I could call it a high-level technique now. Bam! At the Odin Tower, 7th Sin and Sanju clashed again. Sighing in relief, Sanju thought to himself, even though I've grasped some power of the void, I still have to struggle this much. Did you jump out? Do you want me to completely replace Mono with void power? Not easy. Then Sanju had an idea. What if I combine both and use the void as support? He tightened his sword grip. At the same time, two energies of contrasting colors escaped. It exploded violently like a thin bomb. Sanju rushed forward to swing his greatsword at 7th Sin with all his might. He laughed loudly. Finally, our powers are balanced. In this case, am I really in an advantage because my equipment is better? Behind him, several strange colored spheres appeared and grew larger, 2 yellow ones and 2 green ones. 7th Sin launched a short-range attack. They were immediately swept away like waves, roaring with fire. Only then did he deeply chuckle. Let's see, Sanju hated himself for being pushed to the brink. Tell me quickly, does that person's power have any limits? Boom, bang, thunderous explosions echoed as the scene was destroyed and left in ruins. It was truly a sight terrible to behold. Countless dents and cracks covered the ground like a spider web. Thick smoke filled the air. Leogardo held a long thread of void energy. Despite his refined appearance, everyone was injured, some severely, others lightly. Even that blow left no trace. What a pest. Miho frowned coldly. Don't dream of capturing him alive. That mad old man blew up half the city already. He's helpless. He doesn't bother controlling his power at all. Raven suddenly spoke up. Guys, can you hold me for a moment? Just for a moment. Wandy looked at him, then truly said, I'm not sure if the next move will hit that monster. But never mind. Fight! With those words, everyone charged forward with all their might. Combining mana and muscle barrier techniques, Ainha decisively launched a large green sphere directly at Leogardo's area, slicing through him. The sound of moisture and green smoke filled the air. Miho gritted her teeth. Furious, Yugon straightened his sword. Sunbright, Wanty's eyes narrowed. Crescent Moon. All at once, they launched their attacks simultaneously. Green flames, golden energy sources, and powerful sword intent all exerted force at the same time. Done, he only laughed mockingly. Leogardo raised his hand. Instantly, a small black ball continuously curled up, compressed by his left arm. In front of everyone's eyes, those three separate powers were sucked in by the black sphere. Like a miniature black hole, it bent and swallowed different energy sources. Miho was stunned as even that sword air attack was blocked. Leogardo's voice echoed with a laugh. Then, he controlled the angle of his right hand. Immediately, boom, a powerful black energy beam shot out like a tidal wave and crushed everything. Ilgon, Miho, Wandy were all severely injured from this move, collapsing to the ground. He laughed joyfully, questioning if that name in Sanju was strong enough at first. Suddenly, Leogardo sensed a gust of wind. Vaven appeared behind him. His sword pointed high, his eyes cold and piercing. Mana circled around his heart, the core of super-frequency energy. Ultimate absolute, 10,000 deaths. Vaven decisively swung his sword down. From his shoulder to his chest, a long gash spurted blood. Staring wide-eyed, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. But it didn't stop there. Vaven continued to swing his sword, aiming to cut across his neck like a cross, the second strike. And then Leogardo suddenly kicked and winked in an instant, appearing behind him. Raven was stunned. What just happened? Behind him, Leogardo gave a random big smile and started talking. No need to use his left foot. Raven just turned back. He immediately chose a powerful punch. Bang, the shockwave tore apart, smoke and dust billowed everywhere. Raven fell unconscious on the rocky ground. Leogardo casually evaluated. Dawn was really dangerous just now. He deserves some praise. Han Tang's face turned solemn. His cold gaze rose high. Continue. You keep jumping to your disciple all the time since then. I wonder if your disciple can appear in time when Master is about to die. Raven coughed heavily. Leogardo raised his hand, gathering energy again. He resigned himself to it. Me! Sorry! Everyone! Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A blue energy stream enveloped the rope, taking him away from the other person's grasp. That person hovered in midair, pulling on the nearby rope and softly praised. I must admit you're very quick. I was going to cut your hand off, but it didn't work out. Leogardo glanced at that person as he slowly descended, fell silent for a moment, then got annoyed. Kid, who are you? I'm just an ordinary B-rank hunter. Dung Ian replied, his hand spread out, radiating golden mana like the sun. Dung Ian pointed with his hand. Immediately a symbol appeared above Han Tang's head. The holy light gradually dissipated, revealing a deep pit that couldn't be seen clearly. Dung Ian opened a mana barrier like an apiary in front of him, his sleeves fluttering. The holy light faded into a thin line, exposing a deep, dark hole. Bang! Leogardo flew out from the bottom of the pit. Dung Ian stretched his hand calmly, mana surged with green glow. Stone prison, level 100, for stone pillars suddenly rose up from four different directions, surrounding him. Then they curled into a ball, besieging Leogardo. Crush, level 100. Dung Ian squeezed his hand tightly. The pillar instantly spun at maximum speed and exploded like fireworks, red, orange, and pink smoke filling the air. His body fell backward. Legardo's face darkened to an extreme point. He almost laughed darkly. Legardo excitedly turned to look at him, continuously praising, "Very good. Who are you? It can't be that someone like you could just be a nobody." Haunting fell heavily on the ground. The earth cracked into a spider web pattern. "Tell me, what's your background?" Dong Ian's tone remained flat. "I've said it already. I'm just an ordinary hunter." His left eye glowed with divine energy, golden and beautiful, a wise sage. "All skills learned will automatically be upgraded to the highest level. Think back. Hey, I gave you a small gift." Sanju turned his head, calmly reminded him to use it well when he gets home. Dong Ian frowned and asked curiously, "Gift? What kind of gift?" He didn't show his high-ranking sage demeanor as he answered, "You'll know soon enough." "Why did he send me a gift?" Dong Ian returned home, still feeling puzzled after opening the door. After all, this world is about to end anyway. Suddenly, his eyes met something. A clear glass bottle with red liquid inside was on the floor. There was a note attached to it. "Remember to drink it, bro." Dong Ian was momentarily stunned. He hesitantly picked up the bottle and felt waves of shock rise in his heart like heaven and earth shaking. "How did he get this divine medicine?" Zhang Sanju. "He told me to drink it." "Am I allowed to drink it?" Dong Yen bit her lower lip. He hesitated and thought for a moment. What if it doesn't work again this time? Dong Yen's hands holding the divine medicine bottle were covered in sweat. "Even B couldn't boost my stats. Then is there any point to using this? If I waste something so good like this again, what will happen? If even the divine medicine doesn't work on me, what should I do then?" Just at that moment, a note fell off. It's clear how chaotic his mind is. The message clearly states, "If you dare be disrespectful or hesitate to use it, I'll kill you." Dong Yen silently laughed out loud. "Right, if even the divine medicine fails, I just need to stand up and keep trying." After thinking through everything, he didn't argue anymore and drank it all in one go. If the divine medicine doesn't work, nothing will change. I'll continue working hard as before. Soon, a surge of mana coursed through Dong Yen's body, glowing green throughout his house. The system continuously reported, detecting the divine medicine and initiating physical restructuring. His weakness disappeared. All stats were permanently fixed at 0.2. Pain suddenly hit him intensely, but he gritted his teeth to resist. A series of lights surrounded him as the system synchronized, finding synchronization errors in current physical stats. Unapplied stats had been integrated. Strength, agility, resistance, endurance were skyrocketing like rockets. Then, with a loud bang, smoke billowed out from the corner. Dong Yen's voice remained steady. "I'm just someone who keeps pushing forward without stopping." The holy light energy emanating from him was abundant. Stats: stamina 14.13, agility 12.365, resistance 16.761, endurance 31.256, mana 6.75245. Dong Yen continued, "And I won't stop because of this. I'll keep working hard and persistently for the future too." Leo Gato looked up with a sinister expression. The first thing he felt after the limit was lifted, he had just endured a fireball in front of Zhang Sanju. These balls were limited by my previous 0-point mana stats. So a golden ball as big as the sun on his head. His words resolute. "I won't let myself be trapped anymore." Leo Gato looked at it with a mischievous smile. It was beautiful but regrettable. Then he approached, "But you chose the wrong target." Afterward, Leo Gato raised his left hand, forcing Dong Yen's sun-colored fireball into a distorted shape. He thought, "Is this an absorption skill?" Dong Yen didn't stop there and pointed again. Two beams of light shot out. The third beam emitted to fixed trajectories, focusing all the energy on the locked orbit. Legardo raised his eyebrows. The black ball continued to absorb and compress the energy streams. He decisively said, "Your entire attack strategy was a mistake, kid. My power isn't about absorption, it's the pressure of space compression. Now even space is starting to distort." Dong Yen felt this strange vibration as if being sucked into his body. The black ball between them. He continued, "You made a mistake in evaluating the situation during battle. The cost was high, kid." Leo Gatto prepared to punch. "I'm really sorry for your talent." He punched hard. The scene before his eyes shattered like broken glass. Leo Gatto was stunned. How many skills do you have, distorting space and twisting it to create a separate world? Dong Yan's expression was cold. He extended his hand, forming a small light ball in his palm, staring intently at him. "Sorry for your talent. Did you think just those few words would motivate me? I'm tired of hearing them." The spatial isolation block was pierced. Countless golden beams shot out. On the other side, Miho slowly woke up. She saw Legardo and Yongyul fighting on a pile of debris. "Am I dreaming? That hunter? Isn't it Shinzoin? How can that be? Can that kid really do it? Can we go after Leo Gatto?" Miho coughed up a blood spurt. Her face turned pale. "He won't last long. I have to help him quickly." But in reality, it's as hard as climbing heaven. She could sense something. "My body can't move." Suddenly, a voice that was both familiar and strange sounded up. Lazy blaming. "Why is it every time I meet them, they end up in trouble?" Brad was angry at Anya, but still had to save the fish about to be lost forever. His older brother's voice, with a hint of resentment. "Am I going to this temple or what? I swear this will be my last time listening to that damn jumper." "Rise, comrades, I'm not fighting that monster." At the same time at Odin Tower, his clones fought with the strange and ugly monsters. Number 2 acted decisively, grabbed its beak and broke its head. Then he casually threw the corpse aside. The monster corpses of this species piled up like a mountain. System error appeared, activating the monster transformation process. Stats increased. Stats increased. Number 2 watched his hand emitting magic power. Suddenly, thick white smoke from somewhere blew in, attracting attention. A thunderous explosion suddenly occurred, and the dust billowed even more fiercely. The seventh sin was hit hard by a stone pillar nearby and sat down on the floor. Then Sanji's voice sounded. "What do you see? What are you planning to do now? You're still messy but full of energy, fighting with your lightsaber. I need to train and get stronger. Should I call number 2 to help you out?" System notification. You've leveled up. Upgraded clone skill level 70. Additional effects added. Clones will now be equipped with lower body armor similar to the users. The scene changed to Elise's imaginary space, where a green meadow buzzed with laughter and joy. "I never thought I'd hear such good news." Feta smiled happily. "Finally, Lieber has returned." Karen Bunker. How long has he been traveling? Has it been many years already? She wondered if there was something in Tiburn that made him unhappy. Food wasn't lacking. Everything was peaceful and almost complete. Would Sensei return with him? Feta softly said, "After all, it's good to still hear from him after so many years." Yes, Eliza must be thanked for always keeping us informed. But Samir coldly interjected, "No, she isn't Eliza." Duran agreed, "Yes, she's just a monitor here." Hearing this, Kieran stared blankly. Why would she need to monitor? Didn't Eliza die long ago? Outside, the system suddenly smoked and sparked due to a short circuit. Eliza's clone reported in surprise, discovering damage at Sector B-20 due to overload. Elisa was feverish. "I'm dead." Again, an Eliza clone immediately activated the portal. "I'll be back right away." Elisa remained uncertain. They seemed to remember something that should have been erased from their memory before. Could it be a mistake to show them Elisa's image? But I really wanted to tell them about labor. I've been very careful with the data and information related to Eliza. She carefully observed the giant cocoon attached to the wall, her tone softening. "Well, as long as Lieber returns soon." Elisa laughed joyfully. The reunion between Lord Lieber and Eliza. Just thinking about it makes me feel excited. How wonderful to witness the meeting of these two. She softly whispered. "Before that happened, I sincerely apologize to everyone." Immediately after, in the Tiburn recreated world, a green energy stream like mana suddenly surrounded everyone. They were all reset from the beginning as if taking their first breath. Kieran deserves it. Oh, what did we just talk about? Let's continue discussing. Remember that picnic last time? It was really fun. Right, the food we brought then. Grey Mouse spread its wings and flew in the sky, looking down at them with unending sorrow, maintaining silence. With a flick of his lightning rod, a straight punch followed by a dazzling lightning effect struck, creating smoke and dust. Dong Yen launched another lightning bolt attack, to bright green columns piercing through to form an aerial bombardment explosion. Legardo grimaced as he dodged the two sword points embedded in the ground. He wondered, what's going on? Something doesn't seem right. Looking at him, Legardo was very puzzled. Your combat experience doesn't match your skills at all. You have an unreasonable number of abilities, but during critical moments, you failed to use them properly. Hearing his assessment, Dong Yen stumbled back. Facing dozens of ice spikes summoned by him, Legardo laughed quickly. Even with many powerful skills, it can't deal me a fatal blow. Are you feeling overconfident? Overconfidence to the point where you're making reckless moves. What a pitiful person. You've never been in real combat before. I guessed right, didn't I? Raven and Miho, along with Gunty, rushed over after Bress treated them, immediately offering aid. Dong Yen was startled as he realized the danger. Bang! Another explosion occurred. Smoke rose like a giant mushroom cloud. A voice shouted, "Just block if you're inexperienced." Raven and Miho, along with Gunty, rushed over to help Bress after he treated them. Raven grumbled, "Stop talking and let's fight Legardo here." "Cut it out," Bress called from the other side. "Hey, stay up on the roof watching the show. Don't come down unless you're not missing a limb or two. Keep fighting everyone." The scene changed to an office, with an angry voice echoing in the air. How many countries have we deceived? But it always has to be South Korea. Why is someone who disappeared long ago suddenly appearing now? The one who was this furious was none other than the Minister of Defense of South Korea, Ganasik. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in to report. "Minister, I'm reporting on the current situation. The elite hunters, including the fake swordsmen, were still fighting Legardo." "What? How long has this battle been going on?" The soldier replied that all support teams are in position. "Should we launch an attack now?" He asked where the battlefield was located. The soldier continued, "It's a sparsely populated area. Within a 500-meter radius, there would be dense civilian areas. Evacuation orders have been issued." Tiziak grimaced as he thought about the preparations for this harvest day. He made a heavy decision to prepare combat missiles and high-capacity warheads. The soldier was shocked. Even with his strength, he's still just a human. Meanwhile, at Odin Tower, Sanju gritted his teeth trying to suppress the acid reflux, but the severe injury caused him to cough up blood from between his teeth. Sanju held his sword and panted, stubbornly showing, "Didn't we say this before? That bastard, with that little strength, can't defeat him." This is the 354th time. Over there, the seven-headed sin was pierced by ice spikes, blood seeping through. Goddess still smiled maliciously, thinking maybe it's because of the limited stats of his clone. He can only use up to 70% of his base stats. The stronger he is, the greater the struggle for power. Not to mention, he enhanced his body with spatial abilities. The seven-headed sin slowly rose and walked out. Those ice spikes repeatedly pierced through the first clone's body, leaving wounds that healed only to be reopened. He laughed. "Not bad. Glad you're not a fool." Bang, the ice spikes there suddenly exploded, cold bones spreading from afar. Sanju was terrified as he saw the damaged body of the one flying towards him. His mouth almost cursed out loud. "Oh my god, that crazy guy. How can he still move with all those holes in his body?" But the seven-headed sin only lightly touched his wrist and laughed. Haha. And the seven-headed sin only gently touched his wrist and laughed. "Congratulations on your first win. Take a break, okay?" He turned around and said, "If you fail, I'll go too, so let's rest." Sanju heard this and relaxed, sitting down to lie on the ground and breathe heavily. Tran lay there. Sanju laughed with relief, his voice weak and shaky. "Phew, I'm exhausted. Now all I want is to lie in bed and sleep for a long time." Suddenly footsteps approached him, softly calling, "Master." Number 2 slightly lowered his face as he reported to Sanju, "I found the water passage leading to the next floor." Sanju sat up, slowly and leisurely, saying, "That's good news. I heard they have beds on the upper floors. You should rest too. Number 2, I see you've killed more grand ideas than me." Then Sanju said, "For now, just go to the next floor and take a bath before looking for something to eat." Number 2 didn't object. "Yes, sir." Sanju looked at the spatial water passage slowly, reaching out his hand. As soon as his hand was close enough, an energy stream suddenly shot out and touched him. Immediately, Sanju's vision changed. "Now I'm seeing my hands, or at least from now on. If you want to return, that chiseled face is dripping with water. You can turn your dream into reality anytime." That moment quickly faded away. Sanju was stunned, not fully understanding what just happened. What did I see? What memory is this? Back to reality in South Korea. Everyone rushed towards Leogato. The Han man sneered. "Too weak." Leogato struck hard. A spatial power surge immediately exploded. Suddenly, it expanded and knocked everyone away. The Han man was furious. "That's not enough to defeat me yet." Raven stepped back to ask Dong Yin, "Are you okay? You still alright?" Dong Yin raised his eyebrows. Despite the pain, he politely replied, "Thanks to blocking him, I was able to fight on." Brett looked down with some concern from above. "Damn it! Should I go help them?" Suddenly, dense smoke and flames erupted around Leogardo below. He turned his head in surprise. "Yes!" Guanti was also stunned. "What's coming this way?" "Looks like a war cannon." Ilgon raised his eyebrows. "It seems the army is sending reinforcements. Are they crazy to do that? There are still many people out there." Michael interrupted. "No, I don't think just war cannons will be enough, because those aren't strong enough to defeat Leogardo." On the other side of the hill, a series of soldiers and tanks were climbing up. They shouted loudly, "Quickly support the hunters." 2 soldiers advanced carrying their cannons and fired. Leogardo narrowed his eyes, the people shrinking into tiny dots. Bang! The cannon shells exploded. Red flames burst out in a fiery explosion. A soldier quickly raised his voice, asking everyone to immediately retreat from that area. Yes, a ballistic missile was on its way straight here. The crowd was surprised. Einhoff frowned angrily. "Those fools, Legardo is faster than all of us combined. They thought he would stand still when we leave, so we need to keep him in place." Then he tilted his head and looked at Dong Yin behind. "Can you take me out like that again when the time is right?" He quickly replied, "Those skills are on hold, but I have a similar one. Just let me use it." Raven said, "I'll handle this old man," then immediately shot off before Dong Yin could react. The military urged to keep firing, the gun barrels continuously glowing as magical projectiles and skill activations were in full swing. "Don't stop. We need to keep Legardo inside that." The magic bullets hit our group but bounced back, creating a chaotic bullet storm. "Pity, I was going to let you guys go. But if you continue blocking my way like this, Han won't hesitate. A black sphere of compressed space is gathering." Legardo said, "Don't blame me for being heavy. Yeah, we didn't even get a chance to talk." Raven came from nowhere and cut off his skill midair. The soldiers urged each other to keep firing without stopping. Someone reported, "The fake sword is too close to the target, Commander." Back in the battle zone, Legardo and Raven fought fiercely with no one giving ground. Both wanted to kill the other. His emotions were still high. "After fighting that midge outside, I realized something. It's more fun to fight him, his fake sword." Then Legardo grabbed his sword and said with a sinister smile, "But you don't know, my power is not enough to decide your fate. Let me tell you, what are the sources of your power? It's the technology from our civilization on Earth." Saying that, he leaped back and 5 guided missile heads were falling straight down. Legardo narrowed his eyes as he gathered space again. He looked disdainfully, using missiles, waste of effort. But suddenly, the entire space reflected him from every angle. Legardo recognized it as a spatial barrier. He frowned in frustration. "That's not fair." Outside, Raven came out from Dong Yan's portal and asked, "Can that skill hold him?" Dong Yan kept his face serious and suppressed magic. He answered frankly, "It works but not for long." He was indifferent. Someone once told me that if there's a gap, we just need to fill it. From the sky above, a magical circle appeared in front of each missile head, distorting and increasing their size, affecting both living beings. Then the magical circles grew larger. A faint green aura resembling the tip of a missile appeared. Raven was stunned. "Oh my god!" The soldiers shouted in alarm. Everyone prepared for the powerful impact. He muttered to himself, "Will this work?" 3 huge guided missiles fell down. The target was a floating space sphere like a crystal on the ground. Legardo broke free from his confinement, frustrated that the distorted space couldn't hold him. "This deformed space can't contain me." Suddenly, he froze in place. Huh? In Han's eyes, a huge missile was approaching right in front of him. Boom! The loud explosions and shockwaves spread across the area. Red smoke rose up from the ground. The shockwave quickly spread, causing layers of bricks to collapse. The soldier screamed as the ground shook. "Everyone lie down now." Superlinked body shield, a mana barrier like an army of bees protecting a region. The soldiers were terrified. Did its destructive power exceed expectations? It seems those missiles grew in size when they hit the ground. Luckily, this shield stopped them before they affected the civilian area. Black smoke rose high among the ruins. Raven said, "He's defeated," but his words were cut off by a loud slap from behind. Forget about losing consciousness. The wide open space in front of the ruined courtyard was now a spider web-like mess, and the center was still collapsing. From above, it looked like a black hole. Looking down, it's a bottomless pit. Suddenly, a bright light burst from the pit. The wind howled fiercely. Brett was about to sit and watch, but he jumped up in alarm. "It's over! It's ruined! We have to leave right now." With that, he loudly warned everyone, "If you want to live, get out of here quickly." Dong Yen was confused and didn't understand anything. "Huh? Why?" Dress spoke sternly. "I've already warned you all. If you don't want to fight a stronger monster, run away quickly." But it seems too late. The powerful energy surged, and Legardo's firm voice echoed for a long time. "Now I can use my true power." He leaped from the pit. His strength nearly doubled, activating the elemental burst skill. When subjected to enough force, the skill will be activated. The skill converts absorbed energy into fuel to enhance basic abilities. Everyone was frozen in shock as they witnessed what happened. They saw a man survive after being hit by an entire missile. An irrational scene without explanation. But the reason why they were motionless was due to the energy emanating from that man. The purple energy exploding powerfully. A powerful and oppressive energy no monster could match. Just as everyone prepared to attack again, Legardo maliciously aimed at Dong Yen. He lunged with a punch, compressing the air to its limit, flames burning around his attack, forming a blinding light. It attacked like a net, trapping everyone inside, creating a massive shield for Dong Yen. The sound seemed to tear through the sky. Boom! Dust and smoke scattered. A huge shield appeared shielding Dong Yen. He was shocked, cold sweat pouring down his face. With just one punch, he had lost. "We can't defeat this monster." The surroundings were flattened. Flames burned across the ground. Black smoke billowed. Dong Yen panicked and hurriedly. At least she needed to get everyone out of here. But in front, Legardo still laughed cruelly as he charged forward. He looked like a devil, his red eyes mocking. "Goodbye, little ants. If you had given me Sonju's name from the start, then I would have." Before he could even punch, Maihol was suddenly kicked in the face. He flew backward instantly, so fast it couldn't be seen, only a shockwave and explosion of white smoke. Legardo was pushed back, leaving a long mark on the ground. Brett stared blankly for a moment before stuttering. "We have an opportunity now. Maihol will handle it." "Huh?" Yugen laughed loudly as he responded calmly. He seemed happy. Jumper, with his hands in his pockets and a slight smile on his lips. "You guys really missed me." Legardo pushed himself out from under the huge stone, angrily saying, "Jumper, I haven't finished with you yet." But Jumper quickly kicked him straight in the head, nonchalantly saying, "He's not here." Countless cross-shaped beams of light appeared. He disappeared and reappeared from all directions. Attacking him, Jumper continued slowly to have a boring fight. Wave after wave of explosions, many flashes of light, heavy sounds deafening like tearing everyone's eardrums, dust and smoke filled the air. Legardo was hit from multiple sides. Hanta gritted his teeth, his face disfigured by the impact. Finally, Hanta managed to break free, grabbing Jumper's fist as it came, nearly killing him. The explosion barked. Both of them widened their eyes in surprise. Jumper didn't expect to be stopped, and Legardo also didn't expect this. He laughed freely, his figure immediately retreated. Legardo coldly asked, "Lucas, what are you?" Jumper slowly landed and repeated, "What am I supposed to be?" His hair changed, suddenly appearing behind him, kicking his legs out coldly. "I'm the strongest human being." With a gust of wind, Jumper straightened his leg and kicked Legardo in the head, blinding light and energy spiraling out. The ground glowed brightly, everything was obscured by smoke. Large and small rocks fell like rain, pounding on the field with a soft thud. Line 60 is exactly 60 lines as required. Later, it was getting dark and a hole had formed in the courtyard. The voice of Jumper sounded slowly, but Miho and Dong Yen still didn't emerge from behind the hill on the wall. "People like me don't deserve that title." Legardo was pushed so hard his face hit the ground. Jumper stood in front of him. "Continue with the narration. Anyone can overcome any challenge and answer all questions in the future. Definitely someone more advanced than both me and you. Why don't we cooperate then?" The scene shifts to another part inside a dungeon level of Odin's Tower. "Sanju, why are you jealous?" "Oh my! There's nothing special here." Suddenly, his mind recalled the image from just now, a suffering face. "At least if you come back, you can. You can turn your dreams into reality." Sanju raised an eyebrow in doubt. What kind of memory is that? The hunter looks very much like Baekwan. He suddenly turned to ask the 7 deadly sins. No one has any information about the real fragments of the 7 deadly sins. Do you know anything about Hunter Baekwan? The 7 deadly sins are boring. That's the name of the guy who's going to die under my hands, right? Sanju's face was still twisted in confusion. What do I expect from this stupid name? He turned and whispered to himself, "Liber, can you see it? You're directly connected with me, so shouldn't you be seeing something too?" Liber was puzzled. "Huh?" His tone was full of doubt. "What are you talking about? About Hunter Baekwan?" Sanju was surprised by this. Even he couldn't see it too, right? Liber was curious. "So what did you actually see?" He didn't answer. After a while, he spoke up again. "Oh, I understand now. Back then, you interacted with the layer shift stream. We felt an energy source, possibly a resonance phenomenon between the fragments of the 7 deadly sins." Sanju's face was blank. He meant it only worked on that stream and not others. Liber was flexible. "You're just starting to control the power from Huvo. Anyway, it's just my guess, but maybe you sense the remnants of Huvo's power from his hunting partner in the stream." Then he asked again, "So what memory did you see?" He answered with a slight frown. Perhaps that was when he first obtained the 7 deadly sins, but he didn't look happy. Suddenly, a bright light appeared and caught Sanju's attention along with his clones. Then a cheerful voice said, "Oh la la, finally we meet," surprising him. Legardo and Jumper appeared together. His face was cold. "Sanju, we agreed to meet at the top of the tower. Why are you still here?" Legardo suddenly spoke. "Come on in." He lunged forward, challenging him with a hand, both dying under my hands. But his clones all rushed to help Sanju. Legardo whispered, "Hate!" Boom! The energy from nowhere exploded, pushing away all the clones. A few minutes ago, Legardo fell to Jumper's feet and asked, trembling, "Why? Why didn't you kill me then?" He replied calmly, "The development speed of that Sanju is slower than I thought. I was going to use some tricks, but probably wouldn't work. So this is the final decision I had to make. You don't think he needs special training, do you?" "You're very suitable for his training," Jumper said enthusiastically. Legardo's hand tightened slightly. He bitterly thought, "Why did he dare? Wasn't I just a puppet for him to train others with me as bait?" Returning to his form, Legardo smiled and calculated. "Just follow his lead now. As long as I can kill the guy in Sanju and absorb those 7 segment great sins, it's good." On the other side, Sanju sighed. Oh, my back, finally found a bed. This bed has always been by my side, hasn't it? It's a clone bed. You're lying on top of those wounds. The 7-segment great sins were blinded with rage. What are you mumbling about now? Sanju gritted his teeth in bitterness. I only deny the reality of my existence. Then he tiredly raised his head to look. Is that Legato, right? The one holding 3 pieces of the 7-segment great sins. The 7-segment great sins replied. Right. This is our chance. Sanju was puzzled. Winning or losing depends on fate. He looked at him disdainfully, asking a wrong question. You fool. You should have asked if it's time to die now. He grimaced and mocked. Calling you a brainless idiot isn't wrong. The dust stirred as if shaken by an old man. Sanju jumped up. Numbers 1 and 2. His face was serious. If I don't want to die here, I have no choice but to defeat him. Both of them immediately clashed. Legato's eyes lit up with joy. If I kill you, I'll have 5 pieces of the 7-segment great sins. Sanju can't lose for sure. He underestimated this guy too much. Your face is close to ruin. Hurry up. Thought he was easy prey. The ground exploded from their strikes. Sanju gritted his teeth in the dust. His hand clutched in pain but still tried to pin Legato down, but he also raised a hand to block his attack. He laughed with satisfaction as he looked up. Quite a kid. At least you've met the minimum requirement of me. Behind the clones quickly rushed forward and swung their hands, preparing to launch an energy ball towards him. A large energy beam shot from 3 high-up clones directly into Legato's body. He grinned with some excitement as he blocked it. Those are your clones, right? This must be your unique skill. Then he swung his sword at Sanju. The one in the air turned to dodge the dangerous strike. Sanju kicked back towards him, but he calmly grabbed his leg. His leg trembled. Combat skills barely meet the minimum requirement. Behind clone number 2 quickly rushed forward and slashed at his shoulder. Behind clones number 1 and 3 quickly rushed forward with knives to ambush. Legato frowned. On this side, Sanju stood outside the battle, observing him fighting his clones while lost in thought. He's slower than I thought. Then he lunged with his sword, energy radiating round it. If I use more void power and end this quickly, Legato on this side also noticed and turned to look back. A powerful punch caused the ground to shake, dust flying everywhere. Sanju's sword slashed at his shoulder, causing blood to flow non-stop. Memories of his battle with those undefined monsters flashed through him. Legato threw a punch towards them. The monsters fell off the ground after being hit. On this side, Sanju hesitated and looked at him intently. His face was drenched in sweat, full of shock. He paused. You've been fighting for over 10 years straight. Facing Legato, he calmly pushed the sword away from his shoulder with a bit of discomfort. Did you read my memories? He also pushed him back and realized it. Turns out that jumper could sense my memories too. Behind, number 2 held a knife and rushed forward. Immediately after, he grabbed the hand holding the knife of number 2 and stared at him. You're just okay, not really strong. I bet you've never faced anyone truly powerful before. Then a bright light flashed. He tore off the second clone's arm with his hand. A single enemy could destroy your body in one strike. Sanju stood by, watching with surprise. Legato stomped hard on the ground. He then stood before him, his body swaying from the force of his steps. Legato raised his hand, his calm face forming an energy ball. In my opinion, it's too early to call you a hope for humanity. Suddenly, a surge of energy hit Sanju, knocking him flat on the ground in shock. He fainted and woke up, drenched in sweat, wondering what just happened. Legato's body panted as he hugged his stomach. Ha, that move really hurt. On the other side, the first and second clones were battered but still standing. It's because you two are between the pieces of the 7 sins that you lasted so long, he said. You're different from the rest. Legato then pointed his thumb and index finger like a magnifying glass at the torn clone, laughing, but this is the end for you now. He whispered, come back to me, my dear fragments. The first clone's body started to disintegrate. He gritted his teeth in anger, cursing, die, damn you. Then the two pieces of the seven sins fell before Sanju. Legardo calmly picked them up, still smiling at him. Look here, you're still alive, not much to show for it, but all your clones are dead. He then grabbed the two pieces of stone and laughed with excitement. Finally, I've collected all 5 pieces of the 7 sins. Suddenly, Jumper from space kicked Legardo's arm holding the stone, breaking it. Sorry to interrupt, but this isn't over yet, he shouted. He then grabbed the 2 stones and smiled. With his other hand, he helped Sanju up and looked at the injured Legardo with a bleeding arm. Let's go, Sanju. Then they entered space, leaving him behind in the ruined landscape. Jumper's arm trembled. He gritted his teeth in anger. His voice shook. You! His body erupted with the energy of rage, shaking the ground. Damn you, Lucas, I'll tear your body into 100 pieces, he cursed. Inside Jumper's pocket dimension, he looked at Sanju, who was still on his knees in shock, and asked Han, "How are you doing? Are you okay after such a devastating loss?" Sanju panted heavily, his tired face finally lifting. This is Lucas's secondary space. He looked at Jumper with confusion. I'm grateful for saving my life. But why did you bring me here? Jumper scratched his head and smiled, explaining, Sanju, there are only 70 days left until the harvest. Shouldn't we speed up your development process? He smiled politely. Anyway, don't worry about that loss. I value you a lot, Sanju, so no matter what happens or if you're near death, I'll save you. Next, he showed the 2 pieces to Sanju and urged, I've retrieved the 2 pieces of the 7 sins for you. Recall your clones and have them absorb it. Sanju lifted his head tiredly and explained, Jumper, my clone skill is on cooldown. He added, you can summon 1 clone during the cooldown period, but to call all of them would take about a week. Jumper smiled in understanding. Oh, I see, he said. Suddenly, Jumper turned and clasped his hands behind his back, looking at the distant stars. Well, has River told you about my abilities yet? Sanju knelt down in confusion. Isn't it instant teleportation, skill D? Suddenly, Jumper teleported backward, and Sanju laughed deviously, making him wide-eyed with surprise. He whispered, No, that's just a regular teleportation. The cooldown period is 3 days, but 3 days isn't short either. Then he stood straight and smiled, showing his power. My awakening skill is infinite speed. I activate my entire nervous system and circulatory system to operate at extreme speeds, shortening the cooldown time. He then placed his energy-infused hand on Jumper's shoulder and added, but this skill can't be synchronized with other bodies. Everyone who has come into contact with it has exploded. That surprised you too. He continued, that's all for now. He's cursing me with his eyes, that dirty guy. What do you want, crazy man? Nearby, Jumper is still smiling and holding his shoulder, radiating energy around him. It's okay, Sanju. You're strong, so nothing will happen to you. Seeing that fake face of his makes Sanju even more scared. Damn you, you've really done it this time. I'm your uncle, I don't need you. Move aside. He suddenly approached and whispered, startling him. I am a prince. Sanju's eyes can't close as he opens them wide to look at him. Jumper is still holding his shoulder while transmitting energy. His mouth keeps mumbling affirmations nonstop. If you can't handle it and explode, I'll find you again. And if I fail again, I'll find you another time, again and again. Jumper's sick eyes threaten him slowly, so don't worry too much. Sanju, even if you die, it doesn't matter to me. His body suddenly surges with energy. Sanju's eyes widen in shock and he can't resist. His heart is hit by a massive surge of energy, then overloaded and explodes. His eyes and body quickly shatter in horror. He gasps painfully, huh, as his body screams from being burned to ash but still manages to breathe. On this side, the first clone's body is recreated. It looks around hazily with energy. Then it looks at the remaining clones and sees him standing there with a shocked expression. This is its own body. The brainy guy in Sanju can't escape on his own, so Sanju's body trembles uncontrollably. Clone 1 also looks down in shock, feeling jealous. I don't see anything. My eyes, oh, the other one. Jumper looks at them with a calm smile. Everyone stay calm. I'm not an enemy. Sanju is just in pain, but he's actually fine. He adds, he's still your master Sanju. It's surprising, he's the first one to survive my technique. On this side, Clone 1 frowns. You're here. The six-tailed great sinner looks at Jumper slowly with confusion. But you are a real sicko. How can you use that finishing move on a human? He still advances calmly while Sanju lies motionless on the ground explaining. Finishing move? No, it's right. That wasn't my goal. Don't worry. He'll recover quickly. Jumper confirms. Sanju's recovery stats are high, so he'll be fine. On the other side, his body is in pain, breaking into many pieces and burning. Jumper looks at Clone 100 and confirms that once he recovers, I'll let him fight Legardo again. And we'll keep doing this until he wins. On another side, a black smoke enters. Legardo, who was eating, also looks over there. He reminds Sanju, Sanju, it's finally time for the second challenge. Don't run away like last time. His aura is off. He turns back to look and his body stops, eyes showing both shock and fear. Damn, what are those stats? What happened to you? Legardo feels the footsteps, shaking Sanju. Finally, it's time for the second challenge. This time, don't run away and fail again. He looks at the person. What are those stats? Sanju is covered in wounds from all over his body. What's going on with you? Your body feels like it can't take much more. I won't lose. A fear rose up inside him, tightening his resolve. I absolutely cannot lose. If I lose again, that skill will kill me. Legardo stood up, confused. What did Lucas do? That guy isn't the type to torment others. Suddenly, Sanju interrupted his plea. Can you let me win this round? His face froze at the request. He forced a smile, sweat pouring down like rain. I can harness the power of those fragments of the 7 deadly sins in your body. Can I borrow them? Just for a moment to fix something up. Then return them immediately. It's not much, just trying to make peace. Both sides benefit. No need to fight, right? Legardo didn't bother answering. He lunged and punched him in the stomach. His body couldn't withstand much more, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Sanju fell directly to the ground coughing. Legardo's tone full of disdain. Truly disgusting. I can't just watch this anymore. Just go die already before you bring more shame upon yourself, Sanju. The moment he was hurt, it affected the other clones too. No way! He felt a pang of pain but couldn't bear to look. My own clone. They're all suffering one by one. Legardo clenched his hand tightly. Finally, you know your fate is utter defeat at my hands, right? But before he acted, he couldn't help but wonder. At least now, fighting you still has a bit of life and hope left in you. What happened? Lucas will come back here again. Take this! Hearing his slimy tone, Sanju was irritated. He doesn't know anything. It's heart-wrenching to the core. Even if you cut off my arm or burn out my eye, it's nothing. Compared to that pain that goes beyond the sky, he almost screamed. Don't judge me like that when you haven't experienced what I've gone through. Legardo only laughed bitterly, truly amusing. Didn't you read my memories already? I've been fighting non-stop for 10 years. I don't even have any recovery or support skills. The fierce flames show his confidence. Do you think that little pain means anything to me? So the promise is fulfilled. Alright, let's go then. Go experience that tiny bit of pain. You step into the space via Legardo. Can you use your infinite acceleration technique on him? He didn't understand but used it on to people. The heart-wrenching cries echoed through the scene. Both of them were kneeling before Jumper, who was stunned. Oh my, this hurts so much. It's VCL level pain. Of course, Jumper didn't want to understand the current situation either. All these pressures and restraints, especially when someone disrespects it. See, I never said anything like that. Now he has experienced it too. That bastard has been crying and begging non-stop, brothers. Legardo was in a terrible state now. His master wasn't much different, with blood spurting everywhere. Sanju almost cried out. It hurts so badly. You have to listen and follow my plan. You still hope for another plan. Just let me borrow those fragments of the 7 crimes. I'll handle it. Leogardo didn't care about that. He dealt with one of his clones directly. Of course not. After all, the current situation still favors us. After this, I'm even more certain of something. He gloated. You can't endure this anymore. And you'll die, and those two pieces will belong to me. Sanju pulled out a sword from the space. Arg. This guy's brain is even dumber than mine. All his clones, including Sanju, couldn't hurt him anymore. They were all defeated by overwhelming power. No matter how many clones Sanju threw at him simultaneously, the result remained unchanged. They still lost and endured that terrible skill. Sanju's body was torn apart and healed repeatedly. The stains in his clothes darkened and then soaked through again, an endless cycle. In 9 months of pain, Sanju's spirit collapsed before defeating Leogardo. Suddenly, a voice that hadn't been heard for a long time spoke up. Hey, Sanju, hold on. I can't keep watching this anymore. Liber was alarmed by the scene. What did Jumper do to you? Every time you wake up, your whole body is covered in blood. Now you remember. Right. As long as he's in that subspace, we're still connected, right? That's good. He just needs to sit there and observe. You sound weak. It will be easier for you. Liber called out again. Sanju, wait a moment. Sanju, but you directly entered the space portal. In an instant, he was teleported into Jumper's space. You don't even need to look at him. Lost all your clones again? Never mind. I'll just use these ones for now. Sanju weakly said. Hey, Lucas, can you wait until I get stronger before fighting Leogardo? I still can't fully control the void power. The pace is too fast. I don't even have time to think about strategies. Those weak pleas only hope to stir him. I can only feel continuous pain. Jumper turned around and sighed. What should I do with you? You're making me disappointed, Sanjeever. He shows no trace of sorrow. Didn't you say you wanted to rest for the rest of your life? I said that too. I am a noble. Do you know how many people I've met? Not just one person gave me an answer like yours. Many said they wanted to rest, to relax, but he understands the laws of life. That's a paradox. Wanting to rest but unable to do so. Even though his face shows nothing, his tone reveals his anger. If you give up now, I won't be your fan anymore either. It was clearly a threat that would kill Sanju and the choice he had. Run away. Leaving Jumper standing before the gate of oblivion, he sighed in disappointment. Life is just a series of failures, isn't it? Sanju ran madly. That crazy guy. Does he really want to kill me? I don't want to think about anything right now. Give up. I'm giving up. I'll go home. Meet my family. Friends. I'll lie down and sleep. I don't want to care about the harvest anymore. Suddenly, a crack appeared before him. Seeing it, Sanju quickly reached out to touch it. The crack. Let's just go to the next level for now. This way, Jumper and Leogardo won't find me. But as soon as he touched it, an electric charge spread out. A memory appeared, heavy breathing. A talking sword said, I've told you before, go back. How many times do I have to say this for you to understand? It was telling the person who just defeated the monster Bichwan, look at yourself. Sanju was stunned. This must be Bichwan's hunter's memory, right? No! He quickly realized the truth. Actually, this is the memory of the weapon on his side. It's one of the 7 fragments of the Great Sin, Bichwan said. The sword cursed, if you die, I'll still have a fight with the monster. Moreover, if you die in Odin's tower, won't I be left here forever? You always say fighting is everything, so suddenly being kind, how stupid are you, sword? If you die, I can still fight the monster. Besides, if you die in this Odin tower, won't I be abandoned here forever? He knows he can't conquer this tower either. Reaching this level is already a feat compared to others, but all of it relies on my strength, right? It asked, is it really worth it? Leaving your son and daughter behind, fighting for humanity, is it worth it? Bichwan's face fell as he remembered his family. Wanti and Yuna are outstanding young men. Sanju heard them talking about Park Wanti, the chairman. He saw Baek Hwan satisfied with himself again. Woontae is truly a genius. I only taught it for a few meals and it awakened its sword spirit. Yuna's mana control can't be underestimated. Such an advanced skill from a young age. He loves his family very much. Those two kids are children indeed. Impressive. His lips tremble, but this is all we can do for our family. Sanju seems shaken as he listens to Baekhyun recount his pain. I was trapped in the ruins for 5 years until I reclaimed my honor. Escaping, the flood hit, monsters invaded, and took away the wife I loved. The flames flicker across his face. Since then, I've been a vagrant, an ineffective father who couldn't even admit to being their dad. I once thought that power I sought would make me regret it. Leaving my family to enter those ruins seemed foolish. He grasped the sword with determination, but ultimately, trying that strength helped protect Wanti and Yuna. These words hit Sanju hard, even if my bones break or monsters cut into my flesh. If given a chance to reunite with my family again, I'd still climb Mount Odin because it's the only way to stop the Harvest Day. His voice echoes even as he leaves, so our path is not wrong or foolish. Sanju stands there for a while, rubbing his head. Damn, I feel ashamed of myself. Sanju has to return to that hellish space. Hey Jumper, why are you sitting there? You look as pathetic as me. Jumper suddenly looks better, turning defeat into victory. He asks, if I told you from the start that I believed you would return, would you have trusted me? Sanju regains his bright, sunny demeanor. No, how can I trust something like that? You suddenly crush a piece of broken glass in your hand. I have more important things to live for because of you. If I lose myself, let you handle the aftermath, okay? Jumper is startled. What are you planning? What are you doing? Why did you swallow that piece of glass yourself?